the vast sky continent, above the boundless deep sea. I, Monray, hereby sentence you to death.
A man surrounded by lightning stood proudly in the sky, gripping a spear of thunder, wings of lightning spread behind him.
Like a god of thunder descending to the mortal world.
His voice roared like thunder, proclaiming merciless judgment.
Boom! Two massive lightning dragons struck down from the heavens with the force to annihilate everything, hurtling towards the two giant beasts ahead. To the left was a golden dragon with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters, its body radiating a dazzling golden light. To the right stood a thunder titan, gigantic as a mountain, wielding twin golden hammers. Damned lunatic!
Sensing the devastating power of the lightning vortex, the golden dragon and thunder titan's pupils contracted sharply.
As they swiftly reacted,
energy surged as golden light and purple thunder intertwined, forming a powerful shield to envelop them both.
But it was futile. The lightning dragons, like divine blades, easily tore through the shield. Ah!
The golden dragon and thunder titan let out anguished screams, black smoke billowing from their bodies as their skin was ripped
and charred, a horrifying sight.
Then, like meteors, they plummeted into the sea, the booming sound shaking the heavens and earth.
Monray watched everything before him, unable to suppress his excitement. Reflecting on the past, he marveled at the present. He had done it. Once an ordinary man, a nobody.
In his previous life, spending his days in front of a computer, living a dull and unremarkable life. But after arriving in this world, his fate had completely changed.
He rose from obscurity, creating miracles even he found hard to believe, ultimately standing at the pinnacle, trampling
the oldest and most powerful beings of the vast sky continent, the golden dragon and the thunder titan, beneath his feet. Monray surveyed his surroundings, his starry eyes full of confidence, looking down upon the world.
Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The golden dragon vanished. The thunder titan vanished. Everything vanished. Monray's eyes snapped open, a dazed look in his gaze. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? Alright, it turned out to be a dream. No wonder it felt so unreal. Monray chuckled bitterly. Perhaps he was still adapting to this new world after crossing over, hence the strange dream? Bang, bang, bang. Monray, wake up. The beast tide is here.
The rickety wooden door rattled under the forceful knocks, as the anxious voice of village chief old Peter came from outside.
Monray, the beast tide is here. Quickly head to the underground shelter. I'll go notify the others. The beast tide is here. Monray jolted awake, scrambling out of bed and sprinting towards the village center in a panic. The beast tide is here. Just my luck, to run into a beast tide. My luck is absolutely terrible. Monray cursed inwardly as he ran with all his might. A few days ago, he had been an ordinary office worker on Earth, living a monotonous life between home and work. But after one night's sleep, he inexplicably found himself in this world, becoming an ordinary villager in a magical beast village. Vast Sky Continent.
This was the name its inhabitants called their world. A miraculous world entirely different from Earth. No computers, no internet, no high-tech products, but instead, dragons capable of destroying the heavens and earth, titans of unparalleled strength, exotic beastfolk, elves in harmony with nature, and countless mysterious magical beasts.
And there were mystical magic and powerful battle energies. It was an unbelievable world. Everything here filled
Monray with fear, but what broke his heart the most was how unfriendly this world was to ordinary humans. For the rulers of this world were not humans, but winged dragons, titans towering tens of meters high, beastfolk of various bizarre forms, elves coexisting with forests, apocalyptic magical beasts, and other powerful races. Humans were merely subordinates to these intelligent races, without civilization, without empires, without culture, without freedom, possessing nothing at all.
This world was far too dangerous. How could he possibly survive here? What drove Monray to despair the most was that as soon as he crossed over and arrived at the village, he encountered a beast tide, a hellish start. Quick! Young men, follow me to fend off the beast tide outside the village. Elders and children, hurry to the shelter.
A tall man over 2 meters high stood on a large rock, commanding the villagers. His name was Hades, the captain of the village's guard and the strongest warrior in the village, deeply respected by the villagers. At his command, the young men quickly gathered around him, while the elderly and children orderly retreated towards the shelter in the village center.
Though everyone was tense, the scene was orderly. Clearly, this was not the first time such an event had occurred. Monray sighed inwardly.
The magical beast village was located on the edge of the magical beast mountain range, making it highly vulnerable to beast tide attacks. The villagers had already experienced several such incidents. The magical beast mountain range spanned the entire continent, dividing it into eastern and western halves. It was home to countless beasts and magical creatures, regarded as the most dangerous
place on the continent.
The wild beasts in the forest frequently launched frenzied attacks on the villages at its edges, causing heavy casualties each time. Deaths were a common occurrence. The original owner's parents had also perished in a beast tide.
Here, human life was worth almost nothing. How many lives would be lost in this beast tide? Man Ray's heart was filled with trepidation. Uneasy.
He followed the crowd to the center of the village, where the elderly, women, and children formed a long line. Uncle Leo, the caretaker of the shelter, shouted loudly, "Don't push.
One at a time. Hold the ladder steady below."
The shelter was built dozens of meters underground, resembling a tunnel or basement, with only a single ladder connecting it.
Nearby was a massive boulder that would later be used to seal the entrance.
The stone was enormous, at least 2 or 3 meters tall, and looked incredibly sturdy.
Man Ray felt slightly relieved.
With such a large stone blocking the entrance, the shelter should be very safe.
But then he thought, if everyone outside perished, would a group of elderly people and children be able to push the stone aside to escape? His heart tightened with anxiety. Howls. Screeches. Kill. Kill these beasts. The distant sounds of ferocious roars and intense fighting sent chills down everyone's spines. Man Ray, though curious about the magical beasts of this world, was still just a young boy.
He knew he should obediently enter the shelter and not cause trouble.
"What are you standing there for? Get down there."
Uncle Leo's urging voice snapped him out of his daze.
Startled, Man Ray
quickly responded and was about to head toward the shelter when he noticed a white light orb fall from Uncle Leo's body.
"Uncle Leo, you dropped something." Man Ray stopped in his tracks, intending to alert him.
Just then, a cold voice sounded, "Ding.
Detected a dropped item. Would you like to pick it up?" Man Ray froze, instinctively glancing at Uncle Leo.
At that moment, all the elderly and children had entered the shelter, leaving only him and Uncle Leo outside.
"What are you looking at? Hurry up and get in." Uncle Leo barked with a stern face. "Quickly.
I still need to guard the village entrance against the beast tide."
Clearly, that voice hadn't come from Uncle Leo. Did I mishear? Man Ray wondered. Ding. The ultimate pickup system is at your service.
The ultimate pickup system can collect all dropped items in the world, including but not limited to money, items, skills, vitality, and mental strength. Picking up money and items will make the host rich. Picking up skills, vitality, and mental strength will make the host powerful.
Everything can be picked up. There's nothing that cannot be picked up. As the cold voice explained, an attribute panel appeared before Man Ray. Host, Man Ray. Race, human. Wealth, 0. Constitution, ordinary human, 0.5 out of 10. Mental strength, ordinary human, 1/10. Skills, none. Man Ray felt a bit dizzy. After a month of being in this world, his golden finger had finally arrived? Ding. Detected a dropped item. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Man Ray answered instinctively. Ding. Pickup successful. Host's constitution +1.
A warm current surged through his body, reaching every part of him.
Man Ray felt his entire body warm and comfortable, as if his strength had increased. Is this really a golden finger? Man Ray could hardly believe his eyes. Constitution +1? Even Constitution could be picked up? Man Ray, what are you doing? Get down here.
Uncle Leo roared, his eyes blazing with anger.
Oddly, another silver light orb dropped from his body. Ding. Detected a dropped item. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Man Ray answered without hesitation. Ding. Pickup successful. Host's mental strength +1. A cool sensation flowed into his brain, making Man Ray feel sharper and more alert. It's real. I can really pick things up. Man Ray pinched himself hard to confirm it wasn't a dream or an illusion. The golden finger was real, and he was about to rise to power. Should I head to the village entrance and try my luck? There might be more dropped items there.
No, it's too dangerous with the beast tied there.
Maybe I could observe from a distance? Being low-key should be fine.
The beast village was nestled in a canyon, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. The 4th side was enclosed by a thick wooden fence, forming a sturdy wall to fend off beast attacks. This was the village's only exit. At this moment, a fierce battle was unfolding at the village entrance. 20 to 30 strong men wielded weapons, desperately fending off the beasts climbing the walls. There was a saber-toothed tiger, 3 meters long, with blood-red fur, a steel-bristled boar with a blue face and tusks, covered in sharp spikes, and a gigantic, twin-headed vulture with wings. Nearly 100 beasts roared and crashed against the wall, attacking wildly. Even as some beasts were killed, the remaining ones charged forward in relentless waves, like frenzied spirits. Led by Captain Hades, the village's guard team fought like killing machines, continuously slaughtering the beasts climbing the walls. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and the intense smell of blood churned Man Ray's stomach, almost making him vomit his last meal. As someone who spent his days immersed in the online world as a keyboard warrior, Man Ray had never witnessed such
a gruesome scene.
It took him a while to adjust before his gaze fell on the giant sword in Captain Hades' hand.
Is that battle aura?
The giant sword in Captain Hades' hand emitted a faint yellow glow, slicing through the beasts like a divine weapon. His killing speed far exceeded the others, making him a true killing machine. As expected of the strongest in the village,
Man Ray's eyes were full of envy. If only I were that strong. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Would you like to pick it up? Pick up! Monroe saw several glowing orbs scattered across the battlefield, radiating brilliance. If he could collect them, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Ding! Dropped items detected. Would you like to pick them up? Pick up! Ding! Successfully picked up. Physique +3. Ding! Successfully picked up. Spirit +1. Ding! Successfully picked up. Physique +2. Waves of warmth surged into his body, rapidly enhancing Monroe's physique and spirit. The feeling of constantly growing stronger was exhilarating beyond words. Strength increasing, thoughts becoming clearer. Yes, just like this. I want to become stronger. Even stronger. What are you doing here? At that moment, a thunderous roar exploded in his ears. This is no place for you. Get back now. Monroe looked up and saw Captain Hades glaring at him, an invisible pressure rushing over him like an enraged lion staring down its prey. Monroe's heart tightened, the pressure was suffocating. What is Leo doing, letting you run out here? Hades swung his sword, splitting a wild boar in two. Retreat to the safe zone immediately. Monroe was about to explain when suddenly, a deafening beast roar echoed. A fiery red, wolf-like beast slowly emerged from behind the beast tide. Its size comparable to a yellow ox. Wherever it walked, the ferocious beasts automatically gave way, forming a path. This fire wolf moved with elegance, its eyes gleaming like flickering flames. Suddenly, it leapt forward and spat out a fireball the size of a basketball. The fireball's temperature was so intense that even from a distance, Monroe's face felt searing heat. A wolf? A fire-breathing wolf? Is this really a magical beast? Damn it! It's a fire wolf, a magical beast. This is bad news. Captain Hades slashed the incoming fireball with his sword and shouted, "Take care of the other beasts, I'll handle this firewolf." He raised his longsword and charged forward. Magical beasts were entirely different from ordinary beasts. Not only were their bodies far more robust, but they could also use magic, making them incredibly destructive. The appearance of a magical beast amidst a beast tide significantly escalated the danger level. Clang! 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 The fire wolf proved formidable. Sparks flew as Hades' greatsword clashed with its sharp claws, yet it failed to harm the beast. While engaging Hades in combat, the fire wolf continuously spat out human head-sized fireballs. As sneak attacks, Hades dared not confront them head-on and had to slash the fireballs apart. Each slash diminished the yellow light on his sword, and it was evident that at this rate, the glow would soon fade, leaving the sword powerless. "Captain, hang in there. Take it down." The guards fought off other beasts while cheering on their captain. Though a magical beast, the firewolf was merely a low-level one, and Hades, a second-level warrior, should have been able to handle it easily. Damn it! Hades' expression changed drastically as he roared. This is no ordinary firewolf. It's an evolved level 2 magical beast, Fire Wolf King. Though its appearance remained unchanged, its combat power far surpassed that of an ordinary firewolf. Its speed, strength, and agility were much stronger. Magical beasts of the same level were often more formidable than humans, and Hades, being an ordinary second-level warrior with basic battle energy, was no match for it. Sweat beaded on Hades' forehead as he realized the grave danger he was in today. How powerful! Monroe watched the fierce battle, his eyes filled with awe. To him, the Fire Wolf King and Hades were like superheroes, leaping 5 or 6 meters high. A single sword slash creating ground fissures. A fireball with the destructive power of a bomb. Are they even human? Ding! Dropped item detected. Would you like to pick it up? The system's cold voice sounded as a red orb fell from the firewolf King's body. Magical beasts drop items too? Monroe exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Without hesitation, he chose pick up. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained level 1 magic, Fireball. The system's notification left Monroe stunned. Fireball? A magical beast drops magic? And I can pick it up directly? Monroe was ecstatic.
Humans lacked the strength of dragons, the power of titans, the magical talents of elves, or the advantages of other races. Truthfully, humans were one of the weakest intelligent species on the celestial
continent. To grow stronger, they could only rely on battle energy and magic.
Unfortunately, as a vassal race, most humans could not access battle energy or magic in their lifetimes, let alone train in them. The Beast Village was relatively fortunate, with a second-level warrior like Hades leading them. Among the surrounding dozen villages, its residents were the strongest. Yet, only Hades truly mastered battle energy. Monroe longed to train in battle energy and magic, to grow stronger and live better. But reality told him that his dream was far-fetched, daydreaming at best.
When awake, Monroe knew his body was too weak to train in battle energy.
As for magic, he lacked even the basics, let alone anywhere to learn it. With battle energy training a failure and magic inaccessible, Monroe faced a bleak future and nearly despaired.
But he never imagined this bizarre system could even pick up magic. A level 1 magic spell, Fireball. Monroe immediately checked the magic details, understanding its release mechanism and destructive power. Should he try it? Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand. Nothing happened. What was going on? Could the fireball? Is magic fake? Meng Lei was stunned. System prompt: releasing magic requires the consumption of mana and mental power, neither can be lacking. Mana? Mental power? Meng Lei looked down at the attribute panel. His mana bar was completely empty. He didn't have a trace of mana in his body. No wonder he couldn't cast Fireball. Instead, he felt relieved, at least Fireball was real. But the question was, where could he find mana?
At that moment, a red light orb dropped from the Firewolf King's body.
Pick it up. Fusion successful. Hosts mana +1, ***. Mana +1? A wave of warmth surged from his dantian, like drinking strong liquor. Meng Lei knew this was the mana he had just absorbed. He raised his right hand again, and this time, there was finally a response. A small spark emerged from his palm and quickly expanded to the size of a grapefruit. Although the fireball was small and flickering, it radiated intense heat, and its terrifying energy was nothing to scoff at. Magic! This is real magic, ***. Meng Lei was so excited his blood boiled, and he could hardly contain his joy. Unfortunately, the fireball didn't last long before turning into smoke and disappearing. Immediately, a wave of weakness washed over him, as if his body had been completely drained. Damn! My mana's used up, ***. The emptiness in his body left Meng Lei helpless. That single fireball had completely exhausted his mana. What a massive consumption! I must find more mana. He set his sights on the firewolf, realizing that, as someone who didn't understand magic, the only way to increase his mana was by picking up mana light orbs, and for now, firewolves were the only possible source. A few minutes passed, but no mana light orb appeared. Instead, other light orbs dropped, shattering Meng Lei's hopes. However, his strength steadily increased, and his physique value soon broke through 10. Systems cold prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to Apprentice Warrior. Keep striving for greater breakthroughs, ***. Apprentice Warrior, the attribute panel updated. Host, Meng Lei. Race, human. Wealth, 0. Physique, Apprentice Warrior, 10 out of 100. Mental, ordinary, 4 out of 10. Mana, 0, 0 out of 10. Magic, Fireball, LV1. I become an Apprentice Warrior. Meng Lei was stunned. The leveling speed was incredible. Although the title included apprentice warriors were far stronger than ordinary people. The Beast Village was located on the edge of the Beast Mountain range. Villagers survived by hunting and gathering herbs. The ferocious beasts in the mountains made every villager highly skilled. But among the 100 or so villagers, very few could become apprentice warriors. Many lacked talent and could only be slightly stronger than ordinary people, never reaching the level of an apprentice warrior. Meng Lei's rapid transformation from a frail ordinary person to an apprentice warrior in just a few minutes was nothing short of shocking. Apprentice warriors are strong. This is the path I should take, ***. He had seen them tear apart tigers and leopards, and punch wild boars into submission, far more powerful than any champion boxer or special forces soldier back on Earth. Now I've become an apprentice warrior. Am I as strong as they are? Should I give it a try? Asterisk asterisk. Meng Lei looked at his skinny arms and legs, picked up a rake, and quietly approached. His steps became lighter. The rake felt lighter too. Roar! A wild boar, with a blue face and tusks, measuring a full 2 meters long, charged at him. Its bristling fur stood like sharp spikes, and its gleaming tusks flashed with a cold light. A collision with this beast would instantly pulverize an ordinary person. Take this! Meng Lei shouted, slamming the rake down hard. What are you doing? Step back, asterisk asterisk. Nearby, a member of the village guard, Job, widened his eyes in panic and hurriedly raised his greatsword to strike the boar. This bristling wild boar had immense strength and destructive power. Even Job had to go all out. Meng Lei, still just a child, charging in was practically suicidal. But the next second, Job was dumbfounded. Crack! The rake smashed into the boar's head with a crisp sound, like a hammer smashing a watermelon. The boar's skull split open, brain matter splattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. With a miserable cry, the boar fell, twitched, and then lay completely still, dead. It's dead? Job's jaw dropped, his mind blank. Meng Lei, you actually killed the boar? How is this possible? Asterisk asterisk. I killed the boar? Apprentice warriors are this powerful, asterisk asterisk. Meng Lei was so excited he could barely speak. Ding! Killed one wild boar. Gained 10 gold coins, asterisk asterisk. The system prompt sounded. 10 gold coins. Meng Lei was taken aback. Ding! Friendly reminder, you can gain corresponding wealth values by killing targets, asterisk asterisk. The system explained coldly, wealth represents your resources. It can be used to enhance attributes, exchange for skills, or even make purchases, asterisk asterisk. So that's how it works, Meng Lei nodded. He didn't spend the gold coins immediately but continued charging at other beasts. Ding! Detected dropped item. Pick up, asterisk asterisk. Pick up. Ding! Fusion successful. Physique +3, asterisk asterisk. Yes. This is the feeling of getting stronger. This is exhilarating, asterisk asterisk. Coming to the village entrance was the right choice. The feeling of growing stronger intoxicated Meng Lei. He loved it. Keep going. Meng Lei charged at the next beast, this time a green snake about 10 meters long. Its forked tongue flicked constantly, its eyes glinted coldly, and its slimy body was nauseating. Die! Meng Lei swung his rake, instantly severing the snake's head. Ding! Killed one green snake. Gained 20 gold coins, asterisk asterisk. Blood stained the ground. The pungent smell of blood filled the air at the village entrance. Around 20 to 30 strong men occupied the city walls, continuously slaughtering beasts. However, the beasts surged ceaselessly like an endless wave of monsters, their numbers increasing with no sign of the beast tide weakening. The guards were gradually exhausted, their combat strength diminishing, and the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. This can't go on, we won't hold out much longer. Captain, think of a way to take down that Fire Wolf King, or the beast tide won't disperse. Hearing his companions shout, Hades, who was fiercely battling the Fire Wolf King, was anxious beyond measure. He knew the reason. The beast tide persisted was because of the Fire Wolf King. It was very likely the leader of this beast tide. If the Fire Wolf King didn't die, the beast tide wouldn't stop. But the problem was, he couldn't kill the Fire Wolf King, he was at a disadvantage. Throughout the fight, killing the Fire Wolf King was nothing but a pipe dream. Hades could only stomp his feet in frustration. In contrast, on the other side, Man Ray was effortlessly making progress. Ding! Killed a green python, gained 20 gold coins. Ding! Discovered a collectible drop, do you want to pick it up? Ding! Killed a swift wind wolf, gained 18 gold coins. In less than 10 minutes, Man Ray had slain 5 beasts, earning over 100 gold coins, and picked up 4 glowing orbs, 3 physical attribute orbs and 1 mental attribute orb. His stats quietly underwent a transformation. Host * Man Ray. Race * human. Wealth * 108 gold coins. Physical strength * apprentice warrior, 20/100. Mental strength * ordinary person, 5 out of 10. Mana * 0, 0/10. Magic * fireball spell. His physical strength had skyrocketed from an initial 0.5 to 20, a 40-fold increase. His mental strength had also risen from 1 to 5, a 5-fold increase. His wealth had reached a staggering 108 gold coins. This was no small amount. Bear in mind, the monthly living expenses for an ordinary villager in the Beast Village were just a few gold coins. 108 gold coins could sustain them for 2 to 3 years. In just over 10 minutes, I've grown so much stronger. This system is insane. Monray couldn't help but laugh aloud, feeling the almost explosive power surging within him. With such an overpowered cheat, it's impossible not to dominate. Suddenly, a scream echoed. Hades was knocked back, crashing heavily into the city wall and creating a large hole. His chest was scorched black, his clothes ablaze, clearly hit by a fireball. Captain! Captain, are you alright? Captain, how are you holding up? The sudden turn of events terrified the guards. The captain was a level 2 warrior, yet he'd been injured by a level 1 magical beast, utterly unbelievable. Roar! The Fire Wolf King moved gracefully towards Hades, flames gathering in its mouth, forming another fireball. It was preparing for a fatal strike to completely defeat Hades. Captain! Protect the captain! Damn beast, stay away from the captain! The guards, panicking and enraged, charged towards the Fire Wolf King. Stay back! Don't come over! Hades shouted hoarsely. Leave me be. Focus on your duties and don't let the beast tide breach the walls. Captain! The guard's eyes burned with fury. Are you disobeying my orders now? Struggling to his feet, Hades yelled, hold the walls. Leave this beast to me. Captain! Their eyes were red with emotion, but no one dared defy his command. Hades held immense authority in the beast village. No one dared challenge him. You beast, come at me if you dare. Hades snarled, pointing his greatsword at the Fire Wolf King, his face twisted in rage. Roar! The Fire Wolf King growled lowly, spitting out a fireball. Come on, beast! I'm not afraid of you. Gripping his greatsword tightly, Hades faced the oncoming fireball with steely determination. At this point, I can only fight with all I've got. Boom! The fireball hurtled towards him, about to make impact. Just then, a fireball shot out from an angle, precisely colliding with the Fire Wolf King's attack. The two fireballs exploded on contact, the deafening blast echoing through the air. Flames soared, sparks scattered, and dust filled the surroundings in chaotic disarray. What just happened? Hades froze. The guards were equally stunned. The Fire Wolf King was shocked as well. A fireball? Where did that come from? Captain Hades, finish it off now. Monray's voice rang out as he pointed at the Fire Wolf King. Monray? Hades was taken aback but was instantly electrified upon seeing the blazing red flame on Monray's fingertip. Fire? You can use magic? A ball of flame danced on Monray's fingertip, exuding a terrifying heat that everyone could feel. Captain Hades, take down the Fire Wolf King and stop the beast tide first. Monray understood Hades' feelings, but there was no time for explanations now. The priority was to eliminate the Fire Wolf King and halt the beast tide. Hades nodded heavily. You're right. Let's deal with this beast first. You attack from behind with magic to disrupt its movements, and I'll engage it head-on. Together, we'll take it down. With that, he gritted his teeth, summoning his last reserves of strength, and charged forward. This time, Captain Hades saw a glimmer of hope for victory. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he dashed towards the Fire Wolf King, his greatsword slashing downward with all his might, aiming straight for its head. Roar! The Fire Wolf King growled, digging its claws into the ground in an attempt to retreat. Retreat! In the past, it could easily leap away, shooting fireballs while dodging and attacking. But this time, just as the Fire Wolf King leaped, a fireball cut through the air and directly hit its belly. Boom! The fireball exploded. The flames burned fiercely like a grenade. Awah! The Fire Wolf King howled miserably, arching its back. A great opportunity. Captain Hades' eyes lit up, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot, he shot forward like lightning. His great sword, glowing faintly yellow, plunged in fiercely. Squelched blood spurted as the Fire Wolf King howled in agony. Another strike. Boom! One sword pierced through the Fire Wolf King's throat. The powerful level 2 magical beast collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Captain Hades staggered, almost losing his balance, but his face was filled with excitement as he looked up and laughed heartily. His laughter echoed through the village entrance, reaching everyone's ears. Dead? The Fire Wolf is dead. The captain killed the Fire Wolf King. That's fantastic. Everyone erupted in wild joy. Phew! Finally, it's dead. Monroe exhaled deeply, his mood completely relaxed. But when he glanced at his attribute panel, his wealth column was empty, and he couldn't help but stop smiling. 108 gold coins, all gone. And all I got were 5 fireballs. Truly a money burner. Monroe clicked his tongue but concluded, still, taking down the Firewolf was worth it. With the Fire Wolf King dead, the impact on the beast tide was immense. The beast's frenzy and aggression gradually faded, their fighting spirit shattered, and they began to retreat. The beast tide always worked this way. Once the leader fell, the remaining beasts scattered like a disbanded army, unwilling to fight anymore. After all, most of the beasts were forced into the fray by their leader. Once the leader died, their first instinct was to flee. And indeed, this proved true. The once mad and ferocious beast tide retreated like waves, disappearing completely within minutes, leaving behind only corpses, wreckage, and blood. Retreated? The beast tide retreated? The beast tide finally retreated. On the city wall, cheers erupted. Some roared in excitement, their faces flushed as they waved their great swords, others collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The beast tide had retreated, they had won. Captain, are you all right? Several guard members jumped down from the city wall, helping Captain Hades up, their eyes filled with concern and admiration. I'm fine. Captain Hades shook his head, but his gaze fell on Monroe. Little Monroe, we owe it to you. Without you, today could have been truly dangerous. But you hit it well. I didn't even know you were a mage. Monroe is a mage. Hearing this, the guard members turned to look at Monroe, their expressions completely changed. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Compared to martial arts, magic required much greater talent. Martial arts could be practiced by most people with basic physical fitness. But magic was different. It demanded extraordinarily strict talent. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 had magical aptitude. Thus, mages were far rarer than warriors. Rarity equated to value. Mages had become the nobility among the strong, synonymous with prestige, mystery, and power. Legends of mages abounded across the continent, but most people went their entire lives without seeing a real mage. So when everyone looked at Monroe now, their eyes held newfound respect. No matter what he had been before, as long as he displayed the power of a mage, the aura of mystery and nobility enveloped him, and no one dared to underestimate him. I can only cast a fireball spell. Monroe scratched his head. He knew his own situation. He wasn't an official mage, at least not yet. That's already impressive. The beast tide had ended. The elderly, the infirm, and the women emerged from the shelters to begin post-disaster cleanup, treat the injured, dispose of the beast corpses, and repair the city walls. Everything proceeded methodically. For the magical beast village, which relied on forest resources for survival, a beast tide was a disaster but often also a great opportunity. After each beast tide, large numbers of beast corpses were left behind. Fresh meat could be used as food. Furs could be made into clothing and armor. Excess goods could be exchanged for salt, spices, ironware, and other daily necessities. This time, no one had died in the beast tide. It was an enormous harvest. Every household received a generous share of fresh meat, and the villagers' faces were filled with happy smiles. This much food will last us a long time. Monroe carried a large wild boar back to his simple hut. It would sustain him for the next few days. Today, he planned to treat himself. Chop wood, light a fire, roast meat. Half an hour later, the golden, glossy roast meat emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Monroe couldn't help but swallow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Food shortages had always been a major problem in the village. For someone like him, parentless, weak, and unable to work, he could only survive on the village's food distribution. Surviving was one thing, but being well-fed was another. Today, he could finally eat his fill. After a long wait, the roast meat was finally done. Monroe couldn't resist any longer and grabbed the golden brown pork knuckle, biting into it hungrily. Delicious. Hunger made everything taste better. The roast meat had only a little coarse salt for seasoning, but Monroe devoured it with oil dripping from his mouth and drool flowing freely. Dining alone? Captain Hades appeared at some point. Holding a wine pot in his hand, he was happily drinking. Captain Hades, why are you here? Monroe put down the pork knuckle, his mouth shiny with grease, looking a bit disheveled. I've got nothing to do, so I wandered over here. Come, have a taste. Captain Hades tossed the wine pot to Monroe and grabbed a piece of roasted meat, taking big bites. Not bad, this roasted meat smells delicious. Wine. The aroma wafting from the wine pot made Monroe's throat dry. In the small and resource-scarce village of Warcraft, wine, like books, was a rare luxury. Ordinary people couldn't afford to drink it. Gulp, gulp. So spicy. The wine was spicy and astringent, with a terrible taste, even worse than the cheapest spirits. Monroe was a bit disdainful but still took a few sips. Ever since he crossed over a month ago, he had been drinking cold water and eating dried meat every day, almost to the point of vomiting. Now that there was finally wine, how could he not drink it? Drink slower, don't finish it all in one go. Captain Hades scolded with a laugh.
This wine cost me a gold coin from a passing caravan.
There's only this one pot, and once it's gone, it's gone. Got it.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 rounds of meat, the two finished off the better part of a wild boar. Leaning against the doorframe, Captain Hades and Man Ray chatted casually, the atmosphere relaxed and carefree. Man Ray, you have magical talent, you must make good use of it. This is your chance to change your fate, and you absolutely can't miss it.
Hades' gaze was profound. I used to be a soldier and have been to many places.
I'm arguably the most knowledgeable person in our village.
Man Ray nodded silently. Most people can't learn magic because they never have access to the methods of cultivation. Moreover, practicing magic also requires talent.
Without magical talent, even if you acquire the cultivation methods, you can't become a true mage. Captain Hades stared at Man Ray, his eyes full of astonishment.
And you, without us even realizing, silently became a mage.
This likely means you have incredible magical talent. Captain Hades could no longer find the right words to describe this unbelievable event.
Was it incredible? Shocking? Admirable? One thing was certain: Man Ray undoubtedly possessed extraordinary magical talent, an invaluable gift that countless people dream of but never acquire. Do I really have magical talent? Man Ray felt uneasy. Man Ray, remember. You must seize this opportunity.
Hades burped, speaking with a hint of drunkenness.
You should.
No, our village belongs to the Fire Dragon Kingdom, which, in turn, is a kingdom under the Dragon God Empire.
Man Ray nodded silently.
The Sky Continent was a world of multiple coexisting races. Among them, the 4 most powerful and ancient intelligent races were dragons, titans, elves, and orcs.
These
4 groups occupied most of the continent's land and established the 4 great empires that had ruled for millennia: the Dragon God Empire, the Titan Empire, the Elf Empire, and the Orc Empire. The Dragon God Empire was located in the eastern part of the continent, bordered by the endless deep sea to the east and the Warcraft Mountains to the west. It governed 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies, forming a vast empire ruled by dragons,
and home to many races.
Dragons had powerful physiques and were skilled in dragon magic, making them one of the
strongest races on the continent. However, their bloodline was so strong that their fertility rate was extremely low.
Hades' voice grew heavy. Throughout the Dragon God Empire, the number of pure-blooded dragons is very scarce. To facilitate governance, the empire implements a 4-tier class system.
4-tier class system? Man Ray's interest was piqued.
Yes, the 4-tier class system.
Hades smiled bitterly. These 4 classes represent different social statuses and determine different legal treatments and obligations.
The first tier is the pure-blooded dragons. Born noble, they are granted the title of Imperial Marquis at birth, not only owning vast lands but also enjoying privileges that ordinary people can't even dream of.
First tier, pure-blooded dragons. Born noble, Marquis by birth. Man Ray silently digested this information and continued to ask, what about the second tier? Which race does it include?
The second tier is the Dragonkin, Hades said in a low tone.
Dragons have strong natural instincts.
To make up for their low fertility rate, pure-blooded dragons interbreed with other races to produce offspring with dragon bloodlines.
These offspring are the Dragonkin. Dragonkin are divided into 2 types, Draconians and dragon beasts. Man Ray was speechless, his mind conjuring strange images: a dragon riding a wild boar, giving birth to a dragon boar? Riding a wild horse, huh? Dragon horse? Riding a human? Forget it, Draconians it is. Dragonkin inherit many dragon traits.
Some are physically strong, while others excel in dragon magic.
Combined with their
large numbers, they form the backbone of the Dragon God Empire.
80% of the empire's nobility are Dragonkin. And the third tier? Man Ray pressed on. The third tier is us, human nobles, Hades sighed.
In the Dragon God Empire, the majority of the population is actually human, making up 90%.
While most humans are weak and lowly, spending their entire lives unable to access magic or combat energy and remaining as 4th-tier commoners, there are always a few talented individuals who emerge. They find ways to master combat energy and magic, eventually becoming strong.
On this continent where strength determines heroes, strength is a symbol of status.
Powerful humans can also be valued by the Empire and become nobles. The most famous among them is the Snow Sword Saint, Lord Garin Bonaparte.
Mentioning Garin Bonaparte, Hades' eyes were full of admiration and reverence. His legend resounds across the entire
continent.
He is Garin Bonaparte, the hero and pride of all humanity.
He inspires generations of young humans. Garin Bonaparte? Man Ray nodded lightly. This name is almost a household name, even 3-year-old children know it. He is the strongest human warrior in the Dragon God Empire and also the highest-ranking human representative. Of course, the fourth level is us ordinary people. Haters said, ordinary humans have low status, are exploited, receive no legal protection, and must bear heavy obligations. According to imperial law, all ordinary humans aged 16 must fulfill their mandatory service. You can choose to join the army, mine in the mountains, or become a noble slave or guard. This is the fate of fourth-class citizens, and it is the reality for ordinary people like us. If I remember correctly, you're 15, right? At 16, you must fulfill your mandatory service. Joining the army, mining, becoming a slave, or a guard. This law sounds so unfair, completely exploiting ordinary people. If any country on earth dared to do this, they would have been overthrown long ago. Unfortunately, this is the Sky Continent, a world where force determines everything. Mandatory service at 16? Mundray frowned. As a clear-minded person, he would never accept such an absurd law, forcing him to serve, no way. Captain Haters, what if someone doesn't want to serve? Service is the responsibility of every ordinary person. Haters shook his head, unless you're a noble, a third level or higher magician, or a fourth level or higher warrior. These three groups don't have to serve? Mundray's eyes lit up, so, as long as I become a third level magician or a fourth level warrior within a year, I can avoid service? That's right. But it's very difficult. Haters shook his head, I don't know much about magic, so I can't comment. But trying to become a fourth level warrior in a year is simply impossible. That hard? Mundray frowned. As hard as climbing to the heavens. Battle energy cultivation is about training the body and accumulating strength. Without external help, each stage takes a long time. Haters smiled bitterly. When I joined the army, it took me 6 years to become a first-level warrior, and then nearly 10 years of hard training to barely become a second-level warrior. 16 years in total. Do you think you can reach level 4 in 1 year? Mundray was shocked. It took you 16 years to become a second-level warrior? Yes, 16 years. Haters nodded. Of course, I have poor talent. Your magic talent is good, so it should be faster. I've heard of some genius magicians who become masters in just a few years. For example, students of our Fire Dragon Kingdom's Magic Academy must graduate at a minimum of level 4. Magic? Do I have magic talent? Mundray felt uncertain. His ability to use Fireball was entirely due to the system's cheat, not his talent. Captain Haters, where can I learn magic? Magic Academy. Haters patted Mundray's shoulder. There's a Magic Academy in the capital city. It's early August now, and enrollment is coming soon. If you want to study magic, you can give it a try. If you can get into the academy, your life will completely change. After graduation, even if you don't necessarily become a noble, you can become a respected magician, and your status and strength will increase hundreds of times. Mundray nodded silently. With the system, he was confident he could change his fate. But relying solely on the system wasn't enough. He needed to leave the mountains and understand the world. Going to the Magic Academy to study was a good choice. There, he could encounter people and things that were currently out of reach and learn truly useful magic. Broaden his horizons. Learn magic. But the prerequisite was he must have magic talent. It seems you've made up your mind. Good. Mundray saw the satisfaction on Hater's face and felt a sense of reassurance. 1 month later, I'll take you to the capital. But the magic test costs 10 gold coins. You'll need to prepare that yourself. 10 gold coins? That's too expensive. The beast tide had significantly impacted Monster Village. Besides a shortage of meat, a caravan arrived in the village the next day. They traded beast hides and scales for salt and wine. The adults were busy bargaining with the caravan, while the children played around the wagons, making the usually quiet Monster Village lively. Mundray sold a few pieces of beast hide and exchanged them for some salt. He actually wanted to trade for some wine, but it was ridiculously expensive. A few pieces of hide couldn't even get a single bottle. The good news was that amidst the crowd and activity, he managed to collect several physical attribute orbs that had fallen. After fusing them, his physical attributes increased by 5 points, a pleasant surprise. The caravan left after a 1-day stay. After finishing his dinner, Mundray rested early. The next day, he packed some smoked meat and ventured alone into the monster forest. This was a decision he had thought through carefully. The pickup system was an excellent tool for leveling up, but staying home wouldn't yield many attribute orbs. He had to take initiative. Moreover, the magic test required 10 gold coins, and he had no money at all. Without money, What are you testing? No matter what, you can't sit idly by. Of course, if he had a choice, Monray wouldn't want to take risks alone. However, after the beast tide, every household had stored food, and the guard team didn't need to go hunting for the time being. So, he had to go by himself. As a villager living on the edge of the forest, Monray was no stranger to the beast forest. He knew which areas were safe and which were absolutely off-limits. There were many creatures in the beast forest, but the outskirts were mainly wild animals. As long as he stayed on the outskirts, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Leaving the village, a dense forest stretched out before him. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees, and the air carried a damp and decaying smell. It was eerily quiet, with occasional beastly roars echoing like wails from hell, sending chills down his spine. He couldn't afford to be careless. If you don't want to be ordinary, you have to fight for it. The road to becoming stronger starts now. Monray took a deep breath, his eyes resolute, and plunged into the forest without looking back. The dense foliage blocked most of the sunlight. Through the scattered rays, he saw walnut-sized ants marching in long lines, caterpillars slowly crawling on the trees, and earthworms wriggling on the ground, exposing their red bodies. Everything before him was incredibly novel. Crunch, a crisp sound came from under his foot. Monray looked down and saw that he had crushed a palm-sized white maggot. Ding. Killed one white line maggot, gained 2 copper coins, You can even earn copper coins like this? Towering ancient trees and dense bushes filled the forest, fraught with danger at every turn. Forget about the powerful magical beasts deep inside even. The small wild creatures on the outskirts were dangerous. A tiny venomous spider or an inconspicuous snake could take Monray's life. Caution was key. Rustle, rustle, the bushes ahead suddenly shook. Monray's eyes lit up. He pushed aside the foliage and saw 2 pig-like beasts. They were about the size of ordinary wild boars but entirely green, with tails resembling scorpions. The tail tips glowed green, clearly venomous. Wow, scorpion-tail green pigs. What luck! Monray's eyes sparkled as he licked his lips. This kind of pork was delicious and favored by the nobles. One could sell for 3 to 5 gold coins. With 2 of them, he could gather enough money for the magic test. Monray raised the borrowed dagger and quietly approached. The 2 scorpion-tail green pigs were completely unaware, with one mounting the other, its tail swaying constantly, busy with, reproductive activities. Then, nothing. For the sake of continuing their species, they gave their lives. They died honorably and meaningfully, it was worth it. Ding. Killed 2 scorpion-tail green pigs, gained 8 gold coins, The system notification sounded right on time. Monray opened his palm, revealing 8 shiny gold coins as the reward for hunting the 2 scorpion-tail green pigs. My cheat ability is incredible. The money I earn can be directly withdrawn. Monray weighed the coins in his hand. Feeling their solid, substantial weight, they were undoubtedly real gold. He then stored the coins back in the system. Not only could he withdraw gold coins, but he could also store them. This was the power of the strongest loot system, extremely convenient. It meant he didn't have to be like other hunters, carrying heavy prey around. It saved him a lot of effort and allowed him to keep hunting without pause. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only regret was that no light orbs had dropped. Monray shook his head, feeling a little greedy. Compared to gold coins, he was more eager for attribute light orbs, those would enhance his power. Onward. Crunch, crunch, Monray moved several kilometers forward when an eerie sound reached his ears. He parted the jungle foliage and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The forest's dense vegetation limited both visibility and sunlight, but through the dappled shadows, Monray could make out a massive creature lying ahead. A giant python, as thick as a barrel and about 30 meters long, was coiled up, its mouth engulfing a black tiger the size of a bull. The python's body was dark green, and its mouth opened to nearly 180 degrees. The tiger's head was already halfway inside. By all logic, the black tiger was doomed to be its dinner. If such a giant python appeared on Earth, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Monray swallowed hard, hesitation flashing in his eyes. This python was huge. If he could defeat it, the rewards would undoubtedly be tremendous. But the problem was, could he defeat it? After some thought, Monray decided to give up. The creature was too dangerous. Even from a distance, he could feel its ferocity and chilling aura. He had no confidence in winning. Given that, retreating was the best option, survival came first. Ding. Drop items detected. Collect, *. At that moment, the system's cold voice sounded. Man squinted and spotted light orbs behind the giant python. Not just one, but four, two white ones, one silver, and one green. Collect them! Collect them now! Man shouted in his heart. Too far to collect. What? It's only 10 meters away.
Man complained, pushing through the bushes and cautiously approaching. Life was precious, but since he had seen the light orbs, the risk was worth it.
Asterisk ding. Fusion successful. Host's physique +5, asterisk. Asterisk ding. Fusion, asterisk. Success. Host's spirit +2. Ding.
Fusion successful, the host has acquired level 1 magic, Thorn Vine. A warm current surged
into his body, rapidly strengthening his physique.
A cold sensation rushed into his brain, making his thoughts sharper.
Man couldn't care about anything else, his eyes were fixed on the newly learned magic. Level 1 magic, Thorn Vine? Wait, magic? He couldn't help but glance at the giant serpent, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ordinary beasts wouldn't drop magic, not even the lowest level of magic.
This meant that the dark green serpent in front of him was actually a magical beast. A shiver ran down Man spine. At that moment, the serpent also noticed his presence.
Its cold, piercing snake eyes locked onto him. Run! Without hesitation, Man turned and dashed away.
Unfortunately, he was still a step too late.
Squelch! Squelch!
Dark green vines rapidly crawled toward him.
The vines
were covered in sharp thorns, glinting with a chilling light. Man knew that if he got entangled, these thorn vines would be deadly if not fatal, then severely injurious. In a critical moment, Man mustered all his strength and jumped. Like a spring-loaded figure, he leaped high into the air, directly out of the range of the thorn vines, and disappeared into the thicket.
Hiss, hiss. The dark green serpent stared fixedly in the direction Man vanished, motionless, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Phew! Man leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He had just narrowly escaped death, reacting quickly to dodge. Disaster.
Luckily, the serpent had been preoccupied with its meal, otherwise, he would have already become its
dinner.
At his current strength, he was no match for a magical beast. This magical beast forest was far too perilous. He had barely entered and already encountered a magical beast.
Might it be even more dangerous deeper inside? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Man grew increasingly tense.
The magical beast forest was far more hazardous than he had imagined. He had to be exceptionally cautious.
Kill it! Take down that creature! Roar! Roar!
Suddenly, the sounds of intense combat reached his ears.
Man body
shuddered, and he immediately perked up to listen carefully.
Someone was fighting. Judging by the sounds, it seemed like
a group of people were besieging a magical beast.
Man eyes lit up. The more people involved in a fight, the richer
the rewards that might drop. The stronger they were, the better the items they might drop.
Should he go take a look? After hesitating for a second, Man decided to go and join the excitement. The scene before him left him stunned. A massive blood-red spider, a full 4 meters tall, wielding its 8 legs like iron spears, defending itself tightly. Surrounding it were 4 humans, 3 men and 1 woman.
The men charged forward, brandishing their weapons and battling the giant spider, while the woman stood at the rear, holding a magic wand and chanting an incomprehensible spell.
Ding! Loot detected. Would you like to pick it up?
This blood-red spider was a level 2 magical beast called the Blood Jade Demon Spider.
Its entire body was covered in needle-like spikes, and its
6 eyes, as large as grapefruits, were fierce and violent. In the outer forest, a level 2 magical beast like the Blood Jade Demon Spider was
a domineering presence that few dared provoke.
But today, it had encountered trouble.
The 4 humans were no pushovers. The 3 men tightly surrounded it, launching relentless attacks.
The woman used her magic wand to summon lightning, forming a threatening presence over its head.
Roar!
Sensing the danger posed by the lightning above, the Blood Jade Demon Spider roared in fury.
Its 8 legs, like
springs, suddenly propelled it upward, leaping straight toward the spellcasting woman, intending to disrupt her magic.
Protect Allison!
A burly man swung his giant axe at one of the spider's legs. A metallic clang echoed, sparks flying, but the spider's legs were incredibly tough and remained
unscathed.
Although the spider was struck, its movements paused for half a second.
At that moment, the lightning above finally condensed into a thick, dazzling electric serpent. Thunder serpents dance.
The woman shouted sharply, pointing her magic wand downward.
Crack!
A bolt of lightning struck fiercely.
Crackle!
The Blood Jade Demon Spider convulsed all over from the electric shock, as if it were on a stimulant, and unexpectedly started performing
the Zargos step dance. A great opportunity.
The three men launched their strongest attacks without hesitation.
Crack, boom, squelch. Three fatal strikes simultaneously hit the spider's vital points.
The spider let out a miserable scream instantly, collapsed to the ground, and fell silent.
So powerful. Mundray, hiding in the shadows, witnessed the entire scene and was too shocked to speak.
This blood jade demon spider was terrifying, the lightning bolt from above was even sharper, and the three
men's attacks were simply explosive.
All of this made Mundray feel the immense power of this world and deeply realize his
own insignificance. If only I were this strong. He sighed, and just then, the system's cold voice sounded, ding. Detected. Dropped items, would you like to pick them up? Pick up. Ding. Fusion successful, hosts physique +6. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts physique +4. Ding. Fusion successful, hosts spirit +3. Ding. Fusion successful, obtained meditation technique. As
a series of notification sounds rang out, a familiar warm current and icy sensation simultaneously surged in, beginning to
strengthen Mundray's body and spirit. But his attention was immediately drawn to the last acquired meditation technique. Meditation technique? What is this?
Mundray's curiosity was overwhelming, and he immediately checked the information.
As soon as he read it, he was so excited he almost jumped up. A mage's cultivation mainly relies on two aspects. One is absorbing magical
elements from the world and converting them into magic power, and the other is enhancing spiritual strength.
Both steps must be completed through meditation.
In other words, without meditation, one cannot absorb magic power or enhance spiritual
strength.
To become a true mage, one must at least learn to meditate.
But Mundray had never had this skill before. This was practically a lifeline.
With the meditation technique, I can actively refine magic power.
Mundray was thrilled. Relying on the
system to pick up magic light orbs could only happen under specific circumstances, with very few opportunities and full of
uncertainty. Learning to meditate was completely different. He could control the source of magic power himself. Mundray glanced
at the four people and decided to slip away while he had the chance, to find a safe place to try out the newly learned meditation
technique. Who's there? Unexpectedly, the nearest woman suddenly turned her head, waved her magic wand, and a thumbthick lightning bolt struck a small tree in front of Mundray. Crack! The small tree was split in half, its cut almost charred. Oh, my God!
Mundray was so frightened he fell to the ground, his face pale with terror.
Allison, what's going on?
There's
someone over there. The four people quickly turned their attention to Mundray. Who are you? Sneaking around here, what are you up to? The burly man holding a giant axe frowned and asked in a heavy voice.
The other three also stared at Mundray intently,
their expressions wary. The magical beast forest was full of dangers. Magical beasts were terrifying, but even more dangerous were untrustworthy people.
They had just been in a fierce battle with a magical beast, and if someone took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the consequences would be unimaginable.
I'm from a nearby village. Mundray trembled with fear.
I heard the sounds of your fight and came to check out of curiosity, that's all.
A villager? I don't sense any combat aura from him. Allison, can you sense any magic fluctuations? None. Seems like he's just an ordinary villager. The four finally relaxed. The burly man shouted angrily, you've got some nerve. A little brat like you, daring to venture into the magical beast forest alone, are you looking to die? Get back home quickly, this is no place for you. The female mage, Allison, kindly reminded him.
She wasn't particularly beautiful, with some freckles on her face, but she was tall and her curvaceous
figure was evident even in her mage robe.
These four guys probably don't have bad intentions, Mundray thought to himself.
After
all, although he was just a boy under 15, his experience in his previous life had given him decent judgment of character. He could tell that these four were quite young, likely students from a magic academy. He could tell from the badges on their chests. Since they aren't bad people, could I follow them? Only by following them can I continue to pick up the magic light orbs.
Why not give it a try?
Thinking this, Mundray put on a pitiful look, squeezed out some tears, and said with a tearful face,
I got lost and can't find my way home.
Lost? The four looked at each other and frowned.
Finally, it was Allison who spoke. He's all alone and looks quite pitiful. Why not take him with us? The magic beast forest is too dangerous. That doesn't seem like a good idea, the skinny young man with a dagger frowned and said. The magic beast forest is so dangerous. And our mission this time is to deal with magical beasts. Taking him along would just be a burden for us. I'm not a burden. I'm very strong. Boom! Several wide white lightning bolts suddenly struck down from the cliff, hitting the pool below, directly, splashing countless water droplets. The pool was crystal clear, surrounded by dense trees, and the scenery was breathtaking. A crocodile about 10 meters long lay on the sandy shore of the pool, leisurely basking in the sun, its eyelids half closed, breathing steadily, completely relaxed. Crack! Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm descended from the sky, striking the crocodile accurately. The massive body immediately convulsed violently, as if injected with a stimulant. Action! 3 burly men jumped out of the bushes, rushing toward the convulsing crocodile. Milo, block its path. Don't let it get into the pool. Once it gets into the water, it'll be a huge problem. Yale, Bobby, flank it from both sides and hold it off. Understood. Got it. The female mage Allison began chanting, preparing to cast a spell. Yes, this was the same group of 4 adventurers Mundray had encountered before. This time, they had a new lost member, Mundray. Another battle is about to begin. Mundray hid in the bushes, watching Allison and the others engage in another fierce fight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the 3rd battle he had witnessed since joining the team. The first time, they faced 8 iron fire ants. Iron fire ants are level 1 fire attribute magical beasts, incredibly strong, with bodies as hard as iron. A group of iron fire ants can easily take down an ordinary level 2 magical beast, making them quite formidable. The second time, they fought swamp poison frogs. Swamp poison frogs are level 2 water attribute magical beasts. In addition to water magic, they can release poison and sonic attacks, making them highly versatile and extremely troublesome. The third time, they faced chrysanthemum sky pigs. Chrysanthemum sky pigs are level 2 earth attribute magical beasts, skilled in earth magic. Their farts are unbearably stinky, capable of knocking out ordinary beasts. While not too difficult to deal with, they are particularly disgusting. As it turned out, Mundray's choice was correct. Watching 3 intense battles was not only as thrilling as watching a blockbuster movie but also incredibly rewarding. His stats had all improved. Host, Mundray race, human wealth, 239 gold. Coins physique, apprentice warrior, 75 out of 100, spirit, ordinary person, 9/10, magic power, ordinary person, 7/10, magic, fireball. Thorn vine, water bubble. His physique, spirit, and magic power had all significantly improved, and he had learned a new spell, water bubble. Although it's just a level 1 spell, it's still magic and quite valuable. As for the 239 gold coins, it was because Mundray delivered the fatal blow to 2 iron fire ants. Ahem, Mundray didn't have the ability to kill the iron fire ants himself, but when they were beaten half to death, he delivered the final strike. The system counted it as his kill and rewarded him with 200 gold coins. This was a loophole in the system, an unexpected gain. What good stuff will I get this time? With the experience of the previous battles, Mundray was full of anticipation for today's fight. According to Allison and the others, the crocodile in front of them was actually a water pool violent salamander. This creature has a trace of water dragon bloodline, a strong body, and is skilled in water magic, making it a very formidable level 2 magical beast. Especially when fighting near the pool, it has the advantage of both time and place, making it hard to defeat. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? The best time to find good stuff is right after a big battle. What will drop this time? Quick! Pick it up! Ding! Fusion successful, hosts physique +8. Wow, another boost in physique. With this enhancement, Mundray's strength has reached a new level. My physique has now reached 83 points, almost breaking the 100-point threshold. Breaking 100 means becoming a level 1 warrior. Although a level 1 warrior is only 1 rank higher than an apprentice warrior, the strength gap is immense. Mundray couldn't wait to become a level 1 warrior. Boom! On the other side, the battle was extremely intense. The swamp thunder lizard looked bulky, but its movements were surprisingly agile. Its sturdy limbs moved swiftly, and combined with its powerful tail, the 3 of them could hardly gain any advantage. Oh no! This creature's scales are too hard, I can't cut through them. What should we do? Think of something quickly. I can't do anything either. We can only attack its weak points.
Allison, quickly use magic to paralyze it, and I'll attack its eyes.
Got it. Allison finished chanting her spell, and a lightning dragon descended from the sky, striking the swamp thunder lizard fiercely. The lightning dragon's power was immense,
leaving a charred patch on the lizard's back where it was hit, exposing fresh blood, and causing its body to convulse.
Great opportunity.
Seizing the moment when the swamp thunder lizard was paralyzed, the small and nimble Bobby quickly rushed to
its head.
His dagger flashed coldly as he aimed for its right eye.
Die, you beast. Bobby's face was cold, full of confidence.
However, what he didn't expect was that at this critical moment, a wall of water suddenly blocked the dagger.
The dagger
pierced into the water wall, as if stabbing into cotton, and its speed slowed down instantly. The swamp thunder lizard took the
opportunity to tilt its head, avoiding the fatal blow.
The dagger grazed its eye corner, only scratching its neck, causing sparks to fly but no substantial damage.
It missed. Bobby was shocked and immediately retreated, not daring to fight head-on. Again. What a pity, such a good opportunity. If Bobby had hit, this monster would definitely be dead. Milo and the burly man, with the giant axe, Yale, were both regretful.
Missing this chance meant it would be much harder to kill the swamp thunder
lizard again, at least until Allison's magic was ready again.
And during this time, the swamp thunder lizard might become even
more dangerous. What a pity.
The tall, freckled mage Allison sighed inwardly.
However, what no one expected was that the swamp
thunder lizard suddenly let out a miserable cry, and its massive body shook violently.
What happened? Allison and the other
three were shocked as they saw a person climbing on the swamp thunder lizard's back.
That person was holding a dagger, stabbing frantically, with blood splattering everywhere. That's
Milo, Bobby, and the others widened their eyes, recognizing that
the person was Mundray.
And he was stabbing precisely at the charred wound left by the lightning dragon, exposing the fresh red
flesh. Die, you beast.
Mundray stabbed the swamp thunder lizard almost maniacally, but he wasn't stabbing randomly.
He was precisely targeting its spine.
He had watched many wilderness survival shows before and knew that severing a crocodile's spine
could easily kill it.
He wanted to see if this trick would work on the swamp thunder lizard.
This kid is crazy. Does he think the swamp thunder lizard is an iron fire ant?
The iron fire ant was just a level 1 magical beast that we easily defeated, giving him the chance to stab its back.
But the swamp thunder lizard is not so easy to deal with.
Seeing Mundray riding on the
swamp thunder lizard's back, stabbing desperately, Allison and the others were first shocked, then filled with worry. The swamp
thunder lizard was a level 2 magical beast, and with its body intact, a mere child who hadn't even fully grown up wanted
to kill it? How naive.
Their worries proved to be correct.
Despite Mundray's full effort, he still couldn't sever the swamp thunder lizard's spine.
Its scales were as hard as iron, and its bones as tough as steel, making it impossible to cut through
easily.
Instead, the intense pain on its back stimulated the swamp thunder lizard's nerves, causing the ferocious beast to
become even more violent.
A level 2 magical beast with the bloodline of a water dragon suddenly went berserk. It roared, its entire body shaking violently, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, desperately trying to throw Mundray off its back. Mundray felt the surge of violent power and knew he couldn't hold on much longer before being thrown off.
He gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "System, convert all my gold coins into physique. I need more strength." Ding, exchange successful. Host's physique plus 23. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 1 warrior.
Keep up the effort and strive for breakthroughs. A warm current, unlike anything before, surged through his body, strengthening every inch of muscle and bone. Monray felt his power soar, his entire being brimming with explosive energy. Finally, he had become a level 1 warrior. His gaze turned sharp as he fiercely stabbed the dagger in his hand toward the spine of the waterpool violent salamander. With a crisp crack, it sounded like beautiful music echoing in his ears. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck, sending Monray
flying and crashing heavily to the ground in a sorry state. Yet, he excitedly stared at the trembling waterpool violent salamander and chuckled, "Die, you beast." Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the waterpool violent salamander collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, no longer moving after hitting the ground.
Ding!
Killed one level 2 magical beast, waterpool violent
salamander, and earned 270 gold coins. The system notification sounded, and Monray let out a long breath, finally dead. I gave it my all. The water pool violent salamander was actually dead?
Allison and the other three were stunned, staring at the
corpse, their minds unable to process it. Impossible.
The water pool violent salamander is a level 2 magical beast.
Hey, kid, how did you kill it?
Monray struggled to stand up and replied with a smile, just lucky, accidentally severed its
spine, and then it died. What? You severed its spine? That's impossible.
The spine of the water pool violent salamander is
as hard as steel. How could you cut through it?
Bobby, holding a giant axe, frowned in doubt.
Bobby, Yale, and Allison all nodded in agreement.
Level 2 magical beasts are superior to level 1 magical beasts in every aspect.
While Monray killing a
level 1 magical beast was plausible, taking down the water pool violent salamander seemed far too difficult.
These guys are really hard to fool.
Monray shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves.
Bobby walked over to inspect,
and indeed found the water pool violent salamander's spine severed.
He asked in astonishment, "Kid, how did you manage this? I told you, I'm strong."
The death of the water pool violent salamander made Allison and the other three look at Monray in a new light. Their attitudes noticeably improved.
Strong individuals are respected everywhere. Although Monray was still weaker
than them, his strength was decent and worthy of attention.
Of course, this also made them more wary of Monray. After all,
they initially thought they were bringing along a weakling, but now that he had shown considerable combat ability, they had to
be more cautious. Monray noticed the subtle change but didn't care.
He had no intention of befriending them, he just wanted
to follow them to collect light clusters and earn gold coins.
Next, the group decided to take a short break, eat something, and recover their strength. After consecutive battles, everyone was a bit fatigued. The area was lush with grass and had
beautiful scenery, making it an excellent resting spot.
Skinning, cutting meat, cleaning, roasting, these were Monray's specialties. He had also brought salt and seasonings, and before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted from the grill.
Smells so good. Kid, what did you put in the meat? Wow, why does your roasted meat smell so amazing?
Allison and the other three had also roasted meat, but theirs lacked the enticing aroma of Monray's, leaving them puzzled and eager to learn his secret.
Because I used these.
Monray took out salt and seasonings and said with a smile, I prepared these before leaving the village. Try them, spread them on the meat while roasting, and the flavor will be absolutely fantastic. The four skeptically tried it but were cautious, worried that the items might be unsafe.
Seeing Monray eating heartily himself, they finally relaxed and happily smeared the seasonings on their meat.
These guys are way too cautious.
Monray shook his head, unwilling to say more. The flavor is really good. No wonder it's level 2 magical beast meat.
A delightful meal of roasted meat later, the five
resumed their journey.
In the following days, the four continued hunting level 1 and level 2 magical beasts for practice,
while Monray kept collecting dropped light clusters, silently accumulating strength.
Over the course of several days, the harvest
was abundant, and his personal attributes improved rapidly. Host, Monray race, human wealth, 916 gold coins. Physique, level
1 warrior, 126/200, spirit, magic apprentice, 13/100, mana, magic apprentice, 26 out of 100, magic skills, fireball, thorn vine, water, bubble, earthquake, wind blade, burning hands. 916 gold coins.
Physique soared to 126.
Mental strength has also made significant progress. The magic skills have also become much richer. In addition to the original fireball, thorn vine, and water bubble,
Monray has newly learned earthquake from the earth element, wind blade from the wind element, and burning hands from the fire element.
Although they are all level 1 magic, they have greatly enriched Monray's skill set.
The only headache is that
the mana reserve is still very low, only enough to cast a dozen fireballs or wind blades, and no more than that.
To increase
mana, Monray secretly tried meditating, but multiple attempts ended in failure.
The magical elements in the world? He couldn't sense them at all. After several fruitless efforts, Monray was very confused. He discussed this issue with Allison and finally concluded he has no magical talent at all. Yes, no magical talent. Only those with talent can sense magical elements.
If you can't sense them, it means you have no talent.
This made Monray very disappointed. He had originally fantasized about
Being like those protagonists in novels, with extraordinary talent, learning effortlessly, and instantly becoming powerful.
Now it seems he was overthinking it. So, do I have to rely on picking up items to increase my mana in the future? Man-Ray
felt a bit deflated, even losing the motivation to snatch kills.
How much can you gain from picking up items? Boom! A giant
beast collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, clearly beyond saving. Bobby, Milo, and Yale worked seamlessly together to successfully slay the blazing flying pig.
Ding! A dropped item has been discovered. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the level 1 magic, Ring of Fire.
Another magic skill. Man-Ray sighed. Without mana, what's the use of so many magic skills? Little Man-Ray, why are you so down?
Allison walked over with her wand. Surprised.
She usually saw Man-Ray eagerly snatching kills, so why was he so low-spirited today?
Allison, does having no magical
talent mean I can't become a mage? Man-Ray asked unwillingly. Without magical talent, of course, you can't become a mage.
Allison answered matter-of-factly. Just like Bobby and the other two, their families are well off, but they have no magical
talent, so they can't become mages either. Magical talent is a big threshold, and many people are blocked by it.
The burly
Bobby raised an eyebrow. What, little Man-Ray, you want to become a mage too? Hey, isn't that obvious? Who doesn't want to be a mage? Milo teased with a laugh. Yale nodded in agreement. In the Sky Continent, who wouldn't want to wield magic?
Unfortunately, without talent, it could only remain a dream.
Man-Ray forced a bitter smile and said no more. Let's move on.
Little
Man-Ray, the next magical beast's kill is yours, don't forget to collect it. Man-Ray, don't take it too hard. You're strong. Naturally suited for practicing battle aura. Be a warrior like me, magic isn't for you. Ha, well said. The group joked as they set off again. After spending a few days together, the trio's wariness of Man-Ray gradually faded, and their relationship became closer, even joking around.
Encouraged by Bobby and the others, Man-Ray's mood gradually improved.
After walking
a few kilometers, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky.
Roar!
The sound was as loud as an exploding bomb, making everyone's ears buzz and their faces contort in pain.
What's going on? Could a high-level magical beast have wandered to the forest's edge? Everyone was both shocked and terrified. Such a sound could only come from a high-level magical beast. With their current strength, encountering one would mean certain death. Look at the sky! Bobby suddenly shouted. Everyone looked
up and immediately trembled all over, as if they had seen a ghost. In the distant sky, a massive beast over 100 meters
long was hovering.
It had a dragon-like body, eagle-like wings, and a lion-like head, pointed ears, claws as sharp as bull horns, shimmering golden light, its entire body covered in scales, with a fierce appearance and massive size.
The strangest thing was that its wings didn't move, yet it hovered in the air, flying effortlessly, completely different from ordinary flying. Magical beasts. Could this be the legendary Holy Domain magical beast, the Golden Flame Dragon Griffin?
Allison bit her lip, her
body trembling slightly, blurting out.
Bobby, Milo, and Yale were also shaking with fear, their eyes filled with terror.
A dragon's body, eagle's wings, lion's head, and it can fly in the air. Bobby swallowed hard.
This must be the Holy Domain magical beast, the Golden Flame Dragon Griffin. My God, aren't Holy Domain magical beasts supposed to stay in the center of the
magical beast forest? Why is it here? Milo asked in disbelief. A Holy Domain magical beast? My God! Man-Ray stared unblinkingly
at the massive creature in the sky, his breathing quickened. He had spent quite some time on the Sky Continent, and recently, with Allison and the others, he had learned many secrets about this world.
For instance, the power levels.
Whether warriors, mages, or other races in magical beasts, their strength ranged from level 1 to level 9, with level 1 being the weakest,
and level 9 the strongest.
A level 1 warrior had enhanced strength and agility, a level 9 warrior moved swiftly and could attack
from a distance. Beyond level 9 was the legendary Holy Domain.
The Holy Domain was mysterious, a legendary existence capable of controlling the heavens and earth, flying freely, with infinite lifespan and terrifying destructive power.
The Holy Domain
represented the pinnacle of this world, akin to a nuclear bomb superpower.
This Golden Flame Dragon Griffin was the king among Holy Domain magical beasts. It combined the traits of a dragon, lion, and eagle, possessing dragon bloodline, making it a top-tier existence even among Holy Domain magical beasts. Look over there. Yale suddenly widened his eyes, pointing into the distance. Mundray turned his head and was instantly stunned. In front of the golden flame dragon griffin floated two small figures. Compared to the giant beast, they were tiny, but in reality, they were about the size of ordinary humans. One was an old man, the other a young girl. The old man wore a purple mage's robe, his face ruddy, his expression gentle. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, with bright eyes and delicate features, resembling an elf. The wind howled past, but the two were surrounded by a layer of purple shield, crackling with electricity, completely unaffected by the wind. Humans? Allison and the other three gaped, utterly stunned. Human warriors and mages could only fly freely like birds upon reaching the Holy Domain level. Of course, wind mages were an exception. The old man and the young girl stood mid-air, surrounded by a lightning shield, clearly Holy Domain lightning mages. You lowly humans dare challenge the great Carlos. What exactly are you trying to do? The vast sky roared with fierce winds. The massive golden flame dragon griffin stood proudly in the air, its lion eyes burning with fury, as if it wanted to devour all living beings. As a Holy Domain magical beast, it rarely encountered anyone daring to provoke it. But today, two ordinary humans had dared to trespass into its territory, an immense insult. The golden flame dragon griffin was seething with rage, the consequences unimaginable. Golden flame dragon griffin, I mean no harm in coming here. The old man in the purple robe spoke, his voice gentle, like a kind grandfather. This is my granddaughter. In a few days, she'll turn 16, and I want to give her a birthday gift. You lowly human, what exactly are you trying to say? The golden flame dragon griffin roared thunderously. My granddaughter is extraordinarily gifted, proficient in both wind and fire magic, with spiritual power 38 times that of her peers. The old man smiled and said, and you, golden flame dragon griffin, are a Holy Domain magical beast of both wind and fire elements. I hope you can form a contract with my granddaughter and become her magical companion. Form a contract? Become her magical companion? These words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Did I hear that wrong? Someone exclaimed. To make a dignified Holy Domain magical beast a little girl's magical companion? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Taming a Holy Domain magical beast, such a thing only exists in legends. Allison, Bobby, Milo, and Yale were all stunned, staring intently at the purple-robed elder standing in the sky, their faces full of disbelief. A saint-level magical beast, how powerful it was. They were the kings of all magical beasts. Taming a saint-level magical beast? It was simply unimaginable. Monray was also shocked, but more than that, he was excited. Amazing. Starting off by trying to tame a saint-level magical beast, what overwhelming dominance. If I could have a saint-level magical beast as a mount, it would be worth it even if I died. You humans are truly arrogant to the extreme. The golden flame dragon griffin roared, its lion eyes blazing with fury. I will tear you to pieces and burn you to ashes. Thunder rumbled as wind elements began to gather in the sky. A massive tornado formed around the golden flame dragon griffin. Boom! 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 The tornado, hundreds of meters high, stretched like a giant pillar between heaven and earth, kicking up sand and stones, blotting out the sky and covering several kilometers around. Is this the terrifying power of a saint-level magical beast? People in the distance looked at the horrifying tornado in the sky, their hearts trembling with fear. Anyone caught in it would have no chance of survival. We should stay far away, someone whispered. This level of battle is not something we can interfere with. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Exchanging glances filled with fear, everyone chose to retreat. Let's go. You lowly human, die. The golden flame dragon griffin flapped its wings, and the tornado roared toward the elder and the young girl. The girl's face changed, and she cried out, Grandfather. Don't panic. The purple-robed elder smiled calmly. He and his granddaughter vanished in a flash. The raging tornado struck empty air, failing to harm them in the slightest. When they reappeared, they were already behind the golden flame dragon griffin, accompanied by a thick silver lightning bolt. Crack! A silver lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking directly at the golden flame dragon griffin. Cunning humans! The golden flame dragon griffin roared, spewing a blazing dragon of fire from its mouth. Boom! The fiery dragon collided fiercely with the silver lightning, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ground shook, trees snapped, and electric currents spread wildly, sparks flying everywhere. My God! Monray and his companions turned back in terror at the scene, running desperately forward, wishing they had 2 more legs. Boom! Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying shockwave rapidly spread from the explosion's center, reaching them within seconds. It's over.
Monray felt a heavy blow to his head, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness.
He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly woke up. My head hurts. He touched his head, feeling something sticky. Am I bleeding? Seeing his blood-stained hand, he smiled bitterly. Only then did he realize his entire body was covered in wounds. His head was spinning, his back ached, and his waist was sore. But at least I'm still alive. Recalling the thrilling scene earlier, Monray felt lingering fear. That scene was like the end of the world. He hadn't expected a battle between saint-level beings to be so terrifying. He had been naive and fearless, even wanting to get a closer look at the so-called saint-level battle. Thinking back, now, it was utterly foolish. With my current strength, I'm not even qualified to stand nearby and watch. Monray shook his head with a bitter smile. Surviving is already a blessing. It seems I've underestimated this world. He struggled to stand up. The battle seemed to be over. The golden flame dragon griffin was nowhere to be seen. The 2 saint-level powerhouses had also disappeared. The surrounding forest was destroyed, a scene of devastation, proving that a fierce battle had just taken place. Here. Fortunately, they had run fast enough to avoid being caught in it. Allison, wake up. Bobby, wake up. Milo. Yale. Monray patted his companions, and they gradually woke up. Although they were all injured, their condition wasn't too bad and they would recover after some rest. Indeed, battles at the saint level are beyond our comprehension. It's terrifying. Having narrowly escaped death, they felt both relieved and curious. After all, witnessing a saint-level battle was a rare opportunity. Who won in the end? Should we go take a look? Is it safe? The battle is over. It should be fine to take a look. Then, let's go. Soon, the 5 reached the edge of the battlefield, stunned speechless by the sight before them. Ding! Detected. Dropped items, would you like to pick them up? The surrounding area for several kilometers was nothing but scorched earth. Sparks scattered, thick smoke billowed. Charred trees, dried up rivers, it was as if the apocalypse had swept through with fire. Ruins everywhere. Monray stared blankly at the scene before him, completely shaken by the power of the sanctuary. This was true destruction, a genuine apocalyptic scene, terrifying. The golden flame dragon griffin was gone. The sanctuary archmage had also disappeared. What was the outcome of this battle? Everyone looked at the devastated battlefield, their emotions complex. Ding! Detected dropped items, would you like to pick them up? At that moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded, and Monray trembled all over. He saw several glowing clusters floating amidst the scorched earth. Monray became excited. This was the site of a fierce battle between 2 sanctuary-level powerhouses. The items they dropped would undoubtedly be extraordinary. This was a fortune. His eyes sparkled. Even if it was just a single hair from their legs, it would still be the leg hair of top-tier experts. Thinking of this, Monray immediately rushed into the ruins and began picking up those glowing clusters. Ding! Fusion successful, Constitution plus 250. Ding! Fusion successful, Spirit plus 156. Ding! Fusion successful, Magic Power plus 104. Ding! Fusion successful, congratulations on acquiring Lightning Magic Talent. Ding! Fusion successful, congratulations on acquiring Level 8 Magic, Spring Breeze. A series of system prompts echoed in Monray's mind, leaving him stunned, standing there for a long time without recovering. So much? Monray was utterly shocked. A windfall. Monray felt as though he had been struck by luck. How could he possibly obtain so many good things at once? Constitution plus 250. Spirit plus 156. Magic Power plus 104. These 3 attributes skyrocketed, instantly transforming his strength dramatically. Constitution, Level 2 Warrior, 376/500, Spirit, Level 1 Mage, 169 to 200, Magic Power, Level 1 Mage, 130/200. His physical fitness was now close to that of a Level 2 Warrior. Both
Spirit and magic power had reached level 1 mage standards.
The improvement was immense, almost defying logic. But what excited
Man Ray the most was that he had unexpectedly acquired lightning magic talent.
This was an accident within an accident. Magic talent could actually be picked up? Man Ray was so happy he almost burst into laughter, his nose bubbling with joy. He knew deep down that this lightning magic talent must have come from the purple-robed elder. For the elder to achieve sanctuary level status, his magic talent must have been incredibly powerful.
I picked up the magic talent of a sanctuary archmage. My magic
talent should also become stronger. Let's give it a try. Man Ray couldn't wait to find a place to test it. Coincidentally,
Allison and the others also planned to rest and recover from their injuries. The group left the battlefield and found a quiet place to rest.
Late at night,
once Allison and the others had fallen asleep, Man Ray began meditating.
He closed his eyes, emptied
his thoughts, and entered a state of spiritual tranquility, carefully sensing.
Previously, he couldn't perceive any magic elements.
But this time, as soon as he entered the state, he discovered several faint silver light dots around his body.
Those light dots floated like fireflies, flickering with weak starlight.
At first, there were only a few, like stars on a winter
night. Gradually, more and more appeared, until they became countless, densely packed. I sensed them. I sensed the magic elements. Man Ray was so excited he wanted to laugh out loud.
Sensing magic elements meant that even without the system,
he could cultivate magic and become a powerful mage. These silver light dots must be lightning magic elements. Now, I need to absorb them into my body. Man Ray suppressed his excitement and continued meditating. Meditation involves 2 steps. First, sensing magic elements. Second, refining magic elements.
For those without magic talent, these 2 steps are almost impossible
to achieve because they can't sense magic elements at all, let alone refine them. Man Ray had been like this before, but now it was different. He could sense magical elements.
He began trying to capture those silver light dots, and amazingly, he quickly consumed the first one, then the second, the third.
Refining magical elements is actually this simple. After continuously
absorbing over 100 silver light dots, Man Ray was satisfied and overjoyed. He attributed all of this to his magical
talent.
As Allison put it, magical talent varies in strength. Normally, the difference isn't noticeable, but when sensing and refining magical elements, the disparity in talent becomes evident.
Man Ray's talent was clearly strong.
He was more sensitive to magical elements, refined magic power faster and more effortlessly, and took less time to process the same amount of
magic power, naturally making him more efficient.
The effects of his training doubled, his progress was rapid, and his strength improved significantly. For those with poor talent, the situation was entirely the opposite.
Sleepless through the night. The
next morning, as the sun rose and its warm rays filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, Man Ray stood up, stretched lazily, and felt completely refreshed and full of energy, without a trace of fatigue.
This was the benefit of meditation. Meditation could replace sleep, not only refining magic power but also enhancing mental strength. Many magicians significantly reduced their sleep time after learning to meditate. How effective was this meditation session? Man Ray took a deep breath of fresh air, opened his personal attribute panel, and began checking his stats. Host, Man Ray. Race, Human Wealth, 916 Gold Coins. Physique, Level 2 Warrior, 376 out of 500. Spirit, Level 1 Magician, 173 to 200. Magic Power, Level 1 Magician, 140-200, Spells, Fireball, Thorn Vine, Water Bubble, Earthquake, Wind Blade, Burning Hands, Fire Ring, Spring Breeze. Wow, my mental strength increased by 3 points, and my magic power by 10 points. This speed isn't slow at all. Man Ray was pleasantly surprised to find that, although compared to the unexpected windfall he received yesterday, the 3-point and 10-point increases seem small. One mustn't forget that windfalls don't happen every day. Stable daily progress is the key. If one night of meditation could increase his mental strength by 3 points and magic power by 10 points, what about a month? A year?
Moreover, he believed that as his strength improved, the effects of meditation would only get better, and the growth in
mental strength and magic power would surely surpass the current rate. The future was bright. But honestly, the feeling of suddenly receiving an unexpected windfall was exhilarating. Yesterday's gains were equivalent to several days of effort. No Wonder people say that without some extra income, one can never get rich. It seems he should frequent bustling places more often, to try his luck in the future. In the following days, the 5 of them continued their adventures, defeating an average of 3 to 4 level 2 magical beasts daily, quickly clearing the outer areas. 6-tailed poison centipedes, bloodthirsty red ants, golden-eyed demon bats, swamp crocodiles. Mundray collected loot and kills during the day, and at night, he enhanced his mental strength and magic power through meditation. His abilities grew stronger day by day. However, there is no such thing as an eternal gathering. A week later, Allison and the other 4 ended their training as their vacation came to an end, and they had to return to the academy. Mundray also needed to return to Beast Village. They bid each other a reluctant farewell, and went their separate ways. "You brat, you're finally back." Captain Hades was relieved to see Mundray return. After more than 20 days without news, he had been genuinely worried something might have happened to him. Now, he was finally back. "I was just staying on the outskirts of the beast forest, nothing dangerous." Mundray smiled and changed the subject. "Captain Hades, if we set off now, can we still make it in time for the magic test? There are only a few days left until the Magic Academy starts." Hades nodded and said, "Fortunately, Beast Village isn't far from the royal city, only a 5-day journey. Otherwise, you'd be crying. Good thing we can make it." Mundray breathed a sigh of relief. The Fire Dragon Kingdom was the western defense line of the Dragon God Empire near the Beast Mountain Range. The royal city was built on the edge of the mountain range specifically to fend off beast attacks. Therefore, Beast Village wasn't far from the royal city. "Mundray, get a good rest tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." "Understood, Captain Hades." A good night's sleep. The next morning, after packing his luggage, Mundray went to Captain Hades' house. To his surprise, Jonah, Joseph, Andrew, and their parents were all there. "Jonah, why are you all here?" Mundray looked at his 3 childhood friends and asked with some confusion. These kids were his playmates growing up, and they shared a deep bond. "Hee, we're going with Uncle Hades to the royal city for the magic test." Jonah grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. She was wearing a coarse cloth dress and was the only girl among the 3. Although her clothes were worn, her pretty face was still very attractive. If she were dressed in a luxurious noble gown, she would definitely rival the daughters of noble families. "Really?" Mundray nodded. "Brother Mundray, Uncle Hades said you went into the mountains alone. You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Jonah asked nervously. "I just stayed near the edge of the mountains, so there was no danger," Mundray replied with a smile, then changed the subject. "I thought I'd be the only one going to the royal city, but now that you're coming too, the journey won't be lonely." Yeah, traveling together will be so much better." Jonah clapped her hands, her face flushed with excitement. "I've never been to the royal city before. I wonder what it's like. I heard there are many dragon-shaped statues and dragon people in the city." Joseph and Andrew's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "And tall buildings and orderly streets," they added, their faces full of longing. "You'll see soon enough." Mundray smiled. For people from remote villages like theirs, life was usually confined to nearby villages and the Magic Beast Mountains. Going to the royal city was a rare opportunity. Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were only able to go this time because of the magic test. If it weren't for the fact that this test could determine their future, their parents would never have spent so much money to send them 10 gold coins. That was a huge sum, enough to cover the living expenses of a family of 3 for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the failure rate of the magic test was as high as 99.99%, meaning those 10 gold coins could very well go to waste. It was a significant gamble, and the parents of Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew had made a tough decision. After all, there were many children in Magic Beast Village, but only a handful of families had the courage to send their kids for the magic test. Jonah, listen to Uncle Hades on the road. Andrew, behave yourself and don't cause trouble. Joseph, remember, the royal city is not like the village. The village gate slowly opened, and an old, rickety ox cart creaked its way out under the envious gazes of the parents and villagers. There were many children in Magic Beast Village, but few parents dared to send their kids for the magic test. The ox cart creaked and jolted uncomfortably. Although Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were excited and chirped away like 3 happy little sparrows, their excitement only lasted for 2 days.
As time passed, the long journey wore them out, and they became like deflated balloons, losing their energy.
Captain Hades had anticipated this, but there was no choice. With the start of the school term approaching, they had to press on to the royal city. At this point, no one could afford to give up halfway. After 5 days of a dull and grueling journey, they finally arrived at the royal city, Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City was the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and the largest, most prosperous city in the western part of the Dragon God Empire. Located on a plain, the city was divided into eastern and western districts. The eastern district housed the royal palace and noble estates, while the western district was the Academy City, home to most of the magic and warrior academies, much like a university town on Earth. That afternoon, Monray and the others entered Fire Dragon City. Wow, the prosperity of Fire Dragon City far surpassed that of Magic Beast Village. Smooth, solid streets, clean and orderly buildings, dazzling goods, bustling crowds, the three children were overwhelmed, as if they had suddenly stepped into a big city. So this is the royal city? It's so beautiful. Jonah's eyes sparkled as she looked around, her excitement making her seem like a joyful little bird. On the contrary, it was the two boys, Joseph and Andrew, who began to feel a bit uneasy, constantly tugging at their coarse hems. Country bumpkins. Noble ladies dressed in fashionable attire, adorned with luxurious jewelry, and wearing perfume walked past them without even sparing a glance at Monray and his group. Born in the royal city, these noble ladies naturally carried a sense of superiority, which made the newly arrived Joseph and Andrew feel inferior, not daring to meet their gaze. They exchanged glances. Captain Hades observed their behavior, shook his head, and said nothing more. It's normal to feel nervous on your first visit to the city. Back in the day, he was even worse than Joseph and Andrew. All he could say was, "You'll get used to it. That is, if you have the chance to get used to it." What? Surprised Hades was Monray. Monray carefully observed the bustling crowd, exclaiming in awe repeatedly. He curiously examined his surroundings, showing no signs of nervousness or inferiority at all. This child's mindset is truly extraordinary. Hades nodded to himself and led the four children toward the west side of the city. That area was home to various academies, places specifically designed to test magical aptitude, and where the children's future destinies would be decided. Our Fire Dragon King City has over 70 academies. Walking along the Champs-Élysées paved with grey crystal stones, Captain Hades introduced. As he walked, among them, only 3 are magic academies: Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Douglas Magic Academy, and Dragonkin Magic Academy. The rest are all warrior academies. Only 3 magic academies? That few? Jonah and her companions asked in surprise. Learning magic depends on talent, Hades explained with a smile. Magical talent is extremely rare, with less than 1 in 10,000 meeting the criteria, so there aren't many magic academies. Hearing this, Jonah and the others felt a bit uneasy. 1 in 10,000? Were they really among the lucky few? Captain Hades, what's the difference between these 3 magic academies? Monray asked. People have their differences, and so do trees. Naturally, magic academies vary in rank as well. For example, the 3 academies in our Fire Dragon King City each have their distinctions, Hades said with a smile. He believed Monray had magical talent and would surely enter a magic academy in the future. The key was choosing the right school, so he needed to provide a proper introduction. The Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the top-tier magic academy. It's a national academy established by our Fire Dragon Kingdom, with strong faculty, advanced facilities, and abundant resources. The magicians trained here are the best. At this point, Captain Hades gave Monray a meaningful look. Naturally, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the first choice for magical prodigies. Whether they are dragonkin or humans, as long as they have outstanding talent and meet the criteria, they can be admitted. In this regard, our Fire Dragon Kingdom treats humans and dragonkin equally. I see. Monray nodded silently, his eyes gleaming. In comparison, the other 2 academies are slightly inferior, Hades continued. The Dragonkin Magic Academy mainly enrolls dragonkin with average magical talent, as well as some human noble children with similar talent. The Douglas Magic Academy, on the other hand, primarily caters to ordinary human commoners and is considered a commoners' academy. Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Dragonkin Magic Academy, Douglas Magic Academy. Mon Ray murmured in amazement.
I didn't expect this other world to also have distinctions between elite schools and regular
schools. He thought to himself, isn't this just like the difference between key schools and ordinary schools? The crowd on the
streets grew larger, many of them families of 3 or more, all looking tense, clearly here for the magic aptitude test.
Mon Ray and his group blended into the crowd and soon arrived at the testing site, Dragon God Square.
Dragon God Square was as large as several football fields combined. At the center of the square stood a 100-meter-tall golden dragon statue.
The golden dragon scales were lifelike.
Its wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. Its mouth gaped open in a skyward roar of
fury.
Its sharp horns pierced the heavens.
A powerful aura of majesty emanated from it, so overwhelming that even standing at
a distance, one could feel it, inspiring awe and leaving no room for resistance. Praise the dragon god.
Captain Hades saw the
golden dragon statue, placed his hands on his chest, bowed deeply, and began to pray devoutly. Mon Ray watched him, feeling
moved by the solemn atmosphere. He and the 3 little ones were stunned. Uncle Hades, what are you doing? The lively Jonah couldn't help but voice her confusion.
Captain Hades was startled, quickly covered her mouth, looked around, and only relaxed.
After confirming no one was paying attention,
he lowered his voice and said, "This is the statue of the great dragon god.
You must salute when you see it. Quickly, all 4 of you, salute the dragon god." Dragon god statue? Salute when you see it? Mon Ray looked around in confusion.
He noticed that not only Captain Hades but all the passers-by around them were bowing devoutly
to the dragon god statue without exception. Dragon god? Mon Ray frowned. The dragon god is the founding emperor of our Dragon God Empire and our sole faith.
Captain Hades explained in a low voice.
Everyone in the empire must believe in the great dragon god. Anyone who doesn't is a heretic. If you don't want to be arrested and punished, you'd better salute.
Good
grief.
Mon Ray was so frightened that he quickly mimicked the gesture of saluting.
Under the eaves, one must bow their head. He wasn't strong enough yet and could only follow the rules. Praise the dragon god. Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew also saluted respectfully.
Good. Captain Hades breathed a sigh of relief, pointed ahead, and said, "Over there is the place for the magic
test. Let's hurry over."
All right. The 4 of them walked forward. The Dragon God Square was packed with people. There were nobles dressed in luxurious clothing and commoners in coarse linen.
What caught Mon Ray's attention the most were the dragon hybrids. Dragon hybrids were divided into 2 categories, dragon beasts and dragon people. Dragon beasts were the offspring of dragons and magical beasts, looking fierce and resembling creatures like dragon wolves shaped like giant wolves, dragon rhinos resembling rhinoceroses, and earth dragons resembling crocodiles. They came in various forms and types. If these beasts were in the wild, they would surely be hunted.
But here, the dragon beasts were adorned with gold and silver, dressed in luxurious clothing, and appeared openly and confidently. No one dared to hunt them. Instead, people made way for them, afraid
of angering these creatures. Everyone knew that these ferocious dragon beasts had powerful backers. They could be the children of marquises, relatives of dukes, or even nobles themselves. Who would dare provoke them?
Wild beasts dressed in luxurious clothing, humans were inferior to them.
Mon Ray sighed inwardly. On the land of the Dragon God Empire, humans were merely subordinates and slaves. Dragons were the true masters.
Therefore, any creature related to dragons, whether chickens, ducks, pigs, or dogs, became accomplices of the masters. Not only were they exempt from punishment for killing humans, but they also enjoyed various privileges. Anyone who dared to offend them would have to accept their fate if killed.
Of course, while there were many dragon beasts, there were even more dragon people.
80% of the nobles in the Dragon God Empire were dragon
people, and their descendants were also dragon people.
So, there were particularly many dragon people participating in the
magic test.
Some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, some had tails like dragons, and others were covered in scales, clearly bearing dragon-like features.
Mon Ray, don't stare at the dragon people, it's very rude. Captain Hades
patted Mon Ray's shoulder and reminded him softly, if you anger one of those bad-tempered guys, you could be killed with a single swipe, and there'd be no place to appeal.
Oh, got it. Mon Ray nodded, then suddenly pointed at some dragon people dressed in coarse linen and asked, Captain Hades, aren't dragon people nobles? Why are those people dressed like commoners? Are they fallen nobles?
The square was crowded, with people chatting in groups of 3 or 5, but they were roughly divided
into 4 circles: the human noble circle dressed in luxurious clothing, the dragon beast circle resembling magical beasts, the dragon people noble circle, and the human commoner circle.
These distinctions were evident from their clothing and appearance,
clearly delineated.
But what puzzled Man Ray was that, apart from these 4 circles, there was a special circle.
It consisted
entirely of dragon people, but they were dressed in coarse linen, similar to human commoners.
Were these dragon people commoners? Dragon people wearing commoner clothing were truly intriguing.
Some of these dragon people were indeed fallen nobles. Captain Hades spoke in a low voice, glancing at the group of dragonfolk. Some of them are just like us, they're ordinary
citizens. Man Ray was stunned. Ordinary citizens? Dragonfolk have ordinary citizens too?
Of course. Captain Hades shook his
head. Dragonfolk are naturally impulsive, and many of them inherit this trait. Those dragonfolk with poor character often shirk responsibility after committing bad deeds. This has led to many dragonfolk orphans and illegitimate children. When they
grow up, with no one to care for them and no noble titles, they naturally count as ordinary citizens.
So that's how it is. Man Ray suddenly understood. Even humans abandon their families, let alone the impulsive dragonfolk. From this perspective, the existence of dragonfolk orphans and illegitimate children is inevitable. Although they're ordinary citizens, their lives are not something we can compare to. Hades sighed. Even the weakest dragonfolk are powerful warriors. They still have a chance to rise above their circumstances, something we humans can't match. True. Man Ray nodded silently. Let's go. The testing site is over there. Let's head over. Hades pointed toward the most crowded area.
The group moved forward but was stopped by several knights in armor.
Companions stay behind. No entry allowed.
Magic testing, 10 gold coins per person.
Man Ray, you all go ahead. Hades handed over 40 gold coins he had prepared in advance to Man Ray.
His gaze swept firmly over the 4
of them, encouraging, good luck. I believe you can achieve your dreams.
The 4 nodded in unison.
There were many people participating in the magic test. The crowd came and went, forming 10 long lines, resembling the scene of buying train tickets during holidays. With so many people, how long will we have to wait? Man Ray sighed, choosing a relatively shorter line to queue in.
Seeing the long line, he felt a headache coming on.
Man Ray, I'm nervous. Jonah tugged at his sleeve, her face full of worry and unease, completely lacking her usual liveliness. Don't overthink it. This kind of thing depends on luck.
Being nervous won't help.
Man Ray didn't know how to comfort her and could only say this.
The scorching sun blazed overhead,
and the weather was unbearably hot.
The Fire Dragon Kingdom, located near the Forest of Magical Beasts, had a climate as
humid and oppressive as a tropical rainforest. The waiting time was pure torture. But most people had no mind to care about the weather.
Their hearts were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Those with talent could soar to great heights, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, achieving a dramatic turnaround in life. Those without talent could only continue their
ordinary lives and find another path.
This is even harsher than college entrance exams.
Man Ray sighed inwardly, comparing it to ancient imperial examinations. During the wait, the full spectrum of human emotions was on display.
Some wept with joy and
left excitedly. Others sighed in disappointment, dissatisfied with their results. More people left in pain and dejection,
their hopes crushed. The harshness and cruelty of reality were laid bare.
After several hours, the line finally moved to the front of the testing platform. 3 young people in black magic robes stood there, responsible for the test. One called out names, one conducted the test, and one recorded the results. Each had their role, and the process was orderly. Behind them sat
a middle-aged man, dozing off in his chair, eyes closed, completely ignoring the surrounding commotion.
The testing equipment consisted of 2 items,
a transparent crystal ball the size of a basketball, floating in midair like a shining diamond, and
a 3-foot-tall, 1-foot-wide thermometer standing in front of the crystal ball.
It had a red line inside, with numbers
marked on both sides, resembling an enlarged thermometer.
Next, the young man responsible for calling names shouted.
A
blonde-haired boy in a plain linen robe responded and quickly stepped forward. Perhaps too nervous, he tripped and fell flat on the
ground, almost crashing into the crystal ball.
The surrounding crowd burst into laughter.
The blonde-haired boy became even more flustered, scrambling to his feet and stammering, Sorry, my name is Bobo.
No need to register. Just place your
hand on the crystal ball, the young tester said coldly, not even bothering to acknowledge the boy's name. After all, their job was only to test magical aptitude and record those with actual potential. Of those without magical talent don't even qualify to register. Reality is just that cruel. Yes, yes. Potter nodded nervously, placing his trembling hands on the crystal ball,
staring at it intently, awaiting the judgment of fate.
He was so nervous that he almost held his breath, fearing that even the slightest mistake would lead to a failed test and immediate elimination. The young man in charge of the test had a cold expression, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the originally transparent crystal ball lit up as if electrified, emitting a hazy glow. A faint yellowish-brown hue with a hint of green, like a soft rainbow reflection on a lens. Elemental
affinity, earth, medium, wind, weak, the young man said indifferently.
Next, we'll test your mental strength. Do you see the red dot below the mental strength meter? Use your mental power to press it down as far as you can. Mental strength meter? Following the instructions, Monray looked over and indeed saw a red dot about the size of a coin, like a button, beneath the large thermometer. Sir, how do I use mental power? Potter blushed and stammered. The red dot has a magic array that will automatically guide your mental power. All you need to do is stare at it, the young man said flatly. Everyone in line, listen up. This is how you test your mental strength. Why yes.
Potter nodded quickly, fixing his gaze on the red dot.
In an instant, the red line inside the mental strength meter began to rise, surpassing one mark after another, climbing rapidly. Is this the device for testing mental strength? Monray's eyes lit up as he watched the red line. This thing is quite similar
to a thermometer, except one measures mental strength, and the other measures temperature.
Moments later, the red line stopped.
The young man glanced at the scale, his tone softening slightly.
Mental strength, 23, 4 times that of your peers. Barely qualified. Elemental affinity, earth, medium, wind, weak. You have the talent to become a mage. Mental strength, 23. 4 times that of your peers. Barely qualified. Elemental affinity, earth, medium, wind, weak. You have magical talent and qualify to become a mage. Yes. Potter shouted excitedly as if hearing the most wonderful news in the world. Tears streamed down his face like a flood, soaking his clothes as he cried tears of joy. Truly a blessing from the heavens. A country boy can actually become a mage? Is there any justice left in this world? The crowd buzzed with discussion, some envious, some jealous, and some unconvinced. Monray looked at Potter, his heart filled with emotion. Despite Potter's current ragged appearance, he possessed the magical talent that countless people dreamed of. It was foreseeable that as long as he graduated from the Magic Academy, he would become a noble mage. By then, he would have power and status, and beauty and wealth would come to him effortlessly. His destiny was rewritten from this moment on. Next, finally, it was Monray's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. Another country boy. Such an eyesore. This guy definitely doesn't have magical talent. The probability of countryfolk having magical talent is far lower than us nobles. 1 in 100,000. That last guy just got lucky. This one has no chance. I bet a pack of sausages he has no magical talent. I'll bet 2 packs. A group of noble youths whispered, their tone full of disdain. In the Dragon God Empire, the class divide was stark. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew looked at Monray with eyes full of expectation, though they didn't hold much hope in their hearts. Go, Monray. You can do it. Will it show up? Monray took a deep breath, placing his hands steadily on the crystal ball. Hands on the crystal ball. At this moment, Monray felt a surge of nervousness. Although he had successfully absorbed the lightning magic talent of that saint-level mage in past meditation, he still felt uneasy. After all, his magical talent was acquired later. What if the crystal ball couldn't detect it? Buzz, as expected, he had worried too much. As soon as both hands touched the crystal ball, a blinding silver light burst out from within, dazzling like a miniature sun, so bright that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Countless tiny, sparkling silver light spots raced rapidly inside the crystal ball, as if they were about to break through the shell and fly out. Swoosh! The middle-aged man, who had been dozing on the chair behind the tester,
suddenly opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and stared intently at the crystal ball, his face full of excitement.
Elemental. Affinity, lightning, supreme.
The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed as he slowly uttered these words.
Wow! As soon as the
words fell, the surroundings erupted into an uproar. The noble youths who had been mocking Man-Ray earlier were now as silent as
roosters caught by the neck, rendered speechless in an instant. Supreme? Supreme level? My God, did I hear that right? How is this possible? Supreme elemental affinity? That's insane.
The three young testers were also stunned.
Normally, the elemental
affinity for magic talent in the vast majority of people is at the low level, which is the minimum threshold for sensing
magical elements. Above low level is medium level.
Those with medium elemental affinity can sense magical elements 10 times
more strongly during meditation compared to low level.
Beyond that is high level, where the clarity of perception is 100 times
that of low level.
This means that while it might take someone with low affinity 100 hours to refine a certain amount of magic
power, someone with high affinity would only need 1 hour, a 100-fold difference in efficiency. Is the gap significant? It's like heaven and earth.
As long as their mental strength is comparable, no matter how hard someone with low elemental affinity works, they can only become a low-level mage, capable of mastering at most first or second-tier magic.
On the other hand, someone with high elemental affinity can easily become a low-level mage, achieve mid-level with some effort, and even reach high-level with diligent training. That's the difference between low and high affinity. As for supreme level, it's even
rarer than rare. Even among the dragon kin, who inherit the magical talents of dragons and are born with strong elemental
affinity, supreme level is extremely uncommon.
After all, supreme level means a clarity of perception 1,000 times that of an
ordinary person. Quick! Test his mental strength.
The middle-aged man impatiently pushed aside the young tester and stepped forward himself, his voice trembling slightly.
Someone with supreme elemental affinity doesn't even need to meditate. Magical elements will automatically flow into their body. It's as if they're the illegitimate child of the god of magic. Man-Ray walked to the mental strength tester, a rare relaxed smile on his face. With a mental attribute of 215, already nearing the level of a second-tier mage, what was there to worry about? This guy's really hit the jackpot. The noble youths looked at Man-Ray, nearly dying of envy.
With such strong magical talent, his mental strength must be terrible. After all, it's impossible for him
to have all the luck.
Unfortunately for them, they were about to be disappointed.
Man-Ray fixed his gaze on the red dot inside the tester.
The red line shot up like a rocket, surpassing half the scale in the blink of an eye and continuing to climb.
My God! So fast? Everyone was dumbfounded.
When others tested their mental strength, the red line would climb slowly, inch
by inch. But Man-Ray, a genius. This is a true genius.
The middle-aged man was so excited he could barely speak coherently, his entire body trembling. He had finally discovered a true prodigy.
Swoosh! Soon, under everyone's shocked gazes, the red
line reached the highest mark on the tester, filling it completely before stopping.
But it was clear to everyone that this full value was not the limit of Man-Ray's mental strength. If the tester had a larger scale, Man-Ray's red line would undoubtedly go even higher. Full marks.
Mental strength is 100 times that of his peers. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly as he announced the results with excitement. Elemental affinity, lightning, supreme, mental strength, 100 times that of his peers, overall evaluation, magical talent, beyond imagination.
Wow! The entire room exploded instantly. 100 times? Supreme level? Is this even human? This is insane.
Elemental affinity is already at the top, and his mental strength is this
ridiculously high too? Is there no justice in this world? A kid from some unknown rural place has such outrageous talent? Did the god of magic go blind? This guy is even more impressive than Ordos, right? Almost. Hiss. Ordos is a second generation dragonkin with the bloodline of a golden dragon. Everyone's gaze toward Man-Ray was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock, especially
the dragonkin nobles, whose eyes glimmered with complex emotions. Sir, I am Fred from the admissions office of Douglas Magic
Academy.
At this moment, an elder in a magic robe squeezed out from the crowd and stepped forward, saying, I sincerely
invite you to join Douglas Magic Academy. As long as you come every year during the school enrollment season, all the academies are incredibly busy.
Not to mention anything else, just the magic tests before the start of school last an entire week. Nobles, commoners, dragonkin, dragon beasts, and other intelligent races from all over the Fire Dragon Kingdom gathered in the royal city to participate in this life-changing event on time. Anyone who wanted to learn magic wouldn't want to miss it. The place was bustling with people coming and going. In Dragon God Square, besides the young participants, their families, and the test staff, there was also a special group of people, the teachers responsible for admissions from various academies. Near the testing area, dozens of booths were set up, with banners hanging in front that read Fire Dragon Warrior Academy, Dragon God Paladin Academy, Kelna's Giant Axe Academy, and so on. These booths were the admissions offices of the various academies. At this moment, in a corner of the admissions area, 3 elders in purple magic robes were lying on chairs, chatting idly. Today is the last day of the magic tests. It seems there are no geniuses this year, sighed an elder with a bulbous red nose and messy hair, letting out a drunken hiccup, looking dispirited. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder, with a single horn on his head and a black scale on his forehead, retorted unhappily, "Kars, you still have the nerve to complain? You snatched so many excellent students this year. If it were me, I'd be overjoyed even in my dreams. Poor me, year after year, just playing a supporting role for you." "Nonsense." Another bald elder snorted coldly, "Old man, you playing a supporting role? Then what about Ordos? Don't forget, the most outstanding genius this year was snatched by your Dragonkin Academy." He sighed and continued, "I'm the one who truly plays a supporting role every year. Watching one genius after another being taken by you, while I can do nothing about it, is truly heartbreaking." Hearing this, the single-horned elder glared at the bald elder and said indifferently, "No matter how talented Ordos is, he's just one person. How can he compare to the many geniuses Kars snatched away?" "Sigh, old man, don't get carried away." The red-nosed elder grumbled discontentedly, "You know very well that the value of a genius lies in quality, not quantity. One Ordos is worth dozens of ordinary geniuses. Dual, supreme-level talents in light and wind elements, with mental strength 88 times that of his peers, what a monster." "Exactly. If it were up to me, I'd trade all the students we recruited this year for Ordos." The bald elder nodded in agreement. "A genius like Ordos, as long as he's properly nurtured, is guaranteed to become a level 9 Grand Magister, and even he didn't finish his sentence, but the red-nosed and single-horned elders understood his implication. A genius like Ordos had the potential to reach the sanctuary level. Sanctuary, what kind of existence was that? A single sanctuary-level alumnus was worth more than countless ordinary alumni. What a pity for such a genius to be wasted at your Dragonkin Academy. The red-nosed elder stomped his foot in frustration. He should have come to our Fire Dragon Academy. Only our Fire Dragon Academy can provide him with the best training. The single-horned elder immediately became furious, glaring as he retorted, "Old man, stop talking nonsense. Our Dragonkin Academy is in no way inferior to your Fire Dragon Academy. If it weren't for teacher, come quickly. Another genius has appeared." Just as the three were arguing endlessly, a young man in a magic robe came running over, panting heavily. "What?" The 3 elders immediately jumped up from their chairs, staring intently at the young man as they asked, "What level of genius? What's their talent?" The young man quickly replied, "Elemental affinity lightning, supreme. Mental strength is 100 times that of peers. Comprehensive evaluation, genius level." Before the words were finished, the 3 old men moved swiftly, rushing past him and knocking the young man off balance, causing him to fall on his backside. "What kind of people are these, not even letting someone finish speaking?" The young man got up, rubbing his backside and complaining, but he could completely understand the actions of the 3 teachers. This super genius was simply too astonishing. An extremely strong affinity for lightning elements. Mental strength 100 times that of an average person. My goodness! With such talent, even the top-tier Ordos might not compare. This is a genius belonging to our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. No, he belongs to our Douglas Magic Academy. Dream on, such a powerful genius must be from our Dragon Magic Academy. He will definitely come to us. Dragon Magic Academy? Nonsense! I must snatch him away. Move aside. Everyone move aside. As the 3 old men argued and fought, Monray silently enjoyed the envious and jealous gazes from everyone around him. He wasn't surprised at all, everything was
within his expectations. Monray, you're amazing. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Although they didn't fully understand what Monray's talent meant, the shock and admiration of those around them said it all. Monray was undoubtedly a genius everyone envied. Move aside. Make way. Where's the genius? At this moment, 3 hurried old men pushed through the crowd, looking around until their eyes locked onto a Dragonkin youth standing by the evaluation device. The youth was dressed in luxurious robes, with black wings on his back, exuding handsomeness and authority. Just his appearance left a deep impression. You're the genius? The red-nosed elder grabbed the youth's shoulder eagerly and said, "Hello, I'm Carls, an admissions teacher from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the top magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. I sincerely invite you to join our academy. Tuition, living expenses, and material fees are all waived, plus an annual scholarship of 2,000 gold coins." Before he could finish, a bald elder pushed him aside. "Genius, hello, I'm an admissions teacher from Douglas Magic Academy. As long as you join, tuition and scholarships are negotiable." The one-horned elder was unwilling to be outdone, squeezing past the bald elder with a smile. "Stop talking, he's a dragonkin, so he naturally belongs to our Dragon Magic Academy. I'm an admissions teacher from the Dragon Magic Academy." The surrounding people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Clearly, Monray was the real genius, so why were they inviting a Dragonkin youth instead? This misunderstanding was truly ridiculous. Monray was both amused and exasperated but could understand. After all, Dragonkin inherited the bloodline of dragons, making their talents indeed superior to ordinary humans, and the probability of geniuses appearing among them was naturally much higher. The reason humans could also produce geniuses was due to their large population base. The 3 teachers mistaking someone else for the genius was entirely reasonable. The Dragonkin youth, who had been mistaken, was originally behind Monray and the other 3 in line. Shocked by Monray's astonishing talent, he couldn't help but move closer to get a better look at this genius. Unexpectedly, he was immediately surrounded by the 3 elders. The Dragonkin youth said helplessly, "Teachers, you've got the wrong person. I haven't even taken the magic test yet." "What?" The 3 looked at each other. "You're not the super genius?" The 3 elders were dumbfounded. "Then where is the real genius?" "Teachers, he's the real super genius." The middle-aged man in charge of the test pointed helplessly at Monray. Mistaking the wrong person, this was truly absurd. 3 pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Monray. "A human? You're the super genius?" The 3 had different expressions, but all were filled with shock. They hadn't expected such an incredible genius to emerge from the human race. "Fantastic, fantastic." The red-nosed elder was overjoyed, not the least bit embarrassed by the earlier misunderstanding. Indeed, indeed. Human geniuses with such strong elemental affinity are extremely rare, especially with mental strength 100 times that of peers. This is simply unheard of. The bald elder said excitedly, "Young man, hello. I am Augustus, an admissions teacher from Douglas Magic Academy. I sincerely invite you to join our academy. As long as you are willing, we can discuss any conditions. How about it? Join us. A genius like you deserves only the best environment. Going to your Douglas Academy would be a waste, such a waste." The red-nosed elder snorted coldly, looking disdainfully at the bald elder's words. He then turned to Monray with a kind smile on his face. "Young man, our Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the top magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, with the most abundant resources and faculty. Come on." Seeing the 2 competitors arguing fiercely, the one-horned elder was unwilling to be outdone. "This human genius, I am the admissions teacher of the Dragon Magic Academy." Before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the other 2. "Old man, are your eyes not working? He is our human genius. Why would he go to your Dragon Academy? Save your energy." Watching the admissions teachers from the 3 major magic academies quarrel over Monray, the surrounding youths were envious and jealous, wishing they were the super genius being fought over. But in this world, there is no if. At this moment, the middle-aged man in charge of the test cleared his throat and said, "Teachers, could you discuss this on the side? We still need to continue the test here." "Humph." Although the 3 elders were dissatisfied, they said nothing more. They pulled Monray aside and began to persuade him earnestly. "Teachers, your offers sound very attractive. Could you elaborate so I can make a decision?" Monray scratched his
head, looking at the red-nosed elder and the bald elder.
As for the Dragon Academy represented by the one-horned elder, he
directly passed on it. He had no interest in associating with dragons.
Young man, straightforward as expected.
The bald elder
quickly said, I see you come from a commoner background.
Our Douglas Academy specializes in recruiting commoners.
If you join
us, tuition is completely free, and you'll receive a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins per year.
Our Fire Dragon Magic Academy also offers free tuition and a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins per year. The red-nosed elder was not to be outdone. Old man, didn't you just say 2,000 gold coins?
The bald elder glared at the red-nosed elder and angrily shouted, how did it suddenly
increase by 1,000 gold coins? Do you have no shame?
Humph.
A genius like this cannot be measured by money.
The red-nosed elder snorted coldly. A scholarship of 3,000 gold coins, guaranteed.
Shameless old thief.
The bald elder was so angry his
teeth itched. 4,000 gold coins.
If you join our Douglas Academy, we are willing to offer a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins
per year.
Our Fire Dragon Magic Academy is also willing to provide a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins.
The red-nosed elder smiled smugly, his face full of confidence.
Their Fire Dragon Magic Academy had a strong background, incomparable to the
ordinary Douglas Academy. Old man, are you determined to compete with me today?
The bald elder's face turned red with anger.
5,000 gold coins. This is the highest I can offer. Young man, give me a clear answer, will you join or not?
Heh,
I also offer 5,000 gold coins. The red-nosed elder still looked relaxed. You are ruthless.
The bald elder's teeth ground in frustration, but he did not raise the offer further.
Although he desperately wanted to recruit Monray into Douglas Academy, he was just an admissions teacher with limited authority. 5,000 gold coins was his limit. Ha ha ha, not raising it anymore?
The red-nosed
elder laughed mockingly. Young man, I believe you already have an answer in your heart, right? Monray glanced at the
bald elder with a hint of regret, then turned to the red-nosed elder and bowed politely. It is an honor to become a member
of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Ah, a wise choice, child.
The red-nosed elder said excitedly, welcome to the Fire
Dragon Magic Academy. Here is your academy badge. Quickly, bind it with your blood. It was a delicate badge, somewhat similar
in shape to the school badge from Monray's previous life, but it was an alchemical artifact. On the front was engraved a majestic fire dragon totem, and on the back was a magic array containing special magical power.
Monray took the badge, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it drip onto the badge.
Instantly, he felt a mysterious connection form between himself and the badge. Sigh, what a pity, the bald elder sighed helplessly. He had long known this would be the outcome.
Talents like Monray, under the same conditions, would always choose the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. He could only watch as geniuses one by one passed up Douglas Magic Academy.
The Academy badge is your identification and also your admission letter.
Only by wearing
it can you pass through the Academy guards and freely enter and exit the Academy. The red-nosed elder patiently explained.
Moreover, the badge has a built-in spirit-gathering magic array that continuously absorbs magical elements, improving your meditation efficiency. I see. Monray nodded in understanding. Today is the last day of the magic test. The red-nosed elder gave a final reminder. After the test, there will be a 2-day break, and then it's the start of the school term. The day after tomorrow, report to the academy. At that time, you'll need to participate in another internal test. Only by passing it can you officially become a member of the academy. Understood. Monray nodded solemnly. Good. The red-nosed elder nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I still don't know your name. Monray. Elemental affinity, top-tier lightning. Mental power 100 times that of his peers. Such talent was simply unparalleled, shocking everyone present. Successfully recruiting such a talent, the red-nosed elder left contentedly.
Countless nobles, commoners, and dragonfolk on site all stared at Monray, their
eyes filled with envy.
This guy's fate had completely changed. Once he graduated, he would at least be a level 6 mage. Truly enviable, making others green with jealousy. The magic test continued. After Monray, Joseph and Andrew began their tests with
nervousness and anticipation. They also hoped to showcase astonishing talent like Monray and amaze everyone. But reality was Cruel. Joseph, elemental affinity, low tier fire. Mental power, normal level for his age. Overall evaluation, ordinary talent. No potential to become a mage. Andrew, elemental affinity, low tier wind. Mental power, normal level for his age. Overall evaluation, ordinary talent, no potential to become a mage. This result left Joseph and Andrew utterly dejected. They couldn't accept it.
Why did Mon Ray, who had grown up with them, possess such astonishing talent, while they had no magical potential?
At all? Why was it like this? Why? Seeing his two heartbroken friends in tears, Mon Ray didn't know how to comfort them.
He could only gently pat their shoulders, trying to make them feel a little better.
Mon Ray also wished that all three of them
could have magical talent, but reality was so merciless, unchanging despite one's wishes.
Elemental affinity, medium tier wood. Weak tier wind.
At this moment, the young man in charge of the test announced Joanna's results.
Mon Ray turned to look, only to see Joanna holding a glowing green crystal ball in her hands.
Inside the ball, it looked like an emerald gemstone, with occasional flashes of gray light.
Joanna actually has magical talent? Mon Ray was extremely surprised. Although Joseph and Andrew were still heartbroken, they also looked at Joanna, biting their lips tightly.
Their mood improved slightly, but
they were soon swallowed by even greater disappointment. Joanna had magical talent, but what about them? Next, we'll test your mental power.
The young man in charge of the test smiled kindly.
Because Mon Ray was present, he treated Joanna with
special care, as the two had come together.
Mental power, 8 times that of her peers. Overall evaluation, potential to become a mage.
The young man announced the final result with a smile and said to Joanna, "Congratulations, you have the potential
to become a mage." I have magical talent? Joanna murmured softly, then suddenly shouted excitedly, I can become a mage? I can really become a mage.
In the past, if someone cheered so loudly, the young man in charge of the test would have stopped
them immediately. But this time, not only did he say nothing, he even smiled more happily. The middle-aged man and the other 2 young men were also all smiles, their attitudes unusually friendly. Jonah, congratulations. Mon Ray walked over with a
smile to offer his congratulations.
Jonah, congratulations. Joseph and Andrew forced smiles and followed suit. Thank you. Tears welled up in Jonah's eyes as she nodded excitedly. Joseph and Andrew had both failed, and she had thought she had no chance either, but the outcome had taken a surprising turn. How could she not be happy, not be thrilled? Another lucky one. So enviable. The onlookers pointed and whispered, full of envy. For those with magical talent, life was completely different. Even ordinary talent was enough to make many people envious. Let's go to the enrollment point first and choose a magic academy for Jonah, Mon Ray said. Then we'll go find Captain Hades. Alright. Jonah, with average talent and a modest family
background, was ultimately admitted to Douglas Magic Academy, becoming the second child in the history of Beast Village to be
accepted into a magic academy.
When the news spread, Captain Hades was so excited that he cheered repeatedly.
Out of the 4
children he brought, 2 turned out to have magical talent. This was truly fortunate and exhilarating.
Especially Mon Ray's extraordinary talent, which made him even more thrilled. Mon Ray, you're amazing, you're the pride of the village. Captain Hades patted Mon Ray on the shoulder, so excited he was almost incoherent. And Jonah, you're great too. I really want to go back to the
village right now and share this good news with the village chief and everyone.
Mon Ray shook his head helplessly and glanced at the even more dejected Joseph and Andrew. He asked, Captain Hades, what about Joseph and Andrew? Did they come all this way for nothing? There's nothing we can do.
Without magical talent, they can only return to the village, Captain Hades said heavily, sighing without saying much more.
The outcome was already decided.
Returning to the village to live as ordinary people, spending a lifetime in the small mountain village, this was fate, and no one could change it.
Joseph and Andrew
trembled all over, unable to hold back their tears.
Even without magical talent, they can still train in combat skills. Mon Ray frowned.
I noticed there are so many warrior academies in the royal city that also accept commoners.
They could study to become warriors. Warrior academies?
Hearing this, Joseph and Andrew trembled again, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes.
Yes, if they can't get into a magic academy, a warrior academy is also a good option. Jonah joined the discussion. That Way, the four of us can all stay in the royal city and look out for each other, right? Sounds easy, but it's much harder in practice, Captain Hades said with a bitter smile. Do you know how expensive the tuition fees for warrior academies are? I hadn't thought about that. Even the worst third-rate academies charge dozens of gold coins per year just for tuition, not to mention the costs for books, accommodation, meals, uniforms, materials, and training fees. Captain Hades shook his head. Altogether, it would cost at least 100 gold coins a year, which is something an average family simply can't afford. Hearing this, Joseph and Andrew's faces immediately turned grim. Their families struggled to save even 10 gold coins a year. How could they possibly come up with hundreds of gold coins for their education? Even the 10 gold coins for this magic test had been scraped together by their parents through extreme frugality. There was simply no way to come up with more money. Raising scholars from poor families is no joke. Captain Hades sighed. Training magicians and warriors both burn through money. Enough to drain an ordinary family dry. We common folk simply can't sustain it. As he spoke, he glanced at Jonah, his eyes filled with concern. Having magical talent was a good thing for Jonah, but entering a magic academy was just the beginning of the expenses. Jonah was not like Monray, who had a full scholarship and a generous stipend. What would she do in the coming years? Monray remained silent. Jonah bit her lip, her face full of worry. Let's go. You've been standing in line all day and must be tired. Go get something to eat and then rest at the inn, Captain Hades said, waving his hand. Once Monray and Jonah enter the Magic Academy in 2 days, I'll take Joseph and Andrew back to the village. The expenses in the royal city are too high. Return to the village? Mundray fell into deep thought. Does Mundray have money? Not much. Currently, he only has 2,306 gold coins on hand, along with a scholarship of 5,000 gold coins per year that is yet to be received. This amount of money is nothing compared to nobles and wealthy merchants, but it far exceeds that of ordinary people struggling for basic needs. However, that's not the key point. The key is that he earns money very easily, because he can pick up things anytime, anywhere. Since arriving in the royal city, Mundray has been collecting dropped items, gold coins, attribute light spheres, magic, and even combat techniques. He picked up 3 sets in one go. The more people there are, the more items drop. As the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the royal city has the densest population, especially during the school season when students and crowds are everywhere. More people mean more dropped items. This allowed Mundray to gain a huge advantage. Within less than a day of arriving, he had already reaped abundant rewards and greatly enhanced his abilities. Host, Mundray Race, Human Wealth. 2,306 gold coins. Physique, Level 3 Warrior, 502/1000, Spirit, Level 2 Mage, 213/500, Magic Power, Level 1 Mage, 199/200, Other. Various his gold coins more than doubled. His physique strengthened to the level of a Level 3 Warrior. His spiritual power reached Level 2 Mage. His magic power is just shy of meeting the Level 2 Mage standard. He gained several new magic skills. He even inexplicably acquired 3 sets of combat techniques. Wow, the royal city truly is a place where the wealthy and powerful gather. In less than a day, he picked up so much, the future is bound to be extraordinary. He came to the right place. Mundray was very satisfied with today's harvest and believed he would gain even more in the days to come. So, could he spend some money to help his 2 companions attend school? Mundray secretly calculated that as long as Joseph and Andrew worked hard, they could become apprentice warriors in the first year, making it much easier to earn money. By then, they could support themselves and complete their studies smoothly. Regarding their education, once they graduate successfully, even if they only become Level 4 warriors, they will have a skill to rely on. The wealth a Level 4 warrior can bring far exceeds a mere 200 gold coins. There's no need to worry about them not being able to repay. In other words, as long as I lend 200 gold coins, I can completely change the lives of my 2 companions. This investment is truly worthwhile. However, when Mundray spoke, Hades, Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were all shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Mundray, are you joking? Hades stared at him and said seriously, I know you receive a scholarship of 5,000 gold coins annually, but magic training costs far more than warrior training. Those 5,000 gold coins might not even be enough to buy magic potions and materials. Captain Hades, no need to say more. I know what I'm doing. Mundray waved his hand and turned to Joseph and Andrew. I'm not wealthy, so I can only help you for 1 year. After that, you'll have to rely on yourselves.
If you can become apprentice warriors within a year, then
it's all good. Mondre, Joseph and Andrew were moved to tears, unable to control their emotions. Stop crying. Remember Mondre's words.
Once you enter the academy, train seriously and strive to become apprentice warriors within a year.
With Mondre's support, Joseph and Andrew successfully applied to the Warrior Academy.
Although it was just an ordinary mid-tier academy, they were already deeply grateful and promised on the spot to study hard and repay Mondre in the future.
Over the
next 2 days, the 5 of them explored the royal city together, admiring its bustling scenery.
Mondre continued picking up
dropped items while being dazzled by the luxury before his eyes. He had initially thought that this world, lacking scientific development, would be backward and primitive, but he was completely wrong.
The Dragon God Empire boasts a civilization history
spanning tens of thousands of years. Although the mainstream still relies on personal combat power, with continuous innovation in combat techniques and magic, the accumulated advancements over the years have also given rise to numerous magical
derivatives. The most common among them is the magic device.
Poor commoners have no access to magic devices, but these magical technological products have already deeply penetrated the households of the upper class. For example, spatial rings, spatial bracelets, spatial belts, these magical devices used for storing items, magic cannons, magic guns, magic puppets, magical devices
for attack, magic lamps, magic carriages, magic carpets, magical devices for daily life. There are countless types. This style of civilization is completely different from that of Earth, which greatly broadened Monre's horizons and gave him a clearer understanding of the true nature of this world. However, what struck him the most was the old saying, the rich live in luxury and waste, while the poor suffer from cold and hunger. The class disparity in this world is immense. A small number of elite
aristocrats monopolize the majority of resources, living lives of extravagance, while over 90% of ordinary people struggle
at the bottom, exploited and oppressed, leading difficult lives. After learning this, Monre did not think about overthrowing the ruling class to liberate everyone. His only thought was to continue silently accumulating strength, striving to one day
rise above the bottom and live a better, more comfortable life. Of course, if he ever became powerful enough to change this world, he wouldn't mind completely overturning the current state of affairs, reshaping the heavens and earth, and giving the
Sky Continent a bright future.
The 2-day holiday quickly ended, and Fire Dragon Magic Academy officially began its term.
Monre
bid farewell to Hades and his group and arrived at the academy.
As the top magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, Fire
Dragon Magic Academy boasts a history of over 20,000 years. The exact founding date is untraceable, but the earliest teaching records date back over 20,000 years. Over these millennia, the academy has received strong support from the Fire Dragon Kingdom
and the Dragon God Empire,
developing rapidly to become one of the oldest and most renowned magic academies on the Sky Continent. Through the accumulation of time, Fire Dragon Magic Academy has produced countless magic masters and top-tier powerhouses, nurturing numerous saint-level experts and noble elites. Among them are 37 kings of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and 1,169 saint-level
experts.
Fire Dragon Magic Academy ranks among the top in the Dragon God Empire's more than 20 magic academies, holding third place, and ranks 9th among the over 100 magic academies on the Sky Continent.
However, despite its long history,
as of the current year, Sky Calendar 44,781, the total number of students at Fire Dragon Magic Academy is only 600.
The
entire school has 6 grades, with fewer than 100 students per grade.
Every student admitted to Fire Dragon Magic Academy is a genius.
Standing before the academy gates, Monre gazed at this ancient, civilization-rich magical sanctuary, his heart filled with mixed emotions. From a historical perspective, no school on Earth could compare to this academy.
The oldest schools
on Earth are less than 1,000 years old, while this academy has a history of over 20,000 years.
Every corner exudes the weight of time. Every detail reflects its glory and antiquity. Truly, it is an awe-inspiring magical institution. The gates
were guarded by sentries, each clad in Fire Dragon armor, holding flaming spears, their expressions stern, and their sharp
eyes scanning the passing crowd.
Today was the day for new students to register, and returning students were also arriving.
The
Scene was bustling with excitement, with students brimming with joy and parents filled with pride.
However, only students with academy badges were allowed entry, parents and others were stopped outside.
Such is the strict management of Fire Dragon
Magic Academy.
Monray took out his academy badge, pinned it to his chest, and followed the crowd toward the gate.
The guards' gazes instantly locked onto him.
New students this year, please proceed to Sacred Dragon Plaza for testing.
A cold voice rang out.
Turn right after entering the gate and go straight to reach Sacred Dragon Plaza.
Thank you, Monray replied, then entered the academy and walked along the tree-lined avenue to Sacred Dragon Plaza. Tall camphor trees were neatly arranged on
both sides, shading the sunlight. Before long, he reached the end of the avenue, where a massive group of statues came into view. These statues varied in shape and size, numbering in the dozens. The largest stood 100 meters tall, while the smallest was 2 meters, forming an impressive spectacle. The carvings were intricately detailed, with dragon scales layered and lifelike. There are mighty and ferocious flame dragons.
There are thunder dragon men with wings on their backs. And there are
short-statured but extraordinarily charismatic human heroes. Beneath each statue lies a stone tablet engraved with text, detailing the life achievements of the statue's subject. Isaac Feelit, the 16th king of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the first dean of the Flame Dragon Magic Academy, and the great king of fire dragons. In the year 24762 of the Sky Vault calendar, the three-headed Chimera of the Beast Forest led a beast tide to attack the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The great King Isaac led his army to battle,
successfully slaying the three-headed Chimera and ending the beast tide. In the year 24792 of the Sky Vault calendar, a war broke out between the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire.
King Isaac led the Flame Dragon Kingdom's army across the Beast Mountain Range, launching a surprise attack on the northern fortress of the Titan Empire, slaying the Eastern Tiger King,
one of the 12 pillars of the Titan Empire, and paving the way for the Dragon God Empire's victory. In the year 2485 of the Sky Vault calendar, the great King Isaac honorably abdicated. Amos Croc, the second dean of the Flame Dragon Magic Academy,
a powerful saint-level dragon man, proficient in both water and fire magic, the first dragon man to master dragon language magic. A master of magical research, developed 189 types of dual-element water and fire magic, and made tremendous contributions
to the Academy. Adolf Holman.
Monray gazed at the statues one by one, carefully reading their life stories, feeling deeply
shaken.
Every individual here was a true saint-level powerhouse, and an extraordinary one at that.
They were either heroes
who achieved great feats, mentors who made significant contributions to the Academy, or generals who earned illustrious merits.
In war, ordinary saint-level powerhouses, even a Flame Dragon King, would not qualify to stand here.
These were the top-tier elites among saint-level powerhouses. Can I really reach such heights?
The square was bustling with people. Many new students, like Monray, paid their respects to these statues, silently absorbing the glorious deeds of these saint-level powerhouses.
After browsing through the life stories of the statue subjects, Monray arrived at the testing site.
There weren't many people in line here.
After all, the Flame Dragon Academy only admitted a little over 100 new students each year, so the magic
test never had long queues. Hey, brother, are you a new student this year too?
Just as Monray stood in line, a hand patted
him on the back.
Turning around, he saw a chubby boy in a brocade robe, with a round, pudgy face, smiling at him.
The
chubby boy was less than 1.6 meters tall, but his waistline was quite wide. His smile was endearing, resembling a cheerful, plump
monk, with his small eyes squinting into a line. Monray thought to himself, obviously, I'm in line. But his face showed a natural smile.
Most of the people here were dragon men, even the teacher in charge of the test was a dragon man, so encountering
a fellow human made him feel a sense of kinship. Of course, this fellow human happened to be a chubby one. Wow, you're human?
The chubby boy looked at Monray in surprise, his eyes widening like green beans.
Humans admitted to the Academy are always exceptionally talented. You must be no exception, right? More or less. Monray scratched his head. He wasn't entirely
sure of his standing among this year's new students, but he figured he wasn't bad.
More or less? The chubby boy blinked. Fat Heart, you're here too?
At that moment, a sharp voice sounded from behind.
Monray turned to see a green-skinned dragon man,
with a single horn on his head and a swishing tail walking over. His face was stern, and his presence was intimidating.
The Green-skinned Dragon Man was tall and muscular, looking far more imposing than the chubby boy. The chubby boy's chubby face twitched, and he snorted coldly, "Why do I hear your annoying voice wherever I go? Aren't you tired of it? You useless Dragon Man, looking for a fight, huh?" The green-skinned Dragon Man glared angrily, clenching his fists as if ready to strike. The chubby boy quickly hid behind Monray, shouting, "Lance, do you even know where you are? Still want to cause trouble here?" Lance froze, glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then exhaled and coldly threatened, "Fatheart, next time you step out of the academy, I'll make sure you're picking your teeth off the ground." If you've got the guts, do it. Now, you useless fool," the chubby boy retorted smugly. "Just you wait." Lance's face turned green with anger. He glared fiercely at the chubby boy, then shifted his gaze to Monray, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Fatheart, you are truly a disgrace to us dragonkin, mingling with humans. I feel ashamed for Duke James to have such a useless son like you." Monray frowned slightly, while the chubby boy retorted angrily, "Lance, he's a human friend I just met. You are not allowed to insult him." "Friend? Ha, only a lowly dragonkin with human slave blood in their veins like you would befriend a human. Noble dragonkin would never associate with inferior humans." Lance sneered, full of disdain. The chubby boy trembled with rage, his whole body shaking. "Lance, I warn you, do not insult my mother, or else what?" Lance mocked. "Or else I'll beat you up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a fist suddenly flashed before Mondray's eyes. Lance didn't even have time to react before a heavy punch landed squarely on his nose. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, as Lance's nose instantly caved in, and he screamed as he was sent flying backward. The square fell silent in an instant. Fat Part stared blankly at the airborne Lance, then turned to look at Mondray standing in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Several teachers responsible for the new student tests frowned, their faces showing displeasure. "What happened over there? Who's so bold as to start a fight in St. Dragon Square? This is bad, they're probably going to get expelled." "Who started it?" A middle-aged teacher in a mage's robe approached, his gaze stern as he coldly questioned Lance. Lance spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Mondray with eyes that seemed to burn with fire. "You lowly creature, how dare you ambush me? I'll make you pay for this." His green scales stood on end, and a chilling aura erupted from his body, clearly indicating he was about to lose control. "Not good. He's serious." This time, the chubby boy's face changed. This guy may not be an adult yet, but his physical strength is already comparable to a level 3 warrior. "Bro, let's not take any chances, let's retreat for now." Level 3 warrior? Mondray's eyes flashed with surprise. This dragonkin named Lance was still young, probably about the age of an elementary school student on Earth. Yet, a mere child possessed a body comparable to a level 3 warrior. The talent of the dragonkin was truly extraordinary. In comparison, Captain Hades, who had trained diligently for 20 or 30 years to reach level 2 warrior, was simply outclassed. No wonder Captain Hades once said that even in their current decline, the Dragonkin's future life would still surpass that of humans. Seeing it firsthand today, it was indeed no exaggeration. Die! Lance stomped on the ground, creating a crack in the earth. Using the rebound force, he turned into a blur and charged straight at Mondray. "How dare you!" At that moment, an angry roar echoed nearby. The middle-aged teacher in the mage's robe glared at Lance with a livid expression. Such audacity! Causing trouble here. With a wave of his hand, 2 large serpents formed from a green airflow instantly coiled around Lance's legs. Lance, now bound, fell to the ground with a thud. "Ha, Lance, you finally got what you deserve. This is hilarious." The chubby boy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn it! Lance's thick skin and sturdy body meant the fall didn't hurt him at all. He struggled to his feet, glaring at the middle-aged teacher. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" This is an important area of the academy. How dare you act recklessly here?" The middle-aged teacher's face darkened. "Where's the disciplinary team? Get him out of here." "Get me out?" Lance's face changed drastically. He had heard that those expelled from the academy faced dire consequences. Panicking, he quickly said, "No. I'm a new student. Look, I have the academy badge on my chest. You can't expel me." "New student?" The middle-aged teacher glanced at the badge on Lance's chest, his expression softening slightly. Fine, since you're a new student, I'll let it slide this time. But if you cause trouble again, I don't care if you're a prince or a noble, you'll be expelled immediately. Why yes. Lance nodded hastily, sweat pouring down his face. And you? The middle-aged teacher turned and glared fiercely at Monray. Haven't you heard the academy's rules? If students are caught fighting privately, they are expelled immediately. You just arrived and you're already fighting. Do you want to be expelled? No, I don't. Monray lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Remember this. I'll let you off this time. But don't do it again. The middle-aged teacher snorted heavily, looking very disappointed. Do you know how many people would do anything to get into this academy? And you, causing trouble as soon as you arrive. Teacher, I was wrong. Humph. The middle-aged teacher snorted coldly, turned back to the testing area, and called out, next. Monray looked ahead. There was no one left. It was his turn to be tested. Test him. The middle-aged teacher glared at Monray and instructed the testing teacher beside him. Understood, director. The testing teacher responded and began testing Monray. At this moment, the chubby boy Hart also walked over, watching Monray excitedly. He was becoming more and more curious about Monray. Knocking Lance flying with one punch showed that Monray's body was incredibly strong. But ordinary humans weren't this robust, so how did Monray achieve this? Hart was full of questions. Monray had likely trained in battle energy and was probably a warrior. But he had been admitted to the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. That was a bit strange. This guy's magical talent must not be great. Lance followed behind, full of resentment. But he was completely wrong. Top tier. Elemental affinity, lightning element, top tier. The testing teacher exclaimed in shock. Top tier? Truly top tier. The middle-aged teacher and the other testing teachers all gathered around, staring at the glowing crystal ball, each of them stunned. Wow, top tier? Hart gasped. That's insane. Lightning element, top tier? Could it be that the middle-aged teacher seemed to think of something, grabbed the admission list on the table, and examined it carefully. The first line on the list read, Monray, 15 years old, lightning element. Top tier, strength 100 times that of his peers, human race. You are Monray? The middle-aged teacher looked up, his face full of shock. That's me. Monray nodded. This child, it's actually you. The middle-aged teacher was incredulous. Quick! Test his mental strength again. Monray complied, and his mental strength was also 100 times that of his peers. Seeing the results, the middle-aged teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief but felt a chill in his heart. If they had really expelled Monray earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, Monray was the top genius of this year's admissions. With such talent, why did you get into a fight as soon as you entered the academy? The middle-aged teacher asked irritably. What else do you have to say? Aren't you afraid of being expelled? The middle-aged teacher pointed at Monray's nose and scolded, if you're expelled, don't blame me for not warning you. You won't even have a place to cry then. Well, it wouldn't be that bad. At worst, I'll just go to Douglas Magic Academy. Monray chuckled and muttered under his breath. The middle-aged teacher was momentarily speechless, thinking, indeed, with Monray's talent, any academy would fight to have him. If the Fire Dragon Magic Academy couldn't keep him, other academies certainly wouldn't let him go. Is that your excuse for fighting? The middle-aged teacher was so angry he couldn't speak, finally saying, behave yourself from now on. The academy is not a place where you can cause trouble as you please. Understood? Got it. The new student testing, registration, and dormitory assignment were all completed by the afternoon. Monray finally received his dormitory number. Led by a volunteer senior, he headed toward the freshman dormitory. Bro, so you're the legendary human genius. Truly living up to your reputation. Bro, you're so cool. I'm so lucky. The first person I talked to after entering the academy is you. It's fate. By the way, aren't you human? How are you so physically strong? Do you have dragon blood in you? No, you don't have any dragon-like features. The chubby boy's mouth didn't stop as he followed behind Monray, talking non-stop, his words pouring out like a flood. I'm human. Monray occasionally responded, but most of the time, he was admiring the academy's scenery and picking up magical items along the way. After all, this was a 1,000-year-old academy, truly extraordinary. The buildings were ancient and majestic, and the trees were old and towering, the murals, statues, lighting on the walls, and the demeanor of the students, all of it was completely different from universities on Earth, exuding a unique magical cultural atmosphere and radiating the essence of magical civilization, making one feel an extraordinary charm. Of course, this was the Magic Academy. Along the apartment avenue, there were plenty of magical items scattered on the ground. Monray picked up 7 or 8 magic light clusters and 2 or 3 magic fragments, a rather bountiful harvest. TSK, you're a human, but you're more like a dragon than I am. The chubby boy complained, I have pure golden dragon blood in my veins, but it's suppressed by human blood, so none of my dragon traits show. I look entirely human, it's so frustrating. Put. The senior volunteer sister couldn't help but laugh when she saw the chubby boy's plump figure, and Monray laughed along. Most dragon people were tall and muscular. It was rare to see someone as chubby as him. The chubby boy was actually quite troubled by it. He smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I want to be this fat? I get mocked by that jerk Lance every day. With my physique, I gain weight just by drinking water. Even though you're chubby, your magical talent is amazing. The pretty senior sister said with a smile, Your water, earth, and lightning magic elements are all strong, and your mental power is 92 times that of your peers. There are very few in the entire academy who are better than you. Indeed, your magical talent is very rare, Monray also praised. Just having mental power 92 times the average is extremely uncommon. The dean said that among the 98 freshmen this year, only my mental power surpasses yours, which shows how strong you are. Hee, I'm still far behind you. The chubby boy scratched his head and asked with a smile, By the way, which dorm are you in? Room 430, Monray replied calmly. Wow, room 430. The chubby boy's face immediately fell. I'm in room 431. Why can't we be in the same dorm? I'm going to ask the academy to change my room. Idiot. Monray scolded with a laugh. Junior, I'm not joking. The pretty senior sister led Monray to a large apartment area, proudly pointing to hundreds of elegant 2-story apartments arranged in an orderly manner. Our academy is the best magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, with top-notch facilities. Just the student apartments alone are among the best in the entire Dragon God Empire. 2 people per unit, with private courtyards, and the interior is more luxurious than a hotel. The exterior does look impressive. Monray nodded in approval. In front of him were nearly 300 2-story apartments, each with a private courtyard, gardens full of blooming flowers, and lush green trees, no different from luxury villas on Earth. This is nothing, the inside is even better. The pretty senior sister glanced at Monray's attire and said with a smile, Junior, once you move in, don't get too attached to this place and forget your goals. Hee. Monray rolled his eyes. Is that necessary? Of course it is. Many exceptionally talented people lose their way as soon as they enter the academy and fail to reach their full potential. It happens all the time, the senior sister said earnestly. As they chatted, they arrived at the door of apartment 430. Junior, this is your apartment. Thank you, senior sister. Any other questions? Senior sister. Where can I buy daily necessities like toothbrushes and towels? No need to buy them, the academy has already prepared everything. You can use them directly. If you want to buy more, there's a small shop to the left as you exit, which has everything. After seeing off the pretty senior sister, Monray entered apartment 430. The classical loft design, soft beast fur carpets, elegant chandeliers and murals, and golden walls all exuded luxury and comfort. No wonder the senior sister said that many ordinary geniuses lose themselves after entering the academy. Monray sighed. In such a comfortable environment, who wouldn't want to indulge a little? Wasting talent and succumbing to indulgence, this wasn't uncommon. In his previous life, many college students were the same. High school top students would become slackers as soon as they entered university. It was the same in every world. Click, click. At this moment, a short, petite dragon boy came down from upstairs. He was dressed in ordinary, noble attire, had unremarkable dragon horns, and a plain appearance that would make him blend into any crowd. You're here. He greeted Monray without much enthusiasm, then busied himself organizing his belongings, ignoring Monray, whom Monray didn't want things to get awkward, so he casually responded and began inspecting the living room. Just as the senior had said, the academy had prepared all the daily necessities for them: toothbrushes, towels, soap, slippers, everything was provided. Truly thoughtful of the academy. But which floor would be better to stay on? Man Ray glanced upstairs, then turned to ask his roommate, "Are you staying upstairs or downstairs?" "Upstairs," the roommate answered decisively. "All right, then I'll go upstairs too." The two quietly got to work, each tidying up their rooms without saying much. Although it wasn't quite what Man Ray had expected, he found it rather peaceful and relaxing. By evening, the room was mostly organized. Just as Man Ray was about to head out to find something to eat, the chubby Hart suddenly arrived. Bro, I'm here to visit your dorm." Hart gave Man Ray a big hug as soon as he entered, then excitedly introduced the boy next to him. "This is my roommate, Daniel KGB, a human prodigy. Daniel, this is my bro Man Ray, the top magic genius of our academy this year." "Hello, Man Ray, nice to meet you." Daniel extended his hand politely, his smile warm and sincere, making him seem especially approachable. Daniel was a refined and handsome young man, with delicate features and striking good looks. "Hi, I'm Man Ray." Man Ray smiled and shook his hand. "During the magic test that day, I heard you're the top human genius, even rivaling the Dragonkin's #1 prodigy, Ordos," Daniel said with a smile. "I've always wanted to meet you and see what a true magic genius is like. I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Man Ray blinked and teased, "Now that you've met me, are you a bit disappointed? Feeling like reality has slapped you in the face?" "No, not disappointed at all. In fact, I think you're exactly as you should be." Daniel laughed. "You can't judge people by their appearance. Many great individuals didn't seem extraordinary at first." Hart chimed in, "Exactly. Those pretty boys who look good are often just empty vases, relying on their wealthy families." Realizing his words might be inappropriate, he quickly added, "Daniel, I didn't mean you. You're different, haha." Daniel rolled his eyes and laughed. "Since we've just met, let's have a meal together." "My treat." No way I'd let you treat on my turf." Hart patted his chest proudly. "Come on, follow me. Oh, by the way, where's your roommate? Invite him along." Man Ray scratched his head. He might. At that moment, his roommate happened to come downstairs. Hart enthusiastically greeted him. "You must be my bro's roommate, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Hart. Let's go eat together." "No." The direct refusal left Hart a bit embarrassed, but his mood quickly improved once the delicious food was served. He and Man Ray happily dug in. The cuisine of the Sky Continent was truly exceptional, far surpassing the roasted meat and dried jerky of the Beast Village. The flavors, aromas, and presentation were all top-notch, making Man Ray's mouth water. Over the course of the meal, the three chatted a lot, unknowingly growing closer. As the saying goes, half of men's friendships are built over food. After the meal, the three returned to the dormitory. After a quick wash, Man Ray began his daily meditation as usual. Meditation had replaced sleep and become a habit for him. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Man Ray left the apartment. Today was the first day of school, with a packed schedule. The morning was the opening ceremony, and the afternoon was a meet and greet for the students. This year, there were 98 new students, divided into two classes of 49 each. Each class was assigned a homeroom teacher, a class advisor, and 10 class assistants. The homeroom teachers were senior magicians sent by the academy, but they didn't handle daily affairs. Those were managed by the class advisors. The 10 class assistants were upper-year students from the 10 magic disciplines, responsible for assisting with management and guidance, answering questions, and solving various extracurricular magic issues. Magic was divided into 10 main categories: earth, water, wind, fire, wood, metal, lightning, light, darkness, and ice. These 10 types of magic almost encompass all the magic of the entire Sky Continent and are also the subjects studied and taught by professors at various academies. Finally, the dull and tedious opening ceremony was over. After lunch, Man Ray and his classmates were called to the classroom by their homeroom teacher to attend the afternoon freshman meeting. "Hello everyone, I am Jenny Lane, a 6th-year senior and your homeroom teacher for class 1 of the first year. I am also a level 6 wind magic mage." A tall, beautiful senior with blonde hair and blue eyes walked onto the podium and enthusiastically introduced herself. "Over the next year, I will be responsible for managing your class's daily affairs." "Wow, so cool. I didn't expect our homeroom Teacher to be a beautiful human senior. What a surprise.
And she's quite impressive, a level 6 mage.
That's great. If only I
could take her home to warm my bed, someone muttered. In the classroom, the 49 freshmen reacted differently, some admired her, some were excited, some were full of anticipation, while others had wandering eyes.
Monray noticed the chubby boy next to
him constantly swallowing, his eyes fixed on the beautiful senior, clearly drooling.
These guys are hopeless, Monray thought, helplessly.
Among the 49 freshmen, about 30 were dragonkin, half of whom were male. Although it was unclear whether they had inherited the true talents of dragons, their absurd behavior was undoubtedly inherited perfectly.
Each of them was
drooling, their eyes fixed on Senior Jenny like villains, leaving Monray speechless. However, Senior Jenny seemed accustomed
to the Dragonkin's behavior and didn't mind at all. She continued enthusiastically, next, let's do some self-introductions. To get to know each other. Start with the first row.
The Pig brothers snapped out of their daze, sat up straight, puffed out their chests, and began introducing themselves.
Hello everyone, my name is Larry Libby, from the province of Fireland. Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Monty Dunbar, from the province of Alder. Hello everyone, my name is Donna Elam, from the kingdom of Frost. Ha? Someone from the kingdom of Frost?
A wave of surprise swept through the classroom. The kingdom of Frost is located at the northern edge of the empire, covered in ice and snow year-round, a cold place. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Fire
Dragons is in the western part of the empire, separated by a vast distance. Even flying magical beasts would take several months to travel between the two. A student from the kingdom of Frost studying here was truly rare. All eyes focused on the student introducing herself.
She wore a white long dress, had 2 small red horns on her head, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure, a beautiful dragonkin girl.
Noticing everyone's gaze, Donna Elam smiled sweetly and explained, our kingdom of Frost has
a cold climate with a strong concentration of ice magic elements, but I possess fire magic talent, so.
I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Mages have strict requirements for their training environment.
For someone with fire magic talent living in a place with strong ice magic elements, training would undoubtedly be challenging.
Donna's decision to leave the kingdom
of Frost was entirely reasonable.
My name is Jimmy Harkins. Nice to meet you all. Hello everyone, my name is Monray. Who? Monray? Is it him? The top genius admitted to the academy this year?
The one with the strongest talent among all the
freshmen? Instantly, all eyes in the classroom focused on Monray.
Pairs of surprised eyes stared at him, curious, envious, jealous. The expressions varied, but the most common were dissatisfaction and hostility. A mere human, yet he has such strong
magic talent. What kind of luck did he have? Exactly. None of us dragonkin have such talent. Why is he, an ordinary human, so exceptional? Humph. So what if he has talent? Magic training isn't just about talent, effort is the key. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became incredibly awkward, and everyone felt uneasy.
So this guy's talent is that amazing?
Ordinary-looking dragon youth's eyes lit up.
He was none other than Monroe's roommate, the cold dragon youth.
Classmate, it's your turn.
At that moment, Senior Jenny's voice rang out. The dragon youth stood up and said indifferently, hello everyone, my
name is Abe, and I come from the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital? This guy is actually from the Imperial Capital? Wow, that's impressive. Abe's words immediately drew everyone's attention, and Monroe also looked at his roommate in surprise.
Although the Fire Dragon Magic Academy ranked third among the Empire's magic academies, the vast majority of its students were locals from the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Students from other regions, especially the Imperial Capital, were almost non-existent.
Abe, you could have stayed at the Imperial Capital Academy. Why did you come to our Fire Dragon Magic Academy? Someone couldn't help but voice everyone's curiosity. But Abe just gave them a cold glance without answering. This guy is really cold. Monroe curled his lips, starting to get a sense of his roommate.
Not only was Abe cold to Monroe, but he was also the same
to others, a complete iceberg who didn't like to interact with people. Humph. What's with the aloof act? After the self-introductions, Senior Jenny began explaining the academy's rules and important points. Each class had 10 teachers, each specializing in a different branch of magic.
Every day, there was one class for each branch of magic, and students could choose which class to attend based on their talents. with the rest of the time being free for personal arrangements.
Wow, bro, you're so lucky. Just one class a day, and the rest of the time is free to play. That's amazing. As soon as the meeting ended, a chubby boy excitedly ran over to complain, I have 3 classes a day, and it's driving me crazy.
Heh, that's because your talent is average, Monroe shrugged.
Didn't the homeroom teacher just suggest you major in one branch and minor in 2? You can totally adjust your schedule. Yeah, taking 3 at once is too exhausting. You should focus on the important ones.
Daniel nodded in agreement.
I can't even quit if I want to. My old man said I'm not allowed to drop any classes, or he'll break my legs. It's an absolute order. I wouldn't dare talk back.
The chubby boy looked helpless, almost in tears.
Well, there's nothing you can do about that. Monroe chuckled and asked, what should we do next? Daniel checked the time and smiled. It's still early, and the cafeteria isn't open yet. How about we take a walk around the academy?
You guys just arrived and
probably haven't had a good look around, right? Haven't explored yet. Me neither. Then let's go. Monroe naturally wouldn't
miss this opportunity. He had been wanting to explore the academy. The 3 of them strolled and chatted, soaking in the
academy's history and atmosphere.
Monroe secretly picked up several attribute light orbs, quietly enhancing his strength. The entire afternoon was quite fruitful. His mental power, magical energy, and magic strength all showed significant improvement. Even better than the effects of nighttime meditation. This made Monroe very satisfied and helped him set a rough plan for his
studies, attend classes in the morning, explore the academy in the afternoon, and meditate at night. A multi-pronged approach. For maximum efficiency. Phew, finally back at the dorm. I'm exhausted. Back at apartment 431, the chubby boy plopped down
and sprawled out on the couch like a potato, humming in comfort.
You're this tired after such a short time? Fatty, you need to lose weight. Monroe teased with a laugh, suddenly noticing a blue light orb falling from the chubby boy. Ding! Detected. A dropped item. Pick it up? Something fell off, Fatty?
Monroe was a bit surprised but still picked it up.
Ding! Fusion. Successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring Earth Magic Talent.
What? Monroe was stunned. Earth Magic Talent? I actually picked up Fatty's Earth Magic Talent? This is incredible. Monroe was momentarily at a loss for words. Magic Talent. Light orbs were extremely rare.
Since obtaining the system, he had only picked up 1 light orb before. And now, this was the
second one. This was an exceptionally rare find.
Still, being able to pick it up was always a good thing.
Having an additional skill was never a bad thing. Who would complain about having too much talent?
Not to mention, Fatty's affinity for earth elements was particularly strong, almost a top-tier talent.
Fatty, don't you always complain about having too many classes? Tomorrow's Earth Magic class, I'll go with you, Monroe suddenly said. Huh? Fatty looked shocked. The next morning, Monroe arrived at
the classroom on time. There were not many students in the class with a talent for lightning magic, only 7 including
Mundre.
The spacious classroom felt empty and somewhat quiet.
Mundre took out his book and began reading attentively. Before
long, the lightning magic teacher, Horatio, entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am your lightning magic teacher, Horatio.
Over the next year, I will teach you lightning magic.
Horatio got straight to the point, starting with a long introduction. Lightning magic is the toughest and most domineering among the 10 types of magic, without exception.
Mundre listened intently.
Although the system allowed him to use magic, he only knew how to use it, not the essence of magic itself.
Simply
put, he could operate magic but didn't understand the principles behind it. The basics, principles, and rules of magic taught by the teacher were extremely important to him, and he was eager to master this knowledge.
Mundre studied with great focus.
During his learning, he discovered the true usefulness of strong mental power. It made learning incredibly fast.
The teacher
only needed to explain once, and he could remember it. Magic is like setting up a battlefield, the teacher explained.
The
magical elements in the world are like scattered soldiers, and our mental power is the commander.
Casting magic is like issuing orders and arranging formations. Time flew by. Busy days always passed quickly. Before he knew it, Mundre had already been at
the Magic Academy for 3 months.
Hey, tomorrow is the midterm exam. Are you nervous? After class one day, the homeroom teacher announced the exam, and the chubby student approached Mundre, his face full of anxiety. What's there to be nervous about?
Mundray glanced at him and continued flipping through a magic book. This book, titled The Complete Guide to Lightning Magic, was borrowed from the library 3 months ago. It detailed all lightning magic from level 1 to level 9. 3 months, neither long nor short, was the longest period Mundray had spent since crossing over to the Sky Continent. During these 3 months, Mundray had become familiar with everything in the academy: classmates, teachers, classrooms, the library. Everything was well known to him. Life at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy reminded him of his university days: stable, peaceful, carefree. No need to struggle for a living. No need to deal with a boss's mood. No need to stay up late working overtime. The only task was to study. Study magic knowledge. Accumulate magical power. Enhance mental strength. Life was busy yet fulfilling. Mundray cherished these days, seizing every opportunity to strengthen himself and continuously improve his abilities. Over these 3 months, all his skills had undergone significant changes. Tomorrow would be the moment to test his progress. Early the next morning, Mundray got up early and headed to training ground number 11 with the chubby student and Daniel. As they passed other training grounds, they were already crowded with people. Students from other grades were also taking their midterm exams. The sounds of teachers scolding, students arguing, and magical explosions intertwined, echoing across the training grounds, making it hard not to feel nervous. The chubby student wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, "I heard that those who fail the midterm exam will be severely punished. I wonder what will happen." "You're worried about that?" Daniel raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Haven't you been working hard these past few months? The midterm exam should be easy for you." "It's not that simple. Our academy seems free on the surface, but it's actually very strict. They let us manage our own time, but exams are not so lenient," the chubby student said in a low voice. Mundray frowned and said, "The exams are particularly strict, with ridiculously high standards. I heard from a senior in the second year that in their class's midterm exam last year, only 6 people passed, and the rest all failed." "Really? That strict?" Daniel was startled. "Only 6 people passed?" Mundray exclaimed in surprise. "Doesn't that mean over 40 people failed?" "Exactly, 44 people failed." The chubby student nodded quickly. "The senior said our academy places great importance on assessments and sets the bar very high. If teachers dare to go easy, they'll face salary cuts and bonus deductions at best, and at worst, they'll be directly fired." "Good heavens, that's too harsh." Daniel became nervous. "So don't think that just working hard guarantees passing." The fat man shook his head. Everyone knew the consequences of failing 3 times in a row. Daniel's face turned pale. According to the academy's rules, failing 3 consecutive exams would result in immediate expulsion. "Sigh, I hope I can pass smoothly." Feeling uneasy, he arrived at training ground number 11. Most of the first-year students were already there, gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. After waiting for 10 minutes, the teachers began to arrive one after another. Horatio, Wendy, Nader. As the teachers appeared one by one, the students' chatter gradually subsided, leaving only expressions of nervousness and awe. Mundray stood in the corner, quietly observing. This midterm exam was for the entire grade. Besides their Class 1, Class 2 was also present, making a total of 98 freshmen. The examiners were the teachers responsible for teaching the 10 branches of magic, 10 from Class 1 and 10 from Class 2, totaling 20. Additionally, the homeroom teachers of both classes were present. My goodness, even the homeroom teachers came. We've been enrolled for 3 months, and this is the first time I've seen our homeroom teacher. The fat man leaned over, whispering nervously, growing visibly more anxious. I heard our homeroom teacher is part of the school leadership. I never expected him to personally attend the midterm exam. Unbelievable. Daniel stared at the homeroom teacher. It seems the academy takes the midterm exam very seriously. Mundray nodded slightly. Back in his previous life at university, midterms and finals were never such a big deal. Is everyone here? All 22 teachers were in place. Class 2's homeroom teacher, Buddy Tyrone, was the first to speak. He was a typical dragonkin, with a single horn on his head, wings on his back, a tall and muscular build, and an imposing presence that naturally exerted pressure on others. In contrast, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Dirk Norvay, seemed much more ordinary, a thin, human elder with a sallow complexion, appearing frail as if a gust of wind could knock him over.
Mr. Buddy, all Class 2 students are present. The Class 2 assistant teacher stepped forward respectfully. And Class 1? Dirk Norvay looked at his assistant teacher, Jenny. Class 1 is also all present, Mr. Dirk. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Class 1 will go first. Understood. Senior Jenny responded, pulling out a list and announcing loudly, the first-year midterm exam officially begins. The exam consists of 3 parts. All the students immediately perked up their ears, listening attentively. First, test of mental strength. Second, test of magical reserves. Third, magic casting. Those whose names are called, step forward. First up, Larry Libby. Hearing this name, both homeroom teachers and the 20 examiners simultaneously looked at the list. The first examinee was indeed Larry Libby. Larry, start with the mental strength test. You know the procedure, right? Yes, senior. Larry Libby was a young dragonkin, only 14 years old, but tall and burly, standing at 1.8 meters. A pair of red dragon horns on his forehead marked his identity. He carried the bloodline of a fire dragon. Notably, fire dragons were descendants of the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Libby walked up to the tall mental strength testing device, his eyes fixed on the red button. Asterisk swish, swish. Swish asterisk, the red line inside the device climbed rapidly, finally stopping at a certain mark. Mental strength, 50 times that of peers, score, 50 points. Senior Jenny looked at the device and announced Larry Libby's result. Hearing this score, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Dirk Norvay, immediately frowned. His voice was slightly hoarse. When you first enrolled, your mental strength was 48 times that of your peers, scoring 48 points. 3 months have passed, and it has only increased by 2 points? Why? He locked his gaze on Larry Libby and said coldly, Larry, can you explain what exactly you've been doing these past 3 months? Teacher, Larry's face turned beet red, unable to speak for a long time. What had he been doing? Of course, he had been playing recklessly. Over the past few months, he hadn't been serious about his training at all. Dirk said coldly, mental strength is something that naturally increases with age, even without deliberate practice. A 2-point increase over 3 months is normal. This shows that you have barely trained and have completely indulged yourself these past 3 months. Larry, this attitude is unacceptable. Teacher, Larry tried to explain further, the remaining 2 tests don't need to be done. You are disqualified. Go back and train properly. Dirk firmly rejected. Next, training ground 11 was so silent it felt suffocating. Listening to the homeroom teacher's cold reprimand and seeing Larry's dejected expression, all the students felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts. It turned out that the midterm exam not only tested 3 attributes but also emphasized progress over the past 3 months. This was bad. Even if you had a solid foundation and were strong before enrollment, if you hadn't made progress in the past 3 months, you were still considered disqualified. This was too strict. Mundray secretly clicked his tongue. Next, Monty Dunbar. Mental strength is 67 times that of your peers. It was 62 at enrollment, now it's only 67, an increase of just 5 points, which shows you've been slacking off these 3 months. Disqualified. Next, Albert Arkwright. Disqualified. Gabriel Broad. Disqualified. Annalyn Boswell. Disqualified. Oh no, they're all disqualified. The chubby student turned pale with fright. 17 people, all stuck at the mental strength checkpoint. What should we do? It's too strict, really too strict. Daniel's face turned pale. Boris improved by 12 points and was still disqualified. How much improvement is needed to pass? No idea. Mundray shook his head. The exam rules were truly frustrating. With such strict standards, probably very few people could pass. The chubby student looked ashen. If I don't pass, my old man will definitely disown me. The tests continued. But as the chubby student predicted, under such harsh assessments, very few people passed. After testing 37 people consecutively, all were disqualified. The results made the students in Class 1 feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and the homeroom teacher Dirk Norvay's face grew darker and darker. Finally, he exploded. What on earth are you doing? Dirk roared. 3 months. A full 3 months. What have you been doing? So many people, not a single one passed. Tell me loudly, what have you been doing since enrollment? The training ground was terrifyingly silent. All
The students hung their heads, not daring to meet the homeroom teacher's gaze, letting him vent his anger.
The other teachers merely watched silently, seemingly accustomed to this.
Dirk scolded for nearly 10 minutes, panting heavily, and pointed
at the students, shouting, "No more nonsense. I'll give you only one piece of advice: magic training relies on self-discipline. With your current attitude, no matter how good your talent is or how abundant your resources are, you won't achieve anything."
Great! After finishing, he turned and returned to his seat, not bothering to say another word.
The scene instantly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard.
Senior Jenny cleared her throat and asked softly, "Teacher Dirk, should we
continue the exam?"
"Continue," Dirk Norvay replied coldly. "I want to see just how bad this class can get."
"Yes," Senior Jenny responded, and called out, "Next, Mundray." Mundray? This name sounds a bit familiar. The teachers all looked down at the roster and suddenly understood. Class 2's homeroom teacher Buddy Tyrone smiled and said, "Mundray is the most talented freshman in the academy this year. I wonder how much progress he's made. Humph. I hope he hasn't been slacking off."
Dirk Norvay snorted coldly.
Buddy Tyrone said meaningfully, "I heard this kid has quite a personality. He attends classes seriously in the morning but loves
wandering around in the afternoon, balancing work and rest with his own ideas."
Wandering around in the afternoon? Dirk Norvay's face turned gloomy, clearly displeased.
A teacher from Class 2 added with a smile, "There's a rumor on campus that this
year's top genius, Mundray, is a quirky one.
He skips afternoon classes, doesn't meditate, doesn't go to the library, and just wanders around the dormitory, cafeteria, and training ground every day without fail."
"Yes, he attends morning classes. Seriously, but in the afternoon.
What a waste of such great talent."
The teachers sighed, feeling it was a pity that such an outstanding student was idling away his days.
A genius like Mundray, with a training speed far beyond ordinary people, would have an incredible future if he put his heart into it. But his half-hearted attitude every day made people shake their heads
and sigh. "This guy."
Dirk Norvay's face turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. The teachers spoke loudly, and
the students all heard them, each harboring their own thoughts. Some sneered, waiting to see Mundray make a fool of himself.
Some were angry, thinking he was wasting his talent. Others watched coldly, waiting for the drama to unfold.
Wandering around aimlessly? Wasting talent? Monray's lips curled slightly as he calmly walked to the force tester. Under everyone's gaze, he
unleashed a powerful mental force. Instantly, the red line in the tester shot up like a rocket, far surpassing everyone else.
"Wow, that speed is incredible." Everyone was too shocked to speak.
The red line climbed all the way up and finally stopped at an
extremely high position.
Senior Jenny stepped forward and read the result. Mental force is 230 times that of his peers.
"What? 230 times?" The entire room was stunned. "Did I hear that right? This is insane."
Everyone stared at Mundray, their eyes filled
with shock and disbelief. 230 times? How is that possible? Could the tester be broken? How could his mental force be so high?
When he enrolled, his mental force was only 100 times. How did it increase so much in just 3 months?
Freak. He's a total freak.
The teachers at the evaluation table exchanged glances, completely dumbfounded.
Mental force increased this much in 3 months? Is that even possible?
Not for ordinary people, but geniuses don't play by the rules.
Dirk Norvay's expression
shifted from gloom to joy as he slowly said, "In just 3 months, his mental force has increased this much, which shows Mundray has worked hard."
"Buddy, it was indeed unfair to casually accuse him of slacking off earlier." Buddy Tyrone's face turned ashen.
He wanted to refute but had nothing to say, so he could only hold back his anger.
The second test, Magic Reserve. The tool for
testing Magic Reserve looked like a blood pressure monitor, but instead of a red button at the bottom, there was a shiny
magic crystal ball.
By placing both hands on the crystal ball, the Magic Reserve could be accurately measured.
Magic Reserve 35, reaching the level of a third-level mage. Monray's test result was immediately revealed.
The surrounding reactions varied.
"Only 35? Nothing special," several Dragonborn youths said dismissively.
They were born with abundant magic power, and even without much training, their magic reserves far exceeded those of their peers from other races.
Before enrolling, their
magic reserves were already close to the level of second or third level mages.
So-called genius, nothing more than that. Exactly. Mental force is passable at best. You outsiders don't understand at all.
Behind Monray, Dirk Norvay scolded angrily.
Monray comes from an ordinary human race and had no exposure to magic before enrolling.
His magic reserve is entirely accumulated through his own meditation and effort over the past 3 months. Speaking of this, Dirk Norvay sneered, to reach
the level of a third-level mage in just 3 months, what an extraordinary talent.
You have no right to compare yourselves
to him.
That's right, achieving such results in 3 months makes him one of the top geniuses in the academy.
As long as
he stays true to his heart and continues to work hard, his future is boundless.
I have high hopes for him. I have high hopes for him too.
The Dragonborn youths were rendered speechless.
Instead of standing here gossiping, you'd better go back and train properly. Don't embarrass yourselves here and become a laughingstock,
Dirk Norvay said coldly.
Damn it! The Dragonborn
youths' faces turned red with anger, feeling extremely aggrieved. They were nobles and had never been publicly humiliated
like this.
However, Dirk Norvay was a teacher, and no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to speak up.
Furious, the Dragonborn youths could only direct their anger at Monray. It's all because of this lowly human. If it weren't for him. Regardless, Monray's tests continued.
The third test was magic casting. For mages, mental force and magic reserve are the most basic elements, both serving as preparation for casting spells.
Dirk Norvay personally stepped forward, his face wearing a gentle smile.
The true measure of a mage's level is their ability to cast magic. He smiled, looking like a kind Santa Claus, and said, Monray, next, please freely cast 3 spells.
All right, teacher.
Monray nodded, walked to the center of the training ground, and began chanting a magic spell.
Crackle! Lightning magic elements quickly gathered, and amidst the noisy crackling sounds, a lightning ball composed of countless tiny currents slowly took shape, floating in Monray's palm like a spinning basketball, shining brightly and dazzlingly. Lightning magic, thunderball spell.
Teacher Horatio's eyes lit up, and he praised.
This thunderball spell is excellent. The casting took less than 3 seconds, the lightning elements are completely contained within the sphere without any leakage, and the control is exceptionally skillful.
The lightning magic teacher of Class 2 also clapped and commended, I give this thunderball spell full marks.
Monray consumed very little magic power and
can precisely control the elements, proving his exceptional mastery of magic power. Other teachers nodded in agreement.
Although
the thunderball spell is only a first-level magic, the simpler the magic, the more it reflects the caster's true skill.
Casting speed, magic power consumption, precision in controlling magic power.
All these demonstrate a mage's strength.
Magic is an art, Teacher Dirk Norvay said with a smile. A great mage is like a master artist, showcasing the charm of magic with exquisite technique. Monray's casting process is smooth and natural, full of artistic flair. Absolutely. The other teachers nodded in agreement. What's so impressive about a first-level magic spell?
I could cast a first-level spell when I was
7.
The Dragonborn youth sneered disdainfully, though they were secretly anxious.
The more the teachers praised Monray, the
more uncomfortable they felt.
Monray waved his hand to dispel the thunderball spell and immediately began chanting a second magic spell.
A few seconds later, a long spear radiating dazzling silver light appeared in his hand. The spear was condensed from lightning, exuding a powerful aura of destruction.
Lightning magic, thunder spear. Impressive. The casting speed is very fast. No magic power leakage. The magic power consumption is also minimal. This thunder spear is simply perfect. Amidst
the chorus of praise, Monray withdrew the thunder spear and continued chanting a third spell. His mental power surged like a tide, attracting all the lightning elements within a 10-meter radius to gather around him.
This scale. Dirk Norvay's eyes lit up. Is he about to use a third-level magic spell? Indeed, third-level magic, lightning barrier. Teacher Horatio exclaimed in surprise, this child has always been low-key in class, never showing any brilliance. I didn't expect he had already mastered third-level magic. To cast third-level magic, he must be a third-level mage. Only 3 months into school, going from 0 to a third-level mage, this kind of talent is truly rare. A genius. The teachers were deeply moved, their amazement evident. So, what qualifies as a competent third-level mage? Mental power reaching the third level. Magic power reserves reaching the third level. The ability to cast third-level magic. All three are indispensable. Even if mental power and magic Power reserves are sufficient. Without the ability to use third-level magic, one cannot be considered a third-level mage. Just like many Dragonborn, who are born with strong magic power reserves but aren't even mages. Although a third-level mage is still considered a low-level mage, achieving this in just 3 months is nearly impossible. One must enhance mental power, increase magic power reserves, study magic. All of these require a significant amount of time. 3 months? Barely enough to get started. Many people spend their entire lives without reaching this level. What's so great about it? Seeing the teachers praise Monray, the Dragonborn youths felt sour inside, but this didn't stop Monray from continuing his spellcasting. Under his summoning, a large amount of lightning elements interconnected, gradually forming a silver shield covering a 3-meter radius around him. The shield transitioned from ethereal to solid, eventually stabilizing completely. The entire process was smooth and natural, as fluid as mercury flowing. 19 seconds. The casting time is very short. No excess magic power leakage. The magic power consumption is also minimal. This lightning barrier was cast perfectly. 3 spells. First level magic. Thunderball spell. Second level magic, Thunder Spear. Third level magic, Lightning Barrier. Dirk Norway stood on training field. Number 11, looking at Monray with a face full of approval. These 3 spells not only demonstrate your powerful mental strength, but also showcase your precise control over magic. The execution was perfect. I give you full marks. Thank you, teacher. Monray bowed slightly. Keep working hard. I look forward to your future. Dirk Norway patted his shoulder encouragingly. Then he scanned the class, his expression turning serious. You all saw it. Now, do you understand where the gap lies? The students had varied expressions. The human boys lowered their heads, full of shame. Most of the dragon boys held their necks high, glaring defiantly. Defiant? Ha! Dirk Norway sneered. Practicing magic initially depends on talent, but what kind of person you ultimately become relies entirely on effort. Monray has better talent than you, and he works harder than you. In just 3 months, he has made breakthroughs all the way to becoming a level 3 mage. What reason do you have to be defiant? Confidence is fine, but blind arrogance is unacceptable. It's just foolish. Teacher, I don't accept this. A dragon boy stood up, staring directly at Dirk Norway, his gaze fearless. Wow! He actually dares to challenge the teacher. Has Adman gone mad? The room erupted, students looking at Adman in shock, speechless at his audacity to confront the homeroom teacher. The teachers also frowned, their cold gazes fixed on Adman. The students of Fire Dragon Magic Academy came from complex backgrounds, most with powerful connections, making them difficult to manage. Thus, the kingdom and academy granted teachers absolute authority, and any student daring to challenge a teacher faced dire consequences. Adman publicly confronting a teacher was already a major taboo. What exactly do you not accept? Dirk Norway asked coldly. Teacher, I don't mean to challenge you, Adman said firmly. I just think that merely casting spells is useless. The key is combatability. If someone only knows flashy moves, they can't be considered a true mage. After speaking, he glanced at Monray with disdain. Monray's spells are indeed impressive, but as for his combatability, that's still questionable. What are you trying to do? Dirk Norway snorted coldly. A fight. Adman stared directly at Monray. Monray, in front of all the teachers, do you dare to fight me? Outrageous. The Academy forbids private duels. Don't you know that? Dirk Norway slammed the table angrily, shouting sternly. The Academy does forbid private duels, but as long as there's a teacher present, a public match isn't considered a private duel. With so many teachers here today, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Adman retorted loudly. Dirk Norway's face turned red with anger. Just as he was about to speak, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Buddy Tyran, interjected, Director Dirk, while this student is somewhat rude, he's not entirely wrong. The most important thing for a mage is still combatability. He looked at Monray, smiling. Monray, if you don't demonstrate your combatability, even if you take first place in this exam, the others won't be convinced. That's right. We don't accept it. Well said. Let's have a real fight. Just casting spells means nothing. True strength lies in combatability. The dragon boys echoed in agreement, their eyes full of provocation. They had been watching Monray for a long time and now wanted to teach him a lesson.
proving to the teachers that talent alone wasn't enough. He could still be beaten to the point of losing his way.
Buddy, combat isn't part of the midterm exam.
Dirk Norway's face darkened, clearly displeased.
The purpose of the exam is to assess students' progress and abilities. As long as this goal is achieved, the format doesn't matter, Buddy Tyron said with a smile. He turned to Man Ray. Man Ray, are you willing to accept the challenge and show everyone your combat skills? Instantly, all eyes focused on Man Ray. Adman added provocatively.
Don't worry, I'll only use magic, not physical strength, so no one can say I'm bullying you.
Do you dare? Why wouldn't I? Man Ray smiled faintly. However, since we're going to fight, shouldn't there be a wager? Ha, I like your boldness. Adman was overjoyed, pulling out a purple magic crystal card and laughing. Here's 10,000 gold coins as the wager for this battle. What do you think? That's too much.
I don't have that kind of money. Man Ray shook his head.
I only have a 5,000 gold coin scholarship. That's enough. Adman waved dismissively, not taking Man Ray's 5,000 gold coins seriously at all. His goal wasn't to win money but to humiliate Man Ray.
Then let's begin, Man Ray said calmly.
All right.
The surrounding students quickly stepped aside, clearing the training ground for the two of them.
Sigh, how foolish. Dirk Norway sighed, watching the two about to start fighting.
Although he had faith in Man Ray, he didn't believe Man Ray could defeat Adman at this stage.
Dirk's judgment was sharp. Adman's physique was as strong as a level 4 warrior, his magic reserves were extremely abundant, making him one of the top-tier level 3 mages. Coupled with the Dragonkin's innate combat instincts, it was almost impossible for Man Ray to win. Forget it, let him experience the gap between humans and Dragonkin. It'll motivate him to work harder in the future. Adman and Man Ray stood in the center of the training ground.
One was only 1.6 meters tall, frail like a child. The other was tall and burly, with solid muscles. Just by looking at their physiques, there was no comparison.
Go, Man Ray. The chubby boy and Daniel nervously cheered for Man Ray. To be honest, they didn't have much confidence in him either. Adman wasn't an ordinary person.
He had pure black dragon blood, a strong body, and exceptional magical talent, ranking among the top freshmen this year.
Man Ray had almost no chance of winning. Man Ray, you're human, so I'll let you make the first move. Adman
crossed his arms, raised his chin, and smiled smugly, not taking Man Ray seriously at all.
All right. Man Ray's lips curved
slightly as he snapped his fingers lightly.
Whoosh, a basketball-sized lightning ball appeared in the air. Another snap. A second lightning ball followed. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth.
In the blink of an eye, 9 lightning balls floated in front
of Man Ray.
Electric currents crackled, and the silver light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look away.
The 9
basketball-sized lightning balls hovered around Man Ray, emitting a brilliant silver glow, making him look like the god of
thunder in the sky. Instant casting.
The teachers all stood up, staring in shock at Man Ray and the lightning balls.
Instant casting of level 1 magic. How did he do it? He's clearly just a level 3 mage.
The teachers' eyes were filled with disbelief.
High-level mages could instant cast low-level magic because their mental strength was powerful enough to instantly complete the arrangement and release of magical elements.
Simply put, it was like an expert handling a simple task with ease.
Just as first-grade students find addition and subtraction difficult, higher-grade students can handle it effortlessly. Magic is far more complex than basic arithmetic, but the principle is similar. High-level mages could instant cast magic several levels below their own, and the most elite saint-level mages could even instant cast high-level magic. But Man Ray, a mere level 3 mage, could instant cast level 1 magic?
Typically, mages can instant cast magic up to 4 levels below their own. Dirk Norway's
gaze deepened. To instant cast level 1 magic, you'd need to be at least a level 5 mage. Man Ray has clearly broken this rule.
The teachers nodded in agreement.
On the other side, fire. Man Ray commanded softly, pointing his finger. ZZZZZ, 3.
Streaks of lightning tore through the air, heading straight for Adman.
Do you think mere level 1 magic can hurt me? Adman sneered. I can't even be bothered to dodge. Boom, the 3 lightning balls struck Adman and exploded. Crackle, electric currents danced across his body. Adman snorted coldly. Is that all you've got, little genius? Man Ray chuckled lightly, his fingers continuously pointing. Lightning balls shot out like cannonballs, wave after wave, completely surrounding Adman. I told you, level 1 magic can't hurt me.
Adman stood still, letting the electric current strike him, his face full of mockery.
Use some high-level magic, or you won't stand a chance of winning. Ha!
Monray smiled, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as a
strange light flickered. Since you're so eager, how could I let you down?
As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly began
chanting a magic spell. The electricity around Ademan was summoned, rapidly gathering and merging. This was Ademan felt
something unusual in his body, his expression changing.
He saw the currents quickly transform into chains, binding him tightly. Like ropes. Break! Ademan roared, struggling desperately.
Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to break free, but the paralyzing
sensation from the lightning chains numbed his limbs, leaving him increasingly powerless.
Level 3 magic, Thunder Chains.
The lightning magic instructor, Horatio, slammed the table and stood up. Thunder chains can be used like this? Genius. Truly a genius.
First, he bombarded Ademan with a barrage of lightning balls to make him careless, then used the lightning
elements in his body to form even stronger thunder chains to trap him. Dirk Norvay took a deep breath. What a brilliant strategy.
I thought those initial lightning balls were useless, but they turned out to be crucial.
Exactly 18 lightning balls, just enough to release the thunder chains. The second-class lightning magic instructor exclaimed in amazement, this kid calculated everything from the start. The entire battle was under his control. Could it be that having great magical talent also makes one smarter?
The other instructors were speechless. What was supposed to be a simple duel had turned into a demonstration
of what true intellectual dominance looked like. It was infuriating. Having great talent was one thing, but being this sharp-witted? How could others even compete? High talent and exceptional intelligence. This kid's future is limitless. When
it comes to intelligence, well, dragons really can't compare to humans.
The battle was already over. Trapped by the level 3 thunder chains, Ademan was completely immobilized. Monray seized the opportunity, chanting quickly.
The surrounding lightning elements were drawn in, condensing into a spear. Level 3 lightning magic, Thunder Javelin.
Damn it! Break free! Ademan struggled desperately, but it was futile. In the end, the Thunder Javelin was pointed at his throat.
You've lost, Monray said
coldly.
Ademan's face turned red, the words stuck in his throat. Although his body was stronger than that of a level 4 warrior, if the Thunder Javelin pierced him, he would either die or be severely injured. This battle, he had lost.
Monray
waved his hand, retracting the Thunder Javelin and Thunder Chains. He extended his right hand, the meaning clear.
I admit defeat. Ademan's face was ashen as he threw his magic crystal card to Monray. But don't get cocky. I underestimated you. This time. Next time, I'll definitely beat you.
Ha! As long as you have money, I'll play with you anytime.
Monray smiled faintly and returned to the corner. Damn! Bro, you're amazing. Fatty and Daniel's eyes sparkled with admiration and awe. Monray not only became a level 3 magician but also defeated Ademan. One word, awesome.
This is nothing, Monray said with a smile,
not taking it to heart. After all, he was over 30 years old. Beating a teenager in middle school was hardly an achievement. Bro, you're way too calm.
Fatty and Daniel were speechless.
Anyone else would be thrilled to show off in front of so
many people, but Monray was as composed as ever.
Am I calm? Monray rolled his eyes.
Calm, the two said in unison.
All right. Actually, I'm not calm inside. I almost laughed out loud. Monray said helplessly.
So you were just pretending to be calm?
I knew it. Monray genuinely wanted to laugh. He wasn't pretending.
After all, he had just won 10,000 gold coins, enough to exchange for several attribute points. Over the past 3 months, he had been working hard in silence, and his attributes were close to breaking through. With just a little more, he could step into a new realm.
Host, Monray Race, Human Wealth, 25,187.
Gold coins. Physique, level 3 warrior, 619/1000. Spirit, level 3 magician, 966/1000. Magic power, level 3 magician, 927/1000. Magic, various combat techniques, blade edge technique, stone shattering palm, earth split/spirit, 966.
Magic power, 927.
He only needed to supplement 35 spirit points and 74 magic power points, a total of 109 attribute points, to advance to
a level 4 magician, and 109 attribute points for only 1090 gold coins. System, exchange 35 points for spirit and 74 points for magic. Ding!
Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a level 4 mage. A surge of powerful magic flowed into his body, and Man-Ray felt an unparalleled comfort, his mind clear, his spirit rejuvenated, and his complexion glowing
with vitality. Big bro, why did your face suddenly turn red? The chubby guy looked at Man-Ray in surprise. I just thought of something happy.
Man-Ray smiled and checked his attributes. Wealth, 24,097 gold coins. Physique, level 3 warrior. 619/1000, Spirit, level 4 Mage, 1001/2000, Magic, level 4 Mage, 1001/2000, both Spirit and Magic have surpassed the threshold for
a level 4 Mage. As long as I learn level 4 Magic, I'll officially be a level 4 Mage. It's been less than 5 months since I
came to this world, and I've already broken through to level 4 Mage.
No one can match this cultivation speed, right? Man-Ray thought proudly, his eyes full of anticipation. However, my physique is lagging behind. Physique has always been Man-Ray's strong suit and the easiest to improve, but over the past 3 months, he spent most of his time at the academy, with almost no opportunities to obtain physique light orbs, causing his physique to stagnate. It seems I need to visit places like the Warrior Academy, the Beast Arena, and the Combat Arena more often to improve my physique. Man-Ray planned in his mind. Human mages have relatively weak physical bodies and are often targeted because of it. In contrast, dragon-born mages, who inherit the bloodline of dragons, have much stronger physiques. Among those of the same level, dragon-born mages have a clear advantage, and Man-Ray didn't want to lose to them. I must improve my physique as soon as possible. Damn! It's my turn! Just as Man-Ray was planning, the chubby guy suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts. The chubby guy was about to take his test. Good luck, chubby. You can do it. Man-Ray patted the chubby guy's shoulder and smiled. If you all pass the exam, I'll treat you to a big feast outside the school tonight. All right. The chubby guy nodded vigorously and walked towards the teachers. Go, chubby. Daniel clenched his fists, cheering him on. The chubby guy's test results came quickly. Spirit increased by 28 points, passing successfully. Magic reserves reached the level of a level 3 mage, passing successfully. In the magic casting segment, he performed 3 spells: Water Mirror from the water element, Wind Guard from the wind element, and Boulder Spell from the earth element, all passing successfully. Haha, I passed. The chubby guy was so excited he almost jumped up and ran to Man-Ray. After all, so far, only the 2 of them had passed, so of course, he was thrilled. You're amazing! Man-Ray exclaimed in surprise. You've reached level 3 mage in 3 elements? You're really something. Man-Ray looked at the chubby guy with a skeptical expression, feeling like he'd been tricked. Not at all. The chubby guy scratched his head. I started learning magic at the age of 5 and have been formally studying it for about 2 years. I can't compare to you, big bro. Man-Ray was speechless. Truly, comparisons are odious. In their beast village, a single magic test would cost a family their entire savings, while the chubby guy had been learning magic since childhood. The difference was like night and day. The midterm exams were still ongoing. Over the next hour or so, the remaining students handed in their tests one after another, with disastrous results. Including Man-Ray and the chubby guy, only 7 people passed the exam. Among them were Man-Ray, the chubby guy, Daniel, Man-Ray's roommate Abe, Donna Elam from the Frost Kingdom, and an ordinary human and a commoner dragonborn. The other 42 students all failed. Their homeroom teacher, Dirk Norvay, was so furious his face turned green. He scolded the entire class harshly, even dragging their class advisor, Senior Jenny, into the reprimand. After the exam, Man-Ray, the chubby guy, and Daniel left the school together and headed straight to the best nearby restaurant to celebrate. They found a private room, and Man-Ray tossed the menu to the chubby guy and Daniel, smiling. Order whatever you want, it's on me today. Knowing you made a fortune today, we won't hold back, the chubby guy said excitedly. Let's start with stir-fried golden armored lizard meat, and then some boiled blood mantis. Pickled cabbage with magic whale liver is also great. And stir-fried ice toad. Spicy emerald bird is my favorite. Listening to Fatty and Daniel ordering dishes one after another, Monray's mouth twitched. Each dish costs hundreds of gold coins. These guys are really planning to go all out. However, putting on a good show is a must. Even if his heart was bleeding, he had to maintain appearances. Brother Cullen, congratulations on your 20 consecutive wins in the battle arena and successfully advancing to Silver Fighter, someone excitedly said in the private room next door. Not at all, just luck, pure luck, huh? Cullen replied modestly. Brother Cullen, now that you're a Silver Fighter, your appearance fee must be quite high, right? Not too high, just about 10,000 gold coins per match. 10,000 gold coins per match? Wow! Brother Cullen, you're amazing. At this rate, after a while, you'll have enough money to buy land and become a lord. Yourself. Ah, just luck, just luck. Listening to the conversation next door, Monray's eyes lit up. Silver Fighter? He had heard of the battle arena before. It was one of the two major entertainment centers in the royal city, specifically for nobles and the wealthy to watch underground fighting matches. Fighters would battle fiercely in the ring while the audience placed bets, thrilling to the violence and excitement. Although the battle arena was wildly popular in the Fire Dragon Kingdom and even across the entire empire, Monray, as a proper student, instinctively rejected such violent entertainment and had never paid much attention to it. But he hadn't expected fighters to earn so much money. A silver fighter's appearance fee was as high as 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. Converted into attribute points, that's a full 1,000 points. Earning 1,000 points in a single match. This speed was far faster than picking up attribute light orbs or meditating. After ordering, Fatty smiled and said, 10,000 gold coins is nothing. Those gold fighters have appearance fees starting at hundreds of thousands of gold coins. That exaggerated? Monray's eyes widened. Gold fighters are the superstars of the battle arena. Their appearance fees are far higher than silver fighters, Daniel added with a laugh. These people are incredibly popular, with countless fans. Making money for them is like printing it. So there are celebrity chasers here too. Celebrity chasers? What's that? Nothing. Since fighters made so much money, how could one become a fighter? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Monray deeply understood the importance of hard work. After arriving at Fire Dragon Magic Academy, he had pulled himself together, listened attentively in class, studied magic diligently after class, and meditated persistently at night. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to use the system. Simply relying on picking up attributes was no longer enough. He wanted to maximize the system's potential. Gold coins could be exchanged for attribute points. That was the breakthrough point. But to spend money, you needed gold coins. First, the question was, where would the gold coins come from? He had to make money. Monray had previously thought about making a fortune and earning lots of gold coins. Being an ordinary plagiarist was not his goal. Entertainment? Real estate? Internet? Ventures? Arms dealing? Ha ha, dream on. These industries that were highly profitable on Earth were completely unfeasible on the Sky Continent. After long development, the Sky Continent had formed its own unique business model, and Earth's methods were entirely useless here. So, what was the most reliable and popular way to make money on the Sky Continent? The most dependable and sought-after business was buying land. As long as you had enough money, you could buy a piece of unclaimed land and become its lord. The people, magical beasts, minerals, forests, and rivers within the territory would all belong to you. Simply put, the lord was the absolute ruler of that land. Then there were industries like magic device manufacturing, magic core mining, gold mining, slave trading, and businesses like the battle arena and beast arena. These industries were extremely lucrative, giving rise to many large merchant guilds and wealthy individuals. Take magic device manufacturing, for example. Magic devices were like Earth's smartphones, computers, televisions, and cars. They had entered countless households and generated astonishing profits. The magic core industry was equally booming. Almost all magic devices were powered by magic cores. Magic cores were like Earth's oil. Think of those wealthy tycoons in Dubai, and you can imagine the value of magic cores. As for the other industries, there's no need to elaborate, they were all immensely profitable. Monray often fantasized about how great it would be if he owned a guild and monopolized an industry. Maybe he could establish a sanctuary in just a few days. Unfortunately, fantasies are just fantasies, and reality is harsh. Right now, he was just an ordinary nobody. Forget about a Guild, he didn't even have a single penny. Dreaming of making big money and marrying a rich, beautiful woman? Keep dreaming, loser. There was no way around it.
Doing business was too far out of reach for him, so choosing a proper profession seemed more
reliable. For example, becoming a fighter? Becoming a fighter wasn't hard.
As long as you had the strength of a level 5 warrior
or a level 4 mage, you could join the battle arena and become a fighter.
The chubby man laughed and said, but being a fighter
is very dangerous.
To ensure the battles are real and exciting, fights between fighters are life and death struggles.
No one holds back.
Indeed, while fighters could make money, the risks were extremely high.
Daniel shook his head and said, fighters often walk the edge of life and death.
The mortality rate is terrifyingly high, and very few make it to the end.
Making money isn't that easy. Brother, do you also want to be a fighter? The chubby man raised an eyebrow and looked at Monray with a smile.
It sounds dangerous, but the money is indeed good, Monray replied with a smile, neither admitting nor denying it, as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind.
Brother, you're a noble mage. How could you lower yourself to become a fighter? The chubby man rolled his eyes.
Although a level 4 mage qualifies to be a fighter, go take a look how many mage fighters
are there in the battle arena? Not many? Monray was surprised. Very, very few. Daniel shook his head with a smile. Mages are a noble profession and make money quickly. The richest people on the Sky Continent aren't kings but mages. Although it
sounds like a joke, it reflects how easily mages can make money, far easier than fighters of the same level.
Mages make money quickly? Monray's eyes widened in confusion.
Of course, the chubby man said matter-of-factly.
Mages are rare and in high demand everywhere.
Crafting magic tools, drawing magic arrays, collecting magic cores, making magic scrolls, what doesn't
require mages? And which of these doesn't make money? Just talking about collecting magic cores, do you know how much a single magic core is worth? Monray shook his head.
Magic cores have clear market prices. The chubby man explained, low level
magic cores aren't worth much, ranging from tens to hundreds of gold coins. Mid-level magic cores are a bit more expensive, costing thousands to tens of thousands of gold coins.
The truly valuable ones are high-level magic cores.
A level 7 magic core starts at 100,000 gold coins.
A level 8 magic core is 10 times the value of a level 7, at least 1,000,000 gold coins.
As for level 9 magic cores, sorry, their prices are terrifyingly high. They're outrageously expensive on the market. Remember half a year ago when Lawson Auction House auctioned off a level 9 magic core from the Earth Bear? Guess how much it sold? For 1,000,000 gold coins? Monray guessed tentatively. Wrong.
It sold for 37.8 million gold coins, a sky-high price.
The chubby man laughed.
That magic core was bought by a level 9 Earth Element Grand Mage. Level 9 mages are truly wealthy, nearly
40 million gold coins, and they didn't even blink when buying it. Wow, that's so much money. Monray's eyes were wide with envy. How great it would be if he had that much money. That's just child's play.
The chubby man shook his head with a
smile.
At the annual Magic Exchange Conference, mages buy and sell magic equipment, often spending millions or tens of millions
of gold coins.
That's what real wealth looks like.
So rich. Too rich. Monray licked his dry lips. Unfortunately, I'm broke right now. I might be the poorest mage in the world. Don't say that. The chubby man laughed and encouraged him. You don't have money now, but you have great talent. Once you become a high-level mage and go to the Magic Beast Forest to hunt beasts, it'll be like picking up money. A high-level mage? Monray sighed.
That would require at least a level 7 mage.
I believe in your talent. You'll reach it in a few years. That's right.
You've already reached level 3 mage in just 3
months. Level 7 isn't far off. Gentlemen, are you ready to order? Bring the food quickly, I'm starving. As the delicious dishes were served, Monray ate while still thinking about how to make money. For now, he was still in school, so going to the Magic Beast Forest to hunt monsters was out of the question. He couldn't leave the academy. Since that's the case, becoming a gladiator seems like a good choice. First of all, the arena is crowded, battles are frequent, and there are plenty of dropped items. Monray can freely pick up equipment to improve himself.
Secondly, gladiators earn high appearance fees, and this money can be converted into attribute points to accelerate his growth.
Killing two birds with one stone. It's a bit dangerous. But compared to the rewards, the risk is totally worth it. The midterm exam brought about a huge change. At least, that's what Man Ray thought. The atmosphere of the academy had completely changed. Those dragon noble students who used to love having fun were gone, the lazy young masters and heirs were nowhere to be seen, and even the couples who secretly dated had vanished without a trace. No one wandered around the campus anymore. More people were paying attention in class. The training grounds were packed. A single midterm exam had somehow transformed the entire academy, especially the first-year students, who had completely changed their previously lax attitudes, as if they had suddenly woken up. After the morning classes ended, Man Ray left the academy and headed straight for the largest arena in the royal city, the Flame Arena. The Flame Arena was located in the eastern part of the city, situated in the wealthy district, quite far from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. He hailed a magic car to get there. "Master Mage, are you going to watch tonight's King of Gladiators battle?" the driver cautiously asked. Man Ray was dressed in a mage's robe, looking quite distinguished, so the driver didn't dare to speak casually. But if he could get to know Man Ray, it would definitely be a good thing. King of Gladiators battle? Man Ray was slightly taken aback. "You don't know?" The driver was surprised. The King of Gladiators battle is the royal city's grand annual event. Everyone knows about it. From nobles to commoners, who hasn't heard of it? "I've been staying at the academy and haven't heard about it," Man Ray replied with a smile. "Tell me, what's it all about?" "No problem." The driver began explaining, and Man Ray quickly understood. The King of Gladiators is the strongest gold-ranked gladiator in the arena. After a year of intense competition, the Flame Arena selects the strongest gladiator, who is then titled the King of Gladiators. The King of Gladiators battle is when this year's king challenges last year's king for the ultimate glory. The victor's King of Gladiators battle is the most exciting event of the year at the Flame Arena. It's like the NBA Finals or the World Cup Finals, with a huge impact and deeply loved and pursued by the nobles. The magic car driver continued, "All the nobles and wealthy merchants who love gladiator battles wouldn't miss tonight's King of Gladiators battle. Ticket prices have been inflated to tens of thousands of gold coins each, and they're impossible to get. I didn't expect to come across such a grand event," Man Ray thought to himself. But then he shook his head. "The tickets are just too expensive. Tens of thousands of gold coins for one ticket, I can't afford that." Man Ray had initially wanted to join in the excitement, but now he had to give up. He wasn't rich enough to spend that kind of money casually. An hour later, he arrived at the Flame Arena. This arena was enormous, somewhat resembling a stadium or opera house on Earth. It covered a vast area, with an exterior shaped like blazing flames, glowing fiery red and exuding a sense of passion and excitement. Outside the arena, it was already a sea of people. Dragon nobles dressed in golden attire, wealthy merchants and lords with large bellies, and fashionable, glamorous ladies filled the crowd. The scene was bustling, noisy, and chaotic, much like a train station during the spring festival rush. Man Ray squeezed through the crowd to the entrance, only to be stopped by a stern guard. "Master Mage, please go to the ticket office on the right to purchase a ticket first." Man Ray shook his head. "I'm not here to watch the King of Gladiators battle. I want to join the Flame Arena and become a gladiator." The guard looked him up and down in surprise. "You're not joking?" "I'm not joking," Man Ray said firmly. The guard immediately gave some instructions to his companion, then turned to Man Ray. "Follow me." Man Ray followed him through winding corridors and arrived at an office. The guard knocked on the door and went inside. Shortly after, he came back out. "Master Mage, Lord Uno will see you now." Man Ray entered the office and saw an elderly man in a brocade robe sitting in a chair, coldly scrutinizing him. "Young man, you're the one who wants to become a gladiator?" The old man, named Uno, had a skeptical look in his eyes. He scrutinized Man Ray, frowning slightly. Man Ray looked too young. A newly adult magician, a fourth-level magician? What a joke. "Yes," Man Ray nodded. "The Flame Battle Arena welcomes all strong individuals to join," Uno said calmly. "But you should know the rules, only 5th-level warriors or 4th-level magicians are qualified. You're so young, I fear." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Uno doubted his abilities and even suspected that Man Ray might be impulsively trying to join the arena because he couldn't afford a ticket to tonight's King of Battle match. After all, fighters in the arena could watch the King of Battle match for free.
Monray smiled slightly, said nothing more, and began chanting a magic
spell.
The surrounding lightning elements quickly gathered, forming 2 spinning spears. Each spear was 3 meters long, 1 foot thick, spinning at an incredible speed like high-speed electric drills charged with electricity, exuding a powerful
aura. 4th level magic, Spiral Thunder Drill. Monray murmured. Uno stood up, staring at the 2 lightning drills in
front of him, his eyes filled with shock.
So, you're really a 4th level magician?
It seems I misjudged you.
Having seen
much in his life, he quickly regained his composure, a look of joy appearing on his face.
Since you can cast 4th level magic, you are absolutely qualified to join our Flame Battle Arena as a fighter. That's good. Monray breathed a sigh of relief. What procedures do I need to complete?
Of course, there are procedures,
Uno said with a smile. Let me first explain the specific process to you.
Think it over carefully, and if you have no issues, we can sign the contract.
No problem. Monray nodded. What's your name?
Monray. Monray, my young friend, since this is your first time joining the Flame Battle Arena, you must start as a 1-star bronze fighter.
This is a strict rule that no one can change. Understood. A 1-star
bronze fighter must participate in at least 10 battles per month.
What about the appearance fee? A 1-star bronze fighter earns 1,000 gold coins per match.
Win 3 matches in a row, and you can advance to a 2-star bronze fighter.
The appearance fee for a 2-star is 2,000 gold coins per match.
Win 6 matches in a row, and you can be promoted to a 3-star bronze
fighter. The appearance fee for a 3-star is 3,000 gold coins per match.
These are the basic requirements and appearance
fees. There are also other benefits. For example, once you become a fighter in our Flame Battle Arena, we will protect your life and property.
As long as you don't violate imperial laws or kingdom regulations, we have the right to ensure your safety. Moreover, once you reach the level of a 4-star bronze fighter, *PS, no increase in votes, no movement in collections. Feels like playing a single-player game. Oh, *, after some discussion, Monray felt that the benefits of the Flame Battle Arena were indeed good. The appearance fees were high, and the protection mechanism was comprehensive. The only downside was that it was too dangerous. Once you stepped into the ring, it was a life-and-death battle.
Blades and spears showed no mercy, and no one could guarantee that accidents wouldn't happen.
This also led to an exceptionally high mortality rate among fighters.
This was not an easy way to make a living. My young friend Monray, if you accept these terms, sign this contract. Uno handed over a contract.
Monray carefully read it, confirmed there were no issues, and signed it without hesitation.
Once he made a decision, he would never regret it.
The contract is now in effect. Uno extended his right hand and said with a smile, Brother
Monray, welcome to the Flame Battle Arena. From now on, you are one of us. Uno was very pleased. The Flame Battle Arena
had tens of thousands of fighters, but the number of magician fighters could be counted on 2 hands.
Magician fighters were extremely rare. To attract magicians, the Flame Battle Arena had lowered its standards and offered high rewards. However, magicians held prestigious status and earned money quickly. Who would want to become a fighter who could lose their life at any moment? Magician fighters were always in high demand. So, being able to recruit Monray naturally made Uno happy. Brother Monray, this is your identity badge.
With it, you can freely enter and exit the Flame Battle Arena and watch any matches we
host for free, including tonight's King of Battle match. There's such a benefit? Of course. Fighters are our internal personnel and have the right to watch matches for free. That's great. Monray nodded slightly. Lord Uno, may I familiarize myself with the battle arena first? Of course. Uno smiled and called over a server. Brother Monray, this is our server, Mary. She will show you around. Thank you, Lord Uno. Monray smiled and expressed his gratitude before leaving the office. As the 2 walked away, Uno waved someone over. Investigate his identity. I want to know everything about him. Understood. Mary
had a pair of fluffy cat ears and a furry tail, looking both obedient and adorable.
She was from the cat tribe, a signature trait of her people. Under Mary's guidance, Monray began to stroll around the Flame Battle Arena. The arena was enormous and
well-structured, with the most luxurious area being, of course, the battle stages. The Flame Battle Arena boasted 31 battle stages of varying levels, including 20 bronze-level stages. There are 10 silver level battle stages here, and 1 gold level
Battle stage.
Each stage is massive, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators at once, divided into the ring and the viewing
Area.
The viewing area is further divided into VIP boxes and a section exclusively for fighters, Mary explained enthusiastically
and patiently. After the tour, Man Ray had a clear understanding of the internal structure of the Flame Battle Arena. Finally, Man Ray arrived at the main battleground for tonight's King of Fighters battle, the sole gold level battle stage, the Flame Life and Death platform.
This gold level battle stage was unprecedented in scale, far surpassing any stadium on Earth.
It was cylindrical in shape, resembling the Roman Colosseum on Earth. The bottom was the ring, surrounded by spectator seats. At this moment, the Flame Life and Death platform was packed to capacity. Nobles, wealthy merchants, and socialites from the royal city were excitedly discussing the upcoming King of Fighters battle.
Servers weaved through the crowd, carrying
drinks and desserts, creating a lively and festive atmosphere.
Although the King of Fighters battle had not yet begun, the intense and thrilling atmosphere in the arena already made the tension of the fight palpable.
Man Ray entered the fighters' viewing area.
This section was specifically designated for fighters to watch the matches. It was positioned higher than the regular spectator seats but lower than the VIP boxes, making it an internal area.
Ha! A newcomer?
The fighters noticed Man Ray's arrival, showing a hint of surprise on their faces, as he was still young.
Man Ray nodded casually and found an empty seat to sit down. He didn't know any of the fighters here, nor was he interested in getting to know them. After all, who could say if they might become deadly enemies on the ring in the future?
Making friends with enemies was meaningless. The identity boundaries between fighters ensured they could never truly become friends.
Man Ray's thoughts were not wrong. Fighters indeed had no
room for friendship. Although they were familiar with each other, knowing each other's strength, level, signature moves, and
combat habits, their relationships were cold.
They understood each other only to gain an advantage in battle.
Sure enough, some fighters' eyes flickered as they stared at Man Ray, trying to discern his background. Most of these were first and second level bronze fighters.
As a newcomer, Man Ray was likely to become their opponent in the future, so they needed to study him
carefully.
Man Ray, however, was indifferent, his gaze calm as if watching the ring.
In reality, he was carefully reflecting on today's gains.
From leaving the academy to arriving at the Flame Battle Arena and now watching the matches, Man Ray had been
busy non-stop.
After leaving the academy, the system's notification sounds kept ringing, indicating that he had been collecting resources continuously, especially upon arriving at the battle arena, where he gained even more.
Among the light clusters
he picked up, physique clusters were the most abundant, followed by gold coins, with magic and mana clusters being relatively
fewer.
What surprised him were the mental power and combat skill clusters. These two were particularly abundant, likely due to the intense atmosphere as the King of Fighters battle approached.
In just one afternoon, Man Ray's mental power had increased by
over 100 points, and he had learned 6 combat skills and 1 combat energy technique. A combat energy technique, this was a rare treasure. Man Ray immediately checked the technique, titled the Fire Dragon Codex, and was utterly shocked.
This luck is just too incredible. Information kept appearing in his mind, leaving Man Ray utterly confused. This turned out to
be the Dochi technique exclusively used by the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, a technique that only dragons with
pure Fire Dragon bloodline could cultivate. The royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. They held the highest bloodline of the kingdom.
With a heritage spanning tens of thousands of years, the Fire Dragon royal family had a large population, including
pureblood fire dragons, mixed-blood dragonkin, and dragon beasts. Pureblood fire dragons were extremely rare, while
mixed-blood dragonkin made up 99.99% of the royal family. Although most of them had weak bloodlines and led unremarkable lives, the fire dragon blood flowing in their veins was the fundamental guarantee of their identity, exclusive to the royal family. Only they were qualified to cultivate the Fire Dragon Codex. As for others, no matter how high their status, how wealthy they were, or how noble their bloodline, they were not eligible to practice this divine technique.
But here's the problem. I don't have Fire Dragon bloodline.
As a cultivation manual exclusively for the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the
Fire Dragon Codex was undoubtedly a top-tier Dochi technique.
When cultivated to its peak, it could directly break through
to the 9th level pinnacle.
This was a priceless treasure that no amount of money could buy.
However, what gave Man Ray a headache
Was that, without fire dragon bloodline in his body, he couldn't cultivate this divine technique at all.
the fire dragon.
Codex could purify the fire dragon bloodline within the cultivator, making the dragon blood increasingly pure, ultimately
transforming them into a flame dragon.
Flame dragons were among the strongest of the dragon race, not only possessing robust bodies but also mastering fire, with terrifying combat power. They were one of the top existences on the entire sky continent,
representing the strongest and most fearsome power. If given the chance, Man Ray would certainly want to cultivate it, but the reality was, forget it. I'll figure out a way later. If it doesn't work out, I'll just sell it. Turning it into gold coins wouldn't be a bad thing either.
Though frustrated, Man Ray had to admit that he had gained quite a lot this afternoon. His physique had improved by over 200 points, his gold coins had increased by more than 1,000, his mental power had grown by over 100 points, and he had acquired 6 Do techniques and 1 Fire Dragon Codex. Thinking about it this way, Man Ray's worries vanished, and he secretly felt that today's decision was incredibly wise. His strength had visibly improved, and he was in a
great mood.
Dong dong dong. At that moment, 3 loud drumbeats echoed, and several dazzling beams of light shot down from
the ceiling, converging on the arena below. The arena, made of gold, instantly radiated a blinding brilliance. The light was so dazzling, so radiant. My goodness! A golden arena. Man Ray squinted slightly, surprised to find that the arena was
extraordinarily large, over 20 meters in length and width, and 3 to 4 meters high, standing tall in the center of the
Do Technique arena. It was practically a massive block of gold. If it were dismantled and exchanged for gold coins, how much would it be worth? Man Ray's eyes were glued to it, wishing he could just take the entire arena away. How satisfying it would
be to exchange this thing for attribute points.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, good evening, everyone. I am tonight's host, Heidi Grana, and on behalf of the Flame Battle Arena, I welcome you all. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out, and a
stunning beauty with a fiery figure slowly descended from the ceiling.
She had a pair of pure white wings, resembling a holy angel from the kingdom of light. This was tonight's host. A swanfolk? Man Ray's eyes widened. Swanfolk, like catfolk, were a branch of the beastfolk race. This was Man Ray's first time seeing a swanfolk, and he was utterly captivated by her beauty. So beautiful, no wonder swanfolk were considered one of the most beautiful races on the sky continent. Her appearance made hearts race. The annual Battle King tournament officially begins tonight. At this highly anticipated moment, allow me to introduce tonight's contestants. They are, this year's newly crowned Battle King Odin Coleman. Swish, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, illuminating a corner of the arena. On a high platform stood a burly man with a towering figure. He was 2.4 meters tall, with well-defined muscles. A fiery red horn on his head, fiery red wings spread behind him, his entire body covered in fiery red scales, and a fiery red giant tail. The whole person looked like a burning flame giant. He is the newly crowned Battle King, Odin Feelit, a fearsome fire dragon man. Odin, 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 Battle King, Battle King, Battle King. As soon as Odin appeared, the entire arena erupted in deafening cheers. The rotund nobles waved their arms, shouting madly. The sexy beauties blushed and their hearts raced with excitement. The cheers came in waves, shaking the entire battle arena. The atmosphere instantly exploded, the enthusiasm almost off the charts. This guy's popularity is just too high. Man Ray rubbed his ears, which were numb from the noise, and looked incredulously at the fire dragon man Odin Feelit before him. He hadn't expected this guy to attract such a massive following. Don't forget, today's audience wasn't just ordinary fans, but high-ranking officials with real power, distinguished nobles, and wealthy merchants. These people were akin to celebrities and the upper class on Earth, and yet they were also starstruck. Man Ray hadn't anticipated this at all. Wait, Odin Feelit? Isn't that the royal family surname? Could he really be a member of the royal family? Fire Dragon Man, Feelit? Could he truly be royalty? Man Ray was shocked. The identity of a fighter may seem glamorous, but in reality, they exist solely for entertainment. In the eyes of those nobles, fighters are a lowly profession. No one would aspire to be a fighter, let alone a member of the royal family.
After all, the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom holds the highest power, possesses noble bloodlines and status.
How could they lower themselves to become fighters? But Auden clearly broke this convention. This made Mon Ray feel incredulous.
Actually, what Mon Ray didn't know was that Auden's overwhelming popularity was due to his title of Battle King.
Before
becoming Battle King, Auden faced nothing but ridicule and disdain.
Battle King is different from ordinary fighters. It represents the king among fighters, symbolizing strength and authority. Nobles may look down on ordinary fighters, but they worship Battle Kings.
Before Auden became Battle King, even his own royal family looked down on him, but after becoming Battle King,
everything changed.
This is the charm of being a Battle King, and it most directly reflects the strength above all rule
of the Sky Continent.
Everyone knows that our newly crowned Battle King possesses royal blood and noble fire dragon lineage. This is also the reason for Auden's extraordinary strength. The host, Heidi Grana, spoke loudly. Since joining the Flame Battle Arena, Auden has fought his way through, winning match after match, ultimately standing out and claiming the throne of
Battle King. This is Auden's victory. It is also the victory of royal blood. Let us congratulate Auden and look forward to
him maintaining his undefeated streak in the upcoming Battle King matches, creating miracles and writing legends.
Auden! 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 The cheers rose and fell.
Tonight's other contestant is someone everyone is surely familiar with.
He has won the
Battle King Championship for 3 consecutive years and achieved remarkable results in this year's Empire Battle Emperor
competition. He is our Titan God, Nicholas Austin. Standing over 4 meters tall, with bronze skin, muscles bulging like rocks, eyes sharp and piercing, wielding a massive spiked club, clad in golden armor, wearing a horned helmet. This is the 3-time Battle King champion, Titan God Nicholas Austin. Distinguished guests should know that our Titan God has the bloodline of ancient giants, possessing immense strength. He has won the Battle King Championship for 3 consecutive years and even defeated
formidable opponents in this year's Empire Battle Emperor competition, earning an impressive 3rd place.
The host's voice
was full of passion, echoing across the arena. Today, can Nicholas defeat his opponent and continue writing his Battle King
legend? Let us wait and see. Titan God! Titan God! Titan God!
The cheers roared like thunder, shaking the Flame Life and Death
platform, almost bursting eardrums.
As a 3-time Battle King, Titan God Nicholas's popularity far surpasses that of the
newly crowned Battle King Auden, even though Auden possesses royal blood that cannot compare. Next, we hand the stage over to
the 2 Battle Kings. The host spread his white wings and slowly stepped down from the arena.
On the small elevated platform, Auden and Nicholas launched their attacks simultaneously.
Auden flapped his wings, transforming into a fiery red streak of light, darting onto the arena in an instant, his speed dazzling and lightning fast, eliciting waves of screams.
Roar!
Nicholas let out a furious roar, stomping onto the platform with a thunderous crash, shattering it instantly. His burly figure
leaped into the air and landed steadily in the center of the arena. Auden will win. The Titan God will win. At this moment,
the cheers in the battle arena reached a fever pitch, and the audience was almost out of control with excitement.
What madness! There are fanatics everywhere these days. Ha! What's that?
Mon Ray noticed glowing orbs of light falling from the frenzied
fans.
Judging by their color, most were spiritual light clusters.
People getting excited could actually drop spiritual light clusters? Mon Ray was secretly amazed but didn't idle. He turned and left the fighters area, sneaking into the audience stands
through a safe passage.
As an internal member, fighters could freely access all areas except the VIP boxes. Ding! Fusion successful, host spirit +5. Ding! Fusion successful, host spirit +7.
Mon Ray collected the fallen light clusters as he walked,
a smug smile on his face. Ha, I've come to the right place. This battle arena is a goldmine.
Swish, just as he was focused on collecting, the cheers abruptly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button.
Mon Ray looked up. The Battle King showdown had begun.
The magical shield rose, and the 2 Battle Kings faced off in the arena, sparks flying everywhere.
Nicholas, I will end your glory. Auden hovered coldly in midair, his wings vibrating, his gaze sharp as a blade. Big talker, stop yapping and show me what you've got. Nicholas sneered disdainfully. Die! Auden roared, diving down fiercely and throwing a punch. Just what I wanted. Boom!
Like a comet colliding with the earth, the 2 clashed violently, the deafening sound of
impact echoing as their fists collided with unmatched intensity. Blow after blow, no mercy. Auden! Auden! Titan God! Titan God! The audience roared wildly, their cheers shaking the heavens. On one side was a royal dragonkin with fire dragon bloodline. On the other, a subgiant inheriting the ancient giant's lineage. This was a clash of titans, a battle of equals. Man-Ray stopped collecting light clusters, his eyes fixed on the arena, filled with envy. As battle kings, Auden and Nicholas were undoubtedly both level 9 warriors. Level 9. A very special realm. Just one step away from the legendary Sanctuary. Sanctuary. Lofty and supreme. Transcending life and death. Commanding heaven and earth. Truly standing at the pinnacle of all beings. And Level 9 signified immense power. Throughout the Fire Dragon Kingdom, level 6 and 7 warriors were everywhere. Those with pure Dragonkin bloodlines could reach level 6 or 7 upon adulthood, even without much training. Level 8 warriors were much rarer. Without sufficient bloodline purity, one had to train diligently to reach it. As for level 9, they were exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 Dragonkin, there might not even be one. Thus, level 9 warriors enjoyed extremely high status, and those willing to appear publicly as fighters were even rarer. This might be one of the reasons why Auden and Nicholas were so popular. Boom! 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 The battle in the arena reached a fever pitch. The fire dragonkin Auden turned into a fiery streak of light, pushing his speed and strength to the limit, leaving afterimages all over the arena. The Titan god Nicholas, though slower than Auden, stood like a mountain, unmoved by Auden's relentless bombardment. Now everyone could see clearly, Auden was fast and aggressive. Nicholas had strong defense and greater strength. One was quick, the other strong. One could hit the opponent, but couldn't deliver a fatal blow. The other had incredible power but was always a step too slow. Could this battle end in a stalemate? Man-Ray was secretly surprised, and the audience below was also dissatisfied with the progress of the match, shouting even louder, all hoping their favored fighter would win. Is running around like a rat all you can do? Nicholas swung his spiked club, smashing it into the air repeatedly. If you have the guts, face me head on. Running away won't win you the fight. Auden gritted his teeth in frustration, but he knew he was still too young, his physical strength far inferior to Nicholas's. If I could master the Fire Dragon Codex to its peak, I could kill him with a single slap. What a pity! Auden's mind wandered for a moment. But in a battle between experts, how could one afford to be distracted? At that moment, the experienced Nicholas seized the opportunity, bringing his spiked club down fiercely. Auden dodged quickly, but immediately after, Nicholas's iron fist slammed toward him. This time, Auden wasn't so lucky. Boom! The iron fist struck Auden heavily, causing him to scream in pain, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent flying. Admit defeat. Nicholas pressed his advantage, launching a storm of frenzied attacks. Auden, like a leaf in the wind, staggered and fell. Whoosh! The arena fell. Silent instantly. The audience was stunned, unable to react. The match, which had been evenly matched moments ago, had suddenly taken a dramatic turn. Auden lost? Boom! After a brief silence, Nicholas's fans erupted in cheers, while Auden's supporters cursed angrily, unable to accept the outcome. The match was over, the Fire Dragon warrior had lost. Man-Ray shook his head and sighed, walking toward the ring. After taking so many punches, Auden must have suffered severe internal injuries. Right? Man-Ray didn't know if Auden was completely incapacitated, but he noticed that at the moment Auden was punched and sent flying, a red, glowing orb fell from his body. Auden was a level 9 warrior, so such an item must be extraordinary. Man-Ray quickly picked it up. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Fire Dragon bloodline. What? Forget the Fire Dragon bloodline, there's nothing more to it. The protagonist is still a pure-blooded human. Writing books is really tough, I'm going to get flamed. Obtained the Fire Dragon bloodline? Man-Ray was dumbfounded. He had previously picked up the Fire Dragon Codex and thought it was useless since he couldn't cultivate it. Now, he had unexpectedly acquired the Fire Dragon bloodline? What a coincidence! However, picking it up is one thing, I don't want to fuse with it. Can you force me? Man-Ray was about to resist the system when suddenly, a red flame emerged from within his body. The flame quickly dispersed into countless Tiny fire dragons, burrowing into his limbs, bones, and every inch of his skin. Boom! It was like igniting a barrel of gasoline.
Man-Ray felt a piercing pain, as if his nerves were being tortured to the brink of explosion.
He couldn't help but groan, almost crying out loud. What is happening? Man-Ray was stunned, enduring the pain as he frantically ran toward the nearest restroom.
As soon as he entered, a surge of red flames erupted from his body, scorching his flesh and clothes, instantly
turning him into a man of fire.
The flames burned for a few seconds, and his clothes were reduced to ashes, leaving Man-Ray's
entire body exposed to the air.
Through the flames, his bulging veins, trembling muscles, and even his shaking bones were clearly visible, with wisps of black smoke rising from his body.
Ah! Man-Ray screamed in agony, feeling as if his body was
being torn apart, convulsing violently. He had never imagined pain could be so extreme, a torment worse than death.
Amid the
pain, Man-Ray was completely unaware that his body was undergoing a miraculous transformation. His bones, meridians, skin, and blood were all being reshaped by the tiny flames, undergoing an unimaginable metamorphosis.
Every cell, every inch of skin,
every bone was reborn in the blazing fire. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth.
A fiery
dragon phantom, its body covered in crimson scales as if forged from indestructible alloy, appeared in the void behind Man-Ray. Its wings flapped, and its roar shook the surroundings.
Slash! Slash!
The moment the fiery dragon phantom appeared, the sound
of blades slicing through flesh rang out repeatedly. Blood-stained crimson scales emerged from Man-Ray's body. His arms, legs,
chest, abdomen, back, and even his hips were instantly covered in fiery red scales, transforming him into a scaled beast. But it wasn't over yet. Another soft sound echoed, and a thick, long dragon tail emerged from behind him, its scales bright red, blood-stained, appearing both fierce and sinister. At the same time, two sharp horns sprouted from his forehead,
pointing straight to the sky like bamboo shoots.
Those were dragon horns.
Fiery red dragon scales, fiery red dragon horns, fiery red dragon tail.
The transformation finally stopped, the flames enveloping his body gradually extinguished, and the intense
pain receded like a tide. Man-Ray collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily.
Sweat and blood intermingled on the floor, making
it look as though Man-Ray was lying in a pool of blood, motionless. Pain. It hurt so much. It felt like enduring the baptism of hell.
Recalling this experience, he shuddered and swore never to endure such agony again.
Bang!
At that moment, the bathroom door was pushed open, and a frail figure walked in. Seeing the scene before them, they screamed in fright.
Ah! Don't scream! Man-Ray's body trembled, transforming into a blur as he instantly appeared in front of the person, covering their mouth
with his hand, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible.
Listen, don't make a sound. Man-Ray didn't want anyone to see
him in such a disheveled state. He glared at the person, warning them to stay quiet.
Let go of me, I won't scream. The other person nodded sensibly, quickly calming down. Good. Man-Ray threatened, cautiously releasing his hand. The person didn't scream again but instead looked him up and down, exclaiming in surprise, You awakened your bloodline? Awakened? Man-Ray
froze for a moment, then noticed the drastic changes in his body. His arms, legs, and abdomen were covered in hard, fiery red scales, and a long dragon tail had grown from his backside.
What the heck? Why have I turned into a half-dragon? Man-Ray's face turned pale.
He had just acquired the fire dragon bloodline and immediately transformed into a half-dragon form.
Damn system! How dare you fuse the bloodline without my consent? Man-Ray cursed furiously. However, clenching his fists, he
felt the immense power surging through his body, as if he could shatter mountains with a single punch. With a light jump, his body felt weightless, as though gravity had significantly lessened, giving him a sense of liberation.
My body, it's so strong. Man-Ray couldn't help but check his attribute panel, and he was instantly stunned. Host, Man-Ray race, human, fused with
Fire Dragon bloodline, wealth, 26,397 gold coins. Physique, level 5 warrior, 2480/5000, spirit, level 4 mage, 1197/2000, magic, power, level 5 mage, 2023/5000. What the heck?
The changes are too drastic. My physique jumped from 800 to 2,400, tripling. My
magic power increased from 1,000 to 2,000, doubling.
This is insane. The Fire Dragon bloodline is unbelievably strong. Man
was incredulous, but his gloomy mood slightly eased. Awakening the dragon bloodline causes changes in the body, the person
said, looking at Man calmly. Feeling stronger and lighter is normal. Man nodded, carefully sensing his body. Then looked up at the person, suddenly realizing it was someone familiar. Abel? Why is it you? The person was indeed Abel, Man aloof roommate.
Earlier, Man had been too focused on his body's changes to recognize him.
Now he finally came to his senses. You know me? Abel was stunned. Hey! We see each other every day, how could I not know you? Man smiled, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Every day? You're Man?
Abel's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Man.
Why? Are you here? Wait, how did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Aren't you human? P.S. This is the early stage of a new book. Please support it. If you have votes, cast them. If you haven't added it to your collection, please do so. Abel had always been observing Man.
Before entering the academy, he had heard of Man's reputation, knowing he was the most talented freshman of this year. Later, the two became roommates, and Abel observed Man comprehensively.
After 3 months, he thought he understood Man well, but he never expected Man to hide such a big secret. You're not human, so how did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Abe stared at Man, full of confusion. Could it be that you were a dragon born from the very beginning? You ask me, who should I ask? Man spread his hands.
I just watched the battle of the king fighters, and suddenly this
happened. Honestly, I'm just as confused as you are. It seems you really do have dragon blood in you. Abe was convinced.
Although many dragonborn awaken their bloodline from a young age, there are also cases like yours, where it only awakens at a
certain stage of growth. You're not an exception. Maybe. Man felt conflicted and, of course, wouldn't tell Abe the truth. Even if he did, Abe probably wouldn't believe it. Fusing with dragon blood? It sounded too absurd. Congratulations, Abe said indifferently, then ignored Man and headed straight to the restroom. Man walked to the mirror and looked at his current appearance.
He looked strange, his body still covered in blood. Turning on the faucet, he carefully took a shower.
Much better this way. But, will I have to stay like this from now on? Man sighed. The fire dragon bloodline brought immense power, but thinking about how he had turned into a monster, he couldn't feel happy at all. He much preferred his previous human form. Abe, can I return to my original appearance? Man asked directly. Why would you want to go back? Abe's puzzled voice came from the stall. In the Fire Dragon Empire, who wouldn't want to have dragon blood and become someone admired and revered? You've awakened the royal bloodline of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, a status that's extraordinary. Why would you want to return to being human? This form looks strange. I still prefer my old self. Man shook his head. Do you know if there's any way to change back? I really don't get your thinking. Abe shook his head but still replied, those who awaken dragon blood later in life usually have thinner bloodlines. Their dragon form can't last long. Once their internal energy is depleted, they'll naturally revert. So that's how it is. Man suddenly understood. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, he felt a wave of emptiness in his body. The dragon scales on him receded like a tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. His dragon tail and dragon bones vanished as well. Man was left completely bare, not a stitch of clothing on him. I'm back. I'm back. My original form is so much better. Just then, Abe emerged from the stall. Seeing Man completely naked, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, that's huge. Abe, get me some clothes." After dressing and leaving the restroom, Man returned to the Flame Life and Death Arena to continue the Battle of the King Fighters. The awards ceremony for the battle. The Battle of the King Fighters finally came to an end. The 3-time champion, Titan Nicholas, successfully defended his title, becoming the undisputed champion and earning the cheers and admiration of all, stealing the spotlight completely. Meanwhile, the defeated Auden Feelit quietly left the Flame Life and Death Arena. For at least the next year, he would carry the label of a loser. In any world, only the victors are remembered. Losers are destined to be forgotten and ridiculed. Reality is just that cruel. The winner is king, and the loser can only accept their fate. Man didn't leave immediately, but continued collecting the attribute light orbs that had dropped. This time,
he unexpectedly fused with the Fire Dragon bloodline, raising his physique and magic reserves to level 5. However, his mental strength had fallen behind, still stuck at level 4. Taking advantage of the crowd's excitement in the arena, Monray decided to collect more mental light orbs to make up for the gap in his mental strength. By the time he returned to the academy, it was already midnight. After washing up, Monray didn't meditate as usual but began studying the Fire Dragon Codex. He decided to give this top-tier combat technique a try. Life can be frustrating at times. Since he couldn't change his situation, he decided to accept it. Now that he had the Fire Dragon bloodline, not practicing the Fire Dragon Codex would be a waste. After more than an hour, Monray felt he had a decent grasp of it and attempted to activate the technique. A mysterious energy began to flow within him, moving slowly, like a snail. Though the speed was slow, Monray was thrilled. According to the Fire Dragon Codex, that mysterious energy was Fire Dragon battle energy. The fact that it had started flowing meant he had successfully entered the beginner stage. This was good news. As long as I can cultivate the Fire Dragon manual, I am confident I can master it to the peak. Let's set a small goal first, strive to become a level 9 warrior. That night, Monray devoted himself entirely to cultivating the Fire Dragon manual. After a whole night of effort, the circulation speed of the Fire Dragon battle chi increased several times. The Fire Dragon manual truly lives up to being the exclusive technique of the Fire Dragon royal family. After just one night, his physical attributes increased by more than 40 points. This is simply insane. Over 40 points in one night. At this rate, he could gain over 1,200 points in a month. In 2 months, he could reach level 6 warrior. A level 6 warrior is undoubtedly a formidable existence. However, I can't spend all my time cultivating the Fire Dragon manual. I still need to meditate at night to enhance my mental strength and magic reserves. Afternoons are out of the question. That's the time for collecting attribute light orbs. So, I'll cultivate the Fire Dragon manual in the mornings. I've already learned the basics of magic. So next, I'll focus on mental strength, magic reserves, and advanced magic. Whether or not I attend magic classes doesn't matter. That's the plan. Cultivate the Fire Dragon manual in the morning, collect attribute light orbs in the afternoon, and meditate at night to enhance mental strength. A tightly packed and efficient 24-hour schedule. Of course, I can't neglect the Flame Battle Arena either. Monray is already a fighter and must participate in at least 10 battles a month. There are plenty of attribute light orbs there, and I must grab them. Over the next 3 days, Monray strictly followed this plan, focusing on self-cultivation, no, self-training. As a result, he missed his morning magic classes. This puzzled Horatio, the teacher of lightning magic. Monray never skipped class before, so why hadn't he shown up for 3 days? Horatio asked his classmates, but no one knew. Left with no choice, he reported the situation to Monray's homeroom teacher. Classes at Fire Dragon Academy are optional, but Monray is different. Horatio has high hopes for him and doesn't want to see him slack off. What? That kid hasn't attended class for 3 days? Monray had no idea that news of his absence had already reached his homeroom teacher. At this moment, he had just finished cultivating the Fire Dragon manual and was heading alone to the Flame Battle Arena to participate in his first battle. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Host's physique +2. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. This time, Monray didn't take the magic vehicle like last time but chose to walk instead. He had plenty of time and didn't need to rush. It was a good opportunity to stroll through the bustling market and collect attribute light orbs along the way. The Magic Device Market, Slave Market, Magic Core Trading Market, Mercenary Hall, Warrior Academy. He gained a lot as he walked through these places. His physique and mental strength increased by over 100 points, with results even more noticeable than nighttime meditation. The only slightly lacking area was his magic reserves. Wandering around the academy could enhance magic reserves, he thought, but to improve physique, he still needed to venture outside more often. By evening, Bronze Battle Arena number 20 was already packed with people. As the lowest level Bronze Battle Arena, number 20 couldn't compare to the Flame Life and Death stage in terms of scale or decor, and the tickets were much cheaper.
As a result, most of the audience here were ordinary citizens, such as minor nobles, small merchants, and wealthy farmers.
For this reason, it was actually the most crowded battle arena.
The entire venue was packed, with
spectators munching on sunflower seeds, drinking beer and beverages, chatting, and joking around.
After a hard day's work, people found the best relaxation here. Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 drum beats suddenly sounded, and the entire arena fell silent.
A dozen
beams of light focused on the stage, where a host in formal attire stepped up and loudly announced, "Good evening, dear audience.
Welcome to the Flame Life and Death stage. I am your host for tonight. Without further ado, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome tonight's 2 fighters. They are the 2-star bronze fighter, Mad Bull Harrell." The host's voice was loud and powerful. As everyone knows, the Wild Bull Harrell is a rookie who just joined the Flame Battle Arena last month, but his record is astonishing. He has participated in 11 matches, achieving an impressive 10 wins and 1 loss. Currently, Harrell is on a 5-match winning streak, and if he wins again tonight, he will achieve 6 consecutive victories and be promoted to a 3-star fighter. Let's welcome him to the stage with a dazzling entrance.
Moo! As soon as the host finished speaking, a
loud bull's roar pierced the night sky.
A burly figure with the body of a man and the head of a bull leaped onto the stage.
Under the spotlight,
standing at 2.5 meters tall, his muscles were well-defined, and the 2 black, curved horns on his head
gleamed coldly.
Moo Harrell puffed out his chest and let out a long, skyward roar.
Wild Bull! Wild Bull! Wild Bull! The audience was ecstatic, waving their hands and cheering thunderously, the atmosphere electrifying. The host, satisfied, gestured
for silence, and the cheers instantly subsided. The other contestant is somewhat mysterious because he is also a newcomer,
having just become a fighter 3 days ago. In other words, tonight is his first match, his debut. Hearing this, are you feeling a bit disappointed? A rookie, how could he possibly be a match for our Wild Bull Harrell? The audience nodded in unison, letting out disdainful boos.
A newcomer had no popularity and no strength, they didn't think much of him at all.
But if you think that way, you're gravely mistaken.
The host's voice boomed. Although this contestant is a newcomer, he is a rare exception in the Flame Battle Arena because he deliberately dragged out his words, building suspense, then loudly announced,
"He is a noble magician." What? A magician? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in astonishment. A magician? Fighter? That's incredibly rare.
The audience's eyes lit up, and their disappointment was immediately replaced by curiosity and
anticipation.
For the nobility and high officials, an ordinary magician was nothing special, but for the petty bourgeoisie and wealthy farmers, a magician carried significant weight, especially in the Flame Battle Arena, where only 4th level
magicians could qualify as fighters.
A 4th level magician performing in a battle match was an extraordinary spectacle.
Not to
mention, magician fighters were already rare, and witnessing a magical duel firsthand made the ticket price worth every penny. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the esteemed magician, Arthur Gallon.
Crackle, crackle, from a dark
corner, a piercing thunderclap suddenly erupted, and a young man enveloped in lightning strode onto the stage.
He wore a golden
mask, obscuring his face, but the lightning surrounding him made him appear both mysterious and majestic, perfectly embodying
the identity of a magician. Magician! 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 Arthur Gallon's dazzling entrance instantly ignited the audience's passion, and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Now, let's go over the match rules.
Our battles are real, with no holds
barred.
The match ends only when one side surrenders, concedes, is knocked unconscious, or dies.
Do you both understand?
Understood.
Good, the match officially begins.
Swish, the venue fell silent in an instant, and all eyes were fixed on the
stage, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the VIP box of Arena 20, the Flame Battle Arena's manager, Uno, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Arthur below with a furrowed brow.
A rising star from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, and
he's here in the Flame Battle Arena as a fighter? What is this kid up to? Uno's mind was in turmoil. A magical prodigy wasn't a big deal, but the fact that he was from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy was.
If Monray were to fail here, it would be hard
to explain. Let's see his strength first.
If he's not up to par, I'll have to find a way to get rid of him.
Magician! Surrender now!
Wild Bull Harrell snorted 2 streams of white air from his nostrils, his eyes as large as copper bells glaring
fiercely at Monray.
Spare yourself from having your scrawny arms and legs shattered by my punch.
Heh, give it a try, Man-Ray
replied with a faint smile, completely unfazed.
Oomph, take this punch.
The raging Minotaur roared, stomping heavily on
the ground,
producing an earth-shaking sound as it charged at Man-Ray like a heavy tank, its fist aiming straight for his face. The Minotaur charged like a tank, its fist striking directly at Man-Ray's face with ferocious momentum, instilling fear in
all who watched. Minotaur! Minotaur!
The audience supporting the Minotaur shouted excitedly, cheering him on, take down that
mage and show him the might of the Minotaurs. While Man-Ray's identity as a mage earned him some supporters, the majority still sided with the Minotaur.
After all, he had won the crowd's favor with 10 consecutive victories.
Some had even placed bets on the Minotaur, naturally hoping for his win. Minotaurs truly are the fiercest among the orcs. Man-Ray's expression turned serious.
Minotaurs were a major race among the orcs, half human and half bull, possessing immense strength and born as
natural warriors. Even the lionfolk and tigerfolk, considered kingly races, couldn't match their power. Humans were simply
not on the same level when it came to strength.
Unfortunately, I won't fight him head-on. Man-Ray stopped in his tracks and
began chanting a spell, intending to keep the power of his dragon bloodline as his trump card.
Using magic? Dream on. The
Minotaur moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to Man-Ray in just a few steps.
Its massive fist, carrying a gust
of wind, came crashing down directly at Man-Ray's head. Minotaurs were already known for their astonishing strength, and this
one was a level 5 warrior. Its power was like a mountain. If this punch landed, Man-Ray would be finished. Heh, die. The
Minotaur grinned menacingly, as if it could already see Man-Ray collapsing in a pool of blood.
It was thrilled. Ever since being captured as a slave by the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the Minotaur had endured endless torment. It hated the dragonfolk, hated humans, hated everyone in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The Minotaur longed for revenge. After being sold to the Flame Battle arena as a gladiator, the Minotaur fought ruthlessly, showing no mercy. In 10 matches, it had killed all 10 opponents. Thus, it earned the title Cold-Blooded Bull Demon, symbolizing its merciless and demonic nature. The Minotaur loved this title. It was determined to take revenge and kill anyone who dared to oppose it. This human mage before it would be no exception. Swish, just as the Minotaur's fist was about to land, Man-Ray suddenly vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. What? The Minotaur froze, looking around but finding no sign of Man-Ray. At that moment, a voice from the audience shouted, "He's above you." Above? The Minotaur quickly looked up, only to see a blinding flash of light. Crack, a serpent of lightning descended from the sky, its gaping maw swallowing the Minotaur whole. Asterisk zap. Zap, asterisk, lightning danced wildly, currents surged, and the Minotaur's entire body was enveloped in electric light. Moo! The Minotaur, incredibly resilient, roared defiantly despite being struck by the level 3 spell Thunder Python, resisting the electric currents with all its might. Clearly, its body was extraordinarily strong, and a level 3 spell couldn't harm it. I never expected a level 3 spell to take you down, but it can at least stall you. Man-Ray calmly gathered lightning elements, preparing a stronger spell, level 4 lightning. Magic, thunderstorm. Human, this magic is nothing more than a tickle to me. The Minotaur's physical strength was indeed terrifying. It broke free from the paralysis of Thunder Python in just 4 seconds and charged at Man-Ray again, more savage and furious than ever. Man-Ray stood his ground, calmly waiting for the Minotaur to approach. Die! The Minotaur raised its iron fist high and smashed it down with all its might. Just as the fist was about to strike Man-Ray, he suddenly opened his eyes and uttered 4 words, "Thunderstorm." Boom! Blinding lightning descended with a deafening roar, instantly engulfing the Minotaur and illuminating the dim arena. The Minotaur's towering figure was completely swallowed by the lightning. Moo! A heart-wrenching bellow echoed from within the lightning, but Man-Ray showed no mercy. He knew that thunderstorm alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the Minotaur. He needed to follow up with an even more devastating move. Fury of Thunder. Seconds later, another bolt of lightning struck, engulfing the Minotaur, which was still trapped in the electric storm. After releasing this spell, Man-Ray finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fury of Thunder was the most powerful single-target level 4 spell. It should be enough to render the Minotaur incapable of fighting. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Nearly 10
Thousand spectators stared in shock at the Minotaur, still wrapped in lightning, utterly speechless. They had watched dueling competitions for so many years, but had never seen such a spectacular scene.
Thunder Python. Thunderstorm. Raging Thunderfall.
One had to admit, magical attacks came with their own special effects: lightning serpents, heavenly thunderbolts, and raging
strikes of thunder, all creating a visually stunning spectacle. Just from the visual effects alone, a duel between mages was far more exciting than a brawl between warriors. The audience was thrilled, their blood boiling with excitement. One word: exhilarating. As a baron for so many years, it was the first time I had seen a mage participate in a duel. TSK, what a thrilling scene. 3 consecutive spells were cast, directly securing the victory. So this is how beautiful a mage's battle can be. Ha, this mage named Arthur Galen is truly extraordinary. He even defeated the recently popular cold-blooded Minotaur. Incredible. It was a complete domination. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The audience roared with excitement, pointing and discussing, each person visibly thrilled. Although the Minotaur they supported had lost, witnessing such an amazing magical duel was worth the ticket price. Strange. Isn't this little guy a human? How can a human mage have such quick evasion speed?
In the private box, Uno stared at Mundre, his face full of confusion.
The
Minotaur, though fierce and skilled in brute force domination, was not slow either, otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved a
10-win streak. What was even stranger was that Mundre managed to dodge the Minotaur's attacks. This was truly puzzling. How could an ordinary human 4th-level mage have such quick reflexes?
I can't figure it out, but this kid must be hiding some
secret, Uno thought to himself.
As the lightning gradually dissipated, the Minotaur was still standing, as steady as a pine tree, showing no signs of falling. Mundre was startled and was about to continue attacking when the Minotaur suddenly collapsed,
black smoke rising from its mouth. The Minotaur had lost its ability to fight. I hereby declare, the winner of this duel is Arthur Galen. The host suddenly appeared and loudly announced the result. The entire arena erupted into thunderous applause, chanting Arthur Galen's name.
Clearly, this battle had significantly boosted Mundre's popularity, and more spectators were getting to know him. Mundre, however, didn't care much and continued focusing on collecting attribute points.
Ding. Fusion successful, spirit +3. Ding. Fusion successful, wealth +21. Ding. In his first battle, Mundre achieved a
resounding victory, marking a great start. After receiving 1,000 gold coins as his appearance fee, he was overjoyed.
1,000 gold coins equaled 100 attribute points.
Combined with the various attributes he collected today, the harvest was substantial. Especially his spirit attribute, which was nearing the 2,000 threshold. Mundre simply spent some gold coins to push it to
level 5.
Host, Mundre race, human, fire dragon bloodline, wealth, 22,614 gold coins. Physique, level 5 warrior, 2729/5000. Spirit, level 5 mage, 2014/2000. Magic power, level 5 mage, 2316/5000. Magic, various battle chi technique, fire dragon codex.
Combat skills, various, both a level 5 warrior and a level 5 mage. This counts as dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, doesn't it?
Mundre said proudly, satisfied with his progress. On the Sky Continent, dual cultivation in magic and martial
arts was quite common.
Many dragonkin trained their bodies while also studying magic. As for whether they would choose to abandon one path upon reaching higher realms, Mundre wasn't sure, but for now, he had no intention of giving up either ability. Dual cultivation in magic and martial arts provided a significant advantage in battle.
When he returned to the academy,
it was already 1 a.m. Mundre took a quick shower and, as usual, began his nightly meditation.
The night passed uneventfully.
The next morning, Mundre finished his meditation, had breakfast, and followed his plan to train with the Fire Dragon Codex. These 3 days of training had made him feel the Fire Dragon battle chi within him growing stronger, circulating faster and faster.
With each cycle, his Fire Dragon bloodline became a little purer. When the Fire Dragon battle chi could no longer purify his bloodline, it would mean the technique had reached its limit and peak. At that point, he would truly transform into a Fire Dragon. I heard you haven't attended class for 3 days. Just as Monray sat cross-legged, ready to cultivate, his roommate Abe came down from upstairs, looking at him coldly. Monray didn't deny it. Not planning to go today? Abe continued to ask. That's right, and I don't plan to go in the future either. Monray said with a smile. Magic classes are of little use to me. Going is a waste of time, it's better to practice on my own. Abe frowned, thinking Monray was too arrogant. Fire Dragon Magic Academy was ranked third in the Dragon God Empire, and the teachers were all level 8 magisters. How could a mere level 3 dare to speak so arrogantly? Truly overconfident. Although he felt uncomfortable, Abe was naturally aloof, and didn't bother to say more. He snorted lightly, turned, and left the apartment. This guy, something just feels off about him. Monray shook his head. At that moment, his magic communicator suddenly rang. This world had many magical devices, and the magic communicator was one of them. Its function was similar to a mobile phone on Earth, but its appearance was entirely different. The magic communicator wasn't as smart as a phone and didn't have as many complex functions. It had only one purpose: communication. Monray opened the magic communicator, and a colorful light rose, gradually forming a familiar face. It was the class advisor, Senior Jenny Lane. Senior, do you need something from me? Monray was a bit puzzled. Senior Jenny was about to graduate and was usually very busy, rarely having free time to reach out to them. Monray, haven't you been absent from class for 3 days now? Jenny frowned, her tone serious. Yeah, so what? Monray was a bit surprised. The senior's attitude seemed off. This is called skipping class, do you know that? Jenny scolded with a stern face. You've just started school, and you're already skipping classes. What's going to happen in the future? It's not that serious, senior. As far as I remember, the academy doesn't have a strict rule requiring attendance in magic classes, right? Isn't it enough to just pass the exams? Monray felt exasperated. You're not wrong. The academy indeed doesn't mandate upperclassmen to attend classes because they've already mastered the basics of magic, and attending classes isn't very meaningful for them, Jenny said seriously. But you're a first-year student, and this is the time to build your foundation. Skipping classes on purpose is wrong. Do you know that Director Dirk is already aware of this? He's very angry and wants you to go to his office for a talk. Me? Is that really necessary? Monray was helpless. His attributes were increasing rapidly every day. Where would he find the time to meet the director? I've already passed on the message. Whether you go or not is up to you, Jenny said, clearly dissatisfied with Monray's attitude. But let me remind you, Director Dirk is the first-year teaching director. Being summoned by him is an opportunity for you. If you don't go, it means you don't know how to appreciate kindness. With that, she directly hung up the communicator. So annoying. Monray rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll go. Director Dirk has a bad temper. If I don't go, it'll definitely cause trouble. No choice, he's the teaching director after all. Monray left the apartment and was about to head to the faculty building when a tall, green-skinned dragonkin blocked his path. It was Lance, the one he had taught a lesson to during the entrance test. Hey, isn't this our first-year genius, Monray? Where are you off to? Lance looked at Monray with a sideways glance, his tone full of mockery. Didn't get enough of a beating last time? Monray responded coldly. Bastard! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lance's face turned red with anger. Let me tell you, I've already advanced to a level 5 warrior. Dare to face me in the battle arena? Watch me beat you to a pulp. Level 5 warrior? Monray raised an eyebrow, surprised. 3 months ago, you were just a level 3 warrior. How did you advance to level 5 so quickly? I'm a once-in-a-century genius. How could someone like you, a human, compare to me? Lance crossed his arms proudly. Stop wasting time. Dare to face me in the battle arena? If not, then step aside whenever you see me in the future and stop pretending to be tough. Like an idiot. Heh, I don't dare? Monray chuckled. I don't mind competing with you, but I never do anything without benefits. You know what I mean, right? Still asking for benefits? Fine, I'll play along. I'll completely play along. My goal is to expose you in front of everyone. Lance sneered. I want everyone to know that so-called human geniuses are nothing compared to us noble dragonkin. Very well. Monray smiled. How much gold are you willing to bet? 10,000. Lance gave a thumbs up, grinning smugly. If you beat me, the 10,000 gold coins are yours. If you lose, I don't want your money. All I want is for you to say one sentence loudly in front of everyone. Oh, Monray raised an eyebrow. I am a useless waste, and I will never be as good as Lance. Lance said proudly.
I want everyone to know that no matter how good your magic talent is, you're
just a useless waste. I agree.
But 10,000 gold coins are too little.
Monray's smile faded. 100,000 gold coins. If you
dare to put up 100,000, I'll fight you on the battle stage right now.
100,000 gold coins? Are you planning to rob someone? Lance was furious. 50,000. No more than 50,000 gold coins. Humph. You want to humiliate me without spending much? Not that easy. Monray sneered. But 50,000 gold coins, fine.
After Monray agreed, Lance was ecstatic.
He immediately took out a
magic communicator to inform his cronies and told them to spread the news. The news spread like wildfire throughout Fire
Dragon Academy.
Fatty Heart was sitting in the classroom as usual. For the past 3 months, he had been attending Earth Magic
classes with Monray.
Although he didn't understand why Monray was auditing Earth Magic classes, having Monray around made him
feel less lonely.
After the midterm exams, Monray stopped attending class, and Fatty felt bored and listless during lessons.
Fatty, why are you still here? Ha! Fatty was stunned and looked at the classmate speaking to him. Lance from class 2 is going to duel Monray from our class.
They might already be at the battle stage applying for it.
Isn't Monray your buddy? Why? Aren't you going to watch? Lance and Monray are dueling? Fatty was shocked and shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. That waste Lance is no match for my bro Monray. He's asking for death. Fatty, you're so out of the loop.
Fatty was dumbfounded. I heard Lance recently consumed a dragon bone grass and broke through to a level 5 warrior.
With his level 5 warrior strength, he should easily defeat Monray, right? Dragon bone grass? Damn it.
Fatty's face changed drastically.
He didn't even want to stay in class anymore and rushed out of the classroom. Dragon bone grass. That guy actually consumed dragon bone grass? What insane luck. Others might not know about dragon bone grass, but Fatty knew all too well.
It was an extremely rare plant
that only grew on dragon corpses, absorbing the life essence of dragons. Dragon bone grass could significantly enhance the dragon blood concentration in dragonkin, causing their physical strength to explosively increase in a short time, especially effective for dragonkin below level 6. For low-level dragonkin, dragon bone grass was a miraculous treasure that could rapidly boost their strength, a dream item for all dragonkin. Fatty never expected that waste Lance to get his hands on dragon bone grass. It was like hitting the jackpot. Heaven must be blind. I have to stop this fight. Monray definitely can't beat him. Fatty sprinted all the way.
At less than 1.6 meters tall and nearly 200 pounds, running was pure torture for him.
But he gritted his teeth and persevered.
After more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the battle stage.
He saw Monray and Lance
standing on the stage, with the magic shield already raised, enclosing the entire battle stage.
The supervising teacher stood to the side, acting as the referee.
Outside the stage, a crowd of students had gathered to watch. There were lavishly dressed dragonkin nobles and plainly dressed human commoners. There were senior students and newly enrolled freshmen.
They pointed and discussed animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Excuse me, let me through. Why are you pushing? Can't you see people are standing here?
After much effort, Fatty squeezed through the crowd. Seeing the two on stage, he immediately shouted, "Bro,
don't fight him. You're no match for him. Ready yet? That waste is calling for you." Lance also heard Fatty's taunt. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he looked smug.
"Be smart and surrender now, so you won't embarrass yourself later."
Ha!
Monray smiled faintly, gestured an okay to the chubby guy to signal him not to rush, and then said, "Let's begin."
"I don't have time to waste words with you. Ha ha! I just hate your cold demeanor. Who are you pretending to be? Aren't you just a lowly human? What's there to be arrogant about?"
Lance's expression changed, and he said viciously, "Today, in front
of everyone, I will crush you and humiliate you. I'll make everyone see that lowly humans can never compare to us dragonkin. Yes, defeat this lowly human. Show him the might of the dragonkin. Lance, teach him a good lesson and demonstrate the power of the dragonkin. We dragonkin are the strongest."
The surrounding dragonkin nobles echoed in agreement. In the corner, the judge slightly furrowed his brows but said nothing. He was long accustomed to this. In this country controlled by the Dragonkin, humans were always inferior to Dragonkin. It was the norm for Dragonkin to look down on humans, and no one could change that. Even though mages held high status, they still couldn't compare to Dragonkin of the same level. For instance, a 9th level Grand Magister among the Dragonkin could hold high positions in court, be granted titles of Marquis or Duke, while a human of the same level could at most teach at a magic academy and receive an Earl's title. This country simply did not belong to humans. Is that so? Monray smiled brightly. Then go ahead, show me, a lowly human, your strength. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lance sneered, stepping onto the arena. Using the momentum, he leaped up, his fist smashing down toward Monray. With great force. Lowly human, kneel before me. In midair, Lance looked at Monray, his blood boiling with excitement. He had waited for this day for a long time. Yes, a very long time. Ever since he was humiliated by Monray during the entrance test, he had sworn to take revenge, to wash away the shame and regain his dignity. After months of waiting, the opportunity had finally arrived. Dragonbone grass. A treasure coveted by low-level Dragonkin. He had obtained it. Overnight, his strength had skyrocketed. Don't worry, I won't let you win so easily. I'll break your arms, shatter your teeth, and make you understand the consequences of crossing me, Lance. As he fantasized about his glorious revenge, Lance couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as he was about to revel in his triumph, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking down fiercely. Boom! Lance was instantly enveloped in lightning, his hair standing on end. Through the electric flashes, his bones could be seen turning white. Seeing you laugh so happily, I couldn't help but make a move. Sorry about that. Monray waved his hands, and lightning bolts, like serpents, shot out like a machine gun. This wasn't advanced magic but a 2nd-level spell. Thunder Serpent Dance. Back when he was a 3rd-level mage, Monray could instantly cast 1st-level spells. Now that he was a 5th-level mage, instantly casting 2nd-level spells was a piece of cake. Damn it! The electric serpents coursed through Lance's body. Although they couldn't truly harm him, they made him feel extremely humiliated. This was nothing like the scene he had imagined. Lowly human, I'll kill you. Lance roared, charging toward Monray through the electric flashes. His body was strong, and 2nd-level magic couldn't harm him. At most, it could paralyze him. That depends on whether you get the chance. Monray shook his head with a smile and slowly uttered 4 words, Thunder Python Strike. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a 5-meter-long thunder python descended from the sky. Thick and powerful, it swallowed Lance whole in one bite. This is instant cast 3rd-level magic? Seeing the sudden appearance of the thunder python, the judge shot to his feet. In an instant, he released Thunder Python Strike. Instant cast. This is definitely instant cast. What level is he? How can he instantly cast 3rd-level magic? The judge was so shocked he couldn't speak. As the host of the battle arena, he was responsible for adjudicating students' public duels. He had witnessed countless spectacular magic battles but had never seen anyone instantly cast 3rd-level magic. Why? Because instant casting 3rd-level magic required at least a 7th-level Grand Mage. A 5th-level mage couldn't possibly do it, and even a 6th-level mage couldn't. In the academy, 7th-level Grand Mages were extremely rare, and almost no one could instantly cast 3rd-level magic, not even 6th-year graduates. I heard that during the midterm exam. This Monray, at the level of a 3rd-level mage, could instantly cast a 1st-level spell. The judges could hardly believe it. Now he can instantly cast a 3rd-level spell. Has he already reached the realm of a 7th-level Grand Mage? No, impossible. The midterm exam was not that long ago. The judges were shocked, and the students below the stage were dumbfounded. Although their levels weren't high, they weren't blind, and even some senior students could see what was going on. Because of this, they were even more astonished. This Thunder Python was too powerful, it was truly terrifying. What level of magic is this? This is a 3rd-level thunder magic spell, Thunder Python. 3rd-level magic? He didn't even chant a spell, was he chanting silently? He didn't chant at all. Didn't you see the Thunder Python appear instantly? This is instant cast magic. Damn! Instant cast 3rd-level magic? That's impossible. Are you kidding me? I'm graduating next year and still can't do it. And he's just a first-year kid. Shock, confusion, disbelief, the entire venue was filled with the sound of people gasping.
Lance, who was swallowed by the Thunder Python, was doomed. The destructive power of third-level magic is several times that of second-level magic.
Although it wasn't fatal, the electric current continuously paralyzed his body, making him convulse.
All over, completely unable to move. He couldn't even scream. Even as a fifth-level warrior, you're far weaker than me.
Man-Ray's face carried a relaxed smile as he enjoyed the sight of Lance burning with rage yet unable to move, feeling overjoyed.
Inside,
he wanted to teach Lance a profound lesson, so he would never dare to provoke him again.
Bro, you're amazing, the
chubby guy shouted excitedly. Quick, cast another spell and finish him off.
Don't give him a chance to fight back. Heh, no. Rush. Man-Ray waved his hand, smiling as he watched Lance.
At this moment, the effect of Thunder Python gradually faded, and Lance slowly regained his senses, furiously charging forward. But what greeted him was another Thunder Python.
Boom! Lance froze. Again, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bro, what are you trying to do? The chubby guy couldn't understand Man-Ray's strategy anymore. Just watch.
Man-Ray stopped attacking and quietly observed.
Moments later, Lance broke free from the paralysis.
But before he could move, he was entangled by another Thunder Python.
Many people at the scene finally understood. What is this guy trying to do? Repeatedly using Thunder Python to attack Lance. Does he only know this one spell? Or is Thunder Python his strongest move? Heh, if he can instantly cast third-level magic, do you think this is his strongest spell? Then what is he trying to do? Still don't get it? He's clearly using low-level magic to humiliate Lance, repeatedly crushing
his confidence and playing him like a puppet.
Oh my god, that's too cruel. Man-Ray was indeed humiliating Lance. He wanted
Lance to understand that even as a fifth-level warrior, he could still defeat him with low-level magic.
So what if your strength has improved? You're still a brainless loser. And so, Lance broke free again and again,
only to be trapped by the Thunder
Python again and again, falling into complete despair. Lance felt extreme humiliation and anger, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face. What kind of skill is it to humiliate a weaker opponent with such low-level magic? Let Lance go. A senior Dragonborn student couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily at Man-Ray. Heh, you want to stand up for him? Then come and try. Man-Ray turned to look at the Dragonborn senior, a mocking smile on his lips. The Dragonborn senior froze, his gaze starting to waver.
Although he was a fifth-year senior with the strength of a fifth-level mage, he had no confidence in
facing Man-Ray. Instantly casting third-level magic? That was simply a nightmare for low-level mages. Even Lance, a fifth-level warrior, was easily subdued without any chance to fight back. If he went up, he would only be trapped even tighter, making a complete fool of himself. If you don't dare to come up, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourself by spouting nonsense here. Man-Ray snorted coldly, completely ignoring the Dragonborn senior. Bastard!
The Dragonborn senior gritted his teeth in anger, but slinked away in humiliation. Enduring for now would keep the peace. He didn't want to go up and be defeated by Man-Ray, losing face and ruining his reputation in the academy.
This bastard is too arrogant. He's gone too far. Killing someone is no
more than a nod to the ground.
How dare he humiliate us dragonfolk like this? Who could tolerate it? Is there no one to teach him a lesson?
The dragonfolk nobles watching clenched their teeth in anger, feeling extremely aggrieved, yet none dared to step forward. Even the sixth-year dragonfolk seniors about to graduate didn't dare.
So what if they were in the sixth year? Facing Man-Ray, who could instantly cast third-level magic, they could only admit defeat. Impressive. Truly impressive. This really brings honor to us dragonfolk.
I've been at the academy for 2 years and have never seen these dragonfolk so useless before.
This is so satisfying. So damn exhilarating.
While the dragonfolk were stifled with frustration, the human students
secretly rejoiced. Throughout the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom, humans were always looked down upon, and it was the same in the academy.
Many human students, especially commoners, were often bullied by dragonfolk but dared not speak out.
Seeing Man-Ray humiliate Lance like this and scold the dragonfolk seniors, everyone felt a surge of joy, as if they had won a great battle. Man-Ray, that's enough, the judge finally spoke. All right. Man-Ray nodded and began chanting a magic spell. The strongest
4th level single target lightning magic, thunderstorm descent, quickly formed and instantly engulfed Lance.
Lance was swallowed
by the lightning, collapsed to the ground, and completely lost his ability to fight.
The public duel ended there, with Mon-Ray winning decisively.
Then, carrying 50,000 gold coins, he left gracefully under the unwilling gazes of the dragon folk.
Nobles. Bro, you're amazing. Tell me, how can you instantly cast 3rd level magic? Are you already a 7th level Grand Mage? Believe it or not. Oh, that doesn't seem possible, does it? Then why ask me? Fine. By the way, bro, you just won 50,000 gold coins. Let's go off campus and have a feast to celebrate. Afraid not. Why? I need to find Director Dirk. Want to come along? Find him? You go by yourself. At the mention of the homeroom teacher, the chubby guy's face instantly
changed, and he scurried off, shaking his head and wagging his tail.
This guy. Mon-Ray shook his head with a smile and headed toward the faculty office building.
Before long, he arrived at Director Dirk's office. As the great director, Dirk's office was spacious but simply and modestly furnished, with the most prominent feature being the bookshelves, which made the entire room feel a bit cramped.
When Mon-Ray entered, Director Dirk was standing in front of a bookshelf, engrossed in a magic book. Director Dirk, you wanted to see me? Mon-Ray performed a standard mage's salute and asked respectfully. Director.
Dirk didn't answer immediately but pointed to the rows of books on the shelves.
The books on the shelves seemed to come alive, smiling as they asked, Mon-Ray, what do you think of these books? Director Dirk's collection is truly impressive. Mon-Ray glanced at the shelves full of magic books and sincerely admired them. The scale of this collection could rival a library.
Of course. Director Dirk smiled proudly. I've collected books from all 10 schools of magic here, basic knowledge, comprehensive theories, as well as material science, alchemy, magic array compilations, astrology, and so on.
Not to mention dragon magic, giant magic, elf magic, and orc totem studies, practically everything. Director Dirk is truly a book-collecting master. Mon-Ray marveled. So many books, it's simply astonishing. The world of magic is profound and complex, like the countless stars in the sky. Even if we spent our entire lives, it would be hard to fully understand the secrets of magic. Director Dirk's expression turned solemn. We can only keep learning and delving deeply, and perhaps we might grasp a fraction of the truth. Director Dirk is absolutely right. I've learned a lot. Mon-Ray sincerely agreed. He also understood that it was this thirst for knowledge that had allowed Director Dirk, though just over 50, to already become a 9th level peak archmage. Over 50 years old, a 9th level peak archmage, just one step away from the sanctuary. Such an achievement was truly admirable. You have great talent, something many dream of, but you must understand that talent is merely the key to unlocking the treasure of magic. How much you ultimately gain depends entirely on your effort later on. Director Dirk looked at Mon-Ray seriously. Do you understand? I understand. Mon-Ray nodded vigorously. Will you dare to skip class again in the future? Dare. Mon-Ray answered without hesitation. Teacher Dirk was stunned, then his face turned red with anger. I've worked so hard to teach you properly, and you just outright say you'll skip class again. He trembled with rage, about to lose his temper, when suddenly the office door was pushed open. The judge responsible for hosting the battle platform competition walked in excitedly. Director Dirk, congratulations, congratulations. The judge greeted loudly as soon as he entered. Seeing Mon-Ray and Teacher Dirk, he paused for a moment. Mon-Ray is here too. Before finishing his sentence, he smiled and said to Teacher Dirk, Director Dirk, you must be praising Mon-Ray, right? Mon-Ray is so outstanding, he truly deserves commendation. Teacher Dirk was confused. He looked at Mon-Ray, then at the judge, and asked, Teacher Joe, what are you talking about? Director Dirk, don't play dumb. Joe Bolton laughed. Mon-Ray just now on the battle platform instantly cast a tier 3 spell and easily defeated Lon from class 2 of year 1. Wait. Teacher Dirk interrupted in shock. Mon-Ray? Instantly cast a tier 3 spell? Director Dirk, you didn't know? Teacher Joe looked at Teacher Dirk's expression and explained with a smile. After listening, Teacher Dirk was utterly stunned. He stared at Mon-Ray for a long time before asking, is what Teacher Joe said true? Can you really instantly cast a tier 3 spell? Yes. Mon-Ray nodded, neither denying it nor needing to. This matter had probably already spread throughout the academy.
Only a Tier 7 mage can instantly cast a Tier 3 spell.
Teacher Dirk's eyes were sharp, as if trying to see through Man-Ray. You're only a Tier 3 mage. How did you do it? Teacher Dirk, I accidentally broke through. Man-Ray scratched his head. I'm already a Tier 4 mage now. Man-Ray deliberately didn't mention that he was actually a Tier 5 mage, fearing that the news would spread too quickly and cause trouble. Accidentally? Tier 4 mage? Teacher Dirk and Teacher Joe exchanged glances, clearly finding it hard to believe. Man-Ray didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, Teacher Dirk frowned and said, even if you're a Tier 4 mage, it's impossible to instantly cast a Tier 3 spell. That defies all logic. Maybe my mental strength is relatively strong? Man-Ray scratched his head and answered vaguely. Mental strength? Teacher Joe asked curiously. Man-Ray, have you tested your mental strength? What level is it? I tested it during the midterm exam, but I deliberately held back. Man-Ray replied with a grin. So, it's only at the level of a Tier 3 mage. Then what's your actual mental strength? Teacher Joe pressed further. I haven't tested it, but it should be a bit stronger than a Tier 3 mage's, Man-Ray answered. Why don't you go test it? Teacher Joe looked at Teacher Dirk. Director Dirk, do you have a mental strength tester here? Let Man-Ray test it. No need. Teacher Dirk waved his hand, his eyes flickering. To instantly cast a Tier 3 spell, only a Tier 7 Grand Mage can do that. Man-Ray's mental strength may not have reached Tier 7, but it must be close. There's no need to test it. That's true. Teacher Joe nodded in agreement, then looked at Man-Ray. So young and already possessing such strong mental strength. Man-Ray, your future is limitless. Thank you, Teacher Joe. Man-Ray smiled, knowing full well that his ability to instantly cast Tier 3 spells had nothing to do with strong mental strength, it was all thanks to the system. In theory, as long as he had enough magic power, any spell Man-Ray picked up and fused through the system could be instantly cast. Tier 3 spells? No problem. Tier 4 spells? Also fine. Tier 5, Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8, even Tier 9 spells could all be instantly cast. The problem was, his magic power reserves were equivalent to that of a Tier 5 mage. At most, he could cast a few Tier 5 spells before his body was completely drained. Higher level spells? Forget about it. However, this major loophole gave Man-Ray a huge advantage, allowing him to easily suppress opponents of the same level. And this advantage would persist indefinitely. It was practically cheating, by the way. When Man-Ray cast spells before, he always chanted incantations. Part of it was to appear like a normal mage and avoid being studied as a monster. The other part was because some of the magic he learned wasn't system acquired. Magic learned on his own couldn't be cast instantly, so he had to obediently chant and release it step by step. Of course, with his level as a 5th level mage, instant casting of 1st level magic was no problem at all. Man-Ray, to be honest, did you have any contact with magic before enrolling? Teacher Dirk stared at Man-Ray and asked an odd question. No, Man-Ray shook his head. To have such strong mental power at such a young age, this is definitely not something that can be achieved in a short time of training. Teacher Dirk sighed. It seems you not only have high elemental affinity but also exceptionally strong innate mental power. Indeed, it's almost like he's the child of the god of magic. Teacher Joe agreed. Mental power isn't something that can be easily enhanced. Man-Ray's strength must be innate. Man-Ray knew the two teachers had been misled by him, which was perfect. Without exposing the system, attributing his strong mental power to being innate was the best explanation. Man-Ray, you have enviable talent, but as I've said before, learning is endless, and only diligence leads to progress. You may skip classes, but you must not slack off in your magic studies. Teacher Dirk said sternly. I will closely monitor your learning progress. If I feel you're progressing too slowly, it means you're slacking off, and then you'll have to obediently attend classes. I understand, teacher. Man-Ray agreed. After the conversation with Teacher Dirk, Man-Ray began his carefree life of skipping classes with peace of mind. He never attended another magic class, instead following his own plan, reading the Fire Dragon Codex in the morning, refining attributes in the afternoon, meditating and training at night, and occasionally sparing time to practice at the martial arena. His days were both fulfilling and free, and time passed little by little. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. That night, Instead of meditating as usual, Monray took a good bath and had a deep sleep. He slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky, almost noon. That felt amazing. Monray stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Although meditation could replace sleep, he hadn't had a proper rest in nearly half a year. This long overdue sleep felt completely different. In one word, satisfying. Get up already. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Monray opened the door to find the chubby Hart and Daniel walking in with beaming smiles. They seemed to be in particularly good spirits. Brother, why are you only getting up now? The chubby Hart's face was full of flesh, and his eyes squinted into slits. Did you, like us, skip meditating last night and sleep until you woke up naturally? Today's the start of winter break, and everyone's feeling especially relaxed. I finally got a good night's sleep. While letting them sit wherever they liked, Monray tidied up his bed. Speaking of which, now that it's winter break, are you guys going home? Of course, going home. Daniel nodded with a smile. The winter break is quite long. I haven't been home in half a year, so it's a good time to visit. Yeah, you should go back and rest a bit. Monray nodded. As for Hart, there was no need to ask. His family was in the royal city, and he often went back. With his father's temperament, he would definitely have to stay home during the winter break. Brother, are you going home too? Hart asked curiously. Home. Monray froze, falling silent for a long while. Home, a word. That sounded warm, a place the heart yearns for. But, do I really have a home? The Beast Village? He had only stayed there for a little over a month, even less time than he had spent at the academy. Could that be considered home? Monray felt lost. He had no special feelings or sense of belonging to that place. My true home is on Earth. His thoughts drifted back to that Earth in some unknown dimension, to that beautiful seaside town, that cozy little home. There were his nagging parents, his mischievous son, his sharp-tongued but soft-hearted wife, and the steaming hot meals. Monray couldn't help but fall into memories. Since coming to this world, he had buried those memories deep, trying hard to adapt to everything here, focusing entirely on improving his strength and striving to survive. At this moment, the floodgates of memory opened, surging like a torrent, immersing him completely, unable to extricate himself. Dad, Mom, Cola, wife, I miss you all so much. A glimmer of tears flashed in his eyes, and Monray's eyes became moist. Big brother, what's wrong? Fatty and Daniel asked softly. They had never seen Monray like this before. Nothing, just feeling homesick. Monray took a deep breath, suppressed his chaotic thoughts, and forced a smile. It's winter break, of course I have to go home. Otherwise, why stay at the academy? True. Seeing him calm down, Fatty and Daniel didn't ask further. This semester flew by in the blink of an eye. Not seeing you guys for over a month is going to be tough, Fatty sighed. Yeah. Daniel nodded, his face showing a hint of melancholy. You two, are you really that sad? Monray shook his head with a smile. But honestly, not seeing everyone during the break does leave a bit of emptiness inside. How about this, let's relax and have some fun today, just the three of us. What do you think? Sure. My treat. Fatty's eyes lit up, patting his chest. Just say where, and Fatty will make it happen. Ha, anywhere is fine. He even winked mischievously, his face full of slyness. Ha, look at you. Monray rolled his eyes. Can you not be so lecherous? Exactly. I'm still a kid. Daniel glared at Fatty, speaking seriously. Ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Fatty laughed awkwardly. How about we go to Ju Sien Lu today? Monray suggested. I heard they serve gourmet dishes made from high-level magical beast meat. The flavors are unique and famous throughout the royal city. Whoa, you actually know about Ju Sien Lu? That place costs a fortune. That day, Monray, Fatty, and Hart indulged themselves at Ju Sien Lu, releasing the stress of their hard work over the past 6 months and looking forward to the upcoming winter break. They ate meat in big bites, drank wine in large gulps, and had an absolute blast. However, when the three walked out of Ju Sien Lu, Fatty's face was as gloomy as if he were about to cry, filled with an expression of heartbreak over the money spent. Fatty, don't be upset anymore. Monray patted his shoulder, smiling. It's just over 10,000 gold coins. I'll treat you next semester. You don't understand. Fatty shook his chubby face, complaining bitterly. My dad only gives me 20,000 gold coins as pocket money each month.
This month, I've already spent more than half as soon as it arrived.
How am I supposed to survive this winter break? 20,000 gold coins? Just pocket money? Man Ray felt the flaunting of a noble's wealth and cursed.
Inwardly, I run around all day, occasionally risking my life in the arena, and my monthly income barely exceeds 20,000
gold coins. And you get that much as pocket money. It's enough to drive anyone mad with envy. Although it's expensive.
The food at Juxianlu is indeed delicious, especially the garlic-roasted Sun Moon Divine Frog.
The taste is unforgettable. Daniel licked his lips, his face full of bliss. Fatty gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The Sun Moon
Divine Frog is a level 7 magical beast, and one costs 30,000 gold coins. That roasted Sun Moon Divine Frog alone cost
me over 4,300 gold coins. The price is indeed a bit outrageous." Daniel chuckled, understanding Fatty's pain. After all, while Fatty was a noble, he was still a student, and spending over 20,000 gold coins on one meal was indeed excessive. A level 7 magical beast, the Sun Moon Divine Frog, worth 30,000 gold coins? Man Ray's eyes lit up. That's not cheap. Converted into attribute points, that's 3,000. 3,000. Man Ray's eyes sparkled brightly. The Sun Moon Divine Frog is a level 7 magical beast. Typically, level 7 magical beasts start at
a price of 100,000 gold coins, but the price varies depending on taste, size, and usage, Fatty said in a low voice.
The Sun Moon Divine Frog is a rare delicacy due to its delicious taste, but because of its small size, the whole thing is only worth 30,000 gold coins. Other level 7 magical beasts cost much more. Level 7 magical beasts start at 100,000 gold coins? Man Ray's eyes shone even brighter. If I could hunt a level 7 magical beast, wouldn't I make a fortune? Profit is profit, but it's too dangerous. The chubby guy shivered. A level 7 magical beast is super terrifying, we're no match for it. Bro, you better not even think about it. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. After
leaving Juxianlu, the chubby guy and Hart returned to the academy to pack their things, while Man Ray headed to the magic
device market. This time, he wasn't mainly looking to pick up attributes but to buy a magic device. With winter break coming,
he planned to return to the magical beast village, where he would definitely enter the magical beast forest to train, hunt magical beasts, collect attributes and magic cores, and earn gold coins.
The chubby guy's words inspired Man Ray. Not only are
magic cores valuable, but magical beast corpses are also worth a lot and shouldn't be wasted. Therefore, Man Ray needed a magic device to store magical beast corpses.
Ding! Found a dropped item, would you like to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Master's wealth plus 18.
The magic device market was huge, similar to an electronics market on Earth, divided into many sections.
Man Ray headed straight to the spatial magic device section and entered a shop. "Welcome, dear mage, to our store." A sexy and fiery foxwoman shop assistant bowed and greeted Man Ray with a radiant smile.
Her curves complemented her fluffy red tail,
catching Man Ray's attention. Her charm was truly hard to look away from. Foxwoman? Man Ray glanced at the foxwoman assistant,
resisting the urge to take a few more looks, and turned his gaze to the spatial magic devices displayed in the crystal cabinet.
He asked, "Assistant, how much are the spatial magic devices here?" "Dear mage, our store mainly offers spatial bracelets,
spatial rings, and spatial belts," the foxwoman assistant replied sweetly, her voice crisp and pleasant.
"Which type would you like?" "Spatial ring," Man Ray thought for a moment and answered.
"Our spatial rings are categorized by storage capacity into 3 levels, 10 cubic meters, 50 cubic meters, and 100 cubic meters.
Which capacity would you prefer?" the foxwoman continued introducing. 100 cubic meters, Man Ray raised an eyebrow.
The larger the capacity of a spatial ring, the more items it could hold. This was common knowledge.
"Dear mage, please take a look at this one." The foxwoman took out a transparent box
containing a black ring inlaid with a red crystal.
"This is the True Love Series spatial ring, with a storage space of 119 cubic meters.
Its design is exquisite, with smooth lines, elegant and stylish, and adorned with a red ridge crystal."
"Enough! How much is it?" Man Ray interrupted her.
"This spatial ring originally costs 15.34 million gold coins, but you're in luck.
Dear mage, we're currently offering a discount. This one is only 20% off. 15.34 million gold coins? Man Ray's mouth twitched.
Then tell me about the 50 cubic meter spatial rings. A trace of disappointment flashed in the foxwoman's eyes.
She had thought Man Ray, dressed in a mage's robe and looking handsome, was a wealthy noble mage. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a penniless poor guy. Humph, what a waste of my excitement. Still, she tried to hide her disappointment and sweetly said, "Dear mage, the 50 cubic meter spatial rings are moderately priced, ranging from 1.5 million to 5.8 million gold coins." Man Ray grimaced helplessly, sweat forming on his forehead. "Then what's the cheapest spatial ring in your store?" The foxwoman froze
for a moment, then pointed to a spatial ring at the bottom of the crystal cabinet. "This is the cheapest one in our store,
with a capacity of only 1 cubic meter.
Its original price is 190,000 gold coins.
If you'd like." "Forget it. I don't want it." Man Ray's forehead was drenched in sweat as he quickly left the shop.
Good heavens, even the cheapest spatial ring costs
190,000 gold coins. This is daylight robbery. 190,000 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't gather that much. Poor guy. No money, yet you come to browse the market? Humph. The foxwoman thought to herself. Man Ray felt extremely frustrated.
He had thought that after saving up for half a year, while he couldn't compare to noble elites, he had at least accumulated some savings and felt quite secure. That's why he dared to enter the shop, planning to buy the spatial magic device he had dreamed of. But he hadn't expected spatial magic devices to be so expensive. The cheapest spatial ring actually costs 190,000 gold
coins. It was infuriating. It seems he really is a complete pauper.
Forget it, let's head to the battle arena first.
Tonight, arena number 7 is packed to capacity.
As a silver tier battle arena, arena number 7 far surpasses the bronze tier arenas in both
scale and decor. The audience lineup alone says it all. Dragonborn nobles adorned in gold and silver, portly lords, fashionable, and glamorous socialites. They are either influential or wealthy. This is the Silver Battle Arena, an entertainment venue
for the upper class, where ordinary people can hardly set foot.
Distinguished guests, dear audience members, good evening, and welcome to the Flame Battle Arena.
I am tonight's host, Cornelia Noel.
As the lights flashed, the Swan Woman host stepped
onto the stage, her crisp voice instantly spreading across arena number 7, silencing the noisy crowd.
Tonight's thrilling showdown features two 2-star silver fighters from the Flame Battle Arena. Flame Tiger Fire Demon Alec Benet. Known for his fierce and
aggressive fighting style, Flame Tiger Fire Demon seems to be cloaked in flames, fearless on the battlefield.
As a result, the
audience affectionately calls him Flame Tiger Fire Demon. To date, he has participated in 192 battles, achieving 98 wins, 32 draws, and 62 losses, with 19 knockouts, making him one of the most experienced silver fighters in the Flame Battle Arena.
Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Flame Tiger Fire Demon.
As the host's voice fell, the crowd erupted into
enthusiastic cheers.
As the most seasoned silver fighter, Flame Tiger Fire Demon has amassed immense popularity, with 1/3 of the audience rooting for him. But when the host announced the name of the other fighter, the cheers grew even louder,
almost shaking the roof. Thunder God! Thunder God! Thunder God! Thunder God, I love you!
The host nodded in satisfaction and
continued once the noise subsided slightly. Thunder God is one of the rare mage fighters in the Flame Battle Arena, renowned for
his dazzling lightning magic and unique fighting style. Fans affectionately call him Thunder God.
He has fought 30 battles so
far, achieving an impressive record of 23 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses. His draws and losses all occurred before he advanced to silver tier fighter status. Since advancing, he has remained undefeated, winning 11 consecutive matches.
Tonight, can Thunder God continue his winning streak and push his victory count to 12? Let's wait and see. Now, please give a warm round of
applause to welcome the two silver fighters to the stage.
Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Thunder God. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot out from the entrance, landing on the arena in an instant, their speed dazzling the audience.
The beams gradually revealed
2 figures.
One was a burly, muscular man with a fiery red body and sharp eyes. His red hair fluttered in the wind, blazing
like flames.
He was none other than Flame Tiger Fire Demon Alec Benet, a veteran silver fighter with over 192 matches and a win rate exceeding 50%. The other was a man wearing a golden mask and a mage's robe, moving gracefully and exuding charm. Though his physique and aura were not as imposing as Flame Tiger Fire Demon, the moment he stepped onto the arena, more than half of the audience went wild for him. Noble women blushed and their hearts raced, completely losing their usual elegance. Thunder God, I love you. Thunder God, I want to have your children. Clearly, Thunder God's popularity far exceeded Flame Tiger Fire Demon's, which made Flame Tiger Fire Demon's face darken, his eyes filled with hostility. A rookie, how dare he be more popular than me? Flame Tiger Fire Demon roared, Kid, I'll crush you and show these spectators they've misplaced their admiration. Heh, then give it a try. Monterey's voice was calm, a confident smile playing at the corner of his lips, clearly not taking Flame Tiger Fire Demon seriously. The battle began. Flame Tiger Fire Demon instantly ignited in red flames, transforming into a fiery figure radiating intense heat. With a flash of fire, he turned into a streak of flame, charging at Monterey at lightning speed, closing the 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Just as I wanted. Monterey's eyes narrowed as he lightly pointed his finger, a streak of lightning shooting from his fingertip, striking Flame Tiger Fire Demon. With precision, electric light pierced through the flames, striking directly on his skin and leaving a charred mark. Oomph! The Flame Tiger Fire Demon let out a muffled groan, his body pausing slightly. But in that brief moment, Monterey had already prepared his next move. Monterey launched a frenzied attack, several arm-thick bolts of lightning descending from the sky and striking the Flame Tiger Fire Demon with a fierce impact. This was the 4th-level magic spell, Thunderstorm Descent. But it wasn't over yet. Monterey quickly chanted an incantation, summoning all the lightning magic power within a 100-meter radius. The energy rapidly converged, transforming into 10 lightning serpents, each 30 meters long and as thick as a barrel. These dazzling lightning serpents illuminated the entire battle arena, captivating the audience. The scene was incredibly spectacular, driving the crowd into a frenzy. They shouted wildly, their faces flushed red, as if they were about to explode with excitement. 6th-level magic, Lightning Serpent Frenzy. Begin! Monterey slammed his hands onto the ground, and with a sharp, piercing hiss, the 10 lightning serpents dove down one after another, instantly engulfing the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. The entire arena was covered in lightning. It's over. Monterey turned away, no longer looking at the Flame Tiger Fire Demon surrounded by lightning, and instead waved to the wildly cheering audience. The atmosphere on site exploded instantly. Hail the Thunder God! I love you, Thunder God! Be my 18th lover, and I'll take care of you for life. The audience's deafening cheers shook the heavens. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, heavily injured by the lightning serpent frenzy, was revealed. He was in a sorry state, his flames long extinguished, his clothes burned to ashes, and his entire body charred black. Honestly, he looked pitiful. Ding! Detected dropped item. Pick it up? Pick it up. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flame Demon Bloodline. What? Flame Demon Bloodline? Flame Demon Bloodline? What is that? Monterey was utterly confused. During his 6 months at Fire Dragon Academy, he had spent almost all his time improving his strength, barely reading any other books or learning additional knowledge. For instance, books like Beast Encyclopedia, Classification of Intelligent Creatures on the Continent, or Cultural Geography of the Continent were completely untouched by Monterey. Apart from lightning and earth magic, he knew nothing about other fields. Flame Demon? Is that also a creature from the Sky Continent? Filled with questions, Monterey immediately opened his magic communicator and dialed the magic key of Fatty, intending to ask him. After all, Fatty had received a comprehensive education and knew a lot, so asking him about this kind of thing was definitely reliable. Hey, bro, what's up? Fatty's round face appeared on the communicator. Fatty, do you know about flame demons? What? Flame demons? You mean flame demons? Have you heard of them? Flame demons? Fatty was momentarily stunned. Bro, why are you suddenly asking about this? What's all that noise on your end? Cut the nonsense. Do you know about flame demons or not? Monterey said impatiently. He was in the battle arena, of course, it was noisy. Bro, I don't like the way you're talking. Fatty here knows everything: astronomy, geography, past lives, and present times. What haven't I seen? Fatty boasted with a smug look. Speaking of flame demons,
we have to go back to the ancient times. Bro, do you know how many great eras the Sky Continent has gone through? I've heard of them. Monray nodded.
Like Earth, the Sky Continent had also gone through several long eras: the Elven era, the Titan era, the Orc era, the Dragon era, and now the Four Races.
Contention era. Each era had its own overlord, ruling the entire continent and reigning supreme. Then do you know how the Elven era ended? Fatty continued to ask. It should have been overthrown by the ancient titans, right? Monray thought for a moment and replied. The end of each era marked the beginning of the next. For instance, the Titan era ended because of the rise of the Orcs. Orcs had astonishing reproductive abilities in vast numbers, eventually overthrowing the Titans to become the new overlords. Similarly, the Orc era was replaced by the Dragons, who rose to become the rulers of the continent, ushering in a glorious era. Eras kept changing, and change never stopped. Life cycles, dynasties rise and fall. Nothing remains unchanged forever, and no empire stays strong forever. This is the law of history. Natural laws do not change, and no one can stop them. No, you're wrong. The chubby man shook his head and said, the end of the Elven era was not caused by the ancient titans, but by the flame demons. Flame demons? Monray was stunned. That's right, the flame demons. The chubby man nodded. According to legend, the Sky Continent was once a dense forest, with over 90% of the land covered by greenery. At that time, elves roamed freely in the woods, pure white unicorns galloped by the lakes, and elegant dryads danced in the gardens. The scenery was as beautiful as a fairy tale. But one day, the flame demons came. No one knew where they came from. Perhaps they were native creatures of the Sky Continent, or maybe they were foreign monsters. Regardless, their bodies were engulfed in flames, their eyes burned like fire, and their manes flickered like flames. They were an extremely terrifying group of fiery beings. Wherever they passed, forests were reduced to ashes, vegetation turned to cinders, and the land became scorched and blackened. In less than 100 years, the homeland that the ancient elves depended on for survival was completely destroyed. Later, the ancient elves united with other races and, after a long war, finally defeated the flame demons and eradicated them. But the cost was heavy. The elves suffered great losses and their strength was significantly diminished. The powerful titans seized the opportunity to rise and took control of the continent. So, the end of the Elven era was actually caused by the flame demons? Monray was full of doubt. Were the flame demons really that terrifying? Could they truly bring an end to the most prosperous Elven era? Terrifying? Of course. The chubby man laughed and said, the ancient elves of that time were so powerful that even the titans had to bow to them. Yet, even they were defeated by the flame demons. Do you think the flame demons weren't terrifying? You're right. Monray nodded in agreement. Are there still flame demons on the Sky Continent now? The chubby man thought for a moment and said, true flame demons should have already disappeared. I haven't heard of any real flame demons appearing, but without a doubt, their bloodline remains in their descendants. After all, the flame demons ravaged the land for so many years, it's impossible for them to have left no trace. Monray hung up the magical communicator and fell into deep thought. The chubby man's words made him realize that the flame demons indeed left behind their bloodline. The flame tiger fire demon was one of their descendants. Otherwise, how could it have dropped the flame demon bloodline? The question now was, what use did the flame demon bloodline have? Just as Monray was pondering, a surge of scorching energy suddenly erupted from within him, spreading through his body like a fiery stream. Not good. Having experienced the pain of merging with the fire dragon bloodline last time, Monray immediately realized what was happening and rushed to the bathroom. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he closed the door, a crimson flame as red as blood burst out from his body, enveloping him entirely. The flames were mixed with black smoke, identical to the flames on the flame tiger fire demon. At the same time, an intense, tearing pain struck him. Monray couldn't help but groan, almost letting out a scream. Fortunately, having gone through the previous experience and, with stronger mental strength, he managed to hold back from crying out. Even so, cold sweat poured down his face, which was contorted in pain. It was both painful and exhilarating. Monray smiled bitterly. His skin turned increasingly black, his arms gradually elongated, his nails became sharp, spiky bristles grew on his back, and a tail resembling a cow's emerged from his rear.
Even more exaggerated, for sharp horns grew on his head, too long and too short, resembling goat horns or devilish spikes.
Looking extremely fierce. Changing again. Man-Ray sighed inwardly. Previously, he had become a fire dragon man. What was he now? A flame demon man?
Although he felt a bit helpless, he could clearly sense that his body was growing stronger at a visible rate, no less than the enhancement he experienced when merging with the fire dragon bloodline.
Strengthen me, he silently chanted, striving to grow stronger. The process of merging with the flame demon bloodline didn't last long and ended after 15 minutes. Man-Ray walked to the mirror, looked at his drastically changed appearance, and remained silent. Dark skin, yellow pupils, bristle-like mane, long and powerful arms, a tail like a cow's, and flames burning all over the body. Definitely not handsome, even a bit ugly.
But the strength has increased significantly.
Host, Man-Ray race, human, possessing fire dragon.
Bloodline and flame demon bloodline, wealth, 182,915 gold coins. Physique, level 7 warrior, 14,878/50000, spirit, level 6 mage. 7102/10000, magic, level 6 mage, 6919/10000, magic skills, various battle chi techniques, fire dragon codex, combat skills. Various. My physique was just over 7,000 before, and now it's more than doubled.
The improvement is astonishing. Man-Ray looked at his attributes, feeling particularly pleased. After 3 months of hard training, all his abilities had improved rapidly. Whether it was physique, mental strength, or magic reserves, they had all reached the level of a level 6 warrior and mage, far stronger than 3 months ago. Especially today, he unexpectedly acquired the flame demon bloodline, and his physique advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching a whole new height, level 7 warrior. This is already the level of an advanced warrior, considered a master even in the royal city, and in remote areas, he could dominate. Physique improved quickly, while magic lagged slightly behind, but that's okay. As long as he wants, he can break through at any time. Man-Ray's gaze fell on the wealth column, seeing the accumulated gold coins reaching 182,915. He had been reluctant to spend, accumulating such wealth. 182,915 gold coins could be converted into 18,291 attribute points. That's enough to propel him to level 7 mage in one go, achieving dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. Absolutely terrifying. But Man-Ray wasn't in a hurry to spend. He knew it was more cost-effective to use it at critical moments, saving wherever possible. A few minutes later, as the energy within him gradually depleted, Man-Ray felt a wave of weakness and reverted to human form. Judging by the transformation duration, the flame demon bloodline was no less than the fire dragon bloodline. Why say so? Because with Man-Ray's current physical strength, both dragon form and flame demon form could only last 8 minutes. The same body, the same duration. This indicates that the flame demon bloodline is as powerful as the fire dragon bloodline. 2 bloodlines. Fire dragon bloodline. Flame demon bloodline. Now, I have the potential to become a strong figure. Man-Ray was very satisfied with tonight's unexpected gains, but the burnt clothes left him quite embarrassed. Earlier, when he transformed into flame demon form for the first time, the flames he emitted burned his clothes completely. If only he had a spatial ring, he could store several sets of clothes, and even if they got burned, it wouldn't matter. Man-Ray's desire for a spatial ring grew stronger, but unfortunately, that item was too expensive for him to afford. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the bathroom door. Man-Ray turned his head and walked to the door, opening it. A chubby human noble entered, glaring at him fiercely. Kid, are you the one who locked the bathroom door? Are you looking for trouble? The noble scolded arrogantly. Sorry about that. Man-Ray smiled and threw a punch. Bang. Damn. This outfit is too loose. After changing into proper clothes, Man-Ray cursed as he walked out of the bathroom. The clothes were so oversized they felt like a dress, making them very uncomfortable to wear. No choice but to endure. A few minutes later, Man-Ray, wearing the oversized clothes, knocked on the door of the office of the arena manager, Uno. Come in. Manager Uno, hello. Brother Man-Ray. Uno looked up and smiled, but upon seeing Man-Ray's outfit, he froze, pointing at him with a puzzled expression. Brother Man-Ray, what's this? Ahem. I accidentally got my clothes dirty earlier. So,
Man Ray smiled awkwardly, his face not turning red at all, lying quite naturally.
Got them dirty? Uno's eyes lit up,
seemingly associating something, giving Man Ray a meaningful look and smiling.
Brother Man Ray, your appearance fee for
tonight, 10,000 gold coins, has already been credited to your account.
Be sure to check it. Don't worry. I trust you to handle things. Man Ray waved his hand, smiling. Besides collecting the appearance fee, I have another favor to ask. What is it? Uno raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. Ever since Man Ray joined the Flame Battle Arena, he had hardly caused any trouble, which left Uno feeling a bit helpless because he wanted to build a good relationship with Man Ray. Yes, he wanted to build a good relationship. Others might not know Man Ray's background, but Uno was well aware.
A top talent among the new students of Fire
Dragon Academy.
If it were just that, it wouldn't be worth his special attention.
But what truly made Uno want to befriend Man Ray
was his performance in the battle arena: 30 matches, 24 wins, 3 draws, and only 4 losses, making him a silver fighter and
achieving a 12-match winning streak.
Silver fighter was a high rank that ordinary fighters could hardly reach.
Without strong power as a foundation, no amount of experience would suffice.
Generally speaking, a silver fighter's strength was at least at the peak of level 6, with most being level 7 warriors. The 2-star silver fighter Flame Tiger Fire Demon that Man Ray had just defeated was a level 7 warrior. If it were any other level 6 peak or even level 7 warrior, Uno wouldn't care at all.
With the powerful backing he had, why would he fear a level 7 warrior?
But if this level 7 warrior was a 15-year-old boy, that was
truly extraordinary. Even more crucially, Man Ray was not only a magician but also had an exceptionally strong physique.
Although he rarely used physical strength in his 30 matches, Uno's sharp eyes could definitely tell.
15 years old. Beyond. Level 6 peak. And a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts.
Such a person was not just rare to see but even rare to hear
about. Uno used 2 words to describe him: genius. A true genius.
Faced with such a presence, of course, he had to build a
good relationship. Who knew if Man Ray might become a world-shaking figure in the future? The rewards then would be unimaginable. So, when Man Ray asked for help, Uno was naturally overjoyed.
I want to take a month's leave to go home, Man Ray said directly. As a silver fighter, he had to participate in at least 5 matches a month, so without leave, he couldn't go home.
Leave? Uno nodded.
The winter break at Fire Dragon Academy was approaching, so it was normal for Man Ray to request leave to go
home.
Without hesitation, he smiled and said, "Of course."
Is 1 month enough? How about 2 months? 1 month is enough. At 10 p.m., Man Ray left the Flame Battle Arena.
Instead of returning to the Magic Academy, he headed straight to the Giant Axe
Warrior Academy. His 2 good friends, Yosef and Andrew, studied there. The Giant Axe Warrior Academy was likely also on
winter break, and Man Ray wanted to ask if they wanted to return to the village together.
Traveling together would be better. Company.
It had been about 2 months since he last saw them.
And then there was that little girl, Jonah. Fire Dragon King. City had over 70 warrior academies, and the Giant Axe Warrior Academy was one of them. This medium-sized academy had a
history of over 5,000 years and had produced countless outstanding warriors and strong individuals.
A long history, with strong figures emerging one after another.
Standing at the entrance of the Giant Axe Academy, Man Ray saw 2 giant axes, over 20 meters long, towering above the gate.
The axe blades gleamed coldly, incredibly sharp. That was the symbol of the Giant Axe Academy, the Singer Battle Axe. Stop. The gatekeeper blocked Man Ray. I'm here to find someone.
Please register.
First. All right. The management of warrior academies was not as strict as that of magic academies. After a simple registration, Man Ray smoothly entered the academy and headed straight for the freshman dormitory.
He had been here 2 months ago and knew the location of the freshman dormitory, so this time he was naturally familiar with the way.
Familiar with the route, he soon arrived at the entrance of the freshman dormitory.
Unlike the quietness of the Magic Academy, warrior academies admitted a large number of students every year.
As long as one could afford the high tuition fees and met the age requirements, they were generally not turned away.
This also resulted in the warrior academies having rather ordinary living conditions.
For example, Yosef and Andrew's dormitory was similar to student dormitories on Earth, with 6 people sharing a room and sleeping.
in bunk beds, far from the luxury of the Magic Academy. It was already 11 p.m., but the student dormitory was brightly lit. Filled with laughter, some were playing Warcraft chess, some were drinking and gaming, and others were singing loudly. The entire building was bustling with excitement, completely unlike the usual serious atmosphere. It seemed that Giant Axe Academy was also on winter break. Monray took the magical levitating elevator to the 11th floor and arrived at Joseph's dormitory door. Just as he reached the door, suddenly, a figure flew out of the dormitory. On one side of the building were the rooms, and on the other side was the empty outer wall. If no one caught this person, falling from the 11th floor would surely be fatal. Watch out! Monray reacted quickly, instantly appearing behind the person. With a gentle pull and a Tai Chi circular motion, he brought the person back. Ugh! The person spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth shattered, half of their face swollen badly, and their nose bridge collapsed, looking utterly miserable. Joseph? Monray's face immediately turned serious. Upon seeing him, Monray bro? Joseph's body trembled upon hearing the voice. He looked at Monray with surprise and joy. Monray, bro, why are you here? He asked, biting his lip and clutching half of his face, breathing heavily from the pain. It was clear he had been beaten badly just now. Joseph, what on earth happened? Monray frowned, his voice heavy like a weighty stone. Nothing, I just accidentally fell. Joseph avoided eye contact, deliberately changing the subject. Monray bro, are you on winter break too? Did you come to take me home? Speaking of going home, a happy smile appeared on Joseph's face. After all, he was only 14 years old and had been away from home for over half a year for the first time. Especially after being bullied a lot at the academy, he really wanted to go home. Tell me, who hit you? Monray's voice was as cold as ice, pressing him further. If he hadn't arrived in time just now, Joseph would have almost fallen from the 11th floor. With Joseph's apprentice warrior strength, falling would have meant instant death. Thinking of this, Monray was furious. Joseph and Andrew were students he had recommended to the academy. If something happened to them, he would never forgive himself. That lowly guy. Hurry up and come pour me some foot washing water. At this moment, an arrogant and piercing voice came from inside the dormitory. Joseph's face changed instantly upon hearing it, filled with fear and anger. Lowly guy? Monray's eyes narrowed. He kicked open the half-closed door and stepped inside. Bang! The door slammed heavily against the wall, the sound startling everyone inside the room. They all turned to look at Monray. Monray bro, I really just fell accidentally. No one hit me. Joseph was terrified and quickly grabbed Monray. Let's go find Andrew. He'll definitely be happy to see you. Don't rush. Monray waved his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 5 people in the room. Who hit Joseph? Step forward. Who are you? A burly man, standing 2.2 meters tall with black horns on his head and a physique as massive as a bull, walked up to Monray. His chest muscles were almost in Monray's face as he looked down and said, I hit him. What of it? Monray bro, let's go. Joseph tugged at Monray, whispering, he's Larry, ranked 3rd in our class and a noble. We can't afford to provoke him. Let's just leave. Monray didn't move. Joseph, judging by the situation, he bullies you often, doesn't he? Joseph opened his mouth, wanting to explain his grievances, but the more he tried to hide it, the more uncontrollable his tears became, flooding out like a broken dam. Bully? This is far more than just bullying. Most of the students who could enter the Warrior Academy were either wealthy, influential, or at least from well-off families. But him? He was just an ordinary civilian from a remote hometown, completely out of place with the others in the dormitory. He was often ostracized and even bullied. Among the 5 people in the dormitory, 4 of them took turns bullying him, ordering him around like a servant. They made him wash their clothes, clean their socks, tidy up the room, and even fetch and deliver their meals, treating him like a slave. And that wasn't even the worst part. The key issue was that he was often beaten up, if they were in a bad mood or if he did something wrong, he would get beaten up, slapped, hit in the face, kicked in the head, or even forced to kneel and apologize. Over the past 6 months, he had suffered immensely, enduring torment that couldn't simply be described as bullying. It seemed that in these 6 months, you really had a rough time. Monray clenched his fists, patted Joseph on the shoulder, and felt a deep sense of guilt. Over the past 6 months, he had been busy improving his own strength and had hardly paid attention to Joseph and the others.
In fact, he had almost forgotten about these three people. After all, they were his old companions. From before he transmigrated, and after the transmigration, he had only known them for a little over a month with very little interaction. But now, he felt guilty because, in Yosef's heart, he was the closest brother, a good friend to confide in and share grievances with. Bullying? I just like bullying him, so what? The burly man Larry crossed his arms arrogantly and said, not only do I make him wash clothes and socks and fetch foot washing water, but I also make him kneel and kowtow to me. Man Ray was furious and slapped him hard. Bang! The sharp gust of the slap swept across Larry's face, landing heavily on him, sending him flying. With a crisp sound, Larry was flung away, crashing into an iron bed, which shattered into pieces. The entire dormitory fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Larry, who had fallen onto the bed, then at Man Ray, who stood quietly. For a moment, they couldn't react. Larry was sent flying just like that? But he was a level 4 warrior. Roar! Just as everyone was in a daze, Larry suddenly jumped up, his eyes bloodshot. Damn lowlife! How dare you ambush me? I'll kill you! He transformed into a gust of wind and charged at Man Ray with astonishing speed, reaching him in an instant. Die! Larry threw a full-force punch, ferocious and ruthless. Yosef's heart raced as he watched, almost too scared to speak. Man Ray, watch out! Don't worry! Man Ray smiled at Yosef, lightly reached out his right hand, and with a snap, he directly caught Larry's flying punch. That punch, so fierce and powerful, full of momentum, lost all its force in that moment. How is this possible? Larry's eyes widened in shock as he felt the terrifying power in his punch vanish without a trace. This seemingly frail human lowlife actually possessed such immense strength. It was simply unbelievable. He actually caught Larry's attack? Everyone was stunned. Larry was a genuine level 4 warrior with pure Black Dragon bloodline. He had entered the academy as a level 3 warrior and had broken through to level 4 during the final exams. His strength was unmatched among his peers, except for the top 2 freakishly strong students. Yet now, a stranger, a lowlife, had effortlessly caught his attack? Shock, confusion, incredulity. Do you think having some skills gives you the right to bully others? Man Ray shook his head slightly. With a firm grip of his 5 fingers, Larry's fist made a cracking sound as it shattered. The pain contorted Larry's face, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Let's see if you dare to act arrogant again. Man Ray's left fist slammed into Larry's stomach. Larry spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps, bending over in pain like a shrimp. Those who bully others will eventually be bullied themselves. Have you ever thought that one day you'd suffer too? Man Ray coldly stared at Larry and kneed him in the chin. Larry's jaw shattered with a crack, leaving him unable to even scream. Kneel. Man Ray extended his right hand, pressing down on Larry's shoulder with a sudden burst of immense strength. Larry's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ugh! Larry seemed to feel an immense humiliation, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled desperately to stand. But Man Ray's hand was like an iron nail pinning him down. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move at all. My God, is this guy even human? Yosef and his 4 dorm mates trembled as they looked at Larry, kneeling on the ground and completely powerless to resist. Their eyes were filled with fear. Larry, who had been utterly dominant, was now completely defeated. Isn't Man Ray a mage? How is his physical strength so terrifying? Joseph was surprised and confused. His roommates were unaware of Monroe's true strength, but he knew it very well. Most magicians had weak physiques, but Monroe was completely different. It's over, he won't let us go. Among the 4 roommates, 3 often bullied Joseph. Now, seeing Larry beaten like this, their faces turned pale with fear, and they were panicking. Inside, sure enough, just as they were trembling in fear, Monroe suddenly turned his head and coldly stared at them. Who else has bullied Joseph? Step forward now. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 roommates were so scared their legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Oh no, it's over. Monroe is going to settle the score. What should we do? Admit it or not? Monroe's voice grew colder. Joseph, point out who bullied you. Monroe, let it go. Joseph was a kind and honest person. Although he disliked those who bullied him, he had never thought of seeking revenge. Joseph, this won't do. Monroe shook his head and said, we follow the rules and don't bully others first, but if someone bullies us, we won't take it. Lying down.
After speaking, he looked at the four roommates again. This is your last chance. Whoever bullied Joseph, step forward now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I. A handsome, pale-faced young man stammered, his teeth chattering and his legs shaking like a sieve. I bullied Joseph. Good. Monroe nodded lightly. Thud. The pale-faced young man knelt on the ground and slapped himself a few times. I deserve it. I'm a scoundrel. I shouldn't have bullied Joseph. I'm willing to apologize. Willing to compensate. Please spare me. Compensate? Monroe's eyes lit up. You think bullying someone can be resolved with a few coins? What's the point of our training then? 10,000 gold coins. No, 30,000 gold coins. I'll compensate 30,000 gold coins. I promise never to bully Joseph again. The pale-faced young man cried as he spoke, almost wetting his pants. 30,000 gold coins? Are you kidding me? Monroe sneered. 50,000 gold coins, and this matter is settled. Otherwise, 50,000? The pale-faced young man's expression darkened, clearly pained by the amount. But seeing Monroe's cold gaze, he shivered all over. Fine, I'll pay 50,000 gold coins. Good. Monroe nodded and looked at the other three. I'll pay 50,000 too. Me too. The other two quickly agreed. Although 50,000 gold coins pained them, they didn't want to end up like Larry, beaten beyond recognition. That was truly unbearable. Hand over the money. Monroe extended his hand indifferently. Yes. The three dared not delay and pulled out their magic crystal cards. Who's fighting in the dormitory? At this moment, a cold, angry voice rang out. Who's fighting in the dormitory? A cold voice echoed as several tall, burly men, carrying giant axes, slowly walked in. The burly men stormed into the dormitory with an imposing presence. They were all in uniform. Armor. All wielding gleaming battle axes. All with cold, piercing gazes. As soon as they appeared, their powerful aura instantly made it hard for everyone to breathe. Scales, isn't that your brother? My God, how did he end up like this? One of the burly men pointed at Larry, who was kneeling on the ground, and exclaimed in shock. The man called Scales said nothing, his face dark as he stared at Larry. What happened? His voice was icy, filled with evident anger. Wah! Larry, like a wronged child, cried as he pointed at Monroe. Brother, he hit me. I hate him. I want him to pay. How bold, to dare hit my brother. Scales' gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixed on Monroe, his voice full of fury. The other burly men also cast surprised looks. Everyone knew Scales was fiercely protective of his brother, and no one dared to mess with Larry. Who would have thought someone would dare lay a hand on him, and it was a young boy at that? Truly unexpected. Fantastic. The enforcement team is here. And Senior Scales too. We're saved. We don't have to pay anymore. On the other side, the three pale-faced young men, who were just about to hand over their magic crystal cards to Monroe, immediately withdrew them in excitement. Senior Scales, you must help us. The pale-faced roommate cried. This guy barged into our dorm without warning, grabbed Larry, and started beating him up. We have no idea what Larry did to offend him. He's too much. He not only hit Larry but also forced him to kneel and apologize. Look at what he did to Larry. Yeah, Senior, the roommates sobbed as they spoke, painting Monroe as a heinous villain while portraying themselves as helpless little rabbits being bullied. In truth, they didn't need to say anything. Scales had already seen his brother's miserable state and was furious to the point of exploding. I don't care who you are or how high your status is. If you dare touch my brother, I'll make you regret it. Ha! Monroe chuckled lightly. Your brother just said the same thing earlier. But now, look at what's become of him. Bastard! Scales was burning with rage, and an aura far stronger than Larry's erupted from him, surging toward Monroe like a violent storm. The pressure was terrifying. Just the aura alone made Joseph and the pale-faced roommates struggle to breathe, gasping for air. Brother Monroe! What do we do now? Joseph's face turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. As a student of the academy, he knew exactly who Scales was. Scales, the strongest sixth-year student, captain of the Giant Axe Academy's enforcement team, the vice principal's personal disciple. To be honest, in the 6 months since Joseph had enrolled, all he'd heard were legendary tales about Scales. And now, he had somehow offended this legendary figure. It was over.
Joseph was utterly hopeless.
But to his surprise, in the face of the formidable Scales, Monroe's expression didn't change. Instead, he seemed as calm as a spring breeze, not taking Scales seriously at all.
Trying to intimidate me with your aura? Monroe smiled. You're not much different from your useless brother. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Wow, what a sharp tongue. Is this kid a freshman? He's so arrogant. Daring to talk to Scales like that, he's got guts. This kid's doomed. Courting death. Scales roared in fury, raising his
massive hand and striking down like lightning, so fast that even his shadow was hard to see.
Monroe stood still, seemingly frozen in fear, not even reacting to dodge.
Just as Scales' hand was about to land on his face, Monroe suddenly disappeared.
Vanished? Scales froze, stunned. What happened next was a sharp force and intense pain in his abdomen suddenly struck, so severe
that Scales almost vomited up last night's dinner.
You and your brother are both worthless. Monroe reappeared silently, delivering a light palm strike. Scales was sent flying like a cannonball. The entire scene fell eerily silent in an instant.
The burly enforcers, Joseph and his 4 roommates, and even Larry, who was still kneeling on the ground, all looked as if
they'd seen a ghost.
They were completely stunned, unable to react. It wasn't until Scales crashed heavily to the ground with
a dull thud that everyone snapped out of it. Larry shook his head frantically, as if in denial. Impossible. Impossible. He's just a lowly person. How could he defeat my brother? Damn. This is insane. Scales got taken down in one hit? Where did this guy come from? How come we've never seen him before?
The burly enforcers with giant axes broke out in cold sweats, their
eyes filled with awe and fear.
Scales was the top powerhouse of the Giant Axe Warrior Academy, a bona fide 6th-level warrior.
And Monroe? He looked like a first-year freshman. So young, yet he defeated Scales in an instant? It was over.
The burly enforcers were too shocked to speak, while Joseph's 3 roommates were so scared they regretted everything.
If they could
go back in time, they would have handed over the magic crystal card to Monroe immediately and stayed far away, never provoking
him.
But time couldn't be reversed, and there was no medicine for regret. They had just offended Monroe and now had to face
the consequences they deserved.
Under everyone's terrified gazes, Monroe remained as calm as if he had just done something
trivial. He turned to the 3 pale-faced roommates. Now, back to our earlier conversation. What do you have to say? W.E. The 3 pale-faced roommates were trembling like leaves, their faces ashen. Relax. I'm a civilized person. Monroe waved his hand, his tone indifferent. As long as you can give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't act recklessly. You're a civilized person? I don't believe it. Why didn't you say that when you were beating up Larry's brothers? I'm willing to compensate 70,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins? Monroe snorted coldly. 100,000 gold coins. Not a single copper less. 100,000?
The pretty boy almost collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, his face pale green.
Brother, we really can't come up with 100,000 gold coins. Bang! Monroe kicked out, and the pretty boy immediately flew into the air. Monroe reached out, grabbed
him, and pulled him back.
Listen up. You have no room to negotiate. Monroe's face was cold. Either pay up, or pay with your life. I'll pay.
Feeling the killing intent in Monroe's eyes, the pretty boy was so scared he almost wet himself, nodding his head like
a rattle drum. I'm willing to compensate 100,000 gold coins. Good. Monroe nodded and looked at the other 2.
We're also willing to compensate 100,000 gold coins. The other 2 were already scared out of their wits by Monroe, nodding their heads frantically, afraid of being beaten if they were a second too slow.
Transfer the money. Monroe tossed over a magic crystal card. Brother, we can't come up with that much gold immediately. The 3 of them looked distressed and said tremblingly. Although they
were nobles, they were still just students and couldn't possibly have that much money on hand.
That's your problem, not mine. Monroe waved his hand impatiently. I'll stay in your dorm tonight. By tomorrow morning, I must see 300,000 gold coins. Not a single coin less. Yes. The 3 nodded bitterly. Ahem. Brother.
A burly human man from the enforcement team, carrying a giant axe,
couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, "What you're doing isn't right.
The academy prohibits extortion."
Extortion? Man Ray laughed loudly, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the man. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me extorting? The man's mouth twitched. His body involuntarily trembled, and countless curses churned in his mind. You were clearly extorting those 3 pretty boys just now. We were right here. Why are you pretending to be innocent now? Listen up. This isn't extortion, it's compensation. Man Ray pointed at Joseph, his tone calm. For the past 6 months, they've been bullying my friend, beating, scolding, forcing him to kneel, washing clothes, fetching water, treating him like a servant. Their actions have caused irreparable harm to my friend. What's wrong with demanding compensation? The man was instantly speechless. He was a senior at the academy and knew the unspoken rules here. Nobles bullied commoners, dragonkin bullied humans, such things were commonplace. The weak commoners could only swallow their anger. No one dared to demand compensation like Man Ray. However, since they bullied me, I naturally have the right to seek justice. It's all about who's stronger. The academy doesn't care, as long as no one dies, no one will intervene. That's why nobles and the strong dare to bully the weak so recklessly. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Man Ray waved his hand, directly dismissing the enforcement team. The enforcement team members exchanged glances. Although they were unhappy, Man Ray was formidable, and they didn't dare to confront him head-on. They could only leave with the unconscious Scales. Only Man Ray and his group were left in the dormitory. Joseph, close the door. Man Ray ordered. Got it. Joseph quickly closed the door. Man Ray sat down and said calmly, You have only one night. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Understood. The 3 nodded quickly and began scrambling to gather money. 100,000 gold coins was no small amount for them, truly giving them a headache. Good. Under the azure sky, a magic carpet sped through the air, the scenery below flashing by like a painting, green wheat fields, dense forests, winding rivers, the southern countries. Beauty was on full display. You guys didn't see the scene back then. Brother Man Ray, with one grab, one punch, and one knee, instantly took down Larry. It was so cool it left everyone dumbfounded. Wow! There's more! Joyful laughter echoed in the air. A group of friends was leaving the royal city, heading back to their village. Man Ray, Joseph, Andrew, and Joanna, who had just started her winter break. Brother Man Ray, you're amazing. Even Senior Lenskels couldn't defeat you. Man Ray, aren't you a magician? How is your physical body so strong? Have you been training in both magic and martial arts? Man Ray, did you buy this magic flying carpet? Man Ray. Although the journey was a bit long, the 4 of them were so excited that they couldn't stop talking, completely free of any irritation. The magic flying carpet was incredibly fast, far surpassing the old ox cart. Half a day later, the Magic Beast Mountain Range appeared in the distance. Look! That's the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Yay! We're almost home. The magic flying carpet is so fast. Looking at the lush green mountain range lying on the ground like a giant dragon, Jonah and the other 2 were so excited their faces turned red as they squatted on the flying carpet. Finally, we're almost home. The mountains. Man Ray was also very happy. The Magic Beast Village was the first place he had encountered when he arrived in this world, and it held great significance for him. Returning to this familiar place filled his heart with warmth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air rang out. A 3-meter-long arrow wrapped in lightning shot toward the magic flying carpet like a bolt of lightning. Watch out! Man Ray's ears twitched, and his mental power instantly locked onto the incoming arrow. He quickly grabbed the magic flying carpet and made an emergency stop, halting it mid-air. Thud! The lightning arrow pierced through the front of the magic flying carpet, grazing Andrew's back as it flew into the sky before exploding into a firework. Oh my God! Andrew broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Fortunately, Man Ray had stopped the carpet in time, otherwise, he would have been skewered by the arrow. Damn it! Man Ray's eyes turned cold as he stared at the ground below. On either side were towering peaks, with only a narrow canyon in the middle. A group of ragged bandits blocked the center of the canyon, cutting off the only path. These bandits were dressed in tattered clothes, looking like a disorganized mob. They surrounded a magic ballista, staring excitedly at the magic flying carpet in the air. Look, a magic flying carpet. This prey must be something special. A magic flying carpet is worth 30,000 gold coins, as much as a small caravan.
Heh, good fortune has been coming our way lately.
A day's earnings can equal a month's usual income. This road is my territory. If you want to pass, you have to pay a protection fee.
Brothers, keep firing the thunder ballista and bring down that magic
flying carpet for me.
A one-eyed bandit leader with a ferocious expression, riding a cloud-stepping horned beast, waved a giant sword and
shouted orders. He was the leader of the Lone Wolf bandit gang, Lone Wolf. Got it, boss.
The bandits cheered as they pulled the magic ballista. Lightning flashed, and a 2 to 3 meter long lightning spear shot toward the magic flying carpet.
Magic flying carpet? Humph. Lone Wolf licked his lips, his single eye gleaming with cruelty. I hope today's prey doesn't disappoint me. Here it comes again. What do we do, Monray? Joseph and the others turned pale with fear.
Watching the lightning spear fly toward them, they knew that if it hit, even if they weren't skewered, falling from this height would mean certain death.
Bandits.
Standing on the magic flying carpet, Monray waved his hand, and a glowing lightning shield instantly enveloped the carpet. Boom! The lightning spear struck the shield with a muffled
sound. The shield trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of breaking. However, strangely enough, the shield held firm in the end. The
energy of the lightning spear was gradually consumed until it finally stopped.
What? It actually blocked it? Lone Wolf was shocked. The
thunder ballista is incredibly powerful, capable of instantly killing a level 5 warrior head-on, yet it couldn't penetrate this shield.
Could it be a level 5 or higher magic shield? Instantly casting level 5 magic? Damn it!
The prey might be a level 9 Grand Magister.
Lone Wolf's expression changed drastically. Retreat! Retreat now!
He quickly spurred his cloud-stepping horned beast, rushed to the magic ballista, packed it up, and fled at full speed, fearing even a moment's delay.
Boss? What's wrong with the boss?
The bandits were bewildered. None of them had expected their leader to suddenly retreat, leaving them in a panic.
A bunch of useless fools. Retreat immediately. Lone Wolf roared angrily.
Roar only then did the bandits begin to retreat.
But it was already too late, Buzz. Within a few hundred meters, lightning elements rapidly converged, instantly forming 10 giant lightning pythons over 30 meters long.
Their scales shimmered with dazzling light, and their massive bodies coiled in the air, lifelike, suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura that made hearts
race. Damn it!
Lone Wolf felt the terrifying power, his eyelids twitching, his heart filled with fear and despair.
Level 6 magic.
This is definitely the power of level 6 magic.
Instantly casting level 6 magic. My god, who on earth did I offend? Thunder serpents. Dance, fall. The 10 lightning pythons roared as they descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and exploding with a deafening boom.
A massive surge of lightning elements spread wildly, covering a 100-meter radius.
Ah!
Screams echoed as the bandits were either burned to charcoal, reduced to ashes, or directly vaporized into gas.
The scene was horrifying and shocking. My god! Lone Wolf turned
back to witness the terrifying scene, even more frightened. He quickly drew a dagger and stabbed it hard into the rump of his cloud-stepping
antelope.
The beast let out a painful cry and bolted desperately, its speed instantly increasing.
This guy is actually a powerful mage from a magic carpet. This is outright bullying. Lone Wolf was both furious and resentful. Magic carpets were low-level flying tools used only by low-level mages. High-level mages wouldn't even bother with them, which was why he dared to rob the magic carpet. But this time, he had run into a tough opponent. He had truly hit a steel wall this time. Regret consumed Lone Wolf as he desperately fled for his life. Escape? Do you think you can escape?
Meng Lei smiled faintly, snapping his fingers lightly.
Lightning elements gathered into a long spear of thunder. Go!
With a shout, the 3-meter-long lightning spear tore through the air, moving as fast as a flash of
lightning, piercing straight into Lone Wolf's back and through his chest. Ah!
Lone Wolf screamed as he was sent flying, landing heavily in the roadside grass, his fate uncertain.
Meng Lei, you're amazing. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew were stunned, their eyes fixed on Meng Lei, filled with admiration. If you train hard, you can do it too.
Meng Lei smiled, piloting the magic carpet to land. He approached Lone Wolf, the notorious bandit leader, who was now on the brink of death, his breathing shallow, clearly not long for this world.
But when
Lone Wolf saw Meng Lei and the others standing on the magic carpet, his eyes widened in disbelief.
You aren't. Before he could finish his sentence, Lone Wolf's head tilted,
and he fell silent, dying with regret. He had thought he had encountered a super-powerful mage. But it turned out that the ones who destroyed his bandit gang were just 4 young kids. This made his death particularly frustrating. Meng Lei, is he dead? Joanna and the other 2 hid behind Meng Lei, cautiously peeking out, their faces pale. Yes, he's dead. Meng Lei nodded, jumping off the magic carpet. His eyes immediately fell on the bronze ring on Lone Wolf's left ring finger. Removing the ring, Meng Lei's mental energy surged into it, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected, it's a spatial ring. A spatial ring. Meng Lei's long-coveted treasure. Unfortunately, it was too expensive, and he could never afford one. Earlier, when he saw the Violet Thunder crossbow disappear before his eyes, he guessed that these bandits must have spatial equipment. And he was right. He thought it would be hard to find, but it turned out to be so easy. A ring with about 50 cubic meters of space, this is a huge gain. Ha! There are so many treasures inside? In Meng Lei's mental vision, piles of gold coins, magic cores, and gems floated, dazzling and diverse, almost blinding Meng Lei's eyes. This is a massive haul. Meng Lei's eyes sparkled. Just the gold coins alone are worth hundreds of thousands, not to mention the magic cores, gems, and weapons. Truly, there's no wealth without windfalls, no fortune without risks. The ancients were absolutely right. After dealing with Lone Wolf's bandit gang, Meng Lei and his group set off on their return journey. Joanna and the other 2 chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration for Meng Lei. All their words boiled down to one sentence: Meng Lei, you're amazing. Meng Lei responded with a smile, train hard, and you'll become this strong in the future too. As he spoke, he secretly deposited all the gold coins from his spatial ring into the system, and his wealth value instantly skyrocketed by 300,000. Adding his previous wealth, he now had a total of 480,000 gold coins. This didn't even include the magic cores, gems, and weapons in the spatial ring. If he sold those treasures, he could probably make a fortune. This time, he had truly hit the jackpot. Man Ray toyed with the spatial ring, reveling in the sudden thrill of wealth, so excited he almost burst into tears of joy. However, the greatest gain was still this spatial ring worth millions of gold coins. Man Ray knew that with this ring, he could hunt magical beasts boldly without worrying about having no place to store his loot. Although the spatial ring only had 50 cubic meters of space, it was enough to hold a lot of magic cores. Man Ray's mind had already flown to the magical beast forest, imagining scenes of hunting magical beasts, collecting magic cores, and making a fortune, so excited he almost couldn't help but scream. The magic carpet sped forward, and 2 hours later, they finally returned to the magical beast village. However, the scene before them left them all stunned. A beast tide had arrived. Another wave of beasts. Herds of wild beasts surged toward the magical beast village like a flood, a dark mass as if they intended to drown the entire village. On the city walls, dozens of young and strong soldiers stood nervously, their faces full of fear and despair. They were members of the guard team led by Captain Hades, who had been protecting the magical beast village for years and were experienced in dealing with beast tides. Normally, no beast tide could scare them. But this time, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair. How could this be? Hades stood on the city wall, his face grim as he looked at the dozen magical beasts surrounded by the beast tide. Among them were 1 level 4 magical beast, the ironclad rhino, 2 level 3 magical beasts, the mountain-splitting pangolin and the blood-spotted snake, 8 level 2 magical beasts, including the sky blue serpent, white alligator, golden armored scorpion, thorn mouse, swamp dragon turtle, blood fawn boar, titan beetle, and wind wolf king, and countless level 1 magical beasts. With such a lineup, there was no chance of victory. Why was this happening? Hades was full of doubt. The magical beast village was near the edge of the magical beast forest, and encountering a level 1 magical beast was already considered unlucky. How could a high-level magical beast like the ironclad rhino appear this time? It was completely unreasonable. But the facts were right in front of him. The ironclad rhino had indeed come, bringing with it a massive horde of magical beasts, unleashing an unprecedented beast tide. The magical beast village was facing a great disaster. Captain, what should we do? A member of the guard team asked, his voice trembling, completely terrified by the situation before them. Use soldiers to block soldiers, use water to block floods. Hades took a deep breath. This is our home, our family. We can only fight to the death to protect it. We have no other choice. Home. Family. The words struck a chord in everyone's hearts.
Fear gradually gave way to determination and madness. The captain is right. We can only fight to the end. If they want to harm our families, they'll have to go through us first. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Roar.
At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the center of the beast tide. The ironclad rhino bellowed to the sky,
sounding the horn of attack. Howl. Hiss. Woof. Moo. Bah. Various wild beast roars echoed in response, their combined voices forming an earth-shattering thunder. Roar.
Another roar followed, and the overwhelming wave of wild beasts charged toward the magical beast
village like a tsunami. Dozens of magical beasts led the charge, unleashing magical attacks. Stone bullets, water arrows, wind blades,
wooden spikes, electric flashes. Various magical attacks rained down like a dense storm of swords, bombarding the city walls with ferocity. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with despair. The village's walls were made of wood and couldn't possibly withstand such a large-scale
magical assault. Most of them weren't even considered warriors. How could they possibly resist? This can't be happening. Someone shouted. Captain, what do we do? Another asked urgently. Oh, heavens.
Someone muttered in despair.
Hades felt a deep darkness
in his heart, helplessly watching as the magical attacks drew closer and closer, eventually filling his entire field of vision.
He knew it was all over.
Faced with such powerful magical attacks, the walls would undoubtedly be leveled, and everyone would perish without a trace. Buzz. Just as the magical rain was about to fall, a miracle occurred.
A transparent silver halo suddenly appeared, instantly covering the top of the city wall.
Boom, boom, boom. The dense magical rain collided with the halo, exploding into dazzling sparks.
What is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. A magic shield? Hades exclaimed.
He wasn't mistaken, it was indeed a magic shield.
Amid the explosions, the silver halo perfectly blocked all the attacks, remaining unscathed.
As the magical elements dissipated and the thick smoke cleared, the
city wall was still intact, and everyone was safe and sound. It blocked it?
The members of the guard were stunned.
Who cast the magic shield? Hades looked around.
At that moment, he saw a blood-red magic carpet hovering in the air above, with a figure both familiar and
unfamiliar standing on it. That's... Hades shouted in surprise, Mon-Ray. Captain Hades, long time no see. Mon-Ray on the flying carpet responded with a smile. Let me deal with these beasts first, then we can catch up. After speaking, Mon-Ray raised his hand, lightning flickering at his fingertips.
One by one, lightning balls quickly formed and shot toward the beast horde like a machine gun.
Boom, boom, boom.
The deafening explosions shook the heavens, and the beast horde in front of the city wall was instantly engulfed in smoke and dust.
Amid the
screams, severed limbs flew, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Most of the beasts were ordinary creatures, unable to withstand
magical attacks. After a round of relentless bombardment, the beasts wailed in agony, suffering heavy casualties. In just a few seconds, countless beasts perished on the spot.
This scene terrified the remaining beasts, causing them to flee in panic, completely losing their momentum to attack the magic beast village.
Roar! This enraged the ironclad rhinoceros at the center of the beast tide. It roared several times, calming the panicked beasts. Then, dozens of magical beasts surrounded it and charged forward. Pangolins, blood-spotted snakes,
sky-blue snakes, and others rushed toward the magic carpet, their eyes fierce, as if they wanted to tear Mon-Ray to pieces.
But what greeted
them was a storm of lightning spears. Thud-thud. The sound of flesh and bone being pierced by lightning spears echoed as the pangolins and
blood-spotted snakes fell one after another. By the time they reached the area beneath the flying carpet, they were all dead. How is this possible?
Hades and the members of the guard were utterly shocked. Lightning raged, thunder flashed.
Severed limbs and mangled flesh were everywhere.
Dozens of magical beasts were all pinned to the ground, dead.
This shocking scene left Hades and the others completely stunned. My God! So many magical beasts just fell like that?
Among them were Tier 3 magical beasts like the pangolin and blood-spotted
snake. And they're all dead? This can't be real, it must be an illusion. Everyone felt like they were dreaming.
They were just ordinary people, used to hunting beasts occasionally, but they had never witnessed such a scene.
Roar, roar, roar. The furious roars of the ironclad rhinoceros pulled them back to reality.
The massive ironclad rhinoceros was raging, stomping the ground with heavy breaths.
The Earth trembled, and the crisis loomed again. Trees swayed violently. The ironclad rhinoceros glared at Man Ray, its eyes filled with murderous intent. The next second, it launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of massive boulders, each larger than a bull's head, rose into the air and flew toward Man Ray like cannonballs. This is Tier 2 magic meteor stone rain. You dare use such petty tricks? Man Ray waved his hand, and several lightning arrows appeared out of thin air, meeting the oncoming stone rain. Tier 2 magic thunder arrows. Boom! Boom boom, the lightning arrows collided with the stones, erupting in loud explosions. The boulders shattered into countless fragments, falling like snowflakes. Roar! Seeing its attack fail, the ironclad rhinoceros roared repeatedly, the sharp horn on its forehead glowing with yellow light. Earth elements within dozens of meters began to gather. It was charging up for a powerful move. A powerful move? Time to end this battle. Man Ray shook his head slightly and cast Tier 3 magic thunder shackles. Countless silver threads silently wrapped around the ironclad rhinoceros, binding it tightly. Crackle crackle, electric currents surged through the threads, paralyzing the ironclad rhinoceros entirely. Its body convulsed, shaking like a sieve, as if performing a strange dance. It's over. Man Ray drew a lightning spear in the air and aimed it at the ironclad rhinoceros's forehead. As long as he wanted, the thunder spear could pierce through its skull at any moment, pinning it to the ground. However, Man Ray hesitated. Was the ironclad rhino strong or weak? It was a level 4 magical beast, not the strongest in the depths of the forest, but undoubtedly a powerful overlord in the outskirts. If it could be utilized, it might completely resolve the beast tide problem. Thinking of this, Man Ray turned to Captain Hades and smiled. Hades, what do you think of this ironclad rhino? Hades was momentarily stunned but still replied, the ironclad rhino is a top-tier defensive level 4 magical beast, skilled in earth magic, and its destructive power on the battlefield is astonishing. Then how about making it your mount? Man Ray suggested. Mount? Hades looked puzzled. That's right. A mount. Man Ray said with a smile. If the ironclad rhino becomes your mount, the beast tide problem can be completely solved, and the village will never have to worry about another beast tide. Is that really possible? Hades' voice trembled with excitement. As a warrior, he naturally longed for a powerful mount. But it was too difficult. With his strength as a level 2 warrior, taming a weak mount was no problem, but such mounts were useless. The real challenge was taming a powerful mount. Take the ironclad rhino, for example. You either had to completely defeat it with strength, making it submit to you willingly, use a contract scroll to forcibly bind it, or have a mage set up a contract formation. But Hades had none of these. If he did, he would have already risen to prominence and wouldn't be stuck in this small village. So, the idea of an ironclad rhino mount was nothing more than a dream. But now, Man Ray was telling him that this ironclad rhino could be tamed. How could Hades not be excited? How could he not believe it? Why not? Man Ray smiled and began chanting a spell. Before long, a magical formation glowing with rainbow light appeared beneath the ironclad rhino, emitting strange waves. The ironclad rhino immediately felt uneasy and struggled desperately, causing cracks to appear in the thunder shackles. Seeing this, Man Ray cast more thunder shackles in succession. The ironclad rhino was eventually bound tightly, unable to move. Man Ray landed, lightly tracing his finger across the ironclad rhino's iron-hard skin, leaving a bloody gash. Blood spurted out and automatically flowed into the magic formation. Captain Hades, come and tame this guy. Understood. Hades rushed over, his heart racing, unable to suppress his excitement. Do it yourself. Drop a few drops of blood in. Man Ray pointed at the magic formation, smiling. Hades didn't dare delay. He took out a dagger, cut his finger, and let a few drops of blood fall into the formation. The magic formation instantly emitted a dazzling light, enveloping both the ironclad rhino and Hades' blood. Their blood quickly transformed into a strange, miniature, blood-red magic formation. The formation split into two parts, shooting rapidly into the heads of the ironclad rhino and Hades before disappearing. With a boom, the contract magic formation on the ground also vanished. How do you feel, Captain Hades? Man Ray curiously looked at Hades. He had always wanted to tame a magical beast as a mount, so he had studied contract magic formations. But this was his first time actually setting up a contract formation and taming a magical beast, so he naturally found it fascinating. It feels like I've established some kind of connection with it? Hades looked at the ironclad rhino, which also looked back at him. Their eyes met. The ferocity
and savagery in the ironclad rhino's eyes had disappeared, replaced by reverence and obedience.
Its gaze toward Hades had completely changed. "Come here," Hades called out. The ironclad rhino obediently walked over without any resistance.
Hades reached out to touch the ironclad rhino's nose, and it didn't resist either, behaving as docilely as a kitten, completely unlike the ferocious beast it had been before.
So this is the power of a master-servant contract? Incredible! Mon Ray marveled. After the contract was successful, the ironclad rhinos'
will and thoughts were completely altered, making it recognize Hades as its master from the bottom of its heart.
It was truly terrifying. "Ha ha, I have a mount. I have a mount." Hades couldn't stop stroking the ironclad rhino, his grin almost splitting his face. The other
members of the guard team also ran over, both excited and envious.
"Captain, congratulations. Wow, a level 4 armored rhinoceros as a mount. How enviable. So majestic. I'm dying of envy."
Successfully taming the armored rhinoceros was a novel experience for Mon Ray, but for Hades and the villagers of the Beast Village, it was an earth-shattering event. Hades was so excited he could hardly contain himself.
The guards were also beaming with joy.
Everyone knew that with the armored rhinoceros guarding the village, the place that had long been plagued by beast tides could finally resolve its problems once and for all, no longer needing to fear the arrival of beast tides. This was fantastic
news. "Mon Ray, thank you." Hades tightly grasped Mon Ray's hand, his gratitude overflowing.
The other members of the guard also stared at Mon Ray, their eyes filled with shock and admiration.
They couldn't forget the scenes they had just witnessed, countless magical thunderballs roaring down,
thunder spears as sharp as a rain of swords piercing the enemies,
dozens of beasts pinned to the ground, unable to move,
the thunder shackles firmly binding the armored rhinoceros.
Mon Ray, so powerful?
How long had it been, and his strength had undergone
such an astonishing transformation? "Don't mention it." Mon Ray waved his hand, letting Joanna and the other two down from the magic flying
carpet, and said with a smile, "It's been over half a year since I left the village. I've been missing the roasted meat here and your ale."
"Captain, I wonder if there's still any left." "Say no more, there's definitely enough roasted meat and ale." Hades laughed heartily.
"Quick, notify the village chief and have everyone come out to welcome our hero.
Let's hold a bonfire party tonight to celebrate Mon Ray and the others return home."
"All right. We should really celebrate." The crisis had quietly been resolved, and they had gained the powerful armored rhinoceros as a guardian. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts and magical creatures, a win-win situation.
The
villagers were overjoyed, cheerfully cleaning up the corpses, their faces beaming with smiles, as lively as a festival.
The adults bustled
about, while the children surrounded Mon Ray, full of curiosity.
Mon Ray was very patient and liked children, so he sat on the large stone in
the center of the village with a group of kids, sharing stories of the royal city.
Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew chimed in with additional details.
The storytelling was vivid and engaging, eliciting exclamations of wonder from the children. "Brother Mon Ray, are the houses
really that big? Can you fly in the sky? Brother Mon Ray, have you seen dragon people with dragon horns?"
"Brother Mon Ray," the adults say,
"you can breathe lightning and control thunder. Is that true?"
The children's curiosity was endless, and the little ones chattered away,
even making Mon Ray feel a bit overwhelmed.
Seeing this, Joanna came to Mon Ray's rescue.
She took out a magic crystal ball and said with a smile, "Look here, everyone. Do you know what this is? A glass ball?"
The children blinked and guessed.
"This is no ordinary glass ball. It's a magic crystal ball," Joanna explained. "With this, we can test magical aptitude, like this."
She placed her hand on the crystal ball, and the previously transparent ball immediately emitted a faint green glow, like a piece of green jade, sparkling brightly.
Wow, it turned green. The children were wide-eyed with amazement. "Joanna, what does the green light mean for magical aptitude?" "A green glow means I have an affinity for wood magic," Joanna explained sweetly.
"The light isn't very strong, which means my magical aptitude is average. But if you look at Brother Mon Ray's magical aptitude, you'll see the difference." Saying this, she handed the crystal ball to Mon Ray. Mon Ray smiled helplessly and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling white light, so bright
that it was hard to keep one's eyes open.
Within the light, 3 colors shimmered, silver currents crackling wildly, a heavy earthy yellow, flowing steadily, and a fiery red burning intensely. The 3 colors intertwined, with 2 particularly strong and 1 slightly weaker. Yet together they radiated a brilliant and captivating glow, illuminating everyone's eyes.
Wow!
The children exclaimed again.
Monray's gaze flickered slightly. Fiery red? Brother Monray, do you also have earth and fire magic aptitude? Joanna was stunned, her face full of confusion.
She remembered that during the test 6 months ago, Monray only had lightning magic aptitude. How could it be that in just
half a year, he had gained both earth and fire elements?
And the fire element's affinity was as strong as his lightning element, with the
earth element slightly weaker. Even so, it was far stronger than her wood element. In other words, Monray possessed an extraordinary
talent for lightning and fire magic, along with a decent talent for earth magic.
2 extraordinary talents and 1 strong talent. Such a gift was simply heaven-defying. Could it have awakened recently? Monray squinted his eyes, quickly pondering. The earth element talent was inherited from the chubby guy, but how did the fire element suddenly appear? Wait, could it be the flame demon bloodline? Or perhaps the fire dragon bloodline?
Both fire dragons and flame demons were powerful fire element magical beasts capable of controlling flames.
The
fusion of these 2 bloodlines made him particularly close to fire elements, which made perfect sense.
Monray took a deep breath. It seems I need to study fire magic properly. With such strong elemental affinity, it would be a waste not to use it. Recently awakened? Jonah was stunned. Is that even possible? Of course it is. I'm a living example. Monray smiled and changed the subject. Jonah, this magic crystal ball isn't cheap, is it? You spent so much money on it, surely it wasn't just to show off in the village? Of course not. Jonah rolled
her eyes at him and explained, I want to use it to test the children's magic talents and then teach them magic.
I don't want them to live ordinary lives in the village forever. That's a fantastic idea. I fully support it. Monray nodded and smiled. Go ahead and try it. Who knows, there might really be someone with magic talent. Jonah immediately began testing the children. After all, if everyone worked hard together, the entire village could improve. Although Jonah herself hadn't fully mastered magic yet, as the first person from the Beast Village to study at a magic academy, her presence had already started to change the small village. Children aged 10 to 18 could be tested for elemental affinity. However, those over 16 had already gone to serve elsewhere, so only those under 16 could be tested. After conducting the tests, they surprisingly discovered 2 lucky ones.
And they were twin sisters, both girls.
The 2
wore linen dresses, stood barefoot in the mud, and were covered in dirt, looking like little mud monkeys.
But they were identical, as if carved from the same mold. These were the lucky twin sisters. Hester Draper, with top-tier fire element affinity. Monica Draper, with top-tier water element affinity.
Such incredible talent, even better than mine.
Jonah was astonished by the test results. Top-tier elemental
affinity was extremely rare, even among nobles, let alone in a remote beast village.
And these sisters both had it. Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. With such talent, not learning magic would be a waste. Monray smiled at the twins.
Hester, Monica, from now on, practice
meditation with Sister Jonah to enhance your spiritual power. Next year, you'll be able to enter the Magic Academy. The 2 little
girls nodded vigorously, their dirt-covered faces lighting up with sweet dimples, looking especially adorable. The other children looked
at them with envy. Even at their young age, they understood that having magic talent meant a completely different future. Those without magic talent don't lose heart. You can learn battle aura from Joseph and Andrew. You can still become strong in the future. Night fell, and the forest echoed with the roars of beasts. A bonfire was lit in the village square, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The entire village was enveloped in a lively and joyful atmosphere. Monray, thank you for helping me tame the ironclad rhino. I toast to you. Monray, thank you for paying for Joseph's education. That night was exceptionally lively. The men played drinking games, the women sang and danced, and the children laughed and played, their faces full of happiness. The bonfire party lasted until late into the night before it ended. Monray didn't meditate that night but had a good night's sleep.
The next morning, everyone set off, fully prepared. In the early morning, the forest was shrouded in mist, with visibility limited to just 3 or 4 meters around. The dense growth of plants made the forest chaotic. Ancient trees towered, thorns were everywhere, vines hung down, and shrubs grew wildly. Traveling in such a messy environment was difficult, and there was always the risk of being attacked. A venomous snake, a poisonous scorpion, or a swarm of deadly mosquitoes could all be fatal. The more powerful the magical beast, the more valuable it was. I had to venture as deep into the forest as possible. There was no need to waste time on the outskirts. The outer areas of the forest were filled with ordinary wild animals, which held no interest for Man Ray. He directly rode his magic carpet and flew into the depths of the forest. The magical beast forest was vast and boundless. After flying for most of the day, Man Ray finally landed, ready to hunt magical beasts. Earth tremor. The ground beneath Man Ray's feet began to tremble rhythmically, the sound faint. This was the earth magic spell Earth Tremor. Earth Tremor was a simple spell that even a first-level mage could use. It caused the ground to vibrate, with the range and intensity of the tremors, depending on the caster's mental strength and magical control. Advanced mages could use Earth Tremor to cause landslides and massive destruction, while weaker ones could only create slight vibrations, barely noticeable. Man Ray was now using Earth Tremor to detect the movements of magical beasts in the surrounding area. With his current strength, he could sense activity within a 20-meter radius. At the 2 o'clock direction, there was a magical beast. Man Ray cautiously crept forward, parting a bush to reveal a 5-meter-long lizard covered in sharp spikes, its entire body a vibrant green. It immediately caught his attention. A 4th-level magical beast, the spiked lizard. Man Ray frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in his expression. 4th-level magical beasts were of average value, their magic cores sold for only 2 to 3,000 gold coins, not much profit. However, without overthinking, he immediately cast the earth magic spell, Earth Spear. Before the spiked lizard could react, it was pierced through. Ding! Killed one spiked lizard, earned 2,400 gold coins. 2,400 gold coins? Not bad. Man Ray walked over, pulled out a dagger, and dug out the spiked lizard's magic core. Ignoring the blood on it, he tossed it directly into his spatial ring, earning another 2,000 gold coins. Earning double the money from one magical beast felt great. Earth Tremor. At the 11 o'clock direction, another magical beast was detected. Another 4th-level magical beast? Earth Spear. Ding! Killed one golden horned immortal, earned 2,200 gold coins. Earth Tremor. Another 4th-level magical beast? How annoying. Ding! Killed one golden drum silverback ant, earned 2,400 gold coins. And so, Man Ray continued advancing and hunting along the way. In this magical beast forest, mid-level magical beasts were quite common. They fought each other for resources, living no differently from ordinary wild animals. In less than 2 hours, he had already hunted 7 magical beasts, earning over 20,000 gold coins. Quite a fruitful harvest. Man Ray stood before the lifeless body of a 6-winged iron crocodile, its eyes wide open in death. He casually extracted its magic core and happily stored it in his spatial ring before moving on. It was a pity he couldn't take the corpses of these magical beasts out. If he could, they would surely fetch a good price. Squelch squelchum? Suddenly, a few strange sounds reached his ears. Man Ray stopped in his tracks, pricking up his ears and looking in the 3 o'clock direction. A few more sharp, piercing sounds followed. Man Ray was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Could someone be fighting? No, something's off. Why is there no sound of a struggle? Filled with doubt, Man Ray quietly approached. The scene before him left him stunned. On the grass, a campfire burned, its flames illuminating a piece of roasted meat. The meat was golden and fragrant, its aroma mouth-watering. But Man Ray had no appetite at all. Around the campfire lay 5 corpses, both men and women, including warriors and mages. Their eyes were wide open, their deaths far from peaceful. Their throats had been slit, blood flowing profusely, creating a chilling scene. Who did this? Such ruthless methods. Man Ray muttered softly, a chill rising in his heart. From the victims' tragic state and the signs at the scene, it was clear they hadn't even had a chance to resist when they were killed. No chance to resist, yet their throats were slit. How tragic. Are you looking for me?
Suddenly, a mocking voice rang in Monray's ear, his heart tightened, and a chill surged up his neck. Danger! That was Monray's first reaction. His second reaction was to dodge. Boom!
Relying on the powerful physique comparable to a 7th-level warrior, Monray leaped 10 meters away, instantly escaping the danger
zone.
Oh, this speed stunned the person who had just tried to ambush Monray.
After Monray jumped away, a small, thin man wearing a bamboo
hat and dressed in black appeared, staring at Monray, who had jumped over 10 meters away, with a face full of shock.
Oh, so fast? He had
just sensed someone approaching and immediately went invisible, but he hadn't expected Monray to suddenly appear.
So young. And a magician. How strong could he be? Without hesitation, he launched an attack.
But he hadn't anticipated Monray's speed to be so fast. The burst of speed just now had definitely exceeded his expectations.
Beyond a 5th-level warrior? If not a magician, then what?
I misjudged him.
The
thin man licked his lips, his eyes cold and calculating.
I almost lost my life just now. Monray sat on a tree, cold sweat breaking out
on his back. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been throat-slit just now.
This place is too dangerous. He suddenly recalled a
saying, in the Magic Beast Forest, the most dangerous thing isn't the magical beasts, but humans.
The Magic Beast Forest doesn't belong to
any empire, it has no laws, no rules, and no governance.
It's a wild wasteland, the domain of magical beasts, and a paradise for adventurers. Most people come here for magic cores.
Some hunt magical beasts honestly to earn magic cores. Others, however, take the wrong path
and target their own kind. Because killing people for magic cores is faster.
Therefore, the scariest thing in the Magic Beast Forest is
actually humans.
Clearly, the thin man before him was one of those people. Thinking of this, Monray's eyes turned cold, and killing intent surged.
Dare to target me? Courting death.
The thin man glanced at Monray and suddenly disappeared.
Monray immediately heightened his
vigilance. He knew the opponent wouldn't give up easily.
Sure enough, whoosh! A nearly inaudible sound of something cutting through the air
came from the left, and a cold, gleaming dagger shot straight toward Monray's temple.
The temple is a weak spot. If hit, death is certain. Monray quickly dodged backward.
Immediately after, he heard the sound of grass rustling, and the thin man emerged from the ground beneath
him. Dagger and flames erupted instantly.
The power of fire magic was immense. The scrawny man didn't last long before being burned to ashes. His clothes, flesh, and bones all turned to dust.
At this moment, Monray finally discovered the secret.
A belt made of special magical material lay quietly in the ashes, with 4 rings attached to it.
Why hadn't he noticed it earlier? Could it have been hidden under the clothes? Very likely. Monray was secretly delighted. He picked up the belt and examined it carefully, almost jumping with excitement.
It turned out to be a spatial belt. Such a large space, he had struck it rich. He then picked up the 4 rings nearby, his eyes lighting
up as he looked at them.
Wow, they were all spatial magic artifacts. The belt had the largest space, a full 150 cubic units.
The 4
rings weren't small either, with spaces of 100 cubic units, 60 cubic units, 50 cubic units, and 10 cubic units respectively.
What excited
Monray even more was that the 5 spaces were filled with magic cores, gold coins, gems, weapons, magic crystal cards, magical materials,
and various magical artifacts, all extremely valuable items.
Of course, there were also practical everyday items like clothes, roasted meat,
seasonings, and tents.
Though not worth much, they were very useful.
The value of just these 5 spatial magic artifacts exceeded 30 million gold coins.
Not to mention the countless gold coins, magic crystal cards, and gems inside.
This time, he had truly hit the jackpot. He was rich. Calm down, calm down.
Monray forced himself to stay calm, knowing that this was the Magic Beast Forest, full of
dangers, and he couldn't afford to lose focus.
He found a relatively safe spot and began sorting through his spoils.
First, he stored all the gold coins into the system. Ding!
Congratulations, host. Your wealth has increased by 570,000 gold coins.
570,000. Monray's eyes lit up as he quickly checked his personal attribute panel. Host, Monray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame dragon bloodline, wealth.
1,067,835 gold coins. Wow, over 1 million. Monray grinned so wide his mouth almost reached his ears.
In my previous life, I worked hard for 4 years just to save enough for a down payment on a house. Who would have thought that after just 6 months in this world, I'd become a millionaire? This luck is no worse than those novel protagonists. A millionaire. This had been his dream for years in his previous life. And now it had finally come true. He felt deeply satisfied. However, money without purpose was just a number. Let's use 60,000 gold coins to exchange for attribute points. Allocate them to spirit and magic. Finally, I can indulge a little. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've advanced to a level 7 mage. Host, Monray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame dragon bloodline, wealth, 1,007,835 gold coins physique. Level 7 warrior, 15-123/50,000, spirit, level 7 mage, 10-128/50,000, magic, level 7 mage, 10-032/50,000, magic, various battle chi. Techniques, fire dragon codex, combat skills, various. My magic is starting to liquefy. Although the quantity has decreased, its destructive power has greatly increased. My spiritual power has also improved significantly. I'm now a level 7 mage. I've officially stepped into the ranks of advanced mages. A grand mage. Seeing his attributes, Monray was ecstatic. Magic cultivation required long periods of meditation and accumulation, making it even harder than battle chi cultivation. Before level 7, it was merely a stage of accumulation with limited power, and most warriors could easily handle it. But once one became a level 7 grand mage, everything changed. At this level, a mage could instantly cast level 3 spells and unleash powerful advanced magic, with power far surpassing warriors of the same level. For this reason, level 7 mages were far more valuable than level 7 warriors, and kingdoms placed special importance on them. A level 7 mage could be directly granted nobility and given a fief. But level 7 warriors didn't receive such treatment. The disparity in treatment said it all. Monray was extremely satisfied with today's gains. 570,000 gold coins, countless treasures, and spatial magic artifacts worth 30 million. This trip to the Magic Beast Forest had been an absolute windfall. Back to the royal city, maybe I can snag a baron title, huh? Monray grinned from ear to ear. However, advancing to higher levels required a significant amount of gold. To level up from 7 to 8, just the Constitution attribute alone required 34,877 points, equivalent to 340,000 gold coins. Mental power and magic each required 390,000 gold coins. Altogether, that was 1.12 million gold coins. But Monray currently only had 1 million gold coins, falling short by 120,000. He knew he could make up the difference by selling the magic cores, gems, and magic artifacts he had on hand. But the problem was, what about the future? If leveling from 7 to 8 required this much gold, then from 8 to 9, and from 9 to the sanctuary level, the costs would be even higher. It could be tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Not enough money. Nowhere near enough. Monray sighed. And the little excitement he had felt vanished completely. He knew the road ahead was long, and making money was the key. So, without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the Magic Beast Forest. At 1 o'clock, there was a magic beast. Ding! Killed another spirit cat, gained 3,200 gold coins. At 4 o'clock, another magic beast. Ding! Killed a unicorn thorn rhino, gained 8,300 gold coins. The deeper he went, the fewer and stronger the magic beasts became. Level 4 magic beasts, level 5 magic beasts, level 6 magic beasts. Monray ventured deeper and finally reached the territory of level 6 magic beasts. Night quietly fell, and the Magic Beast Forest was shrouded in darkness. It was getting dark. He needed to find a safe place to spend the night. Most magic beasts hid in their dens during the day and came out to hunt at night, making the night more dangerous than the day. Although hunting magic beasts at night was a good opportunity, Monray was exhausted after a whole day of trekking and needed to rest and replenish his strength. In the depths of the Magic Beast Forest, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Night was falling. Where was safe? Monray summoned his magic carpet and patrolled the forest from above, searching for a suitable resting spot. His sharp eyes spotted a narrow crevice in the sea of trees ahead, like a canyon split open by a blade, nestled between two mountains. Let's check it out. The magic carpet accelerated, and before long, he arrived above the canyon. A clear stream flowed out from the depths of the canyon, with lush vegetation thriving on both sides of the water, full of vitality. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice this place. Man-Ray followed the stream deeper into the canyon.
The canyon was sometimes narrow, sometimes
wide, winding and irregular. The further he went, the more open the view became.
Finally, a massive pool appeared before him, with a thin layer of white mist floating on the water's surface, resembling a fairyland.
Is this a hot spring?
Hovering in the air, Man-Ray felt
a wave of heat hit him, and he was overjoyed.
This was definitely a natural hot spring.
If it really was a hot spring, that would be fantastic.
He flew to the water's surface, extended his hand, and the scalding hot water warmed his skin, feeling incredibly comfortable.
This water temperature is intense.
After a busy day, stumbling upon such a hot spring was like winning the lottery.
Even Hui Xiaolu would be green with envy.
With a strange cry, Man-Ray tore off his magic robe and jumped straight into the scalding spring water.
The heat enveloped
him, and the water felt like warm flames wrapping around his skin, so comfortable he almost let out a moan.
Damn! It's so hot. But it feels amazing.
For an ordinary person, stepping into this water would probably scald their skin off, but Man-Ray was different.
His body was as tough as a level 7 warrior, and with the bloodlines of a fire dragon and flame demon, he was least afraid of burns. Water at 70 or 80 degrees felt like a soothing hot spring to him. Ha, this is awesome. Man-Ray stretched out his arms and legs, swimming rapidly
in the water, so fast that even fish would bow to his speed, and toads would want to jump into the river out of shame.
Water splashed everywhere, the sound echoing loudly.
First, freestyle, the fastest stroke.
Then, the energy-saving breaststroke. Finally, after some
thought, he decided to skip butterfly stroke. He didn't know how to do it.
After a bout of frenzied swimming, Man-Ray lay on his back on the
water's surface, closed his eyes, and felt the water gently caress his body. The heat spread from head to toe, relaxing him completely, making him feel utterly blissful. If he had to describe it in one word, delightful. Splash! Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A loud bang shattered the water's surface as a massive creature suddenly leaped out, opening its pitch-black maw and lunging straight at Man-Ray.
The
stench hit Man-Ray's nose before he could react, and in the next moment, the shadow swallowed him whole.
Gulp! Gulp! Burp! The shadow let out
a satisfied belch, shook its head, and dove back into the water as if nothing had happened.
Wrapped in a slimy liquid, surrounded by suffocating pressure and an overwhelming stench, Man-Ray almost vomited. Swallowed. What rotten luck!
Despite being cautious all the way, he still couldn't avoid this disaster, truly the price of overconfidence. But now, the most important thing was to get out of this hellhole. The
smell was unbearable. With that thought, Man-Ray transformed without hesitation.
Flames erupted across his body, his arms thickened, his nails turned into sharp claws, and he fully unleashed his flame demon form.
Burn it from the inside. As Man-Ray transformed, the flames
began to scorch, and a searing pain spread through the shadow's body. It let out a pain scream and convulsed violently.
Heh, let's see how you like being the one in pain. Man-Ray felt the creature's agony and couldn't help but grin.
Setting a fire in your stomach must be
quite the experience, huh? But he wasn't done yet.
He swung his sharp claws, tearing at the shadow's internal organs, reenacting a scene straight out of Monkey King, causing chaos in Princess Ironfan's stomach.
Moo! Moo! Moo!
The shadow's cries sounded like a cow's bellow,
its long tail thrashing wildly against the water's surface, creating massive waves.
Water splashed everywhere, waves surged, white mist filled the air, and rocks shattered from the tremors. Through the dense fog, glimpses of the shadow's body occasionally appeared.
It turned
out to be a massive green python with bull horns on its head, crocodile-like dorsal armor, and sharp claws on its back.
Indeed, it was a level 7 magical beast, the crocodile-backed bull python.
As the ruler of the surrounding 100 miles, the crocodile-backed bull python was the undisputed king of this canyon and its pool.
Normally, no one dared to intrude on its territory.
The python had been sleeping at the
bottom of the pool for several days and was just about to go hunting when it discovered Man-Ray.
Swallowing him in one gulp saved it the
trouble of finding food.
Little did it know, this meal would mark the beginning of its nightmare.
Flames scorched its stomach. Claws tore
through its organs. The pain was more unbearable than the cruelest torture.
The crocodile-backed bull python screamed incessantly and
struggled violently for 15 minutes before finally succumbing to its agony and dying.
Ding! Killed crocodile-backed bull python, gained 220,000 gold coins. 220,000 gold coins? This thing was actually a level 7 magical beast? Man-Ray crawled out of the python's body, covered in sticky slime and reeking of an unbearable stench that almost made him vomit. Ugh! So disgusting! He quickly pulled out soap and body wash from his spatial ring and scrubbed himself furiously. It took him a full half-hour to rid himself of the nauseating smell. What a hassle! Man-Ray shook his head helplessly, then suddenly remembered the creature he had just killed. A level 7 magical beast. Its magic core was incredibly valuable and couldn't be wasted. He had to retrieve it. Looking around, he couldn't see the python's corpse. It must have sunk to the bottom of the pool. Time to dive down and search. Man-Ray submerged himself in the water. The pool's bottom was pitch black, with visibility so poor he couldn't see his own hand. But that was no problem for him. Upon reaching the bottom, he immediately cast Earth Tremor. A wave of energy spread out, revealing everything within a 200-meter radius. Man-Ray quickly located the python's corpse but didn't act immediately. Instead, he stared at the pool's bottom, a strange glint in his eyes. Beneath the pool's bottom, it was hollow. Earth Tremor not only detected surface objects but also revealed conditions up to a meter below the ground. The ground was trembling, but it wasn't just the soil that was moving. To his astonishment, Man-Ray discovered that 1 meter beneath the muddy pool bottom, there wasn't solid ground but an empty void, almost like a vacuum. Hollow? How could that be? He cast Earth Tremor again, this time not to detect but to start digging. The silt at the bottom of the pool slowly shifted, and before long, a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter appeared. Man-Ray thought the pool water would flow down into the pit, but the reality left him stunned. The water didn't flow in at all. It was as if the pit didn't exist. Instead, a dazzling red light shot out from the pit, stinging his eyes. Once he adjusted to the red light and leaned closer to take a look, a wave of scorching heat hit him, making him feel as though he were standing at the mouth of a volcano. That's right, it was a volcano. Below was a red rock wall, with molten lava flowing at the bottom. Boom, boom, the lava churned like boiling water, emitting black smoke and bubbles, and releasing a pungent sulfur smell. Lava beneath the ground? Impossible. Man-Ray's face was full of confusion. The pool wasn't that deep, so how could it connect to the Earth's core? The only explanation was that this was the mouth of an active volcano. That was the only way to explain why there was lava so close to the surface. Seeing the lava and feeling the heat, Man-Ray felt a surge of restlessness throughout his body, an itch in his heart, as if he wanted to jump into the lava and take a volcanic bath. Could it be the fire dragon bloodline in my body acting up? He speculated silently, then leaned closer to the pit to continue observing. He couldn't shake the feeling that this volcanic mouth was unusual. Why wasn't the pool water flowing down? What was going on here? Suddenly, Man-Ray shuddered, staring intently in one direction, too terrified to speak. A dragon? A fire dragon? Was that a fire dragon? Following his gaze, one could see a small island rising in the scorching lava lake, upon which lay a massive beast over 50 meters long. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, as hard as steel, with 2 dragon horns on its head reaching toward the sky. Its enormous bat-like wings spread out, occupying the entire island. Its thick tail, covered in barbs, was submerged in the lava. The beast exuded an incredibly fierce aura, and even from dozens of meters away, Man-Ray could feel its overwhelming presence. But what was shocking was that this fire dragon was lifeless, completely a corpse. A black spear was embedded in its head, pinning it firmly to the rock. Right here. That's a fire dragon. And it's a saint-level fire dragon. How could such a powerful fire dragon die here? Man-Ray could hardly believe it. Dragons are the kings of the skies, the pinnacle creatures of the sky continent, and saint-level dragons are incomparably strong. How could such a mighty being be killed? Shock, confusion, incredulity. Man-Ray's emotions were a whirlwind. A saint-level fire dragon is one of the strongest creatures, with almost nothing capable of rivaling it, and yet it was dead. What did his own strength amount to? The sky continent was far too complex. Better to focus on training. Man-Ray suppressed his emotions and stared at the fire dragon's corpse on the island, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The corpse of a saint-level dragon was invaluable. Even a single dragon scale or a lump of dragon dung could sell for an astronomical price, let alone a saint-level dragon. Especially the dragon crystal, it was priceless. A magic core from a level 9 magical beast could sell for tens of millions, so the value of a saint-level dragon crystal was unimaginable. It's said that dragons love shiny things and enjoy sleeping on piles of gold and gems, so every dragon is a walking treasure trove. Thinking of this, Man-Ray grew increasingly excited. A walking treasure trove? If that were true, he'd hit the jackpot. He had to go down there. He absolutely had to go down there. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became, itching to jump into the pit immediately, run to the saint-level fire dragon's corpse, and tear off a dragon scale or pick up a lump of dragon dung. But the problem was, how could he get down there? Man-Ray threw a stone, but it was blocked by an invisible wall and couldn't fall through. He guessed the pool water was also separated by this wall. A magic barrier? Man-Ray frowned. A magic barrier is a type of protective magic, similar to a magic shield, used to block and isolate external forces. The difference lies in the range. With this barrier in place, how could he get down there? He was growing anxious. To pass through a magic barrier, you either need the caster's permission or brute force to break it. There's no other way. This barrier was most likely set up by the saint-level fire dragon. With my current strength, how could I possibly break it? Though he thought this, Man-Ray still gave it a try. The surrounding soil gathered and quickly transformed into a 10-meter-tall earth giant. 6th level. Earth magic, swamp giant. Boom! The giant swung its fist and smashed it hard against the magic barrier. With a thunderous crash, the barrier remained unscathed, but the swamp giant was shattered by the rebound force. As expected, the barrier was extremely sturdy. Man-Ray's heart sank as he unleashed the strongest earth magic he could currently use, Boulder Spell. Earth elements gathered in the air and, under Man-Ray's control, formed a massive drill-shaped rock. Boulder Spell, descend. Man-Ray roared, and the rock plummeted from the sky, slamming into the magic barrier. Boom! Amid the deafening impact, the rock shattered, and the silt at the bottom of the pool scattered everywhere. Man-Ray was also sent flying. Thud! He flipped over, landed in the distance, and looked at the magic barrier with a sense of helplessness. Even the 7th level Boulder Spell couldn't damage the barrier. How could he break it? Lightning magic? Fire magic? Or brute force? With water present, both lightning and fire magic would be significantly weakened. Brute force was the only option left. With this thought, Man-Ray immediately transformed into his Dragonman form, used an earth wall to separate the pool water, and leaped higher, delivering a powerful punch downward. Break for me! As an 8th level warrior, Man-Ray's strength increased several times after transforming into a Dragonman. With the added momentum of his descent, this punch was incredibly powerful. Even an 8th level magical beast would struggle to withstand it. This was Man-Ray's strongest attack at the moment. If this failed, he truly had no other options. Man-Ray's eyes were resolute as he struck the magic barrier with all his might. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. Just as his fist collided with the barrier, it trembled slightly, as if solid ice had melted into warm water, or steel had turned into molten iron. His fist penetrated the magic barrier. Along with Man-Ray himself, he passed through it. It was like a sharp arrow piercing through paper, without any resistance. What the heck? Man-Ray was dumbfounded. He had charged in with full force, only to pass through without even touching it? What was going on? Like a meteor, he plummeted rapidly toward the scorching lava lake. The searing heat waves hit him, and Man-Ray was instantly filled with dread. The lava's temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees. If he fell in, could his body withstand it? Even with dragon and flame demon bloodlines, he couldn't endure such high temperatures. Earthball spell. In this critical moment, Man-Ray quickly cast the simplest earthball spell. Several basketball-sized earthballs formed instantly, securely supporting his body and slowing his descent. Just as Man-Ray was about to fall into the lava lake, he finally came to a stop. Feeling himself no longer falling, Man-Ray let out a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. Falling into the lava lake would have been disastrous. Then, using the earthballs to support himself, he slowly moved toward the small island in the lake. As he approached, an overwhelming pressure hit him, almost knocking him down and making it hard to breathe. How terrifying! Even a corpse could emit such an intense oppressive aura. How powerful must this creature have been when alive? Man-Ray wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, slowly stood upright, and gazed at the giant beast before him with a look of shock. It was enormous. A single scale was as large as a winnowing basket. Standing beneath it felt like standing under a city wall. Its crimson body was incredibly hard, with a metallic texture that felt like steel to the touch. A light knot produced a dull sound, completely unlike living flesh. Hard. Massive. Scorching. Was this the legendary fire dragon? Man Ray was in awe as he carefully observed the fire dragon. He had only ever seen such creatures in sculptures, murals, and magic books. This was his first time seeing one in person. After a thorough examination, Man Ray gained a deeper understanding of the fire dragon's power and realized why it was so revered. With such a formidable body, it was hard not to be strong. But, with such a tough body, how am I supposed to extract its dragon crystal and pluck its scales? Do I really have to pick up its dragon dung? On the scorching lava lake, smoke filled the air, and the surface churned with boiling heat waves. The surrounding air was dry and hot, oxygen was scarce, and ordinary creatures couldn't survive here. This was a forbidden zone, a dead zone, and truly a purgatory. What to do? What to do? Man Ray paced back and forth anxiously. The fire dragon's corpse was too large to fit into the spatial magic device, meaning it couldn't be taken away in its entirety for now. To avoid leaving empty-handed, he had to find a way to take something from it. Dragon scales, dragon crystals, and dragon horns were all valuable and could fetch a good price. But the question was, how to extract them? Man Ray's gaze fell on the black spear. It was the weapon that had pierced through the fire dragon's head, running straight through from its throat. This spear had pinned down the saint-level fire dragon. The head was the hardest part of a fire dragon, and for it to be penetrated, this spear. A strange light flashed in Man Ray's eyes as he leapt onto the fire dragon's head to examine the extraordinary weapon up close. The entire black spear gleamed with a cold luster, as black as ink. It was as thick as an adult's wrist, covered in intricate magical runes, and made of unknown materials. It looked ordinary and unremarkable, yet its power was extraordinary. Since it could pierce the fire dragon's head, it must be incredibly sharp. It should be no problem to use it to carve something out, right? Man Ray gripped the black spear tightly and pulled with all his might. Ugh, oh. The spear didn't budge an inch. He increased his strength and pulled harder, but it still didn't move. Gritting his teeth, he exerted even more force, yet it remained immovable. Damn it! Man Ray sat heavily on the fire dragon's head, nearly cursing in frustration. What kind of spear is this? Why is it so heavy? Strange. With the strength of a level 7 warrior, what spear can't I pull out? Could it be stuck in the fire dragon's skull? No way. I can't. Give up. This is my only chance to dissect this dragon corpse. Man Ray gritted his teeth and continued to pull with all his might. Over the next few minutes, he used every ounce of his strength, but the black spear seemed nailed to the dragon's corpse, completely unmoving. I'm exhausted. Man Ray panted heavily, so frustrated he wanted to smash everything around him with a hammer. I've been pulling for so long. Can't you at least move a little? You won't be able to pull out that Godslayer spear like that. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed in his ear. Who's there? Man Ray's entire body tensed as he jumped up, quickly scanning his surroundings with surprise and vigilance. This place was so secluded, yet someone had appeared without him noticing. How careless. If the other party had malicious intent, he'd be done for. Man Ray couldn't help but shiver. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the black spear, slowly coalescing into a humanoid figure, more precisely, a dragon man. He wore a fiery red robe, had flaming red hair, a long red beard, and a kind smile on his face. 2 fiery red horns adorned his head. Why you, who are you? Man Ray stared at the red-haired elder floating above the fire dragon's head, both shocked and frightened, stammering as he spoke. Who am I? The red-haired elder chuckled, stroking his beard. I am the headmaster of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the chief Saint Magus of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. My name is Amos Crocker. Young one, you should have heard of my name, right? The headmaster of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy? Man Ray froze for a moment, then said softly, the current headmaster of our academy is Fred Fillet. I've met him, and he doesn't look like you. Wait. Amos Crocker. Man Ray exclaimed, you said you're Amos Crocker? Ha, it seems you know who I am. The red-haired elder laughed heartily, clearly pleased. That puts my mind at ease. But Man Ray stared at him. Amos Crocker was the second headmaster of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. He died over 20,000 years ago. Are you joking? Amos Crocker.
A legendary figure of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, a powerful saint-level dragon man, a dual-element master of water and fire magic, the first dragon man to master dragon language magic, who developed 189 types of water and fire magic, making immense contributions to magical research. These deeds are all engraved on the statues in the sanctuary square.
Man Ray remembered them particularly clearly and had always admired him. But the problem was, after Amos Croc stepped down, he mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he went, and everyone assumed he was dead. Now, more than 20,000 years have passed. I've been dead for over 20,000 years? The old man was slightly stunned inside. I didn't expect so much time to have passed. Time truly flies, and the world is ever changing. Man Ray stared at him intently, not relaxing in the slightest. Kid, don't be nervous. I really am Amos Croc, the old man said with a smile. Back then, after being stuck at the sanctuary peak for years without progress, I resigned from the position of dean and began traveling the continent, exploring every corner. Finally, I found an opportunity for a breakthrough and chose to train at a volcanic crater in the Magic Beast Forest. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment of my breakthrough, a black spear suddenly flew over, killing me instantly, devouring my soul, and sealing me inside the spear. As he spoke, the old man showed no trace of resentment. His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of cheerfulness, as if recounting an insignificant matter. Man Ray was deeply shaken. To be killed and still remain so composed, it was truly admirable. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the old man might be lying. Man Ray asked, "So you don't even know who killed you?" The old man nodded with a hint of helplessness. "That's right. Being sealed in this black spear, I'm neither human nor ghost. I was once angry, hateful, and unwilling to accept it. But over time, those emotions gradually faded. The most frustrating thing is not even knowing who my killer was. Anyone would feel upset about being killed." Man Ray shook his head and said, "However, for someone capable of killing you with this spear, their strength must be terrifying. Perhaps not knowing who they are is actually a good thing." The old man chuckled. "I think so too. The material of this spear isn't from the sky continent, and the magic formations on it are profound, far surpassing the power of the sanctuary. I suspect the one who killed me must be in existence far stronger than the sanctuary. Encountering them was just my bad luck." "Then this spear is a treasure?" Man Ray's eyes lit up. "Not just a treasure, it's a divine artifact," the old man said. "Seriously? A divine artifact?" Man Ray exclaimed. "That powerful?" "A divine artifact, something only gods can wield, with unparalleled power, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Back then, my fire dragon body had been cultivated to its peak, my physical strength rivaling that of the Fire Dragon King. I was just one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King realm. Yet, I was still killed by this spear that came out of nowhere. Think about how sharp this spear must be." The old man sighed. "Killing someone like me, a master, at the peak of the sanctuary, was as easy as slaughtering livestock. In the entire sky continent, only a divine artifact could possess such power. So, I named it the Godslayer Spear." "So it really is a divine artifact?" Man Ray touched the spear, his eyes filled with excitement, but then he became a bit dejected. "Unfortunately, I can't use it." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Divine artifacts have spirits. You haven't gained its recognition yet, so of course, you can't use it. Here, drip a drop of your blood and see if you can tame it." "Drip blood to claim ownership?" Man Ray hesitated. "What if it already has an owner? I don't want to get into trouble." "It doesn't," the old man said with a smile, shaking his head. "If it had an owner, it wouldn't have been left here for over 20,000 years. I guess its owner has long since perished or abandoned it. Don't worry, even if you fail to claim it, nothing bad will happen." "Really?" Man Ray was half convinced, but the allure of the divine artifact was too great to resist. Life is about taking risks. "All right, I'll do it." He gritted his teeth and dripped a drop of blood. Buzz, the blood dripped onto the black spear and was absorbed like water into a sponge. The black spear suddenly began to tremble. Crackle, purple currents burst out from the spear, surging straight toward Man Ray. He had no time to dodge and was directly engulfed by the currents. Crackle, Man Ray felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His hair stood on end, his body convulsed violently, as if he had taken a potent drug. What's happening?" The old man's face changed drastically. "I clearly sensed the spiritual imprint of the god-slaying spear.
The imprint of its owner disappeared 14,000 years ago, which means this spear has long been without an owner.
Why is this happening? The owner of a divine artifact must be a deity. There's no doubt about it. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach something belonging to a god,
if it weren't for sensing that the spiritual imprint within the spear had
long vanished. The old man would never have let Man-Ray try to subdue this divine artifact. If its owner were to find out, not only would Man-Ray be doomed, but the old man would also suffer. Having already died once, the old man absolutely did not want to die again. So the current situation was entirely beyond the old man's expectations. He didn't know if this was a necessary process for the god-slaying spear to recognize its master, or if Man-Ray had triggered some kind of restriction within the spear and was now in trouble. The old man was completely clueless. All he could do was pray. Dragon God, please bless us. Crackling purple currents continued to strike Man-Ray, and his convulsions showed no sign of stopping.
The only thing that gave the old man some relief was that Man-Ray's vitality remained strong.
Dragon
God, please bless him. This boy is my descendant, don't let anything happen to him. It seemed the dragon god heard the old man's plea. As time passed, the purple currents emitted by the black spear finally began to weaken.
Gradually, the purple currents enveloping Man-Ray retracted into the black spear like birds returning to their nest. Man-Ray's body stopped convulsing and trembling. Hic! Man-Ray let out
a burp, and a wisp of black smoke escaped from his mouth. He looked utterly disheveled, his hair standing on end, and his entire body
charred black like a little demon child. Kid, are you alright? The old man asked anxiously, his face tense. Man-Ray turned to look at the old man.
His body was still numb, and his movements were stiff. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth.
I think I succeeded. Think? Did you succeed or not?
The old man was stunned.
Man-Ray didn't answer directly but instead looked at the black spear and slightly
curled his finger. A strange scene unfolded. The black spear, which Man-Ray had previously been unable to move no matter how hard he tried, suddenly flew out of the dragon corpse's head on its own and hovered in front of Man-Ray.
Go!
Man-Ray sensed the mysterious connection between himself and the black spear, pointed into the void, and issued a command.
Whoosh! The black spear instantly transformed into a streak of purple lightning, shooting toward the rock wall. Thud! The rock wall, which even molten lava couldn't melt, was pierced through, and the spear embedded itself deeply. Come! Man-Ray beckoned, and the black spear flew back, obediently hovering in front of him. A divine artifact. This is a true divine artifact.
The old man's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily.
I've been crafting weapons for years, and am hailed as the Empire's greatest master craftsman, yet I've never created a magic weapon that responds so perfectly to its wielders. The term divine artifact is truly well-deserved. What a treasure! Man-Ray stroked the black spear as if caressing a lover. And it has lightning attributes, which perfectly match my physique. It's simply a match made in heaven. Man-Ray was overjoyed. His favorite lightning magic was the Thunder Spear, imposing and powerful, with incredible single-target lethality. One strike could pin an enemy down, its power unmatched. So this god-slaying spear was practically a weapon tailor-made for Man-Ray. Many great beings have spent their entire lives without obtaining a true divine artifact. The old man chuckled. Yet you've just come of age and acquired one so easily. Truly enviable. But remember, take good care of it and don't let others see it casually. I understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. Man-Ray nodded repeatedly, continuing to stroke his beloved spear. As long as you understand. The old man stroked his beard, his face showing relief. But Man-Ray's next words made the old man's face instantly darken. I just wonder if this god-slaying spear can help me dissect this dragon corpse? TSK, this is a Saint Domain dragon. If we extract the dragon crystal from its body, it would definitely sell for an astronomical price. Veins bulged on the old man's forehead, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Man-Ray with wide eyes and scolded, "You unfilial descendant." Unfilial descendant? Man-Ray's heart tightened, and sweat poured down his face. Only then did he remember that the corpse of the Holy Domain fire dragon was actually the remains of the old man in front of him. He had been shouting about dissecting the body and selling the dragon crystal right in front of its owner, definitely a bit over the line. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Man-Ray scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming.
The old man glared at him angrily. Your bloodline carries my blood. You are my direct descendant, Amos Croc. Others might try to take my things, but you cannot. Mundray was completely confused. Old Dean, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The old man pointed at the magical barrier above the magma lake and said sternly, this is the magical barrier I set up. It uses the dragon crystal within my body as its core, harnessing the surging fire magic from the magma lake to withstand attacks from holy domain powerhouses. Do you think a mere level 7 warrior like you could have entered here otherwise? Mundray was speechless, thinking to himself, how would I know? All I remember is transforming into a dragon man and somehow stumbling through. As for why, I have no idea. Listen to me, the old man snorted coldly. After I died here, I made this place my resting ground, not wanting to be disturbed, so I set up this magical barrier. And then? Mundray blinked. After staying here for so long, anyone would get bored. Even though I'm calm by nature, I couldn't take it anymore. It's been over 20,000 years, I want to see the outside world again. The old man sighed. Unfortunately, I'm bound by the Godslayer spear and can't leave its 10-meter radius. So, I could only hope that someone from the outside would take the Godslayer spear and help me leave this place. But I know how unpredictable human nature can be. My remains, my lifetime's accumulation, and the Godslayer spear, a divine artifact. If the wrong person came, I'd be in danger. So, I modified the magical barrier to only allow my bloodline descendants, with strength no greater than level 9, to pass through. The old man gave a bitter smile. But over 20,000 years have passed, and most of those who came here were magical beasts. Occasionally, a human would come, but none met the criteria. You're the first. Mundray was speechless. This place was so remote. Aside from magical beasts and a few adventurers, who else would come here? And they'd have to be his descendant, with strength not exceeding level 9. The conditions were way too strict. No wonder it took 20,000 years to find someone. Old man, you really brought this on yourself. But speaking of which, when did I become your descendant? Could it be because of the fire dragon bloodline in me? Mundray's thoughts raced. The fire dragon bloodline I fused with came from this year's newly ascended battle king, Auden Coleman. Could he be this old man's true descendant? Very likely. Mundray's eyes darted around as he felt his guess was close to the truth. But he couldn't say this out loud. After all, the old man mentioned his lifetime's wealth was hidden here. The treasure of a holy domain powerhouse. If he could get his hands on it, Old Dean, am I really your descendant? Mundray blinked, feigning disbelief. He needed to build a connection first to secure the inheritance. The bloodline barrier doesn't lie. The old man glared at him angrily. But you, kid, are no good either. You dared to scheme against my remains and even thought about selling my dragon crystal. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Ahem. You can't blame me for that, Old Dean. Mundray laughed awkwardly, his face slightly red. The body of a dragon is full of treasures, especially a holy domain dragon. How could I not be tempted? Besides, I didn't know you were my ancestor at the time. If I had known, how would I dare have such thoughts? Hearing this, the old man's expression finally softened a bit. Since it was unintentional, I'll let it go this time. But if you dare to have any designs on my remains again, I'll break your legs. Absolutely not. I wouldn't dare, ha ha ha. Mundray quickly promised, acting as submissive as a grandson. Humph. At least you know your place. The old man snorted, waving his hand. The massive fire dragon corpse suddenly rose into the air and plunged directly into the boiling magma lake, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The lake's surface calmed, as if nothing had ever happened. Rest in peace, my body. The old man looked somewhat desolate, gazing at the now calm lake surface. This body that had accompanied him for so many years was now about to bid farewell, and his heart was inevitably complicated. It's over. My dragon crystal, dragon scales, dragon dung, all gone. Monray felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, but he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly while trying to comfort the old man. Old headmaster, don't be sad. We can come back and visit in the future. The old man sighed lightly, his gaze sweeping around as if trying to engrave everything here into his memory. After a while, he collected his emotions and said, "Let's go." "All right," Monray responded, his eyes hiding something he wanted to say but dared not
Speak your mind, don't stammer. The old
man glared at him, speaking irritably.
Ahem. Old headmaster, are you just leaving like this?
Man Ray glanced around, his words carrying
a hidden meaning. Humph.
The old man revealed a bitter smile.
How else can I leave?
This old body of mine is all alone, with nothing
left but this lingering soul. If you're hoping to gain something from me, you'll likely be disappointed. Disappointed? Didn't you just say this place holds the wealth of your entire life? And now it's completely empty? Man Ray almost felt like flipping the table in frustration.
But considering the disparity in their strength, he held back. Old headmaster, don't say that.
I was just kindly reminding you.
After speaking, he picked up the god-slaying spear, and a stone platform rose beneath his feet, slowly flying toward the magic barrier.
Once
outside the barrier, the old man instructed Man Ray to use earth magic to seal the exposed barrier to prevent it from being discovered.
Finally, they were out.
The old man hovered above the water, gazing at the dark canyon, his eyes flashing with excitement.
After being trapped underground for over 20,000 years, he was finally free today. Man Ray could understand the old man's feelings and didn't disturb
him, instead dragging the corpse of the crocodile-backed bull python to the shore, taking out a dagger, seasonings, and a barbecue rack
to prepare some food.
After running around the forest all day and then struggling underground for so long, he was already starving, his
stomach practically sticking to his back.
He began cutting the meat, washing it, arranging the skewers, and then using fireball magic to
roast the meat. Young man, you actually mastered both earth and fire magic? The night sky was bright, stars twinkling. Moonlight spilled
over the canyon like a layer of black gauze. The occasional roars of magical beasts made the place even quieter and more mysterious.
Mist
filled the air, and the campfire burned brightly. By the pool, the golden magical beast meat emitted an enticing aroma, with dripping
grease sizzling in the fire. Man Ray swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unable to resist the urge to eat. Dining by the lake, in the wild.
The old man floated in midair, looking at the scene before him and sighing. Campfire, barbecue, ale, it really brings back memories.
He. Man Ray chuckled.
He understood the old man's feelings. Anyone trapped for over 20,000 years would be excited to see these fresh
things upon their release. The meat's ready.
Man Ray swiftly cut off a tender piece and handed it to the old man.
Old headmaster, you haven't had meat in a long time, right? Try my cooking.
You brat, are you teasing me on purpose? The old man laughed as he took the meat, his eyes full of warmth.
Then he glared. Can't you see I'm in a soul state right now?
Man Ray scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry, I forgot about that.
Then I won't hold back.
With that, he picked up the fragrant roasted meat and began devouring.
It's when you're hungry, everything tastes good. This saying couldn't be more true. Man Ray ate with great relish.
Not to mention, this meat came from a 7th-level magical beast, the crocodile-backed bull python, filled with magical elements and raised in a hot spring, making
its flavor naturally exquisite. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Man Ray ate with oil dripping from his mouth, saliva flowing freely. The old
man watched Man Ray wolfing down the food, unable to resist licking his lips, wishing he could pounce and grab a few bites.
Unfortunately, he was in a soul state now and couldn't eat anything.
So frustrating. He had no choice but to change the subject.
You brat, you have dual earth and fire magic talent? Triple?
Earth, fire, and lightning, 3 elements.
Lightning too? That's right. Not bad, huh? Not bad? Is that all? How's your elemental affinity? Is there anything particularly good? The best affinity is the key to breaking through the sanctuary. Without it, your future will be limited. Just average.
Thunder and fire are super level, earth is high level, but still far behind you.
What?
The old man was startled, suspecting that Man Ray was bragging, but was also shocked by his
strength. Thunder and fire dual super level? Earth high level? Kid, you're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Man Ray said,
with his mouth still full of meat. I'm the most talented freshman at Fire Dragon Magic Academy this year, and I even get a 5,000 gold coin scholarship every year. The old man was speechless. After a long while, he grumbled, super level affinity is already rare, let alone dual
super level. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Extraordinary luck? Can you even talk properly? This is something I earned with my strength.
If you have the ability, go try it yourself.
Monray pouted, not wanting to deal with the old man's clumsy words. By the way, I see your mental strength isn't weak. Your cultivation speed should be fast, right? What stage are you at now? The old man asked again. Just average. A level 7 Grand Mage. With such good talent, only level 7? The old man snorted coldly, dissatisfied. Brat, have you been slacking? Often not practicing properly? Only level 7? Monray was annoyed. Old headmaster, you're right. I'm 15 years old, have only been learning magic for half a year, and being a level 7 mage is indeed slow progress. What? 15 years old? Only been learning magic for half a year? The old man was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. You've only been studying for half a year? My goodness, it took me 4.5 years to reach level 7 back in the day. It's impossible for others, but I've got cheats. Who can compare to me? Monray ignored him and continued eating crocodile back python meat, looking modest. The old man didn't believe him and stared at him. Brat, don't lie to me. You're only 15 years old. How could you have only studied magic for half a year? Monray was a bit stunned. In our Crocker family, we start enlightenment at 5, formally study magic at 10, enter the magic academy at 14, and graduate at 20. The old man glared angrily and shouted, You're telling me less than a year? Isn't that lying to me? A disgraceful descendant, daring to lie to me, it's infuriating. Wait, Crocker family? Monray interrupted him. Old headmaster, you've got it wrong. I'm not from the Crocker family. By the way, which family is the Crocker family? Fire Dragon Kingdom seems. This family shouldn't exist, right? Monray was incredulous, as he didn't know much about the families in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Still trying to fool me? The old man sneered. The Crocker family was personally founded by me. The family is full of talent, heroes in abundance, ranking among the top 3 families in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. And you say this family doesn't exist? Are you looking for trouble? Alright, I get it. Monray understood the situation, said no more, and took out a magic communicator, dialing the fat man's magic key. What are you doing? The old man glared at him. Old headmaster, don't rush. In no time, the fat man's round face appeared on the communicator screen, yawning, his eyes still half closed, clearly just woken up. Bro, why are you disturbing me so late? Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone's sleep? Sorry. I'll treat you to a feast when we're back at the academy. After apologizing, Monray directly asked, Fatty, let me ask you, have you ever heard of the Crocker family? Crocker family? The fat man shook his head. Never heard of it. Monray glanced at the old man and reminded him, think carefully. This family was founded by Amos Crocker, the second headmaster of Fire Dragon Magic Academy, and was once one of the top 3 families in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. A family founded by the second headmaster? The fat man rubbed his eyes and said impatiently, Bro, are you joking? That was tens of thousands of years ago. How could it have lasted until now? It's long gone. Gone? Of course, it's gone. Our Fire Dragon Kingdom doesn't even have such a family, let alone one of the top 3. Time flows, the world changes. In any world, nothing lasts forever. That's the law of nature. And no one can change it. The old man understood this truth, but upon learning that the family he personally founded had disappeared, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Actually, I should have realized it earlier. After I was killed back then, the Croc family lost its pillar, and its downfall was almost inevitable. The old man sighed deeply, unable to hide his sorrow. A saint-level powerhouse can establish a family and hold up the sky, but once they die, if no successor has been cultivated, even the strongest family will disappear. Built by the saint level, destroyed by the saint level. There are too many examples of this. Fortunately, there's still an outstanding descendant like you in the family, so there's still hope to revive the family. Yes, revive the family. The old man's body trembled, and his eyes sparkled. Boy, from now on, you must shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding the Croc family. Train hard and don't slack off. I will do my best to teach, supervise, and help you, striving to restore the Croc family to its former glory and stand at the pinnacle of the sky continent once again. Monray thought helplessly, what does rebuilding the Croc family have to do with me? I'm not even part of the Croc family. But of course, he couldn't say that. He carefully considered his words and said in a deep voice, Old Dean, regarding the rebuilding of the Croc family, I must apologize. I come from a commoner background,
There's no such thing as the Croc family for me. Even if I succeed in my training in the future and want to establish a family, it will only be my own, like the Mon family, not the Croc family.
I hope you can understand.
The old man glared at him angrily, but Mon Ray didn't back down and stared right back.
The old man sighed helplessly. Fine, we'll do as you say.
After all, you are a descendant of the Croc family, and your bloodline will never change.
The family you establish will still be a continuation of the Croc family, just under a different name.
The old dean is truly understanding.
Mon Ray smiled.
You brat, I'm very strict. If you dare slack off, see if I don't skin you alive. The night passed without incident.
Early the next morning, Mon Ray woke up, ready to start a new day of training.
After breakfast, he left the canyon and continued his journey of
hunting magical beasts.
He was now in the territory of level 7 magical beasts, each with its own domain. As a result, it was often difficult to encounter even one magical beast within dozens of miles. Mon Ray had no choice but to ride his magic carpet to search for magical beasts, as it was the fastest method. Even so, he only managed to hunt 2 level 7 magical beasts by noon, far less efficient than in the outer forest.
Mon Ray was quite displeased. Only 310,000 gold coins earned in a morning, too slow. I need to find a way to speed things up. Mon Ray calculated silently.
At that moment, the faint sound of a fight came from ahead. The old man sitting on the magic carpet also noticed.
There's some commotion over there. Let's go check it out.
All right. Mon Ray agreed and steered the magic carpet toward the source of
the sound.
Having been trapped underground for over 20,000 years, the old man was eager to see all the sights and excitement the world had to offer. Along the way, he looked around like a tourist, as if he were Granny Lou visiting the Grand View Garden for the first
time. Roar. Howl. First team, block it. Second team, follow up with magic. Third team, prepare to ambush. Before they even got close,
they could hear the sounds of intense battle, trees snapping, the ground shaking, magical beasts roaring, and people shouting.
The fight was extremely fierce. Someone's hunting a magical beast.
The old man stroked his beard with great interest and said, Boy, can you
tell what kind of magical beast is being hunted? Mon Ray rolled his eyes. How could I possibly tell? You can't even figure that out, and you call yourself a mage?
The old man gave him a sidelong glance and said with a smile, A qualified mage must be knowledgeable, not only in magic but also in other fields.
Listen carefully.
That sound resembles a dragon's roar, a monkey's cry, and the beating of a drum,
with a whistling sound. It's clearly a dragon ape-type magical beast.
Judging by the ground vibrations and the cries, it should be the
largest of the dragon ape magical beasts.
If I'm not mistaken, the unlucky creature being hunted is the strongest ape-type magical beast on
land, the Titan Dragon Ape. Titan Dragon Ape? Mon Ray frowned. What level of magical beast is that? You don't even know what a Titan Dragon Ape is?
The old man scolded disapprovingly. As a student of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Continental History and Magical
Beast Compendium are required courses. You don't even recognize such a famous high-level magical beast? How did you pass your Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts class? Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts? Mon Ray thought to himself, I never took that class. Headmaster, Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts is now an elective course. It's for those poor students who need extra credits. I never signed up for it. Mon Ray spread his hands and said helplessly, An elective course?
The old man was stunned for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage.
Ridiculous. Such an important foundational course has become an elective?
The academy leadership must have lost their minds.
Mon Ray shook
his head, lowered the magic carpet's altitude, and entered the dense, dark forest cautiously.
Ahead, a cliff several hundred meters high
appeared, with a waterfall cascading down like a white ribbon, roaring thunderously, majestic and overwhelming, like the Milky Way pouring
down.
Below the waterfall was a massive pool, with turbulent waters and mist filling the air, surrounded by lush green trees, creating a
picturesque scene.
But at this moment, Mon Ray had no time to admire the scenery. On the sandy beach in front of the pool, dozens of fully armed
adventurers were besieging a giant beast.
This beast's body was as solid as steel, with well-defined muscles, exuding extreme strength. It had the head, claws, and wings of a dragon.
It was like a fusion of a dragon and a gorilla. Is this the Titan Dragon Ape? Mon Ray
stared at the towering, over 10-meter tall, imposing creature, his heart racing.
The aura of this beast was terrifying, far beyond what a 7th level magical beast could compare to. Roar! 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 The Titan dragon ape, as tall as a 4 or 5-story building, roared madly, its powerful arms continuously smashing at the surrounding human adventurers. Its claws tore through rocks like blades, and its deafening roars shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding air trembled under its might, resembling a ferocious ancient beast. Compared to it, tigers and lions were utterly insignificant. However, its current situation was extremely perilous. Dozens of adventurers had it completely surrounded. In front of it was a solid defensive line formed by over a dozen warriors, each highly skilled and moving with lightning speed, charging at the Titan dragon ape. They seemed to be at least 6th or 7th level experts. Behind the warriors, 5 or 6 mages in magical robes held wands, chanting incantations and continuously casting magical attacks. Mudstone bullets, meteor, fire rain, and vine spears rained down on the Titan dragon ape like a storm, leaving its body battered and bleeding. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad assassins darted around the Titan dragon ape, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, ready to launch sneak attacks and restrain its movements at any moment. The warriors, mages, and assassins coordinated seamlessly, firmly suppressing this powerful 9th level magical beast. Facing attacks from all directions, the Titan dragon ape could only rely on its strong body to passively resist, completely at a disadvantage. These adventurers are working together so well. Man Ray, witnessing such a large-scale battle for the first time, was so excited that his eyes lit up. This scene was even more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. Warriors held the front line, assassins moved silently, and mages unleashed magic wildly. Their coordination was flawless. One can't fight off attacks from all sides, just like a tiger fears a pack of wolves, Man Ray sighed. Even though the Titan dragon ape is a 9th level magical beast, it will still fall under the siege of so many people. Strength in numbers, this is exactly many hands make light work. Nonsense. The old man beside him sneered. You're only seeing the surface. Man Ray was stunned. Did I get it wrong? What you're seeing is just the appearance. The old man shook his head disdainfully. Most of these adventurers are only 6th or 7th level, with the strongest barely reaching 8th level. Even with their numbers, they can't possibly kill the Titan dragon ape. You must understand, the Titan dragon ape has dragon blood flowing through its veins. It's a top-tier existence among 9th level magical beasts. Its strength is astonishing, its defense is invincible, and it can even fly. Forget these adventurers, even more people wouldn't be able to match it. Man Ray frowned. That may be true, but these adventurers are clearly overpowering it. Something's not right. The old man stared at the Titan dragon ape. Doesn't it have wings? Why isn't it flying? If it took to the skies, it would gain the upper hand, avoid the assassin's sneak attacks, and evade some of the magical attacks as well. The numerical advantage of the adventurers would be greatly diminished. So stupid, it's frustrating to watch. Man Ray couldn't help but complain. Why doesn't it fly? The old man looked at him and smiled. It's not that it doesn't want to fly, nor that it's stupid, but it simply can't retreat. Can't retreat? Man Ray was curious. Why? The old man pointed between the Titan dragon ape's legs and said, "Take a closer look." Man Ray leaned in and saw that the area was covered in blood, the ground almost dyed red. "See it now," the old man said with a smile. "Headmaster, is it seriously injured?" Man Ray asked, puzzled. "Don't overthink it." The old man frowned. "You're imagining things. Then what's going on?" Man Ray was even more confused. "Wait, could it have been castrated?" Man Ray asked tentatively. "What nonsense! This is a female dragon ape, where would it have that?" The old man glared at Man Ray angrily. "Look more closely at the Titan dragon ape's rear." "Its rear? Isn't that a cave?" Man Ray scratched his head. "That should be its nest, right? What's the problem with that? Isn't it normal? Your intelligence is too low, I can't even talk to you." The old man was exasperated and decided to stop beating around the bush. This Titan dragon ape's combat power has clearly plummeted. It's not even as strong as an ordinary level 8 magical beast. There's blood between its legs, and it's desperately guarding its nest. The truth is obvious. It just gave birth to a baby. Gave birth? Man Ray was stunned and exclaimed in a low voice, "Headmaster, are you saying this Titan dragon ape just had a baby, so it's Combat power has drastically decreased, and it's desperately protecting its nest to keep these adventurers out? Exactly. The headmaster nodded, stroking his beard with a sigh.
Under normal circumstances, the Titan dragon ape's strength is enough to rival an adult dragon.
These adventurers wouldn't dare provoke it.
Only because it just gave birth and is physically weak have they targeted it.
After all, this is
a level 9 magical beast, and there's also a level 9 magical beast cub.
The temptation is too great. I see. Monray's body trembled, and
a look of realization appeared in his eyes. The value of a level 9 magical beast goes without saying.
Just its magic core is worth tens of millions, not to mention its body. And there's also a newborn cub here. These two are irresistible temptations for adventurers. Not just for adventurers, even Monray was tempted. A level 9 magical beast's body. A level 9 magical beast cub. Monray's eyes gleamed green, his breathing quickened, and he muttered, "If I could get my hands on them, I'd strike it rich." Tempted?
The old man glanced at Monray and poured cold water on his enthusiasm. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits.
This is indeed a good opportunity. But you need the ability to seize it.
The old man pointed to a burly man among the adventurers.
Don't just look at this group of adventurers. That guy alone isn't someone you can handle. He's at least a level 8 warrior. Level 8. Monray grinned, staring at the man. Among
all the adventurers, a burly man in silver armor holding a broadsword stood at the back.
He stood on a slope, overlooking the scene and
commanding the group, clearly the leader of the adventurers.
See him, the old man reminded.
This leader, along with a group of strong,
high-level adventurers, is not something you can handle.
Maybe, Monray replied with a smile, saying no more as he carefully observed
the battle. Just as the old man said, the Titan dragon ape had indeed just given birth. Its combat power was severely diminished, and it was desperately protecting the cub in its nest, unable to do anything but endure the adventurers' attacks. At first, it could still rely
on its strong defense to hold out, but as time went on, its injuries worsened, and its strength gradually waned.
The Titan dragon ape couldn't hold on any longer. It's my turn. Roar, roar, roar.
Covered in blood, riddled with wounds. Blood pooled on the ground, forming small
streams. The Titan dragon ape roared continuously, its aura still fierce, but its roars were noticeably weaker, and its arm movements slower. It was already battered and on the verge of collapse. My turn has come.
The adventurer leader, who had been sitting back and watching,
finally moved. He raised his broadsword, and a dazzling red light enveloped his body, forming a battle aura armor. Battle aura armor. Monray's eyes lit up. Warriors cultivate battle energy.
In the early stages, battle energy can only circulate within the body without showing
any power.
Only advanced warriors can unleash the true strength of battle energy armor.
At level 7, battle energy can liquefy, enhancing stamina and endurance. At level 8, it can condense into armor, greatly boosting defense. At level 9, it forms wings, enabling short-term flight. Each level brings a transformation. Combat strength varies completely.
The burly man before them displayed battle energy armor, indicating he was at least a level 8 warrior. Whether he had reached level 9 still required further observation.
But regardless, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Battle energy armor, this is what defines a true level 8 warrior. Monray licked his
lips, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He could use a tribute exchange at any time to push his physical body to level 8 and contend
with a true level 8 warrior.
But he hadn't truly reached level 8 yet.
His battle energy cultivation was far from sufficient, and the Fire Dragon Codex hadn't been practiced to its critical steps. He couldn't liquefy his battle energy, nor could he form battle energy armor.
He only had a level 8 physical body, but could only be considered a fake level 8.
But it didn't matter. One day, I will achieve it too, Monray thought to himself.
Suddenly, the old man beside him whispered urgently, "Look, that guy's about to take the
kill." Monray's spirit jolted.
He saw the adventurer leader transform into a streak of red light, charging toward the Titan dragon ape.
Like lightning. Die, beast.
The giant sword in his hand glowed red, slashing toward the Titan dragon ape's throat like a laser divine sword.
With a crisp, blood splattered, and the roar abruptly ceased. The Titan dragon ape froze instantly. After landing a direct hit,
the adventurer leader quickly retreated, returning to his original position in an instant.
He looked down at the Titan dragon ape, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Stop!
The adventurers on the battlefield simultaneously halted their actions, each staring excitedly at the throat-slit Titan dragon ape, their faces filled with exhilaration and joy.
Ha ha ha! We did it! We succeeded! After so much effort, we finally accomplished it! This is a level 9 magical beast, the Titan dragon ape. We're rich! Ha ha ha! We're rich! Unlike the cheers of the crowd, the Titan dragon ape's face was full of sorrow. It desperately clutched its throat, blood gushing uncontrollably. It turned its head toward the nest but couldn't make a sound. All its cries turned into blood-filled bubbles emerging from its throat. Ugh, ugh. It stretched out its arm, trying hard to reach the direction of the nest. But the arm that once tore apart fierce beasts and split mountains fell heavily before it could rise. Childbirth had drained too much of its strength. The fierce battle had exhausted its last bit of energy. That sword severed its final thread of life. Plop! Tears streamed from the Titan dragon ape's eyes as it let out a final mournful cry toward the nest. Then, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless. It was dead. Completely departed from this world. But it was clearly worried about its newborn child. I'm dead. What will happen to my child? The Titan dragon ape died just like that? Witnessing this scene, Monray felt an inexplicable sadness. In the past, he had hunted magical beasts without a second thought. But this time, seeing the Titan dragon ape's struggle and protection in its final moments, his heart was touched, leaving a sour feeling. The love of parents for their children. Animals are even more genuine than humans, the old man sighed. In this regard, all living things are the same. Indeed. Monray nodded silently. On the other side, seeing the Titan dragon ape fall, the adventurers cheered even louder. The burly leader waved his hand and said, "Brothers, today we suffered no casualties and successfully slew the Titan dragon ape. This is worth celebrating. But don't forget, we're deep in the magical beast forest, where high-level magical beasts are everywhere, and other adventurers are eyeing us covetously. Danger is everywhere. The noise from the battle just now might have attracted enemies, so don't let your guard down." The crowd's expressions turned serious as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Just as the leader said, now was not the time to celebrate. If they were careless and someone else snatched their spoils, it would be disastrous. "Follow my orders," the burly leader commanded. The assassin team will be responsible for perimeter vigilance, closely monitoring all movements within a few miles. Report to me immediately. If anything happens. Understood. The warrior team is responsible for dissecting the Titan dragon ape, ensuring all organs remain intact, and completing the task in the shortest time possible. Especially the Titan dragon ape's magic core. Once extracted, it must be carefully preserved. Got it. A few mages, follow me, the rest, get moving. The burly leader waved his hand, and the adventurers immediately got busy. 5 or 6 mages walked up to the burly leader and followed him toward the cave by the waterfall. They were going to find the Titan dragon ape's cub. The old man looked at Monray and asked with a smile, "What are you planning to do?" "A level 9 magical beast cub, which will grow into a level 9 magical beast, and might even evolve into a sanctuary-level magical beast." Monray's eyes lit up. "Moreover, this is a cub of the Titan dragon ape, a flying magical beast known for its defense and strength. It's practically the ideal mount for us. Mages. How could I let it go?" "Oh, you're planning to make a move?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "Kid, don't let the benefits in front of you cloud your judgment. Know your limits. I don't think you're qualified to deal with this group of adventurers. Old Dean, just wait and see." Monray's lips curled into a confident smile as he directly controlled his magic carpet and flew out. He didn't plan to sneak around or play any tricks. He appeared openly and boldly. "Are you out of your mind?" The old man was startled by Monray's recklessness. "Couldn't you at least launch a sneak attack first?" Monray patted the back of his head and said regretfully, "I actually forgot about sneak attacks. You're such an idiot, hopeless." The old man pointed at Monray's nose and scolded, "With your intelligence, you dare wander around the magical beast forest? It's a miracle you've survived until now." "Old Dean, don't be angry, anger harms the liver." Monray chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the heavily guarded adventurers, and he shouted loudly, "This magical beast is mine. You'd better leave quickly, or you'll be dead." "What an idiot!" Boom boom boom, the waterfall roared, the water surged. The forest was lush, the vegetation verdant. The adventurers turned pale and became extremely vigilant when they saw Monray suddenly appear. Damn it! Another adventurer has been drawn here.
The burly leader, who had just reached the Titan Dragon Ape's nest, turned pale and rushed over, glaring angrily at Monray sitting on the magic carpet. Monray was dressed in a black mage robe and wore a golden mask, making it impossible to see his true face or gauge his background. Being able to reach this place meant he was undoubtedly strong, and daring to directly claim the prey showed Monray's confidence in himself.
No
one dared to underestimate him, but taking the Titan Dragon Ape was absolutely impossible. Anyone who dared to venture into the magical beast forest was risking their life. No one would back down because of a few words.
Mage, this Titan Dragon Ape is the hard-earned result of our Firecloud mercenary group's hunt. We will not hand it over to anyone.
The burly leader stepped forward, his tone firm. If you
leave now, we can pretend we didn't hear what you just said.
His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, with a clear hint of threat.
Firecloud mercenary group.
The largest mercenary group on the border of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, powerful and renowned, no one dared
provoke them lightly.
The burly leader believed that as long as he revealed the name of the Firecloud mercenary group, most adventurers
would back off. No matter how good the prey was, it wasn't worth risking one's life. However, Monray sneered coldly, this Titan Dragon Ape is mine. If you know what's good for you, leave now. You're going too far.
The burly leader's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, alert! Swish swish swish. The Firecloud mercenary group truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier team. All members were well-trained, and, with the leader's command, the assassins instantly vanished. Over a dozen warriors quickly surrounded the burly leader and the mages, forming
an impenetrable defense.
Meanwhile, the mages began chanting spells. Ice goddess, hidden in the distant land of extreme cold, heed my
call. With your pure hands, ice protection. Crimson flames buried deep underground, appear in my name.
Become my magic sword and crush all
who stand in my way. Fire god's explosive flame. Well trained. Perfect coordination.
Nicely done. The members of the Firecloud mercenary
group formed a battle formation in just a few seconds.
The old man couldn't help but applaud and praise. These guys may not be particularly strong, but they've been through life and death trials, are highly experienced, and work together seamlessly.
Their combined power far exceeds the sum of their individual strengths.
Simply put, their combined strength is not just additive but exponentially greater.
You theoretical geniuses can't compare to them.
The old man looked at Monray and said with a smile, the academy can teach you magical knowledge and help you get started, but to become a true mage, you still have a long way to go.
The dean was right. Monray did not argue but said, however, some people don't play by the rules.
Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows, intrigued.
I'm curious to see what makes you special.
You'll find out soon enough, Monray replied with a faint smile, slowly raising his right hand.
Lightning elements gathered in his palm, sparks flickered, and a spear formed from powerful lightning elements quietly took shape. Level 3 magic, lightning spear.
The old man shook his head and smiled. A level 7 mage instantly casting level 3 magic is nothing special.
How about this? Monray smiled.
The lightning spear suddenly began spinning at high speed, its tip narrowing, its base thickening, surrounded by a halo of lightning
and emitting dazzling electric arcs. Level 4 magic, spiral thunder drill. The old man showed surprise. You can instantly cast level 4 magic?
A lightning element mage from the Firecloud mercenary group exclaimed loudly, instantly casting level 4 magic.
Captain, he's an 8th level archmage. What? An 8th level archmage?
The burly captain's expression changed.
Are you sure? I can't be 100% certain.
But according to magical principles, only 8th level or higher archmages can instantly cast level 4 magic, the lightning mage replied solemnly, and the others nodded in agreement.
Mages can only instantly cast magic up to 4 levels below their own. To instantly cast level 4 magic, one must be an 8th level archmage. 8th level archmage, this is trouble.
The burly captain's face turned grim.
However, an 8th level archmage himself isn't hard to deal with. He's alone, without a powerful mount or magical pet.
With the strength of our Firecloud mercenary group, killing him shouldn't be a problem. The real trouble is the forces behind him.
An 8th level archmage
holds a prestigious status and is usually backed by powerful support.
This is what worries the captain the most. While the captain was calculating in his mind, the spiral thunder drill in Monray's hand underwent another transformation. The spinning spear suddenly expanded, its diameter instantly growing to 2 meters. Boom, boom, boom. What effect would a 2-meter wide, rapidly spinning cylinder have? The answer is a tornado. But here, it's more accurately called a thunder tornado. The thunder tornado spun at high speed, shredding everything nearby into pieces, as if it possessed the power to devour and destroy everything. Just watching it made hearts race and breaths quicken. Level 5 magic, thunderstorm. The old man exclaimed, from spiral thunder drill to thunderstorm, it took less than a second. And it's still instant casting. You're clearly a level 7 mage, so how can you instantly cast level 5 magic? This is level 5 magic, thunderstorm. Instantly cast. He can instantly cast thunderstorm. Captain, he can instantly cast level 5 magic. He's a 9th level grand archmage. 9th level grand archmage. The burly captain's heart pounded violently, and a sense of despair welled up. An 8th level archmage was already difficult enough to deal with, but a 9th level grand archmage is a top-tier powerhouse. His master might still have a chance to take him down, but against a 9th level grand archmage, there's no way to win. It's simply impossible. Giving up so soon? Monray sneered, saying nothing. With a casual wave of his hand, the thunderstorm disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Before anyone could react, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A ferocious dragon had emerged from the dark clouds, followed by its majestic body. Level 7 magic, Thunder Dragon's Descent. He actually instantly cast level 7 magic. Saint Archmage. He's a Saint Archmage. The dark clouds churned, scales gleamed menacingly. Its aura was as fierce as a tiger, and the Thunder Dragon soared. Across the sky, the Thunder Dragon exuded an intense sense of oppression, making everyone feel their scalps tingle and their breathing difficult. On the Sky Continent, 7th level magic was considered advanced magic, with immense power and astonishing destructive force. Even an 8th level warrior, if not killed outright, would suffer severe injuries if directly hit by 7th level magic. This made everyone present fear the Thunder Dragon above their heads. The most terrifying part was that the Thunder Dragon had descended in just 2 or 3 breaths, meaning this was an instant cast 7th level magic. A Saint Magister. He really is a Saint Magister. Captain, he's a Saint Magister. A Saint Domain. 5 or 6 mages were trembling in fear, their faces filled with terror. The Saint Domain, that lofty existence, had actually appeared before them. Saint Domain. The burly captain and the rest of the Firecloud mercenary group were also thrown into panic, their previous confidence and courage vanishing instantly. They could still put up a fight against an 8th level Grand Magister, but against a 9th level Archmagister, they could only flee for their lives. Let alone a Saint Domain. Sir, we were too arrogant and ignorant, and we offended you. We are willing to offer this Titan Dragon Ape as an apology. Please forgive our sins. The burly captain reacted quickly, dropping to his knees with a thud and begging for mercy. The other members of the Firecloud mercenary group also knelt down one after another, pleading incessantly. Though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, in the face of a Saint Domain, they had no thought of resistance, only the desire to survive. On the Sky Continent, you could offend anyone, but never a Saint Domain. Otherwise, death would be in vain. What's a 9th level magical beast compared to this? In the face of life, everything else could be discarded. If you want to live, first slaughter this Titan Dragon Ape. Monray's tone was indifferent. He had originally intended to kill all of them, but seeing the massive Titan Dragon Ape changed his mind. Such a large piece of meat, how long would it take him to handle it alone? Better to leave them to help. Yes. We are willing to serve you, sir. The burly captain quickly agreed, calling his men to start dismembering the beast, afraid that Monray might become dissatisfied and change his mind. Crunch, crunch of the sound of cutting meat and breaking bones echoed around them. Not bad. Monray nodded in satisfaction. With their help, the work was much faster. At this rate, it would definitely be done before nightfall. How did you manage to instantly cast 7th level magic? At this moment, the old man's voice rang out, filled with doubt and shock. Could it be that you really are a Saint Domain? But your mental power is clearly only at the 7th level. Secret. Monray grinned smugly, ignoring the old man's questioning, and turned to head toward the Titan Dragon Ape's lair. He wasn't worried about the Firecloud mercenary group trying any tricks. The cave was large, at least 10 meters high, but from the 100-meter high cliff, it looked like a small hole.
Inside, the cave was deep and winding, with jagged rocks and stalactites hanging from the ceiling, creating a unique and mysterious atmosphere. After walking 300 or 400 meters, the cave suddenly lit up.
The
walls were inlaid with sparkling gems.
There were transparent and pure diamonds, colorful gemstones, jade as smooth as silk, agates the size of a pig's head, and dazzling crystals. Wow!
Such huge diamonds, almost as big as a pig's head.
And this jade is so green, it's like wearing a green hat. Is this agate? Mon Ray's eyes sparkled.
From the perspective of someone from Earth, every gem here was priceless and
could fetch an astronomical price. Forget everything else, just the diamonds alone were invaluable. The smallest ones were larger than a
baby's fist, and the largest ones were even bigger than a pig's head. So many treasures, casually embedded in the damp, dark earthen walls.
As lighting?
It was enough to make one furious, to pound their chest in frustration. Such precious items, used as mere light bulbs. Pearls. Cast before swine, what a waste of treasures.
Mon Ray shook his head and sighed, deciding in his heart that when he left, he would take all
the gems with him, not leaving a single one behind. Those luxury-loving nobles, who adored shiny things, would surely pay a high price for
them. As he ventured deeper into the lair, the light suddenly dimmed.
But Mon Ray's eyes lit up, even more excited than when he had seen the gems before, glowing 10 times brighter. He saw a nest.
Mon Ray held his breath and quietly approached.
In front of him was a small nest, made of weeds, branches, and wild animal fur. A small beast was sound asleep. Its soft, tender scales were covered in a wet, sticky mucus, and a pair of blood-stained wings tightly wrapped around its body. Its nose and lips were tender and pink.
Is this really a Titan dragon? Ape cub? After getting a clear look at the little beast, Mon Ray began to doubt his life. It was shriveled and wet, looking more like a small, soft-winged monkey. A newborn one at that. Where was the majestic presence of a Titan dragon ape? Weak, helpless, pitiful. These words described it perfectly. This is definitely a Titan dragon ape cub, no doubt about it.
The old man floated in mid-air, stroking his
beard with a smile. Don't underestimate it.
Once it gets through these few days of weakness, it will immediately reach the strength of a
level 5 magical beast.
It could tear apart tigers and leopards with its bare hands and swallow wolves whole without breaking a sweat.
Is it really that powerful?
Mon Ray curled his lips, filled with doubt. It wasn't that he was bad at judging, but this mini version of a
Titan dragon ape in front of him was just too pathetic.
It looked like a newborn kitten, so weak that even a chopstick could knock it over.
Stop wasting time and quickly set up a contract magic array to form a contract with it.
The old man urged impatiently.
Remember, it must be an equal contract, not a master-servant contract. Why an equal contract?
Mon Ray frowned, clearly displeased.
What's wrong with a master-servant contract?
Making it my servant, completely under my command, would make it much more convenient to fight anyone.
Isn't that better? Mon Ray, you need to understand.
The old man shook his head and said, a magical pet is the most important partner and
helper for a mage, as well as their most trustworthy friend.
Making it a servant might be helpful, but a magical beast's thoughts and
consciousness are completely controlled by its master.
In battle, it would be like a puppet, and poor coordination could lead to worse results.
1 + 1 would be less than 2. An equal contract is different. With an equal contract, the magical beast and its master share a relationship of equality, sharing honor and disgrace.
The magical beast retains its own consciousness and forms a spiritual connection with
its master.
Their coordination becomes seamless, achieving a result where 1 + 1 is greater than 2.
I see. Mon Ray nodded, falling into thought. One more thing.
A master-servant contract is usually forced upon a magical beast after defeating it, leaving the beast with
a grudge. But now?
The old man sighed and said, this Titan dragon ape cub is still young and knows nothing.
If you raise it, it will see you as its only family.
Under such circumstances, unless someone's brain is caught in a door, who would willingly sign a master-servant
contract and turn themselves into someone else's puppet? Headmaster, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. Mon Ray agreed wholeheartedly,
scratching his head awkwardly.
But I don't know how to set up an equal contract magic array. This is really frustrating. You don't even know how to set up an equal contract magic array? Who taught you the basics of magic? How can someone like you even be the top freshman? The old man was very dissatisfied with Monray and sternly criticized him.
A qualified mage must not only wait, headmaster.
Can we put this aside for now? Let's deal with this Titan Dragon Ape Cub first. Monray was a bit speechless.
This old guy must have come
from the Education Administration Department. He seemed addicted to criticism.
Humph. The old man snorted coldly, clearly displeased with
Monray's attitude. However, he still taught Monray how to set up an equal contract magic array. Monray quickly grasped the concept and mastered it in one go. Then, he successfully set up the contract magic array.
Buzz, dreamlike colorful light enveloped the Titan Dragon
Ape Cub in the nest.
The little creature, who had been sound asleep, slowly opened its eyes, its gaze confused yet adorable, exuding a
clumsy charm. Monray squeezed out a drop of fresh blood and successfully signed the contract.
The little creature immediately looked at Monray with affectionate eyes, leaning its head over to gently nuzzle Monray's hand, letting out soft, babyish cries.
It sees you as its closest person now.
The old headmaster stroked his beard with a smile, his face showing satisfaction.
Headmaster, it's still so small. How should I raise it?
Monray asked while stroking the little dragon ape's head. Actually, this little guy isn't really
that small.
Its size is comparable to an adult chimpanzee, but compared to an adult Titan dragon ape, it is indeed much smaller.
Magical. Beasts are naturally fierce and grow stronger rapidly shortly after birth, something we humans cannot compare to.
The old dean smiled and said, you just need to help it through these 2 days of weakness. After that, it will be like other magical beasts, eating raw meat and
growing on its own. I see. Monray marveled, magical beast cubs don't drink milk? That's very similar to non-mammals. How fascinating. Non-mammals?
The old dean was momentarily stunned. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave.
Monray turned to look and saw a soldier from the Firecloud mercenary group running in. Sir, as something's wrong. Magical beasts are approaching. Magical beasts? Monray's pupils contracted as he immediately rushed out of the cave.
Hiss hiss hiss, rustle rustle rustle, thud thud thud. Strange noises came from the dense forest, trees swayed, bushes snapped, and the woods within a 10-mile radius were in motion.
This sudden commotion turned the previously tranquil forest into an eerie scene. The members of the Firecloud mercenary group gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions extremely grave.
Scouts on the perimeter reported that magical beasts were approaching, their numbers unknown, and
their target was directly here.
This situation was too abnormal, completely illogical, and all the more terrifying.
After all, this was
deep within the magical beast forest, where even a random magical beast would be high level.
Surrounded by high-level magical beasts? Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. Captain, what should we do? A mercenary asked nervously, clutching his weapon. Don't be afraid. With a saint-level expert here, what are a few magical beasts?
The burly captain remained calm and unflustered.
That's right. The
mercenaries nodded one after another, their fear slightly alleviated. After all, the power of a saint-level expert was earth-shattering, and
ordinary magical beasts were no match at all. Where are the magical beasts?
At this moment, Monray walked out of the cave.
Sir, the
magical beasts are already close, the burly captain replied respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, a magical beast charged out of
the forest.
It was a wolf-shaped magical beast, 10 meters long, with fur as hard as steel needles, solid muscles, and an overwhelming
sense of power.
Strangely, this wolf had 2 heads, one black and one white, and even its body was half black and half white, as distinct
as a work of art.
A level 7 magical beast, the sun and moon twin-headed wolf.
A mercenary recognized the beast's name. You're scared of just one level 7 magical beast? Monray looked at the sun and moon twin-headed wolf and couldn't help but feel speechless. Sir, there are more.
The burly captain smiled bitterly. At that moment, a second magical beast charged out. It was as large as a cartwheel, with 8 legs, and was a blood-red spider magical beast.
However, it had a human face on its head, making it extremely eerie. A level 7 magical beast. The human-faced demon spider.
Then, the third, fourth, and fifth magical beasts appeared one after another.
Amidst the swaying trees, magical beasts emerged from the forest like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They varied in size, including wolves and tigers, exuding
an imposing aura and fierce gazes.
A level 7 magical beast, the three-eyed poison toad.
A level 6 magical beast, the iron-armored
Sawtooth Crocodile. A level 7 magical beast, the Raptor. A level 7 magical beast. My god, how can there be so many high-level magical beasts? Everyone in the Firecloud mercenary group was utterly terrified, trembling with fear. There were too many. The number of high-level magical beasts was staggering. 50? Or 100? What was even more despairing was that high-level magical beasts were still pouring in. How could they possibly fight this? Captain, what should we do? The burly captain's face turned pale as he stared intently at Man-Ray, placing all his hopes on him. A tiger cannot fight off a pack of wolves, let alone face so many high-level magical beasts. Even with the Firecloud mercenary group's strength and coordination, they stood no chance. They would be torn to shreds by these magical beasts and become their feast. The other mercenaries also fixed their eyes on Man-Ray, their faces a mix of despair and hope. At this moment, they could only rely on Man-Ray. Old Dean, why are so many level 6 and 7 magical beasts gathering here? Man-Ray frowned, puzzled. High-level magical beasts usually have their own territories and often fight among themselves. How could they appear so united? It must be because of this Titan dragon ape. The old man pointed at the corpse of the Titan dragon ape, a glint flashing in his eyes. The flesh and magic core of high-level magical beasts are fatally attractive to lower-level beasts. Consuming them can enhance their strength and even help them advance. Earlier, they fought fiercely and dismembered the Titan dragon ape. Its blood and aura spread into the air, attracting these magical beasts. I see. Man-Ray nodded. These creatures have an incredibly keen sense of smell. But this works out well, it saves me from wandering around aimlessly. What are you planning to do? The old dean raised an eyebrow. Let me remind you, dealing with so many high-level magical beasts won't be easy. If you can't handle it, retreat immediately. They're not targeting you. Retreat? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Level 7 magical beasts are already considered high-level. Not only are they highly intelligent, but their combat power is also formidable. It's difficult for humans of the same level to defeat magical beasts of the same rank, especially when their numbers increase and they form a beast tide. Their destructive power is terrifying. Wherever they go, not a blade of grass remains, not even bones are left. Facing the siege of so many level 6 and level 7 magical beasts, the Firecloud mercenary group was already scared out of their wits. If it weren't for the sanctuary by their side, they would have fled long ago. Human-faced demon spider, purple gold thunder, python, iron-armored sawtooth crocodile, sun-moon twin-headed wolf. These magical beasts looked ferocious, savage, and brutal, their eyes fixed on the Titan dragon ape's corpse lying on the ground. Their noses twitched incessantly, drool dripping, their eyes filled with greed. Devour it. Devour the Titan dragon ape. As long as they consumed this corpse, their strength would greatly increase, and advancement would be just around the corner. In an instant, all the magical beasts went mad, scrambling to pounce on the Titan dragon ape, afraid of being outdone. At this moment, they completely lost control. Master, what should we do? The mercenaries were panicked and trembling. Don't panic, retreat to the back. Man-Ray commanded coldly, his face full of impatience. Yes. The mercenaries quickly hid behind Man-Ray. Behind them was a cliff and a waterfall, a safe zone where the magical beasts couldn't attack. You refuse the path to heaven and insist on jumping into hell. Man-Ray's voice thundered, perfect, I'll catch you all in one net and turn you into my wealth. The next moment, Man-Ray made his move. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Mountains swayed, trees trembled, and the air quaked. Cracks suddenly appeared, and sharp earth spikes shot up abruptly. Squelch! Squelch! The magical beasts were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Some fell directly into the cracks, while others were pierced by the earth spikes, creating chaos on the battlefield. But these were, after all, powerful level 6 and level 7 magical beasts. Such magical attacks couldn't kill them. The beasts quickly climbed out of the cracks, shattered the earth spikes, and charged forward again. The closer they got to the Titan dragon ape, the stronger the scent of blood in the air. The magical beasts became even more frenzied, more violent, and more bloodthirsty. Just as they were within 10 meters of the Titan dragon ape, a majestic fire dragon suddenly descended from the sky, crashing fiercely into the magical beasts. Before exploding, roar, screeches, sparks flew, and cries of pain echoed one after another. Amazing! The mercenaries cheered excitedly. Level 6 magic, Meteor Fire Dragon.
The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Its power is impressive, capable of injuring level 6 and
level 7 magical beasts. However, such large-scale magic consumes a lot of mana. You need to be careful. Got it. Monray didn't say much, frantically absorbing mana within his body.
Above his head, fire elements were drawn to him, converging rapidly.
In an instant, a
massive fireball with a diameter of over 60 meters quietly took shape, like a blazing sun radiating suffocating heat.
This is insane.
The mercenaries felt the heat wave above their heads and looked up, their eyes filled with shock. A fireball over 60 meters in diameter was terrifying, and fire
elements continued to pour in, making the fireball grow larger and larger. The fireball expanded, 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 like a protagonist in an animation gathering
energy for an attack. Its growth was astonishing. In just a few breaths, it had turned into a massive sphere over 100 meters in diameter. The old man couldn't
help but frown. You brat, using big moves so frequently, aren't you afraid of running out of magic power?
Monray laughed heartily. I'll worry about it when the
magic runs out. He shouted, Sea of Flames Inferno, descend. Boom, boom, boom.
Massive fireballs crashed into the horde of magical beasts like meteors.
Accompanied by deafening explosions, the scene instantly turned into a sea of fire. Flames raged wildly, reducing everything to ashes in the blazing inferno. The magical beasts
screamed in agony, turning into fire beasts running frantically within the flames, struggling desperately but unable to escape the fiery encirclement.
Retreat! Retreat! The mercenaries were also forced back by the intense heat, retreating all the way to the waterfall's edge where it was slightly cooler. Time to harvest. Monray's eyes sparkled as he pulled out the Godslayer spear.
A level 7 magic spell was incredibly powerful, capable of incinerating level 6 or 7 magical beasts, but it required time. The magical beasts wouldn't just sit there and wait to die, they would flee, scatter everywhere.
Monray understood this, so he had to finish them off. The Godslayer spear was the best choice. He had previously asked the old man if he could use the Godslayer spear in front of others, and the old man had said, use it without worry. The reason was simple, even someone as knowledgeable
as the old man, a saint-level expert, had never seen such a weapon. Others wouldn't recognize this divine artifact at all, so there was no need to worry.
Without hesitation, Monray swung the spear and fired into the sea of flames. Squelch, 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 accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced in agonized screams, the magical beasts in the sea of flames were slaughtered one by one. Before long, the screams gradually faded, and the magical beasts in the sea of flames were completely eradicated. What a treasure! Monray retrieved the Godslayer spear
and nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the magical beasts that had just emerged from the forest beyond the sea of flames. They had arrived a step too late and were lucky enough to avoid being caught in the flames. Now, they stood hesitantly at the edge of the fire, terrified and unsure of what to do.
The bloody scent of the Titan dragon ape made them restless, but the sea of flames before them filled them with fear. Should they charge forward or retreat quietly to save their lives? It was a choice they had to make. The magical beasts hesitated. Still not running? Perfect. Monray licked his lips, riding his magic carpet into the air above the magical beasts, and unleashed another sea of fiery purgatory. Boom, 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 fireballs exploded mid-air, and the sea of flames spread rapidly. The magical beasts were doomed. Trapped by the fire, their vision obscured by the flames, they had no way to escape. Soon, one after another was pierced by the Godslayer spear, their souls sent back to the underworld. At this point, the magical beasts in the distance were utterly terrified. Panicked and no longer daring to linger, they tucked their tails and fled cleanly, running pretty fast. Monray licked his lips, still unsatisfied. The old man appeared again, a bit displeased. Stop using the Godslayer spear all the time, or the trial will lose its meaning. Got it.
Monray nodded, pretending to accept the lesson, but in his heart, he thought, I didn't come to the magical beast forest just for training.
Earning gold coins is the real goal. Naturally, I have to hunt as many magical beasts as possible. Although the Sea of Flames burned quite a few magical beasts earlier, they definitely weren't completely wiped out. In such a situation, should I just watch them escape?
Ahead was the burning Sea of Flames, and behind was a waterfall cascading straight down.
This peculiar scene together was truly rare.
But the mercenaries of the Firecloud mercenary group had no time to admire it. They were busy dismembering the Titan dragon ape.
Everyone worked carefully and seriously, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. Resentment? No one dared. Who wouldn't be afraid?
In less than 5 minutes, nearly 100 high-level magical beasts had been wiped out.
How terrifying was that strength? Who would dare to defy it? They only wanted to quickly finish dismembering the Titan dragon ape and send Monray away.
They had no other thoughts.
Meanwhile, in the cave, Monray was teasing the little Titan dragon ape.
After signing the contract, the little one had formed a mysterious bond with Monray and already regarded him as its closest person.
Monray patted the little one's head and said with a smile, "You're so dark, how about I call you Tibetan Mastiff?"
The little one blinked its innocent eyes, looking completely confused.
The old man, however, was exasperated. Tibetan Mastiff? Can't you come up with a better name? How about Era? What's Era? It's also a type of dog.
The old man was utterly speechless. Your
naming skills are terrible. It's either cats or dogs. Can't you be a bit more creative?
A name is just a label, no need to take it too seriously. Monray tilted his head and said.
Then, how about Teddy? Teddy? Teddy.
The old man thought for a moment and nodded.
That name sounds decent. Does it have any special meaning? Teddy is a divine beast. Its power is
earth-shattering, and its destructive force rivals that of dragons.
Monray explained, holding back laughter. A divine beast? Is there such a divine beast?
The old man was half skeptical,
feeling that something was off.
Teddy is a divine beast from my homeland, rarely known to outsiders.
It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Monray smiled and finalized the name. Let's call it Teddy.
It even has the surname Tai, so the name Teddy is perfect.
Something still feels off.
Sir, the Titan dragon ape has been dismembered. At this moment, the burly group
leader walked in, interrupting the conversation. What should we do next? What should we do? Of course, take it away. Monray walked out of the cave and began storing the disassembled Titan dragon ape into his spatial magic device.
As he packed, he suddenly realized it wouldn't all fit. Monray had 6 spatial magic devices, all of which were now full, yet half of the Titan dragon
ape remained unpacked. Headmaster, what should I do if it won't fit?
Monray didn't want to give up. This was a level 9 magical beast, and not even a single hair should be wasted. It was all
money. No problem.
The headmaster smiled faintly and waved his hand.
The remaining Titan dragon ape disappeared on the spot.
Monray exclaimed, "Headmaster, you also have a spatial magic
device?" Of course. I'm a saint-level expert. If I didn't even have a spatial magic device, wouldn't I be a laughingstock?
The old man snorted coldly, his face full of confidence.
That makes sense, someone nearby chimed in. Monray's eyes darted around as he began scheming in his mind.
Earlier, the old man had claimed he was alone and had nothing of value, but now it seemed like it
was all lies.
He even carried a spatial magic device with him.
Sir, what about these magical beast corpses?
The burly team leader frowned, looking at the dismembered Titan dragon ape that
had disappeared.
His mouth twitched, and his heart ached, but he dared not show it outwardly. Instead, he pointed to the charred magical beast corpses and asked.
The sea of fire had already
been extinguished, leaving only scattered embers.
What remained were piles of charred remains resembling coal. Those were the unfortunate level 6 and 7 magical beasts. Extract the magic cores
and discard the bodies, Monray said indifferently, glancing at the corpses.
Discard them? Sir, why not keep them?
The burly team leader was stunned and quickly tried to persuade him. Although these magical beast corpses have been burned, their interiors are mostly intact. They're still quite valuable for selling. If you want them, take them, Monray replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of taking the corpses. Not only were his magic devices already full, but even if they weren't, he couldn't carry much more.
Thank you for your generosity, sir.
The burly team leader was so overjoyed he nearly jumped up, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. These high-level magical beast corpses, though burned, still had intact internal organs and were
numerous. Selling them would undoubtedly bring in a fortune. Go ahead. Monray gestured with a wave of his hand.
It has been half a month since the contract with Teddy was signed.
The once
frail little creature has passed its weak phase and can now easily tear apart jackals, tigers, and leopards, with strength comparable to a level 5 magical beast.
Monray is very satisfied
with Teddy's growth rate. The little one took only 3 days to overcome its weakness, and since then, it has made leaps and bounds every day, with astonishing growth and strength.
Just as the
Old Dean said, a magical beast like Teddy, with 9 layers of potential, has an unlimited future. As a top-tier Titan dragon ape cub, its growth rate is astounding, reaching heights in just over a decade that ordinary magical beasts could never achieve in a lifetime, truly a king among magical beasts.
P.S. Something came up today, so there's only one chapter. Please understand.
Stripping off the scales and innards, Monray cut the meat into strips, washed it clean, and began roasting it.
Before long, the aroma wafted through the air. Little Teddy sniffed the air
vigorously, restless and filled with longing in its eyes.
Meat. I want meat. Through the power of the contract, Monray could communicate with Teddy telepathically. Although Teddy was still a baby and spoke in broken phrases, only able to express simple ideas, for Monray, this was an unprecedented experience. Being able to communicate with animals and hear them speak was something entirely new and exciting, something he had never encountered in his previous life. Don't rush. It's not ready yet. Monray patted Teddy's head and continued cutting and roasting the meat.
Although little Teddy was naturally fond of raw meat, after tasting roasted meat, it refused to eat raw meat ever again. Every day at mealtime, it would catch magical beasts on its own and have
Monray roast the meat, completely treating him as a personal chef, a true foodie.
Fish meat cooks quickly, and soon, it emitted a tempting aroma.
Monray sprinkled some seasoning and handed a piece to Teddy. Crunch!
Teddy, unafraid of the heat, swallowed it in one bite, its bright eyes gleaming as it looked at Monray expectantly, almost drooling.
This isn't like the Teddy at home, is it? Is this really a Titan dragon ape? Can I return it? Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. Monray rolled his eyes at it, took a piece for himself, and then pointed to
the remaining roasted meat. All of this is yours.
Eat as much as you want. Woof! Teddy barked happily and pounced on the food. Crunch! Crunch!
In a frenzy of eating, half of the roasted
fish was gone in no time. You little glutton! Monray happily grabbed a piece of roasted fish and took a big bite.
The golden light fish, known as the top-tier delicacy among level 5
magical beasts, truly lived up to its reputation.
Its taste could rival that of garlic-roasted sun and moon divine frogs. The forest was lush, the lake water clear.
Birds sang joyfully, the campfire blazed brightly.
The aroma filled the air, and the firelight flickered, creating a unique and harmonious scene in this vibrant yet perilous forest.
After finishing lunch, Monray continued on his way.
He had been in the magical beast forest for half a month, crossing mountains and traveling thousands of miles, leaving his footprints across a significant portion of the forest. He had no idea how far he had gone, how many magical beasts he had hunted, or where he was now. The forest was full of thorns, scratching his skin painfully. Monray simply took off his shirt, baring his upper body, and with his long hair flowing, moved through the forest like a wild man. It had been 16 days in the magical beast forest. Another week, and it would be time to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a faint rumbling sound came from ahead, as if something was colliding, the noise continuous. Monray perked up his ears and smiled. Someone's fighting again, saving me. A lot of trouble. He had heard this kind of sound countless times and was already used to it. He quickly dashed toward the source of the sound, moving as fast as lightning, at least twice as fast as he had been half a month ago. This area was near the center of the magical beast forest. Flying on a magic carpet would be too conspicuous and easily attract the attention of powerful magical beasts. Monray didn't want to be attacked for no reason. He was here to hunt magical beasts, not to be hunted by them. As he got closer, the sound grew louder. Finally, boom! A towering tree was cut in half, and its massive crown came crashing down. Monray cursed his bad luck as a crack suddenly appeared beneath his feet, forcing him to leap away. The crack quickly closed, and the treetop immediately came crashing down. Boom! Branches snapped, and leaves scattered everywhere. Chaos erupted within a radius of several hundred meters, and a large fissure split open in the ground. Meng Lei poked his head out from it, looking at the mess of broken branches and scattered leaves all around. Realizing he couldn't get out for the time being, he used Earth Fissure technique to suddenly emerge several hundred meters away. At his level of cultivation, casting low-level magic was as easy as pie. Creating a path underground was as simple as drinking water. Boom, boom, boom. After emerging from the ground, Meng Lei continued to approach the battlefield. But the scene before him left him stunned. It wasn't magical beasts fighting, it was a life-and-death battle between people. And both sides were extraordinary. One side was covered in thick golden scales, with golden dragon horns on their head, golden dragon wings spread
out behind them, and a tail shimmering with golden light.
The dazzling golden glow made them look as if they were forged from pure gold.
This was a dragon man. And not just any dragon man, but
one with the pure bloodline of a golden dragon. Golden dragons, the kings of the dragon race.
Members of the royal family of the Dragon God Empire. Not only were they immensely powerful,
but their status was also incredibly prestigious. Because of this, even subdragons with golden dragon bloodlines enjoyed very high status throughout the Dragon God Empire.
Just look at Fatty's father.
Fatty's father's strength was average, equivalent to that of an 8th level warrior, which wasn't much in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. But because he was a golden dragon man, he was
granted the title of Duke by the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. An 8th level warrior, a Duke of the Kingdom, can you believe it? And that's not all. Fatty, whose bloodline awakening
was so poor that he was considered a crippled golden dragon man, was granted the title of Viscount at birth and even given his own territory.
Who could argue with that? No one could refute it. You could only say they were born lucky.
Of course, golden dragon men like Fatty's father, with average strength, were the minority. The power of golden dragons was terrifying, and dragon men
who inherited their bloodline were also incredibly strong. As long as their bloodline wasn't so diluted that it couldn't awaken, their physical strength upon reaching adulthood could at least rival that of a 7th level warrior, and with a bit of effort, they could reach the 8th level. This demonstrated the might of the golden dragon bloodline. However, despite their strength, the number of dragon men with golden dragon bloodlines was very small.
In the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom, there were only Fatty and his father.
That's why Meng Lei was so shocked to
see this golden dragon man before him.
Why was there a golden dragon man here? Who was he?
On the other side, the opponent fiercely battling the golden dragon man was also extraordinary. There were 6 of them, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall, with muscular builds that looked like piles of rock. Their entire bodies were bronze-colored, appearing as if they were cast from brass.
Humans. 7 to 8 meters tall. Could they be the legendary Titan giants?
Meng Lei stared at the 6 giants, each as tall as a 2-story building, filled with curiosity and shock. This was his first time seeing giants, and the impact was overwhelming.
No,
they weren't titans, they were half-giants. At this moment, the old man flew out from the spatial ring, also looking at
the 6 giants. Half-giants are the offspring of titans and humans.
These 6, with their bronze-colored bodies, are clearly descendants of Earth Titans.
Earth Titans? Meng Lei was momentarily stunned. Don't tell me you don't even know about Earth Titans?
The old man frowned, scolding, "You need to brush up on your continental history."
Ugh, why bring that up again? Meng
Lei said awkwardly.
Headmaster, what exactly are Earth Titans? Titans, like us dragons, are divided into many types.
The old man snorted coldly.
For example, the Thunder Titans of the Titan Empire's royal family, the Ocean Titans who control the seas, the Storm Titans who dominate storms, the Lava Titans who bathe in magma. Earth Titans are one of them. Thunder Titans, Ocean Titans, Storm Titans, Lava Titans, Earth Titans. These are the 5 major Titan races.
Pureblood Titans, upon reaching adulthood, can grow over 20 meters tall, possess strength close to the peak of the 9th level, and can rival slightly weaker Saint Domain experts, no less formidable than our pureblood dragons. The old man sighed. Titans are one of the few races on the celestial continent that share many similarities with our dragon race.
They are powerful and of noble blood. However, their birth rate is very low.
So pureblood Titans are extremely rare, while there are quite a few subgiants with Titan bloodlines.
This is quite similar to the Dragon God Empire. Monray couldn't help but say, dragons are rare, but there are many subdragons. It's really quite similar.
The old man nodded slightly without saying much.
Monray didn't ask further, his gaze fixed on the battle ahead. The Golden Dragon Man was fierce and powerful, adept
in both magic and martial arts. Unfortunately, facing the siege of 6 subgiants, he was clearly at a disadvantage.
These 6 subgiants were not only incredibly strong but could also control the earth.
With their feet firmly planted on the ground, they completely suppressed the Golden Dragon Man, practically beating him up. The Golden Dragon Man was on the verge of collapse. The old man shook his head and sighed. "Kid, get ready to save him."
"Save him? Why should I?" Monray was somewhat reluctant. "If he gets beaten to death, I can use the excuse of avenging him to deal with these 6 subgiants.
Not only can I seize their wealth, but I can also inherit his legacy.
Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?
The old man's face turned dark.
As he angrily shouted, they are of the same dragon kin. Can you bear to watch him die? Bear to? I don't even know him. Man-Ray grinned slyly. How can you be like this?
The old man glared
at him.
I know you come from a commoner background and have no sense of belonging to the Empire or the dragonkin, but you have dragon blood flowing through your veins. Alright.
Old Dean, stop nagging. Man-Ray waved his hand. Whether I save him or not, isn't that up to me?
Despite his words, Man-Ray remained where he was, showing no intention of helping.
This made the old man very dissatisfied. What are you waiting for? If you keep dawdling, he's going to die. Old Dean, you don't understand. Man-Ray chuckled. I need to wait until he's completely
desperate, knowing he's doomed, before stepping in.
That way, he'll be more grateful to me, and my benefits will be maximized. Listening to this, one couldn't help but be speechless. The old man suppressed the urge to hit him and angrily scolded, You little brat, where do you get all these fancy ideas? Stop talking nonsense and save him already. At that moment, the golden dragon man failed to dodge and was struck hard in the chest by one of the subgiants, spewing blood. The 6 subgiants rained down punches like a storm, ferocious and relentless. I'm done. 4. The golden dragon man fell to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. His chest bones were shattered, leaving him unable to dodge. If this blow landed, he would be turned into minced meat in seconds. Brat, what are you waiting for? He's about to die.
The old man urged anxiously.
Ha, now's the time. Man-Ray laughed, slamming his hands onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently, catching the 6 subgiants off guard, almost causing them to fall. Their massive bodies made them vulnerable to losing balance. What's going on?
The golden dragon man trembled all over, only to see a figure descending from the sky, standing in front of him. The person had disheveled hair and faced away from him, making it impossible to see his face.
Who? The
6 subgiants steadied themselves and glared angrily at the suddenly appearing Man-Ray, their eyes filled with killing intent.
A human brat dares to ruin our plan? Courting death. Human brat? Great! Man-Ray sneered, instantly disappearing from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of one of the subgiants, punching him in the abdomen. Boom! A burst of immense force erupted, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. The subgiant was sent flying, crashing into a large tree. Gisli! The other subgiants were shocked, unable to believe that this little brat, who barely reached their knees, possessed such astonishing strength. He sent Gisli flying with one punch. What kind of power was this? 5 left. Man-Ray licked his lips and disappeared again. Be careful. The subgiants became alert. But it was useless. Man-Ray suddenly appeared in front of another subgiant, kicking him hard in the chin. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the subgiant screamed and flew out. 4 left. Landing. Disappearing. Boom! 3 left. 2 left. 1 left. In the blink of an eye, all 6 subgiants were sent flying. Before they could stand up, 6 spears shining with blinding lightning descended from the sky, piercing directly through their throats. Squelch! The 6 subgiants glared angrily, their eyes full of unwillingness. They died in defiance. Game over. Man-Ray appeared, expressionless and composed, as if he hadn't moved at all. Too strong. The golden dragonkin stared at Man-Ray's back, completely overwhelmed with shock. In his eyes, Man-Ray's figure was tall, majestic, and utterly untouchable, like a god. Are you okay? Man-Ray turned around, smiling gently at the golden dragonkin, his demeanor as warm as a gentleman's. The golden dragonkin finally saw Man-Ray's face clearly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why is it you? You know me? Man-Ray looked puzzled, carefully observing the golden dragonkin. He felt unfamiliar, as if he'd never seen him before. How could he know him? The golden dragonkin was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on Man-Ray. Gradually, the dragon scales on his face disappeared, revealing an ordinary yet familiar face. Man-Ray's body trembled. Abel? It's me. Abel nodded slowly, clutching his chest as he stood up. With a flip of his hand, he took out a test tube filled with blue liquid and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, Abel's complexion improved significantly. He looked at Man-Ray, his eyes filled with complexity. I didn't expect that in just half a month, you'd become this powerful. It's really you. Man-Ray shook his head, unsure of what to say. How could It'd be such a coincidence to meet Abel here? Tell me, why are you here? Shouldn't you be back in the imperial capital for the holidays?
Although they were roommates, they rarely interacted.
Man-Ray only knew that Abel was from the imperial capital. He hadn't expected Abel to come to the Magic Beast Forest during the holidays. I don't want to go home.
Several subgiant corpses lay quietly on the grass, their blood dried, attracting countless mosquitoes and flies.
Man-Ray frowned.
If you don't want to go back, then don't, but you shouldn't have come to the depths of
the Magic Beast Forest. This place is too dangerous. Abel said nothing. What are you planning to do next? Man-Ray asked again.
I advise you to leave here, or at least stay on the forest's
edge. Don't risk your life. I know.
Abel nodded silently, clutching his chest as he turned to leave.
Thank you for saving me. I'll remember your kindness. Where are you going? Seeing him like this, Man-Ray couldn't help but ask. I don't know.
I'll go wherever my feet take me. Abel replied coldly, leaving without looking back, quickly disappearing into the depths
of the forest. This guy. Man-Ray shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let him do as he pleases. If he doesn't cherish his life, I can't do much about it. He sighed and began inspecting the subgiants' corpses.
These individuals were quite formidable, with strong physiques comparable to 6th-level warriors. The 6 of them combined, along with their ability to manipulate the earth, could even challenge a 7th-level warrior. They must have some valuable items on them. Ding, dropped items detected. Would you like to pick them up? Pick them up. Ding, fusion. Successful. Host's physique plus 91. After searching for a while, Man-Ray found a spatial magic artifact, a simple and grand brass ring, rugged and bold, matching the style of giants.
Let's see what's inside. He released his mental power and entered the ring's space. Is this all? Man-Ray frowned.
The ring's space wasn't large, only about 10 cubic meters.
Inside were a few magic
cores, some clothes, armor, a wolf-tooth club, and some roasted meat.
Other than that, there was nothing else. What kind of subgiants are these? They're poorer than me. Man-Ray cursed in disappointment, taking out everything from the ring.
Armor, wolf-tooth club, and the like were all thrown out. These items were only usable by subgiants and were completely useless to him, pure
junk. Junk, of course, had to be discarded. Ha! What's this?
At that moment, a piece of parchment fell out from a set of armor, immediately catching Man-Ray's attention.
The parchment was very old.
Apart from impoverished people in remote mountainous areas, no one used such things. These 6 subgiants were clearly not poor, so why would they carry a piece of parchment? Man-Ray felt curious, picked up the parchment, and examined it carefully. On the paper were crooked lines, resembling a simple map, somewhat like the maps used by ancient armies during their
marches.
However, there were no words, markings, or reference points on it, and Man-Ray couldn't make sense of where the map depicted.
Who drew this map? Come out, I promise I won't beat you to death. Man-Ray curled his lips and was about to casually toss it away. Unexpectedly, an old man nearby suddenly stepped forward. Don't throw it away just yet, let me take a look. It's just a tattered map, what's there to see? Man-Ray reluctantly handed the map over.
The old man furrowed his brows and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became.
After a long while, he finally said, I think I've seen this before. Man-Ray raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, Old Dean, isn't this just an ordinary sheepskin map? That's right, it's an ordinary sheepskin map. The old man nodded, but the terrain drawn on the map is unusual.
6 mountains surrounding a lake. This is a unique landform of the Meteorite Plains.
Meteorite Plains? Man-Ray frowned. What? You don't even know about the Meteorite Plains?
The old man's face turned stern, as if ready to scold him.
Man-Ray quickly explained, Of course I know about the Meteorite Plains.
It's in the far northern wilderness, within the territory of the Beastman Empire. Legend has it that a long time ago, a meteor fell from the sky onto the far northern wilderness, and that area was thus named the Meteorite Plains, meaning the place where the star fell.
That's no legend, it really happened.
The old man nodded slowly, his face showing a look of
reminiscence. It happened when I was young. I remember it clearly. That night was very ordinary. My family had just finished dinner, and my sister and I were playing in the yard. Suddenly, a
meteor fell from the sky, trailing a long fiery tail, tearing through the night sky and lighting up the entire heavens. The meteor appeared over the Elven Empire, flying from south to north. Passing over the Elven Empire and the Magic Beast mountain range, and finally crashing into the far northern wilderness. The moment the meteor hit the ground, even the Fire Dragon Kingdom, thousands of kilometers away, felt the violent tremors of the earth. A massive mushroom cloud rose straight into the sky, towering several times higher than Theodore's Divine Burial Mountain, the
tallest mountain on the continent.
The ground shook, buildings collapsed, and the night turned as bright as day, lasting for several minutes before gradually dimming.
The old man's eyes sparkled. Still filled with shock, that night, we didn't sleep at all. By dawn, we discovered that the sky was completely covered by thick dust. The dust in the air blocked out the sunlight and obscured visibility, like a heavy winter fog. You could only see things within 5 meters, everything beyond was blurred. The meteor impact had brought an immense amount of dust.
Meng Lei nodded. Blocking out the sun is understandable, but the impact was too great. I was still young then, and at first, I found it interesting. My friends and I played hide and seek and had a lot of fun. But it didn't take long for disaster to strike. The old man took a deep breath and said, the temperature began to plummet rapidly. In the Fire Dragon Kingdom, snowstorms started falling.
In June and July. Snow? Meng Lei shuddered.
The Fire Dragon Kingdom is near the Magic Beast Forest, with a tropical rainforest climate.
The temperature is high year-round, and June and July
are the hottest months.
Snowfall during this time is unimaginable. This sudden anomaly didn't initially alarm people, instead, they found it novel.
But as time went on, the dust blocking the
sky didn't dissipate, and the temperature continued to drop.
From then on, the Fire Dragon Kingdom turned into a kingdom of ice and snow. Many people froze to death, and livestock and wild
animals perished in large numbers. The old man sighed. If the Fire Dragon Kingdom ended up like this, can you imagine what it was like elsewhere? What kind of scenes would there have been? Not to mention the Beastman Empire in the far northern wilderness. Ice Age. The words involuntarily surfaced in Meng Lei's mind.
A sudden drop in temperature, snow and ice covering the land.
An extremely cold climate, sea levels falling, and the extinction of many species. This is the Ice Age. The Ice Age signifies a mass extinction of life.
The scenes described by the old man
were strikingly similar to an Ice Age.
Old Dean, what happened after that? Afterwards, the old man's gaze became profound, sinking into memories of the past, and his voice carried a sense of desolation.
For the next decade or so, the entire continent turned into a world of ice and snow. Countless lives were lost, and the major empires and races suffered heavy losses. Among them, the Orc Empire endured the most severe casualties. Statistics later showed that 3/4 of the Orc Empire's civilians perished, and 1/5 of the nobility were also affected. At that time, the Orc Empire was incredibly powerful, surpassing the Dragon God Empire and Titan Empire in national strength. However, after this catastrophe, it was severely weakened and became the weakest among the 4 major empires. 3/4 of the civilians, it was truly brutal. Man Ray was utterly shocked. In any world, civilians are the largest demographic. According to statistics, the Orc Empire now has over 200 billion civilians. 3/4 dying means a staggering 150 billion lives lost. If you include the civilian deaths across the entire continent, the numbers would be even more horrifying. This disaster was devastating. It was indeed extremely cruel.
We magicians study the laws of heaven and earth, exploring the mysteries of nature, but
in the face of nature itself, we are utterly insignificant.
The old man shook his head and sighed. No matter how powerful a saint-level expert is, they are but a drop in the ocean, a corner of the mountains in the face of nature.
Old headmaster, what happened next? Man Ray asked eagerly.
Later, the 4 major empires united, gathering earth, water, and ice magicians from across the continent to launch a grand campaign to clear the ice dust. It's worth mentioning that our Fire Dragon Magic Academy, along with many other academies, was established during that period with the goal of training more magicians, especially earth magicians.
The old man reminisced. After generations of persistence and effort, sunlight finally shone upon the land again.
The morning sun reappeared in the east, the ice and snow melted, and the climate gradually warmed.
Everything finally returned to how it was before. We succeeded. We drove away the ice.
Unfortunately, the lives that had already vanished were forever buried in the ice and snow, never to return.
That scene was heartbreaking yet moving. Man Ray sighed softly, his emotions complex.
From then on, the various races on the continent focused on recovering their vitality and healing their wounds.
The Sky Continent entered a rare period of peace. It was during this time that I advanced to saint level.
The old man sighed. After achieving saint level, the first thing I did was rush to the meteor plane to see for myself what kind of celestial object could cause such a massive disaster.
A celestial object? Monray's eyes lit up.
But when I arrived at the meteor plane, the meteor had already disappeared, leaving only a massive impact crater.
The old man shook his head and laughed.
At that time, many others had the same idea as me. Everyone believed that the meteor responsible for this disaster must contain extraordinary treasures. So, for the next few centuries, countless strong individuals came from all over to excavate the meteor plane, searching for the fallen treasure. But no matter how deep they dug, they found nothing.
Why did they find nothing? Monray asked in confusion. Such a large meteor, how could it vanish into thin air? Who could take it away?
Ha ha, that's hard to say. The old man chuckled
and shook his head. There are always higher heavens and stronger people.
On the entire sky continent, there are indeed individuals capable of taking the meteor away.
At least during my peak, there were people with such power.
All right. Monray pouted, suddenly reminded that this was a high magic world with overwhelming power.
And then? Monray pressed on.
Later, as time passed,
the old man continued, the treasure hunting craze gradually cooled down, and no one paid attention to the meteor plane anymore.
That's the origin of the meteor plane,
Monray muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the parchment in his hand. Is this parchment a map of the meteor plane?
Yes.
In my era, exploring the meteor plane was the most popular activity.
Back then, there was a saying, if you haven't been to the meteor plane, you're not a true strongman.
The old man nodded with a smile.
At that time, maps of the meteor plane were everywhere.
You could buy one from any street vendor, and the maps would be far more detailed than the parchment you have in your hand.
Oh, it turned out to be just an ordinary map. I thought I had discovered
some treasure. Monray was a bit disappointed.
Suddenly, a ball of flame appeared in his hand, and he burned the parchment directly.
The old man didn't stop him. After all, he only thought. The map looked familiar and didn't find it particularly special.
After the parchment turned to ashes, a golden object fell out of the ashes and landed on the ground.
What's this? Monray
picked it up. It was a leaf smaller than a baby's palm, shaped like an elm leaf, but entirely golden. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns, looking as if it were made of gold.
Let me see.
The old man took the golden leaf and examined it carefully, becoming more and more astonished.
Strange. This thing can actually block my mental probe. I can't discern its essence at all.
How odd, I can't see through it. The old man muttered to himself. This golden leaf looks ordinary, but it completely blocks my mental power.
Even I don't know what it is. Even you don't know?
Monray stared at the leaf, his eyes shining. Could it be a treasure?
Let me try. Monray bit his finger and dripped some blood onto the leaf.
What are you doing? The old
man asked in surprise. Blood recognition. Monray explained with a smile.
In my hometown, there's a group of knowledgeable people who studied the experiences of predecessors and summarized. One rule: if you don't recognize or understand something, try blood recognition. If it accepts, you've hit the jackpot. If not, there's no loss.
The old man said speechlessly, what kind of strange theory is that? Blood recognition? Do you think this is a divine artifact?
Before he could finish speaking, the blood drop was mysteriously absorbed by the golden leaf and disappeared.
Ah, I told you so.
Monray was so excited he almost jumped up.
The folks back home were right. Damn.
The old man was stunned. Seeing the blood mysteriously absorbed by the golden leaf, his eyes almost popped out.
Is this even possible?
At that moment, he felt his worldview had been completely overturned. Only true divine artifacts would accept blood recognition, and
divine artifacts are not something you encounter easily. Look at me, Amos Crocker.
I've struggled all my life, rising from an unknown nobody to break through the limits of the Saint Domain. At 58, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the era. The old man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Later, it only took me a mere 1,000 years to reach the peak of the Saint Domain, becoming a peerless expert on the continent. But in my entire life, I've only encountered one divine artifact, the god-slaying spear that killed me.
Even so, I felt honored. Being killed by a divine artifact is a kind of luck. But you? The old man glared at Monray angrily and shouted, you brat, you haven't even grown all your hair, yet you've encountered divine artifacts 3 or 4 times. Have the gods above gone blind? Dean, don't be upset. It's all fate.
Monray smiled confidently, casually flicking his flowing hair.
Some people's lives are as fragile as paper. Even if they're born with a golden spoon, they die tragically halfway through, their fate full of misfortune. Others are like cockroaches, enduring countless hardships but constantly encountering opportunities, living more and more brilliantly. Obviously, I'm the latter. What he didn't say was, if you knew I had an even more heaven-defying golden finger, you'd be so jealous you'd want to destroy yourself. To hell with fate. I refuse to accept this. The old man blew his beard and glared, full of indignation. Why is it that you casually pick up a piece of parchment and end up with a divine artifact? I've lived for thousands of years and haven't even grown a single divine hair. Look, look, the leaf is moving. At this moment, the surface of the golden leaf suddenly emitted dazzling light, shining like a small sun. Then, something strange happened. Under the golden light, the surrounding trees, wild grass, and vines seemed to be injected with stimulants, growing crazily. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Within seconds, all the plants within a 5-meter radius of the golden leaf grew into towering trees. Man Ray was directly engulfed. What the hell is going on? Man Ray was dumbfounded, completely stunned. The old man was equally bewildered. At that moment, the golden leaf slowly rose into the air, spun around, and suddenly shot straight toward Man Ray's forehead. What the heck? Man Ray was startled. The forehead was a critical area. If the leaf pierced it, wouldn't he be done for? Instinctively, he raised his hand to block it, but the golden leaf bizarrely passed through his palm and directly entered his forehead, disappearing without a trace. Damn! Man Ray quickly touched his forehead. No blood, no injury. He let out a slight sigh of relief. But the problem was, the golden leaf had clearly gone in. How could there be nothing wrong? Kid, are you okay? The old man asked nervously. Seems like I'm fine. Man Ray touched his forehead. Old Dean, the golden leaf went into my head. I won't be in trouble, right? Shouldn't be, right? The old man wasn't entirely sure. I don't know much about artifacts, so I can't say for sure. But since it has already bonded with you through blood recognition, it shouldn't harm you, right? Really? Man Ray blinked. Try to sense it carefully and see where it is, the old man suggested. All right. Man Ray nodded repeatedly, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing. His powerful mental strength allowed him to scan his entire body, and no anomaly could escape his mental probe. It actually went to the Sea of Consciousness? Man Ray exclaimed in surprise. The Sea of Consciousness, also known as the mental space or soul space, is the place that houses the soul and accommodates the mind. Every person, or rather, every living being, has a Sea of Consciousness. The difference lies in whether one can see their own Sea of Consciousness or not. Generally speaking, a 7th-level mage can enter the mental space and perform mental introspection. Warriors, due to their weaker mental strength, need to reach the 9th level to do so. The Sea of Consciousness resembles a universe boundless, vast, and empty. In the void, a cluster of silvery white flames floats. Calm, resolute, lonely, unfathomable, like a candlelight hanging in the celestial palace. This is the soul flame, the most core and authentic essence of a person. No matter how beautiful the shell, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. No matter how strong the body, it cannot bear the weight of the soul. The soul is this cluster of flames. The soul flame floats in the void, surrounded by gray mist, cold and distant, the only source of light in the mental space. Everyone's Sea of Consciousness is like this. But Man Ray's Sea of Consciousness was different, because above the soul flame, there was something else, the golden leaf. Yes, it was the golden leaf from earlier. It hovered there, above the soul flame, like a small bulb on a candlelight, gently swaying, rotating slowly with the flickering of the soul flame, emitting a vast and mysterious aura. What on earth is this thing? Man Ray was filled with doubt. He felt that this artifact was truly strange. When he bonded with the god-slaying spear through blood recognition, he established a strong connection with it. Through this connection, he could easily wield the god-slaying spear. But the golden leaf was different. After bonding through blood recognition, there was no connection between him and the golden leaf. Even though the golden leaf had entered his Sea of Consciousness, Man Ray still couldn't sense any link with it. The golden leaf was like a dead object. It seemed as if it hadn't bonded at all. You could clearly see it sitting there, but you couldn't sense it, let alone command or control it. This feeling was maddening. Can someone tell me what the heck this thing is? Man Ray tried to touch the golden leaf with his mental strength. The golden leaf didn't budge. He applied a bit more force, still no movement. He struck it hard, still no movement. He frantically smashed at it, it remained completely unmoved. Are you really just a dead object? Man Ray was on the verge of collapse. He finally understood the frustration of wanting to eat a tiger but being pricked by a hedgehog, wanting to use it but unable to, wanting to discard it but unwilling to, and being left with no choice but to stare at it helplessly. Get lost, get lost. What kind of useless thing is this? What kind of artifact is this? Man Ray was furious, reluctantly withdrawing from the sea of consciousness. How did it go? Did you find it? The old man looked at Man Ray eagerly, his face full of concern. I found it, but... Man Ray shook his head and described the situation in the sea of consciousness in detail. How could this be? The old man furrowed his brows, pondering for a long while before speaking in a deep voice. This situation is indeed unexpected, but there are roughly two possibilities. What possibilities? Man Ray's spirit was instantly lifted. First, this artifact is broken, or it's simply a defective product, perhaps even just a component of some artifact. The old man stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Although artifacts are mysterious, their essence is still that of magic devices. If a magic device doesn't work, it's likely broken. Damaged internal components, a depleted magic core, or a broken magic array, any of these could render a magic device useless. And the second possibility? Man Ray asked eagerly. The second possibility is more complex. The old man's eyes sparkled. The golden leaf itself is a top-tier artifact, but your strength is too weak, and you're simply unqualified to use it. The starry sky shimmered, hanging high in the night, bright and boundless. Man Ray sat cross-legged on a branch of a large tree, meditating and training every day. Cultivation was like swimming against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. It required relentless perseverance. The forest at night was far from quiet, with the occasional roars of ferocious beasts echoing, shaking the soul. But Man Ray had long grown accustomed to it, focusing solely on refining magic power and enhancing his mental strength. Little Teddy lay on a nearby branch, snoring thunderously in deep sleep. Though it slept soundly, its alertness was incredibly high. No movement or sound escaped its ears and nose, making it even more sensitive than a real teddy bear. Man Ray could meditate with peace of mind. Strange. Man Ray suddenly opened his eyes. Why can I suddenly sense wood elements? That's not right. Could it be that there are particularly abundant wood elements around here? Countless magical elements floated in the surrounding air, densely packed like stars in the night sky, sparkling and vast. There were fiery red fire elements, silvery white lightning elements, and earthy yellow earth elements. The three types of magical elements intertwined and shimmered, resembling sprites. Previously, Man Ray could only sense these three elements and only refine these three. But now, a fourth element had appeared. A green magical element. This was clearly a wood element. At this moment, amidst the fire, lightning, and earth elements, countless green wood elements were mixed in, like a swarm of green fireflies, lightly dancing around Man Ray. Even without Man Ray actively absorbing them, they eagerly burrowed into his body. Man Ray was like a magnet, like a vortex, constantly attracting them. This scene was utterly bizarre. Man Ray had no wood magic talent at all. Moreover, even though his affinity for lightning and fire elements was exceptionally strong, it was impossible for him to attract fire and lightning elements in this way. When did I suddenly gain wood magic talent? Man Ray was utterly baffled. And this affinity is even stronger than for lightning and fire? That's impossible. I didn't have this talent when I meditated last night. Could it be because of that golden leaf? Man Ray suddenly recalled the golden leaf that had appeared in his sea of consciousness. Thinking back from yesterday to today, the biggest change was the appearance of that golden leaf. Could it be that I suddenly gained wood magic talent because of this golden leaf? This is too strange. Man Ray's mouth twitched, his emotions a complex mix. He had thought the golden leaf was just a lifeless object, lying in his sea of consciousness. Like a lord, neither obedient nor useful. Unexpectedly, it had granted him wood magic talent. This was truly unbelievable. Could the old dean be right? Is the golden leaf a supreme artifact, and I'm just not qualified to use it yet? Man Ray's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then I've hit the jackpot. No matter what, I'll refine the wood magic power first. Since I now have wood magic talent, how can I waste it? The night passed in silence as Man Ray frantically refined wood magic power. The next morning, Man Ray was awakened by a commotion. Roar! Teddy was crouched on the tree, staring intently at a magical beast,
baring its fierce teeth, pounding its chest, and brimming with vigilance. It was a massive red python over 30 meters long, as thick as a water tank, with a fiery red crest on its head and a pair of black wings on its back. It towered as high as a 10-story building. An 8th-level magical beast, the black-winged crest python. Mon Ray recognized the magical beast and couldn't help but smile. After roaming the magical beast forest for half a month, his favorite thing was when magical beasts delivered themselves. To him, this was big money. Hiss hiss hiss. The black-winged crested python flicked its tongue, hissing as its brown eyes locked onto Mon Ray and Teddy in the tree, filled with greed. This guy must think we're food, huh? Mon Ray's lips curled into a smile as he said, Teddy, how about we have this black-winged crested python for breakfast today? Sure, sure. Teddy bounced twice, happily agreeing. Hiss hiss. The black-winged crested python observed for a moment, then suddenly flapped its black wings on its back, propelling itself into the air. Its thick tail lashed out at Mon Ray with incredible speed and force, the sound of it cutting through the air audible. It saw Mon Ray as the biggest threat and wanted to deal with him first before handling Teddy. Taking out the leader first was the smart choice. What a clever creature. Mon Ray shook his head with a smile. Too bad you picked the wrong target. He raised his right hand to meet the incoming massive tail. The tail was thick enough to split mountains and break towering trees, but Mon Ray caught it effortlessly, without causing even a ripple. Hiss hiss? Feeling the immense strength from its tail, the black-winged crested python was startled, realizing it had encountered a tough opponent. But before it could retract its tail, Mon Ray applied a bit of force, his 5 fingers easily piercing through its thick scales and sinking deep. Blood spurted out, dripping to the ground. The black-winged crested python hissed in pain, desperately trying to pull its tail back, but Mon Ray's fingers clamped down like pliers, holding it firmly in place. Up you go! Mon Ray shouted, his arm muscles suddenly tensing, unleashing astonishing power. The black-winged crested python panicked, realizing it had lost control of its body as Mon Ray lifted it into the air. Then, it was slammed heavily against a towering tree over 40 meters tall. With a loud crack, the entire tree snapped, and the thick trunk came crashing down toward Mon Ray. Take this! Mon Ray swung the black-winged crested python like a steel whip, smashing it against the falling trunk. Crack! The trunk was split into 2. Again! Mon Ray kept swinging the steel whip, relentlessly striking until the trunk was shattered into countless fragments, reduced to splinters. Ha ha ha, well done. Mon Ray laughed heartily, casually flinging the black-winged crested python, which flew out and landed heavily on the ground, completely losing its ability to resist. The massive beast hit the ground with a deafening crash. Hiss hiss. As an 8th-level magical beast, the black-winged crested python was not so easily defeated. It desperately thrashed its head, trying to escape, frantically attempting to flee. Trying to run? Mon Ray snapped his fingers lightly, and a 3-meter-long lightning spear descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the black-winged crested python's head, pinning it to the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. Although the black-winged crested python had a tenacious life force and wasn't completely dead, it was convulsing violently, hissing in terror. I told you, if I want to eat you, there's no way I'll let you escape. Mon Ray pulled out a dagger and smiled at Teddy beside him. Teddy, help me dig out its magic core. Woof woof woof. Teddy barked excitedly, grabbing the dagger and rushing over, happily starting to dig out the magic core. Digging out magic cores was Teddy's favorite thing to do. Mon Ray had noticed that every time he killed a magical beast, Teddy would always rush ahead to extract the magic core. At first, he thought Teddy wanted to eat the core to enhance its strength, but later he realized Teddy simply enjoyed the act of digging. Since Teddy liked it, Mon Ray decided to entrust this glorious yet challenging task to it, letting Teddy have fun while also cultivating its wild instincts. A win-win situation, why not? Ding! Killed one black-winged crested python, gained 1.19 million gold coins. The system notification sounded in Mon Ray's mind, and he was overjoyed. Earning over 1 million gold coins right after waking up, what a lucky day. What to do with this iron rod? Just wait and see. Mon Ray hummed a tune as he began cleaning up the black-winged crested python's corpse. The morning sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting a beautiful scene on him, like a painting. Nearby, little Teddy squatted eagerly, drooling, unable to wait any longer. It loves eating roasted meat the most, especially the roasted meat of high-level magical beasts. The taste makes it drool. Woof! Woof! Just thinking about it makes it unable to resist. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the forest, echoing like a clap of thunder.
What was that sound? Mon-ray alertly looked toward the source of the sound, his heart tightening with tension.
The sound made his heart race and his hair stand on end.
Roar! Another even more ferocious roar followed, sending
chills down Mon-ray's spine and making his scalp tingle. Little Teddy curled up into a ball, its wings tightly covering its head, its eyes filled with fear. The sound came from the depths of the
magical beast forest. Mon-ray's heart sank. Could it be a level 9 magical beast, or even a saint-level magical beast?
At that moment, the old man leisurely emerged from the spatial ring,
stretched lazily, and yawned. "Kid, good morning."
Roar! The roar exploded right next to his ear, startling the old man into immediate alertness. His expression changed. "Kid, what is that
sound?" Mon-ray shook his head, indicating he didn't know either.
He pointed to Teddy, who was curled up on the ground. Although Teddy is still young, it has the bloodline of a level 9
magical beast. It's never been afraid of level 8 magical beasts. Why is it so panicked this time?
The old man's face turned serious, and he said in a low voice, "Kid, get ready to run.
I have a bad feeling about this." Mon-ray was startled. If even the old man said so, there must be big trouble. Roar! Another furious roar echoed. Then, wave after wave of roars erupted
continuously from the depths of the magical beast forest, each one deafening and unending. A fiery rage seemed to burn above the forest, like a symphony of roars that shook the soul.
Each roar
made Mon-ray's scalp tingle, as if ancient behemoths were roaring, sending chills down his spine and making his heart race. That was the roar of the saint-level magical beast, the six-winged, sky-swallowing beast, the old man whispered.
"Howl."
That's the voice of the saint-level magical beast, the moon-howling sky wolf king.
"Moo." That's the call of the saint-level magical beast, the golden-backed bull scorpion. Damn it! So many saint-level magical beasts appearing at the same time. Something major must have happened in the center of the magical beast forest.
The old man's face was filled with fear as he said gravely, "Mon-ray, leave the magical beast forest immediately.
This place is extremely dangerous." "Old Dean, what exactly is going on?" Mon-ray quickly asked. "Are the saint-level magical beasts fighting? Can we take advantage of the chaos?"
His eyes lit up, thinking of profiting from the situation.
"Don't be foolish," the old man scolded sharply. "The interests of saint-level magical beasts are not something you can meddle with. Even if there's an opportunity, it won't be your turn. Stop wasting time and leave now." "All right."
Mon-ray pouted, reluctantly summoning his magic carpet, grabbing the terrified and curled up Teddy, and flying into the sky. The magic carpet whizzed over the forest, the wind howling
in his ears.
Suddenly, the old man shouted, "Brat, look over there."
Mon-ray turned his head and saw the distant forest shaking violently. Large swaths of trees collapsed, bushes snapped, and a massive creature with wings on its back and a body glowing with silvery white light emerged, like a colossal being forged from silver. Even from afar, Mon-ray could feel the overwhelming,
killing intent emanating from the beast, pressing down on him so hard he could barely breathe.
"Wow!" Mon-ray gasped. "Such a huge magical beast, it must be 60 or 70 meters long, right?"
"That's the saint-level magical beast, the moon-howling sky wolf king," the old man said solemnly.
"Once a moon-howling sky wolf matures, it's a level 8 magical beast. The strongest can
reach level 9, and their king is always a saint-level magical beast.
The moon-howling sky wolf king." Mon-ray was stunned. So cool, so majestic. Compared to it, those senior students' mounts are utterly pathetic.
At the Magic Academy, many senior students had their own mounts, which were symbols of status and strength.
However, due to the students' limited abilities, their mounts couldn't be too powerful.
Most were level 3 or level 4 magical beasts, with level 5 magical beasts being rare. Examples included the ironclad rhino, the swift-wind demon wolf, and the firemane lion. These were considered low-level.
Even so, these mounts still made the freshmen envious.
Mon-ray had once been one of them, dreaming of taming a powerful magical beast as
a mount like the senior students.
How impressive, how awesome that would be, but now, with his strength improved and his vision elevated, Mon-ray felt that only top-tier magical beasts like the Howling Moon Sky Wolf King were worthy of him.
Comparing those trash magical beasts to the Howling Moon Sky Wolf King?
The old man's mouth twitched. If the Howling Moon Sky Wolf King
heard that, it would probably slap you to death. Just saying. Mon-ray laughed heartily.
With my current strength, maybe one day I can actually tame a saint-level magical beast as my mount.
The old man pursed his lips but didn't refute.
Man Ray's magical talent and speed of improvement were something he had never seen before.
The Saint level was no longer just a dream for Man Ray.
On the other side, another magical beast roared as it charged out of the jungle.
It was a massive creature, entirely golden red, resembling a bull's body with scorpion-like legs, rampaging
through the forest. Towering trees dozens of meters high were like mere grass before it, easily snapped and uprooted with a single collision.
So ferocious, so wild. That's the Saint level. Magical beast, the golden-backed bull scorpion.
The old man said slowly, a powerful and unique magical beast without a tribe, hermaphroditic, and only capable of producing one offspring in its
lifetime. Hermaphroditic? Man Ray was stunned, unsure of what to say.
The world of magical beasts truly had all kinds of strange creatures.
Over there, that one is the Saint-level magical beast. Titan Starbull, an insect-type magical beast with immense strength and incredible defense. In terms of sheer power, even the Earth Bear can't compare to it. Old Dean, what about that one? Over there?
That's the Diamond Crocodile, a water element Saint-level magical beast, the overlord of rivers and lakes.
Even a peak Saint-level expert would struggle to kill it in water. One
terrifying magical beast after another appeared like mushrooms after the rain, shaking the earth and mountains wherever they went, breaking trees, and toppling countless ancient ones, turning
them into unlucky sacrifices.
This scene terrified the adventurers in the forest, who fled in panic, desperately running for their lives, wishing they had more legs.
Many who were too close were slapped to death by the magical beasts, meeting a tragic fate. In short, the entire magical beast forest was in chaos. 6. A total of 6 Saint-level magical beasts. What on earth is going on with these creatures? Man Ray watched the roaring magical beasts, his heart shaken.
The old man's eyes were filled with worry. Those creatures are the overlords of the southeastern part of the magical beast mountain range.
They usually stay hidden in their lairs, rarely coming out. Why are they all suddenly active today? What exactly happened? Let's hope they don't form a beast tide and attack the border, otherwise, how many people will die or be injured? P.S. Asking for votes, is that okay? In the vine-covered jungle, hundreds of fully armed mercenaries carrying
giant swords were desperately charging forward, breaking through thorns and fleeing at high speed. They were equipped with top-tier gear, well-trained, and far stronger than ordinary fire.
Cloud Mercenary Corps.
They were none other than the renowned Lascivia Mercenary Corps of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The Lascivia Mercenary Corps belonged to the most powerful Lascivia Chamber of
Commerce in the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
Wealth, influence, and strength, they were the pinnacle of the mercenary world in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, a dream destination for countless adventurers.
Yet,
at this moment, this group of enviable mercenaries looked panicked. Even their leader, Lusican, a 9th-level warrior, had lost his usual composure, leaving only fear and helplessness.
Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't fall behind at the back! Bang!
Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead, and the mercenaries quickly stopped, nervously looking forward.
Captain Lusican whispered. Instructions, Wesley, go check what's happening up ahead. Yes, Captain.
A small, thin mercenary in a black robe reluctantly responded and went to investigate.
Not long after, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. It was Wesley's voice. What happened to Wesley? Could it be?
The scream was as sharp as a night owl's cry, terrifying the mercenaries like frightened birds.
Lusican quickly shouted, "Danger ahead, change route." After speaking, he led the charge in another direction. Understood, Captain. The mercenaries followed closely behind. However, they hadn't run far before.
They had to retreat and change direction again. But even after running a short distance, they were forced to turn back once more,
constantly adjusting their route, constantly retreating from
all directions. The rustling sound surged like a torrential flood, blocking their path. Rustle, 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 trees swayed, bushes trembled, and a group of massive, fiery red ant-like
magical beasts appeared one after another.
They had sharp side-like teeth, hard bone armor, bodies covered in barbed spikes, and terrifyingly ferocious heads. These were level 6 magical
beasts, bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. So many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. We're surrounded. Captain, think of something quickly.
The mercenaries' faces turned pale as they retreated in terror.
What can I do?
Captain Lucian stared at the tide of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants surging toward them, his face ashen, drained of all color. Although bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were only level 6 magical beasts, their numbers were overwhelming. 10,000 of them acting together could destroy everything. Most magical beasts would avoid them at all costs.
If
Their numbers exceeded 100,000, it would be a disaster wherever they passed, not a blade of grass would remain, livestock would vanish, and all life would be obliterated.
Just how many were there in front of them? 10,000? 100,000? Or even more? Lucian couldn't tell, all he could see was an endless swarm of iron crystal ants, tightly encircling them like an infinite tide. Aren't bloodthirsty iron crystal ants subterranean magical beasts? Why are there so many here? Lucian couldn't figure it out.
But the situation was urgent, leaving no time
to ponder. The dense swarm of ants was already charging forward. Get lost. You're hideous, stay away from me. In the face of this overwhelming tide, the Lascivia mercenary group was like an isolated island in the ocean, quickly overwhelmed and swallowed by the waves, disappearing without a trace.
Russell, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, expressionless, as if performing a trivial task, wielded their sharp teeth and relentlessly surged forward. No one knew that the once renowned Lascivia mercenary group had been completely annihilated, without even a sound.
Escaping. Man Ray had no idea about the tragic fate of the Lascivia mercenary group. He was riding a magic carpet, flying away.
As the distance increased, the roars of the saint-level magical beasts in the forest gradually faded, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Old Headmaster, what's going on with these saint-level magical beasts? Normally, they're nowhere to be seen. Why? Are they all out today? Man Ray asked in confusion.
The old man shook his head slightly.
When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. I'm not sure what's happening in the center of
the forest, but it's most likely not a good thing. Saint-level magical beasts are already the pinnacle of existence in the magical beast forest.
What could possibly excite them all? Man Ray's eyes lit up. Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the center of the forest, causing them to fight over it?
The old man shook his head.
That's unlikely. The magical beast forest
has its own king, and all the saint-level magical beasts are its subjects. Even if a treasure did appear, it wouldn't be something they could fight over.
The magical beast forest has a king? Man Ray asked in shock. Old Headmaster, have you seen it?
The old man glanced at Man Ray.
Humans have kings, why wouldn't magical beasts?
Level 7 magical beasts are as intelligent as
humans, and level 9 magical beasts can even speak. It's perfectly normal for magical beasts to establish their own territories, let alone have a king. What does this king look like? How strong is it? Man Ray's curiosity was piqued.
The old man's expression turned complex. When I first broke through to become a level 9 Grand Magister and became the Royal Magician of the Fire
Dragon Kingdom, I was fortunate enough to see it once. What kind of magical beast is it? What does it look like? Man Ray pressed on.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the magic communicator suddenly buzzed.
Man Ray frowned and looked at the communicator in annoyance, only to see that it was Abe calling. Abe? Man Ray was puzzled.
Abe had never contacted him voluntarily before.
Why? Was he reaching out now? With questions in his mind, he answered the call. Abe's voice was cold. Something's happened in the magical beast forest. Get out immediately, or your life will be in danger. With that, he hung up. Man Ray was stunned. That guy is usually so cold, yet he actually warned me? How unexpected. The old man chuckled. Golden dragons may be proud, but they are fair.
You saved his life, so it's only natural for him to warn you.
Maybe. Man Ray shook his head and was about to put away the communicator when it buzzed again. This time, it was the fatty calling. Brother, are you in the Warcraft forest? The chubby man asked anxiously as soon as the connection was made. Yeah, what's up? Man Ray asked, puzzled. Something big happened in the forest. A massive ant tide has broken out. You need to run for your life, or it'll be too late. The chubby man's voice was tense. Ant tide? How do you know about this? Man Ray was full of questions. He was in the Warcraft forest and had no idea what was happening, yet the chubby man, who was 800 miles away in the royal city, somehow knew. Could this be a mistake? At this moment, the chubby man, for some reason, was shirtless, and the two large masses of flesh on his chest swayed back and forth, almost blinding Man Ray. This news has spread throughout the entire royal capital. The king just convened an emergency meeting with the nobles and ministers and issued a top-level beast tide alert. The king has also dispatched the kingdom's strongest dragon, Night Legion, to the border. They should already be on their way. The chubby man suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, the academy is also summoning students above the 4th grade to Prepare for the beast tide.
The mercenary guild, mage guild, and the church are all mobilizing to prepare for the possible ant tide.
Get ready. This serious? Monray was shocked. The news had just come from the Warcraft Forest, and the entire kingdom already knew? A top-level beast tide alert. This was the highest alert level in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The Fire Dragon Kingdom, located near the Warcraft Forest, was often attacked by beast tides. To defend against them, the royal capital was built near the Warcraft Mountains, and ordinary beast tides were not even considered a threat. But this time, a top-level beast tide alert was issued. It seemed like this was truly a major disaster. Ant tide? The old man frowned. There aren't many powerful ant-type magical beasts in the Warcraft Forest. How could this cause such a commotion?
Suddenly, his expression changed.
Quick, find out what kind of ants are leading this tide. Monray quickly asked. Do you know?
I heard it's the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. The chubby man immediately replied.
And the scale is enormous. Falcon scouts discovered massive swarms of bloodthirsty
iron crystal ants appearing simultaneously in several areas of the Warcraft Forest.
These level 6 magical beasts are swarming like a tide, engulfing the entire forest. All the magical beasts are desperately fleeing for their lives. Even saint-level magical beasts are running in fear. Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. The old man's face changed drastically, and he took a deep breath. This is trouble. Monray's heart sank. Headmaster, is the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant tide really that terrifying? Terrifying isn't even the word. The old man sighed. Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants live underground and rarely come out.
Occasionally, a few lost ones might appear, but their strength is only at level 6, nothing to worry about.
But the old man's voice deepened. When thousands upon thousands of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants surge out from underground, the scene is unimaginably horrifying. Millions of red ants, like a flood, engulfing everything. No life can survive. Is it really that terrifying? Monray gasped. Terrifying?
The old man sneered.
Do you know why the Howling Moon Sky Wolf King and the other 5 saint-level magical beasts suddenly rushed out of their lairs and ran toward the center of the forest? I don't know. Monray shook his head. They're looking for a safe place. The old man gazed into the distance.
The king of the Warcraft Forest guards the forest's center.
Only it can protect these saint-level magical beasts. Otherwise, when the ant tide comes, even saint-level magical beasts won't survive. Even saint-level magical beasts will die? Monray's heart tightened. Ants, as insect-type magical beasts, are different from other magical beasts. They have no fear of death, attacking wave after wave, never tiring.
Even gods would find them troublesome, let alone saint-level magical beasts, the old man sighed.
Then what should we do? If the ant tide reaches the kingdom's border, how can we defend against it? Monray asked.
It depends, the old man said.
The ant tide comes in search of food. Magical beasts, trees, grass, everything is their target. As long as they find enough food in the forest, they'll leave. What if they don't find enough food? Will they charge out of the forest and attack the border? They will. The old man nodded.
This has happened several times in history.
Sometimes it was a false alarm, and the ant tide didn't leave the forest.
But other times, they did invade, causing massive
disasters, leaving the land desolate and countless casualties. So no one can guarantee the ant tide won't attack the border, right? Monray's face was heavy. Yes, I understand. Monray exhaled deeply and immediately sped towards the beast village. Although he didn't have much attachment to the village, he couldn't just stand by and watch the villagers be devoured by the ant tide. He couldn't do such a thing.
The magic carpet sped forward, and Monray returned to the village by noon. The village was bustling, with adults busy working, children playing and laughing, and the air filled with the aroma of cooking smoke and delicious meat. The beast village remained peaceful and serene, unaware that a disaster was quietly approaching.
Bang! Monray jumped onto
the village gate's wall and struck the heavy old bronze bell. The deep and powerful bell sound echoed across the entire village, instantly alarming all the villagers.
The adults' faces turned
serious, the children stopped playing, and all eyes turned towards the village gate.
The old bronze bell rang. Is the beast tide coming again?
Captain Hades, who was having lunch, turned pale, threw down his bone, grabbed his greatsword, and rushed out of the house, not even bothering to wipe the grease off his body. Swish, swish, swish. The able-bodied men also stopped there. work, stepped out of their homes, and grabbed shovels, hoes, greatswords, and other weapons, heading straight for the village gate.
The women called out loudly for their children, ready to take them to the underground shelter at any moment.
In just a few minutes, nearly 100 villagers in the Beast Village were fully alert.
Man-Ray. Hades was the first to arrive at the wall. Seeing Man-Ray, his face lit up with joy. Man-Ray, when did you return?
With you here, I feel much more at ease.
Man-Ray shook his head.
Captain Hades, this time the beast tide is too large.
I'm afraid I can't hold it back.
Hades was shocked.
You're a level 6 warrior and a level 5 mage. What kind of beast tide could leave even you helpless? Don't rush. I'll explain once.
Everyone is here, Man-Ray said, waving his hand.
Man-Ray. Captain.
The guards and able-bodied men arrived one after another, and even the village elder, old Peter, hobbled to the gate with his
cane.
Once everyone had gathered, Man-Ray detailed the situation with the ant tide, leaving everyone terrified.
Hades' face turned pale. Man-Ray, is what you said true? Is the ant tide really coming?
It's not entirely certain yet, but a massive tide of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants has indeed appeared in the Magic Beast Forest.
My friends in the capital also said that the king has issued the highest level beast tide warning. Man-Ray said gravely. I even heard that the Dragon Legion has been deployed. I rushed back to warn everyone to prepare immediately. Only by being prepared can we feel secure. If the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant tide really erupts from the Magic Beast Forest, a small village like ours is doomed. The kingdom's army won't break through the border fortress just to save us. A top-level beast tide warning. The Dragon Legion deployed. Everyone's faces turned pale. Man-Ray is right. We can't slack off on preparations.
Village elder old Peter was the first to make a decision.
Notify everyone immediately to prepare food and water.
If any signs of the ant tide are spotted, head to the underground shelter at
once. Grandpa Village Chief, the shelter might not work. Man-Ray immediately opposed old Peter's decision.
The shelter can only block ordinary beast tides, not the bloodthirsty iron crystal
ants. Why? Old Peter frowned. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are underground dark magic beasts. As long as they smell food, they'll frantically dig tunnels, Man-Ray explained solemnly. Think about the digging speed of a level 6 magic beast. The shelter won't stop them at all. Then what should we do?
Old Peter's face turned anxious. The village was close to the magic beast forest, and the shelter was the last line of defense.
If even it was useless, where could the villagers go? Evacuate to the Dragon Blood Great Wall. Man-Ray said slowly. Only the Dragon Blood Great Wall is the safest place. Only there can we save our lives. The Dragon Blood Great Wall?
Everyone looked at each other, confused.
Yes, the Dragon Blood Great Wall. Man-Ray nodded firmly. As a border kingdom, the existence of the Fire Dragon Kingdom is to guard the Dragon God Empire's frontier. This has been their mission for generations. To fulfill this mission, the first Fire Dragon King deliberately built the capital near the Magic Beast mountain range, just a day's journey from the Magic Beast Forest. One day. This means that once a beast tide breaks out, the army can arrive to provide support immediately, ensuring the village does not fight alone. The magical beast army only needs a day to reach the capital's gates, threatening the entire kingdom. How could the capital allow the enemy to sleep peacefully at its doorstep? The magical beast army is so close to the Fire Dragon Kingdom that the entire kingdom is on edge. To guard against the threat of magical beasts, the Fire Dragon Kingdom not only deployed Eagle Scouts in the magical beast forest to monitor their movements around the clock but also built a super defensive fortress spanning thousands of kilometers between the magical beast forest and the capital. This sturdy wall, 50 meters high and 20 meters thick, is the famous Dragon Blood Great Wall of the Empire. Over tens of thousands of years, countless magical beasts have been buried beneath the Dragon Blood Great Wall, staining countless battlefields red. It has withstood wave after wave of beast tide attacks, standing tall and unyielding forever. The Dragon Blood Great Wall is the lifeline of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the kingdom's most solid defense line, and it must never be breached. Therefore, the Dragon Blood Great Wall is permanently stationed with the most elite corps. If war breaks out, armies from other regions will rush to provide support. It is the safest place. The Dragon Blood Great Wall is indeed safe, but it is too far from our village. With over 100 villagers, how could we possibly get there? Village Chief Pete said with a bitter smile, not to mention the elderly and children, many families simply wouldn't make it.
Hades and the others nodded in agreement.
The Dragon Blood Great Wall is safe, but the
journey is too long, and it cannot be relied upon in normal times. If it weren't for this, they would have moved to the Dragonblood Great Wall when beast tides attacked in the past, instead of holding their ground in the village, bleeding and sacrificing lives.
This is not a problem. Mundray smiled faintly.
With only a little over 100 villagers, renting a few large magic
vehicles for transportation would be quick and efficient. Rent magic vehicles? Everyone was stunned. Yes, rent magic vehicles, Mundray said confidently. Leave the rental arrangements to me. You all go back and pack your things. Once I return with the vehicles, we'll set off immediately.
After speaking, Mundray jumped onto his magic flying carpet and disappeared into the sky in an
instant. But Mundray.
Everyone stared at his departing figure, exchanging glances.
Renting magic vehicles would cost a fortune, wouldn't it? Where would the village get that kind of money? Everyone's faces darkened. Just follow his plan and don't overthink it.
Hades shook his head with a bitter smile. There were things he couldn't say, but he silently noted them in his heart, planning to repay Mundray's kindness in the future.
You brat, you're pretty good to these villagers.
An old man floated in midair, closely following Mundray's magic flying carpet, his expression
peculiar. They are my fellow villagers.
I can't just watch them die.
Mundray replied calmly. Helping them is just a small matter for me. True enough, the old man chuckled. With your current strength.
The two chatted as they flew, and soon they arrived at the town closest to the Magical Beast Village, Magical Beast Town.
Magical Beast Town is near the Magical Beast Forest and serves as a place for adventurers to resupply, trade prey, and rest. Merchants here purchase magic cores and pelts, creating a bustling atmosphere with people coming and going. Strolling through
the crowded streets, listening to the shouts and calls, Mundray felt slightly relaxed. He then headed straight to the magic vehicle station.
Honorable Mage, what service do you require? A station attendant approached. Renting vehicles. Mundray replied succinctly. What's the maximum capacity of your largest magic vehicle? 50 people. The attendant smiled. 50 people is good. I'll rent 2.
Mundray raised 2 fingers.
How much is the rental fee for 2 50-person magic vehicles? We charge by the hour.
One large magic vehicle costs 88 gold coins per hour, so 2 would
be 176 gold coins. How long would you like to rent them for? About 15 hours. Mundray calculated mentally.
15 hours, 2 vehicles, a total of 2,640 gold coins.
Gold coins. The attendant smiled and asked, will you pay by card or cash? Mundray casually tossed out a pile of gold coins. The attendant counted them and issued a receipt. Mundray took the receipt and headed straight to the parking lot.
Shortly after, 2 large magic vehicles roared out, heading toward Magical Beast Town. 7 hours later, they successfully arrived at the Beast Village. The villagers were
already prepared and orderly boarded the vehicle.
For most of them, it was their first time riding a magic vehicle, and everyone was incredibly excited.
A few children played and laughed in the aisle, their joy contagious. Hades watched the lively scene, his eyes full of gratitude. Mundray, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't mention it.
I'm part of the village too, it's only right to help. Mundray waved his hand with a smile and said, by the way, I found a few things in the Beast Mountain range that are
useless to me. See if the villagers can make use of them.
As he spoke, he took out several scrolls.
Hades opened one with curiosity and was immediately stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Fire fusion technique? Mundray, is this a battle energy cultivation method? This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Over the past few days in the Beast Forest, Mundray had not only been
hunting magical beasts but had also encountered several human ambushes. These despicable adventurers specialized in stealing, not only robbing valuables but also seizing precious manuals like
battle energy techniques.
After several counterattacks, Mundray had acquired a considerable number of battle energy techniques, ranging from common to extremely rare ones.
The haul was quite substantial.
Unfortunately, these techniques were of no use to him. The Dragonfire Codex was already sufficient for his cultivation, and having more techniques was unnecessary.
Since he couldn't use them himself, he decided to give them to the villagers for practice.
This would not only enhance their strength but also put the techniques to good use.
Hades, however, hesitated. Mundray, these techniques are too precious. We can't accept them.
You've already done so much for the village, Hades. I found these techniques in the forest, and they're useless to me.
Just take them. Man said with a smile.
You can teach them to everyone, especially the children.
If everyone becomes stronger, I'll have peace of mind when I leave. Hades was silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. 7 hours later, Man and his group safely arrived at the Dragonblood Great Wall. But to everyone's surprise, the city gates were tightly shut, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Those inside couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in. On the city walls, soldiers in armor stood straight and vigilant, holding long spears, ready for any situation. Below the walls, a crowd of adventurers, merchants, and civilians had gathered, blocked from entering. They shouted at the soldiers on the walls. "Open the gates! Open the city gates! The Ant Tide is coming, let us in quickly! Bastards, open your eyes and look clearly! I am Baron Scales of the Hill Ridge. Open the gates for me immediately! By the Dragon God, are you going to abandon your people?" Faced with the noise and angry shouts, the soldiers on the walls remained motionless, completely ignoring them and showing no intention of opening the gates. This only fueled the crowd's anger, and curses erupted, forming a stark contrast to the solemn and imposing Dragonblood Great Wall. The magic vehicle stopped in front of the crowd. Man got off and frowned as he observed the situation. Hades followed closely behind him, anxiously saying, "Man, the gates are closed. What should we do?" "Don't worry." Man gestured for him to calm down. "Let's assess the situation first." In the crowd, a chubby middle-aged man dressed in noble attire was furiously cursing. "Damn it, I'm a noble. You can't leave me outside the gates. My lord, please think of something." Beside him, a noblewoman holding a 1-year-old baby cried, "Our child is only 1 year old." "I don't want," the chubby man glanced at the baby in her arms, his face twitching as he cursed even more furiously. "You bastards, open your eyes and look clearly. I am a baron, a noble." As he ranted, the situation grew increasingly tense. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly sped toward the city wall from afar, landing swiftly at its base. With a high leap, the figure's toes tapped rapidly against the wall, climbing to the top as nimbly as a spider. Seeing this, the chubby man quickly shouted, "Mighty warrior! Esteemed warrior, I am willing to pay 10,000 gold coins if you take us up there." But the warrior didn't even glance back, disappearing into the depths of the city wall without acknowledging the man's plea. "Damn it!" Baron Scales stomped his foot in frustration. "My lord, are they allowed to climb the wall like that?" Man pointed at the soldiers on the city wall and asked. Baron Scales rolled his eyes. "Of course, you're allowed. If you can jump up there, can they even push you down?" "Exactly. The Dragonblood Great Wall is a defense line against the Beast Tide, not a barrier to keep us out of the city. These bastards shouldn't have shut us out. Those who could jump up have already done so, leaving only us ordinary folks without the strength. They're forcing us to die outside the city walls. The wall is over 50 meters high. Only a third-level warrior can jump up there, and we simply can't." The surrounding crowd was instantly filled with anger and helplessness. Hades chimed in, "When the Beast Tide comes, the Dragonblood Great Wall will close, and it won't reopen until the tide recedes. Those who don't make it into the city in time can only leave their fate to the heavens. There's no other way." At this moment, an old man floated out and said in a low voice, "The city gates are made of the hardest and heaviest obsidian on the sky continent, with each gate weighing millions of pounds. Opening the gate even once requires consuming an 8th-level magic core. Do you know how valuable an 8th-level magic core is?" The old man sighed, in the eyes of the soldiers guarding the Dragonblood Great Wall. "Ordinary people who can't even climb the wall aren't worth as much as a single 8th-level magic core." Man remained silent. When he first arrived in this world, he couldn't understand such disregard for human life. After all, life is the most important thing. But after spending time on the Sky Continent, he gradually came to understand. In the Dragon God Empire, the hierarchy was strict, and ordinary humans were seen as lowly slaves in the eyes of nobles and those in power. Were slaves' lives valuable? Not at all. If they died, so be it. How could they compare to a precious 8th-level magic core? What a terrible world. Man took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He walked to the base of the city wall and murmured, "If the gate won't open, I'll have to find my own way up." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in the distance suddenly trembled. A massive earth dragon burst out of the ground, roaring as it charged toward the city wall. It slammed into the base of the wall with a thunderous crash. Dirt flew everywhere, and the ground shook. A large pile of earth quickly formed, creating a slope leading to the top of the wall in just a few seconds. Oh my god.
Everyone below the wall was stunned, staring at the dirt slope leading to the top, completely forgetting
to breathe. There's a way up. Finally, a way up, someone shouted.
The crowd erupted in joy, crying tears of relief and cheering wildly.
It's the mage. He created this path. Everyone
turned to look at Monray, who stood at the top of the slope, their eyes filled with gratitude.
Monray smiled faintly. Hurry up, time is short. Yes. Yes. People quickly gathered their
belongings and climbed up the dirt slope to the city wall. The chubby Baron Scales approached Monray, both embarrassed and grateful, and performed a formal noble salute.
Honorable mage, thank you for saving us.
I, Scales Bolonga, will forever remember your life-saving grace.
No need for thanks. At the first tower of the Dragonblood Great Wall, a dragonman warrior clad in golden
armor, with horns on his head, sat on a high chair exuding an awe-inspiring aura of authority and majesty.
This was Marquis Gould. Incredibly powerful. Marquis Gould, a 9th-level warrior with
pure fire dragon bloodline, was a member of the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, tasked with the highest responsibility of guarding the Dragonblood Great Wall Fortress.
As a royal, his
status was noble, and like most dragon nobles, he naturally looked down on human commoners. When the kingdom received the special grade Beast Tide warning, Marquis Gould had unhesitatingly ordered the closure of all 1,314 gates of the Dragonblood Great Wall.
Everyone was blocked outside the towering walls. He understood what this decision meant: countless lives would be trampled
under the iron hooves of the Beast Tide, leading to devastation and heavy casualties. But he simply didn't care. In this world, the strong survive, and the weak perish.
Those who couldn't even climb the walls were weaklings whose deaths were of no consequence.
As for the curses and complaints of those outside, they were nothing more than the powerless cries of the weak, which
Marquis Gould couldn't be bothered to acknowledge.
Why would a dragon care about the wails of ants? Suddenly, the cursing outside came to an abrupt halt, followed by thunderous cheers.
Gould frowned slightly, a question rising in his mind. What exactly happened outside? Why did they stop cursing? Someone, come here, he ordered. A soldier in armor quickly ran over. Marquis,
what are your orders?
What's happening outside?
The soldier reported, Marquis, a human earth mage has appeared below the city walls.
A human? A noble? Judging by his age and attire, he doesn't seem like a noble. Not a dragonkin, not a noble, and yet so meddlesome. Truly ignorant of his own limits, Gould said coldly. Since he loves meddling so much, let's grant his wish.
Inform him that he has been conscripted by the border army and must stay on the city wall, ready to follow orders at any time.
Yes, Marquis. The soldier left and soon appeared in front of Monray.
At this moment, Monray had just led the villagers up the slope and arrived at the city wall. Standing at a high vantage point, the view was vast and open. The Dragonblood Great Wall stretched across the mountains like a giant dragon, spanning grasslands and deserts, majestic and imposing. The hard black walls were covered with battle scars and dried bloodstains, and the air was filled with a tense and grim atmosphere, evoking images of the brutal scenes during Beast Tide attacks. An elder beside him sighed. This Dragonblood Great Wall was built by 49 Earth
Archmages over 100 years, entirely constructed with hard black granite and obsidian.
Even the strongest level 9 magical beast, the Earthbear, cannot damage it in the slightest.
It's truly indestructible.
On the wall, every few steps, there were arrow towers, ballista towers, and cannon towers, manned by archers, ballista operators, and artillerymen, all on high
alert. There were also mage towers guarding the entire wall.
Monray walked to a mage tower dozens of meters high, his hand touching the wall engraved with magic arrays, his eyes gleaming.
Is
this a mage tower? He asked.
For mages, mage towers are extremely important. Many mages dream of owning one.
Not only can it speed up spellcasting, but it can also greatly enhance the power
of magic.
Some mage towers can even combine the power of dozens of mages to unleash ultimate magic comparable to forbidden spells, the elder said proudly.
Mage towers are the most powerful defensive weapons of the Dragonblood Great Wall. They shorten casting time, enhance magic power, and save mana.
They are of great significance to us mages.
Monray asked curiously, I heard mage towers are built with piles of gold coins? The elder smiled and nodded. That's right. Back then, I nearly spent half my fortune to build a mage tower. Ordinary mages can't afford such a luxury.
Monray shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'm destined to have no connection with mage towers in this lifetime.
It's better to use money to improve my own attributes and enhance my strength.
He completely gave up the idea of building a mage tower. After all, true power still depends on oneself.
You scared me. The elder laughed and scolded, "You're such a money grubber.
You've earned so much money, and you don't spend it on improving your strength.
What are you planning to do with it? Just admire it?
There are plenty of zeros on my money.
Card. Saving it isn't bad either." Mondray sneered.
At this moment, a soldier approached with a stern expression.
"Mage, you've been conscripted by the border army. Come with us."
Mondray was stunned for a moment and pointed at himself.
"Are you talking about me?"
"That's right," the soldier replied coldly.
"Sorry, I have other matters to attend to and can't go for now. My apologies." Mondray quickly waved his hand. "Do you dare defy the conscription order of the border army?" The soldier's face instantly turned cold. With the beast tide approaching, the border army has the right to conscript for defense. This is a right granted to us by the kingdom's law.
The ant tide is coming soon, and our fire dragon kingdom is on high alert.
Are you challenging the kingdom's law? Kingdom's law? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Mondray sneered.
"I'm only 15 and a half years old, not of conscription age, and not within the conscription
range. What did you say? Not 15 yet?"
The soldier was shocked.
"You just cast a level 5 spell, Earth Dragon Technique, and you're not even 15? Are you kidding me? I can also cast a level 6 spell, Earth's Wrath, but the fact remains, I'm just 15. Mondray sneered and pulled out a magic badge. "I am a first-year student at Fire Dragon Magic Academy, protected by the kingdom's laws.
You have no right to forcibly conscript a student like me with no combat ability."
"A first-year student? A student with no combat ability?"
The soldier was itching to punch him.
"You're at least a level 4 mage, not much weaker than me, and you call it no combat ability? Unbelievable."
The soldier stared at the badge in Mondray's hand and saw that it was indeed the emblem of Fire Dragon Magic Academy, with a piece of Fire Dragon scale on it, signifying a first-year student. Third-year students were already protected by law, let alone first years.
Mondray truly couldn't be conscripted. "Well, I'll be on my way." Mondray waved his hand and left with the villagers. A dignified level 5 mage, and still a first-year student?
The soldier's face darkened.
What on earth is going on?
On the other side, Mondray led the villagers down the city wall and headed straight for the Magic Beast town. Unexpectedly, the once bustling town from a few hours
ago was now eerily deserted. The adventurers had all disappeared. The magic core merchants and fur traders were gone too. Even the shops were closed. The entire town looked like a ghost town.
"It seems the news of the ant tide has already spread."
Hades shook his head inside. "Everyone's been scared off by the news."
"No, I think it's the border army that scared them
off," Mondray retorted.
"The kingdom's laws are cruel to ordinary people, and it becomes evident during wars or beast tide outbreaks.
When there aren't enough soldiers, ordinary people become the reserve force. In severe situations, even strong individuals without noble titles are conscripted. When the army runs out of food, they have the right to requisition supplies from commoners. This means that once war breaks out, ordinary people not only have to be ready to go to the battlefield at any time but also provide food and supplies. In contrast, nobles with power and wealth neither have to serve in the army nor provide food. Instead, they enjoy the protection of the law and the military. The disparity in social treatment is staggering. This is a severely distorted feudal slave hybrid society. 99% of the population can't access even 1% of the resources, yet they bear all the burdens. Distorted? That word is too mild. Cruelty, that's the real truth. A flame ignited in Mondray's chest. He knew he wasn't just an ordinary person. Mondray wasn't a savior, nor was he a goody two-shoes who worried about the world's woes and rejoiced in its happiness. His goal had always been singular: to live better, to live freely, to live a life of excitement and freedom. But at this moment, Mondray felt deeply unsettled. Why was this world dominated by a bunch of freeloading dragons? Why were humans relegated to being their vassals, bullied at will? Just wait and see. This damned world. One day, I will change the sky and replace this land. If that doesn't work, then I'll shatter this sky and crush this land. I'll bring true light to this world. Brat, what are you thinking about? Old man's voice suddenly pulled Mondray out of his thoughts. He looked around at the desolate town and said softly, "When the nation prospers, the people suffer. When the nation falls, the people suffer all the same." I finally understand the meaning of this saying. When the nation prospers,
the people suffer. When the nation falls, the people suffer all the same.
The old man
Repeated the words in a low voice, then fell silent, his eyes filled with shock and contemplation. After a long while, he sighed, "It's not easy for you to see this clearly."
Old Dean, you understand too? Man Ray raised an eyebrow.
You're a saint-level powerhouse, born into nobility, and yet you understand people like us.
Man Ray, you're mistaken.
The old man shook his head.
Gently. Though I was born into nobility, that doesn't mean I don't understand the hardships of the common people. Do you know? My father was human, and he was a slave. Man Ray was stunned. He truly hadn't known this. Back then, my father was sent to my mother as a slave by the family.
Fortunately, he met a kind-hearted mother. The old man's gaze softened as he fell into
reminiscence.
Though my mother was a noble lady, she treated my father very well, like family, and even taught him how to cultivate.
And then? Man Ray pressed. My father was a genius.
The old man proudly said, in just a few years, his battle energy cultivation succeeded, and he became the youngest level 9 warrior in the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
10 years later, he even advanced to a saint-level powerhouse. That amazing? Man Ray blinked in surprise.
Of course. My father's battle energy talent was rare, and my sister inherited his talent, breaking through to saint level.
At the age of 70. Naturally, I'm not bad either.
The old man chuckled lightly.
I'm telling you this to let you know that I have the blood of both humans and slaves in me. I understand the suffering of the common people better than you. Headmaster, it seems I know too little about you. Man Ray shook his head with a wry smile. Tell me more about your legendary stories in the future. 3 saint-level powerhouses in one family, truly impressive. Enough, stop flattering me.
The old man waved his hand.
If you have time to flatter, you'd better focus on your cultivation.
Become a saint-level powerhouse as soon as possible and restore the glory of the Crocker family.
The Crocker family? I'm afraid you won't live to see it. In the future, there will
only be the Mon family, the Mon kingdom, and the Mon empire.
Man Ray laughed heartily as he led the villagers out of the small town. Man Ray, where are we going now? Beast Town is unsafe. Once the soldiers leave, the villagers could easily be conscripted. We need to find a hidden place. Man Ray controlled the magic carpet and quickly found a remote canyon. It was rarely visited,
had abundant water sources, and was perfect for settling the villagers.
Everyone, bear with it for a while.
Captain Hades, elder village chief, here are 50 tents I just bought, along with food and meat, enough for 3 days.
Stay here with peace of mind. With Teddy guarding, there's no safety issue. Once the ant tide passes, I'll come back to take you home. Man Ray, thank you. After arranging for the villagers, Man Ray left the canyon and flew toward the Dragonblood Great Wall. He wasn't going to help the border army but to find the ant tide. Others feared the ant tide. Man Ray, however, did not. What others saw as a destructive force, Man Ray saw as an opportunity to make a fortune. Think about it, swarms of magical beasts. It was practically a moving gold mine.
Plus, there would be plenty of dropped treasures and items to collect. Where else could you find such a great chance to get rich and grow stronger?
The ant tide is here. Prepare for battle. The ant tide is here.
As soon as Man Ray stepped onto the city wall, piercing alarms and panicked shouts echoed across the Dragonblood Great Wall. Among the crowd, squads
of armored, well-equipped soldiers rushed to the walls, ready for battle.
Mages, archers, crossbowmen, and gunners quickly took their positions, prepared to fire at any moment.
The ant tide is here?
Man Ray rode his magic carpet to hover above the wall, looking toward the direction of the beast forest. He saw a vast cloud of yellow dust rising on the horizon.
But he couldn't
see any ants or magical beasts, only the swirling dust.
Is it really the ant tide? Man Ray widened his eyes. Yes, it's the ant tide.
The old man's face was grave.
In less than a day,
the ant tide has surged out of the beast forest.
This time, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant tide is unprecedented. Is it serious? Man Ray's body trembled. Not just serious. The old man's
voice was heavy.
In the past, ant tides took at least 3 days to emerge from the forest. This time, it's less than a day. Can you imagine how terrifying it is? Does that mean the magical beasts in the beast forest have almost been devoured? Man Ray gasped. With such a massive ant tide, can the Dragonblood Great Wall hold? If it can hold, we'll hold. If it can't, we'll fight to the death. The old man said firmly. The Dragonblood Great Wall is the last line of defense. If the ant tide breaks through, the entire fire dragon kingdom will face annihilation.
The wealthy nobles can escape, but the ones who will suffer are the common people. They won't even have time to flee.
I understand. Monray nodded silently.
The yellow dust grew closer and closer, moving at an incredible speed, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. The ground began to tremble, as if thousands of horses were galloping.
Rumble, the tremors
grew more intense, and the sound shook the heavens. Finally, amidst the swirling dust, the ferocious red figures of ants emerged.
The dense swarm of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants surged
forward like waves, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, with yellow dust flying everywhere. Their bodies were as large as calves, their exoskeletons as red as blood, and their sharp,
side-like mandibles and 6 ferocious legs were terrifying.
These were the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, magical beasts that struck fear into all who heard of them.
They're here. The ant tide has finally arrived. Prepare to face the enemy.
The sound of horns shook the heavens. Soldiers gripped their giant swords tightly, mages clenched their staffs, and archers drew their
bows and nocked their arrows.
Everyone's expressions were solemn, so tense they could barely breathe. They had all experienced beast tides before, but this was the first time facing an ant tide.
Could they hold it back?
On a 10-meter high tower, Marquis Gould stared at the surging wave of ants, his face ashen.
How much longer until the Dragon Legion arrives? Reporting to the Marquis, 3 more hours. 3 hours, that's enough.
Marquis Gould drew his long sword. Pass the order, all troops prepare their weapons and act on my command.
Yes, sir. On the other side, Monray was also preparing nervously. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming.
Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are level 6 magical beasts, and only level 7 magic can instantly kill them.
But level 7 magic consumes a massive amount of energy and can't be used continuously. If that's the case, there's only one way.
Having made up his mind, Monray rode his magic carpet and stopped a few hundred meters in front of the Dragonblood Great Wall.
What is that guy doing? Why is he going out there alone?
Monray's actions left the soldiers around him stunned, all of them
bewildered. Who is that fool, and why is he acting on his own? Marquis Gould demanded angrily.
Our reporting to the Marquis, we don't know him, a personal guard stammered.
He's not part of the border army. He might be a mage who came to help on his own. Came to help on his own? Marquis Gould's face darkened. Call him back immediately. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Yes, Marquis.
The personal guard responded and was about to use a magic loudspeaker to call Monray back when the ground in front suddenly began to shake violently.
The
next moment, the earth split open with a massive crack, which rapidly expanded. Accompanied by deafening explosions, a canyon several hundred meters wide appeared in front of the Dragonblood
Great Wall. This is level 8 magic earth smite. My god, he's a level 8 archmage. The mages in the mage tower exclaimed in unison.
Mages were already rare, and level 8 archmages
were even rarer. There were only a few in the entire border army, and now one had suddenly appeared? Is this guy really a level 8 archmage?
As a level 9 warrior, Marquis Gould had a sharp
eye.
He stared at the canyon Monray had created, his face showing shock, followed by doubt.
What's the use of digging a canyon? Does he think this will stop the ant tide? What a fool's dream.
Whether it was a fool's dream or not, no one knew, but Monray continued digging. Using the level 8 magic earth smite, he extended the canyon further and further.
In no time, a canyon
several kilometers long and 100 meters wide appeared, like a small snake lying at the foot of the Dragonblood Great Wall. It seemed insignificant but showcased the immense power of a level
8 archmage. Ha! Monray exhaled deeply.
Level 8 magic consumed an enormous amount of mana, 100,000 mana points in total.
He would have to replenish it from the ant tide. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At that moment, the vanguard of the ant tide finally reached the edge of the canyon.
Without hesitation, they leaped down.
With a rustling sound, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants
poured into the canyon.
At this rate, the canyon Monray had painstakingly dug would soon be filled, and all his efforts might be in vain. A futile and childish trick.
Marquis Gould snorted coldly.
His strength is decent, but his brain is lacking. This kind of trench is useless against a tide of ants, they'll cross it effortlessly.
The mages also shook their heads and sighed. At
this moment, Monray began to move again. He lightly parted his lips, chanting an ancient and incomprehensible incantation. His voice was soft, yet it resonated like an ancient hymn, echoing
clearly in everyone's ears. This is. Marquis Gould's entire body trembled. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Within a radius of several hundred meters, fire elements gathered violently.
A massive fireball, radiating white light, appeared in the sky.
As an enormous amount of fire elements poured in, the fireball rapidly expanded. Within a few breaths, a small sun over 100 meters in
diameter had formed. What is this? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Sea of flames, descend. Mon Ray roared, boom.
100-meter fireball suddenly descended from the sky, plunging straight
into the canyon.
Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the several-kilometer-long canyon instantly erupted with dazzling fire serpents.
Boom! The canyon was engulfed in raging flames, the fire
soaring over 10 meters high, crackling and roaring. Countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that had jumped into the canyon were instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, the wide canyon turned into a sea of fire, with walls of flame towering over 10 meters high, forming an impenetrable barrier that kept the ant tide at bay. Anything that approached was instantly annihilated.
The ant tide was blocked and began to hesitate. Is this the 7th level magic, Sea of Fire and Purgatory?
Inside the mage tower, all the fire mages were stunned.
Judging by the fireball's performance, it was indeed the 7th level magic Sea of Fire and Purgatory, but how could it be so powerful? 100-meter diameter? White flames? Is this really Sea of Fire and Purgatory? A dual-element earth and fire Grand Magister. Marquis Gould squinted slightly. And, did I hear wrong?
That magic incantation just now was in Dragon Tongue.
He actually knows Dragon Tongue. Magic. How is that possible?
Everyone else was dumbfounded, except for Mon Ray, who was feeling irritated because the system's notification sound kept ringing in his head.
Ding. Killed.
One bloodthirsty iron crystal ant, gained 10,380 gold coins.
Ding.
Killed one bloodthirsty iron crystal ant, gained 11,029 gold coins.
Ding. Killed one bloodthirsty iron crystal ant, gained 10,853 gold coins. Ding. System, can you turn off the notification sound? Mon Ray shook his head, on the verge of collapse. Understood, host. The notification sound immediately disappeared. Finally, peace.
Mon Ray breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to his personal attribute panel, where the Yi Wealth number was constantly jumping. At the same time, physique and spirit were steadily increasing.
Host, Mon Ray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, wealth,
16,729,428 gold coins. Physique, level 8 warrior, 331, 456/1000000. Spirit, level 8.
Magister, 249, 518/1000000. Magic power, level 8 Magister, 2648/1000000. Awesome. Watching his wealth value continuously rise, Mon Ray felt elated. Each bloodthirsty iron crystal ant was
worth about 10,000 gold coins, and he had just killed hundreds in an instant. Millions of gold coins directly credited to his account.
It was like robbing a bank. What was even more
exciting was that the ant tide was still surging endlessly, showing no signs of stopping.
These creatures were truly relentless.
They were like moving mountains of gold.
If he could wipe them all out, how much money would he have? Mon Ray's eyes practically sparkled. Kill them. Kill them all. They're all money. System, refill my magic power. He waved his hand with determination.
Normally, he was quite frugal, saving every penny, but now was not the time to be stingy.
If someone else snatched the ant tide, it would be a huge loss. Understood, host. In an instant,
his wealth shrank by nearly 10 million, but his magic power surged to 1 million, almost maxing out.
Mon Ray took a deep breath, feeling the surging magic power within him. It was as if he
were on a high, his spirits soaring.
Gold mountains, here I come. Ha ha ha.
Mon Ray looked up at the approaching ant tide and was surprised to find that these creatures had changed their route,
scattering to both sides.
The Dragonblood Great Wall stretched for thousands of kilometers, but the canyon and firewall were only a few kilometers wide.
The ant tide, instead of charging head-on, cleverly bypassed from both sides. They even know how to avoid it. Impressive, impressive. Mon Ray rode his magic carpet to one side and cast the 8th level magic Earth's power. A canyon suddenly appeared, blocking the ant tide's path. Crash!
The ant tide, unaware of the flames, jumped into the canyon without hesitation.
Seeing this, Mon Ray immediately chanted an ancient and complex incantation.
The sound of dragon tongue magic thundered through the air. Marquis Gould squinted and muttered under his breath, "It really is Dragon Tongue magic.
This guy truly knows Dragon Tongue magic. Here it comes again. Another massive fireball. Someone tell me, is this really the 7th level magic, Sea of Fire and Purgatory? Boom! A milky white fireball, with a diameter of 100 meters, descended from the sky, roaring thunderously. Flames shot straight into the clouds, and countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants perished miserably. Ding! 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 The gold coins kept soaring. Haha, that's it. Keep rising, rise to your heart's content. Mon Ray laughed uproariously, his mouth stretching to his ears. The soldiers on the city wall looked utterly confused. That guy is laughing like a fool. So many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants died, are you secretly rejoicing? Of course not, there's no time for secret joy. Strong, but a bit lacking in brains. Keep it up. Boom! 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 What followed became entirely Mon Ray's solo performance.
He continuously unleashed Earth Force and Sea of Flames, madly hurling
them toward the front of the Dragonblood Great Wall. Explosions echoed one after another. The canyon was torn apart. Fireballs fell in succession. Large swathes of the ant tide were instantly reduced to ashes. Countless ants died tragically on the spot. This is what it feels like to eliminate the enemy in an instant. This is the art of explosions. Wherever the ant tide went, Mon Ray followed, single-handedly forcing the ant tide to stay outside the Dragonblood Great Wall.
The 100-meter-wide Sea of Fire became a natural barrier, standing between the Dragonblood
Great Wall and the ant tide. No matter how frenzied the ant tide was, it couldn't break through this wall of fire. This scene left everyone on the Dragonblood Great Wall dumbfounded. They stared at Mon Ray, with only one thought in their minds: is this guy even human? He actually held off the entire ant tide army by himself. Yes, an 8th level Magister is indeed powerful. With a wave of their hand, they can cause landslides and ground fissures. With a snap of their fingers, they can shape forests. But they are still human. They get tired, their magic depletes, their spirits exhaust, and their bodies wear out. But Mon Ray?
After casting Earth Force and Sea of Flames several times in a row, not only did his magic not decrease, but he seemed to grow stronger. More excited, and more energized the more he fought. This defies all logic. Although dragon language magic is efficient and powerful, no one has ever seen a dragon language magician with such boundless energy. Even Marquis Gould began to doubt reality. Such a vast magic reserve, probably even a dragon can't compare. In fact, it wasn't just them, even the old man who knew Mon Ray best was shocked. The old man knew Mon Ray had abundant magic reserves and loved using big moves to crush enemies. But this reserve was just too exaggerated.
The old man couldn't help but complain, "You've only been an 8th level Magister for less than a week, so how can you cast so many 8th level spells? How are you doing this?" Mon Ray smiled and said, "Old Dean, I have an artifact specifically for storing magic power. Do you believe me?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" The old man smirked and said, "You already have 2 artifacts on you, having a few more wouldn't be surprising. Sigh, it really makes one both envious and jealous. If I still had a physical body, if I could leave the god-slaying spear, even if you're my junior, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you, dissect your body, and see what secrets you're hiding. Ha, but unfortunately, there's no if." Mon Ray laughed smugly. "However, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely help you break free and clear your name." "Bah! Why does it sound so awkward coming from your mouth? When have I ever been unclear?" The old man rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Ha ha ha." Mon Ray laughed as he continued to kill enemies, but suddenly noticed that the ant tide was no longer dispersing and had stopped in place. Then, like a receding tide, they began retreating in an orderly and systematic manner, showing no intention of continuing the fight. "What's going on?" Mon Ray was stunned. "Are they retreating? Clearly, they're scared of you." The old man chuckled and said, "Or rather, the Ant Emperor is terrified of you. It knows it can't beat you and is preparing to retreat, regroup, and come back stronger later." "The Ant Emperor?" Mon Ray pondered. "Ant type magical beasts are a special kind of social creature, with clear hierarchies, distinct roles, and seamless cooperation." The old man explained, "And the Ant Emperor is their king, the command center of the entire ant colony, controlling everyone's actions. Losing so many subordinates in such a short time must have infuriated the Ant Emperor. So that's how it is." Mon Ray suddenly understood. "Will they come back?" "Hard to say, might come, might not." "Uncertain? How is that acceptable?" Monray shouted anxiously, System. Quick! Help me exchange. Exchange 1 million points each. For magic power and mental strength. Swish 20 million gold coins vanished in an instant. *PS, the queen ant is only responsible for laying eggs, not commanding. Ordinary ants don't have an ant emperor either. I just made up the ant emperor, so don't mind me. A single bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is worth about 10,000 gold coins. 10 are worth 100,000 gold coins. 100 are worth 1 million gold coins. 1,000 are worth 10 million gold coins. Just now, Monray burned through a large batch of iron crystal ants, causing his wealth to skyrocket. After deducting the magic power replenishment costs, his total wealth has already surpassed 40 million. 40 million gold coins. Even those big landlords don't have that much money. You can imagine how wealthy Monray is now. However, in that instant, 20 million was gone. Boom! At the same time, an indescribable terrifying aura erupted from Monray, sending out waves of intense shockwaves that swept through everything around him. The wind surged, his robes fluttered. Monray stood proudly in midair, his eyes shimmering like stars, deep as black holes, seemingly containing infinite wisdom, mesmerizing anyone who looked into them. This is. The soldiers on the city wall were stunned as if they'd seen a ghost. Did he break through? Did he really break through? A level 9 Grand Magus? Oh my god, I actually witnessed the birth of a level 9 Grand Magus with my own eyes? You brat, you broke through again? The old man beside him was also shocked. You just broke through to level 8 less than a week ago, and now you've advanced again? Yes, I broke through again, Monray muttered to himself, his eyes somewhat dazed. At this moment, he felt the world before him had completely changed. It was no longer just colorful, there seemed to be something more. The drifting clouds, the gentle breeze, the solid earth, the swaying grass. Everything looked entirely different from before. Even the magical elements floating in the air were no longer aimlessly drifting but moving in an orderly pattern, according to some kind of law. Are you seeing something different? The old man's deep voice came through. Although shocked by Monray's rapid advancement, he quickly calmed down. Yes, Monray answered honestly. Good that you see it. The old man's expression was complex. Your mental strength has already reached level 9. You can see through the surface of things and understand the laws behind their operation, which is the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth? Monray's body trembled. The rules that all things in the world follow, the laws of nature, this is the power of heaven and earth. The old man sighed. Simply put, at this level, you no longer just mechanically chant magic spells or simply manipulate elements. Instead, you must understand the laws of magical elements, guide them along their flow, and control them. For example, how to use the least mental strength to manipulate the most magical elements in the shortest time, how to align with the flow of elements to maximize their power, how to break free from the magical frameworks of your predecessors and create your own unique magic. This is the path you must take next. In other words, you must learn to master the power of heaven and earth. Master the power of heaven and earth? Monray fell into deep thought. When you have a deep understanding of the power of heaven and earth and touch the deeper rules, the path to the sanctuary will naturally open. The old man sighed slowly. Keep it up, you brat. You're even more incredible than I imagined. Sigh, outstanding people always make me feel like I've lived too ordinarily. The old man felt conflicted. He had thought Monray would need a few years to settle before becoming a level 9 Grand Magus. He never expected Monray to reach it so quickly, so unbelievably quickly. From level 8 to level 9 in just 1 week. Is this even human? No, absolutely not. This is a freak, a monster. Not even 16 years old and already a level 9 Grand Magus. If this isn't a monster, then what is? The old man was utterly shocked by this speed. He muttered complaints, you brat, next time you break through, give me a heads up so I can mentally prepare. Otherwise, you'll scare me into a heart attack sooner or later. Old Dean, you're now a soul body, how could you get a heart attack? He. Monray laughed, his gaze involuntarily falling on the attribute panel, and he was instantly shocked. Host * Monray race * human. Fire Dragon Bloodline, Flame Demon Bloodline, Physique * Level 8 Warrior, 361, 456/10000000, Spirit * Level 9 Grand Magister, 1250, 162/1000000000, Magic Power * Level 9 Grand. Magister, 1031-539/10000000000. Spirit power asterisk 250,000 plus 1 million is equal to 1,250,000. That's right. Magic power asterisk 30,000 plus 1 million is equal to 1,030,000. Also correct. But what is that 1 billion? At the end? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a billion. A billion. Monray's eyes widened. A billion? The attribute cap for a level 9 Grand Magister is actually a billion? Is this a joke? He clutched his chest, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. Originally, he thought that with the system's advantage, he could go on a rampage hunting magical beasts and achieve the sanctuary level in no time. At the fastest, 1 or 2 months, at the slowest, a year or so. But now, he suddenly felt that the sanctuary level was as far away as several galaxies. Completely hopeless. An attribute cap of a billion means he needs to accumulate 10 billion gold coins to break through the limit and step into the sanctuary level. 10 billion. 10 billion. He probably wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Monray almost cried. He had just made a fortune from the Ant Tide and conveniently broke through to become a level 9 Grand Magister. He had barely been happy for a moment before reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. Why? Why does it only take 10 million to break through to level 9, but a whole 1,000 times more to break through to the sanctuary level? What the hell is going on? Brat, what's wrong? Why are you crying? The old man looked at Monray's strange expression and asked in confusion, isn't it just leveling up to a level 9 Grand Magister? Is there a need to be so emotional? I wasn't even this excited when I broke through to the sanctuary level back in the day. Excited my ass. Monray couldn't help but curse. I've been completely screwed over, you know that? Lost my job, my wife ran away, who the hell am I supposed to complain to? The old man was stunned. Brat, have you gone mad? I'm not mad, I'm just scared of being poor. Monray was on the verge of tears. I urgently need a huge sum of money. 10 billion? Where am I supposed to get that much money? Monray's eyes lit up as he stared at the retreating Ant Tide. Without another word, he charged out like a madman, heading straight above the Ant Tide. I'm so desperate. Don't blame me. Monray raised both hands high, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Fire elements within a radius of several kilometers frantically converged. Boom! 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 Asterisk asterisk 1, 2, 3. Under the shocked gazes of countless soldiers, 10 blazing suns suddenly appeared in the sky. They were enormous, dazzling, and scorching, even making the blazing sun in the sky pale in comparison. Level 9 magic. It's level 9 magic heavenly fire meteor. Hiss! The soldiers on the city wall gasped, watching as the 10 flaming suns streaked across the sky like meteors, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! 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 Asterisk asterisk. The explosions were earth-shattering, and 10 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, instantly merging into an even larger mushroom cloud. The land in front of the Great Wall was engulfed in raging flames, turning into a sea of fire within a radius of several kilometers. Sizzle! 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 Asterisk asterisk. All the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were instantly reduced to ashes in the flames, leaving no trace behind. Today, no one escapes. Level 8 magic earthquake and mountain shatter, with one heavenly fire meteor, the area within several kilometers turned into a sea of fire, and the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were obliterated. Ding! 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 Asterisk asterisk. The wealth value skyrocketed, instantly increasing by tens of millions of gold coins. But Monray had no time to celebrate. He scanned the edge of the sea of fire and continued casting magic. Level 8 magic earthquake and mountain shatter, rumble. The ground on the eastern side of the sea of fire suddenly shook violently. One side rose while the other sank, forming a steep slope that pushed the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants into the sea of fire, turning them into ashes. Monray swiftly appeared in the north, unleashing another earth-shaking attack, burning countless iron crystal ants to death. Then he moved to the west, then the south, circling the sea of fire and forcing all the surrounding ant swarms into the flames. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the ant swarms were completely eradicated. Is this the power of a level 9 Grand Magus? The soldiers on the city walls were stunned, staring at the retreating ant swarms and Monray, who hovered high in the air, speechless for a long time. A level 9 Grand Magus. Is this terrifying? Marquis Gould gripped his giant sword tightly, his expression complex. As a powerful level 9 warrior, he was well aware that the power of a level 9 Grand Magus far surpassed
That of a warrior of the same level, especially when casting forbidden spells, which could practically destroy the heavens and the earth.
But Man-Ray's strength was simply abnormal. His casting speed was astonishing. His magic reserves were abundant. His mental power was incredibly strong. Even the legendary Dragon-Tongue Grand Magus couldn't compare to him. This guy was a monster. Marquis Gould shook his head inside. But what puzzled him even more was that after repelling the ant swarms, Man-Ray didn't stop. Instead, he pursued them relentlessly, as if afraid they might escape, chasing them down with a crazed determination. What is he trying to do? Completely annihilate all the ant swarms?
The other officers and soldiers were equally baffled, but this question was destined to remain unanswered.
Meteor fire rain. Explosive fireballs. Sea of fire inferno.
The earth shook and the heavens roared.
Man-Ray bombarded the ants madly, and, amidst the continuous explosions, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants met their demise. Finally, the ant swarms were driven to desperation and began frantically digging holes, trying to escape underground. Man-Ray was furious. You're running? Where am I supposed to get 10 billion now? Enough, kid.
The old man beside him couldn't help but shout, the ant swarms are retreating. There's no need to keep killing.
Not enough. Far from enough. Man-Ray shook his head and cast Earthquake.
The ground within several kilometers boiled like a pot, compressing, colliding, and
deforming.
Screams echoed as another large batch of iron crystal ants, who had just burrowed underground, perished. Blood spurted from the ground, filling the air with a pungent stench.
I almost feel sorry for them.
The old man's mouth twitched.
Running into a monster like you, they're truly unlucky. How many iron crystal ants have you killed by yourself? Man-Ray ignored him and continued the pursuit.
But the ant swarms were too vast, and large numbers of iron crystal ants managed to burrow underground.
How many could he chase down alone? In the end, a significant portion of the iron crystal ants disappeared into the earth, vanishing without a trace.
The surface was left desolate, with only a scene of utter devastation remaining.
They escaped so fast. Man-Ray finally stopped, collapsing onto his magic carpet, panting heavily. The system could replenish his magic and mental power, but it couldn't restore his physical energy. He was utterly exhausted. You're one ruthless kid.
The old man shook his head, at a loss for words. Facing an army of countless ant swarms, Man-Ray alone had crushed them, leaving them in disarray.
With heavy casualties.
Not even the base of the Dragonblood Great Wall had been touched.
What terrible luck for the ants. In the history of beast tides, when had they ever suffered such a miserable defeat? Old Dean. Man-Ray looked toward the magic beast forest, still unsatisfied, and asked, do you think the ant swarms will come back?
They will. The old man nodded slowly. This ant swarm broke out of the magic beast forest within a day, and its scale was unprecedented. I believe they will definitely return. And when they do, it won't just be these bloodthirsty
iron crystal ants.
The scale will surely be larger, and the affected area will be even wider.
The scale will be even larger? Man-Ray's eyes lit up.
Of course. The old man's expression grew
heavy.
The ant swarm just now affected an area of less than 50 miles. It was just a scattered small detachment, not even 1% of the total.
This was just a small detachment? Man-Ray grew even more excited. In the history of large-scale ant swarms, haven't they always been overwhelming, stretching for thousands of miles?
The old man's voice was grave.
Endless. Covering mountains and plains, as vast as the ocean. Just looking at them fills people with despair. Even more, larger, and scarier? Man-Ray's eyes burned with flames of hope. Yes. The old man nodded, suddenly realizing something was off. He shouted at him, you brat, are you actually hoping for the ant swarms to return? Of course, cough, cough, of course not. Man-Ray shook his head like a rattledrum. The ant tide is bloody and brutal, killing countless lives. It's a nightmare for all living beings. I certainly don't want them to come back. Humph, at least you have some humanity.
The old man snorted coldly. At this moment, a crisp and high-pitched screech suddenly echoed from the distant horizon.
It sounded like a dragon's roar, a lion's growl, and an eagle's cry, piercing straight into the soul.
Man-Ray turned his head to look and saw a massive black cloud surging in from the distant sky, covering hundreds of miles.
But, with his sharp eyesight, Man-Ray quickly realized this was no ordinary black cloud, it was a swarm of giant birds. Let's call them giant birds for now.
They had the wings of dragons, the bodies of vultures, the heads of lions, and sharp claws and fangs.
They looked like a hybrid of dragons, vultures, and lions.
Each was over 10 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters.
And their numbers surpassed 100,000. Their momentum was even more terrifying than the ant tide earlier. Man-Ray was stunned. This is the Wyvern Legion. The old man
stroked his beard and smiled. The Wyvern Legion is the most elite force of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, composed of 100,000 wyverns. They are stationed in Wyvern Valley during peacetime and
only mobilized during wartime. 100,000 wyverns? Wyverns carry the bloodlines of both dragons and griffins. Once they reach adulthood, they rival 7th-level magical beasts. Their bodies
are smaller than dragons, but they are as fast as lightning, and their claws and teeth are as sharp as blades.
Even among 7th-level magical beasts, they are top tier. But what makes them
the strongest legion of the Fire Dragon Kingdom isn't just their strength.
It's also their high fertility, rapid growth, and high intelligence.
The old man explained with a smile. A female wyvern can produce 10 offspring in her lifetime. The young only need 30 years to mature, and their intelligence rivals that of humans.
No wonder. Man-Ray suddenly understood. There are
many types of draconic beasts, like raptors, ground dragons, dragon eagles, thorn dragons, dragon rhinos, dragon wolves, dragon turtles, gale wyverns, and red-armored ground dragons.
But only
wyverns possess the 3 advantages of high fertility, rapid growth, and high intelligence. Some draconic beasts are strong but incredibly stupid, some are intelligent but grow too slowly.
Others have both but cannot reproduce. So, even if other draconic beasts are powerful, they can't compare to wyverns. No matter how good their bloodline is, they can't gain the dragon's favor.
Some draconic beasts are even considered a disgrace by the dragons and are directly exiled, like the Silly Beast.
The Silly Beast is a particularly strange draconic beast. Although it carries the bloodline of the Golden Dragon, its strength is shockingly weak. It can't even defeat ordinary wild beasts. It looks adorable and has a mischievous and funny personality, making it an ideal pet.
But the dragons see it as a disgrace and have tried to exterminate it multiple times. However, the Silly Beast reproduces like pigs, making it impossible to eradicate.
In the
end, they had no choice but to exile it, making it an outlier among draconic beasts. Looking at the approaching Wyvern Legion in the sky, Man-Ray sighed. Wyverns are definitely the most powerful
draconic beasts. You're wrong.
The old man beside him shook his head with a smile.
The most successful draconic beasts are us, the Dragonmen. You're right. Man-Ray chuckled. How could I forget about the Dragonmen? Understandable.
Roar, roar, roar. As the Wyvern Legion drew closer, waves of powerful dragon auras converged, overwhelming the dragon blood great
wall. The Wyvern Legion is here. They've finally arrived. However,
normally, when the Wyvern Legion descended, all the soldiers would cheer, and the atmosphere would be lively.
But today, everyone's expressions were a bit odd. The ant tide has already retreated. This time, they really can't help. Even so, no one dared to say much. The Wyvern Legion was the elite of the elite, their strength and status far above the border army. Who would dare to speak out? Beat the drums and sound the horns to welcome the Wyvern Legion. Marquis Gould waved his hand and immediately gave the order. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Awoke! The Dragonblood Great Wall instantly resounded with deafening drumbeats and long, drawn-out horn calls. The sounds shook the heavens
and continued endlessly. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The 100,000 wyverns roared in unison upon hearing the signal, their voices rolling like thunder as they charged toward the wall.
This was the Wyvern Legion's show of force, both to display their strength and to steal the spotlight. Just as expected,
the ordinary soldiers were so terrified by the deafening roar that their ears buzzed.
Their vision blurred, their faces turned pale, and they were utterly panic-stricken. These bastards!
Marquis Gould was furious but powerless to stop it, helplessly watching as the soldiers dropped their weapons, covered their ears, and groaned in pain.
Enough!
A majestic voice rang out, and the Wyvern Legion ceased their roaring, parting to create a path.
Out flew a wyvern with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters, its size twice that of an ordinary bipedal wyvern.
Its body was pitch black like ink, its feathers sharp as steel needles, its neck long and slender like a
snake, exuding an overwhelming and majestic dragon aura.
This was none other than the supreme commander of the Wyvern Legion, the bipedal Wyvern King, Duke Nicholas Granger.
Duke Nicholas. Marquis Gould stepped forward, bowing deeply in an ancient noble gesture. Marquis Gould.
The bipedal Wyvern King flapped his wings and transformed into an elderly man with a gaunt face. wearing a luxurious robe, and responded with a casual wave. His gaze swept over the Dragonblood Great Wall and then to the chaotic scene outside, filled with confusion.
Marquis Gould, the ant. Tide was repelled by you?
Marquis Gould froze, unsure how to respond. The ant tide had indeed retreated, but it had little to do with the border army.
Marquis Gould, is there something you're not telling me?
Seeing Marquis Gould hesitate, the bipedal wyvern king frowned, puzzled. The ant tide retreated, but it wasn't because of us, Marquis Gould was about to explain when. Suddenly a bipedal wyvern landed, grabbed a fist-sized orb, and began eating it.
A magic core. A level 6 magic core. Absolutely delicious.
The wyvern's eyes lit up as it exclaimed loudly. Seeing this, the other wyverns also flew down to the ground one after another. The fire outside the city had already been extinguished, and even the wall of fire in the canyon was gradually fading as the fire magic dissipated.
With the elemental energy depleted, the flames finally burned out.
As the fire died down, countless bright red crystals were revealed across the mountains
and plains. These were the magic cores left behind by the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants.
Magic cores were the essence of their magic power, not easily reduced to ashes by fire, and were the
only treasures left from this ant tide. Magic cores. So many magic cores.
The bipedal wyverns were ecstatic, like hens discovering grains of rice, frantically scrambling and pecking at them. Usually, they only roost in the bipedal wyvern valley, feeding on bloody goats and black dogs.
When had they ever had access to so many high-grade magic cores? Not only were these cores exquisite delicacies, but they were also treasures that could significantly enhance their strength. The wyverns went wild. So many magic cores. The bipedal wyvern king's eyes gleamed as he observed the scene.
My children have traveled a long way and are starving.
Marquis Gould surely wouldn't mind letting them fill their bellies first, would he?
Of course not. Marquis. Gould shook his head slightly, though he secretly grumbled, across the entire fire dragon kingdom, if there's any subspecies of dragon that's the most gluttonous, the bipedal wyverns would
undoubtedly take second place. Who would dare claim first?
Every time there's a beast tide, don't you all act like starving ghosts, killing, looting, and devouring everything, leaving not even a
hair for others? Do you even need to ask? I knew Marquis Gould wouldn't refuse.
The bipedal wyvern king stroked his beard with a smile and loudly declared, "Children, this is Marquis Gould's
welcome gift to you. Enjoy it to your heart's content." Roar! Roar! Roar!
The bipedal wyverns roared in unison, their momentum shaking the heavens.
Daring to snatch my magic cores, courting death.
During the earlier bombardment, tens of thousands of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants under Monray's command had perished, leaving behind an equal number of magic cores.
A single
Level 6 magic core was worth tens of thousands, and the total value of all the cores could amount to billions.
Billions? How could he let this go? Monray was just figuring out how to collect
these magic cores when the scene before him made his face turn livid with rage. 100,000 bipedal wyverns were like starving beasts, frantically snatching the magic cores on the
ground as if these treasures rightfully belonged to them.
These damned creatures dare to steal my magic cores. Monray was furious, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint.
Don't act rashly. Ugly as they may be, these are nobles. Killing them would cause trouble.
An old man beside him quickly advised.
Nobles? Monray was baffled. These idiots? That's right. Nobles. The old man nodded repeatedly. They are not only nobles but also titled, and even have their own private territories. My goodness. Heaven is too partial, isn't it? Monray smiled bitterly, feeling utterly speechless. It was indeed true.
The Flying Dragon Legion was entirely composed of nobles. Because of this, the Flying Dragon Legion became the only special legion in the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom made up entirely of nobles, far surpassing other legions. This made the Flying Dragon Legion always adopt an arrogant attitude, naturally monopolizing all the spoils of war.
Kill, devour, plunder.
Their greedy nature, ugly faces, and arrogant demeanor were infamous. Worse still, they were not ashamed but proud of it, promoting such evil deeds and turning them into
plundering, devouring, and taking everything.
Other legions were furious but helpless. This time was no exception. Seeing the mountains of magic cores, the Flying Dragon Legion rushed forward.
Without hesitation, they flew up and swooped down, greedily snatching the magic cores on the ground.
In terms of greed and ferocity, they completely inherited the gluttony of dragons and the ruthlessness of vultures, even surpassing them. These guys are courting death. Monray roared, his voice shaking the heavens like thunder.
The next moment, a dazzling lightning ball descended
from the sky, smashing into the ground with a loud explosion, covering several miles around.
Crackle!
Violent electric currents surged wildly, striking countless bipedal flying dragons, causing them to convulse madly as if injected with stimulants, their feathers standing upright, and then collapsing in large numbers.
What's going on?
Everyone was stunned, watching the bipedal flying dragons enveloped in electric currents, collectively convulsing and twisting, unable to believe their eyes.
Who did this? The bipedal flying dragon king was furious, his eagle-like eyes
scanning the surroundings, flashing with killing intent, vowing to find the one who attacked his subordinates. At that moment, a magic carpet flew over, and a man stood proudly on it.
Such audacity!
How dare you touch my sons, courting death?
The bipedal flying dragon king roared in fury, letting out a deafening roar, and with a loud bang, he transformed into his dragon form,
and charged straight at Man Ray, determined to teach this insolent challenger a harsh lesson.
Nicholas Duke, Gould Marquis wanted to stop him, but it was too late. A shadow flashed, and the bipedal flying dragon king was already in front of Man Ray.
You lowly creature, die! The bipedal flying dragon king roared, his sharp claws gleaming coldly as they swiftly aimed for Man Ray's head,
moving so fast it dazzled the eyes. Damn it!
Gould Marquis was anxious, knowing the bipedal flying dragon king's strength was comparable to a level 9 magical beast, with speed like lightning, and claws incredibly sharp.
Could Man Ray withstand this sudden attack?
Man Ray was a level 9 Grand Mage, but it was well known that mages had fragile bodies.
If struck by those claws, he might be torn to shreds. If he dies here, Gould Marquis shuddered, not daring to imagine. Only those with dragon bloodlines could use dragon language magic.
In other words, Man Ray was a level
9 dragon language Grand Mage.
This identity carried immense weight, and if Man Ray died, no one could bear the consequences.
Boom! Just as the Marquis's heart tightened, the bipedal flying dragon king's claws reached Man Ray's head, but the expected gruesome scene did not occur.
A layer of diamond-like crystal and shield suddenly appeared on Man Ray's body, indestructible.
This was level 9 magic, Earth Guardian sacred armor. Bang!
The claws struck the shield, but instead of tearing it apart, it felt like hitting obsidian, causing a sharp pain.
How is this possible?
The bipedal flying dragon king retreated a few steps, his eyes filled with astonishment.
The speed of the attack was incredibly fast. How did Man Ray have time to cast this defensive magic? Was it instant casting? Good. What a show!
Man Ray withdrew the shield, glaring fiercely at the bipedal flying dragon king, his chest almost exploding with anger.
After being ambushed,
he decisively used the Earth Guardian sacred armor. This magic had extremely strong defense but consumed a whopping 800,000 magic power.
800,000, this equals wasting 8 million gold coins for nothing. 8 million gold coins, just gone like that. Man Ray was heartbroken. You made me lose 8 million for nothing, so I'll use your life to compensate. Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, striking the two-footed flying dragon king fiercely. Its feathers instantly exploded, turning into a porcupine appearance.
Electric currents ravaged its body, producing continuous explosive sounds.
However, the two-footed flying dragon king grew angrier with each strike, refusing to be knocked down.
Die! It flapped its
wings, creating a massive hurricane, and charged at Man Ray again.
Yet another thunderbolt struck down. Crack! Damn it! The two-footed flying dragon king's eyes turned bloodshot as it roared in fury, but what greeted it was another barrel-thick thunderbolt. Crack! Bastard! Crack! I'm so angry! Crack!
The thunderbolts poured down like rivers, unstoppable like a flood, one
after another, ceaselessly. The relentless thunderbolts struck with unstoppable force. Even the incredibly strong two-footed flying dragon king couldn't withstand this frenzied attack. Its skin cracked, its body turned charred black, and its former majesty was completely gone. How is this possible?
The soldiers on the city walls were all dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene
before them.
They had thought Man Ray was cornered by the two-footed flying dragon king, and even if he survived, he would suffer greatly. But the situation had completely reversed.
Man Ray was
unharmed, while the flying dragon king was beaten back step by step.
Could he really be a newly advanced level 9 Grand Magus? And so powerful right after breaking through? He turned out to be a lightning element Grand Magus. Marquis Gould was utterly shocked. Man Ray had already demonstrated dual-element magic talent in earth and fire, leaving people in awe. Who would have thought? He could also wield lightning element magic. Earth, fire, lightning, 3 magic elements. A level 9 Grand Magus with 3 elements. A child of the dragon god? This is too exaggerated. The city walls fell into a deathly silence, and the flying dragon army was completely stunned. They watched as the 2-footed flying dragon king was relentlessly attacked by Monray, unable to believe that this kingdom's duke, a powerful level 9 expert, was being so thoroughly beaten by one person. Shock, confusion, disbelief. But the facts were right in front of them, thunderbolts. As thick as barrels kept striking down, with less than a second between each strike, leaving the 2-footed flying dragon king no chance to catch its breath. If it wasn't being beaten by Monray, who else could it be? This guy was truly unlucky. The old man beside him couldn't help but sympathize with the flying dragon king. If it had encountered an ordinary level 9 Grand Magus, it would never have been so miserable. Unfortunately, it encountered Monray, a monster capable of instantly casting level 9 magic. Was there any chance of winning? Even if Monray didn't use his highest level magic, just relying on the level 7 spell Thunderlight was enough to leave it utterly defenseless. Monray, killing it won't bring any benefits and will only cause trouble. Let it go, the old man advised, shaking his head. Monray pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's right. After all, the 2-footed flying dragon king is a duke of the fire dragon kingdom. Killing it might be easy, but the consequences are beyond what I can bear. When you're not strong enough, you have to endure. Keeping a low profile and developing quietly is the right path. Forget it, I'll spare its life. Monray stopped the Thunderlight attack and let the 2-footed flying dragon king go. Lowly mongrel, die. After escaping, the flying dragon king showed no gratitude and roared as it charged at Monray. However, just as it reached Monray, a blade of lightning descended from the sky, instantly slicing through its left wing and severing it completely. Boom! The severed wing fell, blood splattered, and intense pain struck. The 2-footed flying dragon king screamed as it plummeted straight to the ground. You can escape death, but not punishment. I'll take your spatial ring as compensation for offending me, Monray said coldly, grabbing the spatial ring from the severed wing, casually tossing it aside like trash, and discarding the severed wing. The world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone watched in horror as Monray severed the flying dragon king's wing with a wave of his hand. This was too cruel. That was the mighty flying dragon king. This guy. Marquis Gould squinted, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Monray can easily defeat the 2-legged flying dragon king, but could he also defeat him? Just broke through and already this strong? It seems there's now another person stronger than me in this world. Sigh. Marquis Gould felt conflicted and waved his hand. To give orders, summon a few light magic users to come with me and check on Duke Nicholas's injuries. Yes, Marquis. The order has been given. Meanwhile, Monray put away the spatial ring of the 2-legged flying dragon king, landed lightly, and began effortlessly collecting the magic cores of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. His cultivation had reached a level where he could directly influence reality with his spiritual power, making it easy to retrieve items from the void. Wherever he passed, the magic cores within a radius of several hundred meters were swept clean, not a single one left behind. The demon is here? Run! The 2-legged flying dragons saw Monray approaching and panicked as if they had seen a ghost, desperately fleeing to avoid being instantly killed by him. The scene of Monray defeating the 2-legged flying dragon king was deeply imprinted in their minds, leaving them utterly terrified and unwilling to approach for a long time to come. Duke Nicholas, are you alright? Quickly, heal Duke Nicholas. Several light magic users exerted their full power, successfully reattaching the wings of the 2-legged flying dragon king and completely healing its injuries. However, this time, it didn't charge forward again. It was scared. That lightning sword blade had easily severed its wings, and its head could just as easily be cut off. It didn't dare to risk charging forward. Who could guarantee the lightning sword wouldn't strike it again? If it wanted to survive, it had to learn to retreat. Marquis Gould, who is that guy? I don't know either. You don't know? Isn't he part of your border army? No. Marquis Gould shook his head and explained Monray's background. After hearing the explanation, the 2-legged flying dragon king frowned deeply. A mysterious identity? Just broke through to level 9? And knows dragon language magic? No matter who he is, this grudge must be avenged. Monray moved quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, he had collected all the magic cores within a range of over 10 kilometers. Disappointingly, he only found 28,743 magic cores. Not even 3 billion gold coins?
Monray frowned, his gaze filled with anger.
If it weren't for those fools taking a portion, I could have definitely surpassed 3 billion. 3 billion!
Damn it, they stole tens of millions from me. I'll remember this debt. Someday, I'll wipe them out and dig out their magic cores to compensate.
He glared angrily at the dragon army before preparing to leave.
At this moment, Marquis Gould strode forward. Master Mage, please wait.
Monray had no goodwill toward the border army and ignored him, directly riding his magic flying carpet into the sky.
Marquis, this guy is too arrogant, one of the guards shouted angrily.
Humph. Marquis Gould's face darkened. After leaving the Dragonblood Great Wall, Monray didn't return to the valley where the villagers were temporarily staying.
Instead, he pondered a question: why wait for the ant tide to break out of the magical beast forest and then
passively resist, rather than taking the initiative to attack and directly charge into the ant tide? Without taking risks, how could one gain benefits? Besides, he had a magic flying carpet. What could the ant tide do to him?
Thinking of this, Monray's eyes lit up, and he decisively flew toward the magical beast forest. Old Dean, the magical beasts in the forest were eaten by the
ant tide. Does that mean there won't be any magical beasts in the forest for a long time?
While flying, Monray chatted with the old man. The old man was knowledgeable and experienced, and
chatting with him always brought new insights. Not at all.
The old man smiled mysteriously.
After every ant tide, the magical beasts in the forest not only don't disappear but actually increase. They will reclaim every corner of the forest and turn it into their paradise. What? Monray was puzzled. More? How is that possible? Didn't you say the magical beasts were eaten by the ant tide? Where would they come from? The ant tide is everywhere, how could they escape? They didn't escape, they were indeed eaten. But after the ant tide, more magical beasts will appear in the forest.
The old man stroked his beard, feigning mystery.
As for why, that's a secret of the magical beast race. A secret? Monray was stunned. Indeed. It's a secret. Only when you advance to the sanctuary level will you be qualified to know. By then, you will understand how vast this world is, and what you know now is just the tip of the iceberg. P.S. means chatting, rambling, idle talk without focus. Do you have to reach the Saint Domain to know the secret? Monray rolled his eyes.
He wasn't sure about the old man's words, but he didn't press
further. 100 billion gold coins might sound astronomical, but it's not unattainable. Monray believed he could definitely save up 100 billion, break through the 9th level limit, and become an invincible, supreme existence.
The Saint Domain was just a matter of time. He sped back to the outskirts of the magic beast forest. For now, there was no sign of the ant tide, but the further
he went in, the more apparent it became. The scale grew larger. The numbers increased.
At first, there were only scattered ant squads, but eventually, it turned into a rolling red ocean.
The ant
tide was like a flood breaking through a dam, rampaging through the magic beast forest, spreading to every corner. Wherever it passed, only bones and bloodstains remained.
Hiss hiss hiss.
A giant python over 30 meters long and as thick as a barrel twisted its body frantically, fleeing through the jungle.
Behind it was the overwhelming red ant tide. Monray recognized this python. It was the Thorn Forest Python, a 2nd-level magic beast.
When he first entered the magic beast forest, it was the first magic beast he encountered.
Back then, he was almost bitten to death by this Thorn Forest Python.
If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been done for.
But in just half a year, Monray no longer took it seriously. He could now kill it in one breath. What a huge change, he was no longer the same person.
Hiss hiss hiss. The Thorn Forest Python desperately fled for its life, but after all, it was just a 2nd-level magic beast.
It didn't take long before the ant tide caught up to it. It let out a piercing scream and then disappeared. The ant tide continued to sweep forward. The Thorn Forest Python was completely gone, devoured clean by the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, not even leaving a single bone behind. This was madness. Seeing all this, Monray couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The entire magic beast forest was probably overtaken by this scene. This is what happens when an ant tide erupts.
The old man sighed. This is only in the magic beast forest, where the ant tide is devouring
magic beasts. If they invade human territory, that's when it becomes truly tragic. I've seen it with my own eyes, over 1 billion people swallowed by the ant tide, disappearing overnight.
Thousands of miles turned into a dead zone. The devastation was horrifying.
That is a true disaster. Even though many years have passed, thinking about it still makes me shudder, as if it happened yesterday. Monray gasped, his back cold. Over 1 billion people gone in one night? The most terrifying thing about the ant tide is this. The old man's voice was heavy. They eat anything edible, whether it's magic beasts or humans. Anything they can devour, they consume. The ant tide is a disaster. A natural catastrophe that no one can stop. Monray nodded firmly. If it's a disaster, then I'll stop it. I don't believe the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are truly endless. If they are, then the 100 billion gold coins I've saved will finally have a purpose. 7th level magic, Inferno of Fire. Boom, a white fireball with a diameter of 100 meters descended from the sky, exploding at the center of the ant tide. Amid the deafening explosion, flames shot up into the sky, and within a radius of several miles, it instantly turned into a sea of fire. Crackle, a large number of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were burned to ashes. The center of the red ant tide instantly became a blank area. Asterisk ding. Ding. Ding, asterisk the wealth value skyrocketed. Not bad. Monray felt extremely satisfied. He immediately hurled another 100-meter white fireball toward the front of the ant tide. Boom boom boom, flames shot up, burning as if to consume everything. The sea of fire quickly engulfed that wave of the ant tide. Then, a series of boom 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 sounds came from the rear of the ant tide. Asterisk ding. Ding. Ding, asterisk dragon language magic is indeed powerful. Monray looked at the white flames burning on the ground, his face full of satisfaction. The 7th level dragon language magic not only cast quickly but was 2 to 3 times more powerful than ordinary magic, while consuming less than 60% of the usual magic power. The advantages were too obvious. Using less than 60% of the magic power to unleash 2 to 3 times the power, this was the difference between dragon language magic and ordinary magic. Dragons are inherently deeply connected to the elements, and dragon language magic naturally possesses extraordinary power. I have devoted my entire life to studying dragon language magic. The old man said this with a proud expression on his face. Before him, dragon language magic was exclusive to dragons, and only dragons could wield it. Not even Dragonkin could. It was thanks to his relentless research Amos Crook that the secrets of the dual elements of water and fire in dragon language magic were unveiled, making it no longer exclusive to dragons. One could say he made a monumental contribution to enabling Dragonkin to learn dragon language magic, becoming the founding master of Dragonkin mastering dragon language magic. Unfortunately, Dean, you can only use water and fire dragon language magic, Monray said, somewhat dissatisfied. If you could also use lightning, earth, and wood dragon language magic, that would be perfect. After all, you're so special, born with a natural talent for 4 elements. The old man sighed helplessly. I only have a talent for water and fire elements, so I can only study magic of these 2 elements. I can't learn the others at all. But what? Monray asked curiously. After me, over 20,000 years have passed. Dragon language magic must have advanced significantly. If you return to the academy, you should be able to learn lightning, earth, and wood dragon language magic, the old man suggested. Great idea. Monray's eyes lit up. After this ant tide is over, the new semester will start soon. I'll return to the academy and give it a try. I'm sure I'll have the chance to learn. Indeed. The old man nodded in approval. With such great talent, it would be a waste not to learn. Lightning, fire, earth, and wood 4-element talent, how enviable. Let's move on to the next place. Monray glanced at his wealth value, mounted the magic carpet, and flew toward the next area. In the magic beast forest, the ant tide surged like a flood. In less than half an hour, Monray found several swarms of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. His approach was simple: set them on fire. Burn the sky and the earth. Burn until the sun and moon lost their light. Burn everything to ashes. Burning as he searched, he discovered another ant tide. Though not large in scale, it stretched 7 or 8 kilometers and had a considerable number. Another fortune. Monray was in high spirits and prepared to use magic to incinerate this ant tide completely. But to his surprise, this ant tide wasn't frantically hunting as usual. Instead, it seemed to be desperately fleeing. What's going on with this ant tide? There's clearly a group of ironback lizards not far to the left. Why aren't they chasing them? Monray was puzzled. Indeed, very strange. The old man frowned. All the previous ant tides were desperately hunting,
but this group seems completely uninterested in prey. Wait! The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing to the center of the ant tide, he whispered, "Kid, look there." At the center of the ant tide, there seemed to be something unusual. This ant tide wasn't large, with only about 1 or 2,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, making it relatively small in scale. But strangely, they weren't frantically scavenging like other ant tides. Instead, they were desperately fleeing in one direction, completely ignoring the nearby ironback lizards. This abnormal behavior was highly suspicious. "Monray, look at the center of the ant tide." The center of the ant tide? Monray looked over in confusion. There didn't seem to be anything special, just bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Wait, what's that? It's too far to see clearly. Not clear. Monray controlled the magic carpet, quickly approaching the center of the ant tide. Before his eyes appeared a peculiar bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. This ant was very unique. It was only 1/10 the size of a regular bloodthirsty iron crystal ant, about the size of a small dog. Moreover, its entire body shimmered with golden light, and it had a pair of golden wings on its back, resembling butterfly wings, as if crafted from pure gold. The little creature was mixed within the massive ant tide, moving along with the swarm. The other bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were focused solely on running, completely ignoring Monray's presence, as if he didn't exist. But this odd one out was different. It noticed Monray above, its eyes like two red gemstones, filled with fear and anxiety, its expression surprisingly human-like. This little golden ant actually had its own consciousness. Monray's first thought was this: "Old Dean, is this also a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant?" Monray couldn't help but wonder if the Old Dean did not answer, only stared intently at the little golden ant, his gaze filled with shock, excitement, and disbelief, as if he had discovered an invaluable treasure. "Old Dean?" Monray called out impatiently. The old man seemed to wake from a dream, exhaling a long breath. He turned to look at Monray, his expression complex, a mix of envy, jealousy, and relief. "Old Dean, why are you looking at me like that?" Monray felt uneasy. "You brat, I seriously suspect you're the dragon god's illegitimate child. Your luck is just unbelievable." The old man sounded a bit exasperated. "First, the god-slaying spear, then the golden leaf, and now you encounter this little guy. I really don't understand why all the good things keep falling into your lap." Monray was dumbfounded. "Old Dean, are you saying this little guy is also a divine artifact?" "It's a living creature, how could it be a divine artifact?" The old man shook his head, but his tone suddenly changed. "Its value surpasses that of a divine artifact." "Not a divine artifact, but more valuable than one?" Monray grew more confused. "Old Dean, can you explain clearly? I'm completely lost. Do you know what this little guy actually is?" The old man pointed at the little golden ant. "No idea," Monray shook his head. "I told you before, the characteristic of ant-type magical beasts is their weak individual consciousness. All commands come from the Ant Emperor," the old man explained slowly. "If I'm not mistaken, this little guy is the Ant Emperor of this swarm of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants." "It's the Ant Emperor?" Monray's eyes widened as he shook his head repeatedly. "This little guy isn't even as strong as a level 5 magical beast. How could it possibly be the Ant Emperor?" "Old Dean, are you sure you're not mistaken? Ordinary bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are level 6 magical beasts. How could they obey a little ant weaker than a level 5 magical beast? That's ridiculous." The old man chuckled. "Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are the strongest and most ferocious among ant-type magical beasts. The Ant Emperor is at least a level 9 magical beast. This little guy is a level 9 magical beast?" Monray couldn't help but laugh. "The little golden ant's aura is so weak, it's not even as strong as the nearby soldier ants. How could it be a level 9 magical beast?" "It isn't a level 9 magical beast now, but that doesn't mean it can't become one." The old man smiled. "In this world, no creature is born strong or eternally invincible. Bloodline inheritance and the renewal of life, that is the rule." Monray frowned. "Old Dean, are you saying it's simple? This little guy may be weak now, but it is a newly born Ant Emperor." The old man's eyes sparkled. "Kid, do you know what this means?" Monray thought for a moment. "Old Dean, you're not suggesting I tame it, are you? You're not entirely clueless," the old man said excitedly. "Do you know how many people dream of taming the Ant Emperor of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? Once you control the Ant Emperor, it's equivalent to commanding a massive ant swarm army. The old man looked at Monray. You've already witnessed the power of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant swarm.
Imagine. If this swarm were entirely under your command, how terrifying would that be? Monray was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Monray exhaled deeply. That would truly be an unimaginable disaster. Exactly, a disaster. The old man said slowly. If it falls into the hands of a good person, the situation might still be manageable. But if it ends up in the hands of a
villain, the consequences would be unimaginable, rivers of blood, devastation everywhere.
Monray nodded silently, deeply agreeing.
Unfortunately, bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are subterranean
creatures and rarely appear on the surface. The Ant Emperor is even more hidden in the mysterious underground world. Capturing it is almost an impossible task. The old man sighed. In the
history of the Sky Continent, people have tamed all kinds of magical pets. Even powerful saint-level magical beasts can become mounts, but no one has ever successfully tamed the Ant Emperor.
Of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? Never? Monray asked in surprise. Never.
The old man answered firmly. That's really difficult.
Monray shook his head and sighed. Which is why you're incredibly lucky,
the old man said with a complicated expression.
Because right in front of you is a juvenile Ant Emperor. If you can tame it, you'll make history and become the first to succeed. Tame it?
Monray's throat went dry, and his heart began to race. If he could tame this little golden ant, he would have an army of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants.
An endless
swarm, powerful enough to destroy everything. Monray swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and began. He acted decisively, shooting lightning balls from his fingertips, instantly covering the
entire army of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants.
The crackling of electricity filled the air as the swarm was engulfed in a powerful electric shock, convulsing and collapsing one after another. Only the little golden ant remained in the center, trembling and staring at Monray in terror.
Ha ha, you're mine now.
Monray laughed as he jumped off his magic carpet, walked up to the little golden ant, and exclaimed, "It's hard to believe that this little guy controls the entire swarm." "Stop wasting time and set up the contract magic circle," the old man urged.
"Remember, this time it's a master-servant contract." Master-servant contract? Why? Monray was puzzled. When he tamed little Teddy before, the old man had insisted on using an equal contract. Why the change this time?
It's simple, the old man explained. It doesn't need to fight alongside you or coordinate with you. It just needs to absolutely obey your commands and be loyal to you.
Got it, Monray nodded.
He admitted the old man had a point. Since it was his army, it had to follow orders. To ensure obedience, a master-servant contract was undoubtedly the best choice.
He quickly made up his mind.
Buzz, the magic circle emitted colorful light, and a powerful force enveloped the little golden ant.
Squeak, 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 the little golden ant seemed to understand what was about to happen, its eyes filled with fear.
Suddenly, two golden beams shot out from its eyes, heading straight for Monray.
Boom! In the next moment, Monray's mind roared, and
the surrounding environment instantly changed. The towering ancient trees disappeared, and the lush shrubs were gone. In their place were skyscrapers, exquisite gardens, and green lawns, the very place Monray had dreamed of.
This is... Monray's body trembled.
A familiar voice reached his ears, "Kola, slow down, slow down." He turned his head to see his wife walking in the neighborhood
with their 2-year-old son.
His little son was wobbling ahead, running, while his wife followed closely behind.
"Kola, honey." Monray's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, a husky ran
toward them, scaring his son, who cried and ran into his mother's arms.
"Kola, don't be afraid, Mommy's here."
His wife held their son tightly, comforting him gently. Hearing her soft voice,
Monray could no longer suppress his emotions.
He walked quickly toward them, his longing surging like a flood. In the old man's eyes, Monray stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed, his gaze
vacant and utterly lost.
Suddenly, he waved his hand, dismissing the master-servant contract magic circle and replacing it with an equal contract circle.
"You brat, what are you doing?" the
old man asked in shock.
"Why change the circle at the last moment?"
But it was too late. 2 drops of blood quickly appeared in the center of the magic circle, merged into one, and then split into 2 streams, entering the foreheads of Monray and the little golden ant respectively. Buzz, the contract was established, and the magic circle disappeared.
The surrounding scenery instantly changed. The skyscrapers vanished, and his wife and son were gone. He was back in the beast forest. "Kola, honey, Where are you? Monray desperately lunged forward, but he couldn't grasp anything. You brat, what on earth are you doing? The old man's voice rang out. Everything was fine, why switch to an equal contract? Monray's body trembled. He looked around, then at the old man, muttering, what happened to me? What just happened? I understand now.
The old man furrowed his brows, his face filled with regret.
It's all my fault. I should have thought of this earlier. Headmaster, what exactly happened? Monray shook his head, feeling a bit of pain. It's all its scheme.
The old man pointed at the little golden ant on the ground.
It? Monray
looked at the little golden ant and found it weak, like a deflated balloon, its head drooping, its eyes hollow, as if it had been drained of all its strength.
Drained? Monray frowned. How could this happen? You brat, it attacked you. The old man sighed. When you suddenly changed the contract circle, I thought it was just a whim. It seems you've been hit by this little one's mental attack and were controlled by it. Controlled by it? Monray's whole body trembled.
Recalling the scene just now, it felt so real, completely lifelike.
Was I really hit by its mental attack? The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant's queen is a non-elemental magical beast. If it must be classified, it belongs to both strength and mental attributes.
The old man looked complicated. Its strength is astonishing. The power of an adult queen can rival that of a saint-level magical beast.
But the most terrifying thing is still its mental attack, which is mental magic. Mental magic? Monray frowned.
Mental magic is extremely rare and not included in the conventional 10 magic systems, but it does exist.
The old man explained, it's a type of magic that attacks the soul. Ordinary defenses are completely ineffective, leaving you defenseless. The old man looked at Monray and said, just like earlier, you were momentarily dazed and fell victim to its mental attack without even realizing it. That terrifying? Monray stared at the little golden ant on the ground. Far more than terrifying. The old man sighed. This little one has just been born, so its mental attack is still weak.
If you were facing an adult queen, that moment earlier would have been enough to shatter your soul and kill you instantly.
Hiss. Monray felt a chill down his spine. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant queen is renowned for its mental attacks.
Even a newborn like this little one can easily catch a level 9 Grand Magister like you off
guard. Imagine how terrifying it would be as an adult.
The old man shook his head and said, that's precisely why I had you form a master-servant contract with it, to make it easier to control.
In the future. Who would have thought? But it's fine now. With the equal contract signed, it stands on equal footing with you, life and death intertwined, and it can also bring you great help. This little one is actually that powerful? Monray was speechless. Squeak squeak, the little golden ant, slightly recovered, looked up at Monray, its ruby-like eyes sparkling. A complex emotion flashed in its gaze: helplessness, unwillingness, resignation, and a hint of closeness. It clearly understood that after signing the equal contract, it and this completely unfamiliar human before it would become the closest of partners, transcending racial boundaries, transcending blood ties, transcending enmity. From now on, they would help each other and share life and death. You little one, you actually dared to use mental attacks on me. Monray squatted down, looking at the immature little golden ant with a complicated expression. What had just happened made him somewhat dislike this prickly little creature. Squeak squeak, the little golden ant chirped twice, stretched its head to nuzzle Monray's hand. Therefore, the two races are equally powerful, both being dominant underground species. However, they are natural enemies. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are vast in number, occupying large territories, while the abyssal demon spiders are fewer but specialize in hunting the iron crystal ants. For thousands of years, the two races have clashed continuously, waging countless wars, each trying to eliminate the other once and for all. Unfortunately, their strengths are evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand until a month ago. The old ant emperor died naturally, and little Gold, not even 20 years old, was forced to ascend the throne. The abyssal demon spiders, upon hearing the news, seized this rare opportunity, and a decisive battle that would determine the fate of both races erupted. The result was self-evident: the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants suffered a crushing defeat, their lair was breached, and little Gold, barely seated on the throne, was driven out of the golden throne hall, fleeing underground in panic under the protection of a group of followers. Eventually, it encountered Monray. Monray and the old man exchanged glances, unsure of what to say.
Little Gold's fate was truly tragic. Just crowned as the Ant Emperor, it faced a catastrophic disaster, barely escaped, and almost became Monray's slave. To think that the dignified Ant Emperor had fallen to such a state, it was truly too difficult. Sigh, poor little guy. Little Gold, don't cry. Monray patted its head and comforted it. When we become stronger, we'll return underground together and seek justice for your people against the abyssal demon spiders. Ha. Little Gold knocked its shiny golden head firmly, its eyes filled with determination. It was the Ant Emperor, sworn to return to the underground world and reclaim its rightful throne. This was its mission. So, the most important thing for you now is to keep getting stronger, improve your abilities as soon as possible, and prepare for revenge. Monray encouraged. I understand. Little Gold replied resolutely. That's the spirit. Monray felt relieved seeing Little Gold recover from its despair. With Little Gold's issue resolved, it was time for him to continue hunting ant swarms and earning gold coins. Wait. Monray suddenly stopped, his heart tightening. Since Little Gold was the Ant Emperor, was it really appropriate for him to hunt its people so recklessly? No, wait. If Little Gold was the Ant Emperor, why should he hunt the ant swarms? Aren't they his army? Monray's eyes lit up. Hunt? Forget it. Killing them would mean losing an invincible ant army. Wouldn't it be better to keep them? They could accomplish so much more. With this thought, Monray excitedly asked, Little Gold, can you control the ant swarm army? The old man's eyes also lit up. If Little Gold could command the ant swarm army, this disaster could be easily resolved. But the answer disappointed them both. Little Gold shook its head. I just became the Ant Emperor, and my mental strength is still weak. Without the help of the clan's sacred artifact, I can only control a little over 2,000 ants at most. What? Monray and the old man were stunned. Without the sacred artifact, it could only control 2,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? That was way too few. Young ant emperors have very weak mental strength and cannot control large ant swarms. To solve this problem, the greatest ant emperor in our history specifically created the clan's sacred artifact, the bloodthirsty golden nest. Little Gold explained. With the help of the bloodthirsty golden nest, young ant emperors can indirectly control all ant swarms. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty golden nest is connected to the ant nest and cannot be taken away. So the bloodthirsty golden nest is still in the underground world? Monray patted his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Little Gold, this ant emperor is too much of a failure. Driven out of the nest, not only did you lose your lair, but you also lost the most important sacred artifact. The old man suddenly thought of something. Then the ant swarm in the magical beast forest is completely out of control? Yes. I can't control them, and they can't return underground. They can only wander on the surface. Little Gold sighed. They're doomed and will eventually be wiped out. Doomed? The old man's mouth twitched. It wasn't the ants that were doomed, it was everyone else. An out-of-control ant swarm would have unimaginable consequences. Dean, what should we do now? Monray also realized the severity of the situation. The ant swarm is out of control and can't return underground. The old man's face turned grim. They're like headless flies, rampaging and devouring everything they can. Once they consume everything in the magical beast forest, they'll break out and spread to other areas. This ant swarm outbreak is now inevitable. The old man took a deep breath. Monray, this ant tide is completely different from before, more ferocious and terrifying than any previous one. You must be mentally prepared. I understand. Monray's heart tightened, and he looked apologetically at Little Gold. Little Gold, to protect everyone, I can only apologize to you. It's okay. Little Gold shook its head. Ordinary ants have short lifespans. Even if they aren't killed, they will naturally die before I grow up. That puts my mind at ease. Monray let out a sigh of relief. As long as Little Gold didn't blame him, things would be much easier. Let's go, Little Gold. We're going to to the next place. Wait for me. Little Gold hurriedly crawled to the corpse of a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and did something that shocked both Monray and the old man. Its two golden antennae suddenly radiated golden light, waves of light spreading out and covering a 100-meter radius. Then, a miracle happened. The corpse of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant touched by the golden light began to melt, as if ice meeting a blazing sun, turning into pools of red liquid. Buzz, Little Gold opened its mouth and inhaled, and the red liquid floated up, flying into its mouth like swallows returning to their nest. Burp. Little Gold let out a satisfied burp, and its aura surged significantly.
This. Monray and the old man exchanged glances, utterly stunned. Little Gold actually had such an ability? Monray could hardly believe his eyes. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were
level 6 magical beasts, their bodies as hard as steel. Even weapons enhanced with battle energy struggled to cut through their corpses.
But Little Gold? With just a beam of golden light, it melted them.
This power was several times more terrifying than 120% concentrated sulfuric acid.
Headmaster, what kind of ability is this? Monray couldn't help but swallow hard. I don't know.
The old man shook his head with a wry smile.
Throughout history, very little has been known about the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant queens. It's only known that they are dual attribute.
Magical beasts of strength and spirit, but almost nothing else.
I never expected this.
In just a few minutes, all the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant corpses had turned into red liquid and were
completely devoured by Little Gold.
The miraculous thing was that after consuming tens of thousands of pounds of corpses, Little Gold's aura had significantly strengthened, but its body showed
no change at all.
Where did all those corpses go?
Monray took a deep breath, once again shocked to the core. Our understanding of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant queens is far too limited.
The old man lamented. After devouring all the corpses, Little Gold contentedly let out another burp, its golden, gleaming head nuzzling against Monray affectionately.
Monray's expression was complicated.
Little Gold, you ate so many corpses.
Where did you put them all? In my stomach.
Little Gold blinked its big eyes and said, we bloodthirsty iron crystal ants have very
large appetites. Ordinary ants can store food weighing 100 times their body weight. As the ant queen, I can store 10,000 times. 10,000 times? Monray's entire body trembled, nearly scared
out of his wits. The old man also turned pale with fright. The two were so shocked they couldn't speak.
But that wasn't all.
Little Gold continued, I'm still in my juvenile stage, so I can only store this much food. The true old ant queen is even more powerful, it can swallow an entire mountain in one bite. When mentioning the old ant queen, Little Gold's eyes were filled with
admiration, clearly showing the deep impression the old ant queen had left on its young heart. An entire mountain. Monray and the old man fell silent instantly. After a long while, Monray sighed. I finally understand why the ant-tide army is so terrifying.
Every bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is like a mobile, super-large storage space.
No wonder they're so frightening.
The old man, experienced and knowledgeable, had a glint in his eyes. The stomachs of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants must be independent spaces, especially the ant queen's stomach, which is
even larger and more complex.
So, this species isn't just a magical beast with strength and spirit attributes.
It also has spatial attributes? Monray asked in surprise. That's right. Spatial attributes as well.
The old man nodded. In the world we live in, besides the 10 common types of magic, there are some extremely rare but real or once existing types of magic, such as soul magic, spatial magic, necromancy, and time magic.
Spatial magic? Necromancy? Time magic?
Monray muttered to himself. The Sky Continent has a long history, and the creatures and mainstream magic of different eras vary. The old man sighed, many powerful and rare magics have disappeared over time, leaving only scattered legends.
The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a typical example. Although they are not the strongest, they possess the rare triple attributes of strength, spirit, and space. Especially the space attribute, deeply imprinted in their bloodline, is truly astonishing. Monray took a deep breath, feeling equally shocked.
Let's go, check out other places, the old man waved his hand.
Since this little guy eats so much, let it eat to its heart's content. All right.
The magic carpet suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the jungle in the blink of an eye.
When it reappeared, it was already
hovering above another ferocious army of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. A few thunderbolts crashed down, and this swarm of about 3,000 ants was instantly annihilated, becoming a delicious
feast for Little Gold. Monray and the old man were once again stunned as they watched Little Gold devour 3,000 ant corpses in one go. 3,000 ant corpses, eaten all at once? This isn't just a glutton, this is the ultimate glutton. Even the dragon race would bow down in comparison.
The only thing that pained Monray was that when Little Gold ate the ant corpses, it also swallowed the magic cores inside the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants.
What a waste! 3,000 magic cores, worth 30 million gold coins, all gone?
Little Gold, you're
My biggest obstacle to advancing to the sanctuary. But Mundray gritted his teeth and endured. Little Gold's strength could only grow rapidly by consuming so many magic cores. For its sake, he could only bear it. Everything was for Little Gold. Everything for Little Gold. It wasn't until Little Gold devoured an army of over 30,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that Mundray finally couldn't hold back. Little Gold, next time you eat ant corpses, can you leave the magic cores for me? I'm really struggling here. Mundray thought Little Gold would hesitate, but to his surprise, it readily agreed. Opening its mouth, it spat out a rain of magic cores. Plop, plop, plop. In no time, a pile of red magic cores, each the size of a fist, was stacked in front of him, so numerous that they almost blinded Mundray's titanium alloy eyes. Magic cores are useless to me and take up space. I only swallowed them because I couldn't bear to throw them away. If you want them, I can spit them out anytime. Little Gold blinked its innocent big eyes, and its words nearly made Mundray collapse. Magic cores are useless to you? They take up space? You ate them just because you couldn't bear to throw them away? This was a triple blow. Mundray almost spat out 3 liters of blood. If I had known this earlier, why did I even endure it? But on second thought, this was good too. With so many magic cores, selling them would bring in a fortune. Mundray was instantly motivated, traveling across various regions and hunting like mad. 1 swarm, 2 swarms, 3 swarms, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In just one afternoon, Mundray slaughtered 60,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, earning a net profit of 6 billion gold coins and 60,000 magic cores. His wealth skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,876,2034 gold coins. 10 billion. A full 10 billion. Adding all the magic cores, gems, the Titan Dragon Apes corpse, and other sellable treasures, his net worth had exceeded 20 billion. 20 billion. This was an astounding figure. It meant that Mundray was already 1/5 of the way to reaching the sanctuary. Money, money, money. I'm rich. So what if I'm rich? So what if I'm rich? System. Exchange 600,000 attribute points for me, and add them all to physique. I want to break through to level 9. 6 million gold coins vanished in an instant. The system notification sounded, *ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to a level 9 warrior. Keep striving for greater breakthroughs, *host, Mundray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, wealth, 10,816,2034 gold. Coins physique, level 9 warrior, 1003-872/1000000000. Spirit, level 9 magus, 1342-073/100-0000000. Magic power, level 9 magus, 1-122-640/100-0000000. Level 9 warrior. Level 9 magus. A grand magus of thunder, fire, earth, and wood, looking at his own attribute panel and feeling the surging power within him that was about to explode, Mundray felt unprecedentedly strong, and his condition had never been better. I have this feeling right now. I could smash a mountain with one punch. This feeling of being full of power is amazing. Hey, kid, what are you daydreaming about? A loud shout exploded in his ears, pulling Mundray back to reality from his thoughts. Headmaster, what's wrong? Daydreaming all the time. This is no playground, it's the magic beast forest. Do you have a death wish? The old man sounded a bit displeased. Your magic communicator is ringing. Oh. Mundray took out his magic communicator, and a chubby round face popped up. Hey, bro, how are you doing? Not bad. Mundray originally wanted to say he was feeling fantastic, but fearing it might anger the old man, he gave a perfunctory response. Why did you suddenly think of me? He. The chubby guy grinned and somehow produced a golden helmet, putting it on his head. He looked like a cartoon pig hero, utterly ridiculous. Bro, how's this look? Cool, right? The chubby guy blinked playfully, pretending to act cool. Ha ha ha. Mundray almost burst out laughing. Hey, bro, what are you laughing at? The chubby guy was displeased. Ahem, nothing, I wasn't laughing. Mundray coughed twice, holding back his laughter. What are you up to, chubby? What's with the antics? Antics? I wish. The chubby guy's face darkened. Do you know where I am right now? Where? Dragonblood Great Wall, Beha Pass. What? Why are you there? Are you out of your mind? Mundray was shocked. Don't you know the Dragonblood Great Wall is under attack by a swarm of ants right now? You think I wanted to come here? The chubby guy gave a bitter smile.
I was doing just fine at home, living comfortably. But I was forced to come here to die.
Forced? Monray was stunned. I just advanced to a level 4 mage a few days ago, and my old man said that having a high level isn't enough. I need to hone my skills.
So, I was sent to the academy, joined the senior students team resisting the ant swarm, and then got assigned here.
Monray was speechless. The chubby guy had decent magical talent, but sending him to the battlefield?
His old man must have lost his mind. After arriving at the Dragonblood Great Wall, I was assigned to Beha Pass with a group of senior students to serve as a guard mage. But luckily, our leader is old Dirk.
The chubby guy lowered his voice.
Dirk is strict, but he's strong, a level 9 archmage.
With him leading, our safety is guaranteed. Teacher Dirk is at Beha Pass too? Yeah, and so are Abe and Donna. Donna? You don't mean Donna, do you? You can't have forgotten Donna, right? Donna Elram, the class beauty from the Frost Kingdom, the fair-skinned, gorgeous dragon girl. The chubby guy's eyes lit up like light bulbs at the mention of Donna. Her? When did she become the class beauty? Hee, I crowned her. TCH.
The chubby guy smirked mischievously, winking.
She just asked about you earlier, saying why you didn't come. I told her you went to the Magic Beast Forest for training. Guess what she said?
She said not only is your magical talent amazing, but you're also incredibly hardworking, truly the top student in the class.
She said you're her idol and that she admires you a lot. The chubby guy grinned slyly. Bro, you should thank me. I did you a huge favor. Thank you? Monray was slightly taken aback. Thank me for not exposing you. The chubby guy laughed smugly. Only I know your home is in the Magic Beast Forest. You said you went there for training, but you're actually sneaking back home, right? Monray rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain. Bro, don't you think you owe me a thank you? The chubby guy smirked. I'm a loyal friend. I take a stab for you, let alone do something this small. But since I've done you such a big favor, if you don't show some appreciation, you'll feel guilty, right? How about this, when school starts, let's go to Jushin Tower for a feast, okay? Monray's mouth twitched. You didn't object, so I'll take that as a yes. Ha, Jushin Tower. I'll make sure to treat you to a great meal. The chubby guy shouted excitedly. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Hart, who are you talking to? Why are you laughing so happily? Hee, Donna. The chubby guy turned and said, I'm talking to your idol. Speaking of which, your idol is really impressive, daring to wander in the Warcraft forest without any fear of being swallowed by the ant tide. Is Monray still in the Warcraft forest? A crisp voice rang out again, and a beautiful girl with fiery red horns and fair skin appeared on the magic communicator screen. It was Donna Elam. Monray sighed helplessly. Monray, are you still in the Warcraft forest? Donna looked worried. I heard there are bloodthirsty iron crystal ants everywhere. It's really dangerous. Damn fatty, such a big mouth. Monray forced to smile. I'm just at the edge of the forest. There aren't many ant tides. It's not dangerous. That's good. Donna breathed a sigh of relief. You must be careful and protect yourself if you encounter danger. I know, thank you. Monray nodded. Awah! Awah! Awah!
Suddenly, loud and piercing horn sounds came from the communicator, deafening like thunder.
Immediately after, there was a flurry of panicked shouting. The ant tide is here. Everyone, attention, the ant tide is here. Everyone, attention, the ant tide is here. The ant tide is here? Donna and the fatty's expressions changed instantly. The fatty hurriedly said, Bro, the ant tide is here. I have to go fight it, talk later.
With that, he hung up the communicator.
Monray looked at the now silent communicator and muttered to himself, the ant tide has reached North River Pass? Hopefully, the numbers aren't too large.
The Dragonblood Great Wall stretches for thousands of miles, with a long defensive line.
The ant tide could attack from anywhere at any time. Every checkpoint needs to be guarded, but this means that each checkpoint's forces are limited, with even fewer mages assigned. That's why the Magic Academy sends students to help.
There's no choice, mages are too scarce, so students have to step in.
Students have limited strength, they can handle ordinary ant tides, but if faced with a large-scale ant tide, it would be troublesome. If the ant tide attacking North River Pass isn't too large, it should be manageable.
Buzz, at this moment, the communicator rang again.
Bro!
We're doomed, the Dragonblood
Great Wall stretches thousands of kilometers.
Every 100 kilometers, there's a checkpoint, with over 100 checkpoints in total. North River Pass is one of them, named for its proximity to the North River.
The North River flows from west to east, originating
in the Titan Plateau of the Titan Empire, passing through the Warcraft Forest and the Dragon God Empire, and finally emptying into the endless deep sea in the Eastern Sea region. It is one of the largest rivers on the Sky Continent, nourishing countless lives. However, at this moment, the North River's waters surged and roared, as groups of blood-red iron crystal ants marched through the water, resembling a mighty army heading straight for North River Pass.
The ant tide is here. Awah! Awah! Awah!
The piercing horn sounds tore through the sky, awakening all the defenders of North River Pass. Soldiers, archers, crossbowmen, and mages quickly took their
positions. The black-robed elder, Dirk Norvay, led dozens of academy students up the city wall, arriving before North River passes. Commander, Marquis Cixia Dodgson. Marquis Cixia, all mages from Fire Dragon Academy have assembled and are ready for orders.
Dirk. Norvay looked at the female commander before him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Many students also gazed at her with awe.
Cixia Dodgson, the commander of North River Pass. A dragon warrior with green dragon bloodline.
Among the more than 100 border
generals, she is the only female commander.
Strong and powerful, guarding the nation's borders, she is a role model and idol for all
girls. Professor Dirk, the situation is urgent, I won't say much.
Marquis Cixia unfolded her green wings behind her, with curved green horns atop her head, clad in green battle armor, her posture upright and heroic. Her sharp gaze swept over the dozens of student
mages from Fire Dragon Academy. 6th level mages, step forward.
Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 senior students responded, all 6th level mages about to graduate this year.
Guards, take them to the intermediate mage tower. Yes, Marquis. 5th level mages, step forward.
Guards, take them to the basic mage tower.
Yes, Marquis. In the blink of an eye, most of the students brought by Dirk
Norvay had been assigned tasks, leaving only a dozen 4th level mages without a place to go.
Among them were a fully equipped chubby man in golden armor holding a golden magic staff, the expressionless Abe, and the fair-skinned dragon girl Donna. The group looked
at Marquis Cixia with eager anticipation, hoping to enter the mage tower, but the Marquis shook her head.
The mage tower requires
at least 5th level mages.
Your abilities are insufficient, you can only guard the city walls to fend off the enemy.
The group exchanged
glances, feeling somewhat disappointed.
As mages, they all understood the power of the mage tower and had hoped to see it firsthand,
only to be turned away.
However, Marquis Cixia had no time to console them, as a bloodthirsty tide of iron crystal ants surged over
the hills like a red flood.
The swarm stretched endlessly, covering hundreds of kilometers, an overwhelming sight.
Dirk Norvay's face turned extremely grim. Marquis Cixia, is this ant tide fiercer than ever before? It's more terrifying than any we've faced. Marquis Cixia's expression darkened.
The affected area is estimated to exceed 300 miles, and more waves of ants are continuously
arriving. I'm afraid.
She didn't finish, but everyone understood the dire situation. The city was in grave danger.
Can't hold it? The group tensed up, staring at the wave-like ant swarm exuding a chilling aura. Who could muster the courage to resist? So many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, can we even hold them off?
A student turned pale, nearly paralyzed with fear.
Don't talk nonsense.
Dirk Norvay barked sharply.
You are mages trained by the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Mages guarding the pass cannot cower before the battle even begins. No matter the circumstances, never forget your identity, and don't bring shame to the academy.
It doesn't matter. If you're weak, we can still fight on the battlefield and kill the enemy.
Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are 6th level magical beasts, killing even one is a victory, understood?
Understood. The group shuddered, their fear gradually subsiding.
Dirk Norvay nodded
and reminded them, kill the enemy, but protect yourselves.
I don't want to carry back anyone's corpse.
Understood.
Good. He took a deep breath. Every strong person starts from weakness. Who hasn't been nervous or afraid? The key is to adjust your mindset and overcome fear.
Only by gritting your teeth and persevering can you grow stronger.
If you retreat at the first setback, no amount of talent will help. Follow my orders, ballista operators, fire. The vanguard of the ant tide was already closing in. Marquis Cixia swung her giant sword and issued the attack command. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Ballistae loaded with lightning, fire, storms, and frost shot out,
exploding amidst the overwhelming ant tide.
Countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were instantly killed or injured, leaving several
gaping holes in the swarm, as if hollowed out. Fantastic! Well done! The group cheered, their morale soaring at the sight. With such weapons, what was there to fear about the ant tide?
But the tide was unaffected, continuing to surge forward over the bodies of their fallen comrades. The holes were quickly filled, and everything returned to its original state.
How is this possible? The group was stunned. They had clearly killed so many ants, yet it seemed to make no difference. Were they not afraid of death? This is the most terrifying aspect of an ant tide,
Dirk Norvay said in a low voice.
Ordinary beast tides fear death, and their thoughts are not unified. But an ant tide is different, they are fearless. Once they charge forward, they will not retreat unless completely annihilated. How can this be?
The newcomers were terrified.
But what happened next showed them that this was only the beginning. Keep firing. Boom! 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 Dozens of ballistae exploded in the center of the ant tide, yet not even a ripple was stirred. The tide surged forward like waves, endlessly. Kill the ones in front, and more would come from behind.
It was endless, truly despair-inducing.
So, this is an ant tide?
The group gasped in shock.
At that moment, they finally understood why the kingdom had issued the highest level
Beast Tide alert and why the academy had mobilized senior students on a large scale to resist. Why is the royal city in such chaos?
As if the apocalypse has arrived? This terrifying ant swarm is practically the end of the world. The red ant swarm, stretching for hundreds of miles, surged like a raging tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting the Dragonblood Great Wall. Ballistae roared. Arrows shot out at lightning speed. Magic bombardments came one after another. The soldiers defending the city fought desperately. Countless
bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were frozen, burned to ashes, electrocuted into charred remains, pierced into spiked balls, or slashed into
pieces by countless blades.
Yet none of this could stop the frenzied ant swarm.
They advanced layer by layer, fearless and endless in number. The attacks had no effect. The ant swarm was getting closer. Closer. It was about to engulf Beha Pass. We can't hold them back. We can't hold them back at all. We'll be torn to shreds. Seeing the scene before them, some students broke down, screaming and shouting like mad, completely losing control. Shut up. Don't affect morale.
Dirk Norvay glared fiercely.
Boom, a few students seemed
to be struck by a heavy hammer, their mental defenses collapsing instantly, and they fainted on the spot.
Take them away. Dirk ordered in a low voice. Yes.
The soldiers quickly carried them off. Watching their retreating figures, Dirk sighed deeply.
He knew
these students were finished. Even if they woke up, they would be left with severe psychological scars, making it hard for them to achieve
anything in the future. But he didn't feel regret. These people were too fragile inside. No matter how high their magical talent,
their future achievements would be limited, and they would never amount to much.
Remember,
Dirk swept his gaze over the group,
including the chubby one. Think you can become strong just by relying on talent? Dream on. Talent is just the key to the door.
True strength is forged through trials and tribulations. True strength requires the test of blood and fire, countless battles and failures, and
enduring unimaginable pain.
Dirk's gaze was cold and stern.
Good talent is useless, a high position is useless. On the battlefield,
if you collapse, you'll harm others and yourself. You're nothing but trash. The chubby one and the others felt a chill in their hearts,
not daring to meet Dirk's gaze, lowering their heads.
Dirk gave one last glance at each of their faces, then turned and climbed
onto the battlements, launching his attack. Almighty Spirit of Wind, use the atmosphere as a bow, light as an arrow, and carry my will to strike fiercely, pierce through the darkness of the sky deathstorm.
Buzz, 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 the wind elements in the world gathered madly, forming a black tornado hundreds of meters in diameter and towering hundreds of feet high, entirely composed of sharp wind
blades.
This was 9th level magic Deathstorm. Boom, the Deathstorm, carrying the power to destroy everything, descended instantly
at the center of the ant swarm.
The explosion was deafening, and countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were swept into it, instantly
torn to pieces. Spin.
Dirk Norvay waved his magic staff, and the Deathstorm began to rotate rapidly across the battlefield.
appearing here one moment and flashing there the next. Wherever it passed, the ant swarm vanished completely. Amazing! Teacher Dirk is truly our hero. Incredible! This is what a top-tier mage looks like. The chubby one and the other soldiers were reinvigorated. Their hope reignited. The power of the Deathstorm was truly astonishing. In just a few minutes, it had wiped out tens of thousands of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. If there were more Deathstorms, wouldn't the ant swarm be completely obliterated? Everyone, follow me. Teacher Dirk is right. Even if we have to grit our teeth, we must charge forward. Kill. The students, inspired, climbed onto the battlements one after another, imitating Teacher Dirk and beginning to chant magic spells. Various elemental magics intertwined, and the battlefield was ablaze with light. The brutal battle continued. The thick scent of blood permeated the entire battlefield. Time ticked by second. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Despite the officers and soldiers fighting desperately, the ant swarm showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it grew even more ferocious. If it weren't for the 9th level mage Dirk Norve holding the line, Beha Pass would have long since fallen. We can't hold on any longer. The ant swarm's assault is too fierce, we can't hold on at all. The commander, Marquis Cixia, had a grim expression. Where are the reinforcements? How much longer until they arrive? Marquis, the fastest reinforcements will arrive in an hour, a personal guard hurriedly replied. An hour? At this rate, we won't last half an hour, let alone an hour. Cixia gritted her teeth. Urge the reinforcements immediately, speed up. She strode up to Dirk Norve and asked in a deep voice, Teacher Dirk, the reinforcements will take at least an hour to arrive. How much longer can you hold out? Dirk Norve's expression was grave. A level 9 spell consumes an enormous amount of magic power. I can't last an hour. Using level 6 or 7 spells continuously might allow me to hold out longer, but their destructive power is limited. If we can't hold for an hour, North River Pass will be breached. Cixia shook her head anxiously. If you keep using a level 9 spell like Deathstorm at this scale, how much longer can you last? At most half an hour. Dirk smiled bitterly. The magic power consumed by Deathstorm is astonishing. If I keep it up for another half hour, all the magic power I've accumulated will be exhausted, and it will take a long time to recover. Half an hour. Cixia fell silent. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, panting. Marquis, bad news. The ant tide 30 miles away has already climbed the walls. Marquis, the tower 100 miles away has been taken by the ant tide. Marquis. More than 10 soldiers arrived in succession, each bringing news that struck like a hammer to everyone's hearts. Their faces turned pale, despair spreading among them. 19 towers had been breached by the ant tide. 19 in total. Would there be more to come? Was it impossible to hold the line after all? Marquis Cixia, despondent, murmured to herself, when I saw the scale of the ant tide, I knew we couldn't hold it, but I still underestimated its power. Sigh. Dirk Norve sighed and said no more. The ant tide stretched for 300 miles, meaning the entire 300-mile defensive line was under simultaneous attack. How many troops did North River Pass have? How many mages? Without reinforcements, the fall of the city was only a matter of time. Teacher Dirk, while the ant tide hasn't. Cixia paused, then said heavily, hurry and take the students and retreat. They are the future of the kingdom and must not suffer any harm. Dirk Norve closed his eyes, his face full of pain and struggle. He knew what retreat meant, and what the fall of the city would bring. Tens of thousands of innocent lives would be destroyed. Countless people would die or be injured. But he was powerless. Truly powerless. He was, after all, just one person. He couldn't reverse the collapsing situation or save the people in peril. After struggling for a long time, Dirk Norve finally made a decision. He waved his hand and commanded, all students, board the flying magic ship immediately and evacuate at once. Teacher Dirk, are we just giving up like this? The chubby student found it hard to accept. If we leave, the ant tide will break through the defenses. What about the people in the city? They'll be torn to pieces by the ant tide. I can't do anything. Dirk Norve's eyes reddened. The ant tide is overwhelming, and our defenses are full of holes, like a leaking ship in the ocean that can't be patched. I truly can't do anything. The chubby student fell silent. Human strength was ultimately limited, no one could stop a natural disaster.
Dirk Norvay wiped away his tears.
Go. Staying here is useless. Leaving early is the only choice. Understood, teacher.
The chubby student and the other students lowered their heads and boarded
the ship one by one. Marquis Saishia, what are you planning to do?
Dirk Norvay asked softly.
We can only retreat. Saishia's expression was complex. I've defended North River Pass for over 10 years. Today is the first time I'm abandoning it. I feel so unwilling.
Dirk Norvay remained silent. At that moment, someone in the distance exclaimed, "Look!
What's that? Could it be reinforcements?" Everyone's spirits lifted.
They saw a black dot rapidly approaching. It was a magic flying carpet.
A person stood on the carpet. Who is that? Are they here to help us stop the ant tide?
Riding a magic flying carpet, they probably aren't very strong.
Everyone quickly became disappointed. The ant tide could breach the walls at any moment, and even an army of 10,000 wouldn't make a difference.
Let alone one person on a flying carpet who didn't seem powerful at all. Only the chubby student, holding a telescope, had a complicated
expression. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "No way, isn't that my brother?" Brother? Abe and Donna were both shocked. You mean that's Man Ray? Yes, it's him. I asked him to come and help before, but I didn't expect him to actually come. This is what brotherhood is about, loyalty, Fatty said excitedly. Who is Man Ray? Saixia perked up upon hearing their conversation. What level of powerhouse is he? A 9th level Grand Magus? Can he stop the ant tide? He's my student.
Dirk Norvay smiled bitterly.
His strength is probably that of a 5th level mage. Saixia's expression changed. Order a retreat,
Dirk Norvay said decisively.
The magic carpet sped to the city
wall of Behiguan. Everyone turned to look at the young man on the carpet. He had lost weight, his skin had darkened, but his physique
was more robust.
Especially his eyes, which shone like stars, filled with dazzling brilliance and a strong aura.
Teacher Dirk, long time no see. Man Ray jumped off the magic carpet and saluted Dirk Norvay with a mage's gesture, showing great respect for this strict teacher. You brat, sneaking off to the magic beast forest without a word. You've got guts, not afraid of being swallowed by the ant tide?
Dirk Norvay sized him up, a gratified smile appearing on his face.
Man Ray met all his expectations for a genius mage, outstanding talent, diligent effort, firm will, and humble manners, simply perfect. I made you worry, teacher.
Man Ray smiled faintly, his gaze
sweeping over the three companions.
Before he could speak, Fatty had already rushed over, his golden armor gleaming so brightly it
almost dazzled Man Ray. The bulky figure of Golden Dog Eyes directly pressed onto Man Ray. If it were someone else, they would have been suffocated by this Fatty's weight. Brother! I'm so happy to see you, Fatty said excitedly. I didn't expect you to actually come after I casually mentioned it. I'm so touched, brother, you're truly loyal. Loyalty? Man Ray thought to himself. I came here for the ant tide.
He rolled his eyes at Fatty and pushed him away in annoyance.
You're fighting the ant tide, so why wear such flashy gear? Trying to show off? Hee, you don't understand, do you?
Fatty patted the gleaming golden scales on his chest proudly. This is top-tier magical armor, inscribed with 99 magic arrays. Not only does it protect the body, but it also automatically gathers magical elements, making spellcasting much faster.
Fine, you win. Man Ray couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He turned and nodded in greeting to Abe and Donna.
Abe, as always, remained expressionless, only nodding slightly. Donna, on the other hand, was much more enthusiastic, her
face lighting up with a sweet smile. Man Ray, long time no see. You look even more impressive now. Not too bad. Man Ray smiled, then looked at the vast ant tide covering the mountains and plains.
He licked his lips, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes.
So many iron crystal ants, how much wealth could I earn if I wiped them all out? At least tens of billions, right? Man Ray, retreat with us. Dirk Norvay noticed Man Ray's gaze inside. The new semester is about to start. It's safer to return to the academy with us. Retreat? Why? Man Ray frowned. The ant tide is so fierce. If we retreat, what will happen to the civilians in the city? Dirk Norvay opened his mouth but couldn't find the words.
Facing his most outstanding student, he found it hard to speak.
Should he tell Man Ray that the city couldn't be defended, and they had to abandon the civilians to be devoured by the ant tide? What's the point of not retreating? At
This moment, the previously silent Marquis Sixia spoke coldly.
The ant tide stretches for 300 miles, the defense line is too long, and reinforcements can't arrive in time. Staying means waiting for death. I understand. Monray nodded slowly, showing he understood.
Then he said to Dirk Norvay, "Teacher, I'm sorry, but I can't go back with you."
Not going back? Dirk Norvay was stunned. Then what are you planning to do? Eliminate the ant tide, Monray said, then immediately jumped onto the magic carpet, charging toward the ant tide army like a moth to a flame. What are you doing? Come back.
Dirk Norvay's face changed drastically, shouting anxiously. But it was too late. Monray had already rushed out.
Humph.
He's got courage, but he's too foolish.
Marquis Sixia snorted coldly. A fifth-level mage thinking he can wipe out the ant tide army? Utter arrogance. Brother. That guy. Monray. Fatty, Abe, and Donna watched. Monray's back, all filled with worry. Abe even broke character and angrily cursed, "This idiot, who do you think you are? No one seeks death as recklessly as you. Hart, is he the genius of your class?"
A senior fourth-year student questioned in confusion, so impulsive.
Charging into the ant tide army, how is that any different from seeking death? Like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating his abilities.
No matter how good his talent is, he still needs to use his brain.
Is this the first-year top student? Ha, nothing impressive. Shut up.
The chubby student's face turned ashen as he erupted, "A bunch of fools, stumbling your way to becoming fourth level.
Mages, and you still have the nerve to mock others? Ha, sure, our magical talent isn't as good as his," a senior retorted, "but at least we're not like him, rushing to die knowing we can't win. That's called stupidity, called being an idiot." Exactly. Do you know how hard it is for the academy to train a mage?
Another senior spoke righteously. The best environment, the most advanced equipment. Top-tier teachers, the academy invests enormous resources and countless efforts to train a mage.
Should all that be wasted just like that? Let me tell you.
Your lives don't just belong to yourselves, they belong to the academy, to the kingdom, and even more so to the
Dragonblood family. Everyone shut up. Quiet.
At that moment, two furious roars suddenly interrupted the heated arguments among the
seniors.
Everyone turned in surprise to see Professor Dirk and Marquis Sixia staring at Monray with faces full of shock.
Shock? What was so shocking?
The seniors, the chubby student, Abe, and the others followed their gaze, and the scene before them left them utterly
speechless.
Monray stood proudly on a flying carpet, his long hair flowing, his mage robe billowing, exuding an imposing and dashing
aura that already carried the charm to captivate girls. But that wasn't the most important part. What was even more astonishing was
the sight above his head, 10 massive fireballs, each with a diameter of several hundred meters, floating in the air. The fireballs were enormous, blazing, and dazzling, radiating an incredible heat that made even the sun in the sky seem dim in comparison.
This is impossible.
The chubby student and the others were dumbfounded, completely overwhelmed. Dirk Norvay and Marquis Sixia were even more shocked to the extreme,
because they recognized this magic. 9th-level magic. Heavenly fire meteor.
Professor Dirk, isn't
he a 5th-level mage?
Marquis Sixia looked utterly confused.
But this, what's going on? I don't know either.
Dirk Norvay pinched himself hard, doubting his own eyes.
Monray, a boy not even 16 years old. A month ago, he was still a 5th-level mage. And now, he was casting 9th-level magic? My God, are you kidding me? My brother. The chubby student's mouth hung wide
open, almost big enough to fit a duck egg.
Abe and Donna were no different, all of them staring in disbelief.
The seniors looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In their entire lives, they had never seen fireballs this
massive. Heavenly fire meteor, descend.
Monray roared, and the 10 fireballs plummeted like meteors, crashing violently into the
ground. Boom! The deafening explosions shook the heavens, and the bright sky instantly darkened.
10 massive mushroom clouds, as large
as mountains, rose into the air, blocking out the sunlight and turning the sky gloomy and murky.
A sea of fire raged, burning the
endless ant tide, charring the earth, and shaking everyone's hearts.
The firelight illuminated every face, and shock and awe were written
in everyone's eyes.
From the 9th-level powerhouse Dirk Norvay and Marquis Sixia to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was so stunned
they couldn't utter a word. 9th-level magic. Heavenly fire meteor?
A senior exclaimed,
this is 9th level fire magic, heavenly. Fire meteor? It's a top tier spell. Is it really 9th level magic? Are you sure? Another senior gasped, finding it hard to believe. 10 heavenly flames, streaking across the sky like meteors falling. Hundreds of meters in diameter, flames scorching the heavens and earth. The senior swallowed hard. This magic is identical to the legendary heavenly fire meteor. What else could it be? But he's just a first-year student. How could he possibly cast 9th level magic? Even the Academy's instructors can't achieve that. I don't know either. Listening to the discussions of the senior students, Fatty, Abe, and Donna were all tightly on edge. 9th level. Magic, heavenly fire meteor? Oh my god. Is this actually real? When did the old guy become this strong? The fat on Fatty's face trembled. And besides, doesn't he only have lightning and earth affinities? Where did the fire affinity come from? He also has earth affinity? Dirk Norvay suddenly turned his head, asking in surprise, while Abe and Donna also looked at Fatty. He does. Fatty nodded vigorously. Back when school started, he and I thought he could only use lightning magic, but I didn't expect his earth magic to be so powerful too. Lightning, earth, and now fire. Dirk Norvay's mouth twitched. This kid is actually a tri-element mage, and as his teacher, I didn't even know. It's truly laughable and frustrating at the same time. He's been hiding his earth and fire affinities, and both are at the 9th level Grand Magister rank. Abe whispered. How many secrets is this guy hiding? He's just too mysterious. Fatty shook his head in amazement. I don't even understand how he managed to pass the magic test back then. I clearly only saw him test for lightning element affinity that day. Exactly. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, in the sky, Monray moved again. He flew above. Another swarm of ants raised both hands high, and began chanting an ancient and mysterious incantation. Though his voice was soft, it was clear to everyone's ears. Dirk Norvay, Marquis Cecilia, Abe, Fatty, and Donna all turned serious. Buzz, a powerful surge of fire. Magic erupted from Monray's body as he used his mental power to frantically manipulate the fire elements within a kilometer radius. Boom rumble rumble, a massive concentration of fire elements gathered, forming a colossal flame over a kilometer high, hovering in the air. The flame alternated between condensing and dispersing, stretching and contracting, as if some invisible force was shaping it into a true form. Boom, sure enough. With a loud explosion, a thick, white, flaming arm suddenly extended from the fire. The arms. Muscular lines were distinct, veins bulging, and every detail was vividly clear. Then, the second arm, legs, and head gradually took shape. In no time, a towering flame giant, 3 times the height of the Empire State Building, appeared between heaven and earth. It was majestic and imposing, like a god of fire walking among mortals. Oh my god! Gasps erupted from the city walls as everyone stared at the flame giant in the sky, their bodies involuntarily trembling and their scalps tingling. 9th level magic. The descent of the fire god. The fire god has descended. This flame is actually white? And its size is enormous, almost at the forbidden spell level. Dirk Norvay and Marquis Cecilia listened to the crowd's astonishment, but they were acutely aware of the truth, because they knew this was dragon language magic. 9th level dragon language magic, the descent of the fire god. That's why its power was so terrifying. Monray is also a dragonkin? Dirk Norvay felt a bit disheartened. He had thought Monray was an ordinary human genius, but it turned out he was a dragonkin. Yes, how could a human produce such a monstrous talent so easily? Dirk Norvay said with a bitter smile. So, the old guy is a dragonkin too. Fatty's mouth hung open as he suddenly realized, I knew it. His body is so abnormal. He could easily defeat Lance as soon as he arrived at the academy. There's no way he's an ordinary person. On the other side, the kilometer-high flame giant descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly crushing countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Monray was hidden in the flame giant's brow, controlling the massive entity to launch attacks. Boom, the flame giant opened its mouth and unleashed dozens of massive fireballs in rapid succession, bombarding the area wildly. Explosions thundered, and countless iron crystal ants perished miserably. The flame giant swung its massive hand, slamming down like a mountain. Boom, a large swath of enemies was reduced to charred corpses, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. Next, the flame giant opened its mouth and spewed 100-meter-long Fire Dragon, which charged into the ant swarm, wreaking havoc and causing massive casualties. Asterisk ding. Ding. Ding, asterisk the flame.
Giant's attacks were relentless, mercilessly slaughtering the ant swarm like a storm.
With punches, fireballs, fire dragons, and stomps.
The flame giant attacked in turns, crushing the ant swarm madly.
Screams echoed everywhere.
The ground was riddled with cracks, holes, seas of fire, and craters from the impacts. It was utterly devastated, a horrifying sight.
Too cruel. This is insane. Everyone's
hearts raced as the flame giant swept through, instantly killing countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants.
This was nothing short of a massacre.
The slaughter lasted for several minutes before the flame giant slowly dissipated.
Phew, it's finally over. I'm drenched in cold sweat.
Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, white petals suddenly began to fall from the sky, drifting down in
countless numbers, turning the surroundings pure white. A scene of a snowy northern land?
But when these white petals landed on the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, it was like sparks igniting gasoline.
Accompanied by roaring sounds, the ants burst into raging flames. Instantly. 1, 2, 3, wherever the petals fell, fire ignited immediately.
Within a radius of several kilometers, the area turned
into a sea of fire.
All the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants in this region spontaneously combusted. Although it was much quieter than the flame giant's massacre, the scene was even more eerie, sending chills down everyone's spines. Witnessing this terrifying sight, everyone got goosebumps and instinctively looked up to find the source of the petals, only to see that no more petals were falling from
the sky. They finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no more petals. What kind of magic is this? Someone asked in a low voice. I don't recognize it.
It doesn't seem to be among the 9th level spells.
Are you sure? Think carefully. Teacher Dirk, do you recognize this magic? Marquis Saija turned to Dirk Norvay. I don't recognize it.
Dirk Norvay smiled bitterly.
If I'm not mistaken, this should be a self-created 9th level spell.
I didn't expect that kid, Monray, to already be capable of creating a 9th level spell.
I can't compare to him. A self-created 9th level spell?
Saija's entire body trembled, her eyes filled with shock.
The
petal fire rain fell silently, without a sound.
But within people's hearts, waves surged, especially for Dirk Norvay and
Marquis Saija, these two 9th level powerhouses.
Casting a 9th level spell and creating a 9th level spell are two completely different concepts.
The former is simple, as long as one becomes a 9th level archmage, they can do it, even at great cost to cast forbidden spells. But creating a 9th level spell is entirely different.
9th level spells are the highest level of ordinary magic. To create one requires an understanding of countless magical elements. How should these elements be arranged? How should they be manipulated with mental power?
All of this tests an archmage's comprehension of
magical elements and the laws of nature.
Without profound accumulation, attempting to create a 9th level spell is pure
fantasy. At least Dirk Norvay admitted he couldn't do it. Teacher Dirk, your student is truly extraordinary. Marquis Saija took a deep breath. I heard from the students that he's just a first-year freshman? Yes. How old is he this year? Not yet. 16, not yet 16? Saija's entire body trembled, almost losing her balance. A 9th level archmage under 16? Is he even human?
On the other side, the petal fire rain continued to fall silently, burning countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants
to ashes.
No one knew exactly how many had died.
Monray watched as his wealth value skyrocketed.
From the time he entered Beha Pass until now, his wealth value had doubled, surpassing the 2 billion mark.
Amazing. This feeling is simply amazing.
Standing proudly in the void, feeling the breeze and admiring the spectacular scene of the raging sea of fire, Monray's
face was full of intoxication. The feeling of wielding immense power is truly incredible. With a flick of a finger, enemies turn to ashes. With a wave of a hand, a blazing sea of fire erupts instantly.
With a flip of the palm, everything
before him is incinerated. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Kid, how's my doomsday fire rain? The old man floated
beside Monray, stroking his beard, looking at the white petals falling from the sky, his face full of pride and
satisfaction, and nothing is more delightful than seeing the magic you created with your own hands shine brilliantly. Absolutely. Amazing. Monray nodded repeatedly, showering the magic with praise without hesitation. It looks quiet and silent, but in reality, it incinerates everything without a sound. It's beautiful, ruthless, and even poetic, a true masterpiece of fire. Magic. Of course, do you know who invented it? The old man was so proud that he almost had snot bubbles coming out of his nose. You have a good eye, you know quality. But, Doomsday Fire Rain is just an ordinary spell, not a masterpiece. This isn't a masterpiece? Monray was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Ah, this is nothing. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. I was trapped underground for so many years, with nothing to do but tinker around. I created countless dual-element water and fire spells, with over 100 forbidden spells. What is Doomsday Fire Rain compared to that? Over 100 forbidden spells? Monray swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. Headmaster, you are truly incredible. My admiration for you is as endless as the flowing river, as unstoppable as a flood. Shut up. The old man glared at Monray. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, these spells are my treasures, and you can forget about getting your hands on them. Headmaster, is that really how you see me? Monray looked a bit upset. I admit, I want to learn these spells, but it's entirely to help you. Help me? The old man sneered. Think about it. You've created so many great spells, but no one knows about them. Isn't that a pity? That's nothing. Monray's face was full of reluctance. If one day you were to pass away, wouldn't all these spells be lost forever? What a waste. The old man froze. These are the crystallization of your wisdom, created with countless effort and brainpower. Monray pounded his chest and stomped his feet, looking heartbroken. If they disappear with you, it would be the greatest disaster in the history of magic on the Sky Continent. The old man stroked his beard, his expression growing serious. The boy was right. If he were to die, his spells would have no successor. How could that be allowed? So, what do you suggest? The old man stared at Monray. You could teach them to me. Monray said earnestly. I will carry them forward, make your name resound across the entire Sky Continent, and ensure your wisdom is forever etched in the history of magic. You're right. Magic should be passed down. The old man nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. They can't be allowed to be lost in vain. That's great. Monray grinned from ear to ear. So many spells, hundreds of forbidden spells, they were priceless treasures, things money couldn't buy. But why should I pass them on to you? The old man stared at Monray. I could just turn them into magic scrolls and give them to the academy, letting more people learn them. Wouldn't that ensure they spread even further? Monray's face stiffened. Ha ha ha. You still want to trick me? Too naive. Seeing Monray's awkward expression, the old man laughed so hard he leaned back and forth. Finally, he felt a bit relieved after being tormented by this boy for so many years. It wasn't easy. Headmaster, you really— Monray was speechless. This old man was pretending to be clueless, which was infuriating. Alright, stop looking at me like that. The old man laughed and scolded. You're my only disciple. If I don't pass them on to you, who else would I pass them to? Someone else? I knew it. Monray beamed with joy. Stop wasting time and start learning. Clear out the ant swarm. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and deal with them, then go find little golden ant. I just don't feel at ease with it alone in the magic beast forest. Understood. Monray put away his smile, his eyes blazing like fire. If speed is what we need, then let the flames burn even fiercer. What followed was a spectacular scene that everyone would remember for a lifetime. Monray stood in the air, his voice thunderous and deafening, as if the god of fire had descended, delivering a shocking judgment. 9th level magic, heavenly. Fire meteor. 9th level magic, descent of the fire god. 9th level magic, doomsday fire rain. 9th level magic, solar storm. 9th level magic, fire god's judgment. 9th level magic, explosive fire dragon. 9th level magic, hellfire. 9th level magic, judgment fire lotus. Level 9 magic, wrath of the fire god. 9 level 9 spells burst forth like ferocious beasts breaking through the gates of hell, suddenly invading the mortal realm, illuminating the sky. Heavenly fire meteors descend from above. A flaming giant roars in fury. Petal-like fire rain scatters across the heavens. A fiery tornado spins and churns. A blazing blade of light slashes down. A ferocious fire dragon roars thunderously. Black flames corrode everything. A dazzling fire lotus blooms in the night sky. The wrath of the fire god drains all color from the world. At
this moment, the heavens and earth are engulfed in a raging sea of fire, as if to completely incinerate this filthy world. At this moment, the world is nothing but a fiery red expanse. The sea of fire spreads for hundreds of miles, covering mountains and lands. Swarms of ants are devoured by ash. Countless ant swarms are burned to death. Attack? It no longer exists. Madness? It has vanished. The ferocious assault of 9 level 9 spells has left the ant army battered and bruised. Though their numbers remain vast, their momentum has clearly waned, and they are utterly exhausted. Just a few more rounds, and the ant swarm will be reduced to ashes, completely obliterated. Everyone thought so. It was as if Monray heard their thoughts, launching a new round of relentless bombardment. Various level 9 spells rained down like a mad storm. Boom, boom, boom. An hour later, the flames on the ground gradually dissipated, leaving only wisps of smoke and scorched earth. The air was filled with a strange smoky scent. The ant swarm that stretched over 300 miles? It no longer existed. They were gone. A few escaped, but most perished in the sea of fire, leaving behind charred corpses, ash-like graves, and their magic cores. The ant swarm was just gone? All the soldiers stared blankly at the scorched wasteland, feeling as if they were in a dream, as though the boundary between dream and reality was far away. An hour ago, the ant army was overwhelming, suffocating them with fear, despair, weakness, and helplessness, forcing them to retreat in frustration. An hour later, the ant swarm was gone? If this isn't a dream, then what is it? Even if it were a dream, how could it change so quickly? A monster. He's simply a monster. Marquis Sija's lips twitched, continuously casting level 9 spells for over an hour, completely burning the ant swarm to nothing. Such a powerful level 9 archmage was unheard of. Whether in spellcasting, speed, mana reserves, or mental strength, he had reached the pinnacle. I can't even come close to him. Dirk Norvay took a deep breath. I really don't know what this kid has been through. In just 1 month, he's changed so much. Fatty, Abe, and Donna exchanged glances, their expressions complex, their hearts in turmoil. Although I already knew the gap between me and my brother was significant, I didn't expect it to be this vast. Fatty said with a bitter smile. Abe and Donna shuddered. That's right. Monray is extraordinarily gifted. His cultivation speed is astonishing. A gap is inevitable. But how could it be this big? I just can't understand. The three of them were deeply shaken, beginning to question their own lives. Monray from your class is simply a freak. An older student exclaimed in shock, not even 16 years old, and he's already a level 9 archmage. Have you ever seen that? Never heard of it, never seen it. Another older student shook his head repeatedly. In the entire history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, there's never been such a genius. Perhaps only in the Dragon God Empire. Could there be someone this formidable? Such a genius cannot be measured by normal standards. Comparing yourself to him is just asking for trouble. Genius? Hearing this, the three of them felt much better. That's right. He's just a genius. Why should I compare myself to him? Thinking this way, their mood improved significantly. Roar, at that moment, a deafening dragon roar came from the distant horizon. A group of massive flying dragons approached from afar, blotting out the sky, forming a dark mass. The Dragon Legion has arrived. It's the Dragon Legion. Marquis, the Dragon Legion has arrived. Now, they show up? Humph. Marquis Sija snorted coldly, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. If they had arrived an hour earlier, she would have welcomed them. But now, the ant swarm had already been annihilated. What are they flying? Over 4? To join the fun? Roar, roar, roar. The Dragon Legion paid no heed to this. They quickly flew over the skies of North River Pass, letting out a unified roar. The overwhelming dragon might surged like a tidal wave. This is the regular display of dominance by the Dragon Legion. It must be said, this tactic works extremely well on ordinary soldiers. Countless soldiers are overwhelmed, gasping for breath, teetering on the edge, unable to even hold their weapons steadily. These bastards. Seeing this scene, Marquis Sija was furious, almost exploding with anger. She had long been familiar with the Dragon Legion's antics, grinding her teeth in frustration every time, yet she could only watch helplessly. Dirk Norvay frowned, clearly displeased with the Dragon Legion's behavior, while the fat man cursed loudly, these useless scum. They vanish without a trace during the ant tide, only to show up after it's over to flaunt their presence. Truly worthless.
Is this the so-called legendary Dragon Legion? Donna looked up at the sky filled with dragons, a hint of admiration. In her eyes, as expected, they live up to their reputation, no less impressive than our Frost Kingdom's Frost Dragon Wolf. Legion! Roar! 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 The dragons, with their excellent vision, could clearly see everything on the city walls. Observing the trembling ordinary soldiers, they were very satisfied with this display of dominance. Next, they prepared to descend and start cleaning up the battlefield, doing the hardest work. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort echoed, like muffled thunder exploding in their ears. The sound was so familiar it sent chills down their spines. Crack! All 100,000 dragons froze, their roars abruptly cut off. They all turned toward the source of the sound, trembling in fear, cold sweat streaming down their bodies. My God! Why has this devil appeared again? The dragons shook like leaves in the wind there. Wings stiff, unable to fly. Him again! The Wyvern King twitched at the corners of his mouth, cursing inwardly. This guy is like a haunting ghost. Why do we keep running into him? A bunch of useless trash. I see you everywhere, Mundray said coldly, making the Dragon Legion feel as if they had seen a ghost. He had no goodwill toward these greedy, ugly creatures. What? Are you here to steal my magic cores again? This is your last chance. Disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I won't hold back. I'll smash your heads and dig out your magic cores. What? The dragons were scared out of their wits, their previous nightmares instantly resurfacing. Then, the 100,000 dragons did something no one expected. They flapped their wings and fled for their lives. Scrambling to escape, they almost wished they had 2 extra wings. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing, sky-darkening Dragon Legion vanished without a trace. The entire Dragon Legion had fled, leaving only the Wyvern King hovering alone in the air. All the other dragons had run away, completely gone, without leaving a single trace. What? The people on the city walls were dumbfounded. This is the legendary Dragon Legion? Donna stood with her mouth agape, utterly stunned. It was completely different from the Dragon Legion she had imagined. Looks like they were scared off by my brother? The fat man blinked. What exactly did this guy do to the Dragon Legion? Dirk Norvay's mouth twitched. The Dragon Legion fled in panic the moment they saw him. They must have offended him before and been severely punished, leaving a deep psychological scar. Marquis Cixia, however, was overjoyed. This kid did what I've always wanted to do but couldn't. How satisfying. Still, I'm curious to see how Nicholas will handle this next. Dirk. Norvay stared at the lone Wyvern King in the air. This was a powerful being comparable to a level 9 magical beast. How could it let Mundray off so easily? The Wyvern King glared at Mundray with a fierce, murderous look, as if it wanted to tear him apart. However, Mundray said just one sentence, and the Wyvern King, terrified, covered its face and fled, abandoning all dignity. What? Don't want to grow another pair of wings? Watching the Dragon Legion flee in panic, everyone felt both astonished and exhilarated. This so-called elite legion was, in reality, just a group of greedy, ugly bandits. Everyone had long wanted to teach them a lesson but lacked the strength to do so, forced to watch them act arrogantly. Today, they finally got their wish. Mundray scared off the Dragon Legion with just a few words, utterly humiliating them. It was truly satisfying. The ant tide had finally been eradicated. The old man stroked his beard, gazing down at the scorched earth, and let out a long sigh. This time, your contribution is significant. You might even earn yourself a count's title. No response. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The old man frowned, unable to resist glancing at Mundray, only to find him grinning foolishly, his mouth stretched to his ears, like a bachelor who had finally won over his dream girl, overjoyed beyond measure. The old man's face darkened with anger, and he shouted, "You brat, what nonsense are you up to now?" Mundray shivered and complained, "Headmaster, your voice is too loud, you scared me. What are you laughing at? You look like a fool." The old man glared at him. It's a secret." Mundray grinned, his gaze returning to the wealth value. Seeing those dazzling numbers followed by a string of zeros filled his heart with sweetness. Wealth value, 7,539,721,863. Gold coins. Over 7.5 billion. What an astonishing number. The most crucial part, only 2.5 billion away from the 10 billion milestone. In other words, as long as he earned another 2.5 billion gold coins,
Man Ray could break through the 9th level
limit and step into the higher Saint Domain realm. 2.5 billion? Difficult? Not at all.
Because beneath this scorched land lay 6.5 billion gold coins, or more precisely, 650,000 magic cores.
Collect them all. Sell them. And he could easily summon the dragon. Haha! Man Ray burst into laughter, like a fearless hero, then dove toward the ground. His spiritual power spread out like a tide, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Whoosh, 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 magic cores popped out of the ground like little potatoes, then disappeared into Man Ray's spatial ring. Whoosh, 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 he flew along, collecting as he went. Man Ray was like a diligent little bee, picking up magic cores one by one, while the chubby man and others on the city wall watched with drooling mouths. Each magic core is worth over 10,000 gold coins. The chubby man's eyes turned red. The bloodthirsty iron crystallants that Big Bro just wiped out must be worth at least 100,000, right? What a huge profit. That's 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion? Everyone trembled, almost so excited they wet their pants. 1 billion. 1 billion. You couldn't spend that in a lifetime. Man Ray moved quickly, but even so, it took him over 3 hours to collect all the magic cores. He didn't count exactly how many there were. Anyway, there were so many that they almost couldn't fit. Even the old man's spatial magic device was nearly full. No grass grows fat without night dew. No one gets rich without windfalls. The old saying was absolutely true. Only then did Man Ray return to the city wall, satisfied, meeting the chubby man's envious, almost crazed gaze. Ugh, ugh, ugh. 1 billion gold coins. I'm so jealous I could cry. Chubby, are you having a fit? Man Ray patted the chubby man's chubby face, which felt quite nice to the touch. Jushin Pavilion. After school starts, you must take me to Jushin Pavilion. The chubby man grabbed Man Ray's collar and shouted hysterically, once isn't enough. You have to take me multiple times. No, every day. Only by eating Jushin Pavilion's dishes every day can I slightly soothe my wounded heart. Ugh, 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 1 billion gold coins. If I had that much money, I'd sleep on a mountain of gold every day, eating, drinking, and playing to my heart's content. Man Ray rolled his eyes, finally understanding. So this guy was jealous of him. But if you knew I already had assets exceeding 10 billion, would you be so jealous you'd give up on life? Probably. This guy Dirk Norve, Abe, and Donna also looked at Man Ray, their emotions too complex to describe. Half a year ago, this poor country boy in coarse linen clothes had come to the academy to enroll, and now he had become such a powerful person? Man Ray, in this defense against the Antide, you've made a great contribution. Marquis Saija said with admiration, I will definitely report this truthfully to the king and request a heavy reward for you. You are. Man Ray looked at the green dragon woman in front of him, puzzled. Man Ray, this is Marquis Saija, the commander of Beha Pass. Dirk Norve quickly introduced, she's also the first female general of our Fire Dragon Kingdom. So it's Marquis Saija. I've heard so much about you. Man Ray suddenly understood. Not at all, it's nothing special. Marquis Saixia waved his hand. But you, Man Ray, single-handedly wiped out the Antide. After this battle, you will surely become a hero known throughout the kingdom. You're too kind, Marquis. Man Ray smiled, not caring much about fame. Fame was far less practical than a few gold coins and some magic cores. Marquis Saixia looked at him, secretly surprised. Such a great achievement, with the promise of a generous reward, yet he remained so calm and composed. This mindset was not typical of a teenager. After chatting with everyone for a while, Man Ray prepared to take his leave. He needed to hurry back to the Magic Beast Forest to retrieve Little Gold. What a pity. Marquis Saixia sighed. I was planning to host a celebration banquet to thank you for your service in defending the city, but it seems you have urgent matters to attend to. Defending the city was my duty, it's no big deal. Man Ray said with a smile. He then greeted Dirk, Norve, and the others before finally turning to the chubby man. I'll leave the matter of selling the magic cores to you. Leave it to me. The chubby man patted his chest in assurance. I'll get it done perfectly. Thanks. Man Ray patted the chubby man on the shoulder, then mounted his magic flying carpet and left the northern city wall, heading toward the Magic Beast Forest. An hour later, he found Little Gold's hiding place. However, the little one was in trouble. A dozen or so large gray-white spider magic beasts had surrounded it. Black webs covered the area, blocking all escape routes. There was no way out, no way to flee. Little Gold, like a kitten surrounded by elephants, was trembling in fear, weak and helpless, a sight that tugged at the heart. Click, click, click. These giant spider magic beasts were over 10 meters long, their 8 silver spear-like legs covered in bristle-like hairs. Their entire bodies emitted a foul stench that made one's skin crawl and sent chills down the spine. Crypt spiders. They actually followed us here. Monray's eyes flashed with a cold light. These creatures are relentless, chasing us all the way here. You have to understand. Little Gold is the Ant Emperor. The crypt spiders won't let it go so easily, the old man sighed. Anyone would want to completely eliminate their enemy to feel at ease. Poor little thing. Monray quickly launched over a dozen fire spears, which shot out like arrows, instantly piercing through the crypt spiders' heads and pinning them to the ground. Seeing this, Little Gold trembled all over. Finally spotting Monray, it was overwhelmed with joy and relief. Ding! Loot detected. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden God-slaying ant bloodline. Golden God-slaying ant? Bloodline? Monray was stunned. Another bloodline? But what exactly was the golden God-slaying ant? Buzz, as Monray stood there in a daze, countless golden beams of light burst from his body, piercing through his skin and illuminating the surroundings in an instant. The golden light then transformed into a viscous golden flame, enveloping his entire body and beginning to burn. Boom! A heart-wrenching pain erupted from within, crashing into Monray's nerves like a raging tide. Pain! 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 Monray couldn't help but scream, feeling as if he were being torn apart. He hunched over, pounding the ground with his fists, his face twisted in agony. Monray, what's wrong? The old man was terrified. Kid, don't scare me. I'm fine. Monray gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that felt worse than being dismembered alive, and forced a bitter smile. I'm fine. It'll pass in a moment. You call this fine? The old man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What on earth is happening? Ha. Monray forced a bitter smile but couldn't even form a complete sentence. The golden flames flowed out of his body like blood. Then what is this? The old man exclaimed in shock. Golden ant? Impossible. He hurriedly denied it. This creature has long been extinct, it can't possibly still exist. Yet, he saw Little Gold crawling on the ground, trembling all over, its eyes filled with fear. The old man instantly understood this was just like when a subdragon encountered a pure-blooded dragon, suppressed by its bloodline. Could it be? The old man glanced at Little Gold, then stared at the golden ant's phantom behind him, his heart heavy. SSSSSS. At that moment, another mutation occurred. Monray's skin began to writhe violently, as if countless insects were crawling underneath. In the next moment, golden scales stained with fresh blood emerged from his skin. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, shimmering with golden light, more and more appeared, and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Within a few breaths, Monray's entire body was covered in strange golden scales, as if he had donned a layer of gleaming armor. At the same time, golden spikes stained with blood pierced through his flesh at his forearms, calves, knees, and elbows, protruding from his bones and radiating a chilling, piercing glow. Finally, 2 golden antennae, covered in scales and shaped like tridents, slowly grew from Monray's forehead. Only then did everything finally stop. At this moment, Monray had completely transformed into a half-human, half-ant monster. His entire body covered in golden scales, golden antennae on his head, and sharp spikes at his elbows. Whoosh! The pain receded like a tide, and Monray's consciousness gradually returned. He gasped heavily, feeling as though he had just brushed past death. The agony he had just experienced was far worse than when he fused with the bloodlines of the fire dragon and flame demon, 10 times more painful. Monray swore he would never want to endure such torment again, worse than death itself. Monray, the old man opened his mouth to call out, but seeing the unfamiliar and unbelievable Monray before him, he swallowed his words. Old Dean. Monray forced a smile, but to the old man, that smile seemed sinister and eerie. His pupils had turned bright red, exactly like Little Gold's eyes. Monray, what on earth is going on? The old man, though shocked, quickly suppressed his emotions and asked urgently. I can't explain it either. Man-Ray clenched his
fists, feeling the immense power surging within him, far surpassing the sensation of breaking through as a ninth level warrior. Every muscle, every bone, every inch of flesh contained terrifying strength. It was as if he had been completely reborn, transformed into a new person. Old Dean, just think of it as another bloodline awakening, Man-Ray said softly. Bloodline awakening? The old man's face changed dramatically. Could it be that your body truly harbors the bloodline of the golden god-slaying ant? Man-Ray did not answer, instead continuing to feel the overwhelming, terrifying power within him. The next moment, he bent his knees slightly and leapt into the air. Boom! His legs, like they were equipped with super springs, exploded with astonishing power, propelling Man-Ray upward with incredible force. Whoosh, he shot into the sky like a rocket, soaring hundreds of meters in an instant. My God! The old man widened his eyes, his mouth forming an O shape as he exclaimed, that's way too high. But it wasn't over yet. In the next second, Man-Ray plummeted from the sky, delivering a fierce punch to the ground. With a thunderous roar, violent power erupted instantly. The wind howled, dirt flew, the earth trembled, and rocks shattered. A massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground, with Man-Ray standing at its center, like a meteor that had fallen from the heavens. This power. The old man was dumbfounded. This rivals the strength of a top-tier 9th-level magical beast. Magical beasts are renowned for their robust physiques. Strength-type magical beasts are the powerhouses among them, especially peak 9th-level strength-type magical beasts, whose sheer power can rival human experts newly entering the Saint domain. For a human to achieve this level of strength is simply unbelievable. Although I don't know what the golden god-slaying ant truly is, Man-Ray stared at his fist, too excited to speak. Its power must be unimaginably strong. After all, I merely fused its bloodline, and my power became so terrifying. In terms of sheer strength, it absolutely surpasses a pure-blooded fire dragon. Readers, please don't get hung up on the issue of mixed bloodlines. My principle is to make sure everyone enjoys reading. If you really care, I can only pull out the big guns and perform a grand bloodline fusion. Combine the strengths of various bloodlines into one. How about that? Nighttime, silent and still. Not even the sound of insects chirping could be heard. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The campfire burned quietly in the grass, its flames illuminating a pig leg suspended over the fire. The pig leg was soaked in seasoning, its skin roasted to a golden, crispy perfection. Fat dripped continuously, producing enticing sizzling sounds, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Man-Ray stared intently at the golden pig leg, wishing he could devour it in one bite. At this moment, he was hungrier than ever before. He knew this hunger was a side effect of the antification state. Although the antification lasted only a few minutes, it had almost completely drained his stamina. Antification was truly exhausting. With my current physique comparable to a level 9 warrior, I could only sustain it for 5 minutes. Man-Ray thought incredulously. A dignified level 9 warrior, unable to last more than 5 minutes, can you believe it? Moreover, every time I fuse a new bloodline, my body becomes stronger. Previously, after fusing the Fire Dragon bloodline and the Flame Demon bloodline, my physique improved 2 to 3 times. Now, after fusing the Golden God-slaying ant bloodline, my body has improved tenfold. Tenfold? Man-Ray looked at the attribute data on the panel, still in shock. Host, Man-Ray race, human, Fire Dragon bloodline, Flame Demon bloodline, Golden God-slaying ant bloodline. Wealth value, 75 41 72, 1863 gold coins. Physique, level 9 warrior, 1015 85 87 /10 000000000. Spirit, level 9 mage, 134 51 42 /10 000000000. Magic power, level 9 mage, 112 93 28 /10 000000000. Before the fusion, my physique value was 1 million, after the fusion, it became 10 million. A difference of tenfold. Man-Ray could hardly believe it and couldn't help but recall the changes from fusing the previous 2 bloodlines. Fusion of the Fire Dragon bloodline, 800 became 2400, a threefold increase. Fusion of the Flame Demon bloodline, 7000 became 14878, a twofold increase. The results are clear. Man-Ray muttered to himself. Judging by physical enhancement alone, the Golden God-slaying ant bloodline far surpasses the Fire Dragon and Flame Demon bloodlines. The question is,
What kind of creature is the golden god-slaying ant? Why is it so powerful? His gaze fell on Little Gold beside him. This bloodline likely came from it. Could Little Gold be the legendary golden god-slaying ant? Or does it contain this bloodline within its body? If that's the case, then Little Gold's origins
are definitely extraordinary, far beyond being a mere bloodthirsty iron crystal ant emperor. Little Gold noticed Monray's
gaze and seemed somewhat fearful. The aura emanating from Monray made it uneasy and restless. Don't be afraid, Little Gold. Monray gently stroked Little Gold's head and spoke softly. Little Gold gradually relaxed, lowering its head to enjoy the comfort. Once Little Gold's emotions stabilized, Monray couldn't help but ask, Little Gold, do you know about the golden god-slaying ant? Golden god-slaying ant? Little Gold raised its head to look at him, eyes full of confusion, then shook its head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Monray was a bit surprised. Yes, I don't know, Little Gold answered firmly. How can that be? Monray frowned.
It's normal for it not to know, an old man nearby suddenly spoke. His expression complex. The golden god-slaying ant is a legendary creature that has long been extinct.
Very few people know about it. A legendary creature? Monray's entire body trembled.
Indeed, the old man continued.
It's said that, back then, the entire world was still under the rule of the ancient Titans.
The Titans controlled the skies and the earth. The ancient Titans were the sole rulers of the sky continent. Until one day, a trace of mystery flashed in the old man's eyes. Golden rain fell from the sky, triggering an ant plague, which finally ended the rule of the ancient Titans. Later, people discovered that the golden rain was actually the eggs of a creature called the golden god-slaying ant.
When the eggs hatched, young ants emerged, and disaster followed. Countless golden god-slaying ants devoured everything in their path: livestock, humans, magical beasts, elves, orcs, and of course, the ancient Titans. The Titans fought back with all their might, but the golden god-slaying ants were too powerful, impervious to weapons and possessing incredible strength. In the end, many Titans perished in battle, suffering heavy losses, and their era of dominance came to an end. What happened next? Monray pressed on. If the golden ants were so terrifying, who could stop them? Who succeeded in halting them?
The old man looked up at the starry sky and slowly uttered two words, the gods.
The gods? Monray stared at him in surprise.
That's right, the gods. The old man's eyes sparkled. The gods live above the starry sky, overlooking the entire world. They heard the cries for help from the ancient Titans and witnessed the catastrophe on the firmament continent. So, they descended. Ancient records say that on the day the gods descended, countless divine lights pierced through the heavens,
like pillars, illuminating the entire firmament continent.
Even the sun hanging high in the sky was dimmed by the brilliance
of the divine light. Then, an earth-shattering divine war erupted.
The heavens collapsed, the earth split apart. Fierce winds and torrential rains raged. Floods surged, earthquakes shook the land. Corpses littered the ground, and the
earth trembled violently.
In the end, even the firmament continent itself was torn apart.
Monray gasped in shock. It is
said that the firmament continent was far larger in ancient times, at least 5 or 6 times its current size.
The old man sighed.
But after that great war, the continent shattered and scattered.
The current firmament continent is just one of the larger fragments. Other fragments either float in the endless sea as isolated, lost lands or were submerged by seawater, sinking forever into the deep ocean. Such a terrifying war? Monray was deeply shaken.
After all, the participants were the gods. The old man shook his head repeatedly. You can't even begin to imagine how powerful the gods are.
In their
presence, a saint-level being is like an ant before a dragon, a candle before the sun, completely beyond comparison.
Do gods really exist in this world?
Monray looked up at the starry sky, his heart filled with doubt.
Do gods truly exist?
Of course, they exist.
The old man had no doubt. Gods are higher forms of life than mortals. They know everything,
can do anything, live forever, and are indestructible. Their form of existence is entirely different, and they truly exist. Beyond the stars. Monray was stunned, half believing, half doubting.
Old Dean, have you ever seen a god?
Of course. The old man's eyes were full of reverence.
The dragon god we worship in the Dragon God Empire is a true god. I was fortunate enough to witness his true form with my own eyes. The dragon god really exists? Monray was astonished. He had
Always thought that the dragon god people spoke of was just a belief, like the mythical stories on Earth.
He never imagined that the dragon god was real.
Of course. This is the firmament continent, where even legendary creatures like dragons
and titans exist. Why wouldn't the dragon god exist? Since dragons and titans are real, why wouldn't gods be real too? Understanding this, Man-Ray felt a sense of relief. But then, a new question arose in his mind: if gods exist, can humans become gods? If so, can I become a god? Humans can absolutely become gods,
the old man answered firmly in response
to Man-Ray's doubts.
In fact, all life on the firmament continent has the potential to become a god. The old man gazed at the starry sky, his eyes deep and profound. It is said that among the lofty gods, many were once lowly beings who
cultivated their way to divinity. Becoming a god? Man-Ray asked excitedly, how does one become a god?
The old man stroked his beard and smiled. According to ancient texts, there are many ways to become a god, but for most beings, there is only one path to divinity, the path of mastering the laws. Deities, also known as law masters, as long as you master the laws of heaven and earth, you are a true god.
Master the laws of heaven and earth? Man-Ray repeated softly.
The laws of heaven and earth are the fundamental rules of all things, the foundation of everything's operation.
Without them, nothing can function. Laws are the supreme power. They contain unimaginable might.
The old man shook his head with a smile. It is
precisely because deities master the laws of heaven and earth that they can be omnipotent and eternal. Dean, how can I master the laws of heaven and earth? Man-Ray asked. You haven't even mastered the power of heaven and earth, and you're already thinking about mastering the laws? Don't be so hasty.
The old man smiled and chided.
Man-Ray was stunned. The power
of heaven and earth is the surface phenomenon of the laws of heaven and earth. To understand the laws, you must first master the power of heaven and earth. The old man put away his smile. Only by uncovering the mist of the power of heaven and
earth can you see the deeper laws. Man-Ray fell into deep thought.
Simply put, reaching level 9 means mastering the power
of heaven and earth.
The old man concluded, only when you reach the sanctuary can you truly begin to study the laws
of heaven and earth.
In any case, the power of heaven and earth is the foundation.
I understand. Man-Ray nodded, but his mind began calculating.
He could use the system's pay-to-win function to break through level 9 and directly become a
sanctuary level mage. In other words, he wouldn't need to master the power of heaven and earth first to enter the sanctuary. It sounded like a good thing. But Man-Ray suddenly realized that even if he became a sanctuary level mage, he might just
be a fake one with a strong body, powerful mental strength, and magic reserves, but without true sanctuary level cultivation. Just like before, his body was strong enough to rival a level 9 warrior, but his combat aura cultivation was far
behind. He could only be considered a fake level 9. Following this logic, if he became a sanctuary level mage, he might also be a fake one. If he encountered a true sanctuary level mage, wouldn't he be easily defeated? Ultimately, he still needed to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. This was truly a headache.
Man-Ray was a bit troubled.
The system's
pay-to-win function could only enhance his body, mental strength, and magic, but it couldn't help him understand the power of heaven and earth or the laws.
Does this mean I have to comprehend the power of heaven and earth and the laws step by step like everyone else in the future? How unlucky. Man-Ray cursed the system in his heart and then asked, Dean, how can I master the power of heaven and earth? That depends on your own gradual comprehension.
The old man shook his head.
The power of heaven and earth is invisible and intangible.
If you comprehend it, you comprehend it. If you don't, no one
can help you. Man-Ray frowned. Is it that difficult? However,
the old man stroked his beard and smiled. You are young and have already become a level 9 grand mage.
This is your greatest advantage. Is that an advantage? Man-Ray frowned slightly. Nonsense. The old man snorted. Life is short, and lifespan is limited. Even a level 9 grand mage can't live beyond 100 years. Time is pitifully scarce. Many people are already old and gray by the time they reach level 9. How much time do they have left to comprehend the power of heaven and earth? Man-Ray nodded. That made sense.
You don't have to worry about dying early, so you have plenty of time to comprehend it, far surpassing others.
The
old man stroked his beard and looked at Man-Ray, but your greatest disadvantage is that your magical talent is too good.
You actually have affinity with 4 elements: lightning, fire, earth, and wood. That's a disadvantage too? Monray was surprised. Of course. The old man looked serious. Having 4 talents means you have to spend 4 times as much time as others to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, making it exponentially harder. Monray frowned. So, I suggest you give up 3 of them and focus on cultivating just 1. The old man smiled. Your talent is excellent. If you focus on just 1, I believe you can break through the bottleneck and reach a higher realm, successfully breaking into the sanctuary and touching the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. Lightning, fire, earth, and wood. Only 1 magical talent can be chosen? Monray fell silent. To be honest, he didn't want to give up any of them. These hard-earned talents would be such a waste to abandon. I'll think about it. Monray shook his head. Take your time, kid. The old dean stroked his beard and smiled, no longer pressing him. He understood Monray's feelings very well. Anyone with 4 magical talents at the same time would be reluctant to give any of them up. But now, a choice had to be made. Otherwise, trying to pursue both would waste a lot of time, which was absolutely unacceptable for a 9th-level Grand Magister with such a short lifespan. Alright, I understand. Monray nodded lightly and changed the subject. Headmaster, after the gods descended, did they wipe out all the golden god-slaying ants? Yes, the headmaster nodded. The golden god-slaying ants were indeed powerful, some even capable of contending with gods. But against the combined forces of the gods, they stood no chance. In the end, the golden god-slaying ants were completely eradicated. To prevent them from resurging, even all their descendants carrying the golden god-slaying ant bloodline were rooted out. At this point, the headmaster's expression turned complex. However, regrettably, some managed to slip through the net, and you are clearly one of them. There are many who escaped. No one knows exactly how many. Monray touched his nose, but in his heart, he thought, the real one who slipped through the net is Little Gold, not me. I'm just an ordinary person who accidentally acquired the golden god-slaying ant bloodline. Brat, you must remember. The headmaster suddenly became serious. No matter what, you must never let anyone know you possess the golden god-slaying ant bloodline. Otherwise, the trouble you'll face will be unimaginable. I understand. Headmaster. Monray's heart tightened, and he nodded solemnly. This concerned his very survival. He couldn't afford to be careless. Good, the headmaster nodded. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if thousands of horses were galloping, producing a deep, chaotic rumble. Is it an ant tide? Monray looked around. No, it's not an ant tide. The headmaster shook his head. With such a commotion, it must be an even larger creature. Be careful. Sure enough, the ground tremors grew stronger, trees snapped one after another, and a group of monstrous cave demon spiders, each over 10 meters tall with 8 spider legs and hideous faces, appeared. Their numbers were staggering, stretching as far as the eye could see. They surrounded Monray completely, blocking all exits. Cave demon spiders. Monray's lips curled into a cold smile. Are they here to deliver themselves to me? A sharp, piercing screech suddenly rang out, and all the cave demon spiders parted to create a path. Amidst the heavy thuds of the ground shaking, a colossal creature over 20 stories tall, entirely blood-red, slowly emerged. A 9th-level peak magical beast, the cave demon spider queen. This blood-red behemoth stood on the ground like a ferocious beast from the depths of hell, exuding a violent and malevolent aura that sent chills down one's spine. The cave demon spider queen. The headmaster's pupils contracted as he shouted, Brat! This is a 9th-level peak magical beast, extremely difficult to deal with. Be very careful. No need to remind me, I can feel it, Monray responded calmly. Just from its aura, this cave demon spider queen was even more terrifying than the Titan dragon ape he had encountered before. How could he dare to be careless? Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk the cave demon spider queen's 8 legs, like towering trees, were covered in several meter-long crimson spikes that gleamed coldly in the firelight. Its 8 eyes first glanced coldly at Little Gold, then turned to Monray, flashing with icy light. It actually spoke, human, leave, or you will die. Wow, it can talk. Monray was taken aback. Isn't it said that only saint-level magical beasts can speak human language? Why can this 9th-level magical beast talk? It's obvious. The headmaster's voice was urgent. This cave demon Spider Queen has already broken through. It's now a saint-level magical beast. Although
it just broke through when its aura is unstable, a saint-level magical beast is still a saint-level magical beast.
With your current strength, it's nearly impossible to defeat it. Prepare to run. It's a pity about this little ant queen, you'll probably have to give it up. Broken through? Monray's heart tightened, and his muscles instantly tensed. He had no
fear facing a 9th-level magical beast, but a saint-level magical beast was an entirely different matter.
Saint level. 9th level. The difference was like heaven and earth, incomparable. However, saint-level magical beasts seemed to be particularly valuable. Monray's eyes flickered, and a crazy thought suddenly emerged in his mind: if I can kill this Saint Domain magical beast.
At the same time, Little Gold saw the appearance of the Abyssal Spider Queen and trembled in fear, desperately
burrowing behind Monray, utterly terrified. Human, get lost. The Abyssal Spider Queen grew impatient, raising its head and letting out a deafening roar. The powerful sound waves almost shattered Monray's eardrums. Get lost? Haha, I refuse.
Monray slowly stood up, grabbed the roasted pork leg from the campfire, took a fierce bite, and stared fixedly at the Abyssal Spider Queen, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes.
Just broke through? Unstable? Then I'll kill it. What are you trying to do? The old man was terrified and quickly shouted, Don't be foolish. You're no match for it. Fighting it head-on will only lead to your death. Right or wrong, I'll only know after fighting. Monray chewed the roasted pork leg in big bites. Old Dean, how much do you think this Abyssal Spider Queen is worth? Are you insane? The old
man was furious, his face turning purple.
The power of a Saint Domain magical beast is beyond your imagination. Listen to me, run away quickly. With your strength, you can escape. Monray shook his head. Old Dean, just tell me, how much is this Abyssal Spider Queen worth? You stubborn fool. The old man glared angrily. Saint Domain magical beasts are priceless treasures, they don't have a market price.
When they do appear, their value is in the tens of billions of gold
coins.
Although this one has just broken through, a Saint Domain magical beast is still a Saint Domain magical beast.
It can sell for at least 5 billion gold coins. 5 billion? Then I can at least make a profit of 2.5 billion? Monray licked his lips, his eyes gleaming brightly, laughing maniacally. Beast, your life is mine. System, exchange all wealth and add it to the physique attribute. Ding, all wealth instantly vanished.
7.5 billion gold coins disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, the value of 7.5 billion gold coins was immediately converted into Monray's physique attribute.
A powerful heat wave swept through his body like ocean waves, strengthening him.
Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Monray,
shaking the heavens and earth. A fierce wind swept through the surroundings, breaking grass and trees, raising dust, overturning the campfire, and plunging the scene into chaos. What?
The old man widened his eyes, almost unable to believe
what he was seeing. How is this possible? Monray's aura surged, but the Abyssal Spider Queen was only slightly surprised. After all, it was still at the 9th level and didn't take Monray seriously.
Little Gold, I won't give up, nor
will I run away.
Monray licked his lips, his eyes flashing with killing intent and madness.
Watch closely, I'm going to slaughter this beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Monray charged forward. His speed was off the charts. His strength soared to the limit, his physique reaching 7,643,307,773. Monray's entire body erupted with immense power. Speed, strength, agility, all doubled in enhancement. Die, beast.
His fist carried earth-shattering power, instantly smashing toward
the Abyssal Spider Queen's abdomen.
A mere insect dares to overestimate itself. The Abyssal Spider Queen snorted coldly. The blood-red spikes on its 8 spider legs detached, transforming into a dense rain of spikes, shooting toward
Monray.
The speed was as fast as lightning, the quantity as overwhelming as a downpour, sealing off all directions and
aiming to pierce Monray into a sieve. Perfect. Monray laughed loudly, golden light bursting from his body. His figure instantly transformed into a golden sun. Dazzling golden scales. Sharp golden spikes. His entire body radiated golden light. The golden god-slaying ant form, fully activated. Boom, his aura surged again, his speed skyrocketing. He suddenly disappeared in mid-air. Puff, puff, puff,
the dense rain of spikes missed their target, piercing into the ground.
Man-Ray
Suddenly appeared beneath the abyssal spider queen's abdomen, delivering a heavy punch.
Boom, immense power erupted,
causing the abyssal spider queen's abdomen to vibrate like a drumhead, emitting a muffled sound and rippling outward in waves.
Unfortunately, it failed to penetrate. What? Man-Ray's expression changed drastically.
After spending all his wealth,
his physique had already reached 7.6 billion.
After transforming into the golden ant form, his physique multiplied several times, surpassing the 10 billion mark and reaching another level. This means his physical body can already rival that of a
sanctuary level expert. If that's the case, why can't he pierce the abdomen of the abyssal spider queen? Kid, you're thinking too simply.
The old man beside him shook his head and sighed. Once a magical beast enters the sanctuary level, its
strength is equivalent to a mid to late stage human sanctuary expert. It's definitely not something you can defeat easily.
Crack, just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. The old man looked over in surprise, only to see a black spear directly piercing through the head of the abyssal spider queen.
Ha, luckily I kept an extra trick up my sleeve. P.S. Let's do some calculations to avoid any misunderstandings.
Original physique, 1015, 8587 plus all wealth exchanged.
7541 72186 equals current physique, 7643 30773 multiply that by the several times boost from the ant transformation, and it steadily surpasses 1 billion, entering the sanctuary level. Any objections, everyone?
Lastly, let me just say, don't bring
up things like it's ending soon or abandoning the story. Are you the author or am I? I've already prepared outlines
for 9 volumes, and we're only midway through the second volume.
The end is still far away. Alright, that's it. By the
way, asking for votes, just casually asking.
Moi, *3, epsilon asterisk. To be honest, Man-Ray has been feeling a bit inflated lately. Like a balloon. The training in the magical beast forest. The sudden ant tide. A series of investments and opportunities
have made his strength skyrocket like a rocket, jumping several levels directly.
Looking back at his former self, before
entering the magical beast forest, he was just a level 7 warrior and a level 6 mage. But in just over a month, he has
already become a level 9 warrior and a level 9 mage.
With the use of his trump cards, he can barely contend with sanctuary level
experts. The speed of his strength improvement is simply shocking.
This has also made Man-Ray's confidence soar, so much so that when facing the abyssal spider queen, a sanctuary level magical beast, his first reaction wasn't to run for
his life but to think about taking it down. A sanctuary level magical beast. If he could take it down, the rewards would be immense.
Thus, Man-Ray gambled everything he had and attacked madly. But unexpectedly, his full force strike didn't
cause any damage to the abyssal spider queen. This is infuriating. I put in so much effort, and you didn't even flinch?
Fortunately, I used the god-slaying spear earlier, otherwise, today would have been disastrous.
Man-Ray dodged repeatedly, retreating to a safe distance, secretly relieved at his decision. No matter the situation, always leave yourself a way out. Everyone understands this principle. This kid is really cunning.
The old man beside him was dumbfounded.
He had thought Man-Ray was doomed for sure, given that his opponent was a sanctuary-level magical beast. Man-Ray charging recklessly like
that was practically seeking death. Unexpectedly, Man-Ray turned out to be so clever, attacking head-on while using the
god-slaying spear to launch a sneak attack from behind.
One overt, one covert, a dual assault that successfully ambushed the
abyssal spider queen. Truly cunning enough to earn admiration.
Screech, the abyssal spider queen's head was pierced by
the god-slaying spear, but it didn't die.
It roared in pain, its eyes filled with madness and killing intent.
Boom, it raised its blade-like forelegs and slashed fiercely at Man-Ray, its speed terrifyingly fast. If it hit, even a dragon would be split in half. Heh, can't hit me. Man-Ray's figure flashed as he quickly retreated.
Then, with a snap of his fingers, a massive fireball with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared above the spider queen's head.
Inferno Purgatory. Ignite.
The fireball smashed down precisely, covering the spider queen's eyes.
A great opportunity. Man-Ray seized the
moment, using the god-slaying spear to stab directly into the abyssal spider queen's eyes.
Crack, the god-slaying spear plunged in completely.
Screech, the spider queen let out a piercing cry, writhing in pain, almost losing control.
Man-Ray remained calm, instantly appearing at its abdomen, roaring, God-slaying spear, return.
Whoosh, the god-slaying spear transformed into a beam of light and flew back into Man-Ray's hand. He thrust it forcefully and slashed, creating a deep
wound.
Rip, a sharp tearing sound echoed as the Spider Queen's abdomen was sliced open. Level 8 magic, Thunderlight.
Arrow.
Man-Ray casually threw it. The Thunderlight pierced through the air and accurately shot into the wound.
Your skin may be tough, but I don't believe your internal organs are just as sturdy. Man-Ray retreated while roaring angrily. The thunder light arrow exploded inside the wound with a loud bang, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a large pit was blasted out of the abdomen. Splat! Intestines and internal organs fell to the ground, mixed with fresh blood and shattered flesh, emitting a foul stench that almost made Man-Ray vomit. What did this guy eat? Why is it so smelly? Man-Ray covered his mouth and nose, quickly retreating.
The consecutive heavy injuries left the Spider Emperor riddled with wounds.
It desperately used its 8 long legs to stuff its internal organs back into its abdomen, trying to patch the hole. But with such a large cavity, how could it possibly fit back in?
After trying for a long time, the organs remained outside, and its
strength rapidly drained away, its roars growing weaker and weaker.
Finally, the Spider Emperor collapsed to the ground.
Gasping heavily, its eyes dim, teetering on the brink of death. Haha, I did it! Man-Ray stood on a tall tree, looking at
the massive magical beast before him. Even lying down it was dozens of meters tall. His heart raced, blood boiling.
A saint-level magical beast, the Abyssal Spider Emperor, was defeated by me. Can I now kill saint-level magical beasts? Man-Ray muttered to himself, feeling as if he were dreaming.
You brat, you actually killed the Abyssal Spider Emperor.
An old man suddenly appeared, stroking his beard and staring at the weakly breathing Spider Emperor in disbelief. Even using a divine
weapon like the god-slaying spear to kill the Abyssal Spider Emperor truly makes me see you in a new light.
Ha, pure luck, pure luck. Man-Ray laughed and shook his head.
Man-Ray laughed twice, and the god-slaying spear flew from his hand, crazily stabbing toward the Spider Emperor's head. Although this monster was about to die, no one could say for sure how
long it would last. Looking at the empty balance in his account, Man-Ray felt uneasy and urgently needed gold coins. The more, the better. Thud, thud, thud.
A series of violent stabs turned the Spider Emperor's head into a sieve, full of holes. This powerful saint-level magical beast, filled with unwillingness and rage, finally died.
It was truly unwilling. After
all, it was the Abyssal Spider Emperor, having just broken through to the saint level, annihilating the bloodthirsty iron
Crystallance, its nemesis of 10,000 years.
It was feeling triumphant, ready to make a grand display.
But then things took a sharp turn.
Just as it climbed to the peak of life, before it could enjoy it, fate dealt it a heavy blow.
Not only did it fail to completely wipe out the remnants of the bloodthirsty iron crystallance, but it also lost its life. It truly fulfilled the old saying, life is full of ups and downs, who knows what tomorrow will bring. Ding! Killed one Abyssal Spider Emperor, gained 5.2 billion gold coins. The system notification sounded, its cold voice in Man-Ray's ears was like heavenly music, intoxicating him. He. Though dangerous, I made the right bet. 5.2 billion gold coins, plus the 5 billion from the magic core. That's a total of 10 billion gold coins.
And this stinking corpse.
I've struck it rich, struck it rich. The battle ended, and the forest returned to tranquility.
The campfire still burned, and not far away on the clearing lay a towering giant, dozens of stories high, the corpse of the Abyssal Spider Emperor.
Man-Ray gnawed on a fragrant
roasted pork leg while staring at the corpse, feeling delighted inside.
Although killing the Abyssal Spider Emperor was risky, the rewards were abundant. First, the 10 billion gold coins, including the magic core. Not only did he recover the
7.5 billion he spent, but he also made an extra 2.5 billion.
This deal was a huge profit. Secondly, the corpse of the
Abyssal Spider Emperor, as a saint-level magical beast, was full of treasures, worth a fortune, easily selling for tens of
billions.
This was another massive income. Most importantly, he gained 760 million physique points.
This meant that with
just 2.4 billion gold coins, he could break through the 1 billion physique threshold and step into the saint level.
At 16
years old, a saint-level physical body, extremely rare.
Ha ha ha. Thinking about this, Man-Ray couldn't help but laugh out Loud, his unrestrained laughter echoing in the tranquil forest, sounding eerie and unsettling. Humph. What's there to be so smug about? The old man sat cross-legged on the big tree. Hearing Man Ray's laughter, he couldn't help but snort coldly, feeling quite upset. Earlier, he had asked Man Ray how he had suddenly become stronger, but Man Ray only replied with a single word, secret, which made the old man furious. He had taught him earnestly and without reservation, yet this kid kept everything from him. So, the old man was extremely displeased. Since you're being so secretive, fine. The old man gritted his teeth. If I ever answer your questions again, you'll be my ancestor. Man Ray, completely unaware of the old man's inner thoughts, continued eating and drinking. Seeing the old man's strange expression, he couldn't help but laugh and ask, Old Dean, can your spatial magic device still hold such a large corpse of the abyssal demon Spider Emperor? Humph. The old man snorted coldly. My spatial magic device has long been full. Don't you have any sense of that? Man Ray frowned. This corpse was worth billions. Of course, he couldn't just throw it away. But the problem was, where could he store it? Get a few more spatial rings? The abyssal demon Spider Emperor was as tall as a dozen floors. How many spatial rings would it take to store it? Man Ray's gaze fell on Little Gold. Little Gold had a big appetite. Could it be used as a spatial ring? Thinking of this, Man Ray quickly asked. Of course. My stomach is huge. Little Gold nodded, indicating no problem. After the previous events, it had grown even closer to Man Ray. Great. Ha, Little Gold, you're my savior. Amazing. Man Ray was so excited he almost jumped up. Little Gold, quickly store the abyssal demon Spider Emperor's corpse. We have something big to do. I guarantee you'll be happy. Okay. Little Gold didn't hesitate, crawling to the abyssal demon Spider Emperor's corpse and opening its mouth to inhale. Suddenly, both Man Ray and the old man were stunned. The void around the abyssal demon Spider Emperor's corpse began to distort, like ripples spreading across the surface of water, with waves of patterns enveloping the corpse. Then, the corpse quickly flew toward Little Gold, shrinking as it did. By the time it reached Little Gold, it was as small as a grain of rice. Finally, Little Gold swallowed it in one gulp. Man Ray's whole body trembled, asking in disbelief, Old Dean, is this spatial magic? No, spatial magic has long been lost. The old man shook his head. This is just a simple spatial skill, but it's already very impressive. The Golden God-slaying ant's bloodline is truly extraordinary. Golden God-slaying ant bloodline? Man Ray's heart stirred, recalling that he had just fused with its bloodline. Could it be that he also had this spatial ability? He quickly probed with his spiritual power but found nothing. His stomach was still the same size, barely able to hold the roasted pork leg he had just eaten, let alone the abyssal demon Spider Emperor's corpse. Man Ray smiled bitterly, feeling excited for nothing. All done. Little Gold burped contentedly and happily crawled over. Little Gold, you're amazing. Man Ray adjusted his mood, patted its head, and asked with a smile, do you want to go home? Go home? Little Gold froze for a moment, then looked dejected. Of course I want to, but I can't go back. The ant tide has been taken over by the abyssal demon spider clan, even the bloodthirsty golden nest. As long as you want to go home. Man Ray smiled, picking it up. You should know the way home, right? How about we go to your home now? Little Gold's eyes lit up with anticipation. Really? Of course, it's true. Man Ray was full of confidence. The abyssal demon Spider Emperor is already dead. Those small fry can't stop us. Okay. Little Gold was so excited that it was almost in tears. Let's go. Man Ray laughed, holding Little Gold as he charged into the dense and dark forest. The current magic beast forest was an absolute danger zone for both humans and magical beasts. The wandering ant tide would tear any life it encountered to shreds. But Man Ray acted as if no one was there, charging straight through. Under Little Gold's guidance, he quickly found an entrance to the underground world. The so-called entrance was a cave leading to the underground. Deep and dark, it was eerily silent and tall enough for several people to stand. Man Ray was full of curiosity, observing his surroundings while listening to Little Gold's introduction to the underground world. The underground world is incredibly mysterious, even more complex than the surface. It contains numerous spatial layers where many subterranean creatures reside. These layers are interconnected by countless caves and tunnels, forming a labyrinth. Without a guide from the underground creatures, it's easy to get lost. Once lost, one would be trapped underground with no way out, certain death. Lost? Man-Ray's heart tightened. Yes, lost. Little Gold nodded and said, take us bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, for example. With the bloodthirsty gold nest as our base, our territory spans tens of millions of square kilometers. Within this area, there are billions of caves and passages of various sizes, distributed like tree branches throughout the territory. They're so dense that they can't even be counted. The entire ant swarm is like a massive maze. Without a guide, no outsider can find the bloodthirsty gold nest. This is our home, where we survive and protect ourselves. Little Gold proudly raised his head but quickly lowered it again. Unfortunately, the abyssal demon spiders. The battle between the abyssal demon spiders and the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants lasted tens of thousands of years, but in the end, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants suffered a complete defeat, a crushing defeat. If it weren't for encountering Man-Ray, even the current Ant Emperor, Little Gold, would have been wiped out by the abyssal demon spiders. It was truly a devastating loss. Little Gold was deeply dejected. Don't be sad, Little Gold. You're still young, this isn't your fault. Man-Ray comforted him, patting his head. The most important thing is that you're still alive, and the abyssal demon spider emperor is already dead, isn't that right? Little Gold nodded repeatedly, his mood gradually improving. Being alive means there's hope. They continued descending through the winding underground paths. The journey alternated between spacious and narrow passages. Sometimes there were oddly shaped rocks, steep cliffs, surging underground streams, or bottomless abysses. The terrain was complex and dark, and without Little Gold's guidance, Man-Ray wouldn't dare proceed. Old Dean, have you ever been underground before? Man-Ray asked. No, the old man shook his head. As they walked and chatted, they finally arrived at a very spacious underground cavern. Little Gold introduced. This is a spatial layer. Spatial layer? Man-Ray curiously looked around. The space before him was vast, towering 100 meters high. The ground, walls, and ceiling were covered with clusters of glowing plants, resembling a luminous forest that illuminated the entire area with a bright and warm light. It's so beautiful. Man-Ray was awestruck. The glowing forest before him resembled strings of sparkling gems, emitting a dreamlike radiance, so stunning it was unbelievable. This scene could rival the nighttime forest landscapes of Pandora in the movie Avatar. Man-Ray couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that in this dark and silent underground, such a beautiful place could exist? The creator is truly remarkable. The old man stroked his beard, full of admiration. As they were immersed in the beauty, dozens of gray-white abyssal demon spiders suddenly appeared, trampling the glowing forest recklessly, leaving deep grooves and completely destroying the stunning scenery. Abyssal demon spiders. Little Gold growled angrily. This area originally belonged to the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants, and the abyssal demon spiders were forbidden from entering. But now, they had boldly intruded. How utterly detestable. Abyssal demon spiders? Don't hold back. Man-Ray's goal was to eliminate the abyssal demon spiders, so how could he let them go upon seeing them? Let's go. The god-slaying spear instantly flew out. Asterisk puff, 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 asterisk. The god-slaying spear streaked through the air with a cold gleam, accompanied by crisp sounds. Before the dozens of abyssal demon spiders could react, their heads were pierced by the spear's tip, and they fell to the ground one after another. These creatures ruining the beautiful scenery are truly annoying, Man-Ray said coldly, retracting the god-slaying spear, not even bothering to collect the magic cores. He had no interest in their mere tens of thousands of gold coins worth. Let's move on. Passing through this spatial layer, they entered a dark passage. The beauty and wonders of the underground continued to unfold before Man-Ray and the old man. One spatial layer after another, one glowing forest after another, each more dazzling and breathtaking than the last. Finally, they arrived at a completely different spatial layer. This one was entirely golden, the golden earth, the golden sky, the golden walls, the golden plants. The entire space was illuminated by dazzling golden light. The vast and flat golden land was covered with countless holes, each the size of a well opening. Millions of nests were neatly distributed across the land, densely packed, with less than 10 meters between them, all identical in size. It looked like a massive wasp nest, or perhaps a beehive. And inside these nests, they were filled with golden liquid, resembling honey. Some even had plump, white ant eggs soaking in them. What is this? Monray and the old man widened their eyes in astonishment. This is the sacred artifact of our clan, the bloodthirsty golden hive. Little Gold explained excitedly. All our clan members are born here. The bloodthirsty golden hive has a mysterious connection with us. A young ant emperor can use it to issue commands and control all the clan members. So that's how it is. Truly incredible. Monray and the old man were left speechless in awe, while Little Gold stared at the silent bloodthirsty golden hive, his eyes filled with sorrow. Before the abyssal demon spiders invaded, this place was bustling with activity. The queen ant laid eggs tirelessly every day, and worker ants came and went. But now, it was deathly silent. No queen ant, no worker ants. The bloodthirsty golden hive was eerily still, and even the ant eggs soaking in the nests were motionless, clearly long dead. This place had become a desolate ruin. Don't be sad, Little Gold. As long as you, the Ant Emperor, are still alive, the former glory will surely return. Monray said with a smile. The most important thing now is to first take control of the bloodthirsty golden hive, then gather the scattered bloodthirsty iron crystal ants outside. Don't let them continue to run amok. Understood. Little Gold nodded, flapping his tiny wings as he flew into the largest nest at the center of the bloodthirsty golden hive, which had a diameter of about 2 meters. Before long, a mysterious and mournful horn sound echoed from within the bloodthirsty golden hive, as if conveying some unknown message. Old headmaster, can you understand what this horn sound is saying? Monray asked the old man. The old man shook his head. I don't know. It's probably a unique communication method of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant clan. What they didn't know was that this mournful horn sound traveled through the golden world, through thick layers of rock, and eventually reached the surface of the magical beast forest. A miracle occurred. No matter where the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were hiding in the magical beast forest, no matter what they were doing, they all stopped. They froze in place, motionless, perfectly synchronized. Those chasing magical beasts stopped. Those attacking cities stopped. Even those running around aimlessly stopped. What's going on? Why did the ant swarm stop? Everyone and every beast threatened by the ant swarm were baffled. Then, to their astonishment, they saw the ant swarm retreating like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the ant swarm had completely withdrawn. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would witness an unbelievable scene, countless ant swarms converging from all directions, all gathering in one place. That place was the entrance to the underground world. Finally, all the ants burrowed underground, returning to their home. This volume ends here. A new volume begins tomorrow. The sun rose, and the morning light bathed the earth. In front of the solemn and majestic academy gates, there was a bustling scene of carriages and people. Golden armored guards stood watch, their sharp and calm gazes scanning the crowd like hawks. Alex, be honest, how many sweet and lovely maids did you mess with during this winter break? Get lost. Don't ruin my reputation. Humph, who doesn't know that you, Alex, are the Academy's notorious playboy? After holding back for half a year, you feel sorry for yourself if you didn't go wild at home. Bastard! Will it kill you to say less? Standing before the imposing gates, listening to the banter around him, Monray's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. The abyssal demon spiders had been completely annihilated. Little Gold stayed in the underground world. The magical beast village was settled. After a night of rushing, Monray had finally returned to the academy. After being away for over a month, everything had changed significantly, and it all felt different. But this was also a brand new beginning. Monray's heart was full of plans, and he was brimming with anticipation for the future. In contrast, the old man beside him was a completely different sight, trembling all over, eyes red, emotions hard to calm. This was understandable. Back when he left, he was still the dean of the academy, a majestic Saint Domain Magister. But after 2,000 years, upon returning, he had become a forgotten wandering ghost. Time had changed, and so had people. He never thought he would return. The old man stared at everything before him, sighed, and said, trapped underground for 2,000 years, I dreamed of coming back to take a look. Today, that wish is finally fulfilled. Old Dean, there's nothing much to see outside. Come, I'll take you for a tour around the academy. Monray smiled, took a magic badge from his spatial ring, pinned it to his chest, and then strode toward the academy gates. The golden armored guards glanced at the badge on his chest, found no issues, and let him in directly. Old Dean, let's go to St. Dragon Square first. St. Dragon Square? What's that place? You'll know when we get there.
Walking through a serene path, various statues came into view.
Old Dean, this is St. Dragon Square. Monray pointed at the statues with a smile.
Such a large space, filled with so many statues, what a waste of space. The old man frowned slightly, his expression showing some dissatisfaction. However, he still walked up to the nearest statue
and began examining it carefully.
Fred Feelot, the 348th Dean of the Academy, the current Dean, a great Saint Domain Magister, a master of lightning magic, who deciphered the secrets of Titan Divine Thunder.
He co-created 1058 types of
lightning magic and lightning dragon language magic, making significant contributions to the development of lightning
magic. Seeing this introduction, the old man was slightly surprised. The current dean is impressive to have deciphered Titan Divine Thunder. That's no small feat. Titan Divine Thunder?
Monray was a bit puzzled.
It's a lightning
magic exclusive to the royal family of the Titan Empire, the Thunder Titans.
Its power is several times, even dozens of
times, greater than ordinary lightning magic, surpassing even lightning dragon language magic.
The old man explained, I participated in the war between the Empire and the Titan Empire back in the day and witnessed the power of Titan Divine Thunder firsthand. It's unforgettable. Several times, even dozens of times. Monray's body trembled. Kid, you have a talent for lightning magic. If you want to learn lightning dragon language magic and Titan Divine Thunder, this dean should be a good teacher. The old man chuckled. I'll give it a try. Monray was thoughtful but uncertain. The dean was elusive, rarely seen in the academy. Monray had only seen him once at the opening ceremony and never again. How could he seek his guidance? Don't worry. You have fire dragon blood flowing in your veins, you're part of the royal family. This Fred Feelot is clearly also a royal member. Build a good relationship with him, and he won't refuse you. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Part of the royal family? A glint flashed in Monray's eyes. Let's go, take a look at the other statues. The old man said curiously, I want to see what outstanding talents the Academy has produced over the past 2,000 years. Dexter Drinkwater, the 319th Dean of the Academy, a great earth element Saint Magister, who created 82 forbidden spells. August Feelot. The old man examined each statue carefully, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head, and sometimes sighing. An hour passed as he meticulously observed each statue. Finally, he arrived at the third to last statue, and his expression suddenly changed. It became so complex that it was hard to decipher anger, unwillingness, and regret intertwined. It was the first time the old man had shown such an expression. Monray couldn't help but feel curious. Did he know the person depicted in this statue? Adolf Holman, the most talented student in the history of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the fastest graduate, and the youngest student. He was also the youngest level 8 Magister, level 9 Grand Magister, and Saint Domain Magister in the history of the Dragon God Empire. He broke through to the Saint Domain at the age of just 38. Monray had always regarded Adolf Holman as a legendary figure of the past, thinking he was remarkable and worthy of respect, but he had never given it much thought. However, now, he could hardly believe his eyes. 3 Academy records. 3 Imperial pinnacles. This is incredible. Moreover, judging by the position of that statue, Adolf Holman must have lived 20,000 years ago, in the same era as the old man. This means the records he set have remained unbroken for over 20,000 years. Now that's truly unparalleled. Monray grew increasingly curious about this legendary figure. Old Dean, do you know Adolf Holman? He was my disciple. The old man's voice was deep, and he added, and my only disciple. So he was your disciple? Monray was astonished. At that time, the old man was the dean, and Adolf's extraordinary talent made it natural for him to take him as a disciple. Sigh, the old man sighed. When Adolf enrolled, he was only 9 years old, yet he possessed an unprecedented all-attribute superphysique. Truly, there was no one like him before, and there will be no one like him after. All-attribute superphysique? Monray was puzzled. What is that? You know there are 10 elemental attributes in magic, right? All-attribute means that his affinity for all 10 elements was at a super level.
The old man spoke slowly, his voice tinged with disbelief. All 10 elements at super
level? Man Ray was so shocked he could barely speak. Heavens! Earth, water, wind, fire, wood, metal, lightning, light, darkness, ice, all at the pinnacle. That's terrifying. Man Ray had always thought his magical talent was quite impressive. His lightning, fire, and wood affinities were at the super level, and his earth affinity was high grade. While not invincible, few could match him. But now, someone even more extraordinary had appeared, someone with all 10 magical attributes. At the super level. How could one person have such an absurd talent? Man Ray could hardly believe it. That's why Adolphe is the most gifted individual in the Academy's history. Even now, no one has surpassed him. The old man sighed. Because of his incredible talent, Adolphe's cultivation speed was astonishing. Within just 1 year of enrollment, he broke through to a level 6 mage and directly applied for graduation. Then, he left the continent alone and began an even more glorious legend. At 17, he became an archmage of level 8. At 25, he reached level 9 grand mage. At 38, he broke through to the sanctuary. At that time, Adolphe was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire era. To be honest, being in the same generation as Adolphe was a nightmare for all geniuses, no one could outshine him. That's incredible. Man Ray was so stunned he couldn't find the words. But he noticed a hint of complexity in the old man's tone. Was it self-mockery or a bitter smile? Old Dean, having such a disciple must have made you very proud, right? Man Ray couldn't help but ask. If it weren't for what happened later, I would indeed have been very proud. Adolphe was always my pride, and I felt honored by him. The old man sighed, his face full of helplessness. What happened later? Man Ray asked. In the 148th year after Adolphe broke through to the sanctuary, countless abyssal demons suddenly appeared on the sky continent. The old man's voice was heavy with sorrow. Abyssal demons? Man Ray's entire body tensed. No one knew where they came from, but as soon as they appeared, they unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Countless lives were massacred. Countless races were wiped out. Even the 4 great empires were threatened. Thus began a war that engulfed the entire continent and all its races. After a long and arduous battle, we were on the verge of victory. However, the old man's face was filled with pain. In the most critical final battle of the war, Adolphe betrayed us. He detonated 1,358 mage towers, killing nearly 1,000 sanctuary warriors and destroying the Allied forces' defenses, ultimately leading to the complete failure of the decisive battle. How could that be? Man Ray couldn't believe it. Why would Adolphe betray us? What could he possibly gain from it? The old man shook his head and sighed. At the time, I didn't understand either. Later, after we defeated the abyssal demons and captured Adolphe, we finally learned the truth. Why? Man Ray asked urgently. Because Adolphe was a demon all along. The old man closed his eyes and said, he was actually a spy sent by the abyssal world, long embedded in the sky continent to prepare for their invasion. A demon? Man Ray was shocked, his gaze falling on Adolphe's solemn statue. Such a seemingly great figure turned out to be the enemy? It was truly unbelievable, the old man sighed. Although we ultimately drove away the abyssal creatures and protected the continent, we paid a heavy price. I've always blamed myself. Headmaster, this isn't your fault. Man Ray shook his head. Adolphe hid too deeply, no one could have anticipated it. The old man smiled faintly. No need to comfort me. After so many years, I've already come to terms with it. It's just that seeing Adolphe's statue suddenly brought back some feelings. After speaking, he left Adolphe's statue and walked toward the second-to-last one, examining it closely. Amos Crocker, the second headmaster of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. The old man showed a complex expression as he looked at his own statue, feeling it was truly strange. Man Ray couldn't help but chuckle, feeling strange. Looking at your own statue? That really is something special. The two left Sacred Dragon Square and continued strolling leisurely through the academy. The old man reminisced about the past while pointing out the surrounding sights. Man Ray listened quietly, casually collecting various attribute points that had dropped. They were relaxed and unhurried, as if time itself had slowed down. Suddenly, the sound of students' chatter came from afar. Hey, isn't that Man Ray? Wow, it really is him. He must be back to apply for graduation this time, right? Could be. With his strength,
staying at the academy.
Doesn't make much sense anymore. I wish I could graduate too. Graduate? Monray's just a first-year student. How could he graduate so quickly? You don't know?
The whole academy's been talking about it. Monray's already reached the level of a 9th level Grand Magister.
9th level Grand Magister? Are you kidding me? I'm not lying. A few days ago, during the Ant-Tide outbreak, Monray single-handedly held the line at North River Pass. His strength is terrifying. Really? Sounds like a rumor to me. The whole academy knows about it. If you don't believe me, go ask someone else. Hearing these whispers, Monray couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
He was indeed a 9th level Grand Magister, but he hadn't
considered graduating yet.
He still hadn't learned dragon language magic for the thunder, earth, and wood elements, let
alone mastered the legendary Titan Divine Thunder. How could he rush to graduate?
At that moment, his magic communicator
suddenly rang.
When Monray opened it, a chubby face popped up on the screen.
Fatty. Bro, you're back? News travels fast. I just returned to the academy, and you already know? Monray raised an eyebrow. Fatty grinned, hee, I've planted plenty of informants around the academy. The moment you came back, I knew right away. Spit it out. What's the matter? Monray nodded.
First, your feat of repelling the Ant-Tide has reached the royal court. My old man says the king is planning a celebration banquet to reward you.
Fatty laughed smugly.
With your cultivation speed and performance at North River Pass, you'll at least be granted the title of lifelong Earl.
A lifelong Earl? I'm still just a Viscount. Lifelong
Earl?
Monray raised an eyebrow slightly. The title of Earl was just an empty honor to him. Even being granted the title of Marquis or Duke wouldn't mean much.
But a noble title wasn't just a name. It came with real benefits, like privileges.
And land. What Monray valued most was land. Land.
In this world controlled by nobles, owning a private territory meant
countless advantages. On your land, you were the king. You could do whatever you wanted, and no one could interfere. And the second thing? Monray asked again.
I've already contacted the 3 major guilds in the capital and 13 magic corps
buyers. You can meet them anytime now that you're back. P.S. Please vote for me, thanks smiley face. After hanging up the magic communicator, Monray was overjoyed.
During his time in the magical beast forest, he had collected a significant number
of magic cores, which would definitely fetch a good price. Magic cores turned into cash. Wealth skyrocketing instantly. Tonight was the night. Monray was filled with anticipation.
Beep beep beep. At that moment, the magic communicator rang.
Again. Monray glanced at it. It was his homeroom teacher, Dirk Norvay. Monray, you're back?
Yes, Mr. Dirk.
Good to hear. Where are you now?
If you're not busy, come to my office.
Someone's looking for you. I'll be right there. After
hanging up the communicator, Monray said to the old dean beside him, Sorry, I can't continue shopping with you.
Go.
The old man waved his hand.
By the way, help me inquire about dragon language magic. Got it. Monray nodded and headed toward the faculty building. Half an hour later, he arrived in front of the building.
At this moment, the old man floating beside him suddenly changed his expression and quickly retreated into the spatial ring.
Dean, what's wrong? Monray asked, puzzled.
There's a powerful saint-level expert here. The old man transmitted his voice through spiritual
power. Saint level. Monray's heart tightened, and he stopped asking further questions. The old man was in a soul form, invisible to ordinary people. Only saint-level experts could detect him. Being noticed by a saint-level expert could lead to big trouble, even life-threatening danger. Unexpectedly, there was a saint-level expert in the faculty building. Monray looked at the building in front of him, wondering whether it was the dean or one of the vice-deans. With these thoughts in mind, Monray knocked on the office door.
Teacher Dirk opened the door to greet him, sizing him up with joy in
his eyes. You're finally back. Come in.
The office was still quiet, with bookshelves piled high with magic books, making the space feel crowded and chaotic. Monray scanned the bookshelves, thinking to himself, Teacher Dirk has quite a collection
of books. Could there be any about dragon language magic? As he was pondering, Teacher Dirk spoke up, Monray, let me introduce someone to you. Monray was taken aback. There was someone else here? Following Teacher Dirk's gaze,
Man saw a short, plump, ordinary-looking red-haired old man. He was dressed plainly, with no aura, appearing very
unremarkable, like someone you wouldn't notice in a crowd. But Man felt uneasy.
As a level 9 Grand Mage, his perception was extremely sharp. He could sense even the presence of a cat. Yet, he hadn't noticed this old man at all since entering.
Was he really just an ordinary old man? Dirk Norvay introduced with respect. Man, this is Dean Fred. Dean Fred? Man looked surprised. He's the dean? He doesn't look the part at all. Ha ha ha, right?
The old man laughed, his face
showing a hint of mysterious change. Before long, Man appearance completely transformed.
2 horns grew on his head, and his gaze became incredibly dignified. It was the image of the dean from his memory. So it really is the dean.
Man
quickly bowed respectfully.
Greetings, Dean. Rise, let me take a good look at you,
Dean Fred said with a smile.
He looked at Man with a face full of joy.
As expected of the most outstanding talent our academy has recruited this year, truly
extraordinary.
You're too kind, Dean, Man responded humbly, though he knew in his heart that this was a legendary Sade-level expert and exalted existence.
Man, I heard you've already reached level 9 Grand Mage? Dean Fred asked.
With a smile.
Yes, Man admitted.
After all, so many people had seen it, he had no intention of hiding it.
Teacher Dirk told me that when you left the academy, you were only a level 5 mage.
In just over a month, you've broken through to level
9 Grand Mage. This speed is astonishing. Even the fastest cultivation genius in history, Abyss Demon Adolf, wasn't as quick as you. Man, I'm very curious, how did you achieve this?
Dirk Norvay also looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Man progress had far exceeded common sense. I'm just curious, I'm not forcing you to answer. If you don't want to,
say, you don't have to, Dean Fred added.
Not say? I don't believe that. Man thought to himself. If I don't explain
today, I'll probably be treated as a demon spy.
Besides, I want to learn your Titan Divine Thunder. If I don't explain today, how can I learn it? Actually, this is my biggest secret. I originally didn't plan to tell anyone, Man
said with a troubled expression. But since the dean asked, I have no choice but to share. I hope you and Teacher Dirk can
keep it confidential. That's no problem. The two quickly nodded.
I had a fortuitous encounter.
Fortuitous encounter? Dean Fred and Teacher Dirk exchanged glances. During the winter break, I went to the magical beast forest for training and accidentally met an ancestor who guided me, Man said in a lowered voice. You brat, what are you doing? A furious voice echoed in his mind. Why did you expose me?
Old headmaster, the situation is urgent, I had no choice but to let you take the blame, Man quickly explained.
Don't worry, I won't let you suffer for it. Take the blame? You ungrateful brat.
The old man stomped his feet in anger.
Ancestor? You received his guidance?
Headmaster Fred and Teacher Dirk were both shocked.
Man had an ancestor? What kind of ancestor could elevate him from a level 5 mage to a level 9 Grand Magus in one leap? That ancestor is Amos Crocker. Man completely sold out the old man. Amos Crocker? Headmaster.
Fred frowned in thought, his expression suddenly turning serious.
Are you talking about the second headmaster of the academy from 20,000 years ago, Headmaster Amos?
That's him, Man nodded firmly.
It's actually him. Teacher Dirk's eyes
widened in shock.
Man, are you saying Headmaster Amos is still alive? Didn't he disappear long ago? As far as I know, Headmaster Amos resigned because of his disciple Adolf and vanished without a trace. Headmaster Fred stared at Man. You're saying he's been living in seclusion in the magical beast forest all this time? That's hard to believe. I know it. Sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. Man took out a red dragon scale. This is a token my ancestor gave me. He has appointed me as the heir of the Amos family and tasked me with restoring the family's glory. This is Headmaster.
Fred stared at the red dragon scale as Man handed it over.
This is the scale of a pure-blood Saint Domain fire dragon. Exactly, it's a scale from a pure-blood Saint Domain fire dragon. Headmaster Fred exclaimed in astonishment as he examined the red dragon scale. Wasn't Headmaster Amos a dragonkin? Could it be that he is cultivated to the peak of the Saint Domain and fully transformed into a pure-blood fire dragon? No, it's far beyond the peak of the Saint Domain. Man shook his head.
As far as I know, my ancestor has already broken through to another level.
I was fortunate enough to see his true fire dragon form. It's over 1,000 meters long. 1,000 meters? How powerful must that be? Headmaster Fred couldn't help but gasp.
Dragons were one of the most powerful races on the Sky Continent, with their strength directly proportional to their size. The larger the dragon, the stronger it was.
Ordinary dragons, upon reaching adulthood,
could grow to over 20 meters in length, with strength equivalent to a level 9 magical beast.
After breaking through to the Saint Domain, their length could reach over 50 meters.
As their strength increased, their size would continue
to grow. However, even Saint Domain peak dragons were only about 100 meters long. But Mon Ray claimed his ancestors'
dragon form was over 1,000 meters long. That was a size no Saint Domain peak dragon could achieve, not even dragon kings, who were above the Saint Domain, were that large.
Could it be that Headmaster Amos had surpassed the Dragon King? Headmaster Fred's eyes flickered with doubt and curiosity. The Dragon King was what other races referred to as a demigod. What is a demigod?
A being that exists between mortals and gods.
They possess some divine abilities, but their bodies have not fully transcended mortality. Only those who completely transform into gods can be considered true deities. If he
has surpassed a demigod, then wouldn't that mean?
Headmaster Fred couldn't help but gasp again. No. Impossible. No.
Gods have been born on the Sky Continent in nearly 10,000 years.
How could Headmaster Amos have become a god? Could he be that figure from 10,000 years ago? Headmaster Fred's expression grew complex as countless thoughts raced through his mind, making it difficult to determine whether Mon Ray's words were true or false. However, there was one thing
he was certain of: Mon Ray had indeed encountered Headmaster Amos. First, the Amos family had been buried in the annals of history for over 20,000 years, and very few people knew about it.
How could a 16-year-old like Mon Ray possibly know? Second,
the pureblood fire dragon scale was not something an ordinary person could obtain.
Steal or snatch it from a dragon? Don't be ridiculous.
Lastly, Mon Ray could cast dragon language magic, especially the fire magic he used at North River Pass, which was the signature skill of Headmaster Amos 20,000 years ago. There were even some new fire spells that had
never been seen on the continent before. Mon Ray created them himself? Impossible.
He could only have inherited or learned them. Considering all this, the likelihood of Mon Ray meeting Dean Amos is very high. This would also explain how he managed to break through to the 9th level Grand Magus in just over a month.
As for whether Dean Amos truly became a deity, Fred still finds it hard to fully believe.
After all, it's too incredible, and without solid evidence, he won't easily
accept it. Mon Ray, I never expected you to have such an extraordinary experience.
Dean Fred was full of admiration and
even more surprised to learn that Mon Ray was a descendant of Dean Amos. You are truly the pride of the Academy and the kingdom, blessed by your ancestors. Mon Ray humbly responded, putting on a perfect act. Mon Ray, since you are a member of the Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal family, could you show me your dragon-human transformation? Dean Fred requested. No matter
how convincing Mon Ray's words were, without proof of his bloodline, no one would believe him.
Possessing pure fire dragon bloodline would dispel all doubts. No problem. Mon Ray nodded, then activated the fire dragon bloodline within him, transforming into his dragon-human form. Excellent. Pure fire dragon bloodline.
Dean Fred nodded repeatedly as he observed
Mon Ray's transformation, finally feeling relieved. Mon Ray, since Dean Amos made great contributions to the Academy, and you are his descendant, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Mon Ray had been waiting for this moment and didn't hesitate to make his request on the spot. The secrets of advanced dragon language magic in Titan Divine Thunder are hidden on the top floor of the library.
Dean Fred smiled and said, originally, only those with special
qualifications could enter, but Mon Ray, your situation is unique.
I'll grant you special permission to study there.
Thank you, Dean. Mon Ray responded gratefully. Leaving the faculty building, Mon Ray wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got exposed.
In truth, he had fabricated a half-true, half-false story to deceive Dean Fred successfully.
Damn brat. You made me take the blame.
I don't have such an unworthy descendant. The old Dean cursed angrily.
Mon Ray chuckled. I had no choice. If I couldn't convince the Dean, the secrets of dragon Language magic and Titan divine thunder would be out of reach.
Worse, I might even be accused of being an abyssal demon, and
that would be the end of me.
Dean Fred appeared calm on the surface, but Man Ray knew how strict his scrutiny was.
If he couldn't satisfy the Dean, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ultimately, it's because I've been advancing too quickly. I guess I'll have to keep a lower profile in the future. Humph. Advancing so fast, even faster than Adolf. You might really be an abyssal demon.
No, I need to investigate thoroughly.
I won't be fooled again. The old Dean huffed angrily.
I've been deceived once before and won't fall for it again.
Man Ray rolled his eyes.
Old Dean, don't you already
know whether I'm an abyssal demon? What's the point of deceiving you?
The old man snorted coldly.
You're so mysterious. Who knows? Either way, I need to get to the bottom of this. Fine, investigate all you want, but don't make a mistake. Man Ray retorted, quickly changing the subject.
The Dean said dragon language magic and Titan divine thunder are on the top
floor of the library. I'll go check it out now. Go. Don't dawdle.
The old man urged. The library was vast, one of
the most magnificent buildings in the academy, and a landmark in the royal city. At the entrance stood two sculptures, a magic book and a magic staff.
The book symbolized knowledge, the staff symbolized magic, and the spiritual power holding
them up represented the three core strengths of a mage. Impressive. Truly magnificent. Man Ray stood before the library, looking up at the grand white building, unable to help but exclaim, "This is the largest library in the Fire Dragon
Kingdom," he thought to himself. "Stop staring and get inside," the old man urged impatiently.
Man Ray nodded, climbed the
steps, and entered the library smoothly using the magic badge on his chest. In the center of the hall was a magical light screen,
displaying the catalog of all the books.
The library had 6 floors. The first floor contains books on general knowledge, such as Chronicles of the Continent, History of the Dragon God Empire's Development, Compendium of Magical Materials,
and Compendium of Magical Beasts.
Floors 2 to 5 are entirely dedicated to various magic books, categorized by type, ranging from beginner to advanced magic. Each floor has 10 storage rooms, each containing one type of magic.
As for the 6th floor, the top floor, the magical light screen does not display any information, indicating that it is not open to the public. The 6th floor. What I need is there. Man Ray couldn't contain his excitement and took the magical floating ladder straight to the 6th floor. Beep. Arrived at the 6th floor. He stepped out of the floating ladder to
find the floor empty, with the library rooms tightly closed. The 6th floor was completely deserted, with no one or
anything in sight.
Walking all the way to the end, he saw an open library room.
Man Ray frowned. There's nothing here. What kind of joke is this? Buzz.
At that moment, a colorful beam of light suddenly descended from above, enveloping Man Ray
completely. In the next second, Man Ray suddenly disappeared from where he stood. After a bout of dizziness, the scene before him changed completely.
It was no longer an empty corridor but a library room with walls lined with bookshelves.
It appeared empty on the surface, but it actually concealed countless secrets. This was the true top floor of the library. Quickly, let's see what dragon language magic is here. Detailed explanation of Level 7 Thunder Dragon Language Magic.
Essential reading for Level 8 Earth Dragon Language Magic. Selected Level 9 Wood Dragon Language Magic, Water. Arcane Magic, Compendium of Forbidden Spells. This small library room housed advanced dragon language magic of all types, and even thousands of arcane-level forbidden spells. It was no exaggeration to say that all-powerful magic in history could be found here. Over the past 20,000 years, the wisdom of countless masters from the Fire Dragon Kingdom had been preserved here. No wonder it was hidden so well. Man Ray was amazed. Every magic book here was priceless, and losing
even one would be a huge loss. Each era brings forth its own talents, and every period has its own glory. The old man sighed. Just the water-fire dual-element forbidden spells I haven't seen amount to 1,907 types and 2,348 types. It seems that magic has never stopped progressing over these 20,000 years. As long as the legacy continues, magic will never cease to advance. Man Ray smiled and shook his head. Every era has its own geniuses. It's perfectly normal. Well said. The old man nodded and continued, quickly, look for Titan Divine Thunder. I'm very curious about the secrets of this Titan Divine Thunder. Understood, Headmaster. Monray quickly searched and found Secrets of Thunder Titans, True Explanation of Titan Divine Thunder in a corner. The author was none other than Headmaster Fred. Found it. Monray excitedly opened the book, and the old man leaned in as well. But as soon as they finished reading the preface, both frowned. Titan Divine Thunder is a thunder magic exclusive to Thunder Titans, with power dozens or even hundreds of times greater than ordinary thunder magic. It is known as the strongest thunder magic, the king of the thunder element. However, the conditions for releasing Titan Divine Thunder are extremely stringent. One must possess Thunder Titan bloodline and use it to guide the power in order to control this immense force. Possess Thunder Titan bloodline? Monray was speechless, so, without this bloodline, it's impossible to learn Titan Divine Thunder? Isn't the current headmaster a member of the royal family? How could he master Titan Divine Thunder? The old man frowned. Could it be that he also has Thunder Titan bloodline? Monray was shocked and continued reading. Sure enough, the explanation revealed that Headmaster Fred was a rare dual bloodline holder, possessing both Fire Dragon bloodline and Thunder Titan bloodline. Dual bloodline? Monray frowned. With both Fire Dragon bloodline and Thunder Titan bloodline, is Headmaster Fred a dragonkin or a subgiant? And he can still be headmaster? That's not an issue. The old man said, possessing the bloodline of another race doesn't mean one belongs to that race. You can't generalize. After all, the Sky Continent has gone through countless eras, and racial integration has long been common. Foreign invasions and racial interbreeding have occurred over the long ages, so pure-blood races are no longer a concern. Monray was stunned. Even pure-blood dragons, pure-blood titans, or elven royalty cannot guarantee they don't carry other bloodlines, let alone the weaker human race. Humans are the weakest and have always been subordinate to other races. With the most complex bloodlines, it can be said that every human body hides various invisible bloodlines, such as dragon, titan, orc. It's just too diluted to awaken. The old man sighed. The current dean is a dragonkin, so it's not surprising that he carries Titan bloodline. Monray silently nodded. Actually, this reasoning is quite simple. Pure bloodline? Where is it truly pure? Living in this world, bloodlines cannot be completely pure. It's like a basin of clear water left outside. Sooner or later, it will be contaminated by various things. It's unavoidable. This is fusion. Racial fusion. Just like the golden god-slaying ant bloodline flowing in your veins. Don't forget, there might be other powerful bloodlines hidden within you. Even if one day you awaken the Titan bloodline, I wouldn't be surprised at all. The old man gently shook his head and said, so, the current dean possesses the Thunder Titan bloodline. You can't treat him as an outcast or enemy just because he awakened the Titan bloodline. In fact, in our Fire Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire Dragon God Empire, there are many people with special bloodlines, including subgiants, half-orcs, half-elves, and other hybrids. Although they have foreign bloodlines, their strength is formidable, and they can also become nobles and hold important positions. I see. Monray slowly nodded, feeling emotional. Since Dean Fred possesses the Fire Dragon bloodline and has awakened the Titan bloodline, his strength must be terrifying. Exactly. Otherwise, how could he firmly hold the position of the #1 thunder magic user in the Fire Dragon Kingdom? The old man nodded, casually closing the book. Titan Divine Thunder True Explanation. There's no need to read further. You have no affinity with Titan Divine Thunder. Focus more on studying dragon language magic. No affinity? A trace of complexity flashed in Monray's eyes, and he then returned the book to its place. Afterward, Monray stayed on the top floor of the library, fully immersed in studying the 3 branches of dragon language magic. Now that his mental strength had grown powerful, his memory was astonishing, and he could memorize things at a glance. A 9th-level dragon language magic spell, just by reading it a few more times, he could imitate it and successfully cast it. Difficulty? It simply didn't exist. Once busy, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day ended, and as dinner time approached, Monray received a message urging him from the fatty brother. We're all at the Gathering Fresh Pavilion, just waiting for you. When will you arrive? Already there? What time is it? Monray glanced at his pocket watch. It was almost dinner time. Damn. Got too absorbed in reading. He patted his forehead and quickly replied, Fatty, help me entertain them first. I'll be there right away. Don't worry, leave it to me. The fatty laughed and said, "But you better hurry, the people here are all busy and short on time." Got it. When Man Ray arrived at the Gathering Fresh Pavilion, he was already half an hour late. Entering the private room, the fatty was enthusiastically entertaining the guests. "Brother, you finally made it." The fatty greeted him with a smile. "Everyone, this is Man Ray, the most talented genius in the history of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy and today's main guest." All eyes instantly focused on Man Ray, filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had, of course, heard of Man Ray's reputation, especially after the battle at North River Pass. His name had spread like wildfire among the kingdom's upper echelons. Who didn't know he single-handedly resisted the Ant Tide? Who didn't know he held tens of thousands of magic cores? As merchants, their primary concern was naturally this batch of magic cores, a deal worth billions or even tens of billions. Who wouldn't be envious? Brother, sitting here are representatives from the kingdom's 3 major merchant guilds and 13 magic core purchasing companies, as well as managers responsible for royal capital business. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. After the pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The representative of the Lascivia Merchant Guild stood up and said, "Lord Man Ray, we heard that you obtained a batch of bloodthirsty iron crystallant magic cores at North River Pass. How many are there exactly?" The others nodded in agreement. They were here for this batch of magic cores. This was a major deal. Securing a larger share would mean huge profits. Even the fatty couldn't help but look at Man Ray. Man Ray thought for a moment and said, "Counting the ones I collected during the Ant Tide defenses in the magical beast forest and dragon blood great wall, there are approximately 750,000 in total." He hadn't counted them carefully, but based on the estimated wealth value, it was roughly this number. Of course, this might not be entirely accurate, as wealth value accumulates while also being constantly consumed. Replenishing physical strength, magic power, and mental energy all consume wealth value. Therefore, estimating the number of magic cores solely based on wealth value is not precise. The actual number is definitely more over 750,000. What? 750,000? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Man Ray thought they might find the number insufficient and frowned slightly. "I haven't counted exactly, but it's definitely more than 750,000, probably around 800,000. Wow, 16. Merchant representatives collectively gasped, their eyes instantly lighting up. Even if each level 6 magic core sells for 100 more gold coins, 800,000 cores would mean 80 million gold coins. 80 million gold coins in profit. This is absolutely a massive business deal. Moreover, the profit per core isn't just 100 gold coins. If sold well, each core could fetch several hundred or even thousands of gold coins. Lord Man Ray, our Middles Trading Company is willing to purchase 400,000 magic cores. Name your price, and as long as it's reasonable, we'll close the deal immediately." 400,000? That's quite bold. There are only 800,000 magic cores in total, and your Middles Trading Company wants half right away. Won't that leave others starving? Exactly. I only want 100,000 magic cores, offering 11,000 gold coins per core. What do you think, Lord Man Ray? Lord Man Ray is young and capable, with outstanding contributions in defending the nation against invasions. Our Lascivia Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to take advantage of you, offering 13,000 gold coins per core. The private room instantly became lively, and as soon as Man Ray opened his mouth, the 16 representatives scrambled to bid. Seeing this scene, Man Ray immediately realized he had severely underestimated the value of this batch of magic cores. Selling them for 10,000 gold coins per core was far too cheap. Fortunately, he had entrusted this matter to the fat man. If he had handled it himself, he would have sold them too cheaply for convenience, resulting in a huge loss. Man Ray gave the fat man a satisfied glance, signaling everyone to calm down, and said with a smile, "Everyone, let me finish. Besides the 800,000 level 6 magic cores, I also have 40,000 to 50,000 level 7 magic cores, which can be sold together." 40,000 to 50,000 level 7 magic cores? Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When leaving the Ju Xian building, the fat man's eyes were red. If he had the strength, he would have robbed Man Ray. "Buddy, you've struck it rich. Truly struck it rich. 14.7 billion gold coins. A full 14.7 billion gold coins. How on earth do you spend so much money?" "Spend it directly." Man Ray's face remained calm, but his heart was surging with excitement.
Selling all the magic cores and corpses had brought in a total of 14.7 billion
gold coins, plus the original 5 billion wealth value. His wealth value skyrocketed to 19.7 billion. Looking at the attribute panel: host, Mon-Ray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, golden godslaying ant bloodline.
Wealth: 19,728,925,768 gold coins. Constitution: level 9 warrior, 7, 643, 319, 943/10,000,000,000. Spirit: level 9 grand magus, 1, 356, 253/10,000,000,000. Magic power: level 9 grand magus, 1, 132, 358/10,000,000,000. 19.7 billion gold coins.
Plus the corpse of the Abyssal Spider Queen. That's at least another 5 billion. That's 24.7 billion gold coins. 24.7 billion gold coins. Enough to let me enter the Saint Domain. Thinking of this, Mon-Ray couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter echoed in the fat man's ears, making the fat man so angry his teeth itched and his eyes turned red. It was infuriating. The fat man beat his chest and stomped his feet. I, the fat man, possessed the golden dragon bloodline, born into a duke's family, and received the best education since childhood. Yet now, I'm still poor and struggling, living off my parents. And you? Somehow, you've become a billionaire. Heaven is so unfair. Mon-Ray chuckled. Fatty, there's one more thing I haven't told you. You'll definitely want to hit me when you hear it. What is it? The fat man was stunned. While training in the Warcraft forest, I unexpectedly picked up the corpse of a sanctuary-level magical beast. Preliminary estimates suggest its value is at least several billion gold coins. Mon-Ray didn't forget to throw a harsh remark at the chubby guy's chest. The corpse of a sanctuary magical beast? You say you picked it up by chance? The chubby guy's eyes widened. Really? For real? Mon-Ray had never seen the chubby guy's eyes open so wide. Damn! The chubby guy jumped up directly, exclaiming, "That's incredible! Ha ha ha!" The night passed without further words. Early the next morning, Mon-Ray went to the library, as usual, to continue studying thunder, earth, and wood dragon magic. He entrusted the matter of selling the corpse of the Abyssal Spider Emperor to the chubby guy. Although the chubby guy was almost smoking with jealousy when Mon-Ray handed him a super bonus of 1 million gold coins, his anger was instantly extinguished. The chubby guy suggested that treasures, like sanctuary magical beasts, shouldn't be sold casually like magic cores. Instead, they should attract more wealthy and influential buyers. The best way would be an auction. Mon-Ray readily agreed and left the task of contacting the auction house to the chubby guy while he continued his research. By evening, the chubby guy brought good news. The auction house had been contacted. Mon-Ray immediately went to the auction house and presented the corpse of the Abyssal Spider Emperor. Standing dozens of meters tall, entirely blood red, with a menacing aura that overwhelmed everyone. The appearance of the Abyssal Spider Emperor's corpse shocked the entire venue. Its ferocious form and terrifying visage sent chills down everyone's spine. That presence, that size. It was undoubtedly a sanctuary magical beast. My goodness, it really is a sanctuary magical beast. The auction house manager confirmed it on the spot and informed Mon-Ray that a few days of promotion would be needed to fetch a higher price. Mon-Ray naturally had no objections. After 10 days of intensive promotion, the Abyssal Spider Emperor was successfully auctioned, witnessed by countless strong individuals, nobles, and wealthy merchants in the capital. It ultimately sold for a sky-high price, 6.8 billion gold coins. After deducting 10% for auction fees and handling charges, Mon-Ray netted 6.1 billion gold coins. 19.7 billion plus 6.1 billion, totaling 25.8 billion. Mon-Ray's wealth skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. 2.58 billion attribute points. Enough for me to step into the sanctuary. Although it's a pseudo-sanctuary, it's still a sanctuary. That night, Mon-Ray didn't rush to spend money to enter the sanctuary. Instead, he extracted countless gold coins, piled them onto a bed in the floor, and then lay on top of them. A dream he had longed for in his previous life was finally realized today. Although it was a bit hard, the smell of gold coins made Mon-Ray feel content and unprecedentedly peaceful. Sometimes, happiness is just that simple, he murmured, softly as sleep gradually overtook him. Bang! The
The door was suddenly pushed open, and the magic lamp lit up.
Monray turned his head and saw Abe walking in. Abe? Monray was puzzled. The two were roommates, one upstairs and one downstairs, but
they usually didn't talk, let alone visit each other.
Why had Abe suddenly come? Abe looked at the room full of gold coins, his face full of bewilderment. Normally indifferent, he was almost blinded by the golden glow this time. Monray, do you have this kind of fetish? Truly a facade on the outside, a different story inside. I recently made a little
money. Monray scratched his head and said with a smile, I wanted to try the feeling of sleeping on a pile of gold
coins, you know.
You're more like a dragon than a dragon.
Abe's mouth twitched, then he quickly returned to his usual
indifference, his eyes fixed on Monray with a complex expression.
Abe, what's wrong?
You seem strange today, Monray asked.
In confusion. Abe didn't answer but quietly stared at Monray.
After a long time, he suddenly turned and walked toward the door. At the doorway, he stopped.
Monray, I'm leaving. If there's another chance, let's meet again in the Imperial capital. With that, Abe turned and left without looking back. What's going on? Monray was utterly confused. By the time he reacted, Abe had already disappeared from sight. Abe, where are you going? Monray hurriedly chased after
him, only to find no trace of Abe. He used his mental power to probe upstairs, but no one responded.
He quickly took out
his magic communicator and dialed, but no one answered on the other end.
Abe, where exactly did you go? Abe had
vanished into thin air. Monray stood in the empty living room, growing more confused the more he thought about it.
Usually, Abe didn't say a word, but today he suddenly said something so strange. What did it mean? That night, Monray was completely sleepless.
Ever since he learned to meditate, he hardly needed to sleep, but on the rare occasions he did, he always slept
soundly.
Yet tonight, every time he closed his eyes, all he could see were Abe's eyes, glowing with a strange light,
lingering in his mind and making him toss and turn, restless and uneasy. The next morning, Monray went to the library as usual.
On the way, he unexpectedly saw many burly men in armor, each holding various weapons.
These were warriors. Quite a few warriors had appeared in the academy.
The students were all talking about something called the Imperial Elite Tournament.
Monray was baffled but didn't care. So what if they were warriors? So what if it was an elite tournament? None of it had anything to do with him.
What mattered most to him now was mastering dragon language magic, leaving the academy, hunting high-level magical beasts, accumulating wealth, and comprehending the forces of nature.
The affairs of the academy didn't interest him at all.
Green dragons are wood element dragons, physically weaker than dragons of other elements, but
they possess two types of magic: wood element dragon language magic and poison magic. Wood element dragon language magic
can control countless plants and manipulate their growth, which is why green dragons are also called the masters of plants. Even more powerful than the flower spirits of the elf race.
Poison magic.
He spent 5 days on lightning magic and another 5 on earth magic.
Today was his 11th day studying wood element dragon language magic. Although he had spent
the least time on wood element magic, his progress was astonishingly fast.
On one hand, it was because of his strong
mental power and clear thinking, which made accumulating wood element magic and learning spells incredibly quick.
On the other hand, it was thanks to the golden leaf.
The golden leaf had always existed in his consciousness, continuously absorbing
wood elemental energy from the world, making Monray like a magnet that constantly attracted wood element magic. With these
advantages, it was hard not to progress quickly.
Just as Monray was immersed in the mysteries of wood element dragon
language magic, his communicator suddenly rang. Frowning, Monray picked it up and saw that it was a call from Teacher Dirk.
Strange, what could Teacher Dirk want with me? He wondered. After answering, Teacher Dirk smiled and asked, Monray, I heard you've been spending all your time in the library lately. How's your mastery of dragon language magic coming along?
Not bad, I've made quite a bit of progress.
Monray replied honestly. Your talent is truly extraordinary, Teacher
Dirk praised, then got to the point. Monray, there's something I need to tell you in advance so you can be mentally
prepared. What is it? Monray asked, puzzled.
The annual Academy Exchange Tournament is coming up, and Dean Fred has specifically chosen you to be this year's team captain, representing our Fire Dragon Academy in the competition.
Academy Exchange Tournament? Monray was stunned, and the image of those armored warriors flashed through his mind. Teacher Dirk explained, the Academy Exchange Tournament, officially called the Imperial Elite Academy Exchange Tournament, is held once every 4 years. Participants are students from all the academies in the Dragon God Empire, all under the age of 30, including both warriors and mages. Students who perform well in the competition not only receive generous rewards but also bring great honor to their academy. Moreover, there's a rumor that this year's rewards include access to the Imperial. That's why the Dean and the Academy leadership are taking this year's tournament very seriously. The Dean even personally named you to participate. During this morning's meeting, Teacher Dirk said, then asked Monray, do you have any questions? The Imperial Elite Academy Exchange Tournament. Monray hesitated and said, Teacher Dirk, as a member of the Academy, it's my duty to represent the Academy in the competition. But wouldn't my participation make me seem too strong, like I'm bullying others? Teacher Dirk was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Monray, are you worried the competition won't be challenging enough? That's about right. Monray nodded repeatedly. He didn't oppose this kind of competition. It was a good opportunity to see the outside world, improve attributes, magic, bloodline, and so on, enriching his own strength. But if it was just to compete with a group of kids, it would be meaningless. It felt like bullying. If that's what you're thinking, there's no need to worry. You don't need to worry at all. Teacher Dirk shook his head and smiled. The rewards for this exchange competition far exceed your imagination and will attract many experts to participate. Not only students from our academy, but many top talents from other academies will also join. They'll register under our academy just to qualify for the competition. There are even many former students who should have graduated but refused to leave, staying on to further their studies, all for the sake of qualifying for this competition. Really? Monray was a bit surprised. Doesn't that put us current students at a disadvantage? There's no helping it, the rewards are too tempting. Teacher Dirk sighed. To be honest, if it weren't for the age limit, I'd want to sign up myself. That's so unfair. Monray was speechless. You still call this an academy exchange competition? It feels more like a large gathering of society's elites. There's no other way, Teacher Dirk said with a smile. Current students are young, their strength is generally weaker, and the competition wouldn't be interesting or intense. So, we had to relax the entry requirements to let more strong contenders in and make the competition exciting. However, there's still a 30-year-old age limit. Otherwise, if some old veterans joined, it would be complete chaos. Fine. Monray shook his head helplessly. When does the exchange competition start? Where will it be held? What do I need to prepare? The competition officially starts in half a month, and it will be held in the Imperial capital. But before heading there, the Fire Dragon Kingdom will hold a qualifying round to select representatives. Each kingdom only has 50 spots, which will be determined through the qualifiers. 50 spots? Monray was stunned. The Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal city alone has over 70 academies, and there are hundreds of thousands of students nationwide, not to mention the strong contenders in society. With so many people competing, 50 spots are far from enough. So, I have to participate in the qualifiers first? Monray raised an eyebrow. Yes. Teacher Dirk nodded. The qualifiers start in 2 days and will last for a week. The winners will head to the Imperial capital on the 10th day to participate in the exchange competition. Got it. Monray nodded in agreement. This year's qualifiers are hosted by Douglas Magic Academy. Don't forget to participate in 2 days. Understood, Teacher Dirk. After ending the magical communication, Monray went back to studying Wood Element Dragon Language Magic, aiming to finish it within 2 days and be fully prepared. 2 days later, early in the morning, Monray got up, prepared his gear, and headed out. As soon as he stepped out of the apartment, he ran into Fatty and Daniel. The two of them were full of energy, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Bro, the championship of the qualifiers is yours for sure. Congratulations. In advance. Fatty said with a smile. Let's hope so. Monray smiled, waved his hand, and summoned a magic flying carpet. Let's go together. Bro. You're worth over 100 billion now, and you're still using a shabby flying carpet? Don't you feel embarrassed? Fatty looked at the magic flying carpet with disdain. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a golden, gleaming magic hovercar appeared before them. The car's body resembled an eagle, but its head was dragon-shaped, covered entirely in golden dragon scales. 4 words described it: flashy and domineering. Let's go, ride in my car. Fatty flicked his hair and said proudly, "Wow, isn't this the latest Dragon Eagle magic car? It costs over 5 million gold coins. Fatty, where did you get it?" Daniel was so shocked by the golden ride that his jaw almost dropped, gasping repeatedly. "Ha, I've made a little money recently following my big bro." Fatty laughed smugly. "You know how it is. You spent all the red envelopes I gave you on this car?" Mundray looked at the few red envelopes Fatty had received from him, which totaled only 2 or 3 million gold coins. "All of it." Fatty grinned even wider. "I don't worry about food or clothing, I just needed a ride that matches my status. Honestly, I've been eyeing the old man's car for a long time. I always wanted to sneak it out for a spin, but the old man kept a close watch, so I never had the chance. That's why I made up my mind to buy a car even flashier than his. Now my wish has finally come true, and I couldn't be happier." Spendthrift. Monray's mouth twitched. "Ha, let's go." The chubby guy opened the car door. "Today is the day for you to shine, big bro. You need a decent car to match your status. Big bro, get in." The magic car, worth 5 million, naturally attracted countless gazes. As soon as it took off, it drew envious stares. This chubby guy really loves to show off. He actually drove slowly around the campus, at a snail's pace, drawing countless envious and jealous exclamations. Hearing those screams, the chubby guy's vanity was greatly satisfied, and only then did he leave the academy contentedly. Then he started showing off again, driving slowly in crowded areas and speeding up in less crowded ones. His smug expression made Monray want to punch him. "Chubby, if you keep driving like this, we won't reach Douglas Academy until next year. Hee." The chubby guy laughed awkwardly, pulled the control lever, and the magic car instantly accelerated, turning into a streak of light and shooting forward. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Douglas Academy. A journey that should have taken a few minutes, you dragged it out to an hour. Monray glanced at his pocket watch and said irritably, "Chubby, you're too much." In front of Douglas Academy, there was already a sea of people, with several long lines stretching out. Monray's head hurt just looking at it. "So many people, how long will we have to wait?" The chubby guy said, "Big bro, look at the banners above. Contestants have a special passage." Monray followed his gaze and indeed saw several banners hanging at the entrance. One of them read, "Contestants, please use the side entrance." The other banners displayed information about spectator fees, entry routes, and precautions. Wow, the spectator fee is as high as 2,000 gold coins. The Quadrennial Academy Exchange Tournament was a major event in the Dragon God Empire. Countless academies, geniuses, and strong individuals participated, attracting nobles, merchants, and commoners alike. Its popularity even surpassed the World Cup on Earth, as evidenced by today's qualifiers. The scene was unprecedentedly grand, with a sea of people. Even the high spectator fee of 2,000 gold coins couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. 2,000 gold coins per person. By the end of the day, the organizers could easily earn billions. Monray shook his head. He had to work hard to earn tens of billions, while Douglas Academy could effortlessly rake in billions. It was truly envy-inducing. After greeting the chubby guy, Monray headed toward the passage designated for contestants. Compared to the massive crowd of spectators, there were far fewer contestants. Monray entered Douglas Academy to register. The registration area was quite crowded, but most of the people there were burly warriors, all muscular and imposing. In contrast, there were very few mages, not even a 10th or 20th of the warriors. "Hello, please present your magic badge." "Here." Monray handed over his magic badge. The student in charge of registration took the badge and lightly scanned it on a magic device resembling a card reader. After 2 beeps, Monray's identity information was immediately displayed. The magic badge was akin to a student ID and identity card on Earth, storing all the holder's personal information: name, age, academy. Monray, 16 years old, fire. "Wait, you're Monray?" The student in charge of registration exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as if he had seen an idol, his face full of excitement and enthusiasm. His voice was a bit loud, and the contestants in line nearby all turned to look, their gazes focusing on Monray. "You know me?" Monray was a bit surprised. "Of course. I know you." The student nodded quickly, speaking incoherently. "Who in the royal city doesn't know Senior Monray? You're the youngest level 9 Grand Magister in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the hero who repelled the Ant Tide. Who wouldn't know you?" Alright, the news spread pretty fast. Monray smiled. That's Monray? He's really young. I didn't expect even Monray to come. I hope I don't run into him in the qualifiers, or we're in trouble. Who's Monray? Is he strong? You don't know Monray?
The contestants in line whispered among themselves, pointing and discussing Monray, the most talked about figure in the Royal City recently, has shocked everyone by advancing to a level 9 Grand Magus at the age of just 16 and single-handedly repelling a tide of ants. He is hailed as the fastest cultivator, the youngest, and the one with the shortest cultivation time to reach level 9 in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
These three strongest titles bring him unparalleled glory. The contestants look at him with mixed emotions, some serious, some disdainful, some envious and jealous, and others full of fighting spirit. Monray is undoubtedly a formidable opponent.
Despite the crowd's gaze, he remains calm and composed.
When he first arrived on the sky continent, he might have felt nervous and uneasy, but now, with the gentle breeze brushing past, he is unperturbed. Monray, Sr., registration successful. Thank you.
Leaving the registration area, Monray followed the signs all the way to a magnificent palace.
The palace had two large doors, one on the left and one on the right. In the middle stood a notice board: warriors enter through the left door. Mages enter through the right door. This is the preliminary round, testing basic strength.
Only those above level 7 can pass, those lacking strength should proceed with caution, as there is a risk to life.
Level 7? Risk to life? Monray raised an eyebrow, surprised.
Level 7 doesn't sound particularly strong, but it already surpasses the level of ordinary freshmen.
This round could eliminate almost all newcomers, though not someone like him, a genius. Minimum level 7.
The contestants' faces turned grim. At that moment, someone suddenly burst out of the left door, as if thrown out, landing heavily on the ground, chest heaving, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and looking utterly disheveled.
What happened? Failed to pass? Everyone turned to look at the person. A burly man wielding a giant axe walked up with concern. Brother, what happened to you? The man
smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Inside is a gravity space. Those without enough strength should never enter.
Gravity space? The crowd's expressions changed.
When I went in, the further I walked, the stronger the gravity became. By halfway through, I felt as if I was carrying a 1,000-pound burden.
My bones about to break. I had no choice but to retreat. That terrifying? The burly man with the axe asked repeatedly, Brother, what's your strength level? Late level 6. Late level 6, and he only made it halfway?
Hearing this, the other contestants hesitated. Many of them had similar strength levels, and this
guy couldn't even make it halfway. Gravity space, Monray suddenly understood.
So this round truly tests basic strength.
What's the foundation of a warrior? Physical fitness, of course. Using gravity to test it.
Those with strong bodies can pass, those with weak bodies are directly eliminated. This round tests raw strength, no tricks allowed.
Gravity space, I've never experienced it before. Monray's eyes gleamed as he walked straight into the left door. Ha! Isn't he a mage? Why is he entering the warrior's entrance? Monray's choice puzzled the other contestants.
A mage not taking the mage's path but instead choosing the warrior's
door. It was baffling.
The so-called gravity space looked like a closed corridor or tunnel, with gravity magic arrays engraved on the floor, walls, and ceiling, continuously exerting gravity. As soon as he entered, Monray felt his body grow heavy, as if an invisible chain had been placed on him.
This was gravity omnipresent. Gravity! But this level of gravity was nothing to Monray. He walked forward effortlessly, as if taking a casual stroll. Before long, he passed through the gravity space in one go, successfully completing the preliminary test.
Next, he arrived at a place resembling a martial arena. In front of him was a battle platform elevated several meters above the ground, surrounded by spectators. This scene was all too familiar. Back when Monray participated in the Flame Martial
Arena competition, it was just like this. Why did he suddenly end up in a martial arena? Monray was a bit confused.
But the spectators in the stands were not
confused at all.
They immediately fixed their eyes on Monray, their gazes filled with excitement and anticipation.
The 100th one. Ha, the 100th contestant. Finally, 100 people have been gathered. The competition is about to begin. What's going on? Monray was even more puzzled. What do you mean, 100 people? At this moment, a staff member hurried over. Sir, you are the 100th contestant to pass the preliminary test. Please head to the battle stage immediately and prepare for the chaotic melee that is about to begin. Hearing this, Monray finally understood. After the preliminary test, there was immediately a melee competition. This wasn't a one-on-one duel but a 100-person free-for-all. Each group of 100 contestants would fight fiercely until only 10 remained. These 10 would advance to the next round. Unluckily for Monray, as the 100th person to pass, he was directly pulled onto the stage without even a chance to rest. A 100-person melee, what? A crazy idea. Monray was helpless but still stepped onto the battle stage, instantly feeling the hostile gazes of the other 99 contestants. In a 100-person melee, only 10 could survive. Here, everyone was an enemy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the qualification round of this year's exchange competition. I am your host, Jim. A middle-aged dragon man in a magical robe stepped onto the stage and began a brief yet passionate opening speech. He then explained the rules of the melee. In truth, there weren't many rules, just one goal: do whatever it takes to stay on the stage. Whether by sneaky evasion or overwhelming dominance, as long as you remained on the stage, you were victorious. This kind of competition rule was clearly unfair, especially for contestants like Monray, who passed the basic test last and faced greater difficulty. Moreover, the rules were full of loopholes. Acquaintances might form alliances, the weak might team up, and the strong might be targeted. This could very well result in the final survivors not being the strongest. But there was no choice. This was reality. In a society where strength reigns supreme, fairness was never the focus. Now, I announce the start of the first qualification battle. Boom! As soon as the host finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the battle stage. The previously quiet stage suddenly erupted into chaos. The 99 contestants moved almost simultaneously. Some charged at the nearest opponent, some immediately retreated from the battle zone, while others simply formed teams to fight together. Boom! 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 The battle stage instantly turned into a chaotic mess, with the sounds of fighting rising and falling. The audience, who had been holding back their excitement for years, suddenly erupted with passion. The deafening screams were like a shot of adrenaline. Alan, go for it. Take them all down. Victory is yours, Jarvis. Watch your left. The left, you idiot, don't just stand there. You little brat, don't think. This is a place for someone like you. A burly man lunged at Monray, his eyes fierce and his face twisted. I'll kick you out of here right now. Wasn't this clearly picking on the weak? Everyone knew this logic. Monray looked at the burly man, young, not even fully grown, a beard, clearly a weakling. The burly man targeted him and charged as soon as the match began. Ha! Monray didn't move, letting the burly man charge at him. As the man got close, Monray lightly sidestepped, dodging the attack, and swung his left fist in one smooth motion. Boom! The burly man flew off the stage as if hit by a train. What just happened? The burly man got up from the ground, staring blankly at the high stage, touching his position in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. How did I end up down here? Amos, you idiot! A furious roar came from behind him. The burly man turned to see a fat woman with a face full of rage glaring at him, her face red with anger. Dee darling! The burly man trembled all over. Amos! You useless fool, idiot, trash, garbage! I spent 1,000,000 gold coins to get you this qualification. And you wasted it like this? The fat woman's body trembled with rage. When we get home today, I'll strip you and make you suffer all 18 tortures. Dee darling, The burly man's face turned pale, shaking like a leaf. This guy. Monray listened to their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling no sympathy at all. Of all people to pick on, he chose Monray. Serves him right. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound of something cutting through the air reached Monray's ears. His eyebrows twitched as he slightly turned his head. A dagger gleaming with cold light flew past his ear. An ambush. Monray slowly turned around and saw a small, thin figure dressed in black standing 3 meters away. The figure's head and neck were tightly wrapped, revealing only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Impossible, right? But a trace of surprise flashed in those eyes. At such a close distance, you actually dodged my throwing knife, and with your back to me. Ha! Monray suddenly appeared in front of the thin figure, their eyes meeting. In a low voice, he said, my mental power covers the entire battle platform. An ambush? Too naive. What?
The thin figure's mind was shaken, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Looking down, he saw Man-Ray's
fist slamming into his stomach. Boom!
A surge of immense power erupted, sending the thin figure flying backward several steps. His face turned pale, and blood spurted from his mouth.
His body shot out of the battle platform like a cannonball. An assassin at the mid-8th level. Man-Ray thought to himself, impressed. Not weak, but against me, there's no escape.
He scanned the surroundings. The chaotic battle was still intense. Apart from the two he had knocked off the platform,
other contestants were being eliminated one after another, with someone exiting almost every 2 seconds.
The number of people on the platform was rapidly
decreasing. 90, 80, 70, 60.
5 minutes later, only a little over 20 people remained on the battle platform, and the situation was becoming clearer.
Aside
from Man-Ray and a few other strong contenders, the rest had formed small groups. Groups of 3 supported each other, gaining a significant advantage in this
chaotic battle.
Some teams even had 5 or 6 members, and one team had as many as 10 people.
A 10-person team, its strength was self-evident. Victory will surely belong to our War Dragon squad.
The 10-person team exuded an overwhelming aura. The War Dragon squad worked in perfect harmony, excelling in both
offense and defense, swiftly eliminating the remaining contestants like tigers descending a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A 5-person team was instantly crushed by the War Dragon squad. Boom, boom, boom.
A lone strong contender was knocked off the platform by them.
Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, only Man-Ray, a
mage, and a 6-person team remained on the platform alongside the War Dragon squad.
Take them out first. The War Dragon squad quickly turned to attack the 6-person team.
At this point, the 6-person team posed the greatest threat. Once they were dealt with, Man-Ray and the mage would be no problem at all.
Hey, you 2, let's team up to take down the War Dragon squad. The 6-person team, feeling immense pressure, hurriedly tried to ally with Man-Ray and the mage. If we join forces to defeat the War Dragon squad, victory will be ours. Yes, together we make 8 people.
The mage's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed, forming
an alliance among the 3 parties. Man-Ray, however, was stunned. An alliance? Take him out first. The War Dragon squad coldly fixed their gaze on Man-Ray. I've been watching him for a long time. He's too strong. We can't let them unite, or it'll be big trouble.
The War Dragon squad abandoned the 7-person
alliance and locked their target on Man-Ray, charging at him fiercely. The 10-member team of Dragonkin was formidable.
Some had double horns on their heads, others had dragon scales covering their faces, and some had tails as strong as a dragon's. Their strength was undeniable, and their earlier performance had won over
the audience.
Seeing them charge at Man-Ray, the crowd erupted into cheers and screams, their voices rising wave after wave.
Go, War Dragon squad. Take him down. Victory is yours. War Dragon squad, I support you. Boom, boom, boom.
The War Dragon squad charged like 10 rampaging dragons, crushing everything in their
path with an unstoppable momentum.
Kid, be smart and get off the platform yourself.
Don't make us dirty our hands. Bastard, today is your end.
The burly man and the thin figure Man-Ray had previously knocked off the platform were overjoyed, their eyes filled with glee.
They seemed to already envision Man-Ray being beaten to a pulp and thrown off the platform. Underestimating me? Man-Ray remained calm and confident. He fixed his gaze on the charging War Dragon squad, raised his right hand, and within a kilometer radius, lightning elements frantically converged. In an instant, a ferocious silver beast materialized, hovering above the battle platform. Thunder Dragon?
The audience was stunned, their cheers abruptly silenced. The War Dragon squad also looked up, only to see a massive dragon, over 1,000 meters in wingspan and composed entirely of lightning, floating in the air. Its hollow eyes stared coldly at them, and a violent aura
swept across the entire arena.
Even from a distance, the War Dragon squad could feel the terror brought by the Thunder Dragon.
In an instant, everyone swallowed hard, cold sweat streaming down their faces, with only one thought in their minds: if it hits us, there will be no remains left. Roar! Just as everyone was thinking this, the Thunder Dragon hovering above suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Its wings spread wide, causing the air to tremble. With a deafening crash, the 100-meter-long Thunder Dragon slammed down, and the thunderous explosion instantly shook the entire battle platform. Violent lightning swept out. Like a storm, dust billowing, and electric currents crackling everywhere.
The audience felt the arena tremble violently, their ears buzzing, unable to hear anything
clearly for a moment. Crackle!
As the electric currents gradually dissipated, the battle platform was revealed, leaving everyone stunned.
The once towering
platform had completely disappeared, replaced by a charred deep pit. Standing at the edge of the pit was Man-Ray, his expression calm. The War Dragon squad that had been on the platform had vanished, and at the bottom of the pit lay over a dozen charred logs, looking just like burnt wood.
How is this possible? The audience exclaimed in shock. Where did the battle platform go? What about the War Dragon squad? What kind of magic was that Thunder Dragon just now? How could it be so terrifying that it even destroyed the platform?
That was a level 9 spell, the Violent Thunder Dragon, someone nervously answered.
Level 9. Magic? The audience gasped in astonishment. No wonder it was so terrifying.
All eyes turned to Man-Ray, filled with shock and disbelief.
While the capital had
its share of level 9 Grand Magi, most of them were quite old.
A young level 9 Grand Mage like Man-Ray was simply unheard of. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Man-Ray? Could he be Man-Ray?"
The crowd instantly erupted, and everyone stared fervently at the young man standing at the edge of the pit, their eyes filled with admiration
and awe. 16 years old. A level 9 Grand Mage.
The youngest genius in the history of the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
Man-Ray. He is Man-Ray. 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 The cheers grew louder and louder, with the audience frantically chanting Man-Ray's name. Noblewomen and young ladies' eyes sparkled, wishing they could swallow Man-Ray whole.
As for the charred logs at the bottom of the pit, no one paid them any attention anymore. Looking at the excited crowd, Man-Ray suddenly thought to himself, in my previous life, those celebrities made money as if they were picking it up off the ground.
Could I try that too? No matter how famous you are or how many fans you have, it's all meaningless if it doesn't turn into real money. This could be a good opportunity to make some money. I should discuss it with Fatty and see if I can get some endorsements or something.
While Man-Ray was silently calculating, the host, Jim, ran over with a complicated expression on his face.
Host, did I pass? Man-Ray asked indifferently. Of course, you passed. But
Jim pointed to the charred logs at the bottom of the pit and smiled wryly.
In this 100-person melee, only 10 people were left, and now you're the only one alive. This isn't unprecedented, but Jim sighed. The problem is, among those 10 people, there were 10 dragonmen. The people behind them won't let this go easily. Man-Ray shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, they're not
dead, just unconscious.
Just pour some water on them, and they'll wake up soon. Really? Jim asked in surprise. Of course. Man-Ray replied confidently. After the arena match ended, Man-Ray left the battle arena directly. The next 2 days were still melee rounds, and only after they ended would the next round begin. With 2 days of rest ahead, Man-Ray planned to take the opportunity to earn some endorsement money.
He immediately contacted Fatty and shared his idea of making money
through endorsements. Fatty was dumbfounded. Endorsements? What's that? Can you eat it? Man-Ray sighed helplessly, hung up the call, and obediently returned
to the library to immerse himself in studying wood element dragon language magic, never mentioning endorsements again.
Damn! This sky continent doesn't even have the concept of celebrity endorsements. How awkward.
While Man-Ray busied himself in the library, the qualifiers grew increasingly intense. After 2 days of intense competition, the preliminary rounds and chaotic arena battles finally concluded, with 412 participants successfully advancing.
Next comes the second round of selection.
This round is much fairer than the previous chaotic arena battles, as it involves random one-on-one PK matches.
Out of 412 participants, the winners will continue, and the losers will be eliminated. 2 days later, 206 will remain, and after another day, only 103 will be left. The qualifiers have finally reached their last day. That morning, Man-Ray got up early and took the Fat Man's luxury car to Douglas Academy. The Fat Man was overjoyed and couldn't stop talking. Big bro, great news. His Majesty the King, the Queen, and all the adult princes and princesses are coming to watch today. Countless nobles, ministers, dignitaries, and the deans of various academies will also be present. Honestly, today is the grandest day since the qualifiers began. You have to perform well. If a princess takes a liking to you, you'll save yourself decades of struggle. Hee hee, if you catch the eye of the 9th princess, you'll hit the jackpot. Stop. Talking nonsense. Monray rolled his eyes. Do you think I need to rely on currying favor with a princess to succeed?
The fat man was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly said, true, you became a level 9 Grand Magus before turning 16.
You'll definitely enter the sanctuary in the future, with limitless prospects ahead. The two chatted casually along the way until they finally arrived at Douglas Academy. Today, the academy was completely different from usual. The entire area within a kilometer was under lockdown. Squads of palace guards in golden armor stood every 3 steps, with sentries every 5 steps, sealing off all access routes. In the sky, Dragonhawk Knights patrolled, sealing off the academy's airspace. At this moment, Douglas Academy was as tightly secured as a fortress, not even a fly could get in. The fat man landed a kilometer away from the academy and pointed at the heavily guarded area ahead. The academy is under lockdown. I can only drop you off here. Thank you. Monray expressed his gratitude and asked, are you going to watch the matches in person today? The fat man looked bitter. I want to, but the spectator fee is a whopping 100,000 gold coins. I can't afford it. By the 7th day of the qualifiers, the number of participants had dwindled, but the audience's enthusiasm had only grown stronger. The spectator fee had also skyrocketed day by day, starting at 2,000 gold coins, then 8,000, 16,000. And today, it finally broke 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins wasn't an astronomical amount, but the fat man had spent all his savings on a luxury car and couldn't come up with the money. Let's go. Since you've been driving me around every day, I'll cover the 100,000 spectator fee for you. Really? No, it's fine. Go. Of course, go. I love you, big bro. The arena was packed with a sea of people, but strangely, it was unusually quiet. There was no clamor, no noise, no shouting, and no screaming. The audience sat upright, occasionally whispering softly, but no one yelled or made a ruckus. The high spectator fee of 100,000 gold coins had deterred many minor nobles and middle-class farmers. Those who could afford to watch in the arena were almost exclusively well-educated, mid to high-ranking nobles. Of course, what truly silenced the crowd was the presence of the Fire Dragon King and the nobles and ministers. Fire Dragon King Felit LXVI personally appeared with Queen Diana, accompanied by numerous princes and princesses, high-ranking members of the Senate, various nobles, and civil and military dignitaries were also present. It was no exaggeration to say that every guest in attendance today was of extraordinary status, among the most influential figures in the kingdom. With such distinguished individuals nearby, who would dare to act out of line? The usually lively arena instantly became solemn and oppressive. The audience frequently glanced at the VIP box, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Especially the 103 participants, each of them was thrilled, their eyes brimming with anticipation and determination. After years of hard training, they finally had the chance to showcase their skills in front of the king and court ministers. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be eager? Even Monray couldn't help but glance at the VIP box, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. However, what truly shocked him wasn't just the identities of these people but also their strength. An elder informed him that there were over 100 sanctuary-level powerhouses in the arena, nearly making his legs give out in fear. Over 100 sanctuary-level powerhouses, such a scale would make anyone take a second look. In just 20,000 years, the Fire Dragon Kingdom has grown this powerful. Time truly is the greatest ally. The elder's sigh echoed in his mind, and Monray silently nodded. Sanctuary-level powerhouses have long lifespans and are hard to kill. As long as the kingdom doesn't face a major catastrophe, their numbers will inevitably increase. Therefore, the current Fire Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly stronger than it was 20,000 years ago, there's no question about it. But what shocked Monray the most wasn't these sanctuary-level powerhouses, but the rewards they gave him. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful, Constitution plus 3,576. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful, Spirit plus 2,918. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful, obtained forbidden spell, Heavenly Fire scorches the plains. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful, Wealth plus 129,632. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Ding!
Fusion successful, obtained level 9 magic, multiple storms.
Ding! The cold
System notification echoed continuously in his mind, and Man-Ray was overjoyed. In less than 10 minutes, he had obtained 39 level 8 spells, 9 level 9 spells, and 5 forbidden spells. Countless rewards of low and mid-level magic, constitution, spirit, and wealth were also pouring in.
This wave of gains made Man-Ray feel like he had hit the jackpot, an unexpected windfall. He was grinning from ear to ear, in stark contrast to the tense and excited competitors around him. Everyone.
At this moment, an elder in a black magic robe stepped onto the battle stage, smiling as he announced, "Welcome to the final day of the qualifiers.
I am today's host, Norman Aubert."
His voice was clear and bright. "First, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the
Queen. Clap, clap, clap."
Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. "Next, please welcome His Majesty the King to deliver a speech."
Clap, clap, clap. The central
box slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red dragon robe stepped out. He walked steadily through the air, treading on nothing, and arrived above the battle stage. Instantly, all eyes in the arena focused on him, filled with awe, respect, and admiration. He was tall and robust, with sharp, majestic eyes. His fiery red hair flowed freely, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. He was like a blazing sun, so dazzling that people couldn't look directly
at him. The kingdom's strongest force. Felit LXVI. A powerful pure-blooded fire dragon sanctuary existence. The current Fire Dragon King, reigning for 637 years. This is the legendary Fire Dragon King. Man-Ray's eyes narrowed as he felt an immense sense of oppression. He understood in his heart that if the Fire Dragon King made a move, he wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself. The gap was as vast as heaven and earth. I'm still too weak. Man-Ray sighed inwardly. He could
only bully opponents below the sanctuary level. Against sanctuary level experts, he stood no chance. Just then, a small ball of light glowing with fiery red radiance fell from the Fire Dragon King, and the system notification immediately sounded.
Ding! Detected a dropped item. Pick it up? Pick it up. Ding! Fusion. Successful, obtained a fire element law fragment. Wait! A fire element law fragment? Man-Ray's eyes widened, and he almost jumped up. A fire element law fragment? My goodness! I can actually pick up something like this? Quick! Fuse it! Man-Ray shouted frantically in his mind. Boom! A vast and boundless torrent of fire
element information suddenly surged into his mind, like a flood breaking through a dam, rampaging in his brain.
Countless insights about fire elements flooded in
like a tide, and Man-Ray's vision was filled with nothing but a blazing sea of fire. Apart from the flames, there was nothing else.
Strangely, these flames were no longer just ordinary fire elements piled together. Instead, they were connected by countless fine red threads. The dense red threads spread across every corner
of the flames, covering the entire sea of fire and linking every fire element together. The jumping and burning of the fire elements were entirely controlled by these red threads. If the fire elements were puppets, then these threads were the strings that controlled them. Man-Ray's intuition told him that with just a slight pull of a red thread, the power of the flames could instantly increase tenfold. Of course, he could also extinguish the flames at any time.
Fire element. Law? Man-Ray murmured to himself, unable to resist reaching out to pull a red thread. Whoosh! The flames vanished instantly. The entire sea of fire dissipated.
Man-Ray shook his head, snapping back to reality, and realized that Fire Dragon King Felit LXVI had already finished his speech and returned to the private box. On the battle stage, two contestants were fiercely fighting.
How much time had passed just now? Man-Ray muttered to himself. It felt like only a moment, but in
reality, it seemed a long time had passed.
Ha! The attribute panel has changed? Host, Man-Ray race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline, golden.
God-slaying ant bloodline, wealth, over 25.97 billion gold coins physique, level 9 warrior, 7,698,770,006/10 billion, spirit, level 9 grand magister, 138,876,000/10 billion, magic power, level 9 grand magister, 114,546,700/10 billion, law, fire element law, 0.1%. Magic, several combat skills, several battle chi. Techniques, several a new law comprehension? What does that 0.1% mean? Is it the comprehension rate?
Man Ray stared at the newly added section on the attribute
panel, a gleam flashing in his eyes.
It should be related to the law fragment I just picked up. I wonder if it can be improved with gold coins. If it can, that would be amazing. Shall I try?
System, spend 1 billion gold coins to increase the law comprehension rate.
Wealth instantly decreased by 1 billion, and the law
comprehension rate increased from 0.1% to 0.2%. Spending 1 billion gold coins only increased it by 0.1%.
Man Ray gasped. This exchange rate is way too low. To fully comprehend the fire element law, it would cost 1 trillion gold coins? 1 trillion. Man Ray's heart sank.
After a moment of silence, he thought, being able to enhance law comprehension through spending money is a good thing, but the cost is staggering. To increase it by 1%, it costs 100 billion.
To increase it by 100%, that's 1 trillion. This is too much for me. Man Ray lamented inwardly, wondering where he could get so much money.
He smiled bitterly, not noticing that in the royal box, a group of people was watching him.
The red-haired Filat LXVI smiled and asked, Fred, is that the Man Ray you mentioned?
Dean Fred nodded and
replied with a smile, yes, your majesty, that's Man Ray. So young. Filat LXVI looked at Man Ray.
Who would have thought that this boy is already a level
9 Grand Magister? Indeed.
A 16-year-old level 9 Grand Magister, unprecedented in the history of our Fire Dragon Kingdom.
Queen Diana, elegant and poised, also, observed Man Ray.
Dean Fred, your academy has truly produced a genius.
Thank you for your praise, your majesty, and your highness. Man Ray was just lucky to
have encountered some fortuitous opportunities, which is why he has his current strength.
It's purely luck.
Fred appeared modest on the surface but was inwardly proud, sneaking a glance at the elders in the box, his eyes full of pride.
His talent is good, but he's still too young, a burly, black-haired elder said sourly.
Whether he can achieve great things in the future depends on his efforts.
His current performance doesn't prove anything. That's right. There are plenty
of geniuses, but very few truly accomplish great things.
This boy is still green, it's too early to tell. His talent is good, but if he wants to shine in the exchange competition, his strength is still lacking.
The elders in the box spoke one after another, their words full of disdain and jealousy.
16 years old, level 9 Grand Magister. Undeniably the first in history. No one can dispute that. The only flaw they can pick on is his youth. Youth means an uncertain future, no one can predict how far he will go. Just sour grapes.
Dean Fred shook his head and smiled.
In any case, Man Ray is indeed far ahead of others right now.
He has plenty of time to break through to the sanctuary level.
The dean snorted coldly but did not refute further.
I heard that the Battle Dragon Academy
also has an extraordinary genius. Who is it? Filat LXVI was well aware of the undercurrents between the deans but chose not to expose them.
Instead, he changed the subject, smiling as he looked at the burly elder.
The elder immediately broke into a grin. Your Majesty, that fellow is Francis Matthew, a 6th-year student of our academy.
He's 28 years old this year and has reached the peak of the 9th level in strength. As he spoke, he glanced toward the contestants' seats, his smile growing even brighter.
Your Majesty, it just so happens that it's Francis's turn to compete.
That silver-haired young man is him.
Whom? Filat LXVI raised an eyebrow and looked down at the battle platform through the box's glass.
There, a silver-haired young man clad in silver armor and wielding a giant sword stepped onto the stage. His gaze was cold and stern, his face devoid of any emotion, like a frigid statue that repelled anyone from approaching.
He
carried the thick bloodline of an ice dragon within him, yet bore no physical traits of the dragon race.
Queen Diana spoke softly, this Francis must have awakened his ice dragon bloodline later in life, right? Your Majesty has sharp eyes. The burly elder nodded. Francis awakened this power at the age of 18. He usually maintains his human form and only transforms into his draconic form when facing formidable enemies. Just as I thought. Queen Diana smiled. To possess
such strength at such a young age, he has already surpassed many pure-blooded dragons.
Indeed.
The deans all nodded in agreement.
Pure-blooded dragons were undeniably powerful, with their strength rivaling 9th-level magical beasts upon reaching adulthood, far surpassing ordinary mixed-blood dragon kin. However, this was not absolute. Some exceptionally gifted mixed-blood dragonkin could cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of pure-blooded dragons. Francis's strength had far surpassed that of many pure-blooded dragons, setting him apart from the rest. The battle began. Francis's opponent was a burly, bald man with a single horn, wielding a giant axe. His body resembled a raging bull, exuding explosive power. However, Francis ended the fight effortlessly with a single strike, slashing his opponent's throat and concluding the battle with ease. So fast, so sharp. That ice blade technique is incredible. Among 9th-level experts, he's unmatched. He's bound to enter the sanctuary in the future. The people in the box applauded and praised him. While laymen marveled at the spectacle, experts discerned the subtleties. They immediately noticed that Francis's strike was not merely a combination of strength and combat aura but also carried a natural force. This force stemmed from the natural momentum of the world. By aligning his strike with this momentum, his combat power surged instantly. The burly, bald man was also a 9th-level expert, with strength and speed nearly on par with Francis in his human form. Yet, he was defeated with a single slash to the throat. The difference lay in their understanding of the natural momentum. Francis's comprehension of the ice momentum was already profound. By harnessing the power of nature, he could slay his enemy with one strike. "This young man is growing stronger and stronger," the dean exclaimed. "Indeed." The others nodded in agreement. "Ha! Isn't that Mundray? He's stepping onto the stage too?" a burly elder exclaimed in surprise. Everyone followed his gaze and indeed saw Mundray walking onto the battle platform. "Is it his turn already?" Phelite LXVI said with great interest. "Everyone has been praising this child recently. Today, I'll see for myself. His talent may be the best in history, but he's too young." The burly elder shook his head. "He's outstanding compared to his peers, but it's very difficult for him to make an impression in this exchange competition." "That's true. He's young, inexperienced, and hasn't been cultivating for long. Fred, if I were you, I'd let him participate in the next competition instead of putting him on stage this year." The deans all offered their advice, leaving Fred with a gloomy expression, unable to refute them. Indeed, Mundray was astonishingly talented, with an unprecedented cultivation speed, but he was too young and inexperienced. Even the weakest contestants today were at the peak of the 8th level. Could Mundray compete with them? "He does look quite delicate, about the same age as our little 9, Queen Diana remarked, glancing at Mundray and then at a young girl behind her, her gaze meaningful. Phelite LXVI burst into laughter, casting a glance at the young girl. He teased, "Little 9 will inherit the throne in the future. If she truly fancies this boy, making him her consort wouldn't be a bad idea." "Father!" The delicate young girl's face instantly turned red, even the exquisite dragon horns on her head flushed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Everyone burst into laughter. On the battle stage, Monray's opponent appeared a green dragonkin covered entirely in green dragon scales, with 2 horns on his head, wings on his back, and a long tail. "Ha, it's Chester!" A blonde elder in a magical robe clapped and laughed. "Fred, your Fire Dragon Academy's genius is about to be humiliated." "Oh?" Everyone curiously looked at the blonde elder. Chester was once the top genius of our Dragonkin Academy, skilled in both magic and martial arts. At 29 years old, he's a level 9 warrior at the early stage and a level 8 mage at the mid-stage. The blonde elder looked smugly at Fred. He has pure green dragon blood in his veins, not only proficient in wood element dragon language magic but also adept in poison magic. Poison magic specifically targets physically weak mages. Monray is in for trouble this time. Everyone nodded in agreement. Poison magic is extremely terrifying. It's a unique magic possessed only by green dragons. Completely different from ordinary magic. Poison magic kills invisibly, and one can easily fall victim to it without realizing. Once poisoned, the consequences range from a significant reduction in combat power to death. Warriors might endure it for a while, but physically frail mages can't withstand it. Poison magic is practically a fatal nemesis for mages. This young Monray is still inexperienced and likely has no countermeasures against poison magic. He's in big trouble. Now, a dean shook his head and sighed helplessly. Fred's face turned grim, his heart filled with unease. The battle officially began. Chester took the initiative, chanting ancient and incomprehensible dragon language magic. Thorny vines instantly emerged from the air, transforming into dozens of venomous snakes that lunged at Monray. At the same time, pink flowers bloomed all around the stage, releasing a dense pink poisonous mist that enveloped the entire battle platform. Level 8 wood element dragon language magic,
Toxic Vine Surge. Level 8 Poison Magic, Bone Softening Poison Mist.
The outcome is decided. The blonde elder laughed heartily.
Fred, stop them quickly, or your academy's greatest genius in history will be finished. Fred snorted coldly, but his heart was in his throat, ready
to intervene and save Mon Ray at any moment. However, facing the incoming thorny vines and omnipresent poisonous mist, Mon Ray casually flicked his finger,
and a basketball-sized fireball slowly floated toward Chester. Level 1 Magic, Fireball spell, barely enough to scratch an itch.
Chester sneered, not even bothering to dodge.
But the moment the fireball touched him, it suddenly expanded violently, transforming into a massive fire lotus with a diameter of hundreds of meters.
In an instant, boom!
The fire lotus instantly engulfed Chester, consumed all the vines, and swallowed up most of the battle stage.
What?
The fireball spell
turned into Judgment Fire Lotus? Level 1 magic transformed into level 9 magic? How is this possible? The deans in the VIP box stood up one after another, too shocked to speak.
To ordinary people, magic is like a performance, both dazzling and destructive.
But mages know that every magic spell has fixed procedures for casting, how to chant the incantation, how many magic elements are required, how are the elements arranged.
All of these follow strict rules.
Any mistake in the process leads to failure.
The fireball spell has its casting method, and Judgment Fire Lotus has its own procedure.
Once magic is cast, it becomes fixed and cannot be arbitrarily altered.
It's impossible for a spell to start as fireball and suddenly transform into Judgment Fire Lotus.
If someone could achieve this, it wouldn't be magic, it would be a trick. This is common knowledge among all mages.
But now, Mon Ray had shattered this common knowledge right in front of everyone.
Fireball spell turned into Judgment Fire Lotus? Level 1 magic transformed into level 9 magic? Did I see that correctly?
The entire audience erupted in astonishment. Some gaped, some rubbed their eyes, and some nearly jumped out of their seats. The spectators were all stunned.
In the VIP box, King Felit LXVI, Queen Diana,
Dean Fred, the blonde elder, and the other deans were all dumbfounded.
Ordinary people were shocked because they didn't understand the intricacies behind it.
The experts, however, were in disbelief precisely because they understood the implications. The already cast fireball spell cannot transform into the Judgment Fire Lotus out of thin air, just as a stone cannot suddenly turn into gold.
But this doesn't mean it's impossible. Stones can indeed turn into gold. Fireball spells can also transform into Judgment Fire Lotus. This is because of the existence of laws.
Knowing that laws can achieve this is precisely why they are so
shocked. Dean Fred, when did this kid grasp the secrets of the laws?
Felit LXVI stared at Fred, his eyes full of astonishment. He was a fire dragon, a master of
fire laws, and the most qualified to comment.
The transformation of a fireball spell into a Judgment Fire Lotus absolutely involves the highest level of law
mastery.
Mon Ray had just comprehended the fire laws, albeit only at a preliminary level, but laws are laws.
Once touched, the difference is like heaven and earth. Your Majesty, to be honest, I don't know either.
Dean Fred shook his head with a wry smile. I always thought he was just a level 9 Grand Magus.
I never expected he had comprehended the laws. After all, he's so young. Felit LXVI nodded slowly.
Indeed, becoming a level 9 Grand Magus at 16 is already shocking enough,
let alone comprehending the laws.
The other deans nodded one after another, their expressions complex.
16 years old, so young. Most people at 16 are just starting school, learning the basics of magic. Comprehending laws is an unattainable dream. Yet he has already done it.
A glimmer of light flashed in Felit
LXVI's eyes. This guy's ascension to the sanctuary is only a matter of time. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Everyone echoed in agreement. For a level 9
Grand Magus to ascend to the sanctuary, spiritual power, magic reserves, and law comprehension are all indispensable.
Among these, law comprehension is the most difficult.
The vast majority of level 9 powerhouses spend their entire lives exploring the ways of heaven and earth, yet ultimately fail to touch the threshold
of the laws. But Mon Ray is different. He has already mastered the fire laws.
Next, as long as he enhances his spiritual power and magic reserves, his ascension to the sanctuary will be a natural progression.
In other words, Mon Ray's sanctification is a certainty, and it won't take long. Such a gifted individual is the only one worthy of Little 9.
Felit LXVI suddenly turned his head and looked at the delicate young girl behind him, asking gently, Little 9, what do you
Think of Monray? Father.
The delicate young girl's face instantly turned red, her heart racing.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The flames burned fiercely.
Wherever the fire lotus passed, dozens of thorny vines were instantly reduced to ashes.
The red flowers scattered on the arena were also burned to cinders.
The Green Dragon Man. Chester reacted quickly.
The moment the fire lotus struck, he leaped out of the sea of fire, with only a bit of his hair singed, avoiding serious injury.
His robust physique was fully displayed at this moment,
but his eyes were filled with terror. A fireball spell actually turned into a level 9 spell, Judgment Fire.
Lotus? How did you do it?
Ha! Monray smiled faintly, though he was inwardly astonished. He had merely adjusted a few red flame lines to try to enhance the fireball spell's power, but unexpectedly, it turned into such a terrifying move.
As expected of the laws, the power is simply terrifying. Monray's understanding of
the word laws deepened further.
No wonder everyone strives to comprehend the laws in the end. What just happened was the best proof. You brat, when did you comprehend the fire laws?
An old voice suddenly echoed in his mind, full of shock.
I'll explain later.
I need to win this PK first.
Monray looked at Chester,
and with a wave of his hand, several fire pythons appeared out of thin air, lunging from multiple directions. Having learned from his previous lesson, Chester
no longer dared to underestimate the fire pythons.
His figure swiftly dodged while charging madly toward Monray.
You're a level 9 Grand Magus, your body must be weak.
As long as I get close, you're finished. Chester's eyes were cold, his speed exploding as he instantly appeared in front of Monray, showcasing his
powerful physique. Close combat?
Monray sneered, not casting any spells, standing still and motionless, letting Chester charge at him.
Chester's pupils contracted, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. What is this guy planning, standing still like that?
But the arrow was already on the string, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forwards. Chester roared furiously, leaping up with taut muscles, channeling all his strength into his right fist.
A powerful strike.
His heavy punch came crashing down. Kid, take my punch. His fist carried an overwhelming momentum, tearing through everything as it headed
straight for Monray. How terrifying is the power of a level 9 warrior.
If this punch lands, any Grand Magus would be knocked down.
Just as I hoped. At the
critical moment, Monray made a move that no one expected. He stepped forward with his left foot, pulled back his right leg, sank his body, and stood firmly, throwing a fierce punch straight at Chester.
What? Is he crazy?
Seeing this, the crowd almost jumped out of their seats.
The young ladies and noble women who admired Monray tightly clasped their hands over their chests, some even closing their eyes in fear. In the VIP box, King Felit LXVI and the others frowned, completely baffled by Mondray's actions. Mondray's strength lies in magic, while Chester's strength lies in physical power. Using his weakness to confront Chester's strength, wasn't this courting death? Fred, what is this kid trying to do?
The burly elder furrowed his brows tightly.
Is he trying to get himself killed? You ask me, but I don't know either. Dean Fred's face twisted in frustration, almost losing his composure.
Crack, the two fists collided, like a meteor crashing into the earth, accompanied by a deafening thunderous explosion. A gust of wind and shockwave erupted from the two figures, sweeping across the entire arena.
The next second, everyone was stunned.
Chester, who had been flying through the air, suddenly let out a miserable scream and was blasted backward like a cannonball. He stumbled back onto the arena, barely stabilizing himself before hitting the edge. His right arm was visibly twisted, trembling slightly along with his entire body, his face contorted in pain.
And Monray?
He stood firmly in place, his expression calm, his breathing steady.
He even lightly blew on his fist, his demeanor relaxed, showing no signs of exertion. The stark contrast between the two was striking.
The entire venue fell silent, even the sound of a pin dropping
could be heard. In the VIP box, the golden-haired elder stammered, "Isn't Chester a level 9 warrior? How did he get sent flying with one punch? Isn't it obvious?"
The burly elder chuckled bitterly.
Mondray's physical strength surpasses Chester's. Preliminary judgment suggests his power is at least in the mid to late level 9 range. The group of deans exchanged bewildered glances. 16 years old, a level 9 Grand Magus, and a level 9 warrior. Is he even human? Fred, how did this kid train to become such a monster at just 16?
Even the usually composed King Filet LXVI showed a shocked expression, his gaze fixed on Fred, eager for answers. Fred smiled wryly. I don't know the specifics either, but I suspect there's likely a Dragon King level powerhouse supporting him. What? King Filet LXVI's body trembled, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Fred. Are you certain? The other deans also turned their eyes to Fred, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. A Dragon King level powerhouse was no trivial matter. Fred sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, I haven't seen this powerhouse myself, so I can't confirm it, but it seems likely. If that's true, it means Mundray truly has a demigod-level powerhouse backing him. King Filet LXVI fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair as he sank into deep thought. The VIP box became deathly quiet, with only the pink-haired girl and the princes and princesses exchanging confused glances, completely unaware of the situation. On the battle stage, Chester's right arm throbbed with excruciating pain. He was both shocked and terrified, unable to believe what had just happened. As the former top prodigy of Dragon Academy, he had delayed his graduation just to shine in this year's exchange competition and become the center of attention. Yet now, in the qualifiers, he had been defeated by a mere 16-year-old boy. Chester's mind was in turmoil, even beginning to question his own life. Do you want to continue? Mundray's voice rang out. I admit defeat. Chester gave Mundray a deep look, his face full of dejection, before walking off the stage with his head hanging low. He knew that continuing the fight would only bring more humiliation. I end this match, Monray wins. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Monray! Monray! The audience screamed his name wildly. Monray! The entire crowd erupted into deafening cheers, shouting Monray's name with uncontrollable excitement, as if they had lost their minds. Monray smiled faintly and turned to step off the stage. The competition continued. Winners advanced. Losers were eliminated. Each match averaged only 5 minutes. About 10 matches could be held in an hour. From morning until afternoon, finally, at 3 p.m., 51 PK matches concluded, producing 52 winners, one had a bye. The two-person PK matches were over. Next, the most thrilling challenge round was about to begin. The host returned to the stage, his voice loud and full of passion. All the eliminated contestants can challenge any one of these 52 winners. If you defeat them, you can replace them and become a new winner. However, each person only has one chance to challenge. What? There's such a round? Hearing the host's words, Monray was a bit surprised, but after thinking it through, it made sense. These 52 winners definitely didn't represent the strongest. Among the eliminated contestants, there were undoubtedly stronger individuals. After all, the chaotic melee had many loopholes, and the two-person PK format was too simplistic, leading to the unexpected elimination of many strong contenders. The challenge round was an opportunity for these strong individuals to reclaim their place. As long as they seized the chance, they could turn the tables. I announce, the challenge round officially begins. Whoosh! As soon as the host finished speaking, a flash of light shot rapidly onto the battle stage. A tall, burly man appeared. Standing about 2.5 meters tall, with solid muscles exuding a powerful sense of strength. My name is Mondan, and I want to challenge him. The burly man, holding 2 heavy hammers, pointed his right hammer toward the contestants' area, his voice deep and forceful. The audience followed his direction and saw that the challenged contestant was none other than Monray. The entire venue instantly erupted. Monray! Monray has been challenged. Monray, teach him a lesson. Show him your strength. I've been challenged? Monray was a bit stunned. The challenge round was the last opportunity, and everyone only had one chance to challenge. Common sense dictated that they should challenge weaker or seemingly less strong opponents. But now, the first challenger had directly named him. Do I look weak? Monray stood up and walked toward the battle stage, feeling annoyed. He had held off the Ant Tide at North River Pass, bombarded the stage during the melee, defeated Chester in the two-person PK, and gained widespread fame, crushing opponents in every match. Yet, he had somehow left the impression of being weak? Fine. Very well. Ha ha, this kid got challenged first. Emperor Filet LXVI couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone, tell me, why did this big guy choose to challenge this little fellow? Does he really look weak? Your Majesty, I think there are 2 reasons. A burly elder beside him chuckled. First, Monray is too young. Although his reputation is impressive, no one fully believes in him. Seeing is believing, and others are unconvinced.
True. Everyone nodded in agreement. Second, his fame is too great. The elder continued with a smile. Among these 52 winners, Mon Ray's reputation is undoubtedly the most prominent. At 16 years
old, he's a 9th-level Grand Magister, the greatest prodigy in history, and the hero who held off the Ant Tide at North River Pass.
These accolades make him more famous than anyone else. Fame means that defeating him would bring instant renown.
Instant renown, this is exactly what we cultivators desire most.
Who can resist the lure of fame and fortune? Exactly. The crowd nodded again. Of course, there are also those who are unconvinced, unwilling to accept being defeated by a 16-year-old kid, so they are willing to challenge him. Indeed. At this moment, the battle had already begun. The burly Mondan charged like a raging bull, swinging his bronze hammers with an overwhelming momentum. He rushed fiercely toward Mon Ray.
In terms of raw strength, his physical body was astonishingly powerful, no less than the Green Dragon Chester.
Scum, die!
The burly man roared, raising his heavy hammer and smashing it down toward Mon Ray with immense force.
This strike was incredibly powerful, enough to kill any 8th-level magical beast. With just this level of strength, you dare challenge me? Mon Ray sneered
coldly, his right fist suddenly igniting with a fiery red glow, and he fiercely met the descending hammer. Crack, the two collided, and the burly man felt a powerful force surge through the hammer. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm, and it was shockingly fractured. Ah! The hammer flew out of his hand, and the burly man let out a pained scream, retreating several steps.
You're tired of living. Mon Ray kicked the flying hammer, sending it hurtling back like a cannonball.
It struck the burly man's stomach with precision, knocking him straight off the battle platform.
Fire Dragon Battle Chi? Fire Dragon Battle Chi? Feel it. LXBI stared at Mon Ray's fist in astonishment and exclaimed, he actually cultivated the Fire Dragon Codex? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances and turned to
Dean Fred, their eyes full of confusion.
Don't ask me, I have no idea either.
Dean Fred said with a bitter smile.
The Fire Dragon Codex can only be cultivated by members of the royal family, outsiders are absolutely forbidden. Feel it. LXVI tapped the table.
This child is of commoner origin.
He shouldn't have gone to the ancestral court for a bloodline test, right? What exactly is the royal family? The definition of the royal family in the Fire Dragon Kingdom is simple. As long as one possesses pure Fire Dragon bloodline, whether born in the royal palace or the countryside, they are considered royalty. However, they must go to the ancestral court for a bloodline test, and only after confirmation can they officially become part of the royal family. Once a member of the royal family, they are eligible to cultivate the Fire Dragon Codex. But Mon Ray? He was neither born in the royal palace nor had he undergone a bloodline test. Where did he get the Fire Dragon Codex? Dean Fred hesitated. Your Majesty, the Dragon King level expert behind Mon Ray might also be one of our royal family. What? Feel it. LXVI was shocked. Our Fire Dragon royal family has such a powerful figure? Why have I never heard of this?
Your Majesty, Dean Fred was about to respond when a little princess clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, Daddy, look!
Someone else is challenging that guy again. Feel it. LXVI frowned
and looked over, followed by Dean Fred and the others.
What they saw left everyone stunned.
On the battle platform stood a valiant woman with fiery red hair cascading like a waterfall. She was clad in fiery red dragon scale armor, with spiral-shaped fiery red horns atop her head. Her figure was graceful, her face stunningly beautiful, exuding an undeniable heroic aura and an imposing presence. How could it be her? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they looked at Feel it. LXVI. Queen Diana even snorted coldly and gave the king a fierce glare. This child. Feel it. LXVI cleared his throat and sighed. I haven't seen her in years, and this girl has grown up quite a bit. Girl? That's right. The one standing on the battle platform was none other than the 8th child of Fire Dragon King Feel it. LXVI, Elizabeth Feel it. Unlike most princesses who live secluded lives in the deep palace, rarely interacting with ordinary people, the 8th princess was different. Her story was widely known, even adapted into legends, and passed down by bards in every corner of the streets. What made the 8th princess special was that she was not born of a queen or concubine but was the result of an accidental romance Feel it. LXVI had during one of his adventures. Dragons are naturally uninhibited and prone to leaving their mark wherever they go.
A secret affair by the Fire Dragon King was not particularly surprising. However, this incident brought great disgrace to the royal family.
The dignified king of a nation, with 3,000 beauties in his harem, had actually taken a
liking to a chicken girl. In the Fire Dragon Kingdom, and even throughout the entire Dragon God Empire, chicken girls were the lowest of the low ranking, even below ordinary fourth-class commoners.
Because of her mother's lowly status, the 8th princess faced scorn from birth, especially from the royal family,
whose ridicule was particularly harsh.
But what no one expected was that this chicken girl's daughter refused to accept her fate.
She displayed astonishing magical talent and cultivation aptitude.
She graduated from the Magic Academy in just 3 years.
She graduated from the Battle Chi Academy in 2 years. Such talent left many members of the royal family feeling ashamed.
Even Fire Dragon King Philip was amazed, never expecting that his unintended act would produce such an
outstanding child. On the Sky Continent, strength commands respect, and everyone reveres the strong. Naturally, Philip LXVI favored his exceptional child even
more. Unfortunately, the 8th princess had been neglected since childhood, harboring deep hatred toward the royal family, especially toward her irresponsible
father, Philip LXVI.
Philip, helpless, could only let her be.
In the following years, the 8th princess went out to train and rarely appeared in public. Time heals
all wounds, and after a few years, people gradually forgot about the extraordinarily gifted 8th princess. Unexpectedly, she showed up in the qualifiers, and
it was the final round of the challenge. Time flies.
A burly old man stroked his long beard and sighed. I remember back then, the 8th princess was just
a little girl, and now she's all grown up. Indeed. A blond old man nodded and said, back then, the 8th princess studied magic at our Douglas Academy. She was so young then.
The academy heads were deeply moved. Their long lifespans made time seem almost static to them.
But for ordinary people, time left visible marks, and a few years could change everything. After not seeing her for years, how strong had this girl become? Philip LXVI looked at his most outstanding daughter with a complex expression. Others were equally curious. With the 8th princess's astonishing talent, how much had she improved after years of absence?
At this moment, on the battle stage,
Man Ray, who had just returned to the contestant seat and hadn't even warmed his seat, was called back to the stage. He stared at the valiant dragon girl in front of him and cursed inwardly, do these people think I'm an easy target? Why do they keep picking on me? Man Ray was very annoyed and decided to teach them a harsh lesson this time so they wouldn't bother him again. Begin! The host announced loudly and quickly jumped off the battle stage. Hosting such high-intensity battles was extremely risky. A slight mistake could drag him into the fray.
The host's decision proved wise.
Just as he jumped off, Man Ray erupted. 9th level magic, Furious Thunder Dragon. 9th level magic, Thunder Tribulation Domain. 9th level magic, Thunderstorm Meteor. 9th level magic, Thunder God Descends. 9th level magic, Soul Capturing Thunderstorm. Boom! 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 5 9th level spells were unleashed in quick succession, with less than 2 seconds between each, covering the relatively small battle stage entirely. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the small battle stage instantly turned into a sea of electricity. Poor 8th princess hadn't even made a move before being completely engulfed by the lightning. The entire audience was dumbfounded. The big shots in the VIP boxes twitched their mouths, stunned. Is this kid insane? Philip LXVI erupted in fury. How dare he attack little 8? Like this? Does he have a death wish?
The academy heads exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond.
On the battle stage, strength determined the outcome, and life or death was irrelevant. No attack was considered excessive. Besides, Man Ray had no idea his opponent was a princess. That bastard. If anything happens to little 8, I won't let him off. Man Ray. Man Ray. Man Ray.
Unlike the enraged king, the audience was completely thrilled by Man Ray's wild display,
screaming and cheering like they were on adrenaline.
The more ferocious Man Ray was, the more excited they became.
Those 5 9th level spells just now were absolutely stunning. Now no one should dare challenge me anymore, right? Man Ray stood at the edge of the stage, glancing at the contestant seats with a warning. Look, whoever dared to challenge High Elizabeth swung her sword wildly, the blade grazing Man Ray's scalp several times. If not for Man Ray's quick reflexes, he would have been chopped into pieces. Annoying. Endless. Man Ray was furious. Golden scales appeared on his fists, instantly turning them golden. He threw a powerful punch, meeting the descending longsword head-on. Crack, the blade snapped in two. What? Elizabeth was stunned. Humph. Man Ray snorted coldly, kicking Elizabeth in the abdomen. She let out a scream, flying like a fallen leaf and landing heavily on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly pale and weak. So many people, yet you all come to trouble me. How annoying. Man Ray snorted coldly, turning back to the contestant's seat without a glance. Victory! Man Ray wins. The host loudly announced the result of the match, then asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Elizabeth ignored him, clutching her stomach. As she stood up, under the gaze of the entire audience, she silently left, leaving behind a lonely and stubborn figure. This bastard. Filet LXVI was furious, smashing the armrest of his chair with a slap, his gaze like a tiger's as he glared at Man Ray. How dare he treat little eight like this? I won't tolerate it. Your Majesty, please calm down. Everyone quickly tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, stepping into the arena is a life and death battle. Even if Man Ray accidentally injured the 8th princess, he did nothing wrong. Besides, he already showed mercy. Showed mercy? Filet LXVI sneered. First, 5 9th level spells, then such a heavy punch. You call that mercy? Your Majesty, with Man Ray's strength, if he truly hadn't held back, the 8th princess would already be dead. Please reconsider. Exactly. Man Ray just shattered the 8th princess's sword with one punch. His body is unbelievably strong. If he hadn't considered the situation, the 8th princess would have been finished. How dare he lay a hand on the princess? The deans all spoke up, their voices filled with anger. Filet LXVI's expression softened slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and said, that boy was too ruthless. Does he have no compassion at all? Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Compassion? What a joke. On the battle stage, who would hold back? Who dared to show mercy? This was a place to fight for one's life, not a venue for sentimentality. Maybe Man Ray is still young and inexperienced? Fred tentatively suggested. Ha ha, everyone laughed. Finally, the room quieted down. Man Ray returned to the contestant's seat, watching as the staff quickly repaired the battle stage. He let out a long sigh of relief, then collapsed into his seat, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Just as he lay down, an old man's stern voice rang in his ears. You brat! How many times have I told you not to reveal your golden god-slaying ant bloodline in front of others? Did you even listen? It's not that serious. Man Ray lazily lifted his eyelids and said, just now, I only partially transformed my hands. No one could tell it was the golden bloodline. Old Dean, stop overreacting. Humph. You have no idea how dangerous it is. The old man sneered. If it's exposed, you're done for. Forget it. I won't nag you anymore. Just remember, don't use it so easily in front of others. Got it, got it. Man Ray rolled his eyes. Humph. You're even annoyed now. The old man said unhappily. By the way, when did you comprehend the fire elemental law? Don't forget, you haven't even mastered the force of heaven and earth yet. How could you directly comprehend the law? On the other side, the staff had already repaired the battle stage. As the host announced the continuation of the challenge, a silver figure suddenly rushed onto the stage. Everyone recognized this person. It was the genius previously discussed by Filet LXVI and the others, Francis Matthew, a 28-year-old 6th-year student from the Battle Dragon Academy. It's him. Why is he on stage again? Didn't he already win? Who is he challenging now? Filet LXVI and the other deans exchanged puzzled looks, turning to the burly old man. Dean of the Battle Dragon Academy, what is Francis doing? The burly old man smiled wryly and shook his head. I have no idea. Man Ray, I challenge you. Francis said coldly. What? Man Ray nearly exploded with anger. Francis stood on the battle stage, clad in silver soft armor, holding a silver longsword. His figure was tall and slender, his features handsome. Even if the ancient beauty Panin were reborn, he would be no more than this. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, countless young women blushed, their eyes sparkling. Wow, he's so handsome. He looks amazing. This guy was born to live off his looks. Even those in the private box, including Filet LXVI, couldn't help but praise Francis's charm. Strength is important, but the love of beauty is human nature. Good looks are an advantage in any world. I'm curious, though, he actually dares to challenge that little rascal. This match is bound to be exciting. Filet LXVI tapped the table lightly, smiling. Your Majesty is right. These two, one has a profound understanding of the power of ice, nearly invincible. The other is even more formidable, having directly comprehended the laws, capable of instantly casting 9th-level magic, and with decent physical strength. A clash between them is like a needle against a spear, a direct confrontation. Man Ray, that kid, has already mastered the laws of fire, and his talent far surpasses Francis's. But his training time has been short, and he's practicing both magic and martial arts, spreading himself too thin. The burly elder stroked his beard and said, so his physical body, mental strength, and magic power haven't reached their peak yet, giving Francis a chance to win. Exactly. Francis. Challenging Man Ray now is the best timing. Otherwise, when this kid refines all his attributes to their peak and directly breaks through to the Saint Domain, Francis won't stand a chance. The deans discussed among themselves, their eyes full of interest. Man Ray's comprehension of the laws was clearly superior to Francis's, which was his greatest advantage. But he also had a weakness: he was too young, with too little training time, and his attributes hadn't yet reached their peak, temporarily falling short of Francis. Now was Francis's best and last chance to defeat Man Ray. Man Ray was completely unaware of the discussions in the private box. At this moment, his heart was raging, almost out of control, and he even felt like taking action. He stepped onto the battle stage step by step, glanced at Francis, then turned toward the contestants' seats. His voice was calm yet thunderous. Anyone else want to challenge me? Come all at once. Man Ray's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed throughout the entire arena, clear to everyone. The crowd fell silent in shock. What did this kid just say? Filet LXVI even covered his ears, thinking he had misheard. The deans exchanged bewildered glances. Anyone else want to challenge me? Come all at once? This is simply courting death. This kid is way too arrogant. A burly elder's face darkened. To humiliate Francis like this is going too far. So young, yet so conceited. Are all geniuses this eccentric? Even Dean Fred was at a loss for words, feeling that Man Ray was indeed overly self-assured. This was blatant provocation. Sure enough, Francis erupted. His gaze turned icy, and a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. Clang, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. A gleaming, chilling blade appeared just a few centimeters from Man Ray's neck. So fast. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, Man Ray quickly retreated, instantly moving 10 meters away. Want to kill me? Fine. Man Ray's eyes glinted coldly as he slowly uttered 3 words, falling meteor. As soon as the words left his mouth, a black hole suddenly tore open in the sky above the arena, bottomless, as if someone had ripped through space. What is that? The audience gasped in unison. The faces of many Saint Domain experts changed dramatically. In the next moment, a massive meteor, 100 meters in diameter and wrapped in black flames, shot out of the rift like lightning, hurtling toward the battle stage. The deafening roar of its descent made everyone's ears ring and their minds go blank. Damn it! A top-tier fire spell, falling meteor. He's insane. This is madness. The burly elder cursed angrily and disappeared from the private box in an instant. A forbidden spell. Francis stared blankly at the descending black meteor, feeling its terrifying destructive power. His face turned pale in an instant. Am I going to die? The only thought in his mind was this: he could only watch helplessly as the meteor got closer and closer. He knew there was no escape. Such a massive meteor, at such a close distance. There was no way to run. In the blink of an eye, the distance of tens of meters was covered, and the meteor was almost overhead. Just as Francis thought he was doomed, a towering figure suddenly appeared. Break! A loud roar. A punch thrown. A buzzing sound was heard as the black meteorite instantly shattered into countless black grains of sand scattering down. The burly elder stood proudly on the battle platform, his long robe fluttering in the wind. Dean! Francis stared at him in shock, his throat moving slightly. Humph! The burly elder shot Francis a cold glare, then turned to Man Ray, his face dark as could be. You little brat, how dare you use a forbidden spell here? You've got some nerve. Ha! Man Ray smiled faintly. What's the big deal? Though he appeared calm, he was secretly shocked. The falling meteor move was incredibly powerful.
Fire element's single target forbidden spell with astonishing destructive force.
Ordinary saint-level experts wouldn't dare take it head-on, yet this elder shattered it. With a single punch. His strength was truly unbelievable. Humph. The burly elder snorted coldly and disappeared without a trace. Do you want to continue? Mundray asked Francis. No need. I concede.
Francis gave Mundray a deep look, then turned and jumped off the battle platform, his voice lingering. Just wait.
One day, I will defeat you. Ha! Mundray smirked.
This time, he didn't leave immediately but instead scanned the contestants' seats.
Anyone else? If so, come at me together. I don't have time to play one-on-one. The contestants' seats fell into dead silence.
Everyone lowered their heads almost simultaneously, not daring to meet Mundray's gaze, let alone challenge him. Challenge? What a joke! Who would dare take that risk? Everyone had been terrified by the falling meteor forbidden spell earlier. Some recognized it as a forbidden spell, while others didn't, but regardless, its terrifying power struck fear into their hearts.
Everyone understood that being hit by falling meteor meant certain death, no chance of survival. Who would dare challenge him? No one? Mundray asked twice more.
After confirming no one would challenge him, he left the battle platform and returned to the contestants' seats.
This kid is way too arrogant. King Philip LXVI frowned. With so many spectators present, he dared to casually unleash a fire element forbidden spell? He's got some nerve. If the battle dragon Dean hadn't intervened in time, the consequences could have been severe. He must be severely punished.
So young yet so ruthless, such a person will never achieve great things in the future.
Dean Fred, this is your responsibility. To use a high-level forbidden spell like Falling Meteor in front of so many people, what was he thinking? Does he not care about the audience's safety? He must be punished, no leniency.
The deans criticized Mundray harshly, clearly very dissatisfied with his actions.
King Philip LXVI nodded slightly. He previously contributed to repelling the Ant Tide and has royal bloodline. By rights, he should be granted the title of Earl. I originally planned to bestow the title after the exchange competition, but now, forget it. The challenge competition continued until 8 p.m., ultimately selecting 52 winners. Afterward, the king gave a speech, officially announcing the end of the qualifiers.
Mundray and the chubby man left the battle arena and headed straight to the fresh feast pavilion, where they ate meat and drank wine.
Heartily, indulging until midnight before returning to the academy to rest.
I used to think my strength was decent and that I could easily handle this exchange
competition, but now, lying on the sofa, Mundray reflected on the afternoon's battles. First Elizabeth, then Francis.
Although he defeated them both, the process wasn't
easy.
To kill Elizabeth, he had to transform his hands into ant-like claws, revealing part of his trump card. To defeat Francis, he even used the forbidden spell Falling Meteor, which cost over 1 billion gold coins. On the surface, it seemed effortless, but in reality, the pressure was immense. If the qualifiers were this tough, the opponents in the official exchange competition would undoubtedly be even stronger. Improving his strength was an urgent priority. Mundray opened the attribute panel. Wealth, 25,876,546,539 gold coins. Physique, level 9 warrior, 7,698,791,080/10 billion. Spirit, level 9 Grand Magister, 138,876,000/10 billion. Magic. Power, level 9 Grand Magister, 96,867,800/10 billion. System, exchange 2.4 billion gold coins and allocated all to physique.
Swish, wealth instantly decreased by 2.4 billion.
At the same time, a surge of scorching energy erupted within his body, rapidly spreading to every cell, crazily strengthening his physique.
Mundray
felt as if his physical body was riding a rocket, his strength skyrocketing at an incredible speed. The numbers climbed rapidly.
800 million, 880 million, 900 million.
990 million. Boom, Mundray's physical body finally broke through the 1 billion threshold, entering an entirely new realm. A powerful aura burst forth from him,
instantly filling the entire room.
At that moment, Mundray felt as if he had become weightless, as though he had merged with the heavens and earth.
If he wished, he
could soar into the sky at any moment, riding the wind across thousands of miles without hindrance.
This feeling, Mundray no longer resisted. Then, like a balloon, he slowly floated upward, eventually hovering quietly in mid-air, motionless, suspended in the air, flying with the wind. You brat, you actually broke through to the Saint Domain?
The old man flew out from the spatial ring. Seeing Man-Ray floating in mid-air, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Previously, when Man-Ray's
strength inexplicably increased, he was surprised but could still accept it.
This time was different. The Saint Domain. Man-Ray had actually become a Saint Domain powerhouse.
This was a realm countless people dreamed of but could never reach. The old man was so shocked he couldn't speak.
Level 9. Saint Domain. It seemed like just one
step, but the gap was immense. Many people were stuck at the peak of level 9 their entire lives, unable to break through, yet Man-Ray had silently stepped into the
Saint Domain. It completely defied logic. That's right. I've broken through to the Saint Domain. The surging power within his body made Man-Ray feel unprecedentedly strong, as if he could easily destroy a mountain with a single punch. Most importantly, I can actually fly now. Without any assistance, without relying on any tools. It's like an instinct. This is the power of the Saint Domain? It's insane. You're a monster.
The old man shouted in frustration, you inexplicably comprehended
the fire elemental laws, and now you've inexplicably broken through to the Saint Domain. How on earth did you do it?
The old man really wanted to crack open Man-Ray's
head to see what secrets were hidden inside. Headmaster, don't be anxious. Man-Ray said with a smile. There will be even more unbelievable things in the future. You'll get used to it.
Humph. The old man snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure.
On critical matters, this brat always kept his mouth shut, either avoiding the topic or changing the subject. It was infuriating.
Ding, congratulations to the host for advancing to the Saint Domain warrior.
Please continue to strive for greater breakthroughs.
Ding, host has reached the Saint Domain, meeting the conditions for a system upgrade.
Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade? You're going to upgrade? Man-Ray was stunned.
Yes, host, the system replied.
Then upgrade. Man-Ray said with great anticipation.
Ding, system upgrade will consume 10 billion.
Gold coins. Wait. 10 billion gold coins? Man-Ray froze. Upgrading required that much money?
He glanced at his remaining wealth, only 23.4 billion left.
After
upgrading, there would only be 13.4 billion left.
What a loss.
Ding, after the upgrade, the system will become more powerful, with more complete functions, better
serving the host. Would you like to upgrade now? More powerful? More complete? Man-Ray gritted his teeth. Upgrade. Ding, system upgrade initiated. Upgrade time. 30 minutes. During the upgrade, all system functions will be disabled.
Please wait patiently. The system's voice gradually faded, and even the attribute panel
disappeared.
Man-Ray lay back on the bed, his eyes filled with anticipation.
What new functions would the system have after the upgrade? Waiting was always long. Half an hour felt like a century. Finally, the familiar cold voice sounded again. Ding, the ultimate pickup system upgrade is complete. Ding, the strongest pickup system is at your service. Finally upgraded. Man-Ray was overjoyed. System, quickly tell me, what new features do you have after the upgrade? What functions? Host, after
the system upgrade, 2 powerful skills have been added to the original pickup function. They are Infinite Pickup and Savage Plunder, the system said coldly.
Infinite Pickup? Savage Plunder? Man-Ray blinked. Sounds impressive. What exactly are they? System, explain in detail. Infinite Pickup, it allows you to randomly
pick up items dropped from other worlds, including but not limited to gold coins, bloodlines, law fragments, divine sparks, divine artifacts, etc.
Price, 10 billion. Gold coins per use. Randomly pick up items dropped from other worlds? System, what are other worlds? Man-Ray asked curiously. Host, the universe is vast and boundless, containing countless spatial worlds, scattered like stars in the sky.
The sky continent is just one ordinary material world among them, the system explained.
Countless spatial worlds? That makes sense. Man-Ray nodded. So, infinite pickup can obtain items from other worlds?
Correct, host, the system confirmed.
Man-Ray became excited. To think I can take things from other worlds, this function is simply heaven-defying. But what does this 10 billion gold coins mean? It costs money?
Host, infinite pickup is a paid function.
Each use requires a payment of 10 billion gold coins. 10 billion per use? I might as well rob a bank. Man-Ray almost jumped up. 10 billion gold coins is no small amount. Killing a Saint-level Abyss Spider Queen would barely earn enough for one use. This function is way too expensive. I only have 13.4 billion gold coins left. If I use infinite pickup once, I'll go bankrupt immediately? This is outrageous. Monray's mouth twitched as he angrily said, "Greedy system, this is daylight robbery. Even if I starve on the streets, I won't use this function. 10 billion per use? Not a single coin from me." Ding. Friendly reminder, the universe contains spatial worlds of a higher level than the sky continent. In these advanced worlds live beings far beyond the saint level. By using this function, the host has a chance to obtain their precious dropped items. Monray froze. Higher level worlds? Beings far beyond the saint level? Higher level. Far beyond. Monray licked his lips. Although reluctant, he had to admit he was tempted. Based on experience, the stronger the being, the rarer and more valuable their dropped items. Even a single hair from a saint-level creature might contain law fragments. So what would beings far beyond the saint-level drop? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Monray rolled his eyes and cleared his throat. System, what about the Savage Plunder function? What does it do? Savage Plunder, a looting function. It can forcibly seize any item from a target creature, including gold coins, bloodlines, vitality, spiritual power, law comprehension, divine artifacts. What the heck? This function is insane. Monray took a deep breath. Forcibly seize? Isn't this just plundering? Heh, I like it. System, does this function cost money? Savage Plunder is also a paid function. The cost is determined by the target creature's strength and the value of the plundered item, the system said coldly. Pricing based on the target and item. Monray nodded slightly. Sounds reasonable, but knowing this system's greedy nature, if I really want to plunder something, it definitely won't be cheap. Forget it, I'll deal with that later. Monray shook his head. System, open the attribute panel for me to see. Swish. Host, Meng Lei race. Human, 50% Fire Dragon bloodline, 45% Flame Demon bloodline, 10% Golden Godslaying Ant bloodline. Wealth, 1.35 Rule Source Crystals. Physique, Saint Domain level 1069879108/100 billion. Spirit, level 9 Grand Magus, 1388760/1 billion. Magic power, level 9 Grand Magus, 968678/1 billion. Rule comprehension, Fire element rule, 0.2%. Meng Lei stared at the attribute panel, utterly shocked, with countless questions popping up in his mind. System, what does the percentage behind the bloodline mean? It represents the degree of fusion of the bloodline within your body. Fusion degree? So that's what it is. Does that mean I can use in-game currency to enhance the bloodline fusion degree in the future? Correct, host. Meng Lei nodded and continued reading. 50%, 45%, 10%. Ha! The Golden Godslaying Ant bloodline is only 10%? That means it still has a lot of untapped potential. He kept checking. Wealth is 1.35 Rule Source Crystals? System, wasn't it gold coins before? Why has it changed to Rule Source Crystals? Rule Source Crystals are rare crystals containing the laws of heaven and earth, serving as the currency among saint domains. The exchange rate is 1 Rule Source Crystal equals 10 billion gold coins. I see. This is similar to the ratio for enhancing rule comprehension. 1% costs 10 billion gold coins. Meng Lei continued reading. Physique. My god. The limit is actually 100 billion. That's outrageous. If I want to break through the Saint Domain level with in-game currency, I'll need 1 trillion gold coins? 1 trillion. My head is spinning. Where am I supposed to find that much money? Meng Lei felt a wave of despair. Hundreds of billions of gold coins are still manageable. Hunting a few Saint Domain magical beasts should be enough. But 1 trillion gold coins? That would require hunting 100 Saint Domain magical beasts. Where would I find so many Saint Domain magical beasts? The road ahead is long. The pressure is immense. Meng Lei felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. Enhancing bloodline fusion degree costs money. Improving physique, spirit, and magic power also costs money. Enhancing rule comprehension still costs money. Money, money, money. How much money do I have now? Meng Lei glanced at the wealth panel. Only 1.35 Rule Source Crystals, equivalent to 135 billion gold coins. This amount of money is far from enough. Not enough for anything. For the first time, I realize how poor I am. However, Meng Lei sat up.
From the bed, his eyes gleaming, 135 billion gold coins are enough for me to use the infinite pickup once.
Curiosity is killing me, I can't resist trying it out. Infinite pickup is a random item collection feature. With the vastness of the dimensional space, who knows if I might pick up a treasure. But I just have to try. Taking a deep breath, Meng Lei gritted his teeth and said, "System, I want to use the infinite pickup function."
Using this function requires a payment of one rule source.
Crystal.
Confirm usage, the system asked coldly.
Confirm.
With a swish, his wealth instantly decreased by one rule source crystal, leaving only 0.35 rule source.
Crystals. I'm completely broke now.
Looking at the remaining balance, Meng Lei clenched his fists, full of anticipation. I must pick up something good.
If I pick up trash, I'll suffer a huge loss. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining God-slaying rat bloodline.
Would you like to fuse it? Meng Lei was stunned. God-slaying rat bloodline? Big brother, are you up yet? At dawn, a chubby figure was shouting loudly downstairs in the apartment building. Before long, Meng Lei came out, wearing a brand new magic robe. Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Meng Lei asked impatiently. Hee, aren't you heading to the imperial capital today? I came to see you off.
The chubby man grinned, then suddenly stared at Meng Lei with a puzzled look.
Why are you staring at me? Meng Lei frowned. Big brother, I feel like there's something different about you.
The chubby man circled around Meng Lei, unable to pinpoint what was strange but feeling something was off.
Did you drink too much last night? Meng Lei laughed, changing the subject. Let's go to the dean's office first and meet up with the dean and the others. All right.
In the dean's office, Dean Fred, the vice deans, and Teacher Dirk were already waiting.
Good morning, Dean. Greetings, leader. Greetings, Teacher Dirk. Everyone nodded politely, their faces filled with approval. Dean Fred suddenly stared at Mundre and asked in surprise, Mundre, have you broken through to the sanctuary? What?
Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, their eyes filled with disbelief. The chubby man and Teacher Dirk stared at Mundre as if they had seen a ghost.
He really broke through to the sanctuary?
After yesterday's battle, I was lucky enough to break through, Mundre admitted honestly, unable to hide it any longer. While breakthroughs in mental power and magic could be concealed, once the physical body reached the sanctuary level, it was evident to all.
A seasoned sanctuary expert like
Dean Fred could see through it at a glance.
Lucky enough to break through?
Dean Fred's mouth fell open, stunned. He had known that Mundre had already grasped the laws, and breaking through to the sanctuary was only a matter of time, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Wasn't it said that his attributes hadn't reached
their peak yet? Didn't it take time to break through to the sanctuary? How did he succeed overnight? Really reached the sanctuary? Hearing Mundre's personal
confirmation, everyone was so shocked that they trembled. Especially Teacher Dirk, whose expression was complex, a mix of shock and a helpless bitter smile.
How long has it been?
That little level 3 mage has already broken through to the sanctuary, while I, a level 9 Grand Magus, am still stuck in place.
How can the gap between people be so vast? Although it was hard to believe, this was undoubtedly good news.
Dean Fred adjusted his mood and praised, with Mundre here, our Fire Dragon magic Academy will surely shine in this exchange competition and take center stage.
The dean is right.
In the past few competitions, the contestants from our
Fire Dragon Kingdom Academy all lost miserably. This time,
the school leaders' faces were filled with excitement, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked at
Mundre.
Of course, there was also a hint of reverence and flattery. After all, only a few of the school leaders were sanctuary experts, most were level 9.
A sanctuary level.
Mundre naturally commanded respect, while level 9 experts could only look up to him.
The gap between level 9 and sanctuary was immense, a completely different level.
The contestants gradually gathered. This time, 7 people were selected to represent Fire Dragon Academy, including 2 senior students who had postponed their graduation for temporary recruits from society, and Mundre.
Everyone's here. Follow me to the royal palace for assembly.
Dean Fred waved his hand, and the school carriage rose into the air, carrying everyone toward the royal palace. The royal palace was the largest and most luxurious architectural complex in Fire Dragon
City, consisting of hundreds of palaces, grand and imposing.
Lord Fred, please follow me. The school carriage landed steadily at the entrance of the royal palace. Led by a palace guard, the group walked toward a spacious square. There, a massive dragon god statue stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura.
Dragon God bless us. Dragon God bless us.
Dean Fred led everyone in praying and saluting the dragon god statue before turning and heading to a corner of the square.
King Philip LXVI and Queen Diana were waiting there. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone saluted in unison. Rise. Almost simultaneously, representatives from other academies also began to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the exchange competition is about to begin. You will represent your respective academies and the Fire Dragon Kingdom in the Empire-level exchange competition. I hope you will perform excellently and bring honor to your academy and kingdom. King Philip LXVI encouraged. I promise that outstanding performers will receive generous rewards. Someone read my decree. A minister stepped forward, holding a golden scroll, and began to read. Royal decree: the top 3 in the exchange competition will be granted the title of lifelong marquis, awarded a territory of 100 miles, and allowed to choose 3 treasures from the royal treasury. The top 10 will be granted the title of lifelong count, awarded a territory of 50 miles, and allowed to choose 1 treasure from the royal treasury. The top 20 will be granted the title of lifelong viscount, awarded a territory of 10 miles. The top 50 will be granted the title of lifelong baron, awarded a territory of 1 mile. After the reading, the minister stepped back. King Philip LXVI smiled and said, "You are the young elites nurtured by the Fire Dragon Kingdom. I have high expectations for you. Do not disappoint me. Long live the king. Glory is with me. Long live the king. Glory is with me." The contestants swore in unison, the atmosphere fervent and inspiring. Very good.
The king nodded in satisfaction.
The rest is up to you. I will await your good news in the royal city. Yes, Your Majesty.
There are 6 teachers leading this exchange competition, all of whom are the 6 deans, with Dean Fred being one of them.
The journey to the imperial capital is long and will take 5 days.
We could have chosen a magic ship or the imperial train, but after some discussion among us 6 old
fellows, we decided to take a sky beast. Sky beast? Monray's eyes lit up. The sky beast is a level 7 wind attribute magical beast. It has a massive body but a gentle temperament, making it easy to tame.
More importantly, the sky beast has incredible endurance. A single hearty meal can sustain it for long flights while carrying heavy loads, making it the best flying companion for long-distance travel. Magic ships and imperial trains are, of course, more comfortable, but for us cultivators,
we are used to flying freely between heaven and earth, braving the elements. Comfort is not our priority. Traveling is part of our training. Led by the 6 deans, everyone arrived at the Sky Beast Plaza. Countless massive creatures stood quietly. They were about 30 meters tall, with an astonishing length of 70 meters, and their backs were broad and flat. This was the appearance of the Sky Beast. In Monray's eyes, the Sky Beast bore a striking resemblance to whales on Earth: a rounded body, a thick back, and a whale-like tail. The only difference was that while whales have leaf-shaped fins on their bellies, the Sky Beast had a pair of massive, scale-covered wings on its abdomen, along with 6 sturdy elephant-like legs. Massive, strong, majestic. It was hard to imagine that such a gigantic creature could be so gentle that even ordinary people could afford to raise one. Of course, riding a sky beast wasn't as comfortable as a magic ship or the imperial train, but for the contestants, this was the real adventure and challenge. Everyone here was a level 9 powerhouse who wouldn't want to ride a magical beast and soar through the skies. Taking a magic ship or train, how could that compare to being a true hero? The group arrived at a rental company and soon rented a sky beast. The staff quickly arranged the follow-up procedures. The operation began. Over an hour later, a massive house was securely fixed onto the back of a sky beast, looking like a raised turtle shell. This sky beast will be our mode of transportation. There are 60 rooms in total. Feel free to pick one. Thank you, Dean. A soft ladder hung down from the sky beast's back to the ground, allowing passengers to climb up. But the contestants didn't need the ladder at all. With a light tap of their toes, their bodies turned into streaks of light, swiftly leaping onto the sky beast's back with ease and grace, as if they were taking a casual stroll, drawing countless gazes. Indeed, over 50 level 9 powerhouses would attract attention no matter where they went. When it was Monray's turn, the scene became even more astonishing. He lifted off the ground, slowly, ascending as if stepping on an invisible staircase, climbing step by step from the ground to the sky beast's back. This sight left everyone stunned.
Dean Fred, has
this kid broken through? That's right.
Dean Fred nodded proudly.
Wow.
The dean stared at Monray's back, too shocked to speak.
He broke through in just one night? The contestants were even more dumbfounded, their emotions incredibly complex. After boarding the Sky Beast, Monray casually chose a room.
The room was smaller than he had expected, only 4 or 5 square meters, with just a wooden bed and a table inside. Other than sleeping and eating, there was no other use for it.
The environment was so simple it was disappointing, but there was no other choice.
Because of its low cost, the Sky Beast was popular among small merchant caravans, adventure
groups, and mercenary teams.
It was a relatively cheap long-distance flying transportation option.
Truly wealthy individuals would never ride it, they would opt for magic ships or the Imperial train. So basic. Monray shook his head, losing interest in staying inside. He walked to the Sky Beast's head, ready to enjoy the view. Many contestants had the same idea, standing outside the house, waiting for takeoff.
Dear passengers, please return to your rooms and fasten your seatbelts.
We are about to take off.
The beast tamer, who had signed a master-servant contract with the Sky Beast and could control it, kindly reminded them.
He was the driver. For this journey. No need. Just go ahead.
All right. The beast tamer saw that everyone was strong and didn't insist.
Hiss. The beast tamer blew the whistle. Howl. The
floating beast let out a long roar and began to move slowly. Its 6 sturdy legs stomped on the ground, producing a deafening rumble.
Monray and the others stood on its back, feeling the intense jolts.
The floating beast ran faster and faster, and the jolts became even more violent.
Slow walk. Fast walk. Run. Finally, as the speed reached a certain level, the floating beast suddenly spread its massive wings, like a giant umbrella covering the sky, and soared into the air. Its wings flapped,
and fierce winds howled.
The floating beast flew higher and higher, and the square gradually faded into the distance.
A few minutes later, the frequency of its wing
flaps slowed, almost only flapping once every half a minute, entering an energy-saving gliding mode.
Facing the fierce wind blowing head-on and looking down at the ground that was becoming smaller and smaller, a surge of heroism welled up in Monray's heart.
Suddenly, Monray leaped off the back of the floating beast. Ha ha ha! A
hearty laugh echoed as Monray spread his arms, flying freely like a bird.
Sometimes dashing forward, sometimes diving downward, sometimes drawing circles in the air.
Lively like a little bird, free like an eagle.
This kid.
The 6 deans watched Monray's soaring figure, shaking their heads with smiles, unable to help but recall
their own breakthroughs into the Saint Domain, looking almost identical.
Fly freely.
Soar to your heart's content. They didn't know that at this moment, Monray's
emotions were even more intense than theirs.
As a native of Earth, he deeply understood that humans couldn't fly on their own. This was an ironclad fact. An unchangeable rule.
They could only look up at the sky again and again, envying those birds that could fly.
Monray couldn't help but sigh, if only I had a pair of wings. But now, he could actually fly himself. This feeling was indescribable, exhilarating, thrilling, and utterly overwhelming. Soaring like a rock, straight into the heavens. Piercing through the clouds, 9,000 miles high.
Drinking dew in the morning, sleeping in the glow of the sunset at night. A true man should live like this.
Ha ha ha! Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Seeing Monray soaring freely in the sky, the other contestants were filled with envy. How they wished they could fly like Monray.
Unrestrained and free. Unfortunately, they could only watch helplessly, unable to move. Monray flew for nearly half an hour before reluctantly returning to the back of the floating beast. Monray, come over here.
Dean Fred called him over.
Let me introduce you. This is Dean Wardragon. And this is... Monray greeted them one by one.
The 5 deans all responded with smiles.
Previously, Monray was just a young student with decent talent, and they didn't pay much attention to him. But now,
Monray had broken through to the Saint Domain level, standing on the same level as them, deserving of equal respect.
Age didn't matter. Heroes always rise young. Dean
Wardragon sighed, during yesterday's qualifiers, we all thought you'd need more time to break through.
We didn't expect you to succeed overnight. Truly surprising. Indeed, how did you manage it? The other deans also praised and expressed curiosity. Monray humbly replied, you flatter me, deans.
The floating beast flew steadily, and Monray sat on its back with the 6 deans, admiring the mountains and rivers below while chatting about various anecdotes and stories.
Monray listened quietly, gaining a lot.
The youngest of the 6 deans was over 100 years old,
with vast experience. Listening to their life lessons was invaluable. Monray, when you reach the Imperial capital this time, you should try challenging the Dragon God Tower. If you're lucky, you might get something good. Dean Fred suddenly said with a smile. Dragon God Tower? Monray looked puzzled. The Dragon God Tower is the national treasure of our Dragon God Empire. Legend has it that the great Dragon God created it as a supreme artifact for the Empire after becoming a god. Dean Wardragon explained with a smile. The Dragon God Tower is located within the Dragon God Academy and has 100 floors, each being a separate half-world. Half-world? Monray was confused. Yes, a half-world. The magical elements in these worlds are extremely dense, and even the laws of heaven and earth are clearer than outside, doubling the cultivation effect. It is an excellent place for cultivation. Therefore, many people want to enter the Dragon God Tower to cultivate, but only those under the age of 30 and with strength at or above the 8th level are qualified to enter. Dean Zhanlong continued, so, very few people can actually enter the Dragon God Tower. Moreover, the higher you go in the Dragon God Tower, the denser the magical elements, and the clearer the laws of heaven and earth. Dean Fred's eyes were filled with anticipation. It is said that the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower hides the secret to becoming a god. The secret to becoming a god? Meng Lei's body trembled. This is just a legend, no one knows if it's true or not. Dean Fred nodded solemnly. After all, the Dragon God Tower has existed for over 40,000 years, and no one has ever successfully reached the 100th floor. Therefore, the authenticity of this legend remains uncertain. However, in the divine oracles occasionally issued by His Majesty the Dragon God, there have been hints of such a possibility. When the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower was mentioned, the eyes of the 6 deans were filled with both longing and regret. They were already at the Saint Domain level, and there were very few things in this world that could move them. Only becoming a god was their lifelong dream and the goal they had been striving for. Unfortunately, they did not meet the qualifications to enter the Dragon God Tower, and naturally, they could not uncover the secret of the 100th floor. The mystery remains unsolved. Deans, the Empire is full of geniuses, talents as numerous as fish in a river. Why has no one been able to reach the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower after all these years? Meng Lei frowned, his face full of confusion. You haven't personally entered the Dragon God Tower, so you naturally don't know the dangers there. Dean Zhanlong said with a bitter smile. Each floor of the Dragon God Tower is a semi-plane world where magical elements and the laws of heaven and earth are exceptionally dense. While it is an excellent place for cultivation, it is more suited for the native creatures born and raised there. These indigenous creatures have lived there for a long time, absorbing the dense magical elements and laws of heaven and earth, making them extremely powerful. The probability of strong individuals emerging among them is much higher than on our sky continent. Moreover, these native creatures are extremely hostile to outsiders. Once an outsider enters, they are very likely to be attacked. Without sufficient strength, entering the Dragon God Tower recklessly would not only make cultivation impossible but also put one's life at risk. Over the years, countless geniuses have fallen in the Dragon God Tower, and many talents have perished there. These memories are still vivid. One dean sighed, when I entered the Dragon God Tower back then, if it weren't for my good luck, I would have died in there too. Reaching the peak of the Saint Domain before the age of 30 is too harsh a condition. Another dean lamented. At that age, even the most talented individuals can only reach the early stage of the Saint Domain at best, and they can only make it to around the 50th floor. Early Saint Domain can only make it to the 50th floor? Meng Lei was shocked. Then how strong does one need to be to reach the 100th floor? The peak of the Saint Domain. Dean Fred replied. The peak of the Saint Domain? Meng Lei was stunned. That's right, the peak of the Saint Domain. Dean Fred continued to explain. A semiplane is called a semiplane because the laws of heaven and earth are not fully formed, which means the laws in these places are incomplete. Do you understand what this implies? Meng Lei shook his head. This means that the strength of the native creatures can only reach the peak of the Saint Domain at most, they can never surpass this level. Dean Fred smiled. You should know that after entering the Saint Domain, one's strength is closely related to their understanding of the laws. The deeper the understanding of the laws, the stronger the strength. When someone fully comprehends a certain law, they naturally break through to become a demigod. But because semiplanes lack complete laws of heaven and earth, demigod-level creatures will never appear there. The peak of The Saint Domain is their strength ceiling. I see. Meng Lei suddenly understood.
After pondering for a moment, he asked, so, as long as someone can reach the peak
of the Saint Domain before the age of 30, they have a chance to reach the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower? That's right.
The 16s nodded in unison but
then sighed and shook their heads. But that's too difficult, almost impossible. Do you know what the peak of the Saint Domain is? It means fully mastering a law and stepping into the demigod realm.
The limit of the sanctuary refers to an almost perfect understanding of a law, just one step away from a breakthrough.
Reaching the limit of the sanctuary at the age of 30? That's simply wishful thinking. Understanding laws requires years of accumulation, sometimes hundreds or even thousands of years without much progress. 30 years is merely the beginning of the process, mastering a law completely? Totally unrealistic. Fine, I admit my knowledge is too shallow. Man Ray shook his head helplessly.
You've just entered the sanctuary, and as a genius, you're unfamiliar with the difficulty of understanding laws, which is
completely understandable. The 16 smiled and said, once you truly dive into the ocean of laws, you'll understand the challenges within. Man Ray nodded, but couldn't help his curiosity. Deans, you've all entered the Dragon God Tower, right? What's the highest level you've reached?
Upon hearing this, the 16s exchanged glances, their expressions varied, some proud, some embarrassed, and others slightly nervous. Man Ray grew even more curious, and just as he was about to ask further, suddenly, the floating beast nearby trembled violently, its gaze fixed on the void ahead, letting out a low growl, its demeanor unusually alert.
Everyone's hearts tightened. The beast tamer quickly warned, not good. Human vulture bandits have appeared ahead. All passengers, please stay alert. Human vulture bandits?
Everyone looked forward and indeed saw a dark cloud rapidly approaching, a dense mass, blotting out the sky, surging overwhelmingly. These guys really are human vulture
bandits. Dean Fred frowned. These filthy and greedy creatures are like rats in a sewer, you can find them anywhere. Human vulture bandits? Man Ray also looked over, realizing that the dark cloud was actually a group of half-human, half-bird monsters. They had vulture heads, human bodies, vulture wings, and sharp claws. Bald heads, dirty bodies, tattered clothes. They looked like a disorganized mess. Why are they called human vultures and not vulture humans? Man Ray was puzzled. Dean
Fred explained, generally, for half-human, half-beast creatures, we call them humans because they are intelligent, no different from humans, for example, minotaurs,
tiger-headed humans, and we dragon humans as well. But human vultures are different. Although they have human bodies, they are essentially magical beasts wearing human skin. Savage, crude, greedy, brutal, incredibly stupid.
They specifically attack humans, burn houses, steal things, and commit all sorts of atrocities.
That's why we call them human vultures, not vulture humans. They don't qualify as humans, they're just beasts and bandits. The human vultures were numerous, a dense mass,
like rolling black clouds.
Just their presence was enough to instill fear. In fact, human vultures were not only intimidating in appearance, their strength was formidable as well. Most were at level 6, many even at level 7, and the human vulture kings could rival level 9 powerhouses. Coupled with their terrifying numbers, they were a nightmare for passing caravans and ordinary villagers. Once targeted, the outcome was absolutely tragic. Moreover, human vultures had no fixed residence. Wandering like ghosts, whoever encountered them was unlucky. Everyone, please return to your rooms.
We'll take a detour to avoid being discovered. Being discovered
means certain death.
The beast tamer's voice trembled, and those sitting on the floating beast were also shaking in fear.
They were all terrified of these human vultures. Just human vultures, what's there to fear? Man Ray sneered. Deans, wait here. I'll handle this. Man Ray, they're just a bunch of worthless creatures, there's no need for you to act. Let the others deal with them. The 16 smiled, pointing at the contestants. No need. They can't fly, it's quite troublesome. Man Ray
smiled, instantly soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the human vulture group. This is money, how can I let others
take the profit? G.A. G.A. G.A.
The human vultures flew quickly, their sharp cries blending into a chaotic cacophony, like a flock of cawing crows.
Ordinary people would
surely be terrified upon hearing it, but today, the unlucky ones were them.
Die.
Man Ray pointed at the void, and a fireball the size of an orange streaked through.
the air, shooting directly into the center of the human vulture flock. The fireball seemed ordinary and caused no reaction, but suddenly it exploded with a thunderous roar. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept through the surrounding area for miles in an instant. All the human vultures caught in the blast didn't even have time to cry out before being blown to pieces, reduced to ashes. Ding! Killed one human vulture, gained 310,000 gold coins. Ding! Killed one human vulture, gained 80,000 gold coins. Ding! Killed one human vulture, gained 170,000 gold coins. The system notifications rang out continuously, and the wealth value kept rising. Monray couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this sound is the sweetest. Caw! The remaining human vultures were stunned by the sudden explosion, flapping their wings desperately to flee from the sea of fire, their eyes filled with terror. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Unfortunately, no matter how fast they tried to escape, they couldn't outrun Monray's next attack. Fast! They couldn't possibly match the speed of Monray's fireball launches. One orange-sized fireball after another was fired like a machine gun, followed by successive explosions. Boom! 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 Amid the deafening explosions, the sky was instantly engulfed by a sea of fire, and the overwhelming human vulture bandit group was consumed by the boundless flames. A few minutes later, the smoke and dust cleared. The dense human vulture bandit group had completely vanished. Not even a single feather left behind. Ha! No magic cores? Staring at the empty sky, Monray was a bit surprised. That sea of fire just now was merely ordinary level 8 or 9 magic, which couldn't possibly burn away magic cores. In other words, these human vultures didn't have magic cores at all? What a waste of effort. Monray was instantly disappointed. The Dragon God Empire was vast and boundless, spanning the eastern part of the sky continent. To the east, it bordered the endless deep sea, and to the west, the Beast Mountain Range. It governed 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies. These kingdoms and duchies were distributed around the empire, tasked with guarding the core territory of the Dragon God Empire. The most fertile and expansive lands remained under the direct control of the empire. Due to the vast territory, flying from the Fire Dragon Kingdom to the imperial capital was a long journey, taking at least 5 days of flight. Traveling by land would take even longer. However, for a cultivator like Monray, 5 days was nothing. At most, it was just enough time for a deep meditation, a nap, or a closed-door cultivation session. During this time, Monray didn't idle. He occasionally picked up dropped light orbs and casually hunted bandits and magical beasts he encountered. After 5 days, he had gained quite a lot. Finally, they arrived at the imperial capital. On the evening of the 5th day, the outline of the imperial capital gradually became clear. The 6 Dean stood on the back of the floating beast, gazing at the majestic giant city in the distance, their faces full of emotion. It's been so long since I last came to the imperial capital. Has it really been years? The last time I was here was 18 years ago. I can't believe so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha, your Moqui Academy has had such poor performance in recent years. Naturally, as the dean, there was no need for you to come to the imperial capital. Monray and the other contestants also stood on the floating beast. Although they were still some distance away from the imperial capital, they could clearly see its outline. The imperial capital resembled a giant beast lying on the ground, with roads extending in all directions like blood vessels, connecting the empire's various regions. Surrounding the imperial capital was a towering and majestic city wall. The Golden Wall, 100 meters high, was more magnificent and luxurious than any wall Monray had ever seen. The golden glow of the setting sun reflected off the wall, radiating dazzling brilliance. So this is the imperial capital? The contestants couldn't help but whisper in awe, deeply impressed. Monray's gaze was drawn to a giant tower that pierced the clouds. The tower stood in the center of the imperial capital, like a pillar reaching into the heavens. Tall, majestic. Its top was out of sight. Monray couldn't help but think of the Corrin Tower from Dragon Ball. This giant tower bore some resemblance to Corrin Tower. That's the Dragon God Tower. Dean Fred noticed Monray's gaze and smiled as he said, "It's the national treasure of the Dragon God Empire. During the exchange competition, you can try challenging it." All right. Monray nodded firmly, filled with curiosity about the giant tower, eager to see how far he could climb. Whoosh, whoosh. The skies above the imperial capital were a no-fly zone,
apart from the Holy Domain, no flying magical devices or mounts could take to the air. Floating beasts could only land at the ports on the outskirts of the capital. Man Ray and his companions rented a magical vehicle and headed toward the city. The city gates were taller and more majestic than any Man Ray had ever seen. Squads of guards clad in golden armor stood watch, meticulously inspecting every merchant and vehicle entering the city. The imperial capital was established 40,000 years ago. At that time, the Orc Empire's rule began to crumble, plunging the Sky Continent into unprecedented chaos, with various races rising to power. My dragon ancestors were no exception, leading 3,000 dragons from Dragon Island to embark on a grand conquest of the Sky Continent. Ultimately, under the leadership of the founding Dragon Emperor, the dragon ancestors overcame countless hardships and struggles over thousands of years to establish the powerful Dragon God Empire we see today. Sitting in the luxurious magical car, the group curiously observed their surroundings. The streets here were wider and smoother than those in the royal city. The shops were more numerous and bustling. The buildings were taller and more magnificent. The population was larger and more diverse. Among the bustling crowds were minotaurs, pointy-eared half-elves, and towering subgiants, but the majority were humans and dragons. The prosperity of the imperial capital was incomparable to the royal city. With more people came a higher concentration of strong individuals. The abundance of nobility was dazzling. Be mindful, don't cause trouble. During the exchange competition, everyone should behave. Don't let anyone's mischief embarrass us old folks, the deans warned. Yes, Dean. The dean's reminders resonated deeply with Man Ray. Since entering the capital, the system's notification sound had been incessant. Ding! Fusion successful, physique plus 116. Ding! Fusion successful, wealth plus 1,290 gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained third-level magic. At some point, Man Ray had grown fond of the cold, mechanical notification sound. Without it, he felt uneasy, as if something was missing. Now, hearing the system chime continuously and watching his attributes soar, he felt utterly content. Indeed, only in a big city could one earn the most and reap the richest attribute rewards. A few hours of gains here were equivalent to an entire day elsewhere. Delightful. After a few hours, the group finally arrived at the inn. Once they checked in, the deans began their briefing. Tomorrow morning, we gather at Dragon God Academy. Rest early tonight and meet in the lobby at 7 a.m. sharp. Yes, Dean. After the briefing, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Man Ray lay on the soft velvet bed, inhaling its faint fragrance. For once, he skipped meditation and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed. Heading downstairs to the lobby, he found the contestants already assembled. Man Ray found a seat and sat down. Lord Man Ray, when do you plan to challenge the Dragon God Tower? A Dragonkin contestant with horns cautiously approached and asked. His name was Joel Elton, a noble from Battle Dragon Academy, who had been trying to build a good relationship with Man Ray, frequently striking up conversations along the way. Man Ray was well aware of his intentions. He glanced at Joel indifferently and replied, "Aren't we heading to Dragon God Academy first today? If there's time, I might take a look." With Lord Man Ray's strength, you're sure to make it onto the Dragon God Genius list, shocking the capital and becoming the pride of the kingdom. Joel flattered him. With a beaming smile. Dragon God Genius list? Man Ray raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Lord Man Ray, you don't know about the Dragon God Genius list? Joel was momentarily stunned before quickly explaining. Inside the Dragon God Tower, there's a magical light screen that records the names of the top 1,000 performers who enter the tower. That's the Dragon God Genius list. The higher the level you reach and the longer you stay, the higher your ranking. Simply put, the Dragon God Genius list features the top 1,000 geniuses in history over the past 40,000 years. Only 1,000 people recorded in 40,000 years? Man Ray was taken aback. Getting on. That list must be incredibly difficult. Exactly. Another contestant leaned over and said, because the rankings not only record the geniuses of our era but also include those throughout history. It's like a competition among all the top masters in history, so anyone who makes it onto the list is undoubtedly a legendary figure. Who will go down in history? A prodigy is not only the pride of the kingdom but also the pride of the academy. I see. Man Ray gently shook his head, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He asked, do you know who ranks first? It must be Timon Barton, the one known as the son of the dragon god, without a doubt, a
contestant answered without hesitation. The son of the dragon god? Timon Barton? Man Ray raised an eyebrow, looking quite puzzled. Timon Barton lived 13,000 years ago, and is a legend who reached the highest level of the Dragon God Tower in history. He entered the Dragon God Tower at the age of 11, and by 25, in just 14 years, he entered the tower 42 times, reaching as high as the 78th floor, with his longest stay lasting 8 months. It's said that he began training at the age of 9, became an 8th-level powerhouse at 11, and broke through to the Saint Domain at 14. His talent was astonishing and rare in history, which is why he was called the son of the Dragon God. He was the most promising person to reach the 100th floor, achieving the Saint Domain at 14? The contestants gasped in shock and turned to look at Man Ray. Isn't that even more impressive than you? Man Ray, you became a Saint Domain powerhouse at 16, which already amazed everyone. Now there's someone even stronger. Truly, there are always greater talents. He reached the 78th floor at 25. Why didn't he continue climbing? Man Ray couldn't help but ask. Because he fell, Joel said with a bitter smile. No one knows the exact reason. That's just the official explanation. The truth remains unknown to us. He fell? Man Ray was stunned. His heart filled with regret. Such a talent had fallen. Yes, it's truly a pity. Joel sighed. He started training at 9, reached the Saint Domain at 14, and fell at 25. Although his training career lasted only 16 short years, the records he set remain unmatched and are still celebrated to this day. That's why Timon Barton is considered the greatest genius in the history of the Dragon God Empire, a true first-rate prodigy. Man Ray nodded slowly, and the old man also sighed. I never expected that after my fall, the Empire would have such an astonishing genius. What a pity. Indeed, such a pity. At this moment, 6 deans descended from upstairs, and the contestants all nodded in response. Everyone's here. Not a single one missing. Good. Since everyone's here, let's set off. The group boarded the magic vehicle and headed straight for the Dragon God Academy. Just now, I heard you mention Timon Barton. On the way, Dean Fred suddenly asked Man Ray. Yes, Man Ray nodded. He truly was the most dazzling genius in the history of our empire, hailing from the Fire Dragon Kingdom. What a pity heaven is jealous of talent. Dean Fred lamented. If he were still alive, he would have likely broken through the Saint Domain long ago, perhaps even reaching the demigod realm and becoming a true god. He came from the Fire Dragon Kingdom? A flash of surprise appeared in Man Ray's eyes. The Dragon God Academy, bearing the name Dragon God, clearly held an exalted status in the Dragon God Empire. It was not only the Empire's top-ranked warrior academy but also its most elite magic academy. Even across the entire Sky Continent, the Dragon God Academy ranked among the best, with a foundation and strength far surpassing the Fire Dragon Academy and other institutions. So this is the Dragon God Academy? The magic vehicle stopped outside the academy gates. Man Ray and the others stepped out of the vehicle and looked up at the towering entrance, their eyes filled with awe. On either side of the gate stood a golden dragon statue, each 100 feet tall, facing each other with claws tightly clasped, as if ready to soar into the sky. The dragon scales were intricately detailed, the claws fierce and powerful, the horns proudly pointing to the heavens, and the open mouths resembling bloodthirsty maws. Ferocious, majestic, dominant, powerful. Dean Fred, you finally arrived. A middle-aged woman in a purple magic robe quickly approached, her face brimming with enthusiasm and joy. Dorothy, long time no see. Upon seeing her, Dean Fred immediately broke into a wide smile and warmly greeted her. After exchanging pleasantries, Dean Fred pointed to the middle-aged woman and introduced her. This is Dorothy Caesar, a dual-element Saint Magister of Fire and Wind, and the Vice Dean of Dragon God Academy. She is also my disciple and one of the outstanding alumni of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy, arguably one of the best graduates from Fire Dragon Academy. Lady Dorothy, greetings. The contestants were startled and quickly bowed to greet her. Hello, juniors. Dorothy responded with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the contestants one by one, a satisfied expression on her face. Dean Fred, this batch of contestants looks promising, quite a few good talents among them. Of course. Fred stroked his beard and laughed heartily. This time, we are determined. If we don't make it to the top 3, consider it our loss. So confident, are you?
A loud laugh rang out as a burly old man with black horns on his head strode over with a group of people. His face was grim, and his sharp gaze was like that of an eagle. "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you, Fred." The burly old man stopped in front of Fred, his face full of disdain. "Who doesn't know that? Your Fire Dragon Kingdom is at the bottom every year? Thinking of a comeback? You must be joking." Dean Fred's face darkened. "Angus, stop with the sarcastic remarks. Your Black Dragon Academy isn't much better." "Ha, still better than your Fire Dragon Academy." Angus laughed smugly. "Fred, this year, our Black Dragon Academy has produced a genius. I hope your contestants don't run into him during the competition, or they'll be utterly defeated." "Ha, we'll see about that." Fred snorted coldly, a confident smile on his lips. "You may have a genius, but do you think we don't?" In his heart, no matter how talented Black Dragon Academy's genius was, they couldn't compare to Monray. Monray had already reached the Saint Domain level, ready to shine in the competition, with few who could surpass him. "Fred, keep being stubborn if you like." Angus shook his head, chuckling as he led his group into Dragon God Academy. Fred watched his retreating figure, cursing inwardly. "Just wait and see. That old black dragon is as annoying as ever. The people of the Black Dragon Kingdom are just a bunch of narrow-minded lunatics," the War Dragon Dean couldn't help but complain. Fred shook his head and sighed. "Let's go, we should head in too." Walking on this historic forested island, listening to the system's constant notifications, Monray felt relaxed, admiring the scenery of Dragon God Academy. Unlike the grand and imposing entrance, the interior of the academy was exceptionally quiet, exuding a strong sense of history and the marks of time. Sturdy camphor trees stood in neat rows, moss covered the old stone paths, and students meditating in the forest could often be seen. The place was heavy with antiquity, full of a profound historical atmosphere. Truly a 4,000-year-old institution. Monray marveled. The deans led him to a tall faculty building, where many contestants from other kingdoms had already gathered. Contestants from different kingdoms formed separate groups, observing each other discreetly while maintaining a certain distance, not interfering with one another. The contestants from Storm Kingdom, Thunder Dragon Kingdom, Black Dragon Kingdom, and Earth Dragon Kingdom are all here. Adding us, the Fire Dragon Kingdom, that makes the 5 great kingdoms. Today is for registration, and the competition officially begins tomorrow. All the contestants are here, and the participants from the other 10 great war kingdoms should be arriving soon. You all wait here, we'll be back shortly. The 6 deans instructed before following Vice Dean Dorothy into the faculty building, leaving Monray and the other 52 contestants to wait quietly. Over the next hour or so, contestants and team leaders from the other 10 great kingdoms and principalities arrived, one after another, and the area in front of the faculty building was soon crowded with people. 15 kingdoms, 48 principalities, nearly 2,000 contestants, all of them 9th-level powerhouses. Such a lineup was enough to make many contestants feel immense pressure just from the sheer aura. Although Monray still didn't understand the situation, many contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom were already starting to feel nervous. However, the climax was far from over. About 10 minutes later, a team of approximately 3,000 people approached, forming a dense, intimidating mass, their presence akin to a gang mobilizing, causing a huge commotion. Who were they? Everyone looked up in unison, their expressions changing instantly. They were contestants from the Empire's Direct Academy. What? The Empire's Direct Academy? Too powerful. Monray also looked up. Among the contestants in the exchange competition, a small portion came from the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities, but the vast majority hailed from the Dragon God Empire, referred to as the Empire's Direct Academy contestants. These 3,000 people before them were precisely those contestants. They wore various academy uniforms, clearly from different institutions. Yet, when they looked at Monray and the other contestants from the kingdoms and principalities, their gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. As contestants from the Empire's Direct Academy, they held themselves in high regard and looked down on the contestants from the kingdoms and principalities. In their eyes, the contestants from the kingdoms and principalities were just country bumpkins, unworthy of competing on the same stage as them. These are the contestants from the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities? They don't look like much. As expected of country bumpkins, just a bunch of useless people. Every time there's an exchange competition, aren't they just here to go through the motions? The contestants who had earned their spots through their respective kingdom and principality qualifiers were all ambitious and determined.
How could they tolerate such blatant provocation, which was almost an insult? So what if they're students from the Empire's Direct Academy? What's so great about that? If you're so capable, come out and face us one-on-one. A contestant from the Black Dragon Kingdom couldn't hold back and stepped forward, glaring angrily at the students from the Empire's Direct Academy. Yeah, what's the point of boasting? Show us your real skills. Could it be that the Empire's Direct Academy only produces a bunch of paper tigers who talk big? Other contestants from the kingdoms and principalities also spoke up, completely enraged by the Empire's Direct Academy students.
Humph!
The Empire's
Direct Academy contestants burst into laughter, mocking the agitated kingdom and principality contestants as angry stray dogs, finding it particularly amusing.
1.
Empire's Direct Academy students sneered, "Country bumpkins, although I really want to tear your mouths apart and show you the strength of us city folks, unfortunately." He pointed to the ground with his foot. "This is Dragon God Academy, the Empire's most elite and prestigious institution, not your rural elementary schools, and
certainly not a place where you can cause trouble at will. Dragon God Academy prohibits private fights. Country bumpkins, if you want trouble, don't rush. You'll get
your chance in tomorrow's exchange competition."
Humph! Why wait until tomorrow? Who's brave enough to come out and face us today? The arrogance and contempt of the
Empire's Direct Academy contestants completely enraged the kingdom and principality contestants, who stepped forward one after another, their spirits soaring in their
fighting intent blazing. Ha! As if we're afraid of you country folks.
The Empire's Direct Academy contestants showed no fear, and the atmosphere instantly became
extremely tense. What are you doing? Stop this nonsense.
At that moment, a group of leading teachers emerged from the faculty building, accompanied by an overwhelming
and oppressive aura. Boom!
All the contestants seemed to be struck by a heavy blow, their faces turning pale, their eyes filled with terror.
Even Mon Ray, who was
a Saint Domain, felt his heart racing because the leading teachers who had just appeared were all Saint Domain powerhouses.
And there were hundreds of them. Saint Domain.
This power was so overwhelming it made one's heart tremble.
What exactly are you trying to do? Causing trouble here.
A vice principal of Dragon God Academy
coldly reprimanded, "Do you know what place this is? A bunch of unruly people. The exchange competition starts tomorrow. No matter how angry you are, hold it in and vent it tomorrow."
The contestants lowered their heads, not daring to argue.
Humph, it's the same every year. The competition isn't even over, and more than half of the participants are already eliminated.
The vice principal sneered, his expression slightly softening. After multiple discussions, the rules for the exchange competition
have been finalized.
We'll still use the previous round-based elimination system. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everyone must gather at the Dragon God Chapel.
Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited the competition. Understood?
Understood.
Good. The Vice Dean nodded. Now you are free to move around. You can
explore the campus or go outside to enjoy some good food, but you must gather on time before 8 a.m. tomorrow. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the contestants from various kingdoms and duchies lit up, and they all looked at their team leaders.
Mon Ray and the other 6 deans exchanged glances. You can move around freely today, but you must return to the hotel before 9 p.m. Remember, don't cause trouble or do anything illegal. Yes, Dean. The contestants scattered quickly, as if they had been let loose.
Almost all the contestants from the 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies were inquiring about the location of the Dragon God Tower, eager to give it a try.
Mon Ray was no exception. Lord Mon Ray, since we have free time today, shall we go check out the Dragon God Tower? Joel Elton approached with a few contestants, smiling brightly. Sure. Mon Ray nodded. Do you know how to get there?
Of course. I've been to the Dragon God Academy before and even visited the Dragon God Tower.
Once, Joel said excitedly. Then lead the way. No problem.
The group excitedly headed toward the Dragon God Tower.
Before long, they saw a towering structure that
seemed to pierce the clouds.
To Mon Ray's surprise, the Dragon God Tower didn't look like a building related to dragons or the dragon race at all. Its design was extremely unique.
The pitch-black tower was engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, insects, and fish.
These intricate
carvings exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, inspiring awe in anyone who looked at it. gazing at the towering structure that reached into the clouds, with no visible top. Man Ray couldn't help but wonder, was this tower really created by the dragon god? He was quite familiar with the aesthetic preferences of the dragon race, and this tower didn't match their style at all. There were no golden decorations beloved by dragons, no dragon scales, claws, horns, or heads in its design. Was this really the legendary Dragon God Tower? It truly is the Dragon God Tower, so majestic. Wow, we can't even see the top of the tower with our eyesight. How tall must it be? It must be hundreds of kilometers high. The contestants, seeing the Dragon God Tower for the first time, were awestruck and couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement. Lord Man Ray, look, that's the Dragon God Genius ranking. Joel pointed to a massive magical screen at the base of the tower. Man Ray looked over and indeed saw a magical screen, towering over 100 meters high, densely packed with names. At the very top was a particularly striking name. First place, Timon Barton, human. 25 years old, 78th floor, ***, a human? Man Ray couldn't help but take a closer look, his gaze moving downward. Second place, Augustine Crocker, human, 30 years old, 76th floor, ***, Augustine Crocker? Man Ray was stunned. Crocker? That name sounds so familiar. That's the surname of our Crocker family. An old man's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Man Ray turned his head and saw the old man appear beside him, looking excited. So, the second-ranked person is from your family? Man Ray asked in shock. Augustine is my father, the old man said slowly. Why your father? Man Ray's jaw dropped in astonishment. Old Dean, the second-ranked Augustine Crocker, is your father? The old Dean's face was full of pride. That's right. That's my father. I've told you before, he was a cultivation genius. He started training at the age of 10, became a level 9 warrior at 16, and successfully advanced to the sanctuary at 26. Before that guy Timon Barton appeared, my father was the greatest genius in the history of the Dragon God Empire. Wow, old Dean, your dad is amazing. Man Ray couldn't help but exclaim. Top 3 on the leaderboard * third place, Goblin Frederick, Golden Dragon, 29 years old, 75th floor, ***, fourth place, Horace Frederick, Golden Dragon, 30 years old, 75th floor, 5th place, Alex Frederick, Golden Dragon, 30 years old, 75th floor, ***. After reading the leaderboard, Man Ray noticed that apart from the first and second places, the rest of the top 10 were all golden dragons from the Frederick family. It wasn't until the 11th place that a black dragon appeared immediately after. The golden dragons of the Friedrich family dominated the rankings again. The old Dean explained, Friedrich is the surname of our Dragon God Empire's royal family. The golden dragons on the list are all royal members. The top 100, or even the top few hundred, are more than half composed of top-tier geniuses who are golden dragons. It's simply unbelievable. Man Ray stared at the rankings, full of doubt. The Dragon God Empire is so vast, with countless geniuses. How could a few golden dragons take up the majority? The old Dean smiled and said, this is perfectly normal. Golden dragons are the royal family of the dragon race, with talents far surpassing other species. Across the entire sky continent, only a few races like the Thunder Titans of the Titan Empire, the Golden Behemoths of the Orc Empire, and the Royal Elves of the Elf Empire can compare to them. Although the number of golden dragons in each generation is small, every one of them is a genius among geniuses. After all, a golden dragon can reach the Saint Domain upon adulthood, a talent that ordinary races cannot match. Reaching the Saint Domain upon adulthood? Man Ray shook his head and continued looking at the rankings. Old Dean, you're ranked 689th? The old Dean laughed. My talent is average, nothing worth boasting about. After browsing the rankings, Man Ray had a clear understanding of the overall situation. 60% were dragons. 30% were sub-dragons. 9% were other races. Only 1% were humans. Judging from the rankings alone, the talent of dragons far surpassed that of humans and other races. The 60% dragons combined with the 30% sub-dragons accounted for 90%, a staggering disparity. We humans are so pitiful, not even making up 1%. A nearby human contestant sighed helplessly. Human talent has always been inferior. Even with large numbers, true geniuses are pitifully few. However, Man Ray had a different thought. Human talent is indeed weaker than that of dragons, but the gap isn't as vast as it seems. The real reason isn't talent itself but status.
In the Dragon God Empire, humans are at the bottom of society. 99% of humans have no opportunity to cultivate. Even if a genius appears, no one would know. In contrast, the few dragons control 99% of the cultivation resources, so it's no surprise they dominate the rankings. Monray thought
to himself, if one day, humans could also have fair access to cultivation opportunities, this Dragon God Genius ranking would surely be rewritten. He turned his gaze toward the entrance of the Dragon God Tower, where a team of golden armored guards stood on duty.
At this moment, contestants from various kingdoms and duchies
were gathering at the entrance, each eager and ready to face the challenge.
A golden armored guard asked, "Is this your first time entering the Dragon God Tower?" The crowd responded in unison, "Yes." The guard continued, "Since it's your first time, I need to remind you of a few things. First, the Dragon God Tower is extremely dangerous.
A single misstep could cost you your life, so make sure you're fully prepared before entering. Second, the magic arrays leading to the next level are all located in areas with the densest magical elements, and these areas are usually guarded by the most powerful native creatures. So, proceed with extreme caution. Third, try not to act alone. Larger groups attract more danger and are more likely to be surrounded by the monsters here.
If you're surrounded, the consequences will be dire." 3 consecutive warnings, all pointing to danger. The level of danger was self-evident, but the contestants, filled with adrenaline, only thought about rushing into the Dragon God Tower. Who would heed the golden armored guard's warnings? The guard shook his head. The Dragon God Tower is no joke. A single mistake could cost you your life. I've said all I need to say, whether you listen or not is up to you. With that, he waved his hand, "Let them in." Boom, the entrance opened wide, and the contestants couldn't wait, rushing in all at once. These arrogant fools, so impulsive, without even preparing? Just wait, they'll be crying soon enough. Crying? They probably won't even have the chance to cry. They might never make it out alive. Exactly, they'll pay a heavy price for their recklessness. Everyone knows the Dragon God Tower is the deadliest place in the annual exchange competition. How many will die this time?
Many students from the Dragon God Academy stood by, watching
coldly and bloating as they discussed to Joel, "Is the Dragon God Tower really that dangerous?" One contestant asked nervously.
Of course. Every year, the number of geniuses who die in the Dragon God Tower is as numerous as fish crossing the river. This is no exaggeration.
Joel's face was serious. Once inside, you must be cautious. If something feels wrong, retreat immediately. Safety first. With you saying that, I'm starting to feel scared. Yeah, it's terrifying. Don't be too nervous.
With our strength, the first 10 levels are relatively safe, Joel said with a smile. Besides, we have the exchange competition tomorrow.
We're just going in today to take a look. That's right. We're just here to experience it today.
Several contestants nodded in agreement.
Lord Monray, come with us. Let's go. Passing through
the vortex-like magical light screen, a wave of dizziness hit, and the scene before them completely changed.
All they could see was yellow sand. An endless desert.
The scorching sun blazed overhead.
The air shimmered with heat.
White bones were scattered across the ground.
Dry. Hot. Deathly still. Desolate beyond measure. This is the first level of the Dragon God Tower. This is the first level? Monray looked around, feeling as if he had fallen into an endless desert. He wondered to himself, is this a semi-plane too? How is it different from a complete plane in the real world? And where are Joel and the others? What surprised Monray the most was that Joel and the others, who had entered with him, had all disappeared. He was left standing alone in this sea of sand. Behind him was a vortex-shaped portal, which he could use to leave the Dragon God Tower at any time. Could it be that the teleportation is random? Never mind, no point overthinking it. Let's check out the second level first. Monray soared into the air, sensing the changes in magical elements, and transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward. The Earth Elemental. Magic here was much denser than outside, and it fluctuated as he moved. The Golden Armor Guard had mentioned that the entrance to the second level was located where the magical elements were most concentrated. So, he just needed to head toward the area with the densest earth elements. Monray wasn't interested in the lower levels. He wanted to head straight to the higher ones. He didn't have time to waste. He sped forward like the wind. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of intense battle came from ahead.
Looking down, Monray saw a burly man with silver horns surrounded by a group of scorpions larger than African elephants.
These scorpions were covered in
hard shells, their bodies a sandy yellow, and their tails raised high, blood red as if dripping.
There were about 20 of them. 7th-level magical beasts, red-tailed. Scorpions?
Monray casually flicked his finger, and a sharp wind blade shot out, splitting into 20 and piercing precisely into each red-tailed scorpion's body.
Ding!
Killed one red-tailed scorpion, gained 130,000 gold coins.
Ding!
Killed one red-tailed scorpion, gained 120,000 gold coins.
Ding! In the blink of an eye, the
heads of the 20 red-tailed scorpions were swiftly severed, and they all fell heavily to the ground, motionless.
Surprised face. What just happened? The silver-horned man who had been under siege was utterly dumbfounded. Ding!
Killed one red-tailed scorpion, gained 150,000 gold coins.
Ding!
Killed one swamp crocodile, gained 190,000
gold coins. Ding!
Killed one storm flame eagle, gained 170,000 gold coins. The first level, Quicksand World. The second level, Flood World. The third level, Storm World. The fourth level, Flame World.
The fifth level. Monray pressed on without stopping.
In less than 3 hours, he broke through to the 11th level of the
Dragon God Tower and immediately felt a different atmosphere. In the first 10 levels, each level had only one dominant elemental attribute.
But on the 11th level, earth and water elements intertwined, with mud and swamps everywhere. The air was filled with a foul stench and miasma, making it feel like stepping into a
massive garbage dump. With his keen senses, Monray could detect the powerful magical beast auras hidden in the mud and swamps, ready to launch surprise attacks at any moment.
The first 10 levels mostly had 7th-level magical beasts, with the occasional 8th-level one. On this level, 9th-level magical beasts began to appear.
Would the higher levels have the legendary Saint Domain magical beasts? Monray licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed.
As expected, the Dragon God Tower is
the perfect leveling up paradise for me.
Previously, he earned a fortune defending against the Ant Tide in the Warcraft Mountains and significantly boosted his strength
through the system's pay-to-win features.
However, his gold income sharply declined afterward, and his progress stagnated, leaving him so anxious that he stomped his
feet in frustration. If it weren't for the exchange competition, he would have given up training long ago and gone straight to demon hunting. But now, things were different. Monray had found a more profitable place, the Dragon God Tower.
The Dragon God Tower consists of 100 semi-independent worlds, filled with countless magical
beasts and native creatures. In the eyes of others, these were obstacles hindering their progress. But in Monray's eyes, these magical beasts were mountains of gold. Even the lowest level 8th grade magical beasts could sell for at least 1 million gold coins. 9th grade magical beasts easily fetched tens of millions. And Saint level magical beasts were worth astronomical sums.
Just one newly advanced Abyssal Spider Queen had brought him over 11.3 billion gold coins in income.
Imagine what the Dragon God Tower meant to Monray. With the system and the Dragon God Tower, it was like having cheat codes. He would never have to worry about making money again. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Monray was reveling in his success, a few bubbles emerged from a nearby foul-smelling swamp. The next second, a stench assaulted his senses.
Monray turned his head to see a dark shadow rushing toward him at lightning speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye.
Splat, with a casual flick of his finger, a silver lightning spear materialized, piercing through the dark shadow's open mouth in an instant. Crack, the shadow froze mid-air, its eyes filled with shock. It had initiated the ambush, so how had Monray turned the tables so quickly? Unfortunately, it would never know. The lightning spear exploded, blowing its head to pieces. Ding. Killed one Blackwater Leech, gained 1.39 million gold coins, 1.39 million gold coins? Not bad. Monray waved his hand, collected the Blackwater
Leech's magic core, and released his magic carpet to continue forward. Although he could fly, Monray felt it was better to proceed cautiously in such a place.
Luring enemies in was the key to earning more money. Sure enough, as he hovered on his magic carpet like a piece of juicy bait, he attracted the attention of countless magical beasts. Ding.
Killed one Blackwater Leech, gained 1.36 million gold coins, ding. Defeated one six-tailed venom centipede, gained 1.48 million gold coins, ding. Defeated one jadeite golden toad, gained 2.71 million gold coins. Mon-Ray swept through the area, slaying one 8th grade magical beast after another. As he approached the magic array leading to the 12th floor, he finally encountered a 9th grade magical beast. This beast stood 50 meters tall, its body snow-white, with needle-like fur standing on end. Its muscles bulged with overwhelming power. It resembled a giant ape but had 4 blood-red eyes, and in addition to its 2 hands and feet, it had 2 pairs of fins. A 9th grade magical beast, the blood-eyed water ape. Mon-Ray's face lit up with joy. The rewards for killing a 9th grade magical beast started at tens of millions of gold coins. This was a real windfall. Roar, the blood-eyed water ape pounded its chest, producing a thunderous drumbeat, and roared with its massive, blood-red mouth. The next second, it swung its giant palm and lunged at Mon-Ray. Normally, I'd enjoy playing with you, but I don't have time today. Sorry. Mon-Ray's figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing behind the blood-eyed water ape in the next instant. He delivered a heavy punch. Crack, the back of the blood-eyed water ape's head shattered under the powerful blow, the force penetrating its body and instantly pulverizing its brain. It was killed on the spot. Ding. Defeated one blood-eyed water ape, gained 12 million gold coins. Wow, hunting 9th grade magical beasts was a quick way to make money. Mon-Ray casually retrieved the blood-eyed water ape's magic core and left, satisfied. As for the corpse, he left it for the native magical beasts of this plane. He couldn't be bothered with it. Buzz, the magic array lit up, and Mon-Ray disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the 12th floor of the Dragon God Tower. Surrounding him was a dense, primeval forest. Towering trees reached into the clouds, and as far as the eye could see, the sea of trees stretched endlessly. At the center of the forest stood a massive mountain peak, with thick smoke billowing from its summit, like a burning signal fire. Around the mountain was freshly solidified black lava, and the area was covered in dust, lime, and rubble. This was an active volcano on the verge of eruption. Forest, volcano. The wood and fire elements in this world are unusually active. It seems this is a demiplane dominated by the laws of wood and fire. Mon-Ray summoned his magic carpet and leisurely flew toward the area where the wood and fire elements were most concentrated. Whoosh, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A vine, like a venomous snake, suddenly shot out from the forest, moving as fast as lightning, heading straight for Mon-Ray. Trying to ambush me? Mon-Ray sneered coldly. He neither dodged nor counterattacked, allowing the vine to wrap around him and drag him to the ground. Moments later, he was pulled in front of a thick, strange tree. The tree wasn't tall, but its crown drooped, with countless vines, messy like a head of disheveled hair. Whoosh, 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 the spiked vines frantically attacked Mon-Ray, desperately trying to pierce his body, as if intending to drain him dry and turn him into a mummified corpse. Clang, clang, clang. However, the strange tree had clearly underestimated Mon-Ray. The spikes that touched his body sparked as if hitting steel, causing no harm at all. A level 9 magical beast, the man-eating tree demon. Go ahead, stab all you want. You can't hurt me in the slightest. Mon-Ray sneered. Suddenly, green vines appeared on his body, transforming into green pythons that coiled around the strange tree, burrowing into its bark and beginning to madly absorb its life force. This is wood element magic, life drain. Mon-Ray completed the thunder sensing and continued sprinting forward. Ding. Killed one storm-flying elephant, gained 17 million gold coins. Ding. Killed one storm-flying elephant, gained 18 million gold coins. Ding. Killed one cloud-stepping green ox, gained 16 million gold coins. Half an hour later, Mon-Ray successfully reached the 14th floor. Ding. Killed one golden-back thunder mantis, gained 19 million gold coins. Ding. Killed one three-winged sky thunder ant, gained 18.6 million gold coins. The 15th floor. The 16th floor. The 17th floor. The 18th floor. The 19th floor. The 20th floor. He ascended all the way, unstoppable. Swoosh. Half an hour later, Mon-Ray smoothly arrived at the 21st floor. The environment changed drastically again. Just moments ago, it was a snowy ice field, but in the next second, it transformed into a hellish scene filled with volcanoes and lava. The sky was covered with thick red clouds, with purple lightning streaking through, rumbling loudly and creating an astonishing momentum. The ground was a river of boiling, surging lava, where ordinary creatures would be roasted to a crisp upon approaching. Fire, lightning, and dark magic elements were particularly dense. Starting
From this floor, legendary-level magical beasts should appear, right? Monray's eyes sharpened, ready to face new challenges.
His eyes sparkled with anticipation.
The
previous floors, where he easily crushed and hunted countless beasts, were just a warm-up. What truly excited him were the Holy Domain magical beasts on the higher floors. Those were his ultimate targets.
So, he didn't stop at all, heading straight here in one go. The magic elements were densest over there. Monray determined the direction and flew over on his magic carpet. Half an hour later, the magic array of the 22nd floor appeared before him. But strangely, not a single magical beast was in sight on this floor, not even a hair. What's going on? Could it be that there are no magical beasts on this floor? Monray hovered in the air, looking at the empty lava
world with a face full of doubt.
Just then, a wave of scorching heat suddenly surged from behind.
A giant python made of boiling lava charged at him, clearly intending
to swallow him whole. Monray's ears twitched slightly, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. Boom!
The lava python missed its target, exploding directly, with lava splashing everywhere.
Monray eerily reappeared in another spot, his gaze locked onto a nearby lava lake, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. The python just now had shot out from this lava lake.
Gurgle, gurgle, the lava lake bubbled, and a stone-like head slowly emerged from the water.
The head had a single horn, a single eye, and a nose. Splash!
The lava churned, and a humanoid creature, 3 meters tall, made entirely of crimson rock and engulfed in blazing
flames, climbed out. A level 9 magical beast, Crimson Rockfire Demon. Monray was momentarily stunned, then immediately disappointed. Still a level 9 magical beast? Where are the Holy Domain magical beasts I was talking about? Where are they hiding? Just as he was puzzled, one crimson head after another emerged from the lava lake, their numbers astonishing, far exceeding 100.
They were all crimson, wreathed in flames, and instantly surrounded Monray. Roar, the Crimson Rockfire Demons
roared in unison, opening their blood-red mouths and spewing out scalding, fiery lava. The lava surged from all directions, sealing off Monray's escape routes,
leaving him no choice but to face it head-on.
128 Crimson Rockfire Demons. Monray calmly thought to himself, this counts as a fortune too. I'll reluctantly take you all.
Facing the fierce lava attack, Monray remained unflustered. Just as the lava was about to touch him, his entire body suddenly radiated with a diamond-like
brilliance, instantly transforming into a diamond body. This was the level 9 Magic Earth Guardian Sacred Armor. Boom! The boiling lava engulfed Monray like a raging
tide, the high temperature scorching his protective armor, trying to turn him to ashes. The Crimson Rockfire Demons roared triumphantly, preparing to retreat back into the lava lake to continue their slumber. In their eyes, Monray was undoubtedly dead. No one could survive their fiery attack. The number of outsiders they had burned to
death was countless.
But in the next second, the Crimson Rockfire Demons were stunned.
Monray stood perfectly intact in his original spot, his magic robe as pristine
as new, without a single scratch.
What?
The Crimson Rockfire Demons were shocked. Monray turned into a streak of light, charging straight into the group of Crimson Rock
Fire Demons. Bang! 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 One after another, the heads of the Crimson Rockfire Demons exploded like watermelons. Debris scattered, magma splashed everywhere. Ding!
Killed one Crimson Rockfire Demon, gained 64 million gold coins.
Ding!
Killed one Crimson Rockfire Demon, gained 63.7 million gold coins.
Ding!
Killed one Crimson Rockfire Demon, gained 62.9 million gold coins.
Ding! Roar! Roar! Roar!
The remaining Crimson Rockfire Demons roared madly, preparing to counterattack.
Terrified,
they turned pale and jumped into the magma lake, trying to escape Monray's attacks, but it was completely useless.
Monray snapped his fingers lightly. A massive boulder, hundreds of meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the air and smashed down fiercely toward the magma lake. Boom! With a deafening crash, the boulder struck the center of the magma lake, sending magma splashing everywhere and exposing the Crimson Rockfire Demons hidden within.
These creatures were crushed like pancakes. Some unlucky ones were flattened directly, while the slightly luckier ones were flung into the air by the immense force, only to be easily harvested by Monray.
Although he didn't encounter any saint-level magical beasts, Monray admitted that these Crimson Rockfire Demons occupying the 21st floor were indeed formidable, with a clear geographical advantage. Even a peak-level 9th rank expert like Francis would have to tread carefully against them, as a single misstep could lead to death on this floor. But Man-Ray was different.
Despite their numbers and territorial advantage, in front of him, they were nothing more than a group of soft targets ready to be
harvested. 9th rank. Saint level. Just one rank apart, yet the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Swoosh. The magma lake gradually calmed down. The once arrogant
Crimson Rock Fire demons were all annihilated by Man-Ray in an instant, not a single one left alive.
7.8 billion gold coins, collected. Man-Ray revealed a satisfied
smile, holding a fiery red crystal the size of a fist in his hand, along with 128 Crimson Rock Fire demon magic cores. The 21st floor has been my most profitable
venture since entering the Dragon God Tower.
Hunting magical beasts is the fastest way to make money.
Let's go to the next floor. Hopefully, I'll encounter a Saint-level magical beast. Swoosh. The 22nd floor. The 23rd floor. The 24th floor. Man-Ray advanced like a hot knife through butter, clearing each floor in just half an hour, an unbelievably fast pace. 5 hours later, he had already reached the 30th floor. Boom! 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 Man-Ray darted like lightning, attacking amidst a group of strange magical beasts.
These beasts were entirely composed of mud and sludge, resembling giant earthworms and leeches, their numbers so dense they were uncountable. These were peak 9th rank magical beasts, undying mud leeches. 9th rank magical beasts weren't the strongest, but what gave Man-Ray a headache was that these undying mud leeches were practically indestructible iron men.
Punching them? Useless. Bombarding them with magic? Useless. They simply couldn't be killed. You had to find the weak point of the undying mud leeches to eliminate them.
Otherwise, they would slowly drain your stamina and magic, eventually turning the tables and killing you. The old man beside him reminded him in time, I know I need to find their weak point, but do these creatures even have a weak point?
Man-Ray was also troubled. Since the 21st floor, he hadn't encountered any Saint-level magical beasts but instead ran into a series of super abnormal 9th rank magical beasts, their numbers staggering and each one incredibly difficult to deal with.
Either their defenses were extremely strong, making them hard to kill, or their vitality was astonishing, making them unkillable, or they came in endless waves, impossible to wipe out.
Man-Ray gritted his teeth and resolved to deal with them one by one, but by the 30th floor,
this group of undying mud leeches had him completely stumped.
Breaking them apart, they would soon reform.
Burning or smashing them with magic, they would recover
completely within a few breaths. Physical attacks were useless. Magic attacks were ineffective. How could he fight them like this? If physical and magic attacks don't
work, then try mental attacks, the old man suggested.
Every creature has a weak point.
The undying mud leeches won't be an exception.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Man-Ray nodded, and his mental power surged like a tide, pressing fiercely toward the nearest undying mud leech.
Boom! 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 Man-Ray's mental power was incredibly
strong, violently assaulting the consciousness sea of the undying mud leeches. To his surprise, their mental defenses were astonishingly weak. A single mental shock easily shattered the consciousness defenses of several undead mud leeches. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground instantly.
Ding! Defeated an
undead mud leech, gained 94 million gold coins.
Dead? Man-Ray's spirit was jolted, and he continued his fierce assault.
Splat, splat, splat like cutting down weeds. The undead mud leeches were slaughtered wave after wave. Before long, all the undead mud leeches were annihilated.
Ding!
Defeated an undead mud leech, gained 94.9 million
gold coins. Ding!
Defeated an undead mud leech, gained 96.2 million gold coins. The system notifications kept ringing.
Man-Ray looked at the corpses falling into
the swamp and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Headmaster, I finally understand now why everyone says the Dragon God Tower is so hard to conquer. The first 10
floors are relatively easy.
Starting from the 11th floor, 9th level magical beasts appear, and the difficulty increases significantly. By the 21st floor,
the 9th level magical beasts become more numerous, stronger, and harder to deal with the difficulty doubling.
For those below the Saint Domain level, even breaking through the 25th floor is nearly impossible. You're just realizing this now? The headmaster chuckled. The first 10 floors are indeed simple. Most talented contestants can grit their teeth and get through.
But starting from the 11th floor, the difficulty spikes, and 90% of contestants get stuck there, unable
to move forward. As for the 21st to 30th floors, especially the last 5, almost no 9th level experts can pass.
Facing a massive number of tough
9th level magical beasts, even pure-blooded dragons have to admit defeat.
That's true.
Monray nodded in agreement.
So, those who can clear the first 30 floors
are mostly at the Saint Domain level or possess Saint Domain combat power.
The headmaster smiled and said, anyone who can make it this far is guaranteed to make
it onto the Dragon God Genius ranking. Monray's eyes widened in surprise. Does that mean my name is already on the Dragon God Genius ranking?
That's right.
Monray
and his group had been in the Dragon God Tower for 7 to 8 hours.
By now, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After the welcome banquet at the Dragon God Academy, the accompanying teachers began their free activities.
Some teachers went straight to the entrance of the Dragon God Tower, including Headmaster
Fred and the Battle Dragon Headmaster. In previous years, there wasn't much to see here because there weren't any particularly outstanding talents, and people weren't interested in watching others' performances. But this year was different. The atmosphere was unusually lively, and expectations were high. With Monray's strength, he can steadily clear the first 30 floors without a problem and will definitely make it onto the ranking. Forget the first 30 floors.
As long as he clears the
22nd floor, he has a chance to make it onto the ranking.
Francis also has quite a bit of potential.
Headmaster Fred and the Battle Dragon Headmaster chatted
as they walked, quickly arriving at the front of the Dragon God Tower. By this time, the area in front of the tower was already packed with people.
Everyone was pointing and discussing animatedly, creating a very lively atmosphere. Wow!
The contestants from the 15th Kingdom and the 48th Principality this year are
amazing. Several of them have made it onto the ranking. That's right.
The strongest one has already reached 487th place, making it into the historical top 500.
Incredible. TSK, they just cleared the 30th floor. Such strength. If I'm not mistaken, they've been in the Dragon God Tower for less than 8 hours, right? About that.
Listening to the discussions around them, Headmaster Fred and the Battle Dragon Headmaster simultaneously looked at the massive magical screen and
continued to check upward.
Ranked 972nd, Francis Matthew, Frost Dragonkin, 28 years old, cleared the 23rd floor.
See that? Francis made it onto the ranking too.
Headmaster Fred said with a smile.
That kid is pretty good. He didn't embarrass you. Still far off. He's nowhere near Monray, the Battle Dragon Headmaster said.
Modestly, though he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although 972nd place was a lower ranking, it already proved Francis's astonishing talent.
After all, the Dragon
God Genius ranking was the result of competition among all geniuses over the past 40,000 years. Only 1,000 people had made it onto the ranking in 40,000 years,
making the competition unimaginably fierce. Many people gave it their all but couldn't make the list. Making it onto the ranking was a symbol of strength. Making it onto the ranking was proof of talent. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone on the ranking is a genius remembered throughout history. With immense potential, they are destined to reach the Saint Domain level in the future.
Ha! Dean Fred smiled faintly, his gaze continuing to scan higher up the rankings.
Oh, isn't this Fred and War Dragon? A gloomy voice suddenly came from behind. Why is it this old guy again? Both deans frowned simultaneously. From the voice, they immediately recognized
the person. It could only be the troublesome Black Dragon Dean.
Are you two also interested in the Dragon God Genius rankings? Angus, the Dean of Black Dragon Academy,
walked over with a smile, his eyes fixed on the rankings, his face blooming like a flower.
Isaiah didn't disappoint me. Rank 692, 28th floor, truly worthy of being personally trained by me.
Dean Fred and War Dragon followed his gaze. Rank 692, Isaiah Thomas, Black Dragon Clan, 26 years old, 28th floor. 26 years old, 28th floor. This guy's talent is truly remarkable.
The two exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. To break through the 28th floor, one must at least possess peak 9th level strength and mastery of the power of heaven and earth.
Reaching this level at 26 years old is undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinary genius.
Angus chuckled and asked, I heard your academy has produced some geniuses too. Are they on the rankings? How do they compare to our Isaiah? Fire Dragon Academy and War Dragon Academy have always been full of elites. Surely there are some exceptional talents?
His words carried a hint of provocation.
Dean Fred, straightforward in temperament, snorted coldly, don't get cocky.
It's just rank 692,
What's so great about that? Angus wasn't offended, instead smiling warmly. Fred, since you say so, Fire Dragon Academy must have someone even better, right? Of course. Fred snorted lightly, quickly looking toward rank 487, convinced that Monray must be there. But he was disappointed. Rank 487, Derek, Golden Giant Dragon Clan, 30 years old, 31st floor. Not Monray? Fred looked puzzled. He had thought Monray was undoubtedly the top genius among the 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies, with the highest ranking. How could it be someone else? What is this kid up to? He began to feel uneasy. At that moment, a commotion arose around them. That guy just jumped to rank 469. Rank 469? That's way too fast. What kind of miracle drug did he take? The three of them almost simultaneously focused on rank 469. Their reactions were completely different. Fred let out a long sigh of relief. The War Dragon Dean was full of admiration, while Angus gasped in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. 16 years old, 32nd floor? Wait, 16 years old? How is this possible? The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Rank 469. Monray, Human Clan, 16 years old, 32nd floor. To pass the 32nd floor of the Dragon God Tower, one must have at least saint-level strength. In other words, this 16-year-old boy was already a saint-level powerhouse? 16 years old? Saint-level? Is this even human? He's a monster. I really don't know where this freak came from. To reach saint-level at 16 years old, he's definitely one of the top 3 geniuses in history. He must be the top genius of the 15 kingdoms or 48 duchies. Otherwise, a genius of this caliber would have been on the rankings long ago. How could he just appear today? You're right. It's just unclear which kingdom he's from. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Angus's expression was complicated. I never expected such a monster to emerge from the 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies. It's truly unbelievable. Saint level. Second only to the historical number 1, Timon Barton. Absolutely the second strongest in history. In 40,000 years, only one like this has appeared. Incredibly stunning. Hearing Angus's exclamation, Dean Fred's face lit up with a smile. Monray didn't let me down after all, ranked 469 on the 32nd floor, truly worthy of my painstaking efforts. Although he can't compare to the genius of Black Dragon Academy, he's still quite impressive. The War Dragon Dean sneered, glancing at the burly Angus with a sarcastic tone. Angus's face darkened. Fred, is this rank 469 monster from your Fire Dragon Magic Academy? That's right. What about it? Dragon God Tower, 32nd floor. Here was an endless silver plain. Looking around, there was no grass, no trees, no mountains, not even a trace of life. This place seemed like a forbidden zone for life. On the silver ground, fierce winds howled, emitting mournful wails. In the sky, thunder roared, rumbling through the clouds with an overwhelming momentum. The ground was actually made of metal. Monray stood between heaven and earth, his gaze fixed on this desolate world of howling winds and roaring thunder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the 31st floor, he encountered a holy domain magical beast, the golden-backed bull scorpion. Though there was only one, it earned him 9.8 billion gold coins. Adding the magic core, the profit doubled. What a delight! He hoped this floor wouldn't disappoint him either. Monray licked his lips and headed straight for the area with the densest magical elements. Starting from the 31st floor, he no longer needed a magic carpet. His speed was neither fast nor slow as he silently traversed a long distance, arriving at the area with the densest elements. A silver mountain came into view. This silver mountain was majestic and grand, made entirely of silver metal like the surrounding ground. It was silvery white, towering several hundred meters high. Whoosh! Whoosh! Midway up the mountain, there were 2 caves, and 2 massive tornadoes spewed from the cave entrances, blowing toward the distant ground with mournful wails. Could a holy domain magical beast be hiding in the caves? Monray landed at the cave entrance, staring at the 2 almost identical holes, ready to provoke whatever was inside. He casually threw a fireball, intending to force the holy domain magical beast out. Boom! The fireball exploded, the mountain shook, and thick smoke spewed from the cave. What happened next shocked Monray. Rumble! With a rumbling sound, the entire mountain began to shake, the ground trembled, accompanied by waves of roaring. It's over. Monray immediately became alert, quickly retreating, his eyes fixed on the mountain that was now standing up, utterly stunned. That wasn't a mountain. It was a colossal metal giant. This giant was enormous. At least 1,500 meters, maybe even 2,000 meters tall. Man-Ray was dumbfounded. What kind of magical beast is this? It's a type of ape-like magical beast, an extremely rare golden steel wind ape, belonging to the metal and wind attributes of Holy Domain magical beasts. Its strength is astonishing and incredibly difficult to deal with. The elder's voice sounded, "Be careful, if you can't beat it, run. Don't let the golden steel wind ape slap you to death." Golden steel wind ape? Man-Ray raised an eyebrow. The golden steel wind ape glared angrily at Man-Ray, its eyes, larger than an elephant's, blazing with fury. "Damn human, how dare you disturb Bradley's sweet dreams? You're courting death." As soon as it finished speaking, it opened its mouth, larger than a bus, and spewed a tornado over 10 meters wide. Whoosh! Facing the incoming tornado, Man-Ray stood firmly, even a bit dazed. Because at the moment the golden steel wind ape launched its attack, several glowing orbs fell from its body. Ding! Detected dropped items. Pick them up? Is that even a question? Of course, pick them up. Ding! Fusion successful, physique plus 3038. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained forbidden spell, golden will rebirth explosion. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained forbidden spell, dimensional blade. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained one fragment of the wind law. What the? The system's notification sounds echoed continuously in his mind, and Man-Ray was so excited he almost jumped up. A forbidden spell. A fragment of the wind law. This time, he hit the jackpot. In previous battles with Holy Domain magical beasts, he had never obtained so many top-tier treasures. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying tornado instantly engulfed Man-Ray. Countless sharp wind blades sliced at his body like knives. His magic robe didn't last long before being shredded into pieces by the wind blades. Even his underwear wasn't spared. But strangely, the sharp wind blades slashing at Man-Ray's body felt like they were hitting steel plates. Apart from sparks flying, they didn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Man-Ray seemed to feel no pain at all, letting the wind blades strike him, remaining as steady as a mountain. The lightness, agility, and ferocity of the wind, gentle as a breeze brushing one's face, yet when violent, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wind. Strands of comprehension and knowledge about the laws of wind surged into Man-Lay's mind. He quickly browsed through them as if watching a movie, instantly unlocking the door to the laws of wind. This is wind. After a long while, Man-Lay slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. In the next second, he vanished into the tornado, reappearing instantly behind the golden steel wind ape. It's rude not to reciprocate. Taste my wind. Man-Lay opened his mouth and exhaled a light, transparent stream of air, shooting it like lightning toward the back of the golden steel wind ape's head. Whoosh! As the air current made contact with the atmosphere, its speed skyrocketed, instantly transforming into an incredibly sharp wind blade that fiercely slashed at the back of the golden steel wind ape's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as a fine crack appeared on the back of the golden steel wind ape's head, and strange black blood gushed out. Roar! Although this small crack was nothing to the massive golden steel wind ape, it felt pain. It roared in fury, turning abruptly and slamming its massive palm toward Man-Lay, intending to crush him into pieces. Whoosh! Man-Lay disappeared. In an instant. When he reappeared, he was already perched on the golden steel wind ape's shoulder. Big guy, your defense is impressive, but you're way too slow. Roar! The golden steel wind ape quickly turned its head, slamming down with another palm. Although its speed was already fast, in Man-Lay's eyes, it was as slow as an 80-year-old granny. Too slow. Man-Lay lightly dodged, leaping onto the golden steel wind ape's head. At this moment, the massive palm finally struck its own shoulder with a thunderous boom, causing the golden steel wind ape to stagger slightly from the impact. Ha, you idiot. Man-Lay couldn't help but laugh. Did you put all your attribute points into size and defense? You're as slow as a turtle. Nonsense. If the golden steel wind ape were fast, it wouldn't even be here. The old man beside him snorted coldly. But to be honest, your speed is ridiculously fast. Even agile-type Saint Domain magical beasts can't compare to you. There's no way the golden steel wind ape could catch up to you. Ha ha. Of course. Man-Lay laughed smugly, thinking to himself, not only am I fast, but my defense is also insanely strong. The god-slaying mouse bloodline is no joke. Host * Mang Lei race * human, fire dragon bloodline 50%, flame demon bloodline 45%, golden godslaying
ant bloodline 10%, godslaying mouse bloodline 1%, wealth * 2.88 law source crystals physique * saint domain 110 7255 4516/100 billion, spirit * 9th level. Grand Magister, 178, 9871/1 billion, Magic Power * 9th level Grand Magister, 145 7391/1 billion, Law Comprehension * Fire Laws, 0.2%, Wind Laws, 0.1%. Others * various. This was the current state of Mang Lei's attributes. His bloodline, wealth, physique, spirit, magic power, and law comprehension had all undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, the key to his skyrocketing physique was none other than the god-slaying mouse bloodline. This bloodline was obtained through the paid feature, Unlimited Pickup. After fusion, Mang Lei's physique had skyrocketed from 1 billion to 110 billion, more than a tenfold increase. Not only that, but he also gained incredible speed and defense, as well as wind and dark magic talents. It could be said that fusing with the god-slaying mouse bloodline brought Mang Lei immense benefits. And yet, the fusion rate of the god-slaying mouse bloodline was only 1%. This was simply insane. Just think about how powerful this bloodline must be. Mang Lei, however, found this perfectly normal. The system had said that the god-slaying mouse was an extremely powerful divine beast, incredibly rare across the entire universe. In fact, because it was so powerful, the god-slaying mouse couldn't form a species and could only live in solitude. This showed just how rare and monstrous this creature was. So, what was a tenfold increase in physique after fusing with its bloodline? What was gaining incredible speed and defense? What was a 1% fusion rate? These were just basic operations. Mang Lei was rather indifferent to the old man's astonishment. Surprised already? This is just the beginning. Once I save up enough money to increase the fusion rate of the bloodline, that's when the truly shocking moment will come. Stop showing off and quickly deal with that. Golden Steel Wind Ape. The old man sighed and said, "Time is running out, I still have to participate in the exchange match tomorrow morning." Understood. Man Ray decisively unleashed the forbidden spell. A semi-transparent cyan wind blade, hundreds of meters long, suddenly appeared and shot toward the golden steel wind ape like lightning. Its speed was astonishing. Wherever the wind blade passed, the void seemed to be sliced open. This was the wind element's single target forbidden spell. Dimensional Blade. Roar. The golden steel wind ape sensed the deadly threat and hurriedly fled to the distance, trying to evade the attack. Can it escape? Man Ray shook his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, the dimensional blade traversed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of the golden steel wind ape's neck. Roar. 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 At the critical moment, the golden steel wind ape raised its hand to block its neck. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the wind blade effortlessly sliced through its arm and deeply cut into its neck before dissipating. Boom, a section of the golden steel wind ape's arm fell heavily to the ground, like a towering tree collapsing, causing the earth to tremble. Splatter, black blood sprayed everywhere, staining the silver ground black. The intense pain caused the golden steel wind ape to let out a piercing scream. "Goodbye, big guy." Man Ray silently circled behind the golden steel wind ape, and a second dimensional blade flew out. Splatter, this time, the golden steel wind ape couldn't resist, its neck was cleanly severed. Boom, the golden steel wind ape froze in place, a thin bloodline appearing on its neck. The next second, its head slid off and fell heavily to the ground. Ding, you have killed one golden steel wind ape and earned 10.3 billion gold coins. The system notification sounded promptly. 10.3 billion gold coins in hand. Man Ray smiled and glanced at his wealth value, 3.91 rule source crystals, equivalent to 391 billion gold coins. 391 billion gold coins. Not enough. Far from enough. Man Ray didn't get carried away. There were too many places to spend money. Magic power and mental strength needed urgent improvement, rule comprehension, bloodline fusion, and the infinite pickup function all required money. 391 billion gold coins are just a drop in the bucket. Let's continue. Man Ray dug out the golden steel wind ape's magic core, his eyes resolute, ready to harvest more wealth. Man Ray lingered by the golden steel wind ape's corpse for a long time, reluctant to leave. He really wanted to take it with him, but unfortunately, there was no space to store it, so he had to leave it behind reluctantly. However, his eyes lit up.
This creature was a dual-element wind and metal magical beast. Although he couldn't take the corpse, could he seize its metal element magical talent? He immediately contacted the system. System, can brutal plunder be used to seize the golden steel wind? Ape's metal element magical talent? How much does it cost? Host, it requires 2 billion gold coins. 2 billion? Damn! That's too expensive. Forget it, plunder it. The wealth value instantly decreased by 2 billion. Ding, plunder successful. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. Excellent, let's move on. Whoosh, the environment changed instantly. Man Ray had already reached the 33rd floor. Meanwhile, outside. 33rd floor. Man Ray has actually reached the 33rd floor of the Dragon God Tower. Unbelievable. Above the 31st floor are all saint-level magical beasts. For him to pass through, how strong must he be? Dragon God bless. This monster really comes from the 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities. It's unimaginable, absolutely insane. The most incredible thing is, he's actually human. When did humans ever produce such a monster? People stared at Man Ray's name, exclaiming in amazement. He had shocked everyone. 16 years old. 33rd floor. This is simply a miracle. Angus, what do you think of our academy's Man Ray? Principal Fred asked the burly old man Angus with a smile. Fred, don't get carried away. Angus snorted coldly, his face turning purple with anger. A top-tier monster like Man Ray is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Your Fire Dragon Academy just got lucky. You're right. We are indeed lucky, but Man Ray is still part of Fire Dragon Academy, not your Black Dragon Academy. Principal Fred smiled and countered. You old black dragon, at your age. You still don't understand that luck is also part of strength? The battle dragon principal chimed in mockingly. Angus's face darkened, unable to refute. 34th floor. Oh my god, he's gone up again. And faster than before? The three were chatting when a sudden cheer erupted nearby. Man Ray's ranking had risen again. Rank 438, Man Ray. Human, 16 years old, 34th floor. Man Ray is stronger than we imagined. Fred and the battle dragon Dean exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. They knew Man Ray had advanced to the sanctuary, but the strength he displayed clearly surpassed that of an ordinary person who had just broken through. After all, his speed in clearing levels was too fast. Level 31, 32, 33, 34. Each level faster than the last. This speed was insane. Fred, did you notice? The battle dragon Dean suddenly asked, isn't Man Ray a fire dragon? Why does the leaderboard list him as a human? Man Ray has fire dragon bloodline. I've seen him transform into a dragon. With my own eyes, Fred said slowly. Then there's only one possibility. Like you, he has dual bloodlines. That must be it. Dragon God Tower, level 34. The cold wind howled, and snow covered the ground. This was a world of ice and snow, a vast expanse of white as far as the eye could see. Beneath their feet was thick snow, and in the distance stood towering ice mountains. Crystal clear snowflakes danced in the wind, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. It was so beautiful it left one speechless. Man Ray stepped on the waist-deep snow, making crunching sounds. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped across the snowy surface. As a child who grew up by the southern seaside, he had never seen such a stunning snowy landscape. His heart was filled with both novelty and excitement. Kid, never seen snow before? An old man said with a teasing smile. The voice rang out, carrying a hint of mockery. Never seen snow, have you? Man Ray leisurely admired the snowy scenery before him. In our Fire Dragon Kingdom, it's warm all year round, and it rarely snows. It's normal that you haven't seen snow, the old man said as he flew out from his spatial ring. Gazing at the endless snowy plains, he sighed, speaking of which, I haven't seen snow myself for over 20,000 years. Seeing these snowflakes flying everywhere, I can't help but think of the past. Man Ray smiled and said, Old Dean, you experienced the glacial disaster on the meteorite plains. Seeing snow now must bring back unique memories, right? Indeed, back then, the old man began enthusiastically, but before he could finish, a sudden loud noise interrupted him. Boom! The ground suddenly shook as a massive snow-white creature charged toward them. Its entire body was covered in dense white fur like steel needles. Its size resembled that of a giant elephant, but it had a single horn on its head. Standing 100 meters tall, its two long tusks were crystal clear and sparkled like diamonds.
This is a sanctuary-level magical beast, the Diamond Mammoth. The old man's eyes widened as he shouted seriously, the Diamond Mammoth is an ice-wind dual element.
Magical beast.
Not only is it skilled in both ice and wind magic, but its strength is astonishing, and its defense is invincible.
It's much harder to deal with than the golden steel wind ape and the golden-backed bull scorpion we encountered before. Be careful not to get trampled to death. Ice element magical beast? Finally. An ice element won. Monray licked his lips.
System, first help me seize the Diamond Mammoth's ice magic talent.
20 billion gold coins? No problem. I have more money than I can spend right now. Ding, seizing the Diamond Mammoth's ice magic talent requires 23 billion gold coins. Confirmed to proceed, the system responded. Coldly. Do you even need to ask? Wait, 23 billion gold coins? Monray's eyes widened. System, did you mishear? 23 billion gold coins? Are you joking? It only cost 2 billion to seize the golden steel wind ape's metal magic talent, and now it's 23 billion? That's too much of a difference. Host, the cost of using brutal plunder
varies depending on the target and the item, the system explained. The golden steel wind ape was already dead, so the difficulty of seizing was low.
The Diamond Mammoth
is still alive, making the difficulty higher, and thus the cost is greater. Different difficulties naturally result in different prices.
Monray was speechless. That reasoning is too far-fetched. Fine. I'll just kill it first, then seize it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Monray charged toward the Diamond Mammoth. Whoosh, his speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the mammoth. With a thought, a cyan wind blade hundreds of meters long slashed out
fiercely.
This was the wind element's single target forbidden spell, Dimensional Blade.
Slash, the cutting power of the Dimensional Blade was unparalleled. It instantly
sliced through the Diamond Mammoth's fur and directly cut into its skin, but to Monray's surprise, the wind blade stopped after penetrating a few centimeters,
gradually dissipating until it completely vanished. It was actually blocked. Monray's heart tightened. Isn't the Dimensional Blade the strongest single target forbidden spell? Even it can't kill the Diamond Mammoth?
You underestimate the Diamond Mammoth's defense, the old man said disdainfully. It's called the Diamond Mammoth because its body hardness rivals that of diamonds.
Do you think the name was given randomly?
Of course, it also has to do with your strength. You're only a level 9 Grand
Magister.
Although you can cast forbidden spells, you can't unleash their full power. The Dimensional Blade you just used only had 1/10 of its full strength.
And you want to kill a Diamond Mammoth, known for its defense, with that? Dream on. So that's how it is. Monray breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then it's not a big problem.
System, spend 20 billion gold coins to evenly enhance my magic reserves and mental power.
Ding, wealth instantly decreased by 20 billion. At the same time, Monray's mental power and magic reserves skyrocketed like a rocket.
5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 500 million, 900 million asterisk boom, asterisk instantly,
breaking through the 1 billion mark.
And both attributes simultaneously surpassed 1 billion.
An incomparably powerful aura erupted from Monray, sweeping in all directions, as shocking as a nuclear explosion. What? The old man was so stunned by the scene that his jaw almost hit the ground. A saint? Saint Magister? You actually broke through?
Monray ignored the old man, habitually glancing at his attribute panel, enjoying the thrill of the numbers soaring.
Wealth, 3.03 Law Source. Crystals Physique, Saint Domain, 110, 7255, 8583/100 billion, Mental Power, Saint Domain, 1017 18 1553/100 billion, Magic Power, Saint Domain, 1014 65, 5561/100 billion. 3 Saint Domains. What a harmonious combination. Monray laughed.
He had been reluctant to upgrade to Saint Magister these past days, and today he finally got his
wish. The Dragon God Tower is truly the best, a treasure trove for making money. At that moment, the Diamond Mammoth charged at Monray in a frenzy, its eyes bloodshot, completely berserk.
Although the Dimensional Blade hadn't killed it earlier, it had cut through its skin, causing excruciating pain.
The pain pierced to the bone, triggering the Diamond Mammoth's ferocity. It swore to kill Monray and avenge its suffering.
Boom! Monray, floating in midair and checking his attributes, gave the
Diamond Mammoth an opportunity. 2 long, sharp diamond tusks, crackling with thunderous power, struck Monray's rear. Ah! The piercing pain made Monray jump up, crying out loudly in agony. Damn it! Monray immediately vanished from his spot, rubbing his rear.
Fortunately, there was no bleeding or serious injury.
Only two small
dents had been poked into his backside, which smoothed out after a gentle rub, returning to its soft and tender state.
You beast, you deserve this! Monray was furious. With a wave of his hand, a cyan wind blade formed, gleaming coldly, then rapidly shrank.
In an instant, the wind blade became 10 times smaller, lighter, and more transparent, but its sharpness increased more than tenfold.
Die! Monray roared. The cyan wind blade vanished in an instant.
Roar, the diamond mammoth sensed
a fatal threat.
The snow beneath its feet condensed into an icy armor, firmly protecting it.
Whoosh, the cyan wind blade struck the icy armor, making a faint sound. The armor was instantly split in two.
Crack, the cyan wind blade effortlessly sliced through the diamond mammoth's icy armor, piercing straight through its body. 0.01 seconds later, the wind blade emerged from the mammoth's body, continuing to slash into the snow-covered ground, carving a deep fissure.
The diamond mammoth froze, a thin line of blood appearing on its neck.
Blood spurted out, leaving scattered red spots on the silver-white snow. Ding, killed one diamond mammoth, gained
12.3 billion gold coins.
The system notification sounded as the diamond mammoth's head finally separated from its body, collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless.
Done.
Monray descended from the sky, standing beside the mammoth's corpse, and issued a command, System, activate, brutal plunder, to seize the diamond mammoths.
Ice magic talent.
The fortune value instantly decreased by 2.3 billion, but Monray successfully acquired the ice magic talent.
So far, I already possess the magic talents of thunder, earth, fire, wood, wind, dark, metal, and ice. Only water and light are left. Not bad, keep it up. Pulling out the magic core of the diamond mammoth, Monray stepped into the magic array leading to the 35th floor without looking back. Whoosh, a dizzying sensation swept over him. The surrounding environment
suddenly changed. This time, he found himself above the ocean. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of sea. The salty sea breeze blew, stirring up waves, while seabirds soared freely in the sky. The shimmering water stretched beyond the horizon.
The sea?
A smile appeared on Monray's face, and his heart warmed.
His hometown was by the sea.
As a child, he grew up walking on soft sandy beaches, collecting seashells, and eating fresh seafood. Even when work became busy later in life, he would take his wife and children to the seaside every weekend to play. Facing this vast ocean, his heart naturally calmed. The sea was his root, his home.
Ah, finally home!
Monray shouted excitedly, suddenly tearing off his magic robe and leaping into the sea, disappearing beneath the water.
After a while, Monray
resurfaced, his hands paddling, his feet kicking, his body rhythmically striking the water like a nimble fish, swiftly gliding through the sea.
A vigorous freestyle, a comfortable breaststroke, and finally a relaxed backstroke.
After swimming a lap, he felt completely refreshed, his mood indescribably good.
Splash, lying on his back on the water, feeling the gentle caress of the waves, Monray felt an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility.
The sea was still the most beautiful place. If he had the chance in the future, he would love to settle by the sea. Just as he was enjoying this peace, a strong impact suddenly came from the water.
A dark shadow shot out of the sea, opening its massive mouth and lunging at him. A mere small fry dares to disturb me? Monray sneered, quickly leaping vertically out of the water and flying into the air.
Splash, the dark shadow missed its target, but due to inertia, its massive body burst out of the sea.
It was a monstrous fish, with a body like a giant python but a head resembling a shark.
Its enormous mouth was filled with sharp teeth, its body covered in tough scales, and the entire creature was
about 20 meters long, with each scale as large as a watermelon. An 8th-level magical beast, the python shark. Monray glanced at it, and a burst of cold air shot
from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the python shark. Crack, 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 the python shark's body was frozen solid, and within seconds, the ferocious beast
turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Shatter! Monray lightly tapped the ice sculpture.
Crack, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces, scattering across the water's
surface. What bad luck!
Looking at the blood and chunks of flesh staining the sea red, Monray lost the mood to continue swimming. He quickly put on his magic robe and
flew toward the area with the densest magical elements.
After more than 10 minutes, he saw a small island floating on the sea in the distance.
It was of moderate
size, about a dozen kilometers in length and width.
Sparse tropical plants grew on the island, and at its center was the magic array leading to the next floor. On
the beach, a massive golden turtle lay quietly, resting with its eyes closed. The giant turtle remained motionless, exuding no strong aura, but its enormous body
alone was enough to instill awe. Even lying down, it was 100 meters tall. Only a saint-level magical beast could possess such a massive physique. Old Dean, what kind of magical beast is this giant turtle?
A Titan golden armor turtle, the old man explained.
A dual-element saint-level magical beast with water and metal attributes.
Its strength is incredibly formidable, and it excels in defense. Its defensive power alone surpasses that of the diamond mammoth you encountered earlier.
So, this Titan golden armor turtle is very difficult to deal with.
Don't confront it head-on, find its weak point and strike with a single blow.
I understand. Man-Ray nodded and flew toward the island.
Sensing someone approaching, the Titan golden armor turtle slowly raised its head, its golden eyes fixed on Man-Ray.
Suddenly, the giant turtle launched an attack without warning. The sea surface churned violently as several water dragons, each tens of meters long, soared into the sky and fiercely charged at Man-Ray. 9th level magic, water dragon explosion.
Man-Ray sighed, as expected of a saint-level magical beast, casually casting 9th level magic and
releasing it almost instantly.
However, before he could finish speaking, Man-Ray suddenly vanished from his original spot.
With several rapid movements, he crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and appeared before the Titan golden armored turtle.
With a wave of his right hand, a golden sphere of light appeared in his palm.
His voice was firm as he slowly uttered 3 words, "Forbidden spell, golden will rebirth explosion."
The golden sphere abruptly emitted a dazzling golden light, quickly
transforming into a golden blade that pierced the heavens and the earth, slashing straight at the Titan golden armored turtle's head. The golden will rebirth explosion
was incredibly fast, but the Titan golden armored turtle reacted even faster. Its head shrank back abruptly, instantly retreating into its sturdy golden shell. The razor-sharp golden blade struck the beach, and with a screech, it carved a deep trench 2 to 3 miles long into the sand.
As a gold element forbidden spell, the golden will rebirth explosion was astonishingly powerful.
No matter how strong the Titan golden armored turtle's defense was, if it were hit, it would undoubtedly
die. Of course, the shell was an exception. This old turtle was truly cunning. At the critical moment, it retracted its head, causing the golden will rebirth explosion to miss its target. What a cowardly turtle, dodging the attack like that. Man-Ray couldn't help but sigh.
At that moment, the Titan golden armored turtle's
head emerged again.
With a low roar, countless metallic spikes gleaming with a cold light suddenly appeared, resembling a dense rain of swords that shot toward Man-Ray,
covering the sky. 9th level magic, arrow rainstorm. The metallic spikes flew like a torrential storm, their speed dizzying, aiming straight at Man-Ray as if to turn him into a sieve.
There was no escape, no way to dodge, only to endure.
No big deal. Man-Ray shook his head disdainfully.
With a thought, the Earth Guardian holy armor
instantly appeared.
Ignoring the arrow rainstorm, he charged fiercely toward the Titan golden armored turtle. Seeing this, the Titan golden armored turtle once again retracted its head into its shell, leaving only its massive golden shell behind.
This move again? Can't you face me head-on? Man-Ray shook his head helplessly.
It seemed that a turtle was still a turtle. No matter how imposing its name sounded, it couldn't change its nature of retreating into its shell.
Fine, since you
like being a cowardly turtle, then stay hidden forever.
Fire element forbidden spell, meteor fall.
Suddenly, the sky split open, revealing a massive black fire meteor, over a kilometer in diameter, descending from the heavens with a world-destroying momentum, crashing toward the Titan golden armored turtle.
Although its head was retracted, the Titan golden armored turtle felt the threat of death.
It knew that if struck by a forbidden spell like meteor fall, it wouldn't just survive, it would lose
its shell.
Panicking, it emitted a dazzling golden light, forming an indestructible shield.
9th level magic, golden protection. But that wasn't all. Several water dragons rose from the sea, encircling the shell and forming a thick barrier of water elements. 9th level magic, sea god barrier. Oh, come on. Man-Ray's mouth twitched.
This old turtle really knew how to play defense. Golden protection combined with the sea god barrier, determined to hold its ground. The black meteor, carrying
destructive power, fiercely struck the Titan golden armored turtle.
Easily tearing through the sea god barrier, it continued to shatter the golden protection before finally colliding with the shell.
The meteor stopped.
At the last moment, the Titan golden armored turtle used its sturdy shell to block the fatal blow. It roared angrily, its head emerging from the shell, eyes gleaming with pride. "Human, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Is that so?"
Monray smiled faintly, saying,
"Nothing." He gently pressed his hand, and from the rift in the sky, another black meteor emerged, crashing down fiercely. "Instant cast forbidden spell? Who are you? Really?" Staring at the suddenly appearing meteor fall, the Titan golden armored turtle's eyes nearly popped out in shock, its heart filled with terror. It desperately cast defensive magic, trying to protect itself from being crushed to death. But this time, it miscalculated. Following the second meteor, the third, fourth, and fifth meteors descended one after another, for black meteors struck like shooting stars, carrying earth-shattering power, crashing one after another onto the Titan golden armored turtle. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions shook the entire island, dust flying everywhere, with only the Titan golden armored turtles' miserable cries echoing for a long time. Ding! Killed one Titan golden armored turtle, gained 13 billion gold coins. The system notification sounded promptly. "Little brat, this time you can't escape. No matter how hard your shell is, it can't withstand my forbidden spell." Monray snorted lightly and decisively commanded, "System, seize the Titan golden armored turtle's water magic talent." Bang! Wealth instantly decreased by 3 billion. Water magic talent acquired. 9 element magic talent obtained, only the light element remains. Monray nodded in satisfaction, dug out the Titan golden armored turtle's magic core, and walked straight into the magic array, leading to the 36th floor without looking back. 36th floor. Ding! Killed one two-hearted rainbow scorpion, gained 14.6 billion gold coins. 37th floor. Ding! Killed one six-winged demon worm, gained 16.1 billion gold coins. 38th floor. Ding! Killed one evil eye lord, gained 17.3 billion gold coins. 39th floor. Ding! Killed one earth twin-headed lion, gained 18.1 billion gold coins. 40th floor. Ding! Killed one golden-winged holy light tiger, gained 19.6 billion gold coins. Golden-winged holy light tiger, master of gold, light, and thunder magic. Excellent, finally encountered a light element magical beast. System, seize the golden-winged holy light tigers. Light magic talent. Success! All 10 element magic talents acquired. Now, my magic talent can rival Adolph's, right? This feeling is amazing. Monray could clearly sense the 10 types of magical elements in the world: golden metallic, azure wind, yellow earth, green wood, blue water, red fire, silver thunder, black darkness. Each element was like a lively little spirit, some agile, some gentle, some heavy, some irritable, some cold, some lively. 10 elements, each unique. The magical world is truly wondrous. If one day I can fully master the rules of these 10 magics, what kind of scene would that be? Monray shook his head and was about to enter the magic array leading to the 41st floor when the old man's voice rang out, "Stop here for now. You've been in the Dragon God Tower for over 20 hours. Are you still planning to participate in the exchange competition? Over 20 hours? Monray was stunned. He took out his pocket watch and looked. It was 6:45. He couldn't help but wonder, is this evening or the next morning? Nonsense. Of course, it's the next morning. The old man rolled his eyes. Aren't you supposed to gather at the Dragon God Cathedral at 8 a.m.? If you keep challenging, you'll definitely miss the exchange competition. All right. Monray shook his head helplessly, feeling unsatisfied. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. But looking at the skyrocketing wealth, Monray couldn't help but smile. Wealth, 13.5 rule source crystals, equivalent to gold. Coins, 1,350,689,474,550. 1.35 trillion gold coins. Earning this much in less than a day. If I could stay a little longer, how much more could I earn? The Dragon God Tower is truly my lucky place. So satisfying. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, Monray began to head back. Returning was much simpler. He flew at the fastest speed and returned to the magic array in just a few minutes. Bang! The environment changed again. Back to the 39th floor. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded in his ears. A low growl came from afar. Monray turned his head sharply, only to see a massive magical beast standing like a mountain, glaring at him fiercely, bearing sharp fangs, its gaze extremely ferocious. Earth twin-headed lion?
Mon Ray was so shocked he couldn't speak. I remember I already killed it. How is it? Still alive?
He clearly remembered that on the 39th floor, he personally killed the Saint Domain magical beast guarding the magic array, the Earth Twin-Headed Lion, and
even personally took out its magic core. It was dead beyond dead. How could it still be alive now? Don't be surprised. This is normal. Normal? You're telling me the Earth Twin-Headed Lion I killed has come back to life, and you expect me not to be surprised?
The old dean shook his head with a smile. You really are
knowledgeable.
Listen to me, if those magical beasts you killed were truly dead, then over the past 40,000 years, the magical beasts in the Dragon God Tower would
have been wiped out long ago. Mon Ray was stunned.
If all the monsters in the Dragon God Tower were dead, would there still be a need for people to challenge the
tower? In that case, what purpose would the Dragon God Genius ranking serve? Mon Ray was even more confused. And if everyone were like you, killing their way through, wouldn't it be easy for those who came after to reach the top? The old dean asked 3 consecutive questions, leaving Mon Ray utterly baffled. Old dean, what is going on?
I'll tell you the truth.
All the creatures in the Dragon God Tower, even the magical beasts, can never truly die. They can be killed, but they will instantly resurrect and continue guarding this demiplane.
The old man sighed. Over and over again, endlessly, they guard this place, waiting to be hunted.
Why is that? Mon Ray asked in shock. You ask me? I don't know either. I only know that these creatures cannot die. How they resurrect is beyond my explanation.
The old dean shook his head. It is said that the Dragon God Tower can reverse time, resurrecting the magical beasts that were killed.
Reverse time? Mon Ray was taken aback. Time is a taboo even gods cannot touch. Can the Dragon God Tower really reverse time? No one knows.
The old dean shook his head.
This secret is known only to the creator
of the Dragon God Tower, His Excellency the Dragon God.
Mon Ray fell silent, his eyes fixed on the Earth Twin-Headed Lion that was roaring at him with bared teeth.
This saint-level magical beast, which he had just split in half with his dimensional blade, was now standing there completely unharmed, with no trace of blood on the
ground. Moreover, the Earth Twin-Headed Lion's gaze at him held no fear or avoidance, only hostility and ferocity. That gaze was exactly the same as when he first encountered it upon reaching the 39th floor. Reverse time? Mon Ray began to believe that this Earth Twin-Headed Lion had indeed been resurrected through time reversal. Its gaze at him was identical to their first meeting, there was no mistake. The subsequent appearances of several saint-level magical beasts further confirmed this conclusion. The Evil Eye Lord from the 38th floor. The Six-Winged Demon Worm from the 37th floor. The Two-Hearted Rainbow Scorpion from the 36th floor. The Titan Golden Armored Turtle from the 35th floor. They had all been resurrected. Each one stood there completely intact, their eyes filled with the same surprise and hostility as when they first saw Mon Ray. There was no deceiving that look. Can the Dragon God Tower really reverse time? All the way to the first floor, this question lingered in Mon Ray's mind. The magical beasts he had killed had all come back to life. The scenery of the demiplane was exactly the same as when he first entered, as if he had never been there. What an incredible artifact! Was this really crafted by the Dragon God himself? Forget it, it doesn't matter. This is great news for me. Mon Ray set aside his doubts and walked out of the Dragon God Tower, only to be met with countless gazes filled with astonishment, shock, admiration, and envy. It was only then that he realized the area outside the Dragon God Tower was packed with people, each face displaying a mix of complex emotions. They looked at Mon Ray as if he were an alien. Is that Mon Ray? He looks so young. I can't believe he's actually human. It's hard to believe, but he really is human. Just based on talent, this guy might be even more extraordinary than Prince Barbarossa, the Golden Dragon Lion Sakhan, or the Thunder Giant Adil. His talent is indeed superior to Prince Barbarossa and the others, but his strength might not be. He's still too young. A genius. So many people have gathered so early? Mon Ray glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 7:25, still early. Mon Ray. A familiar voice called out. Mon Ray turned to see Dean Fred and Dean Battledragon looking at him with faces full of admiration, their eyes brimming with pride. Behind them were the contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom, including Joel and the others who had entered the Dragon God Tower with him. Dean Fred. Dean Battledragon. Mon Ray walked over to greet them. Good lad. You finally came out. I was worried you'd lose track of time and miss the exchange. Competition.
Dean Fred patted Monray's shoulder, laughing heartily. Huh, this time you've really brought great honor to our academy and the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
Rank. 227, 16 years old, 40 floors.
Dean of the Battle Dragon Academy exclaimed, achieving such a result on your first attempt at the Dragon God Tower is truly impressive.
Rank 227?
Monray turned to look at the massive magical display screen and indeed saw his name at the 227th position, rank 227, Monray, human, 16 years old, 40 floors.
Only 227th? Monray was a bit surprised. That was fast. How about it? Are you shocked by your own achievement? Dean Fred laughed heartily. To be honest, none of us slept last night.
We stayed here watching you break through the levels.
You truly amazed us. Stayed up all night? Monray found it hard to believe. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths?
Of course. The Battle Dragon Dean smiled warmly.
You are now the second person in the past 40,000 years of history, just a little behind the first place Timon Barton. Second in history? Monray shook his head.
He didn't care about such empty titles. A few hundred gold
coins would be far more practical.
It's about time to head to the Dragon God Cathedral,
Dean Fred said with a smile. All right. Everyone immediately set off for the Dragon God Cathedral.
On the way, people kept asking Monray about the details of his tower challenge,
and Monray answered each question. Everyone listened in astonishment.
Especially Francis and a few others who had entered the Dragon God Tower before. They found it utterly unbelievable. The Dragon God Tower is incredibly difficult
to conquer,
especially starting from the 21st floor, where groups of 9th-level magical beasts appear, each stronger and more dangerous than the last.
A single mistake could cost one's life. Francis felt this deeply, but Monray swept through effortlessly, climbing to the 40th floor with ease.
And according to him, if it weren't for the exchange competition, he could have gone even higher.
His strength was simply extraordinary.
As they chatted, half an hour later, they finally arrived at the
Dragon God Cathedral.
The Dragon God is the one true deity worshipped by the billions of citizens of the Dragon God Empire, and the Dragon God Church is the headquarters
of this great divine religion.
The Dragon God Cathedral is the very center of the Dragon God Church. The Dragon God Cathedral was entirely white, towering, and majestic.
Square and dignified, solemn and sacred, exuding an unparalleled sense of divinity.
In front of the cathedral stood 100 zhonghai altar, entirely made of gold, massive as a mountain, shaped like a sharp pyramid. At the top of the altar stood 1,000 zhonghai golden dragon statue, its scales shimmering, claws sharp,
eyes dignified and solemn.
Radiating golden brilliance and divine majesty, it exuded an aura of inviolable sanctity.
This was the statue of the Dragon God. At the
moment, the area in front of the Dragon God statue was filled with people, from the Emperor of the Dragon God Empire to every participant in the competition.
Everyone stood solemnly before the Dragon God statue, the atmosphere reverent and dignified.
The air was thick with solemnity, and even the usually slick Monray pretended to be devout, chanting incantations repeatedly.
Ding!
Fusion successful, physique increased by 10,086 points.
Ding!
Fusion successful, magic power increased by 2,345 points.
Ding!
Fusion successful, obtained 6,666 gold coins.
Ding! Fusion successful, obtained water element forbidden spell, tsunami catastrophe. Ding! Fusion successful, obtained ice element forbidden spell, absolute zero. Ding!
Fusion successful, obtained lightning element forbidden spell, 3,000 thunder movements.
Ding!
Fusion successful, obtained gold element forbidden spell, return of 10,000 swords.
Ding! Fusion successful, obtained wood element forbidden spell, all things in nature. Ding!
Fusion successful, obtained a lightning element law fragment.
Ding! Fusion successful, obtained golden dragon bloodline. Fuse now? Ding! System. Notifications kept ringing in Monray's mind, and he couldn't stop grinning. He had definitely come to the right place.
From the moment he stepped into the Dragon God
Cathedral, the system's rewards hadn't stopped.
Multicolored light clusters, dense as soap bubbles, were everywhere, too many to count. There were light clusters that enhanced physique, ones that boosted magic power, and others containing magic spells and gold coins. He even picked up several light clusters containing bloodlines
and law fragments.
If it weren't for the system upgrade allowing him to choose whether to fuse bloodlines, Monray would have already been unable to resist transforming. So
many powerful figures have gathered today. If not 1,000, then at least 800. This force is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The foundation of the Dragon God Empire is truly formidable.
The scene was indeed filled with intimidating big shots: the emperor, princes and princesses, royal family members, nobles, ministers, dignitaries, and leaders and instructors from various academies, with a total attendance exceeding 100,000.
Among them, there were so many saint-level experts that they were uncountable. Although they did not deliberately exert their pressure, the aura emanating from the gathering of so many saint-level masters was enough to silence even the most unruly contestants. 10 minutes later, the prayer ended. Emperor Howard Frederick XXXII stood up, and a court attendant immediately brought a chair. After he sat down, the attendant loudly announced, "Kneel and pay respects to His Majesty." Everyone saluted in unison. The saint-level experts bowed, while others knelt on one knee. "Rise." Frederick XXXII waved his hand slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd stood up one after another. Today marks the official opening of the Empire's Quadrennial Elite Exchange Tournament. Talents from various academies will compete on the stage, and I look forward to seeing your performances. Frederick XXXII was a round-faced middle-aged man with a gentle voice and a kind smile, resembling a friendly neighbor. But don't be fooled by his appearance. Frederick XXXII, full name Howard Frederick, is ranked 9th in the history of the Dragon God Genius List, a peerless talent, a pure-blooded golden dragon, and currently a saint-level expert. He may look like an ordinary person now, but that's because he has reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Only those from his era know how terrifying his strength truly is. This year's tournament has 7,848 registered contestants, more than in previous years, which shows the Empire's abundance of talent and its thriving national strength. I am very pleased. His gaze swept over the more than 7,000 contestants. I hope you achieve great results in the competition and bring glory to yourselves, your academies, your families, and the kingdom. Now, I will announce my decree. By order of His Majesty the Emperor. A court attendant unfurled a scroll and read aloud, "Those who enter the top 50 of the tournament will be granted the title of Hereditary Viscount, 50 miles of land, 50 servants, and a Saint Magic artifact. Those who enter the top 20 will be granted the title of Hereditary Count, 100 miles of land, 100 servants, a Saint Magic artifact, and 10 pounds of elemental crystals. Those who enter the top 10 will be granted the title of Hereditary Marquis, 500 miles of land, 500 servants, a Saint Magic artifact, 1 Law Source crystal, and 100 pounds of elemental crystals. The top 3 contestants will be granted the title of Hereditary Duke, 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 servants, 10 Law Source crystals, 1,000 pounds of elemental crystals, and 1 year of residence on Dragon Island." The attendant's voice was not loud, but it was clear and resonated throughout the venue, immediately causing a commotion. Everyone turned to look at the contestants, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This year's rewards are far more generous than in previous years. Titles. In the past, only the champion could become a duke, but this year, the top 3 can. Law Source crystals. In the past, only the top 3 could receive Law Source crystals, but this year, the top 10 will each get 10 Law Source crystals. Do you know what that means? Law Source crystals are the key to entering the Saint level. A single small Law Source crystal can help a level 9 expert directly open the door to the Saint level, saving years of cultivation time. For any expert stuck at the peak of level 9 and unable to break through, this item is a lifeline. But this is not something that can be obtained easily. As for the right to reside on Dragon Island, that's even more of a fantasy. Dragon Island is the sacred land of the dragon race and the entire Dragon God Empire. Only pure-blooded dragons and saint-level dragonkin have ever been allowed entry. Ordinary people have no chance. In the past, even the champion didn't receive this privilege. But this year, as long as you make it to the top 3, you can live on Dragon Island for a year. It's simply unbelievable. What is going on? Why are the rewards so extravagant this year? The young contestants of this generation are truly lucky. Some people were so envious they were about to explode. Why weren't the rewards this generous in the last tournament? What a loss. If I had known this earlier, no matter what, I would have participated in this competition. But before the words were finished, the attendant continued to announce. The champion will be crowned king, granted a territory spanning thousands of miles, 10,000 servants, 100 Law Source crystals, 10,000 tons of elemental crystals, and permanent residency on Dragon Island. What? Crowned king? The entire venue erupted instantly.
Even the princes, princesses, and seasoned Saint Domain experts like Dean Fred were too shocked to speak, staring incredulously at the emperor.
Crowned king? How many years has it been since the empire last crowned a king? Crowned king. Just how long has it been since the empire crowned a king? 2,000 years? Or 3,000 years? Many people couldn't help but recall. The last time a king was crowned seemed to be over 2,000 years ago.
That time, the Dragon God Empire added a duchy, increasing from 47 to 48.
To this day, the
empire has only 63 kings, governing 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies.
Beyond that, there are no other kings. Could the emperor's son be crowned king? Absolutely not. In the Dragon God Empire, the identity of a prince is just that, a prince.
No matter how outstanding, powerful, or favored, a prince can only remain a prince, with no connection
to kingship. Being crowned king holds immense significance in the empire.
It not only means the addition of a new king but also the creation of a new duchy or even a
kingdom. Duchies and kingdoms have vast territories, far exceeding those of ordinary nobles.
For the emperor to crown a king, he must first provide the corresponding
territory, otherwise, the title of king would be meaningless. Why has His Majesty suddenly decided to crown a king?
Many ministers were puzzled, pondering the emperor's
intentions.
Most were at a loss, but a few close confidants had guessed the truth. This time, His Majesty's decision to crown a king is likely related to the
13th princess.
The 13th princess is deeply loved by His Majesty, exceptionally talented, and her aptitude surpasses even the strongest Prince Barbarossa.
She is undoubtedly the most outstanding figure among the empire's younger generation.
Unfortunately, the 13th princess has half-human blood, which means she
is destined not to inherit the throne. So, is His Majesty planning to settle for second best and crown her as king? The problem is, crowning a king requires a fief. Although the empire's territory is vast, it is all under the jurisdiction of lords. Where would a new fief come from? Just as everyone was speculating, Frederick XXXIA
stood up and announced with a smile, "Listen carefully, everyone. 3 months ago, an adventurer team discovered a lost continent southeast of the endless deep sea."
A lost continent? Everyone was stunned. That's right.
Frederick XXXI continued, "This continent floats alone above the endless deep sea, surrounded by thick clouds
and mist."
It had gone unnoticed until this team accidentally stumbled upon it.
He smiled and said, after verification by the Empire's survey team, this continent is rich in resources and vast in size.
It stretches over 5,000 kilometers from east to west and over 6,000 kilometers from north to south, with a total area exceeding
10 million square kilometers. This land alone rivals a duchy. One could say this is a new territory bestowed upon our Dragon God Empire by the great Dragon God. Let
us thank the Dragon God for this blessing. At this point, Frederick XXXI's gaze swept over the contestants below, a meaningful smile on his lips. "I hereby announce that whoever wins this exchange competition will become the first king of this lost continent." As soon as these words were spoken, all the contestants' hearts raced,
their breathing quickened, and their ambitions were instantly ignited. 10 million square kilometers. This is an unimaginably vast land. The champion's glory and power
mean ruling this continent and becoming an existence akin to the Fire Dragon King, Frost Dragon King, or Black Dragon King.
The temptation is too great. Who could resist?
Even the usually composed Man Ray was excited, let alone those who value territory more than their lives.
The championship is mine. No one can take it from me.
Many contestants' eyes turned red as they silently vowed to themselves,
"All right, I'll leave the rest to Duke Eudes." Frederick XXXII looked at a thin middle-aged man and
said with a smile, "Brother, I entrust the exchange competition to you." Eudes bowed in response, "As you command, Your Majesty." He turned to face the more than 7,000 contestants and loudly announced, "His Majesty has entrusted me to preside over this exchange competition. I hope all deans, teachers, staff, and contestants take this
seriously.
This exchange competition is divided into 3 stages: the Lost Continent Elimination Round, the Demiplane Arena, and the final Dragon God Mountain
Challenge. The first stage, the Lost Continent Elimination Round. Eudes explained, this is the lost continent that His Majesty just introduced. After investigation, it
has been occupied by various magical beasts, ranging from the weakest to those at the sanctuary level. Your task is to hunt magical beasts on the continent, collect magic cores, and exchange them for points.
The time limit is 1 month.
The scoring rules are as follows: Level 1 Magic Core, 1 point, Level 2, 5 points, Level 3, 10 points, Level 9, 1000 points, Early Sanctuary level, 10,000 points, Mid Sanctuary level, 20,000 points, Late Sanctuary level, 50,000 points, Peak Sanctuary level,
100,000 points.
The top 100 contestants with the highest scores will advance to the next round. Those who die, give up, fail to accumulate enough points, or do not
complete the month will be eliminated.
The contestants held their breath and listened attentively.
Later, each person will be given a specially made communication magic device.
If you encounter a life-threatening situation, you can call for help, but doing so will be considered as forfeiting the competition.
Yutas looked at the Emperor. Your Majesty, the rules have been explained. Do you have anything to add?
Frederick XXXAI stood up. I'll say just 2 things. You are all elites of the Empire, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the Empire. Therefore, the rules of the elimination round have been slightly adjusted. During the competition, you may seize others' magic cores, but killing other contestants is strictly prohibited.
As his words fell, the atmosphere became tense yet excited, and everyone's hearts burned
with the fire of victory.
Remember, your every move is being monitored.
Anyone who dares to break the rules and kill others privately will face elimination.
Frederick
XXXAI sighed and said, I temporarily changed the rules because I don't want to see you end up like previous years, where less than 1/10 survive, causing the Empire to lose so much talent for nothing.
1/10?
The contestants were shocked.
That survival rate is far too low.
This year, there are 7,848 participants.
Based on the previous ratio, fewer than 1,000 would survive? My goodness!
Everyone immediately felt the brutality of past competitions.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern.
The contestants were so grateful they almost cried. Frederick XXXAI nodded slightly. His Majesty is kind-hearted and knows how hard your training has been, which is why he specially adjusted the rules.
But you still cannot let your guard down. Duke Yutas reminded, the Lost Continent is teeming with magical beasts, including hundreds of sanctuary-level beasts.
Danger lurks everywhere, and one careless move could leave you torn to pieces with no burial site.
You must act cautiously. Yes. The contestants answered in unison.
1 hour later, the magic teleportation array will activate and send you to the Lost Continent.
If there's anything you need to say, explain, or prepare, do it quickly.
The scene instantly became lively, and the contestants flocked to their respective team leaders.
Black Dragon Kingdom contestants, gather here. Frost Kingdom contestants, come over too.
Fire Dragon Kingdom's 52 contestants, including Monray, Joel, and Francis, were also summoned by
Dean Fred and the other 5 deans.
This year's competition rules have changed unexpectedly.
The 6 deans looked solemn.
Regarding the Lost Continent, we had no prior
knowledge. But since His Majesty chose it as the venue, after giving their instructions, the 6 deans asked, is there anything else you need to explain or prepare? Speak now, and we'll arrange it for you. No. Everything is ready. Dean, do you have any extra spatial magic devices? Lend me as many as possible, and the bigger, the better.
I need them to store magical beast corpses. Naturally, it was Monray who made this bold request among the 52 contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom.
Borrow spatial magic devices to store magical beast corpses? The contestants looked at Monray, their mouths twitching, wishing they could punch him. Come on. We're heading to the Lost Continent, and everyone is tense, afraid of being slapped to death by magical beasts.
Yet here you are, thinking about collecting magical beast corpses.
Are you a devil?
Monray, magical beast corpses don't count for points. Dean Fred smiled helplessly.
No matter how many corpses you collect, it's useless, I know it. Doesn't count for points, but it can be sold for money. Think about it.
Monray said with a smile, the corpse of a single Saint Domain magical beast can sell for 10
billion gold coins.
10 would be 100 billion, and 100 would be 1 trillion.
Throwing them away would be such a waste. 100. 1 trillion. The 6 deans
twitched their mouths, thinking to themselves, you really dare to dream.
Do you think you can actually get 100 Saint Domain magical beast corpses? Are you planning to fly to the heavens?
Although they thought this, Dean Fred hesitated for a moment before handing Monray a spatial ring.
Thank you, Dean. Monray expressed
his gratitude repeatedly.
Rest assured, as long as I'm alive, I won't lose your ring. Alright, this is my spatial ring. Take it and use it. And mine too. Hour passed quickly.
All the contestants regrouped, holding the distributed spatial rings and special communicators, and entered the teleportation magic array.
Buzz. The teleportation array flashed, and a group of people disappeared. Another flash, and the second group vanished. 10 minutes later, all the contestants were gone. The
accompanying teachers watched their disappearing figures and sighed one after another. I hope a few more of them can survive.
May the dragon god bless you all. Dragon god bless.
When everyone had disappeared, the magic array finally calmed down completely. The battle dragon Dean turned to Dean Fred and said in a low voice,
Fred, if I'm not mistaken, the spatial ring you lent to Monray just now is the dragon spirit ring, right?
Dean Fred glanced at him.
What, is there a problem?
Fred, the dragon spirit ring is a semi-divine artifact you obtained from the ancient Crown Mage Tower. It contains a sealed spatial fragment with an astonishingly large space.
It's your treasure. The battle dragon Dean couldn't help but exclaim, you usually don't even let others touch it, yet you lent it to him? You really dare to do that? Aren't you afraid that kid will lose it? I trust Monray.
Upon entering the teleportation array, the world spun, and after a bout of dizziness, Monray
and the others appeared on a small island.
The island was truly small, like a piece of reef, less than a kilometer in length and width, floating alone in the boundless
ocean.
The wind howled, and the waves surged as if trying to sweep both the people and the island away. The sky was gray, and thick fog surrounded the area, reducing
visibility to no more than 100 meters. Where is the lost continent? The contestants looked around.
Look over there, someone shouted.
Everyone turned to see a
tall, dark shadow faintly appearing in the depths of the fog. Waves crashed against the shadow, making a splashing sound.
There's land over there, said a contestant.
From the Blue Dragon Kingdom in a low voice, flying toward the shadow. He tapped the water with his toes and disappeared into the fog after a few leaps.
Let's go too.
Seeing this, the other contestants also displayed their skills. Some flew with the wind, some walked on water, and others rode magic carpets, all heading toward
the shadow. Lord Monray, shall we go too? Asked the contestants from the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Let's go. Monray nodded slightly.
In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of several hundred meters. The dark shadow in the fog turned out to be a black cliff, 100 feet tall.
Waves crashed against the cliff, sending countless silver-white droplets splashing in all directions.
The black cliff was incredibly steep, surrounded by jagged reefs and broken stones, clearly untouched by
humans. Is this an island? No, it should be a continent. Monray smiled, flying over the top of the cliff.
Before him unfolded a completely different world, dense forests with birds soaring in the sky. Endless mountain ranges, with the occasional roar of wild beasts echoing. This place was primitive and ancient, yet full of
vitality. Is this the lost continent? An old man stepped forward, gazing at the vast forest in the distance. I never expected such a piece of land to be hidden in the endless deep sea. The Creator's wonders are truly incredible. Didn't you say before that the sky continent was shattered by the gods, and its fragments floated on the endless deep sea?
Monray pointed to the lost continent before them and said with a smile, perhaps this is one of those fragments that evolved into this.
The sky continent was surrounded by an endless ocean, known as the endless deep sea. The endless deep sea was home to countless terrifying sea magical beasts, full of dangers. It was extremely difficult for creatures from the continent to survive in the ocean. So no one knows if there are other continents in the endless deep sea, because no one dares to explore. Legends are just legends. The truth remains unclear to anyone.
The old man sighed, but since this lost continent has been discovered, it
definitely belongs to our dragon god empire.
Kid, work harder, aim to win the championship, establish a kingdom, and become the new master of this continent, restoring
the glory of our Crocker family. Old Dean, you think so highly of me? Monray raised an eyebrow. Nonsense.
The old man rolled his eyes. Your strength has improved so quickly that you can now easily defeat the Saint Domain magical beast, the golden-winged holy light tiger.
Who can compare to someone as abnormal as you? You praise me so much, I feel a bit embarrassed. Monray grinned mischievously.
But honestly, there are quite a few geniuses in this competition, and they're not easy
to deal with. Some even rank higher than me on the Dragon God Genius list. Facing so many strong opponents, I'm under a lot of pressure. Pressure? What pressure? No matter how abnormal others are, they can't compare to your abnormality. Don't act all modest in front of me.
The old man scolded angrily, you inexplicably comprehended the laws, suddenly became a Saint Magus, inexplicably awakened a powerful bloodline, suddenly unleashed forbidden spells.
Others rely on breakthroughs,
promotions, and consuming countless rare treasures, but none of them can match your terrifying growth through sheer luck.
You brat, showing off in front of me. Enough. Stop talking nonsense and go hunt magical beasts.
This year's exchange competition champion belongs to the Crocker family, no one can take it.
I've even thought of the name for your duchy, Crocker Duchy.
This lost continent will be called Crocker Continent in the future.
Your title will be Crocker King. Oh, and you must also revert to the Crocker family name.
From today onwards, you'll be called Mundray Crocker, and I appoint you as the current head of the Crocker family.
Old Dean, are you dreaming? Dreaming? Dragon God Cathedral. Brother Emperor, have all the contestants entered the lost continent? Emperor Frederick XXXII asked softly. Yes, Brother Emperor. Duke Eudes answered respectfully, all 7,848 contestants have entered the lost continent without exception. The earliest group has already ventured. Dozens of miles deep. Good. Emperor Frederick XXXII nodded in satisfaction. Let's see the young elites of the empire.
Swish, 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 beams of dazzling light rose from all directions, converging in the sky to form an enormous magical light screen that blocked the sunlight, almost covering the entire sky.
This is...
The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, seeing the magical light screen clearly display a continent, mountains and hills, plains and plateaus, lakes and rivers, forests and basins, deserts and wastelands.
Grasslands and barren lands, everything was there, with diverse and complex terrain. Your Majesty, is this the lost continent? A minister asked excitedly. Indeed.
This is the newly discovered lost continent.
Emperor.
Frederick XXXI smiled. Over the past 3 months, I've sent people to thoroughly investigate this continent and even installed magical crystal devices in advance.
So everything on the lost continent is under my control.
We can overlook the entire continent from above, zoom in to view specific areas, and monitor any region.
No matter which corner of the continent or which contestant, none can escape our eyes. I see. Your Majesty is wise.
The crowd praised in unison. The Empire had long possessed live broadcast magical technology
and equipment,
but being able to monitor the entire lost continent was undoubtedly a grand feat.
How many magical crystal balls must have been deployed? And to complete it within just 3 months? The manpower and resources consumed are unimaginable. After the exchange competition ends and the champion is crowned, I will gift this entire set of equipment to the champion for free, so they can conveniently manage and control this lost continent. Emperor Frederick XXXII continued. Gift?
The crowd was stunned, shocked internally.
Spending such a huge cost to create a continent-wide monitoring artifact, and then giving it away for free? The Emperor is truly generous. However, a few close ministers who understood the Emperor's intentions
found it reasonable. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion this time will undoubtedly be the 13th princess. His Majesty is merely giving the most precious thing to his most beloved daughter. How could he be
reluctant? My dear ministers, who are the top contestants in this exchange competition? Speak up and let everyone see. Frederick XXXII asked.
Your Majesty, our Dragon God Academy has sent 389 participants to this year's exchange competition, among whom 71 have entered the Dragon God Genius list.
One person spoke first.
The strongest is Prince Barbarossa, ranked 148th.
Everyone is eagerly anticipating witnessing his strength. Let it begin now. Horace Marquis agreed.
Prince Barbarossa is a top talent of the younger generation. At just 26 years old, he ranks 148th on the Dragon God Genius list. In this exchange competition, he is
bound to shine brightly. We can't wait to see his performance. Alright, since everyone wants to see Barbarossa, let me show you. Frederick XXXII smiled and nodded to the court attendant. Swish, the massive magical screen instantly switched scenes, revealing a dense forest.
A handsome young man appeared on the screen, clad in golden armor with a pair of golden dragon horns on his head.
He was none other than the 888th Prince Barbarossa Frederick, the 888th child of Emperor Frederick XXXII, and the only prince with pure golden dragon bloodline.
The Dragon God Empire places great importance on bloodlines. Only dragons with pure golden
bloodlines can inherit the throne.
Whether prince or princess, as long as they are pure-blooded golden dragons, they are eligible to inherit the throne. Others, no matter how talented, powerful, or outstanding,
cannot inherit the throne. And Barbarossa, among Frederick XXXII's over 1,000 children, is the only pure-blooded golden dragon. His future is already determined to ascend the throne and become the supreme ruler of the empire. Thus, all the ministers are particularly eager to please him, and no one dares to offend this future emperor. It's Prince Barbarossa. Look! The prince is here! Many princes and princesses shouted, and the noble ministers also looked at the magical screen showing Barbarossa, their eyes full of admiration. Barbarossa exuded a strong aura of dominance. He stood on a golden giant sword, flying through the air with unstoppable momentum. Whoosh, 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 as he flew, golden rays pierced through all the magical beasts he encountered. The magic cores of the defeated beasts flew toward his wrist, automatically merging and disappearing without a trace. Roar! Suddenly, a 9th-level magical beast appeared, a 50-meter-tall golden-backed giant lizard, roaring thunderously, shaking the trees. But Barbarossa merely glanced at it indifferently, and a golden ray shot out, directly piercing the lizard's head, killing it instantly. His movements were effortless, his aura as casual as if he were taking a stroll. Killing a 9th-level magical beast was as easy for him as slaughtering livestock. This is the prowess of Prince Barbarossa. Prince Barbarossa is incredible. As expected of Barbarossa, even a 9th-level magical beast is no match for him. The crowd exclaimed repeatedly, their praises unending. Your Majesty, Prince Barbarossa kills 9th-level magical beasts as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs. His strength is already close to mid-Saint Domain level. The Dragon God Academy's headmaster said with a smile. Almost, Frederick XXXII smiled. Headmaster Luke, I heard that this year's Dragon God Academy is brimming with talent, with many geniuses, and even some stronger than Barbarossa. Is that true? Your Majesty, among his peers, there is indeed no one stronger than Barbarossa. However, there are a few older individuals who are slightly superior, Headmaster Luke replied with a smile. Oh, who are they? I'd like to see them. Frederick XXXII raised his eyebrows and asked. They are Golden Dragon Lion Sakhen, Thunder Giant Adil, Undying Elf Miriam, Imperial Dawn Meredith, and White Tiger Knight Mond Aston. This was a verdant lake, like a pearl embedded in the endless forest. The water was crystal clear, gently rippling with emerald waves. A soft breeze brushed across, creating circles of ripples. On the lake's surface, the lakeside was surrounded by dense reeds, forming a natural barrier that obscured the view. Moo, moo, suddenly, the sound of beastly roars echoed, a black, steel-like beast, 20 meters long, covered in hard fur, with 6 hooves, a snake-like tail, and a single horn on its head, lay in the reeds, letting out a mournful wail. It was the legendary level 9 magical beast, the black-eyed python bull. At this moment, the black-eyed python bull was in grave danger. Its python tail was firmly clamped in the jaws of a sky-splitting giant armored crocodile, which was trying to drag it into the lake. The black-eyed python bull struggled desperately. Though its tail was bleeding profusely and the pain was excruciating, it refused to give up. Moo on one side was the black-eyed python bull fighting for its life, and on the other was the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile trying to devour it. Neither was willing to let go. The two were locked in a tug-of-war, a battle of endurance. Whoever held out to the end would survive. Suddenly, a green leaf sliced through the air at high speed, piercing precisely into the black-eyed python bull's temple and exiting from the other side. Hiss! The mournful wail of the black-eyed python bull abruptly ceased. Its eyes widened, and its struggle stopped instantly. Seeing this, the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile was overjoyed and frantically dragged the black-eyed python bull toward the lake. Immediately after, another leaf flew through the air, stabbing into the left eye of the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile. The crocodile froze instantly, motionless. Withdraw! A cold voice rang out. The magic cores of both the black-eyed python bull and the sky-splitting giant armored crocodile simultaneously burst out of their bodies and flew toward a large tree nearby. On the tree stood a burly young man with golden hair, as strong as a lion. With a casual grab, he caught the 2 level 9 magic cores in his hand. Tisk! The young man licked the blood off the magic cores, and in a flash, his figure disappeared among the branches, leaving behind the 2 corpses of the level 9 magical beasts lying silently by the lake, silently recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. Truly worthy of being Sakhen, the golden dragon lion. Onlookers in front of the Dragon God Cathedral clearly witnessed the robust young man slaying the 2 level 9 magical beasts, exclaiming in shock and amazement. Killing with flying leaves, and even slaying level 9 magical beasts. Incredible! Emperor Frederick XXXII nodded slightly. This Sakan boy is indeed remarkable.
His understanding of the laws far surpasses Barbarossa's.
Your Majesty flatters him.
The headmaster of the Dragon God Academy humbly replied, when Prince Barbarossa reaches this age, his strength will surely surpass Sakan's.
Perhaps. Emperor Frederick XXXII's expression grew serious. Headmaster Luke, Sakan is likely not an ordinary human, is he? Your Majesty has sharp eyes. Headmaster Luke smiled and nodded. Sakan possesses the bloodline of the Golden Dragon Lion and is a descendant of the Golden Dragon Lion family. The Golden Dragon Lion family? The Emperor was shocked. A descendant of the Golden Dragon Lion family? No wonder he's so exceptional.
Seeing the Emperor's reaction, some ministers were puzzled.
What is the Golden Dragon Lion family to make His Majesty so moved?
However, most of the Saint Domain experts' expressions changed slightly,
their eyes flashing with shock and apprehension. Those who didn't know were unaware of the Golden Dragon Lion family's origins, but those who did understood that it was a colossal force. The Golden Dragon Lion family, a lineage that had produced countless great powerhouses. Their heritage was second only to the four ancient empires. Let's check on the other battles. Emperor Frederick XXXII turned to the magical screen. Yes, Your Majesty.
The massive magical screen shifted, revealing a towering mountain with 100-meter-high waterfall cascading from its peak, crashing into the pool below with a thunderous roar. By the pool, an intense battle was unfolding. A giant six-headed serpent roared, each of its heads unleashing ice blades, water arrows, boulders, and venom, relentlessly attacking the giant on the opposite side. But this giant was no ordinary being. Standing 15 to 16 meters tall, his upper body was bare, his muscles exuding
immense power.
Facing the continuous onslaught of the six-headed serpent's attacks, the giant roared furiously, advancing instead of retreating, ignoring the overwhelming magic as he charged toward the serpent with
brute force. Boom! Countless magical attacks engulfed the giant like a tidal wave, but in the next moment, the air around the giant exploded, lightning erupted, and all the magical attacks were instantly shattered. Die! The giant charged at the six-headed serpent, his fist as large as a watermelon, brimming with ferocious power, and smashed heavily onto the middle serpent head. Boom! The powerful strike directly turned that serpent head into pulp. The six-headed serpent howled in rage and pain, the remaining five heads frantically biting at the giant. Ha! The giant laughed heartily, letting four of the serpent heads bite into him. He grabbed one of the heads and stuffed it directly into his mouth, crunching and gnawing savagely, exuding extreme ferocity. Hiss hiss, the six-headed serpent let out a piercing screech, the remaining four heads desperately biting, but the giant's thick skin and tough flesh were impenetrable. Hiss hiss, realizing the situation, the six-headed serpent gave up biting, swung its tail, and tried to flee back to the pool. Trying to run? The giant snorted coldly, his fist flying out. Hiss hiss, the battle was clearly one-sided. In the end, the remaining four heads were swallowed one by one into the giant's stomach. The six-headed serpent was utterly annihilated. At the front of the Dragon God Cathedral, everyone felt a chill down their spines, their necks tightening. Is this the little guy called Adil? Frederick XXXII smiled wryly. What a ferocious little fellow. His combat style resembles those brutish titans. Your Majesty is wise. Dean Luke said with a smile. Adil has activated the Thunder Titan bloodline, and it's a deep activation. The purity of his bloodline rivals that of a first-generation sub-titan. Deep activation? Not bad, this kid. Frederick XXXII nodded repeatedly. The Thunder Titans are a higher race, even stronger than us Golden Dragons. If Adil can fully awaken, he will be on par with a pure Thunder Titan. Indeed, Your Majesty. Dean Luke smiled. This child has immense potential and must be nurtured with priority. In a few years, our Dragon God Empire might even give rise to its own Thunder Titan family. Frederick XXXII was filled with heroic spirit. By then, those barbaric titans of the Western continent will surely be driven mad with rage. Ha! Your Majesty's vision is as vast as the boundless sea and the infinite starry sky. I am deeply in awe. Dean Luke sincerely praised. P.S. Asking for a monthly vote, the magical screen kept shifting, and following the Golden Dragon Lion Sakan and Thunder Giant Adil, war geniuses appeared one after another. Your Majesty, this is the undying elf Miriam. She has awakened the Wood Elf bloodline, almost perfectly, inheriting all Wood element abilities. She possesses exceptional talent in wood element magic and extraordinary
vision, making her both a wood element archmage and a holy archer.
This is the Empire's Dawn, Meredith.
She carries a powerful angel bloodline, with unparalleled talent in light magic. At just 29 years old, she has already reached mid-saint level strength, and many seasoned saint level experts wouldn't dare guarantee victory against her. This one, clad in animal skins with a head full of white hair, is the White Tiger Knight Mond Aston.
Mond Aston is a rare dual bloodline awakener, possessing both the White Tiger bloodline of the Beastman royalty and the Nether White Tiger bloodline.
The White Tiger is a legendary divine beast, brave and decisive. The Nether White Tiger is a rare dual-element beast of light and darkness, mysterious and
unpredictable.
With his dual tiger bloodlines awakened, Mond Aston not only wields talent in light, dark, and gold magic but also boasts a formidable physique and incredible speed.
His strength is beyond question. Golden Dragon Lion Sakhen, Thunder Giant Adil, Undying Elf Miriam, Empire's Dawn Meredith, White Tiger Knight, Mond Aston. After Dean Luke's introductions, Frederick XXXII's expression grew solemn. Frederick XXXII sighed, this generation of geniuses is truly the most outstanding in nearly a century.
Most of them would have been champions in the past, yet this year so many have emerged at once, it fills me with pride.
This is all thanks to your Majesty's wise leadership. The emergence of so many geniuses ensures the Empire's prosperity, and it's all due to your Majesty. Since your Majesty's ascension, all directions have submitted to us, and countless races have pledged allegiance. First, we discovered the lost continent, and now so many geniuses have appeared. The ministers chimed in one after another, their praises flowing like an unending river, surging and unstoppable. Frederick XXXII waved his hand slightly. Having many geniuses is a
fortunate thing, but I've heard that this generation's outstanding talents are not limited to just these.
As
he spoke, his gaze swept toward the other deans, the meaning clear. Quickly tell me, who else? Your Majesty, our Royal Knights Academy has also produced a few geniuses this time.
The most outstanding is Her Highness, the 13th Princess Annabella.
The princess is extraordinarily gifted, ranking 17th on the Dragon God Genius list at just 28 years old, surpassing all the young talents of her generation.
She has made
significant contributions during multiple sea beast attacks, her strength so formidable that even we old folks
feel ashamed in comparison.
The 13th princess is indeed remarkable.
Hearing the praise, Frederick XXXII's face immediately lit up with a smile.
Among his thousands of children, his favorite was little 13. Ministers and members of the Holy Domain nodded in agreement, praising the 13th princess as the strongest of the younger generation, her strength beyond question, and deeply loved by the Emperor.
If not for her less than pure bloodline, she would undoubtedly be the best candidate for the next emperor. Where would there even be room for a Prince Barbarossa?
The lost continent, deep within the forest.
The aura of the
Holy Domain magical beast is coming from this pit. A young man in a black mage robe approached the edge
of a massive sinkhole.
The sinkhole had a diameter of over 100 meters and was so deep that its bottom was invisible, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, ready to devour humans at any moment.
The
walls of the pit were covered with fine grass, lichens, and mold, concealing the opening completely.
If not
for following the magical beast's aura, it would have been impossible to discover this place.
Another Holy Domain magical beast is about to be taken down. Running into you is just the worst luck ever. So pitiful, old Dean, is it appropriate for you to talk like that? Did I say anything wrong? I didn't, right? Ha ha, are you planning to take it down? Of course. It was peacefully staying in its lair, and then you suddenly attacked it. Doesn't that count as the worst luck ever? True. Then I wasn't wrong. I give up on you. The young man, Monray, didn't hesitate and leapt into the sinkhole.
A cold, damp air mixed with the stench of decay rushed toward him. As he descended further, the temperature gradually dropped, the light dimmed. But the aura of the Holy Domain magical beast hidden in the pit grew increasingly intense.
Monray, skilled and fearless, descended rapidly. After 5 minutes, he finally reached the bottom of the pit. Before him was a spacious underground cavern. At the bottom of this sinkhole, there's truly another world. Though the light at the bottom was dim, Monray's extraordinary vision allowed him to see everything clearly. The space was vast, stretching beyond sight. What a mysterious place, hiding a great secret. The ground was littered with various bones and remains, the largest skeleton towering over 100 meters, with a single rib as tall as a 10-story building. The number of other bones was countless. The area was thick with marsh gas, or even a single spark could trigger a massive explosion. But where is the Holy Domain magical beast? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound echoed, and pairs of blood-red eyes began to appear in the darkness ahead. Countless pairs of crimson eyes gleamed coldly, like demons from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the sound of saliva being licked could be heard clearly. The owners of these red eyes were staring at Man-Ray, making greedy noises. Sure enough, Man-Ray could clearly see, in the dark cavern ahead, a magical beast hanging upside down. It was as large as a yak, with wings, a head resembling a black wolf, blood-red eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. A bat-like magical beast. The underground cavern was unfathomably deep. After walking for about 15 minutes, Man-Ray suddenly came upon a massive underground pool. Mist swirled above the water, obscuring its depth and width, as if it were the legendary Spring of the Gods. In the center of the pool lay a peculiar magical beast, resembling a giant salamander. Its entire body was milky white, as if sculpted from the finest white jade. Its skin appeared soft and smooth, translucent and tender, like freshly emerged flesh. The luster of its skin was enough to make any noble woman feel inferior and countless beauties envious to the point of madness. Wow! This salamander is enormous. Man-Ray couldn't help but exclaim softly. It must be 70 or 80 meters long. How incredible! Wow! Hearing the sound, the massive creature was clearly startled and turned its head. Saying turned its head isn't entirely accurate, as its eyes were tightly shut. Obviously, to adapt to the dark cave environment, its eyes had already degenerated. Yet, it still sensed Man-Ray's presence. Wow! Wow! The giant salamander opened its huge mouth, letting out a piercing, sharp cry that sounded like a child crying, sending chills down one's spine. Headmaster, what kind of monster is this? Man-Ray asked nervously. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the long-extinct Saint Domain magical beast of the Sky Continent, the Rift Demon. Salamander, the old man said in surprise. The Lost Continent is truly amazing. There are many creatures here that have long disappeared from the Sky Continent. Rift Demon Salamander? What a strange name. Why is it called that? Man-Ray was puzzled. Because it can split, the old man explained. When the Rift Demon Salamander suffers a fatal attack, it splits into multiple entities to share the damage. In other words, ordinary attacks are completely ineffective against it. It can split? Man-Ray was baffled. This world is truly full of wonders. There's actually such a magical creature. Splitting? Isn't that like those slugs in cartoons? What's so strange about that? The old man chuckled. You'd better be careful later. The Rift Demon Salamander may look clumsy, but it has a particularly violent temperament and is highly aggressive. The name demon isn't for nothing. Got it. Man-Ray turned his head to see the Rift Demon Salamander baring its teeth and growling lowly, clearly preparing to attack. Wow! Wow! In the next second, countless silver water spears, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly emerged from the Rift Demon Salamander's body and launched a ferocious attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The silver water spears pierced through the air with a sharp, ear-piercing sound, aiming straight at Man-Ray as if to turn him into a sieve. Level 8 Magic Water's Judgment? You underestimate me. Man-Ray shook his head slightly and slowly uttered 4 words, Absolute Zero. Buzz ice elements rapidly gathered around, transforming into a strong white cold current that surged toward the Rift Demon Salamander. Wow! The Rift Demon Salamander let out a scream but had no time to react before being completely engulfed by the cold current. Crack, crack, the countless water spears shooting toward Man-Ray were instantly frozen and shattered into pieces. The Rift Demon Salamander was frozen solid. Even the pool of water beneath it froze along with it. Everything in the cave was frozen. In an instant, the damp, dark cave turned into an ice sculpture palace, exuding a bone-chilling cold. The breath exhaled turned into white mist instantly. White mist spread everywhere. The ice crystals were transparent and glistening. The Rift Demon Salamander had turned into an ice sculpture, its posture frozen in the same position as before, as if it had just been carved, lifelike and vivid. Ding! Killed 1 Rift Demon Salamander, gained 10.4 billion gold coins. The system notification sounded right on time. Absolute Zero is truly powerful, but it's absolutely perfect for dealing with the Rift Demon Salamander. The old man took a deep breath, full of emotion. As for how Man-Ray could cast ice-type forbidden spells, he was no longer surprised. Wasn't Man-Ray full of strange surprises already? Split? Under absolute zero, that's impossible. Mondray chuckled, lightly, tapping the ice sculpture with his finger. With a crack, the massive Rift Demon Salamander shattered into a pile of ice powder. Collect! A magic core larger than a watermelon flew out. Mondray caught it steadily, stored it in his pouch, and then flew into the dense forest to continue hunting magical beasts. At Mondray's level of strength, ordinary magical beasts no longer interested him. His minimum target was level 9 magical beasts, with a focus on Saint Domain magical beasts. As for low-level creatures at levels 7 or 8, he would kill them in passing if encountered, but specifically seeking them out would be a waste of time. Headmaster, have you sensed any Saint Domain magical beasts? Not yet, but there is a decent level 9 magical beast to the southeast. How far? About 50 or 60 kilometers. If there are no Saint Domain magical beasts, then let's check that one out. Mondray was slightly disappointed but still flew toward the direction of the level 9 magical beast. Who would have thought that halfway there, the old man suddenly stopped. Brat, wait. In that direction, there's the aura of a Saint Domain magical beast. Northeast direction? Yes. Good. Monray didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the northeast. After integrating the bloodline of the god-slaying rat, his speed increased several times, including his flying speed. His current flying speed was faster than most mid-level Saint Domain flying magical beasts, practically sweeping through like the wind. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed by. Instantly, he flew hundreds of meters. A few minutes later, Monray arrived at the location of the Saint Domain magical beast, and the scene before him left him stunned. That Saint Domain magical beast was under siege. A team of 6 contestants had surrounded it, relentlessly attacking. These 6 were clearly not to be trifled with. Sharp sword edges, fierce strength, and incredibly precise magic. Every move carried a deadly threat. Even though the magical beast had thick skin and tough flesh, it couldn't withstand the combined assault of the 6. Under their fierce attacks, the unlucky Saint Domain magical beast was struggling to cope, covered in wounds, and its life was in imminent danger. Its entire body was bright red, with scales resembling rose petals, and a single horn on its head. This was a wood element Saint Domain magical beast, the unicorn rose python. The old man chuckled and said, "The unicorn rose python is the most beautiful among python-type magical beasts, and it's very rare on the sky continent." Beautiful? It doesn't look good at all. Monray rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze to the 6 attackers. That's the uniform of Dragon God Academy. Are they from Dragon God Academy? Judging by the uniform, that's correct. The old man nodded, affirming Monray's judgment. What a pity, this Saint Domain magical beast is about to be killed by them. Monray shook his head inside. Stop pretending, you know exactly what kind of person you are. The old man sneered disdainfully. Old Dean, with your bluntness, you probably don't have many friends. Monray pouted, then descended from the sky, directly jumping into the battle circle. What are you doing? Why are you hurting my mount? Monray descended from the sky, his aura overwhelming, like a monkey stepping on colorful clouds, suddenly appearing and startling everyone. Be alert! Someone's trying to snatch the spoils. A girl with golden curly hair, wearing a golden magic robe and holding a golden staff, shouted an order. The 6 immediately stopped their attacks and stared at Monray. Warily. I thought it was someone important, but it's just an underdeveloped brat. The golden-haired girl sighed in relief and said coldly, "Brat, leave now, and we can let bygones be bygones. If you don't blame us for being rude. Where did this wild kid come from? Get lost. How dare you try to steal our prey? You're asking for death." The other 5 straightened up, lowered their guard, and looked at Monray coldly, full of disdain. Prey? Monray's face instantly turned cold. Pointing at the unicorn rose python behind him, he said in a deep voice, "That's my mount, and you dare treat it as prey?" Mount? The 6 were stunned, and turned to look at the unicorn rose python, only to see the snake looking at Monray with a bewildered expression. I'm his mount? Why don't I know about this? Clearly, it didn't recognize Monray at all. The 6 were instantly enraged. Brat, are you messing with us? A burly man over 2 meters tall, with a single horn on his head and wings on his back, roared like an enraged bull and charged straight at Monray. Marcus, go easy on him, don't kill him, or you'll be disqualified, someone reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Marcus grinned maliciously, raised his right hammer, and smashed it down. Kid, this is no place for you, go back to your milk.
It must be said, this hammer strike was incredibly powerful. Even a level 9 magical beast would be smashed into pulp, let alone the small-framed Man-Ray.
From the outside, the disparity between the two was enormous. However, when the heavy hammer came down, Man-Ray easily caught it, gripping the hammer in his hand. With a slight exertion, the hammer was crushed, scattering bone powder everywhere. What? Marcus's eyes widened. This hammer was forged from the bones of a Saint-Domain magical beast, the sea whale beast. Extremely heavy and durable. Yet it was casually caught and crushed? Is this even human? Before he could react, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. Man-Ray had already appeared before him and punched him in the stomach. Marcus opened his mouth to speak. The blonde girl and the other 4 were dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. Although Marcus wasn't the strongest among them, as a black dragon kin, his strength was unparalleled. Yet, he was instantly killed by a single punch from Man-Ray. And even his prized sea whale bone hammer was crushed. What kind of power was this? What kind of strength? A Saint-Domain. The seemingly ordinary kid before them was undoubtedly a Saint-Domain, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defeat Marcus in one move. Realizing this, the 5 were instantly terrified. It's my mount. Is there a problem? Man-Ray stared at the blonde girl and her companions. The 5 trembled all over. Although they were half-step Saint-Domains wielding Saint magic artifacts, even together they could barely handle an early-stage Saint-Domain magical beast. Facing a terrifying Saint-Domain capable of killing Marcus in one blow, they were no match at all. Not speaking? Then I'll ask again. Man-Ray raised an eyebrow. This unicorn rose python is my mount. Do you have any objections? Yes, sir, it's yours. The blonde girl's mouth twitched. Though extremely unwilling, she wisely gave up on the unicorn rose python. Facing a Saint-Domain with unfathomable strength, resisting would only lead to death. Leave. Man-Ray waved his hand dismissively. The 5 quickly picked up Marcus and fled as if their lives depended on it, afraid that if they delayed, Man-Ray might chase after them. Now, it's just us. Man-Ray turned around, his gaze falling on the heavily injured unicorn rose python. The unicorn rose python slightly raised the corners of its mouth, revealing a faint sneer. Its appearance was truly unique. Its scales resembled layers of rose petals stacked together, making it the beauty of the python family. Hiss hiss. Hiss, the unicorn rose python's eyes were filled with fear as it growled softly, What do you want? Seeing that it didn't immediately attack, Man-Ray nodded inwardly. Although he hadn't been in the Lost Continent for long, he had discovered something peculiar about the magical beasts here. They didn't harbor the same hatred for humans as the magical beasts of the Sky Continent. Perhaps because they had never encountered humans before, they regarded humans as another type of magical beast. When faced with humans stronger than themselves, they would feel fear, reverence, and even submission. They wouldn't be filled with hatred and defiance like the magical beasts of the Sky Continent, who would rather die than yield. I'm wondering whether to braise you, roast you, freeze you into an ice pop, or skewer you for grilling? Man-Ray rubbed his chin, smiling mischievously. But that would be too bloody. How about slicing you into snake meat fillets? I've never had snake meat fillets before. And your rose-like scales, if I peel them off and arrange them into a rose shape, they'd be perfect for impressing girls. Hiss hiss hiss, the unicorn rose python trembled all over, its eyes filled with terror. Sir, please don't kill me. I'm just an ignorant little snake. My meat really doesn't taste good. Oh? You know how to beg for mercy? Man-Ray laughed in surprise. Begging for mercy is good. I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider sparing you. Please, sir, ask away. I'll tell you everything. The unicorn rose python shivered, nodding repeatedly. Are you familiar with this continent? Of course. I've lived here since I was young. I know every corner of it. Man-Ray's eyes lit up. Then do you know the hiding places of all the Saint-Domain magical beasts on this continent? Yes, sir. The unicorn rose python replied respectfully. Those Saint-Domain magical beasts are all my friends. I know the location of each of their lairs. Excellent. Man-Ray nodded in satisfaction. One last question, do you want to live or die? Live. I want to live, sir. The unicorn rose python was on the verge of tears. If you want to live, then follow me. Man-Ray grinned, revealing his teeth. Take me to find your Saint-Domain magical beast friends. Remember, every single one of them. Sir, why are you looking for them?
The unicorn rose python blinked and asked.
Is that something you should be asking? Mondray glared at it coldly. I have some matters to discuss with them. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, yes. The unicorn rose python quickly agreed.
Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Mondray's figure
flashed as he leapt onto the unicorn rose python's head.
Yes, sir. In a hidden patch of grass, several heads slowly emerged, staring intently at the thin young man who had just left, stepping on a giant snake. They breathed a sigh of relief. He's gone. That terrifying guy has finally left. But the relief in their eyes was quickly replaced by anger and hatred. Damn brat, how dare he steal our prey?
We've roamed the imperial capital
unchallenged. When have we ever suffered such a loss? It's infuriating.
I swear by the name of the dragon god, if I don't avenge this, I won't bear the name Karlkasnodislav Kamabulo.
Listening to their curses and resentment, the blonde girl snorted coldly. Revenge?
Don't be foolish, this guy is unfathomable.
Even if the 6 of us ambushed him, he wouldn't be an opponent. You still want revenge? Are we just going to give up? Like this? If it were stolen by Socking, Adil, or Mondastan, I could tolerate it, but what is this brat? Exactly. What is he, daring to steal our prey? I can't swallow this. Humiliation. This is a huge disgrace.
The blonde girl shook her head. His strength is too great.
This is not easy to handle.
Seeking revenge is too difficult.
Then what do we do? Just let it go? Let it go? What a joke. He stole my prey, Alice's prey. How can we let him off so easily?
The blonde girl sneered. There are plenty of ways to get revenge.
Fighting to the death is the dumbest choice. Alice, you have a plan? Everyone's eyes lit up. I knew you
were the smartest. There are more contestants on the lost continent than just us, and plenty of them can kill
him. You mean, using someone else's hand?
The unicorn rose python carried Monray, crossing mountains and valleys, and arrived at the foot of a large mountain as their first stop.
Master, my first friend, Jimmy Frost, lives on that volcano. Volcano? Monray turned to look.
The base of the mountain was lush with greenery, nothing special, but the summit was bare, blackened, and devoid of vegetation, clearly an active volcano.
Let's go, head up immediately. Monray had already sensed the aura of a saint-level magical beast. Yes, master. The unicorn rose python dared not delay and flew towards the summit. Though it was only a saint-level early-stage magical beast, its speed was sufficient to take to the skies. Upon reaching the summit, a strong sulfuric smell hit them.
The volcanic crater spanned about 10 acres, with black smoke curling up, magma churning, and heat waves surging.
Go! Call him out. Monray patted the unicorn rose python beneath him.
Master, this. The unicorn rose python hesitated, fear evident in its eyes.
Isn't he your friend? Monray frowned. You're here to see an old friend. What are you afraid of? Master, but, if you
keep stalling, I'll throw you into the volcanic lake for a bath.
Monray glared, his tone impatient. Yes, master.
The unicorn rose python shivered and scurried off.
Being a wood element magical beast, it feared fire the most. Tossing it into the boiling magma wouldn't clean its dirt, it would be cleaning itself.
Hiss hiss hiss.
Jimmy Frost, your old friend is here. The unicorn rose python roared loudly, unleashing its full aura as it charged towards the boiling magma lake. A low growl echoed. The next moment, the magma churned, splashing waves, and a massive head emerged from the magma.
The head was terrifyingly grotesque, covered in fiery red scales, with a spiral horn atop its head, and eyes larger than watermelons.
Fire dragon? Monray's eyes widened. This head looked just like a fire dragon. Could it be a pure-blood fire dragon? As the massive creature gradually surfaced, its enormous body came into view. Long and robust, covered in fiery
red, hardened scales, its form resembled a giant crocodile, but its 4 legs were unusually short.
Monray
breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a fire dragon.
If it were, he wouldn't be able to hunt it. In the Dragon God Empire, anything could be done except killing dragons. It was a taboo.
Becoming a dragon slayer came
with a heavy price. Old Dean, is this a sub-dragon? It's just a lava dragon crocodile. The old man scoffed.
Though it carries a trace of fire dragon blood, it's too diluted to count as a sub-dragon.
That's good. Monray smiled. Dragons protect their offspring, not allowing outsiders to bully them. They are proud and disdainful of hybrids with diluted blood. Clearly, the old man also looked down on this lava dragon. Crocodile. Looking like a fire dragon wasn't good, it insisted on pretending to be one. If you don't scold it,
who else can you scold, Clara, you useless creature? How dare you trespass on my territory?
The lava dragon.
Crocodile, Jimmy Frost, coldly scanned the unicorn rose python, his eyes full of disdain and anger.
Jimmy Frost, my old friend.
The unicorn rose python felt uneasy but spoke warmly. I had some free time today,
so I came to see you. Friend? You, a useless creature? The lava dragon crocodile laughed as if hearing the
biggest joke in the world, his laughter booming like thunder, causing rocks to tumble and magma to churn.
After laughing enough, the lava dragon crocodile finally stopped, revealing his sharp teeth in a cold sneer. If you're willing to hand over that life-filled core of life, I might consider acknowledging you as a friend. Jimmy Frost.
The unicorn rose python, repeatedly humiliated by the lava dragon crocodile, burned with anger.
Our territories are adjacent, we've been neighbors for years. How can you treat me with such disrespect? Ha ha ha, do you really think you're that important? The lava dragon crocodile sneered. If it weren't for your luck in gaining the favor of the Tree of Life, could you have become a Saint Domain creature?
In my eyes, you'll always just be a level 6 little python.
Jimmy Frost.
The unicorn rose python stomped its foot in fury but was helpless.
The reason was simple. First, the lava dragon crocodile wasn't wrong. And second, it couldn't defeat the lava dragon crocodile. It simply couldn't. Ha, what a stubborn friend.
At this moment, Monray stepped forward, coldly staring at the lava dragon crocodile.
Who are you? The lava dragon crocodile glanced at him sideways.
I'm a friend of the unicorn rose python, Monray said calmly.
If you look down on my friend, you're looking down on me.
If you don't give me an explanation today, I
won't be polite. Angry? Ha!
The lava dragon crocodile laughed loudly.
Who do you think you are, daring to shout in front of me? Do you believe I won't swallow you in one bite? Friend, I tried to reason with you, but you insist on acting like a villain, forcing me to get angry.
Monray snorted coldly and shouted, 10,000 swords return to the sect.
A dazzling golden light burst from Monray, attracting the gold
elements within several kilometers, transforming them into countless sharp swords that surrounded him.
What is this?
The lava dragon crocodile was momentarily dazzled by the overwhelming golden light, reacting a
beat too late. Ha! Monray said coldly, you despicable villain, today I'll play the protagonist and eliminate you, this scourge. Countless golden swords instantly turned and shot out, piercing through the air like a torrential rain, attacking the lava dragon crocodile.
The sheer number was overwhelming, covering the sky.
The power was immense, even a ruler would struggle to withstand it. Ah, the air was filled with the sound of piercing and agonized screams. The sword light retracted. The golden light dissipated. The unicorn rose python quickly looked over, trembling all over, a chill running down its spine. Was this still the lava dragon crocodile? It was clearly just a pile of shredded meat. A Saint Domain level creature, reduced to this?
Ding, killed one lava dragon crocodile, gained 11.5 billion gold coins.
Master, you're incredible. My admiration for you is like a river, flowing endlessly, wave after wave, never stopping. Cut the nonsense. Get to the point. To the point? Monray sighed helplessly.
Just now, I heard that old crocodile say you
were only a level 6 magical beast before becoming a Saint Domain creature? Yes, Master. The unicorn rose python didn't dare to hide anything.
10 years ago, I was indeed a level 6 magical beast.
Later, I
was lucky enough to obtain the fruit of the Tree of Life, which transformed me into a Saint Domain magical beast.
I thought that becoming a Saint Domain would allow me to stand on equal footing with those old Saint Domain creatures, but they still look down on me. Monray interrupted her, are you saying that in just 10 years, you went from a mere level 6 magical beast to a Saint Domain magical beast?
Yes, Master. The unicorn rose python was puzzled.
Is there a problem with that? 10 years. A level 6 magical beast ascending to Saint Domain. How can that not be shocking? Not only was Monray stunned, but even the old man emerged from the spatial ring in shock. Monray, quickly ask it what exactly the Tree of Life is. Monray took a deep breath and posed the question. Clara's eyes immediately lit up, filled with admiration, like a devout believer facing their God, her expression sincere and reverent. The Tree of Life is the sacred tree of this continent, the most steadfast belief in the hearts of all living beings, whether plants or animals. Everyone deeply reveres the Mother Tree. The Mother Tree always protects us. Is the Mother Tree really that powerful? A trace of curiosity flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. What exactly is the fruit of the Tree of Life?
The Tree of Life bears fruit once every 100 years, with a maximum of only 9 fruits each time.
Once the
fruits ripen, the mother tree sends them across the continent for living beings to enjoy.
The unicorn rose. Python said gratefully, if you're lucky enough, you can eat these fruits.
Eating the fruit can make you incredibly powerful in a very short time, just like me. One fruit allowed me to become a saint-level magical
beast in just 10 years. The power of this fruit is simply overwhelming. Meng Lei was incredulous. Old Dean, have you ever heard of such a fruit?
Never. The old man took a sip of water.
Although there are
many treasures on the sky continent that can help people break through their limits and enhance their strength, none compare to this fruit. This thing is far more powerful than the Law Source Crystal.
Indeed. Meng Lei nodded in agreement. The Law Source Crystal contains the laws of heaven and earth and can help a Level 9 expert break through to become a saint, but it's completely useless for those below Level 9. However, this fruit is different.
A Level 6 magical beast can become a saint in 10 years.
What is this?
It's practically a super elixir for mass-producing saints.
The Law Source Crystal can't even compare. We must find it. We have to find this sacred tree. Meng Lei's eyes were resolute, shining with determination. If I can claim the sacred tree for myself and obtain its fruits, it would be a huge gain. 1 fruit equals 1 saint level. Expert.
The value of this sacred tree is immeasurable.
Who cares about having a mine at home? Who cares about a house being demolished? Who cares about having a villa in the second ring?
Compared to the sacred
tree, none of that matters.
Of course, we have to find it, but I'm worried we won't be able to handle it, the old man said with a serious expression and a complicated look in his eyes.
Won't be able to handle it? Meng Lei was puzzled.
Do you remember what the unicorn rose python said earlier? The old man asked slowly.
Which part? Meng Lei asked.
That all living beings on this continent, whether plants or animals, deeply revere and believe in the Tree of Life, the old man said.
I know that. So what? Meng Lei's confusion deepened. I once asked myself, how can one become a god? The old man didn't answer directly but posed a question instead. I said through mastering the laws, right?
Right.
Meng Lei nodded.
You said that gods are those who control the laws.
As long as you fully master a law, you can become a god. Mastering the
laws to become a god is one method, the old man said slowly. But in fact, there is another method to become a god.
It's the simplest and most ordinary, yet also the hardest to achieve. Meng Lei was shocked. The simplest yet hardest?
That's such a contradictory statement.
What is it, old Dean? What are you talking about?
Becoming a god through faith, the old man said word by word.
Becoming a god through faith? Meng Lei's eyes lit up.
As long as you have enough believers who truly believe in and worship you, you don't have
to do anything. Even if you lie around sleeping every day, you can still become a god,
the old man explained.
With a smile. This is becoming a god through faith. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Meng Lei was speechless. You can become a god without doing anything? That's way too easy. That's why becoming a god through faith is indeed simple.
Compared to painstakingly studying the laws, it's like having a cheat code. The old man changed his tone.
But unfortunately, having enough believers is not easy at all. It's even extremely difficult.
Take our sky continent, for example. To the north is the Beastman Empire.
To the east is the Dragon God Empire.
To the south is the Elf Empire.
To the west is the Titan Empire. However, each of the 4 empires has its own divine faith.
Although there are countless living beings on the sky continent, trying to steal believers from the 4 empires is simply impossible.
Meng Lei smiled bitterly. That's something we can't achieve right now.
That's why I said that becoming a god through faith is actually extremely difficult.
Because you can't find enough believers to provide you with the power of faith to help you become a god.
The old man shook his head.
That's why all living beings on the sky continent can only honestly cultivate
the laws and follow the path of becoming a god through mastering the laws. Old Dean, you just mentioned
that becoming a god through faith is quite common. What do you mean by that? Mon Ray asked curiously.
In our sky continent, becoming a god through faith is indeed difficult, but that's not necessarily the case.
Elsewhere, the old man explained with a smile. You might not know this, but in this vast universe, there are countless different dimensions. The sky continent is just an ordinary material world. What? Mon Ray feigned surprise.
The old man continued, these dimensions are like bubbles, constantly being born and disappearing. Newly born dimensions have no gods, no powerful beings, and their way of life is primitive and backward. The beings in these dimensions are ignorant and fearful of natural forces, easily developing faith in things
they cannot understand. For example, they might worship a powerful person, a snake, a flame, or even a rock. This is the earliest form of faith, primitive worship. Primitive worship? Man Ray murmured. To primitive beings, primitive worship is just simple faith. But to the object of their worship, it is a monumental event. Because primitive worship can make them gods. Primitive worship brings faith, and faith can create gods. This is the truth behind becoming a god through faith. The old man sighed. In this vast universe, new dimensions keep appearing, and old ones keep disappearing. So, primitive worship is always happening. Even in the early days of the Sky Continent, there were similar occurrences, which gave rise to many gods. Unfortunately, as civilization developed, the faith resources of the Sky Continent were almost entirely divided up, leaving no more opportunities to become a god through faith. I see. Man Ray nodded. So, old Dean, are you worried that this Life Mother Tree might become a god through the faith of the continent's beings? Not likely. The old man shook his head. The Sky Continent hasn't seen a new god born in 100,000 years. The Life Mother Tree shouldn't have become a god. Then what are you worried about? Man Ray frowned. It may not have become a god, but it could very well be a demigod. The old man's expression turned serious. Although a demigod is not a complete god, their power is still terrifying. If the Life Mother Tree has achieved demigod status through endless faith nourishment, could you possibly stand against it? Man Ray was stunned. The power of a demigod far exceeded the limits of the Saint Domain. He was no match at all. Old Dean, what should we do? Man Ray asked anxiously. Don't panic, and don't be afraid, the old man said thoughtfully. Whether the Life Mother Tree is a demigod is still just speculation. Your most important task now is to gather as much information about the Life Mother Tree as possible to make an accurate judgment. Know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Understood. Man Ray nodded and patted the unicorn rose python beside him. Clara, tell me everything you know about the Life Mother Tree. Master. Clara began to explain. As Clara spoke, Man Ray's understanding of the Life Mother Tree deepened. It was said that although the Life Mother Tree was a tree, it was unlike any ordinary tree. It had no fixed form or location. It could appear in any corner of the continent and take on any form. It was a tree, yet not a tree. No one had ever seen its true appearance. The only certainty was that every 100 years, the voice of the Life Mother Tree would resound. Now, all beings on the continent knew one thing: the fruit had ripened. However, they knew nothing about the Life Mother Tree itself. Hearing this, the old man immediately said, this Life Mother Tree is definitely absorbing the power of faith. The so-called fruit is merely a tool to spread faith. Actively collecting the power of faith is something ordinary beings cannot do. Kid, you must be extremely careful from now on. If you notice anything unusual, run immediately. Understood, old Dean. Man Ray nodded solemnly, but a sense of unease grew in his heart. On this desolate continent, a mysterious and unfathomable divine tree was hidden, and all the beings here were its followers. And him? He was actually hunting these followers. Not just him, there were 7,847 other contestants also hunting the divine tree's followers. Would the divine tree sit idly by? The answer was obviously no. The Emperor has no idea about the situation on this continent, yet he sent us here to hunt magical beasts. What a foolish decision. In the time that followed, Man Ray remained on edge, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing punishment from the divine tree. However, as days passed, under the guidance of the traitorous unicorn rose python, for Saint Domain magical beasts fell one after another under Man Ray's sword. Yet, the divine tree showed no reaction at all, as if it completely ignored these events. Gradually, Man Ray let down his guard. Since it doesn't care, then I won't hold back. Master, the basin ahead is the territory of the multi-armed behemoth, Sarkas. Clara flew to the edge of a basin and said, multi-armed behemoth? Man Ray frowned. The name was unfamiliar to him. He knew about behemoths. The royal family of the Orc Empire belonged to the behemoth race, with the golden behemoth being as renowned as the golden dragon and thunder titan. There were also silver behemoths and bronze behemoths, which were lower-tier types of behemoths. But what kind of creature was a multi-armed behemoth? Young man, read more books. The old man snorted. The multi-armed behemoth is a mutated species of the behemoth.
It has 4 more arms than an ordinary behemoth, so it's also called the 6-armed behemoth.
Behemoths
Are known as the kings of the land. In terms of sheer strength, even we dragons are no match for them.
Moreover, behemoths have incredibly strong defenses. Magic below forbidden spells is useless against them.
In hand-to-hand combat, even dragons of the same level are no match for them.
Wow, impressive. Man-Ray couldn't help but admire.
The old man was a fire dragon with immense power, and even he admitted that behemoths of the same level were stronger than dragons, which showed just how terrifying behemoths were.
The
multi-armed behemoth has 4 extra arms, making its combat abilities even stronger and harder to deal with. You must be careful, the old man warned.
I understand. Soon, Man-Ray arrived at the edge of the basin. The
basin resembled a large sunken bowl, several thousand meters below sea level. The basin was filled with a dense forest of stone pillars, which stood like a sea of bamboo shoots as far as the eye could see.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
As soon as they entered the stone forest, a thunderous snoring sound echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming
pressure that made one's nerves tense. Master, that's the multi-armed behemoth, Sarkis. The unicorn rose.
Python pointed at a massive gray beast within the stone forest, its voice trembling, eyes filled with fear.
As
a snake-type magical beast, it was most afraid of strength-based creatures, let alone a multi-armed behemoth
with extra arms, which was practically its nemesis. Wake it up! Man-Ray stared at the giant beast snoring away. Yes, master.
The unicorn rose python's face turned pale as it flew over.
Having spent enough time with Man-Ray, it knew his personality well. Disobedience would have severe consequences. Sarkis, my old friend. The
unicorn rose python called out from a distance, its voice filled with reverent fear, not daring to get too
close. Roar!
The sleeping behemoth was awakened, letting out a thunderous roar. Who dares disturb Sarkis's
sweet dreams? Seeking death? The multi-armed behemoth's roar was like a thunderclap, shaking the surrounding stone forest. Rocks tumbled down as the ground quaked. Man-Ray's ears buzzed from the sound, exclaiming in shock. Wow! What a loud voice! The enraged multi-armed behemoth stood up, towering over 5 meters tall. Its
entire body was covered in thick gray fur, with muscles bulging like inflated balloons, exaggerated to the extreme. It had the mouth of a hippopotamus, the legs of a lion, the back of a crocodile, the body of a giant ape,
and the claws of a ground sloth.
Its 6 incredibly robust arms hung by its sides, exuding a strength that no
one could underestimate. Coupled with its 2-meter-long, hook-like sharp claws, it radiated an aura that sent chills down one's spine. This was the legendary multi-armed behemoth? Who dares disturb Sarkis's sweet dreams? The multi-armed behemoth roared, its voice deafening like thunder, shaking the void and making eardrums buzz. Sarkis, my old friend.
The unicorn rose python's voice trembled, its heart filled with
anxiety. I came to see you. How have you been? Roar! You lowly reptile, die! The multi-armed behemoth roared
furiously, grabbing a 10-meter-long giant stone pillar and hurling it over without hesitation.
Where was there
any sign of Clara being a friend? Whoosh! The stalagmite tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Like a missile speeding towards its target, powerful enough to smash a heavy tank.
Hiss hiss hiss, the unicorn. Rose Python panicked, frantically whipping its tail as it fled to the side. The massive rock narrowly grazed its skin as it flew past, only to collide with Man-Ray. Man-Ray clasped his hands together like a sword, and gently swiped.
A flash of golden light appeared, instantly splitting the massive rock in two.
Roar roar!
Roar! The multi-armed behemoth, whose dream had been interrupted, was furious to the extreme.
It stomped its thick legs and charged madly forward. You lowly reptile, I'll tear you to shreds.
The ground trembled, the stone forest swayed, boulders rolled, and dust filled the air.
The 50-meter-tall multi-armed behemoth moved at
incredible speed, crossing hundreds of meters in just a few steps, arriving in front of the unicorn rose python.
Its long, hooked claws swung fiercely.
Hiss hiss hiss, the unicorn rose python was scared out of its wits.
Clara, retreat quickly. Man-Ray's voice was calm and resolute. Yes, master. Upon hearing this voice, the
unicorn rose python felt as if it had heard a heavenly salvation.
It quickly whipped its tail and hid behind. Man-Ray, king of the land? Then I'll have to see for myself. Man-Ray licked his lips as golden light surged. from within him, instantly enveloping his entire body. Roar, the multi-armed behemoth's sharp claws swung down. Fiercely. A flash of golden light appeared, and Man-Ray suddenly reappeared 100 meters away. At the same time, golden elements from several kilometers around gathered madly. The golden light grew brighter and brighter. The light sphere larger and larger, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The golden sphere erupted with dazzling brilliance, like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the entire land. Boom! A giant arm, shining with golden light, extended from the sphere. Golden as if forged from pure gold, its muscles bulged, brimming with power. The second arm, the third arm, the fourth arm in an instant, a 50-meter-tall, three-headed, six-armed giant, radiating golden brilliance, emerged from the sphere and landed with a thunderous crash. Boom! The golden giant unleashed a wild aura, golden light bursting forth, instantly shattering the surrounding stalagmites into fragments. Roar, the multi-armed behemoth roared furiously and charged at the golden giant, its red eyes filled with murderous intent, vowing to tear its opponent to pieces. Perfect timing. Man-Ray laughed, controlling the golden giant to meet the charge. Boom boom boom, the two colossal beasts ran, shaking the earth like an earthquake. Stalagmites toppled, and rocks rolled. Boom, the next moment, the multi-armed behemoth and the golden giant collided, unleashing a deafening impact. Slash, the multi-armed behemoth's sharp claws left deep scars on the golden giant's body. In the deep grooves, the golden giant's 6 fists simultaneously struck the multi-armed behemoth. Thud thud thud, both colossal beasts retreated simultaneously, leaving several large, deep footprints behind, even breaking several stalagmites. In their first clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Roar roar roar, the multi-armed behemoth, enraged, charged again. Boom boom boom, boom 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 boom. Boom boom, the entire basin was utterly destroyed. Wherever the two giants passed, the hard stalagmites crumbled like tofu, shattering upon contact. In less than 5 minutes, most of the stalagmites in the basin were reduced to rubble, as if a violent hurricane had swept through. Is this even human? The unicorn rose python, as the sole witness, was utterly stunned. It was shocked by the intensity of the battle and by Man-Ray's choice. The unicorn rose python knew well the strength of the multi-armed behemoth. On this continent, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of saint-level magical beasts, but almost none dared to confront the multi-armed behemoth head-on. This creature was the king of the land, immensely powerful. To engage it in hand-to-hand combat was practically a death wish. Yet Man-Ray did exactly that, transforming into a golden giant to face the multi-armed behemoth head-on. His ironclad resolve was unbelievable. However, the final outcome completely stunned the unicorn rose python. Man-Ray won. The multi-armed behemoth fell. Its body was riddled with injuries, trembling all over, gasping for breath, unable to move even a finger. In contrast, the golden giant stood firm, its wounds rapidly healing, soon restored to its original state. The comparison was clear, the victor had been decided. Clang! A sharp longsword suddenly appeared in the hand of the golden giant, pressing against the throat of the multi-armed behemoth. A deep voice sounded, "Sakkas, I've taken a liking to you. I'll give you 2 choices. First, have your head severed and die under my sword. Second, become my subordinate and swear allegiance to me." The speaker was Man-Ray. Initially, he intended to kill the multi-armed behemoth, but after a fierce battle, he deeply felt the beast's immense power and terror. Ferocious, brutal, and overwhelmingly strong. Its combat prowess was off the charts. To sum it up in one word, violence. Unmatched violence. If it hadn't encountered him, it would never have lost. It fell solely because it was utterly exhausted. Yes, it was completely worn out. If it hadn't been so fatigued, it could have continued fighting. As for its wounds, they were merely superficial injuries, nothing serious. Such a ferocious beast would be a pity to kill. Since that's the case, why not subdue it and make it his subordinate? 10 seconds to decide. Man-Ray's voice thundered. I want an answer in 10 seconds. Roar! The multi-armed behemoth Sakkas struggled in pain, its pride forbidding it to surrender. It was a proud behemoth, a mighty multi-armed behemoth. How could it possibly yield? But reality was staring it in the face. If it didn't surrender, it would die. Surrender? Not surrender? Surrender? Not surrender? Time's up. Man-Ray spoke again. Have you decided? I surrender. The multi-armed behemoth finally lowered its noble head. You've made a wise choice. Quick! There's a commotion over there. There must be a fierce battle. This is a great opportunity to take advantage. Hurry, don't let others beat us to it. In the forest outside the basin, several figures swiftly darted through the trees, appearing at the edge of the basin within moments. Hiss! The entire stone forest has been destroyed like this? How intense was the battle just now? The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Then, they all turned their gaze to a blond young man. Carol, what now? Are you sure you want to take advantage of this? The blond young man, Carol, was clearly the leader of the group. He didn't directly answer his companion's question but instead stared into the depths of the basin. After a moment, his pupils contracted, and he burst into laughter. Of course, why not? Guys, this time we've hit the jackpot. His companions looked at each other, puzzled. Don't ask so many questions, let's go over first. Suddenly, a dirt dragon rose beneath his feet, carrying Carol swiftly toward the center of the basin. Seeing this, his companions quickly followed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their speed was astonishing, and they soon reached the center of the basin. The sight before them left everyone speechless with shock. A colossal creature, towering 50 meters high, lay in the stone forest, covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, its breathing weak. It was clearly on the verge of death. It's a behemoth. That's a behemoth. My God, it's actually a behemoth. The group exclaimed repeatedly, utterly stunned. No, this isn't an ordinary behemoth. Carol swallowed hard, his voice low. This is a saint-level multi-armed behemoth. Who could possibly reduce such a saint-level powerhouse to this state? Almost simultaneously, everyone's gaze fell on Man Ray, who was lying on a giant rock opposite the multi-armed behemoth. His face was pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of having fought fiercely with the beast, leaving him battered and on the brink of death. It was obvious that the two had fought to mutual exhaustion. Was it him who injured the multi-armed behemoth? Are you kidding me? It's just a kid? There's no one else here besides him and the multi-armed behemoth. Could it be someone else? My God, is it really him? A saint-level multi-armed behemoth is comparable to a golden behemoth, and its land combat abilities even surpass those of a golden dragon. He actually managed to injure the multi-armed behemoth to this extent? Who is this kid? Does anyone know him? No one knows. Never seen him before. I know all the contestants from the Empire's Direct Academy, but I've never seen this guy. Clearly, he must be from one of the 15 kingdoms or 48 duchies. 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies, and there's actually someone this formidable? Carol stared at Man Ray, jealousy burning in his eyes. This kid looked young but possessed the strength to contend with a multi-armed behemoth. His talent was astonishing. And himself, born into a prestigious family, he had access to the best education and resources from a young age. Yet, at 29 years old, he had only reached the peak of level 9, barely half a step into the Saint domain. To face a multi-armed behemoth head-on was simply courting death. Carol's heart burned with jealousy, his gaze dark and sinister. You guys, take down that behemoth first. Leave this kid to me. No problem. I'm so excited. This is my first time seeing a multi-armed behemoth, let alone killing one. My God. To kill the so-called king of land battles, the multi-armed behemoth. I'll never forget this day for the rest of my life. The others couldn't wait and charged toward the multi-armed behemoth. Carol, however, walked toward Man Ray, his expression complicated. Kid, I don't know you, but I bet in your kingdom or duchy, you're a genius admired and pursued by countless people, right? What do you want? Man Ray asked cautiously, his face pale. To be honest, I envy people like you, born with extraordinary talent. Regardless of your background, resources, or age, your talent allows you to easily surpass others. You're admired by thousands, envied by everyone. But unfortunately, envy alone doesn't change anything. Carol's lips curled into a sneer. I have many good qualities, but the one thing I can't stand is someone being better than me. Especially someone as brilliant as you. It drives me mad with jealousy. Don't do anything reckless, Man Ray said in alarm. The Emperor has ordered that killing other contestants is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified immediately. You can't kill me. Kill you? I wouldn't kill you. Carol sneered coldly. But I can cripple you, ensuring you'll never have the chance to resist again. A prodigy, reduced to nothing, how satisfying.
As he spoke, Carol pulled out a test tube filled with bright red liquid from his spatial ring.
The liquid was as vivid as blood. This tube contains soul-eating parasites. Do you know what they are?
Carol sneered.
Soul-eating. Parasites are a peculiar venomous insect that lives in the blood of humans or magical beasts. They specifically feed on battle energy, magic power, and spiritual strength. Once they enter your body, not even a Saint Domain expert can remove them.
You'll have no choice but to watch as your spiritual strength, magic power, and
battle energy are slowly devoured until there's nothing left. In the end, death is inevitable.
Carol's sinister
laughter echoed.
Before this competition, I specially prepared these soul-eating parasites to deal with
monsters like you, those with immense power and extraordinary talent. If I could, I'd kill every last one of you.
And you're just the first. With that, he uncorked the test tube, ready to pour the blood mixed with
soul-eating parasites onto Man Ray.
Unable to hold back any longer, Man Ray suddenly flipped up, grabbed Carol's
hand, and snatched the test tube. Carol froze in shock.
You're disgusting.
Man Ray's face darkened. Not
only do you want to steal my spoils, but you also want to cripple me with this poisonous stuff.
You're a freak.
Before he finished speaking, Man Ray punched Carol in the stomach, nearly flipping his stomach inside out.
Trash, like you should taste this stuff for yourself. Man Ray squeezed the test tube and poured all the blood into Carol's mouth. Then, with a swift kick, he shattered Carol's jaw, leaving him no chance to spit out the soul-eating parasites.
Carol collapsed to the ground, clutching his only in this way could so many magic cores
be collected in such a short time. This is all robbery and slaughter, full of scars. What a brutal competition. Man Ray sighed. The exchange competition is inherently brutal, the old man beside him spoke. The strong are
ruthless and merciless, while the weak can only huddle together for warmth. To win, contestants will stop at
nothing.
Ambushes, using others to kill, conspiracies, and schemes, there's no end to it.
This competition is more like a killing field, with countless contestants dying every year. If you weren't strong enough, you'd have been taken out long ago. True. Man Ray smiled faintly. Especially now, walking around with two Saint
Domain magical beasts, you're too conspicuous, the old man reminded.
Be careful not to get ambushed in the dark.
As soon as he finished speaking, the old man chuckled.
See? I wasn't wrong, was I, kid? Let's see how you handle this one. Man Ray raised an eyebrow and swept his spiritual power across the area. In the grass a
few kilometers away, a young girl lay in a pool of blood.
What is this? A honey trap? Man Ray shook his head. Sakas, Clara, wait here for me. Yes, boss. Man Ray leaped into the air and quickly arrived at the girl's side. Help me.
The girl weakly called out, her eyes filled with despair, as if she had found her
only lifeline. The girl appeared to be a mage.
Her tattered magic robe exposed large patches of fair skin.
Blood stained her mouth and body, and a long spear had pierced through her thigh, pinning her to the ground, leaving her unable to move. I was attacked.
The girl's face was pale, her voice trembling.
They took all my magic cores and injured me. I can't move now. Can you help me? Of course. Man Ray nodded quickly, acting like a loyal fool eager to help. Can you pull out the spear from my leg?
The girl pleaded, her eyes pitiful
and full of hope. No problem. Man Ray stepped forward and grabbed the spear.
Unexpectedly, the spear suddenly transformed into a blood-red snake, which opened its mouth and bit Man Ray's hand.
Ah! Man Ray cried out
in pain, shaking off the blood snake and staggering back, clutching his bitten hand.
Ha ha ha!
The girl suddenly burst into laughter, her crisp voice echoing sharply in the quiet forest, completely different from her
earlier pitiful demeanor. You tricked me? Man Ray's face turned pale as he glared at her in anger. At
this moment, the blood on the girl's body mysteriously disappeared, her tattered magic robe restored to its original state, and the blood-red snake coiled around her hand.
Tricked you? You're just too gullible. The girl stroked the blood snake and giggled.
In this competition, you have to use every means possible.
Fools like you won't survive the first day.
She eyed Man Ray's spatial ring, a smile spreading across her face as her voice turned seductive.
Hand over the ring. These are the magic cores I risked my life to hunt. How can I give them to you? Man Ray was furious but helpless, refusing to let go. Won't give it up? Then prepare to die. The girl's expression turned vicious. This is a blood-scale blazing sun snake, extremely venomous. Even a
Saint Domain expert would be paralyzed for half a day after being bitten.
You have no chance of escaping. How can you be so cruel? Monray's face turned pale, his heart racing. Stop wasting time. If you want to live, hand over the spatial ring now, and I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, just wait to die. The girl coldly threatened. Monray's face turned ashen. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally removed the spatial ring and threw it over. The girl caught it with satisfaction and began inspecting it. Only 5 first-level magic cores? Is this all you worked so hard to collect? Are you kidding me? Her face darkened. What's wrong? Monray's expression was grim. You don't believe me? So poor. What a waste of my time. The girl glared at Monray, wishing she could devour him, then turned to leave. Hey, what about the antidote? Monray shouted. Go to hell, you pathetic pauper. The girl coldly replied, not even looking back as she walked away. A gust of wind blew, and Monray suddenly appeared in front of her. The girl was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Miss, you just robbed me. Now it's my turn to rob you. Monray had a mischievous grin on his face, completely unlike his previous pitiful appearance. You're not poisoned. The girl reacted quickly, retreating to a safe distance and glaring angrily at Monray. You tricked me. Bang! Before she could finish speaking, Monray kicked her in the face, sending her flying. Watch your mouth. Did I trick you? Monray snorted coldly. This is called using one's own methods against them, understand? Bastard! I'll kill you. The girl was furious, springing up from the ground and launching a frenzied attack. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the air being torn apart echoed continuously. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, with vines transforming into venomous snakes and pythons, rapidly encircling Monray from all directions and shooting toward him. You dare use wood element magic in front of me? Don't ask for trouble. Monray sneered, preparing to counter. With a cold laugh, Monray pointed a finger. A stream of white energy shot out from his fingertip, striking the swarm of venomous snakes and pythons head-on. Crack! Crack! The moment the venomous snakes and pythons came into contact with the white energy, they were instantly encased in a layer of ice, freezing in place. Within a few breaths, all the venomous snakes and pythons had turned into lifelike ice sculptures, completely motionless. Shatter! Monray coldly uttered a single word. Crash! The ice sculptures shattered instantly, turning into countless shards of ice that scattered to the ground with a crisp, clear sound. The girl was panic-stricken, hurriedly chanting a magic spell to prepare a more powerful attack. Whoosh! Monray silently appeared in front of her. I'm always gentle and considerate, never hitting women. You can rest assured about that. He smiled, but then added, however, I do want to try what it feels like to hit a woman. Are you ready? Smack, 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 bang, 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 fists rained down, and the battle erupted fiercely. 1 Saint Domain Magic Core, 38 Level 9 Magic Cores, and countless other magic cores. And a woman, acting alone. In just half a day, she collected so many magic cores. The unlucky ones behind this must be quite a few. Monray sighed. People's hearts are really growing colder these days. Upright and kind-hearted guys like me are truly rare. Humph. The old man twitched his mouth. You call yourself upright and kind-hearted? Then why did you fake your death to rob Carol and the others? And why were you so ruthless to that girl? Honestly, you have no sympathy. That poor girl, beaten like that by you, how is she supposed to face anyone now? Ha ha ha, I did it for her own good. Monray laughed. With her strength, she wouldn't get far. Instead of being crippled by someone like Carol, it's better for her to quit early. Then why did you rob her space rings? All 3 of them? The old man squinted at him. Also for her own good, to prevent others from targeting her. Monray's tone was firm, righteous, and unwavering. I don't believe you. You're a schemer through and through. The old man snorted lightly. But I feel reassured. With how cunning you are, anyone who crosses you is just out of luck. The two chatted idly as sunlight bathed them. Monray suddenly yawned and said to the multi-armed behemoth and the unicorn rose python, you two keep moving. I'm going to take a nap. Yes, boss. Yes, master. The multi-armed behemoth,
with its broad shoulders covered in thick fur, made a nest for Man Ray, who comfortably lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep, snoring loudly. Sarkas. As Man Ray slept, the unicorn rose. Python slithered over to the multi-armed behemoth and whispered, "Hey, what do you want?" The multi-armed behemoth glanced at it sideways. "He's asleep. Should we?" The unicorn rose python mouthed the word escape. "You want to betray the boss?" The multi-armed behemoth's voice rose, anger flaring. "Clara, you snakes really have no loyalty." The unicorn rose python was so startled it nearly skipped a heartbeat. "Keep your voice down. I'm begging you." "Humph." The multi-armed behemoth snorted heavily. "I was forced to follow him. I never swore loyalty or signed a contract. How is that betrayal?" The unicorn rose python lowered its voice. "We are Saint Domain magical beasts, the kings at the top of the continent. We should be free and unrestrained, not his slaves or mounts." The multi-armed behemoth remained silent. Thinking it had convinced him, the unicorn rose python grew more enthusiastic. "Do you know? When Saint Domain magical beasts fall asleep, it takes a long time for them to wake up. He's asleep now. This is the perfect chance to escape. Let's run away together. From now on, the sky is vast for birds to fly, the sea wide for fish to leap. Why endure his oppression? You go your way, I won't go." Facing the temptation of the unicorn rose python, the multi-armed behemoth refused. "Without hesitation, since I was defeated by him and swore to obey, I will never break my word. The proud behemoth always keeps its promises." "Sakas, the unicorn rose python gritted her teeth in anger. "You're a multi-armed behemoth, the king of the land, and you're willing to be controlled by him?" Before she could finish, she suddenly froze, turning her head with difficulty, only to see Man Ray smiling at her. Master, aye. The unicorn rose python trembled all over, forcing a smile so awkward it looked like she was about to cry. "You want to leave?" Man Ray raised an eyebrow. No, I don't want to leave." The unicorn rose python quickly shook her head. "I'm willing to follow you forever, until the seas dry up and the forests disappear. If you want to leave, just go." Man Ray said coldly. "Now that Sakas is leading the way, keeping you around is unnecessary. If you want to leave, I won't stop you." The unicorn rose python froze. "Master, are you serious? You're really willing to let me go? If you want to leave, then leave." Man Ray waved impatiently. "Sakas, pick up the pace." "Yes, boss." The multi-armed behemoth responded, speeding up sharply and flying hundreds of meters away in an instant, leaving the unicorn rose python standing there in a daze. I'm free? I'm free. I'm finally free. I'm boom." A golden light suddenly flashed across the unicorn rose python's throat, a silent line of blood appearing. Her head and body slowly separated. "You didn't let it go after all." The old man shook his head and sighed. "I knew it, you couldn't possibly be so kind. If I didn't kill it, someone else would," Man Ray said with a faint smile. "With its strength, it wouldn't survive for long. Better to be killed by me than someone else." "What a fool!" the old man lamented. "The continent is full of dangers now, with experts hunting magical beasts everywhere. Especially saint-level magical beasts, they're prime targets. Following you, it could have survived. Leaving? A dead end. If it wanted to die, who could stop it?" Man Ray closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Half an hour later, they arrived at a cliff. The cliff was steep and perilous, looking extremely dangerous. The top of the cliff was covered with hide-like caves, large and small, densely packed. The area was bustling with activity. 50 or 60 contestants had been drawn here, frantically hunting a type of pure white bird-like magical beast. These creatures had the body of an albatross, the mouth of a crocodile, the claws of an eagle, and wingspans exceeding 20 or 30 meters. Their feathers were pure white and flawless. They were flocking magical beasts, crocodile eagle albatrosses. As wind element magical beasts, crocodile eagle albatrosses were powerful. Most were level 7 magical beasts, a few reached level 8. The strong ones even level 9, and the top-tier ones were saint-level magical beasts. With so many formidable flocking magical beasts, it was no wonder they attracted so many contestants. Kill them all. Protect the mages. Quickly, don't let them take everything." The contestants' eyes were bloodshot as they frantically hunted the crocodile eagle albatrosses. Although their numbers were astonishing, they were no match for the contestants. Each contestant was at the peak of level 9 strength, most of them dragonborn, proficient in both
martial arts and magic. The crocodile eagle albatrosses were completely outmatched. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang, boom boom, wind blades filled the air. Fiery dragons burned endlessly. Thunderstorms unleashed terrifying power. Tornadoes swept through everything. Waves surged violently. Vines covered the sky. Explosions, screeches, collisions, and roars echoed continuously. The battle was intense, like a Hollywood blockbuster. Now this is an exciting fight. Monray marveled. But I can't just stand by and reap the benefits. I need to act immediately. Sokkas, hide for now. I'm going in.
Monray transformed into a beam of light and charged
into the battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, blades of ice shot through the air, targeting the crocodile eagle albatrosses flying in the sky.
Though ice blades were low-level magic, in Monray's hands, they were
incredibly powerful. The ice blades pierced through the heads of the crocodile eagle albatrosses.
With precision, instantly reaping their lives. Monray was very clever, only targeting the powerful level 9 and level 8 crocodile eagle albatrosses, completely ignoring the weaker ones.
Ding! Killed one crocodile eagle albatross, gained 19 million gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, physique plus 1987. Ding! Killed one crocodile eagle albatross, gained 6.79 million gold coins. Ding! Fusion successful, magic power plus 498. Ding! Listening to the
cold, mechanical system notifications, Monray felt as if he were hearing music, humming the melody of the most
dazzling ethnic style as he continued to release ice blades in rhythm.
This vast world is my passion.
At the foot of the Green Mountains, flowers are blooming. What kind of rhythm feels the most exciting?
He strolled leisurely, completely immersed in the moment. Unfortunately, the place was too chaotic, and Monray, like a
hidden tiger, went unnoticed by anyone. Boom, boom, boom.
The slaughter continued, and a large number of
crocodile eagle albatrosses were killed, finally enraging the crocodile eagle albatross king.
Screech! A sharp, piercing cry echoed as a giant crocodile eagle albatross with a wingspan of over 100 meters and a golden
crown on its head burst out of a cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades swept across the sky. The crocodile eagle albatross king is here. Everyone, be careful. It's a saint-level magical beast. We need to team up to take it down before discussing how to split the loot. That's right. Facing a saint-level magical beast, we can't afford to be careless. Attack!
Apart from lone wolves like Monray, the other 50 or 60 contestants clearly formed several teams.
After some quick communication, they unanimously decided to join forces to attack the crocodile eagle albatross king. Boom, boom, boom. Dragonborn warriors soared into the sky, and
mages chanted spells, unleashing powerful magic.
Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of attacks rained down on the crocodile eagle albatross king. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light streaked across the crocodile eagle albatross king's head. Ding!
Killed one crocodile eagle albatross king, gained 11.7 billion gold coins.
Caw! The crocodile eagle albatross king froze mid-air, its massive wings suddenly drooping powerlessly, its head slumping as it crashed heavily to the ground, motionless in the end. Surprised face, it's dead just like that? Was our attack so strong that even a saint-level magical beast could be instantly killed?
The contestants were stunned but reacted quickly, rushing toward the crocodile eagle albatross king like lightning.
The magic core is mine, don't even think about it. It's mine. Their eyes turned red with greed. Whoosh! At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. A sound of something slicing through the air rang out, and a golden light flashed. A figure appeared beside the crocodile eagle albatross king, with dazzling golden hair, clad in golden armor, crowned with golden horns, standing on a massive golden sword. Handsome and imposing, exuding an unparalleled aura of nobility. Every move radiating gentlemanly elegance. Dominance and grace combined. Charm and strength in perfect harmony. Barbarossa. It's Prince Barbarossa. All the contestants froze instantly, not daring to take another step forward. This saint-level magic core is mine,
Barbarossa said indifferently, his golden eyes sweeping across the
crowd.
After saying this, he turned and flew directly toward the crocodile eagle albatross king, completely
ignoring everyone else. This
The crowd exchanged glances, feeling stifled, but no one dared to step forward
to stop him. Forget Barbarossa's overwhelming strength, just his status alone made it impossible for anyone to act recklessly.
He ranked 148th on the genius list, with terrifying power.
Moreover, everyone knew he was destined to become emperor one day. Who would dare to clash with him over a saint-level magic core? Forget it.
Don't provoke him, he's untouchable. Meanwhile, this chaotic battle was also being observed from afar by His
Majesty the Emperor and others.
In fact, it wasn't entirely by chance. The battle took place near the cliffside, and the intense scene had long since caught the attention of Frederick XXXII, who deliberately shifted his perspective to watch.
Barbarossa's unexpected appearance and the aura he displayed left everyone in awe.
With a single sword strike, he slew the saint-level magical beast Crocodile Eagle Albatross King.
With just a few words, he intimidated 50 or 60 contestants into retreating. Is this the aura of Prince Barbarossa? Truly worthy of being Prince Barbarossa. Truly the pride of the empire. Listening to the minister's praises, Frederick XXXII smiled faintly and was about to switch to the footage of other contestants when an unexpected event occurred.
Where did you come from, daring to snatch my magic core? A crisp and resolute voice suddenly
rang out, echoing loudly at the edge of the cliff.
The contestants were stunned, looking incredulously toward
the source of the voice.
Prince Barbarossa, who had just flown to the Crocodile Eagle Albatross King to retrieve the magic core, also paused slightly.
Swish, 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 dozens of eyes instantly focused on Man Ray.
From afar, the gazes of tens of thousands in front of the Dragon God Cathedral also converged on him.
Who is this? Where did this kid come from? Is he out of his mind? How dare he block Prince Barbarossa's way? He's courting death. The contestants looked at Man Ray with disdain, assuming he was just an arrogant brat. Meanwhile, the Dragon God Cathedral fell into dead silence. The emperor, princes, princesses, saint-level powerhouses,
and noble ministers all stared at the young boy on the magic screen, their faces filled with shock.
This kid.
Dean Fred and the battle dragon Dean both smiled bitterly.
I always knew this day would come, just didn't expect it to be so soon. This kid is too impulsive.
This time, he's facing Prince Barbarossa. Forget about status, even in terms of strength, he's no match. The battle dragon Dean shook his head, his expression
serious.
Dean Fred silently nodded, feeling uneasy.
This saint-level magic core is mine. Any objections? Barbarossa glanced coldly at Man Ray. You say it's yours, so it must be yours? Who do you think you are? Man Ray chuckled.
Then should I also say that the spatial ring on your hand and the golden greatsword under your feet
are mine? Would you hand them over? Courting death. Barbarossa's eyes narrowed. Want to know what happens next? Stay tuned for the next episode. Ha ha ha. Courting death.
A flash of golden light appeared in Barbarossa's eyes, and a golden sword beam shot out like lightning, heading straight for Man Ray at an astonishing speed.
This little trick? Man Ray chuckled lightly, his figure flickering as he easily dodged the sword beam.
With a sudden push of his foot, he appeared in front of Barbarossa and drove his knee forward fiercely.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed as his knee struck Barbarossa's stomach, unleashing immense force that sent Barbarossa
flying.
Clang! Man Ray leaped lightly, firmly catching Barbarossa's gleaming golden greatsword.
This sword is indeed heavy. Must be made of pure gold. Selling it should fetch a good price, right? As soon as he
said this, all the contestants and the people in front of the Dragon God Cathedral were dumbfounded, cursing
inwardly.
This was Prince Barbarossa's personal sword, a priceless saint-level magic weapon.
Others dreamed of snatching it for their collection, and here he was, thinking of selling it for money? Was he out of his mind? This brat! Dean Fred's face turned ashen as he sneaked a glance at Emperor Frederick XXXII. To his surprise, the emperor wasn't angry but instead looked thrilled, staring at Man Ray as if he had discovered a new continent.
Dean Fred finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Boom! Prince Barbarossa erupted, and dazzling golden
flames ignited around him, as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan in the midst of burning flames.
Ha! Is he Super Saiyan 1 or 2? Can't be 3, his hair isn't that long, Man Ray muttered, his body trembling slightly.
At the same time, a powerful and terrifying aura burst forth from Barbarossa. You bastard, you deserve
to die.
Barbarossa's eyes were cold and murderous, and golden elements within a few kilometers frantically
gathered, instantly forming countless golden spears.
Die, he roared, and thousands of golden spears shot toward
Man Ray in unison.
The sharp, piercing sound of the spears tearing through the air seemed to rip the sky apart, their power utterly shocking.
Retreat! Get out of the way!
The contestants' faces changed drastically as they fled to the distance. Prince Barbarossa had erupted in fury, his strength overwhelming, and no one dared
to approach. A single misstep could mean death. Prince Barbarossa is enraged. This kid will soon realize
just how foolish his actions were.
His fury is not something easily endured.
The nobles in front of the Dragon God Cathedral were boiling with excitement, their eyes filled with shock. Only Dean Fred and others were so tense that their hearts were in their throats.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the sound of piercing air, the golden spear took less than a second to approach Man Ray. Its fierce momentum and sharp brilliance seemed as if
they would pierce Man Ray into a sieve and pin him to the ground in anger.
Level 9 Gold Element Dragon Language. Magic, Skylocking Golden Spear? Man Ray shook his head lightly. Its power is indeed astonishing, and the
casting speed is fast, but it's useless against me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a golden
light and disappeared.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skylocking golden spears passed through his body, all
embedding themselves into the ground. Is he dead? Pierced through, right?
The crowd stared wide-eyed.
As the dust settled, the ground appeared pitted and uneven, resembling a honeycomb, yet Man Ray was nowhere to be
seen, not a single trace.
Dead, someone exclaimed in surprise. No, he's still there.
Everyone looked up, only to see a massive flame shield with a diameter of 100 meters appearing in the sky.
White flames burned
fiercely, and 9 fire dragons coiled within.
Huge fiery wings blocked out the sun, accompanied by earth-shaking roars. The next moment, the flame shield descended from the sky with a world-destroying heatwave.
Prince Barbarossa only had time to retreat a few steps before being completely engulfed.
Contract. Man Ray coldly uttered a single word.
Buzz. The flame shield rapidly shrank, reducing from 100-meter diameter to a small
fiery bell less than 10 meters wide. Explode! Man Ray shouted again. Boom! The fiery bell exploded with a
deafening roar, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and a violent shockwave instantly swept across several
miles.
The earth trembled, dust flew, cliffs cracked, and boulders rolled down. In front of the Dragon God Cathedral, there was dead silence, or rather, a silence so eerie it was terrifying. The prince, princess, and numerous nobles and ministers stared blankly at the magical light screen covered by the mushroom cloud, their
mouths dry and minds blank, short-circuited.
Only the saint-level experts managed to remain conscious, but they were equally shocked into speechlessness.
Does anyone recognize this fire magic? No, never seen it before. Never even heard of it.
But its power is definitely at the forbidden spell level.
Nobody knows? Could it be a self-created forbidden spell? A self-created forbidden spell?
Hiss! The crowd instantly erupted in a series of astonished gasps.
What about Prince Barbarossa? What happened to him? Everyone finally snapped
out of their daze, staring intently at the magical light screen, eager to know the prince's condition.
Meanwhile,
the distant contestants also turned their gazes toward the center of the battlefield, craning their necks
and staring unblinkingly. Whoosh, whoosh, the sea breeze blew, and the dust began to dissipate.
The full view of the battlefield finally emerged.
Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. A massive crater with a diameter
exceeding 1,000 meters appeared in the original location, its walls shimmering with multicolored light. Clearly, at the moment of the explosion, the sand and soil had been burned into glass by the intense heat,
reflecting brilliant colors under the sunlight. Just how high was the temperature just now? Everyone swallowed
hard, not daring to look directly at the bottom of the crater. At the bottom of the crater, a figure was
kneeling.
Most of his golden hair had been burned away, and his once dazzling golden armor was now charred and
blackened.
More importantly, his handsome, imposing face was now dark and scorched, with none of his former
noble aura or commanding presence remaining.
If one word could describe him, it would be miserable.
Indeed. At this moment, Prince Barbarossa was utterly miserable.
His hair was burned, his eyebrows were burned, his face was burned, his armor was burned, his entire body was scorched.
He looked like a war movie extra covered in ashes. Is this Prince Barbarossa? Someone covered their mouth, unable to believe the sight before them.
Roar! Before the audience could react, Prince Barbarossa himself let out a furious roar.
A terrifying dragon's Might erupted from the bottom of the crater.
At that moment, all the contestants present felt their breathing
become difficult, their hearts tightly clenched, and an unbearable sense of oppression. Boom, boom, a fierce wind
arose, and sand and dust flew everywhere. A massive golden figure burst out from the deep pit, soaring straight
into the sky. Roar! Ferocious, sharp dragon horns. Shimmering golden dragon scales. Razor-sharp, icy dragon claws. Overwhelming, surging dragon might. A high-pitched, resonant dragon roar.
All of these unmistakably declared the true identity of this colossal creature.
That's right.
The terrifying being now suspended in the sky, wantonly unleashing its dragon might, is none other than the king of all dragons, the Golden Dragon.
Hailed as the sky sovereign atop the continent. Roar! The golden dragon roared furiously toward the heavens.
Its 100-meter-long body was incomparably massive, with solid, powerful muscles and razor-sharp claws.
Mighty, majestic, both domineering and beautiful. A perfect blend of strength and elegance. Is this the golden dragon? Monray murmured softly, truly spectacular. If I had such a mount, riding it would definitely be incredibly cool. A mount?
The old man snorted coldly.
You really dare to dream. If anyone else heard you, you'd be done for. True, this is the Dragon God Empire, after all. Monray chuckled.
Old Dean, this guy's strength shouldn't surpass yours, right?
Then why is its body so much larger than yours? That's not surprising. Ordinary dragons, upon reaching adulthood, are about 20 to 30 meters long. At the Saint Domain
stage, their size doubles to 50 or 60 meters, the old man explained.
As for the Golden Dragon, being the king of all dragons, its size is twice that of an ordinary dragon.
This guy here is also at the Saint Domain
stage, so it's normal for its body to be larger than mine. No wonder. Monray nodded, licking his lips.
But, for such a large body, its strength is rather average.
If we weren't in the Dragon God Empire, I'd really want to kill it.
Kill it? The old man jumped in fright and scolded sharply, "You rebellious disciple.
If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Do you want to become a dragon slayer? Are you courting death?" Hee, I was just joking. Monray laughed awkwardly.
Kid, your thoughts are too dangerous.
The old man took a deep breath. Listen, never say such things again. Otherwise, the Dragon God Empire won't tolerate you. Got it? Monray pouted. I was just saying it casually. Why are you so worked up? I'm not stupid. Humph. Don't think that just saying it won't cause trouble.
The old man snorted coldly.
It won't. Monray smiled and looked at the massive figure in the sky.
Speaking of which, this golden dragon is part of the Imperial
family. Its identity must be extraordinary, right? Extraordinary?
The bloodline inheritance of pure blood.
Golden dragons has always been strict.
The old man shook his head. Each emperor can have at most one pure blood
golden dragon offspring. This guy is so young, I guess he's the only pure blood prince of the current emperor. A prince? He's the Empire's prince? Monray was surprised, then suddenly realized, no wonder those contestants didn't dare to resist after he snatched their magic cores. Turns out he's a prince. What, scared? Now?
The old man teased with a smile.
Scared? Monray licked his lips. Hee, I'm actually so excited I can hardly wait to rush up and beat him up. You really know no fear.
The old man sneered.
In the Dragon God
Empire, only a pure-blood golden dragon can inherit the throne.
Do you know what that means? Monray already understood.
It meant that this guy before him would one day become the emperor, the future ruler of the empire. And you, the old man gloated, actually dare to think about beating up the future emperor.
You're really asking for death. The future emperor? Isn't that just the crown prince? Monray sighed helplessly. The first golden dragon I meet in my life turns out to be the crown prince. What rotten luck.
Now you're scared.
Ha!
The old man laughed. I suggest you surrender obediently and let His Highness the Crown Prince beat you
up. Maybe you'll get to keep your life. Surrender? Dream on. Monray snorted coldly. What are you planning to do? The old man raised an eyebrow.
If I can't escape being hated, I might as well make sure the grudge
is deep enough. It's not like I have anything to lose. Monray licked his lips and sneered. I was holding back on purpose just now.
Oh, you're quite something. The old man laughed heartily.
Roar. At that moment, Barbarossa finally made his move.
With a flap of his wings, he turned into a streak of golden light, charging straight at Man Ray. The wind howled, dust flew, and the momentum was earth-shattering. The dragon might.
Boundless. Since debuting, I have fought all kinds of magical beasts, including top-tier ones like the golden-winged Holy Light Tiger, and even tamed the king of the land, the behemoth. But dragons? I've never faced one before.
Slowly rising into the air, Man Ray's robe fluttered, his long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone
with resolute determination, his blood boiling with excitement. Today, let me see if this so-called ruler of the skies truly lives up to its name.
Whoosh! Man Ray turned into a streak of light and charged forward.
What is he doing? He dares to face Prince Barbarossa head-on?
People were stunned by Man Ray's actions. At this moment, Barbarossa, over 100 meters long, exuded an overwhelming and majestic aura, a true ruler of the skies.
And Man Ray? Barely over 1.7 meters tall, though handsome enough to attract many wealthy female fans. Compared to Barbarossa, he was like an ant facing an elephant. How could someone so small dare to confront Barbarossa head-on? Fred, what is he trying to do? The dean of the Battle Dragon Academy widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. You're asking me? Who should I ask?
Dean Fred was on the verge of collapse, utterly unable to comprehend Man Ray's intentions. In his view, Man Ray's greatest advantage was his magic and his profound understanding of the laws of nature.
Logically, Man Ray should attack Prince Barbarossa from a distance with magic, keeping his distance.
But now, Man Ray was charging forward like a moth to a flame. Wasn't
this courting death? What on earth was this kid up to? For Man Ray and Prince Barbarossa, the distance of several 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, man and dragon collided fiercely.
Boom! The earth trembled, sound waves rippled, fierce winds howled, and dust filled the
air. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. After the head-on collision, both were forced to retreat. Man Ray retreated 20 to 30 meters. Barbarossa only 5 or 6 meters. At first glance, it seemed Man Ray had lost, but upon closer inspection, Man Ray was completely unharmed, his expression calm, and he wasn't even out of breath.
In contrast, golden dragon blood dripped from Barbarossa's claw, and his face was filled with pain.
Prince Barbarossa is injured? The crowd erupted in shock. Even Emperor Frederick XXXII stared in astonishment, his face full of surprise. Ministers, does anyone know this young man? Which academy is he from?
Swish swish swish. Princes, princesses, nobles, and ministers all turned to the deans and leading teachers of the academies, equally curious about the identity of this genius who could go head-to-head with Barbarossa.
Don't know him. He's not from our academy. Does anyone recognize him? The deans all shook their heads, except for
Angus, the dean of the Black Dragon Academy, who secretly glanced at Fred with jealousy in his eyes.
Fred smiled bitterly and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Man Ray is a student of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Fire Dragon Magic Academy? This young man is from the Fire Dragon Kingdom?
The Fire Dragon Kingdom has such a
genius? Frederick XXXII smiled and said, Dean Fred, tell us, how old is this Man Ray? Has he passed the Dragon God Tower? How strong is he? Yes, Your Majesty. Fred cleared his throat and scanned the crowd. Your Majesty, Man Ray just turned 16. He is a first-year student at our Fire Dragon Magic Academy.
His magical talent is extraordinary, arguably the most brilliant genius the Fire Dragon Kingdom has seen in 10,000 years. Before the exchange competition, he had never been to the Imperial capital or attempted the Dragon God Tower. Yesterday, he visited the Dragon God Tower, and this morning, he ranked 227th, successfully breaking through
the 40th floor. Wow, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 16 years old, ranked 227th, 40 floors, and it only took him 1 day. Such talent, such strength, was simply shocking. Breaking through the 30th floor of the Dragon God Tower requires Saint-level strength, the 40th floor at least mid-Saint level. Frederick XXXII was incredulous. A mere 16-year-old with such strength, truly a genius among geniuses. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though some were unconvinced, no one could refute it. 16 years old, mid-Saint level, this level of strength was unimaginable. Dean Luke, what do you think? Can Man Ray compare to Sakhan, Adil, and Mond Aston? From Dragon God Academy? The Emperor asked the Academy's headmaster. Luke frowned and glanced at Fred. In terms of talent alone, Mon-Ray is indeed stronger than Sakhan and Adil.
However, he shifted his tone and
said firmly, in terms of strength, Sakhan and Adil are definitely stronger than Mon-Ray. After all, he's
only 16 years old, still too young. Frederick XXXII chuckled, refraining from giving a direct evaluation, and
instead turned to Fred. Headmaster Fred, what do you think?
Well, I haven't compared them directly, so it's hard to judge. Fred shook his head slightly. But Mon-Ray's talent in magic is rare in this world. His understanding of the laws is extremely profound, and he absolutely has the ability to fight.
To have such strength at 16 years old, this child's talent is truly extraordinary. The Fire Dragon Kingdom is indeed a place full of talent.
The Emperor praised sincerely.
Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. Headmaster.
Fred's face showed a hint of pride. But Frederick XXXII suddenly shifted his focus to the magical light screen. Mon-Ray's magical talent is outstanding, yet his physical body is also incredibly strong.
Could he not be a pure-blooded human? Everyone nodded in agreement.
It was widely known that humans had weak physiques. Even the bodies of mages were fragile.
Let alone going head-to-head with a golden dragon like Barbarossa. An ordinary 8th-level warrior's body was sturdier than that of a human saint mage. Yet Mon-Ray dared to confront Prince Barbarossa head-on. How could his body be so strong? Your Majesty, you might not be aware of this.
Headmaster Fred had been prepared and explained with a smile. Mon-Ray is not an ordinary human, he is a fire
dragon human. Fire dragon human? Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder his body was so strong. He was a fire dragon human.
Many people assumed that the body of a golden dragon must be stronger than that of a fire dragon,
and that pure-blooded dragons must be stronger than dragon hybrids.
But this assumption required a premise.
The same level.
At the same level, the body of a golden dragon was indeed stronger than that of a fire dragon, and pure-blooded dragons were stronger than dragon hybrids. This was true.
However, if a fire dragon or
dragon hybrid developed their bloodline more deeply, their physical strength could completely surpass that of
golden dragons and pure-blooded dragons. Frederick XXXII naturally understood this principle, but he was still puzzled.
Mon-Ray is only 16 years old, with limited time for cultivation.
Besides practicing magic, could he also develop his bloodline and train his body to this extent? Your Majesty is correct. At such a young age, having to practice magic, comprehend the laws, and develop his bloodline, where would he find the time?
His understanding of the laws is profound, and his physical strength can rival Prince Barbarossa.
If he were an older,
pure-blooded fire dragon, it might be understandable, but at 16, the crowd murmured in low voices, full of
doubt.
Mon-Ray's talent had already exceeded common sense, to the point of being unnaturally extraordinary, almost
unbelievable.
It was like a 10-year-old child simultaneously winning the Nobel Prize in Physics and Medicine. Who could believe it?
Well, Headmaster Fred hesitated. Headmaster Fred, is there something you're not telling us? Frederick XXXII looked at him with suspicion. Your Majesty, I have something to say. At this
moment, Angus, the headmaster of Black Dragon Academy, stepped forward.
Frederick XXXII frowned. Headmaster Angus, speak.
Your Majesty, when Mon-Ray challenged the Dragon God Tower yesterday, I personally saw the Dragon
God talent list clearly display that Mon-Ray is a human, not a fire dragon human. Angus declared loudly. A human? Mon-Ray isn't a fire dragon human? A pure human with such a strong body? Humans are naturally weak. How could they possibly have such a powerful physique?
The crowd immediately began discussing.
Headmaster Fred, what do you think of Headmaster Angus's statement? Frederick XXXII turned to Fred.
Your Majesty, I dare not make rash conclusions, but I do have a question for Headmaster Angus.
Fred smiled and looked at Angus. If the Dragon God talent list shows human, does that necessarily mean the challenger is purely human? Not necessarily. Those with dual bloodlines may also be displayed as human. Angus snorted coldly, speaking with a hint of mockery.
Headmaster Fred, are you suggesting that Mon-Ray, like your famous fire dragon titan,
possesses dual bloodlines? Why not? Fred retorted. Ah, Dean Fred, you really know how to joke. Angus laughed heartily. Dual bloodlines are extremely rare. Otherwise, how could your name, Dean Fred, resound across the continent? Rare doesn't mean non-existent. Fred responded firmly. P.S. Feeling dizzy again, even turning.
My head makes the world spin, nausea is unbearable.
Take medicine at 8 p.m. Although rare, it doesn't mean non-existent.
Fred smiled faintly. Isn't Mon Aston, the White Tiger Knight of Dragon God Academy, also a
dual bloodline holder? Dean Fred, since Mon Ray has two bloodlines, I want to know, what exactly is his other bloodline? Angus stared intently at Fred, continuing to press. What kind of bloodline gives him a body as powerful as Prince Barbarossa's at just 16 years old?
Everyone turned their eyes to Dean Fred, filled with
curiosity. Even Frederick XXXII was no exception. Fred smiled bitterly and helplessly. As for what Mon Ray's other bloodline is, I don't know either.
I only confirmed he has two bloodlines yesterday when I saw the information
on the Dragon God Genius list. Fred, Mon Ray is a student of your Fire Dragon Academy, and you don't even know what bloodline he has.
Angus's tone was sarcastic. This genius disciple of yours, could he be a pure-blooded
human? If that's the case, then he's simply too extraordinary. Frederick XXXII frowned slightly. Mon Ray is a student of your Fire Dragon Magic Academy, and as the dean, you don't even know his other bloodline? That's unacceptable. Your Majesty, I truly don't know. Fred quickly responded. But Mon Ray does indeed possess the Fire Dragon bloodline.
I can swear on the Dragon God statue to this. Please, Your Majesty, investigate thoroughly. A 16-year-old Saint Magister with a saint-level physique, this is something even a genius Fire Dragon
cannot achieve. Frederick XXXII lightly tapped the dragon throne. After the exchange competition, I must
have a good talk with this young man to find out exactly what his other bloodline is.
Your Majesty, please, investigate thoroughly. Fred replied respectfully. Talk? That essentially means an investigation, Fred thought. To himself, he knew that His Majesty was already suspicious of Mon Ray's identity. This was understandable. After all, Mon Ray's performance was simply too unbelievable, so strong that it was hard to accept. Without a thorough investigation, who could say what his background truly was? Was he a demonic genius like Adolf? A spy sent from another world? Or perhaps the reincarnation of some evil god? No matter which it was, none of these possibilities boded well for Mon Ray. The Dragon God Empire couldn't even tolerate a pure-blooded human
genius like Timon Barton, let alone someone with an even more extraordinary identity.
Boom! Just as Fred's thoughts were racing, the battle between Mon Ray and Prince Barbarossa had reached its most intense stage.
In this duel, Mon Ray didn't use any magic at all, relying solely on brute strength.
His powerful physique was on full display. His reactions were faster than Barbarossa's. His endurance was greater. Even in terms of strength, he was nearly on par with Barbarossa. After several exchanges, Mon Ray had the upper hand. His expression
remained calm, his breathing steady, as if nothing had happened.
In contrast, Prince Barbarossa, who had reverted to his true form, was panting heavily, his body covered in multiple injuries. The difference in strength was clear at a glance. Kid, that's enough. After all, he's a prince. Don't go too far, give him some face, an old man nearby reminded him. You've already shown how strong you are. If you go any further, you might end up being taken for experiments. Experiments? Who would dare? Mon Ray sneered. I'm part of the Imperial family. Who would have the guts to touch me? Imperial family? Don't you know what bloodline you've awakened? The old man rolled his eyes. Let me tell you, once your golden god-slaying ant bloodline is exposed, your fate won't be much better than Adolph's. Don't worry, old Dean. I'm not Adolf, and I never will be. Mon Ray smiled calmly.
I originally planned to live among you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was
suspicion and jealousy. Forget it, no more pretending. I'll just say it outright. The old man was dumbfounded. Ha! Mon Ray didn't say much more.
He hadn't intended to fuse with that bloodline, but the old man's words
had changed his mind. If you're 10 times stronger than others, they'll envy you. 100 times stronger than others, they might glance at you.
But when you surpass everyone by far, people won't just envy you, they'll
start guarding against you. Understanding certain things not only brings admiration and envy but may also invite endless suspicion and trouble. Mon Ray deeply understood this. Thus, he said in a deep voice, System? Fuse the Golden Dragon bloodline. Yes, host, the system responded. Boom! A sharp, overwhelming aura burst.
from within him, instantly exploding into dazzling golden light. Mundray was enveloped in the golden glow, like blazing golden flames, resembling a scorching sun. A wave of intense pain surged through his entire body, flooding his limbs, nerves, and even every inch of his skin. In the past, such pain would have been unbearable, but now, having cultivated to this point, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Rip rip accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone tearing, blood-soaked golden scales emerged from his body like bamboo shoots. After rain. 1, 2, 3. Then, 2 dragon horns and a dragon tail appeared. Finally, a pair of golden bat wings unfolded, radiating dazzling light. Boom! The golden flames continued to burn, instantly evaporating the blood on Mundray's body. He transformed into a 2-meter-tall dragon man, with golden horns atop his head, golden wings on his back, a golden dragon tail, and his entire body covered in golden dragon scales. Boom! Pure dragon's might erupted from within him, sweeping across several miles. Everyone who felt this pressure turned pale. The contestants on the scene trembled all over. The people in front of the cathedral were stunned. He's actually a golden dragon man? Is he really a golden dragon man? The Black Dragon Academy's headmaster, Angus, had an extremely complex expression, a mix of shock, disappointment, unwillingness, and disbelief. Mundray actually possesses the golden dragon bloodline? My God, this is unbelievable. Headmaster Fred and the Battle Dragon Academy's headmaster exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Yesterday, when they saw Mundray challenge the Dragon God Tower, they had guessed he had dual bloodlines. But they never expected the other bloodline to be that of a golden dragon. It was simply incredible. However, this was actually a good thing, an absolutely great piece of news. After a brief moment of shock, Headmaster Fred was overjoyed. Mundray possesses the golden dragon bloodline. He is a member of our Dragon God Empire's royal family. Who would dare question him now? Thinking of this, Fred turned his gaze to Emperor Frederick XXXII, who was clearly also stunned. No wonder this child's physical body is so strong. It turns out he is a member of my royal family. How gratifying. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. This child is extraordinarily talented and brilliant, truly the pride of our empire's royal family. I knew it. Such an outstanding individual couldn't possibly be an ordinary human. The crowd's attitude shifted instantly, from suspicion to praise, a complete 180-degree reversal. This was normal. Previously, they could doubt Mundray, but now, Mundray was a golden dragon man, a pure royal bloodline. No one dared to speak ill of him. Headmaster Angus, do you have anything to say now? Headmaster Fred stared at Angus and asked, You just accused me of deceiving His Majesty. Now I want to ask, who exactly is misleading the Emperor? Angus's face turned ashen, as if he were constipated. Unable to refute. Refute? What a joke! From the moment Mundray revealed his golden dragon bloodline, all doubts became meaningless. 16 years old. A Saint Magister. A saint-level physique. A dual bloodline holder. Such a figure, even if not of royal blood, the Emperor would want to draw closer to him, let alone the fact that Mundray was a true royal member. Headmaster Angus, your doubts are somewhat reasonable, Frederick XXXII spoke, but before raising suspicions, you should investigate thoroughly before reporting to me. Otherwise, it will only seem like you're causing trouble, slandering colleagues and failing to distinguish right from wrong. Understood, Your Majesty's teachings. Angus responded respectfully, returning to his seat in disgrace.at. The same time, on the Lost Continent. The physical enhancement wasn't as significant, but what a pleasant surprise. Mundray looked at his attribute panel and breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his physical body had already reached its limit. For a common bloodline like the Golden Dragon, the potential for enhancement wouldn't be too great. After all, the Golden Dragon was merely a saint-level magical beast, while he himself had a saint-level physique. How much could the Golden Dragon bloodline really affect him? Unexpectedly, this fusion brought a considerable improvement. Host, Mundray race, human, fire dragon bloodline 52%, flame demon bloodline 47%, golden godslaying ant bloodline 10%, godslaying rat bloodline 1%, golden dragon bloodline 50%, wealth 22.3 law source crystals physique, say level 12063 858 705/100 billion, spirit, say level 1,028,303,785 out of 100 billion, magic power, Saint level, 1025,877,840/100 billion, law comprehension, fire 0.2%, wind 0.1%, thunder 0.1%, metal 0.1%, light 0.1% from the panel. It was clear that the fusion of the golden dragon bloodline had increased his physique from over 11 billion to 12 billion, a full increase of 900 million.
That was no small number.
If he were to buy this improvement with money, it would cost at least 9 billion.
Gold coins, a massive fortune. Roar!
On the other side, Barbarossa was stunned when he saw Mundray's state.
He hadn't expected Mundray to possess the golden dragon bloodline. This made him even angrier. We're both royalty. I am a pure-blooded golden dragon, and he is nothing but a hybrid. Why is he stronger than me? It's
like how ordinary people wouldn't envy Jack Ma's wealth but would envy their relatives or friends being richer
than them. Barbarossa had this kind of mentality.
He was the only pure-blooded golden dragon of the younger
generation in the Dragon God Empire, destined to ascend the throne and rule the empire. He had tolerated being
overshadowed by the 13th princess, but now this guy, who came out of nowhere, was even stronger than him.
He couldn't accept it. Roar! Barbarossa roared in fury and crushed the pure gold pendant around his neck. In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping his entire body. Boom! He became like a golden sun, radiating light and illuminating the surroundings. Roar!
His aura instantly multiplied several times.
As the golden
light gradually faded, Barbarossa's body expanded several times over. His muscles became more robust, his dragon horns and claws sharper, and his body length grew from 100 meters to 300 to 400 meters.
Most strikingly, his entire body was covered in a flowing golden halo, shimmering continuously. Old Dean, what's going on? Mundray was stunned. How did his strength increase again? It's obvious, the elder explained. The pendant
he just crushed contained 2 powerful forbidden spells.
If I'm not mistaken, they should be Golden Protection and Golden God's Blessing. Golden Protection is a single-target defensive forbidden spell of the gold element.
Golden God's Blessing is a single-target offensive forbidden spell of the gold element.
The power of these 2 forbidden spells is at least at the late saint level or even peak saint level of a gold element. Saint Magus. Their power is several times stronger than ordinary forbidden spells. Be careful. Golden Protection Golden God's Blessing. Late saint level or even peak forbidden spells?
Mundray licked his lips.
This guy is really loaded, to even have such things. Meanwhile, in front of the Dragon God Cathedral, the crowd watched the magical light screen in an eerie silence. It was clear to any discerning eye that Prince
Barbarossa had used a special magical artifact to enhance his strength. Although the exchange competition didn't prohibit the use of magical artifacts in a fair one-on-one duel, openly using a magical artifact to boost
one's strength was truly disgraceful. Moreover, his opponent was also a member of the royal family. Using a magical artifact against another royal was simply unacceptable. What a disgrace! He's brought shame to the royal family. Frederick XXXAI squinted his eyes and said, after the exchange competition, send him back to the 10,000 dragon nest to reflect properly. No one dared to refute him. After all, the emperor could criticize Prince Barbarossa at will, but they did not have that privilege. I will never lose to a bastard like you,
Barbarossa roared, transforming into a golden flash, like a heavily armored wild horse, powerful and
unstoppable. Do you think wearing 2 layers of iron will make me helpless against you? Fine, let me show you what a true forbidden spell is. Monray sneered, slowly uttering 4 words. What element forbidden spell? All things of nature. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Monray's body erupted with pure wood element magic,
turning him into a green sun. At the same time, wood elemental energy within several kilometers was irresistibly drawn to him, converging madly. Strange sounds echoed as plants on the ground began to grow wildly, as if
injected with a stimulant.
10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters earth and stone churned, trees shot
up rapidly. In mere seconds, the battlefield before the cliff transformed into a forest. Towering trees turned
into spirited wooden dragons, charging toward Barbarossa in the sky.
Roar! Barbarossa roared, effortlessly, cutting down one wooden dragon after another, charging toward Monray with thunderous momentum. Not bad. Monray sneered, all things of nature. All things of nature. All things of nature. 10 consecutive forbidden.
Spells were unleashed in rapid succession, tens of thousands of wooden dragons frantically entangling Barbarossa, submerging him in an endless sea of wood.
500 dragons? 1,000? Tens of thousands? Impossible to count. Barbarossa's fate was sealed.
Under the relentless entanglement of countless wooden dragons, his speed
slowed more and more.
Finally, as he reached Man Ray, he was firmly bound, unable to move, forced to stare
helplessly at Man Ray. Do you know why Madara couldn't defeat Hashirama? Man Ray said coldly. This is the reason. The Dragon God Cathedral fell into an eerie silence.
Whether royalty, nobles, or ministers, everyone
was utterly shocked. No one had expected this outcome.
Even with his strength multiplied several times, Prince
Barbarossa was still no match for Man Ray. The gap between them was so vast. Each all things of nature was cast with less than 3 seconds between them. Emperor Frederick XXXII exclaimed in astonishment. Less than 3 seconds, it's practically instantaneous casting.
This guy's mastery of the laws of wood is reached such a level. The crowd nodded in agreement.
Ordinary magic can be cast instantly, and theoretically, forbidden spells can too.
But to achieve instantaneous casting of forbidden spells, the caster must have an extremely
high understanding of the laws of nature, allowing them to execute seamlessly. Most Saint Magi cannot achieve this. Yet Man Ray did, proving his terrifying comprehension of the laws of wood.
This.
Dean Fred smiled bitterly. Dean Fred, am I wrong? Emperor Frederick XXXII asked, puzzled. Your Majesty, to be honest, Dean
Fred said helplessly, until just now, I had no idea Man Ray had a talent for wood element magic.
You didn't even know that? Emperor Frederick XXXII frowned slightly. Your Majesty, I only knew Man Ray possessed talents for
lightning, fire, and earth magic.
As for wood, I truly had no idea. Dean Fred answered honestly. Lightning, fire, earth, and wood? 4-element magic? Man Ray actually has a talent for 4-element magic? That's terrifying. Truly terrifying. Not only does he possess the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon and Fire Dragon,
but he also has a talent for 4-element magic.
Great Dragon God, you are far too biased. The crowd collectively
gasped, completely stunned by Man Ray's extraordinary talent.
Dual Dragon bloodlines. 4-element magic. Talent. Either of these alone would be enough to inspire envy, jealousy, and hatred, let alone possessing both simultaneously. Not even the Dragon God's illegitimate child is this monstrous.
Such talent undoubtedly
makes Man Ray the most dazzling royal member in millennia. I am truly delighted. Emperor Frederick XXXII praised. Sincerely.
Meanwhile, on the lost continent,
the battle had ended. No matter how unwilling Barbarossa
was to admit it, the truth was undeniable.
You lost, Your Highness. After saying this with a meaningful expression, Man Ray completely ignored the furious Barbarossa, who was almost ready to kill, directly stored away
the corpse of the crocodile eagle albatross king, and turned to leave.
He left. That guy finally left. So strong. So terrifying. Who knows this guy? Where on earth did he come from, and why is he so powerful? His strength might even rival those 4 monsters in the academy, right? Kid, you're completely famous now.
Sigh, defeating a prince, this is something I didn't even dare to dream of back in the day.
But seriously, when did you awaken the Golden Dragon bloodline? Why haven't I heard about it? Just how many secrets are you hiding? Man Ray
lay back on the multi-armed behemoth and continued on his way, chatting idly with the old man.
About half an
hour later, a massive canyon appeared ahead, and the multi-armed behemoth, Salus, stopped.
Boss, up ahead is
the territory of the Golden Corpse insect clan, Golden Corpse Canyon.
Golden Corpse Canyon? The canyon was wide and deep, rugged and winding, with no end in sight.
Mist swirled within, emitting a pungent stench.
The
canyon floor was littered with countless corpses, some just beginning to rot, crawling with maggots and flies. Others were old remains, reduced to bare bones. Before even approaching, just seeing the ground full of corpses and smelling the nauseating stench from afar made Man Ray's stomach churn, almost causing him to vomit.
His last meal. Salus, why did you bring me to this hellhole?
Man Ray pinched his nose, his face full of displeasure.
Boss, didn't you want to find a saint-level magical beast? Salus explained in a deep voice, the ruler of the Golden Corpse insect clan is the closest saint-level magical beast to us. It resides right here in Golden Corpse Canyon. Fine. Monray pinched his nose. Is there a way to lure out the Golden Corpse insect, King? I really don't want to step into this stinking canyon. Simple. Salas grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it into the canyon, causing the canyon walls to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Boris, you bastard, get out here. I'm going to beat you up today. Salas pounded his chest, his thunderous roar echoing through the canyon. Compared to Clara, Salas was the straightforward and brute force type. Monray couldn't help but laugh. When he had the unicorned rose python call someone, that guy was always timid and overly cautious, making it awkward to watch. In contrast, Salas was much more direct. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Moments later, a buzzing sound arose, and a golden mist floated out of the canyon. With Monray's sharp eyesight, he could clearly see that this was not a golden mist but a swarm of countless golden insects, flying together like locusts, covering the sky and earth. Dense, golden, and overwhelming. Boss, these are the Golden Corpse insects. Salas shrank his neck and said, they're small in size but incredibly destructive, extremely annoying bugs. What level of magical beasts are Golden Corpse insects? Monray stared at the glittering golden cloud, unable to resist asking. Boss, a single Golden Corpse insect is roughly equivalent to a level 9 magical beast, but their mouths can easily pierce the skin and scales of most level 9 and even saint-level magical beasts. Salas explained in a deep voice. A large swarm of Golden Corpse insects can devour a saint-level magical beast in just a few minutes. So, they're extremely dangerous. No way, I absolutely don't want to step into this damned canyon and provoke these disgusting bugs. They're just too terrifying. Just thinking about them crawling all over me and burrowing into my hair makes me shudder. Look at you, scared like that. Monray couldn't help but laugh. But in his heart, he was calculating, each Golden Corpse insect is a level 9 magical beast. With so many of them, how much money could I make? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Monray was lost in his fantasies, the golden cloud formed by thousands of Golden Corpse insects flew over and then merged into a gigantic insect. This giant insect stood over 100 meters tall, with a ferocious face and sharp fangs, resembling an enlarged louse. Its entire body was golden, with wings on its back, covered in scales, and exuding a terrifying aura. Salas, how dare you trespass into my Golden Corpse Canyon? You've got some nerve. The giant insect opened its mouth, its voice thunderous and deafening. Since you've come, today I'll eat you and let you know this is not a place for the likes of you. Minions, devour him for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant insect instantly dispersed, transforming into a golden swarm of insects that surged toward Salas. Roar! Salas roared furiously at the sky, ferocious beyond compare, but he was powerless against the overwhelming swarm of Golden Corpse insects. The swarm scattered and converged, even forming humanoid shapes. In an instant, they closed in on Salas. Roar, roar, roar! Salas roared wildly, swinging his sharp claws and smashing boulders, unleashing his power to the extreme. Yet, against these tiny insects, he was like a tiger facing a porcupine, unable to strike effectively. Indeed, against a swarm of minuscule insects, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. Seeing himself about to be surrounded by the Golden Corpse insects, destined to be devoured, rotted, and turned into food. For the insects like the corpses in the Golden Corpse Canyon, Salas was desperate. Absolute zero. At this moment, Monray finally made his move. Crack! A surge of white cold air erupted, instantly enveloping the golden insect swarm, accompanied by crisp cracking sounds as the golden cloud was rapidly frozen. The white cold air continued to spread, covering the entire Golden Corpse Canyon, freezing everything in its path, including the foul-smelling corpses. Moments later, the Golden Corpse Canyon transformed into a vast, white ice field. Countless Golden Corpse insects were frozen mid-air, motionless. Not dead? Monray was surprised because the system notification didn't sound, indicating that the thoroughly frozen Golden Corpse insects were not dead, not a single one. How strange. Monray marveled. Golden Corpse insects are dual attribute magical beasts of gold and ice, almost immune to gold and ice magic. The old man's voice sounded, absolute zero can't kill them. No wonder. Monray nodded. What about heavenly fire scorches the plains? Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, a massive black flame descended from the sky, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters, burning toward the Golden Corpse Canyon behind him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Wherever the flames touched, everything ignited, even the Icy surfaces emitting cold air were consumed.
Hiss hiss hiss, the ice didn't melt into water, instead, it became
fuel for the black flames, making the fire burn even stronger. Boom boom boom, the raging flames burned fiercely, devouring everything. Ding!
You defeated a golden corpse insect and earned 10 million gold coins.
Ding! You defeated another golden corpse insect and earned 10.01 million gold coins. Ding! The system notifications rang. Continuously, never ending. Now that's more like it. Monray nodded in satisfaction. Damn it! Damn bastard! How dare you cruelly kill my children? You deserve to die.
A sharp, owl-like screech sounded as a fist-sized golden corpse insect suddenly flew out, glaring angrily at Monray, gnashing its teeth in fury.
Boss, that's the golden corpse insect Emperor Boris. Multi-armed Baiman promptly reminded. Golden corpse insect Emperor? Monray turned to look.
Ordinary golden corpse insects were pitifully small, about the size of a date seed, but this golden corpse insect emperor was massive, dozens or even hundreds of times larger than a regular golden corpse insect, about the size of a fist.
Is this also a saint-level magical beast? Monray said in surprise, a saint-level magical beast the size of a fist, this must be the smallest saint-level magical beast I've ever seen.
At that moment, 2 golden light clusters fell from the golden corpse insect emperor.
Ding! Discovered dropped items. Pick up, pick up. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtained 1 fragment of the gold elemental. Law. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtained the golden corpse insect emperor's bloodline. Fuse? Fuse the gold elemental law fragment first. As for the golden corpse insect emperor's bloodline, forget it. Ever since fusing
with the god-slaying mouse bloodline, Monray had become increasingly selective about bloodlines. Ordinary ones
no longer interested him. Dragon bloodlines, flame demon bloodlines, and even the golden dragon bloodline he
had just obtained felt like mere scraps to him, of little use.
If possible, he wouldn't even want them. So,
the golden corpse insect emperor's bloodline he had just picked up held no appeal for Monray.
Fuse the gold
elemental law fragment first. In an instant, a surge of knowledge about metal elements and the law of gold flooded into Monray's mind, immediately enhancing his understanding of gold.
Gold represents sharpness and hardness, symbolizing slaughter. Gold is reserved in cold, driving change and innovation. After a while, Monray
slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, clearly feeling that his mastery of the law of gold had reached a new
level. Thank you for the fragment of the law of gold.
Monray's gaze fell on the golden corpse bug emperor.
Consider yourself lucky to leave behind a complete corpse. Ice forbidden spell, absolute 0. Wood forbidden spell, life judgment.
2 forbidden spells were unleashed in succession, leaving the golden corpse bug emperor
no chance to escape, killing it instantly. Ding!
Killed 1 golden corpse bug emperor, gained 11.8 billion gold
coins.
The corpse dropped, and Monray casually grabbed it, sighing, if all Saint Domain magical beast corpses were this small, I wouldn't have to worry about storage space.
Salus, go find the next Saint Domain magical beast. Understood, boss.
The multi-armed Baiman set off again, while Monray routinely counted his spoils, only
to be shocked. The wealth value increased so much? Monray was astonished. He now possessed 58.6 law source crystals. Converted to gold coins, that's 586 billion. How much was there before? 22.3 law source crystals. Equivalent to 223 billion gold coins. Now 58.6. An increase of 36.3 law source crystals. My goodness. How did it suddenly increase so much? Wait, let me calculate.
1 golden corpse bug is worth 10 million gold coins. 10 bugs
make 100 million.
36.3 law source crystals are equivalent to 3.63 billion gold coins.
That's 36,300 golden corpse bugs? 36,300 bugs? Worth this much gold? My goodness. Hunting level 9 magical beasts is more profitable than Saint Domain magical beasts? After a while, Monray calmed down. He understood that it wasn't that
level 9 magical beasts were more valuable than Saint Domain magical beasts, but rather that the number of golden corpse bugs killed earlier was simply too high.
Small amounts accumulate, and quantity is the key. This is the truth. 3.63 billion gold coins. An unexpected windfall. Who would have thought that the golden corpse bugs killed earlier would bring me so much profit? It seems that hunting group-dwelling magical beasts is the most cost-effective way to make money. Monray's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately issued an order.
Salus, lead the team to the Saint-Domain magical beast territory right away. Prioritize finding those with
large groups. The larger the group, the better. He added, the stronger the better. Understood, boss. Salus responded swiftly. Monray nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze fell on the massive wealth value of 58.6 law source crystals. This money must be put to good use. He glanced at the attribute panel and had a sudden idea. System, first increase the fusion rate of the god-slaying mouse bloodline by 1%. The cold voice of the system sounded, increasing the fusion rate by 1% requires 10 law source crystals. Confirm? Increase.
Monray didn't hesitate, though he felt a bit of pain in his heart. He had known the cost for a long time.
Increasing the
bloodline fusion rate by 1% costs 1 billion gold coins, while increasing the comprehension of the law by 1% only
costs 100 million gold coins. In other words, if he didn't enhance the bloodline, spending this money on law comprehension could increase it by 10 percentage points. 10 percentage points. That's no small number. But Monray felt the expense was worth it. Enhancing the god-slaying mouse bloodline fusion rate would provide comprehensive improvements to his strength, especially in speed and defense.
In this perilous lost continent, speed and defense determine life and death, especially when facing that menacing divine tree.
Enhancing these two aspects is absolutely necessary.
Swish, the wealth instantly decreased by 10 law source crystals.
Subsequently,
a stream of black-green energy surged from the depths of his bloodline, quickly flowing throughout his body,
strengthening Monray's muscles, bones, and skin, transforming his physique. Here it comes again, accompanied by intense pain surging through his heart. Monray couldn't help but groan. This time, the pain was even more severe than when he fused with the Golden Dragon bloodline, like waves relentlessly pounding his nerves, piercing
to the bone, as if his internal organs were being burned by fire. He grabbed Salus's mane tightly, wishing he could faint, but his mental strength was so strong that he couldn't pass out.
He couldn't faint, so he had to endure. Monray gritted his teeth and held on. Boss, what's wrong? Salus noticed something unusual and asked with concern. Don't worry about me, keep moving.
Monray ordered in a low voice, his tone carrying an
undeniable authority.
Salus felt the power in his words, shuddered inwardly, and quickly lowered his head to
continue on without further questions. The entire transformation process lasted half an hour. Although it was
painful, the result made Monray unable to suppress a smile.
The fusion rate of the god-slaying mouse bloodline successfully increased to 2%.
Even more surprising, his physique doubled, reaching an astonishing 24.1 billion. Previously, it was only 12 billion, and now it had directly doubled.
In other words, increasing the bloodline
fusion rate by 1% also increased his physique by 12 billion.
If he had to buy this improvement with money, it would cost 1.2 trillion gold coins for that 12 billion physique. What a bargain!
Not to mention, his speed
and defense had also greatly improved, and his overall strength had skyrocketed.
It was no exaggeration to say
that the benefits Monray gained far exceeded the 1 trillion gold coins he spent. In short, the 1 trillion was totally worth it. He made a huge profit. Monray said happily. It's much more cost-effective than simply spending money to improve physique.
From now on, there's no need to just spend on physique. Investing in the
god-slaying mouse bloodline fusion rate is the way to go. Although the process is a bit painful, it's absolutely worth it. Monray took a deep breath, wiped the sweat and blood off his face, and stared resolutely at his personal attribute panel. Host Monray race human, fire dragon bloodline 52%, flame demon bloodline 47%, golden godslaying ant bloodline 10%, godslaying mouse bloodline 2%, golden dragon bloodline 50%, wealth value ** 48.6 law source crystals physique * Saint-Domain 241 2460 7410/1 trillion spirit * Saint-Domain 10 2831 4896/1 trillion magic power * Saint-Domain 10 2588 8951/1 trillion law comprehension * fire 0.2%, wind 0.1%, thunder 0.1%, gold 0.2%, light 0.1% others * various my raw strength has improved. Next, let's do something exciting. Monray adjusted to a comfortable position, took a deep breath,
and slowly closed his eyes.
System, I want to use the infinite looting function. Ding. Using this function requires 1 law source crystal. Confirm usage, the system coldly prompted. Use it. I have plenty of money. Swish. The wealth value immediately decreased by 1 law source crystal. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Ding. Fusion successful. Gained wealth plus 1 million gold coins. Monray was stunned. Only 1 million gold coins? What does this mean? I just spent 100 billion gold coins, and I only got 1 million in return? This is a disaster. A huge loss. 100 billion gold coins, and this is all I get? I refuse to accept this. One more time. Ding. Using this function requires 1 law source crystal. Confirm usage? Use it. Swish the wealth value decreased by another 1 law source crystal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a branch of the Tree of Life, the system announced coldly. A branch of the Tree of Life? Monray was dumbfounded. He took it out for a closer look. It was a green branch about 1 meter long. In an instant, a surge of powerful vitality emanated from it, and Monray immediately felt refreshed, with all his fatigue swept away. Boss. Salas sensed something unusual and immediately turned back. Kid, where did you get this thing? The old man was also drawn out, appearing from the spatial ring, staring at the green branch with a face full of astonishment. Old Dean, do you recognize this thing? Monray asked. Of course. If I didn't recognize this, what use would all my years of living be? The old man rolled his eyes, took a light sniff, and, like an addict, catching a whiff of drugs, his face instantly showed a look of intoxication. A branch of the Tree of Life. It's absolutely genuine. This thing is amazing. It contains incredible vitality, can bring the dead back to life, and can rapidly restore magic power. With it, the effects of meditation are several times stronger than usual, and the recovery speed of magic power in the body can also multiply. A great item, an absolute treasure. If it were put up for auction, how much could it sell for? Monray quickly asked. This thing wasn't of much use to him. Converting it into gold coins would be more practical. You want to sell it? What a wasteful idea. The old man got anxious upon hearing this. The Tree of Life is the sacred tree of the Elven Empire. Most people don't even get a chance to see it, let alone obtain a branch. However, just this piece of branch could fetch at least hundreds of billions, maybe even over $1 trillion at auction. Hundreds of billions to over $1 trillion? Not bad, not a loss. Monray breathed a sigh of relief, carefully stored the branch of the Tree of Life, and quickly contacted the system. System, take a look at what you've picked up for me. You're really messing with me. Host, the infinite pickup function is random. What you get depends entirely on luck. Random, my foot. Monray said irritably. Can't you pick up something reliable for me? Something good? At the very least, don't let me lose out. It costs 10 billion gold coins each time. The price is too high. Forget it, I'm not using it anymore. It's too much of a scam. But he felt so unwilling. He had used it twice and hadn't gotten anything good, leaving him feeling frustrated. How about one more try? Just one last time. System, one more time. Ding. Using this function requires 1 law source crystal. Do you want to proceed? Stop talking. Nonsense. One last time. Swish, another law source crystal was deducted from his wealth value. Don't scam me. Again. If I get another piece of junk, I'm really going to lose it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hammer of Destruction. Before him was a filthy swamp. Large areas of withered trees grew in the muddy shallows, their bark stripped bare. The murky, yellowish lake water emitted a foul stench. This swamp seemed like a dead place, desolate and silent, with no signs of life, not even a sound. Suddenly, a massive shadow rushed over from the distance, stopping above the swamp. Its body was covered in thick fur, with strong, muscular limbs. It was none other than the behemoth beast, Salas. Boss, this is the territory of the Swamp Crimson Serpents. Salas turned and said, the Swamp Crimson Serpents are a very powerful snake clan on the Lost Continent, with a large population. How strong are they? Their strength varies. Some are level 6 or 7. Others are level 8 or 9, and the Swamp Crimson Serpent King is a saint-level magical beast. Overall,
The strength of the swamp crimson serpents is comparable to the Golden Corpse insect clan, they're both large.
Clans that move in swarms. Not bad. Monray nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go. Bring out the swamp. Crimson Serpent King. Yes, boss. Salus responded, grabbing a piece of deadwood and tossing it into the swamp.
Water splashed, and mud churned. 2 minutes later, a giant snake about 20 meters long, covered in reddish-brown patterns, emerged from the swamp, swaying as it slithered toward them.
Boss, that's a swamp crimson serpent. Salus stared at it and said, this clan is too greedy. They've eaten all the creatures in this swamp. So they're always hungry, and any movement will attract them. Look over there. Monray followed Salus's direction,
and saw more swamp crimson serpents emerging from various places.
Their numbers kept increasing, as if a floodgate had been opened. What a pack of hungry wolves. Monray flicked his fingers lightly, as if playing the piano.
Sharp wind blades shot out, heading straight for the swamp crimson serpents. /**1. Snake head after another was severed, and they fell to the ground. Blood splattered, and heads flew.
In an
instant, all the swamp crimson serpents that had emerged were slaughtered. Blood stained multiple areas of the swamp, and a faint smell of blood filled the air.
Is it over? Of course, it's not that simple. As if they
had smelled the blood, more and more swamp crimson serpents began to emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring
rain. 10, 50, 100.
In just a few minutes, the once dead swamp became lively, with thousands upon
thousands of swamp crimson serpents appearing, covering the entire swamp. Looking around, the ground was filled with red giant snakes, absolute zero. Boom!
A surge of white cold current erupted, instantly covering a range of 10,000 meters around. Everything in the vicinity was frozen, emitting cracking sounds.
The red
swamp instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow, and all the crimson swamp serpents within 10,000
meters turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Ding! Killed one crimson swamp serpent, gained 13 million gold coins. Ding!
Killed one crimson swamp serpent, gained 3.97 million gold coins.
Monray suddenly soared into the
air, heading straight for the depths of the swamp, with Salus closely following behind.
The two advanced,
while slaying monsters along the way, leaving a trail of corpses and countless ice sculptures, as if they were
cheating in a game.
Reaching the center of the swamp, they saw a deep pool ahead, resembling an ancient well. The pool water was crystal clear and emerald green, bottomless, forming a stark contrast with the murky swamp
water around it. A strong aura of a magical beast emanated from the pool, clearly indicating the presence of a super ferocious beast. Salus, call it out. Monray ordered. Yes, my lord. Salus grabbed a giant log and
hurled it into the deep pool, shouting loudly, Albin, you stinking creature, get out here now.
Splash! The
sound of water surged. It was unclear whether the log had disturbed the giant serpent or if Salus's cursing
had worked.
Suddenly, a massive serpent burst out of the water, its head leaping high into the air, opening its blood-red maw, and lunging straight at Salus with a strong, foul stench. Salus was prepared, swinging his
sharp claws fiercely.
But the serpent's head agilely dodged, bypassing the claws and biting directly onto
Salus's waist.
The massive serpent's body quickly coiled around him, circle after circle, moving so fast it was
dizzying.
Salus roared in anger, his 6 sharp hooked claws slashing at the serpent's body like iron hooks. Each strike leaving deep grooves with blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the swamp water red.
The giant serpent
hissed in pain, opening its mouth to bite Salus's neck, its sharp venomous fangs glinting green under the
sunlight, ready to pierce through. Monray sneered. Salus's body was so tough that even forbidden spells might not harm him. What could mere venomous fangs do?
But in the next moment, something unbelievable happened.
The
2 venomous fangs actually pierced Salus's skin, injecting venom rapidly.
Salus's body stiffened instantly, his movements slowing down, clearly poisoned. Damn it! Monray was shocked and quickly prepared to rush in to save him.
Salus was his trusted subordinate, and he would never stand by and watch him be poisoned to death. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A green arrow shot out at an astonishing speed, instantly
piercing the giant serpent's fatal weak point.
The serpent's eyes rolled back, its body stiffened, and it was
on the brink of death.
The green arrow continued flying, heading straight for Salus's throat.
The power was immense, and Monray couldn't guarantee it wouldn't pierce through Salus's neck.
The stakes were too high. Monray
Couldn't afford to gamble. Damn it! He rushed over quickly. With the awakening of his god-slaying mouse bloodline, his speed had greatly increased, and he reached Salus's side in an instant. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Squelch! The green arrow easily penetrated Salus's defenses, stabbing into his throat. A large amount of blood spurted out, dyeing his mane red. Bastard! Man Ray was nearly out of control but suppressed his fury, choosing not to pursue the attacker. Instead, he quickly cast a wood element forbidden spell, Life Blessing. Immediately, wood elements within 10,000 meters frantically gathered, forming a 100-meter wide protective shield around Salus. The power of the wood element surged into Salus's throat like a flood, rapidly healing his wound. With the help of Life Blessing, the injury on Salus's throat quickly improved. After a few breaths, the bleeding gradually stopped, and the wound was almost healed. Swallow this. Man Ray took out a life core of a saint-level wood element magical beast and stuffed it into Salus's mouth to accelerate his recovery. Thank you, boss. The continuous blows had left the strong behemoth beast somewhat exhausted, and his voice was no longer as fierce. I can only heal your wound, but I can't neutralize the serpent venom in your body. Man Ray's expression was grim. Can you hold on? Boss, don't worry. Salus grinned weakly. The venom of this crimson swamp serpent king isn't that deadly to us behemoth beasts. Most serpent venoms are something we can resist. Let me rest for a while, and soon I'll be full of energy again. That's good. Man Ray let out a sigh of relief, his brows relaxing as he patted Salus on the shoulder. Rest well, leave the rest to me. Yes, boss. Man Ray turned around, his gaze turning cold and sharp as he stared in the direction the green arrow had come from, exuding a murderous aura. You hiding coward, show yourself. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of black flames descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the forest. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom! Asterisk the black flames burned fiercely, consuming everything in their path. The forest was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Whoosh! A green figure flew out from the flames, lightly tapping the air with her toes, like a graceful green butterfly dancing, agile and light, as if a fairy had descended. Pointed ears, a slender figure, a beautiful and delicate face, skin as smooth as porcelain, and a pair of bright black eyes that seemed to speak. She wore emerald green armor that only covered the essential areas, leaving the rest of her skin exposed to the air, exuding both purity and sensuality, full of allure. Faced with such a beauty, anyone would be moved. Man Ray was momentarily stunned by her beauty, but what he felt more was anger, a burning rage. Was it you who ambushed my prey and killed my mount? You've got some nerve. All the magical beasts on this continent are my prey, and these two saint-level magical beasts are no exception. The green-clad woman parted her red lips, her voice crisp and melodious, like a flowing stream. Leave now. They are mine. Asterisk ha ha. Het asterisk Man Ray sneered, his laughter cold and eerie, echoing above the swamp. And what if I don't leave? A gentle breeze stirred, rippling the water's surface. Above the deep pool, the two figures faced off. One with a cold gaze, exuding killing intent. The other with an indifferent expression, looking down from above. Leave? And what if I don't? Man Ray licked his lips, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't have time to waste words with you. Unless you're a fool, you should know what to do. The undying elf Miriam parted her lips, her voice clear and pleasant. Otherwise, I'll have to tell you with my arrows. Another self-righteous fool. Man Ray shook his head and laughed. I've seen plenty like you, and they all end up the same. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out as Man Ray disappeared in an instant, moving so fast that countless afterimages were left on the ground. The afterimages extended all the way to Miriam, and in a flash, he appeared before her, delivering a fierce kick. This kick was as heavy as a mountain and as swift as thunder, leaving no time for an ordinary person to react. Even a powerful figure like Prince Barbarossa would struggle to withstand it. But to Man Ray's surprise, the undying elf Miriam reacted with incredible speed, nimbly dodging. A flash of anger crossed her jade-like face. She was thoroughly enraged. How dare you try to kick me, you bastard! Without hesitation, she drew her bowstring. Her movements were smooth and swift, even faster than Man Ray by a fraction. Whoosh! A green arrow shot toward Man Ray in an instant. The distance was so close that Man Ray didn't even have time to dodge. The arrow flew straight toward his heart. Bang! But What happened next left Miriam utterly shocked. The arrow struck Man Ray's chest with a dull thud, then disintegrated into a cluster of green light particles and dissipated. Not only was Man Ray unharmed, but even his skin remained unscathed. How is this possible? Miriam was stunned. She was a saint archer, and her arrows were powerful enough to pierce through most saint-level magical beasts, yet they hadn't even scratched Man Ray. How strong was Man Ray's defense? It was simply unbelievable. Was he even human? Boom, in a battle between experts, the outcome is often decided in an instant.
While Miriam was momentarily dazed, Man Ray suddenly lashed
out with a kick. The heavy kick landed squarely on her face, and Miriam let out a piercing scream as she was sent flying. Was it over just like that? No. Man Ray had no intention of stopping. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, attacking relentlessly. One kick after another. One punch after another. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk asterisk smack. 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 Asterisk asterisk boom. Boom.
Boom. Asterisk. Having lost the initiative and faced with Man Ray's ferocious assault, Miriam had no chance to fight back and could only endure the beating.
Man Ray's heart burned with rage,
and he showed no mercy, nor did he hold back. After all, she wasn't his wife, why would he go easy on her? He looked at Miriam, his face twisted and hideous, unbearable to look at. Let alone getting close, just looking at her was nauseating. This is the ultimate mastery of my disfiguring kick technique. Seeing her in this state, Man Ray nodded in satisfaction, finally releasing the anger in his heart. Dare to sneak attack me from behind? Let's see how arrogant you can be now. You. Miriam was both furious and resentful, wishing she could tear Man Ray to pieces. She was a proud undead elf, one of the 4 geniuses of Dragon God Academy, the ice-cold goddess admired by countless people. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? It was utterly disgraceful. But unfortunately, stop wasting words. Hand over your spatial rings now, or I'll beat you up again. Man Ray sneered, dress like that, it's obvious you're not a decent person. Someone like you should just head to the red light district. This is no place for you. Ugh. Miriam was so enraged she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Playing dead? Man Ray raised an eyebrow, casually pointing a finger. The deep pool on the ground instantly froze, and Miriam fell onto the ice. Worried she might play tricks, Man Ray froze her hands and feet before searching her body and taking all her spatial rings. Then, he turned and left. Be grateful for my mercy, you wretched woman. If it weren't for the competition's no-kill rule, you'd already be dead. I really wonder if you're recalculating, each person has less than 1,500 square kilometers of territory. Can they sustain half a month of hunting? Not to mention, in many sacred beast territories, you might not see a single beast within hundreds of kilometers, with vast areas being empty. Ordinary beasts can't withstand the player's frenzied hunting. It's normal for them to be wiped out after half a month. Once the beasts are gone, large-scale player-on-player slaughter is bound to happen in the following half-month. Man Ray was well aware of this. The Lost Continent elimination round only selects the top 100, while the other 7,748 participants will be eliminated. A 78-to-1 ratio, brutally intense. But what does that have to do with me? With no beasts to hunt, Man Ray's enthusiasm waned. He might as well wait for others to come to him. Thinking this, he looked toward Golden Bay. The water was clear, the scenery beautiful, and the white sandy beach bathed in warm sunlight. It was practically an ideal vacation spot. It seems even the heavens want me to wait here and rest for a few days. Man Ray's lips curled into a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, several wind blades shot out, instantly killing hundreds of golden bread crabs on the beach, including the golden bread crab king. Time for a makeover. Water splashed as waves washed away the bloodstains on the beach. Vines intertwined, forming a lounge chair and a sunshade. Here I come. With a nimble leap, Man Ray dove into the cool seawater, leisurely swimming. For the past half-month, he had been either hunting beasts or rushing on the road, exposed to the elements and utterly exhausted. Now, he could finally relax. After a refreshing swim, Man Ray contentedly returned to the shore, lay on the green vine chair, and took out some wine, drinks, and fruit, happily enjoying himself. Saras, it's fishing time. Whether we catch anything depends on you. Boss, what do you mean?
Saras, who was swimming in the sea, looked confused. He was enjoying a nice bath. Couldn't this wait? I mean, you're the bait. Say no more, just deflate. Pfft, I said deflate. Not fart. Take them down. That Vajra barbarian bull will be ours.
Anyone who dares to steal our beast is
dead. Kill. On the vast grassland, a fierce melee broke out. Over 20 people clashed, blades flashing,
magic flying, the earth trembling, and the atmosphere tense to the extreme.
The sole reason for their fight
was the massive black beast nearby, a 50-meter-long Vajra barbarian bull.
Moo! The Vajra barbarian bull, seeing
that these players didn't take it seriously at all, was furious.
You keep shouting about killing me, and I was ready to fight back. But what happened? You started fighting each other and left me aside. Isn't this clearly disrespecting me? A cow might endure this, but I, an old bull, will not. Moo! The Vajra barbarian bull roared, unleashing its full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades of grass were lifted, transforming into dense grass arrows that rained down on the players.
This was the wood element forbidden spell, all
plants as soldiers.
The forbidden spell's power was immense. Before the players could react, they were engulfed
by countless grass arrows. Put, put. Screams echoed as the players were pierced through vital points by the grass arrows, collapsing instantly.
Some died gruesomely on the spot. After the storm of grass arrows,
not a single person remained standing.
The lucky ones died instantly, while the unlucky ones were left barely
clinging to life. Useless trash. The Vajra barbarian bull angrily finished off the survivors with a few strikes, then walked away triumphantly.
In recent days, people kept coming to court death, trying to steal its
magic core.
Over the past few days, countless players had died at its hands, leaving the grassland littered
with corpses and stained with blood. The Vajra barbarian bull was already tired of these pointless battles. It
wanted to leave this place and find a safer location.
Whoosh!
At that moment, a gust of black wind howled, and
a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall descended gracefully. He was clad in a vibrant tiger skin outfit,
his muscles solid, his aura imposing, and his eyes sharp as a hawk's.
Another one. The Vajra barbarian bull was unsurprised to see the newcomer.
It habitually scanned the surroundings to check if anyone else had followed. It had seen this kind of scene too many times.
Haven't had beef in a while. Today, you're going to satisfy me.
The tiger-striped strongman licked his lips, stomped his foot, and instantly appeared in front of the
Vajra barbarian bull.
Swinging a massive fist as large as a pot lid, crack, a crisp sound of bones breaking
echoed. The Vajra barbarian bull didn't even have time to make a sound before its skull was smashed through.
With a single punch, collapsing lifeless to the ground. The strongman pulled his fist out, licking the white brain matter smeared across it, his eyes filled with ecstasy. As expected, bull's brain tastes the best. Saying this, he used brute force to pry open the bull's head and began devouring it bite by bite. In less than half an hour, he had cleaned off half of the bull's head completely.
Perfect.
Finishing his meal, the tiger-striped strongman contentedly patted his bulging stomach.
Retrieving the Vajra barbarian bull's magic core, he finally left, satisfied. As a saint-level powerhouse, the tiger-striped strongman's speed was astonishing.
In no time, he had traveled over 100 kilometers and arrived in front of a towering mountain. The number of magical beasts is
dwindling.
I haven't encountered a single one after so long. The strongman frowned slightly.
At that moment, he faintly sensed an aura from afar. It was the aura of a saint-level magical beast, coming from that direction.
Whoosh! Following the aura, he quickly arrived at a breathtakingly beautiful bay, where a 50-meter-tall behemoth beast stood before him. At the same time, in front of the Dragon God Cathedral, everyone watching the magical screen was thrilled, cheers erupting one after another, their blood boiling with excitement, faces flushed red.
They've finally met. These two lunatics have finally crossed paths. Oh my god, I'm so excited, I can't stand it. One with dual bloodlines and dual saint-level power. The other also with dual bloodlines and dual saint-level power. They're finally going head-to-head. This is going to be epic.
From princes and princesses to noble ministers, everyone's eyes were glued to the magical screen, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle.
Even Emperor Frederick XXXAI couldn't help but smile as he asked, Dean Luke, Dean Fred, who do you think is stronger between these two?
Dean Luke glanced at Dean Fred and confidently said, Mon Ray's talent is indeed astonishing, a rarity in a century, but he's still too young.
Are you saying Mon Ray is no match for the White Tiger Knight, Mond Aston?
Dean Fred replied with a faint smile. You and I both know that for geniuses of this caliber, age isn't necessarily the deciding factor, talent is key. Dean Fred, you've never truly encountered Mond Aston, so you don't know how terrifying he is.
He's no ordinary genius, Dean Luke said meaningfully. Just wait and see.
He'll use his strength to show us that even the most gifted talents require time to sharpen.
Man Ray is no exception. Let's let the facts speak for themselves then. Dean Fred didn't say more. The facts will prove everything. Dean Luke silently nodded as well.
One was only 16 years old, possessing both Fire Dragon and Golden Dragon bloodlines, and proficient in 4 St. Magus
disciplines: Thunder, Earth, Fire, and Wood. The other ranked 38th on the Dragon God talent list, wielding both White Tiger and Nether White Tiger bloodlines, while mastering Light, Darkness, and Gold St. Magus disciplines. One was outrageously talented. The other was exceptionally gifted. Their confrontation was nothing short of a clash of titans, a battle of the century. Emperor Frederick XXXAI sincerely exclaimed, "This is one of the battles I've been most looking forward to in this year's exchange competition." Your Majesty is right. 16-year-old Mon Ray and 38th ranked Mond Aston are both seeded players. Their showdown is highly anticipated.
I thought they'd meet later in the competition, but I didn't expect them to clash so soon.
This is thrilling. All eyes remained fixed on the magical screen. Since Mon Ray's debut, everyone had been stunned by his strength and magical talent, including the Emperor. As a result, Mon Ray's footage appeared as frequently as that of
the 13th Princess, the Golden Dragon Lion, and the Thunder Giant.
It was only when he arrived at the Golden Bay
and adopted a waiting game strategy in this picturesque location that his screen time slightly decreased. Even so, the occasional switch back to his location sparked recognition among the audience. This was none other than the Golden Bay where Mon Ray had been waiting.
This meant Mond Aston was about to face off against Mon Ray.
The anticipation was overwhelming.
Hearts raced. Mon Ray and Mond Aston, 2 geniuses of the Mon clan, finally meet. Who will win? It's like a battle between dragons and tigers. On the pristine white beach, a bonfire blazes fiercely.
A giant hot pot floats in the air, with a diameter of 10 meters.
The broth bubbles, releasing an irresistible aroma. The pot is filled to the brim with various seafood. Tender sea fish, crabs as big as dustpans, lobsters
the size of black pigs, plump abalones, and thick, long geoducks.
The fragrance fills the air, a feast for the senses. Mon Ray sits cross-legged,
floating beside the hot pot, holding 2 extra-long chopsticks, eating meat and drinking wine with great delight.
Not far away, a multi-armed behemoth,
having just deflated, stares longingly at the scene, drooling uncontrollably, craving the food.
Want to eat again? Mon Ray grabs a lobster as big as a wild boar, bites into the tender white meat, and glances at the multi-armed behemoth. Ha.
Salus nods repeatedly, almost drooling.
Here, take it. Mon Ray casually grabs a crab as big as a wild ox and tosses it over. Salus catches it without hesitation, unafraid of the heat, biting
into the bright red crab claw and stuffing it into his mouth. With crunching sounds, the giant crab is devoured in just a few bites, leaving not even
a shell behind. After finishing, Salus looks at Mon Ray again with longing eyes, swallowing his saliva repeatedly, his stomach starting to growl. Can you eat slower?
You've already eaten 19 crabs, 38 lobsters, 76 abalones, and 152 geoducks.
Mon Ray shakes his head helplessly. Eating like this, you'll never be satisfied. Seafood needs to be eaten slowly to savor the flavor.
Eating like you're swallowing rice balls is just wasteful.
I understand, boss. Salus puts on a pitiful expression.
But this hot pot is just too delicious, spicy, and satisfying. I can't help myself.
Of course. I've loved this flavor since I was a kid. Mon Ray says proudly, then tosses out an abalone as big as a millstone. Abalone needs to be eaten slowly. Savor it carefully, got it? Got it, boss.
Salus quickly agrees, grabbing the abalone and stuffing it into his mouth, shell and all, chewing it
clean.
After finishing, he once again looks at Mon Ray with hopeful eyes.
Mon Ray is completely out of patience, pointing to the vast ocean. No more ingredients. If you want meat, go catch it yourself. Boss, if I catch it, will you cook it for me? Of course. Cook it yourself. All right. Salus responds enthusiastically, striding toward the sea.
Golden Bay is rich in resources, with plenty of ingredients, especially after the extinction of the golden bread crabs, making the resources even more abundant.
Finding seafood is no problem at all. Salus imagines the delicious food as he quickly searches for ingredients.
Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air. Mont Aston appears.
It's actually a multi-armed behemoth. It's actually a multi-armed behemoth.
Mont Aston looks at Salas standing in the sea, his thick mane and strong physique making his eyes light up.
Multi-armed behemoths are giant beasts comparable to golden behemoths. If he could tame it as a mount, it would be incredibly impressive. Who wouldn't want a majestic, powerful mount? Mont Aston is no exception.
However, most magical beasts don't catch his eye. The multi-armed behemoth before him is just to his liking.
Little darling, here I come.
Salas senses the commotion and turns around abruptly, only to see a burly man draped in tiger skin grinning at
him. Another fool tricked by me? Salas grins, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Boss, come quick, another idiot has taken the bait. Mont Aston is a bit confused. The situation isn't quite what he expected. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, this multi-armed behemoth is the real deal. Multi-armed behemoth, I've taken a liking to you. Mont Aston slightly raises his chin and says calmly, be good and come with me. How about becoming my mount? What?
As soon as he hears the word mount, Salas is instantly furious, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach this damned human a
harsh lesson.
At this moment, Mon Ray flashes into appearance. He didn't hesitate and unleashed Absolute Zero. A cold white stream of frost burst forth, accompanied by the cracking sound of ice, instantly freezing Mont Aston into an ice sculpture.
Idiot! You want me to be your mount? Dream on. I will always be the boss's most loyal follower.
Salas spat on the ground, turned around with a grin on his face, looking at Mon Ray like a devoted
husky. Boss, look, I caught another prey. Isn't it? It glanced toward the hot pot, its meaning obvious. Go ahead, the leftover seafood in the pot is all yours. Mon Ray said generously, picking his teeth with a toothpick.
There's not much meat left in the pot, just scraps.
I don't mind giving it to you. Great. Thank you, boss.
Salas was overjoyed and ran toward the hot pot, his thick legs churning the water, creating waves.
This guy.
Mon Ray chuckled, then turned to look at the frozen Mont Aston and said calmly, come out.
This level of Absolute Zero can't possibly hold you. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the ice, spreading rapidly until it shattered into countless ice crystals. I thought someone was ambushing me, but it turns out to be a little brat. Mont Aston raised his chin, his gaze defiant.
Kid, cancel the contract with your multi-armed monster immediately,
and I'll let your sneak attack slide. I might even spare you. How about that? Friend, do your parents know you're acting so arrogant out here?
Mon Ray sneered and replied indifferently, hand over all your spatial rings, and I won't hold your arrogance against you.
I might even let you live. How about that? Ha ha, ha ha ha.
Hearing this, Mont Aston burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world.
His laughter boomed like thunder, deafening.
Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly, and his expression turned icy.
I, Mont Aston, have always been the strongest. No one dares to talk to me like that.
Whoosh! In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Mon Ray, staring directly into his eyes.
Do you know? Everyone who dared to talk to me like that is already in hell. Is that so? Then I'm honored to be the only one alive. The two locked eyes, their faces just inches apart. Mon Ray could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Mont Aston, but he showed no fear. Alive? That's not certain yet. Mont Aston sneered. Since you're just a kid, I'll let you make the first move. That way, no one can say I bully the weak. Then I won't hold back.
As soon as Mon Ray finished speaking, his figure disappeared. A blur flashed by, and he appeared in front of Mont Aston in an instant, throwing a powerful punch. Boom! The punch was so fast that Mont Aston couldn't react in time. It landed heavily on his stomach, causing him to grunt in pain as his face twisted. How's that punch? Not bad, right? Mon Ray smiled faintly, appearing like a ghost behind Mont Aston, delivering a
spinning kick that struck his chin hard. Crack! Mont Aston was sent flying. Damn it! In midair, feeling the intense pain from his stomach and chin, Mont Aston was both shocked and furious. He realized he had misjudged. This seemingly harmless kid was undoubtedly a formidable expert, with speed and strength far surpassing ordinary saint-level warriors. This kid, how is he so monstrous? Boom! Mon Ray didn't stop. His fists and feet rained down in a relentless assault, as fierce as a tidal wave, overwhelming Mont Aston. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang, a series of combo attacks landed heavily, leaving Mondastin no chance to fight back. He was completely overpowered. Surprised face, how did it turn out like this? The people in front of the Dragon God Cathedral looked at each other in confusion, their faces full of disbelief. Where's the intense duel? The exciting battle? The evenly matched fight? It was all an illusion. This isn't a fair fight at all. It's a one-sided crushing. Dean Luke, what do you think now? Fred looked smugly at the Dragon God Academy's dean.
Mondastin was too careless and failed to seize the initiative, which led to this situation, Dean.
Luke said grimly. However, as long as he adjusts in time, the outcome is still uncertain. Don't expect to have that chance. Fred shook his head. With a smile, his eyes never leaving the magical light screen. He knew in his heart that Luke was right. Mondastin was indeed formidable, but the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Bastard! Damn it! After being struck repeatedly, Mondastin finally erupted. His body underwent an astonishing transformation, his speed skyrocketing instantly as he quickly escaped Man Ray's attack range. Bastard! Mondastin hovered arrogantly in midair, his eyes fixed on Man Ray with a fierce gaze, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Ha! Man Ray murmured in surprise. Mondastin's transformation was too drastic. He seemed like a completely different person. A pair of black and white wings had grown on his back, tiger ears appeared on his head, tiger whiskers sprouted on his cheeks, his body was covered in black and white fur, and his tail resembled a mighty tiger's. Standing at a towering 5 meters, his muscles bulged like solid rock, exuding explosive power. He's transformed. Mondastin has transformed. Now the real show begins. Seeing Mondastin's transformation, the audience in front of the Dragon God Cathedral cheered excitedly. No one enjoys watching a one-sided crush. And seeing their own genius being beaten to a pulp was even worse. They loved watching evenly matched battles, thrilling comebacks, and especially their own genius crushing the opponent. Go, Mondastin. Show your true strength and let this outsider know who's boss. Mondastin. Mondastin. Many princes, princesses, and noble ministers whispered encouragement, cheering for Mondastin. Dean Fred, that was just a warm-up. The real battle starts now, Dean Luke said meaningfully. Perhaps this battle is already over, Fred replied with a faint smile. What kind of bloodline is this? Man Ray stared at the winged Mondastin in the air, asking in surprise. It looks like the Netherworld White Tiger bloodline, an elder's voice rang out. But its aura is even stronger than a purebred Netherworld White Tiger, which is quite strange. Netherworld White Tiger bloodline. Man Ray murmured softly. This black and white pattern, it looks just like a panda. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Mondastin's eyes were sharp, filled with killing intent. But this ends here. I'll make you pay double the price. Whoosh! With a slight flap of his wings, a shadow streaked out. Die! A tiger's roar echoed as a fist came crashing down. So fast. His speed has increased so much. Man Ray's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated. Trying to escape? Dream on. Mondastin sneered, his speed suddenly surging, breaking the sound barrier as he threw a punch straight at Man Ray's face. Bang! This time, Man Ray couldn't dodge and took a heavy punch, pain surging through his body as he was sent flying. Kid, accept your punishment. Mondastin roared, his attacks raining down like a storm. This time, it was Man Ray's turn to be pummeled like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Man Ray was utterly shocked. This guy's speed is insane. Even in my human form, I'm slower than him? Unbelievable. Ever since his godslaying mouse bloodline fusion reached 2%, his speed and defense had reached astonishing levels, surpassing even speed-type Saint Domain magical beasts. Yet, this sudden opponent was even faster than him, which was truly shocking. If only I could transform into my god-slaying mouse form. Then I'd definitely be faster than him. Since that's not an option, I'll just keep improving. System, increased the god-slaying mouse bloodline fusion by 1%. Whoosh! His wealth instantly shrank by 100 billion. The god-slaying mouse bloodline fusion rose to 3%, bringing an all-encompassing transformation. His physique skyrocketed by 10 billion, reaching an astonishing 34 billion. His speed and defense underwent earth-shattering changes as well. Strength surged. Speed surged. Defense surged. The changes came so quickly that Man Ray, who had been suffering under the relentless assault, felt them most directly. Just moments ago, Mondastin's fierce attacks had left him feeling like his bones were about to shatter.
But now, the pain had significantly lessened, reduced to a bearable level. What does this mean? Mont Aston's attacks hadn't grown stronger. The reduced pain could only mean that Man Ray
had become tougher. His defense had significantly improved. But what about his speed? To what extent had it increased? Man Ray's eyelid twitched. At the moment Mont Aston's fist came crashing down, Man Ray nimbly dodged and instantly flashed 100 meters away. Mont Aston struck empty air and nearly stumbled. Staring at Man Ray in the distance, his expression changed drastically. He actually dodged. Just now, it was impossible to evade, but now he successfully avoided it. Your attacks are very sharp, especially your speed. It's the fastest I've seen among all my opponents. Man Ray stood in midair, feeling the surging power within him, and took a deep breath. Unfortunately, I'm faster than you. Whoosh, the sound echoed in the void as a series of afterimages streaked past. Man Ray had already appeared behind Mont Aston. With a bent arm and clenched fist, he suddenly struck out. The movement was so fast that Mont Aston couldn't react at all and was punched directly in the stomach. Boom, the force was immense and unstoppable. Mont Aston spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling up like a shrimp, almost vomiting the cow brain he had just eaten. With one punch, he was severely injured. How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Mont Aston was stunned, his face full of shock. How is this possible? The audience in front of the Dragon God Cathedral was on the verge of going crazy. Was this a fight or a roller coaster ride? Could they just decide the winner already? Their hearts couldn't take it. Faced with Man Ray's skyrocketing power and speed, Mont Aston's fate was sealed. He could only passively take the hits. Whoosh, Man Ray moved like a ghost, appearing here and there, his figure like an afterimage, launching consecutive attacks. A punch, 2 kicks, 3 elbows, a combo of moves left Mont Aston as soft as a persimmon, once again brutally beaten by Man Ray. This time was different. He couldn't turn the tide. Instead, he began to sustain injuries. And the injuries grew increasingly severe. Watching Mont Aston collapse to the ground, spitting blood, the audience in front of the cathedral finally saw the result they had been waiting for. This battle no longer had any twists or turns. However, the audience couldn't feel happy in their hearts. He lost. Mont Aston actually lost. My God, is that guy a demon? He's only 16 years old, and even Mont Aston couldn't defeat him? Doesn't Mont Aston have 2 bloodlines? The transformation just now was only one of them. He still has another one he hasn't used. Why didn't he use it? Dean Luke shook his head with a bitter smile. That's right, Mont Aston does indeed have dual bloodlines, and the White Tiger bloodline is even stronger than the Netherworld White Tiger. But he's severely injured now. Even if he activates the White Tiger bloodline, he still wouldn't be Man Ray's match. This battle is already beyond recovery. Frederick XXXII sighed softly. Mont Aston lost. Your Majesty is wise. Dean Fred respectfully saluted. Dean Fred, your Academy's Man Ray is indeed impressive. Frederick XXXII nodded in admiration but then frowned. However, I don't understand, how did his speed suddenly skyrocket just now? I'm not sure either. Fred shook his head. Perhaps he was hiding his strength all along, or maybe he gained a deeper understanding of some law at a critical moment. Is that so? Frederick XXXII furrowed his brows. Although dissatisfied with the answer, he didn't press further and continued watching the magic screen. Sure enough, the outcome was decided. After several exchanges, Mont Aston's injuries worsened, and he could no longer mount an effective counterattack, ultimately collapsing and unable to rise again. Finally done. Man Ray let out a sigh of relief. I have to admit, this guy was really tough. If I hadn't spent 10 Law Source crystals to enhance the fusion of the god-slaying mouse bloodline, I might have been counter-killed by Mont Aston. The Dragon God Empire is truly formidable. Man Ray marveled. Even with my cheat-like abilities, there are still people who can challenge me. The foundation of this empire runs deep. The participants in this exchange competition are all under 30 years old. 30 years old is nothing but youth in the eyes of long-lived Saint Domain powerhouses. If these young people are already this strong, just how terrifying are those over 30? I'm still too weak. I need to invest more resources and work hard to improve my strength. Man Ray stripped all the spatial rings from Mont Aston and handed him over to his trusted subordinate. Saras, throw him away. Yes, boss. Afterward, Man Ray switched to leisure mode.
swimming, fishing, sunbathing, eating seafood, and
occasionally dealing with some unlucky individuals. Life was relaxed and carefree.
The only regret was that, apart from the increasing number of magic cores, his wealth hardly grew.
Man-Ray couldn't help but reminisce about the days of hunting magical beasts in the Dragon God Tower. Compared to this lost continent, the Dragon God Tower was truly his domain. I really hope this damned exchange competition ends soon. Time passed bit by bit, and the fish they caught became fewer and fewer. By today, Saras had been casting his net from morning till night without catching a single shadow. 3 days. In 3 days, it will be a full month. By then, I can leave this place. Man-Ray lay on a rocking chair, basking in the warm sunlight, gazing at the rolling waves and thinking idly.
Suddenly, an aged voice gently echoed, flowing into his heart like a stream, bringing a sense of peace to his soul. Faithful children, I am the spirit of the divine tree, the creator and guardian of this continent. This year's ripe fruits have been sent to various parts of the continent. I hope the fortunate children will obtain them.
Good luck to you all. What? Man-Ray jumped up abruptly. Saras, did you hear that?
There was no response. Man-Ray turned his head and saw Saras kneeling on the ground, his eyes burning with fervor and filled
with reverence. It's the voice of the divine tree. Great divine tree, I am your child Saras. I sincerely worship you and pray to you with all my heart.
Man-Ray was speechless but immediately contacted the old dean.
Old dean, did you hear that? That was the voice of the divine tree just now.
I heard it, the old dean replied. A voice echoed in his mind. Not only did I hear it, but I almost pinpointed its location.
What? You pinpointed the location of the divine tree? Man-Ray was shocked. Old dean, where is it?
The old dean was silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low
voice. Not far from us, no more than 100 kilometers. So close? Man-Ray immediately became nervous, looking around. Don't bother looking, you won't find it.
The old dean lowered his voice.
Man-Ray, I feel particularly uneasy. Uneasy? Man-Ray was stunned. Do you remember what the one-horned rose
python said, the old dean said gravely, about the divine tree's fruits?
I remember.
The one-horned rose python said that the divine tree bears
fruit once every 100 years, 9 fruits each time.
After the fruits ripen, the divine tree randomly sends them to various parts of the continent
for lucky creatures to consume. Man-Ray nodded.
I also remember that the last time the fruits ripened was 25 years ago, which is 75 years short of the 100-year cycle the one-horned rose python mentioned.
Old dean, how could the divine tree's fruits suddenly ripen 75 years early? This doesn't make sense. That's exactly what makes me uneasy.
The old dean's voice was heavy. Before we came to the lost continent, the fruits ripened
every 100 years.
As soon as we arrived, the fruits ripened early. I suspect the divine tree did this on purpose, and there might be a conspiracy
behind it.
In any case, this matter is very strange.
A conspiracy? What kind of conspiracy could there be? Man-Ray was puzzled. According to you, this divine tree is likely a demigod. If it's a demigod, it could easily kill us directly. Why bother with these tricks? That's exactly what I can't figure out.
The old dean shook his head. Also, you've been hunting magical beasts on the lost continent on a large scale, almost wiping them out.
Yet the divine tree didn't react at all.
It only started showing signs of activity when the magical beasts were nearly gone.
It's too strange. Completely baffling. Old dean, what do you mean? Man-Ray asked.
My suggestion is to retreat. The old dean lowered his voice.
Didn't you always say that a wise man doesn't stand in a dangerous place? The divine tree is acting abnormally now, we'd better leave quickly. Leave? Man-Ray hesitated. The exchange competition isn't over yet. If we leave now, won't we be disqualified early?
Foolish. The old dean scolded.
What's an exchange competition compared to staying alive? I believe in your extraordinary talent.
Sooner or later, you'll surpass me and reach heights others can't even
imagine.
At that time, wanting territory, wealth, power, status, or women would not be a problem.
Why care about winning this competition? Listen to me. Retreat first. No matter what, retreat to the vicinity of the teleportation magic circle. If something happens, you can escape safely at the first moment. Dean, I'll listen to you. Man-Ray was convinced and kicked Salas on the butt. Get up, let's go.
Whoosh! At that moment, several golden
lights suddenly shot over, reaching Man-Ray almost instantly. 1, 2, 3, it was actually 5 golden fruits.
Boom, a waterfall, 10 zhang wide, poured down from 100 zhang high cliff, crashing into a massive pool below.
The water surged and roared with an astonishing momentum. Beside
the pool, a small team was gathered around a campfire, roasting magical beast meat. The edges of the golden roast were already slightly charred, but
they didn't care about the taste at all.
They stared intently at a golden fruit not far away, their eyes filled with surprise, excitement, curiosity,
confusion, and even vigilance and greed. Did you hear that?
I heard it. The owner of that voice just now, could it be the Tree of Life the giant
crocodile beast mentioned? It must be.
It even said itself that it's the creator and guardian of this continent. It has to be the Tree of Life.
So, this golden fruit in front of us is the fruit of the Tree of Life that the giant crocodile beast mentioned? A miraculous fruit that can turn a low-level magical beast into a saint-level magical beast in a short time?
Probably.
Sounds about right. I feel like it must be true. Magical. Beasts can eat it, but can humans?
The team members immediately fell silent, their eyes flickering, clearly harboring their own thoughts.
Brothers, this fruit's origin is unknown. Don't be tempted by it.
If it's poison or something highly toxic, eating it would be a big problem.
A short man
said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp, before we figure out the truth about this fruit, it's best not to get close to it to avoid causing big trouble.
That's right.
I wouldn't dare eat something of unknown origin.
Things on this continent are already strange, and this fruit is even stranger. Better not touch it. Put it away. Let's figure it out first.
The team quickly reached a consensus, turning back toward the fire, no longer paying
attention to the golden fruit.
Swish! Just as they reached the campfire and were about to eat the meat, the short man suddenly darted forward,
rushing to the golden fruit in a flash. Brothers, this fruit's origin is unknown.
We don't know if it's poison or a fruit. I'll test the waters first. As he spoke, he grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. At that moment, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing his throat and lifting
him up. The short man shouted angrily, "Ned, what are you doing? Miles, are you trying to hog the fruit for yourself?"
The burly man called Ned snorted coldly, pried the fruit from his mouth, and casually wiped it. "If anyone's testing it, it'll be me first.
It's not your turn." With that, he
picked up the fruit and brought it to his mouth. Whoosh whoosh! Several sword lights shot out simultaneously, aiming straight at Ned.
Damn it! Ned was prepared, dodging the sword lights with a flash and roaring, "Frank, what are you trying to do?" "Ned, put down the fruit." The other team
members looked serious. This fruit was discovered by all of us.
How it's handled should be decided together. You can't hog it for yourself. Ned, put down the fruit. Don't ruin our camaraderie. We've known each other for so many years. Is it worth falling out over a fruit of unknown origin? Exactly. You're right. I was wrong. Ned seemed convinced. "I'm sorry, brothers.
I got carried away by Miles just now and acted impulsively.
I hope you won't take it to heart."
With that, he bent down, seemingly about to place the fruit on the ground.
Just as the fruit was about to touch the ground, he suddenly grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at the group.
Then, with a leap, he dove into the nearby bushes and disappeared without a
trace. Hand over the fruit? Dream on. This is my only chance to step into the saint level. Bastard. Ned, you bastard. Chase him. Quickly, chase him.
Similar scenes of contention were unfolding across the continent, with some even more intense than this. The contestants' target had changed.
It was no
longer just the spatial rings and magic cores, but this golden fruit. It was like a legendary treasure, containing endless magical power, inciting
a frenzy among all the contestants. Brothers turned against each other. Friends became enemies. Couples tore at each other.
These chaotic scenes were displayed on the magical screen, leaving all the spectators dumbfounded.
What was going on? Had they all gone mad?
Why would they betray their own
companions? What exactly was that golden fruit?
The audience buzzed with speculation. The leading teachers and the strong figures from the Holy Domain all turned to His Majesty the Emperor, as he was the one who knew the lost continent best and should have knowledge of this golden fruit.
However,
to everyone's surprise, Frederick XXXII frowned, his face full of confusion. "I had sent people to thoroughly investigate the lost continent, but I never expected there to be such a golden fruit here."
Frederick XXXII sighed. "So, I know nothing about this golden fruit. Your Majesty, you don't know either?"
The leading teachers exchanged glances, their faces troubled. Your Majesty, the contestants are already out of control.
Not only are
they fighting over magic cores, but they are also frantically vying for that golden fruit. If this continues, it could lead to a major disaster. Dean Luke spoke up. Although we don't know what this golden fruit is, its immense allure to the contestants shows that it is extraordinary.
If we let them continue fighting over it, the consequences will undoubtedly be severe. Dean Luke is right. The Royal Knights Academy's dean joined the discussion.
And the sudden appearance of this golden fruit, neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment, is extremely suspicious.
What exactly is this fruit? Where did it come from? What is its purpose? Why did it suddenly appear? We know absolutely nothing. Another dean also expressed concern. This matter is too unusual. It must be handled carefully to prevent it from causing a catastrophe. You are all correct. Frederick XXXII nodded slightly.
Immediately notify the Royal Paladin in order to monitor all movements on the Lost Continent.
If there is any anomaly, the contestants' safety must be prioritized. Yes, Your Majesty. What exactly was this golden fruit? Frederick XXXII's gaze grew deep. It had driven a
group of young individuals, who were at the peak of level 9 and on the verge of entering the Holy Domain, to tear each other apart and even kill one
another for it. Madness. They've all gone mad. Monray stood on Salus's shoulder, overlooking the entire continent, muttering to himself. The entire continent was in chaos.
No, to be precise, the contestants were completely out of control.
That golden fruit was like a legendary delicacy, driving the contestants to fight desperately for it, their eyes red with frenzy. What shocked Monray even more was that there were far more than 9 golden fruits.
He himself had 5 in his possession, and the contestants had fought over far more than 4, meaning there were definitely more than 9
in total.
I'm increasingly convinced there's a conspiracy behind this, the old man said in a low voice.
So many fruits suddenly appearing, deliberately causing chaos among the contestants. Clearly someone has planned this. Who cares? I'm about to leave this place anyway. Monray shook his head.
Once I get back to the teleportation array, I'll observe the situation.
If there's any danger, I'll escape immediately. A wise choice, the
old man said with a smile.
Only by staying alive can you have opportunities. You're doing the right thing. Boom! At that moment, a fierce battle
erupted in the jungle below, the ground shaking and trees snapping.
Monray looked down to see 2 groups of people locked in an intense fight, one group
of 7 or 8, and the other just 1 person, yet the battle was evenly matched.
They're all crazy. Monray couldn't be bothered with such chaos.
Along the way, he had seen too many such scenes and had long grown accustomed to them.
Roar!
Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar pierced the air, and
dazzling golden light burst forth from the depths of the forest, its aura earth-shattering. A golden dragon. Damn it! That's a golden dragon. Could it be Prince Barbarossa? No.
She's not Prince Barbarossa, she's a woman.
I've seen Prince Barbarossa, and he looks completely different. Then who is she? Does His Majesty the Emperor have any other pure-blood princes?
It doesn't matter who she is, the key is that she has a golden fruit.
We must seize it, it's the key to our ascension to the Holy Domain.
But she's royalty.
So what if she's royalty? During the competition, everyone competes fairly.
As long as we don't take her life, His Majesty won't interfere.
That's right. We must get that fruit. I saw with my own eyes how Sakila ascended to the Holy Domain after eating the golden fruit. That golden fruit is mine. Everyone, attack. Kill. Roar. Another golden dragon? Monray stopped Salus in his tracks. Old Dean, did you see that? Another pure-blood golden dragon has appeared. Each emperor usually has only one pure-blood dragon descendant. How could there suddenly be a second one?
The old man looked down at the golden dragon shining in the grass, his brows furrowed.
The dragon suddenly laughed. It's obvious it's not a pureblood. Not a pureblood? Monray was stunned.
Except for being smaller, it looks exactly
like that Barbarossa prince I beat up. Its size is the best proof.
A Holy Domain golden dragon can grow up to 100 meters long, but this one is less
than 50 meters. Yet its aura rivals that of a Holy Domain magical beast.
The old man shook his head and chuckled.
This means it's not an authentic golden dragon but the result of a Holy Domain golden dragon's bloodline being refined by humans, forming this dragonized appearance. I see. Monray suddenly understood.
Still, to develop the golden dragon bloodline in its body to this extent before the age of 30, this little one is truly
remarkable. The old man sighed. Indeed. Monray nodded, then asked in confusion, for some reason, I feel a sense of familiarity with this golden dragon's aura. Familiarity?
The old man was taken aback, staring intently at the golden dragon. Suddenly, his eyes widened.
No way. It's her. Roar.
Facing the siege of 6 attackers, the 50-meter-long golden dragon roared furiously, sometimes biting with sharp teeth, sometimes spewing dragon breath, and sometimes striking with its claws.
Its dragon might was overwhelming, and its aura was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, the 6 attackers were equally formidable.
Not only were they strong, but their teamwork was seamless, suppressing the golden dragon.
Your Highness, hand over the golden fruit.
As long as you give it to us, we won't make things difficult for you.
Your Highness, you've already entered the holy domain. The fruit is useless to you. Hand it over, and we'll let you go immediately.
The 6 attackers tried to persuade her while continuing their assault,
exerting immense pressure. After all, the golden dragon before them was the Empire's princess. If it weren't for the exchange competition and the importance of the golden fruit, they wouldn't have dared to attack the imperial princess. Roar!
The golden dragon roared to the sky, completely ignoring them, spewing golden dragon breath and launching a frenzied attack on the 6. The 6 attackers' faces darkened.
Your Highness, since you won't cooperate, we have no choice but to act. Begin.
Subdue her first.
The fruit is ours. Kill.
The 6 unleashed their strongest attacks, their power
several times greater than before.
The golden dragon began to falter, struggling to defend itself, narrowly avoiding danger.
In the end, countless green vines tightly bound her, rendering her immobile. Your Highness, our apologies. Molly, retrieve her spatial rings. Understood. A female
attacker crouched down and began searching the golden dragon, quickly finding 2 spatial rings.
Retreat.
The 6 attackers wore triumphant smiles,
preparing to leave. Think you can just leave after attacking someone? Since when is it that easy?
Suddenly, a cold voice rang out.
The 6 attackers' expressions changed drastically as they quickly assumed a defensive formation. One of them, a burly black dragon man wielding a giant sword, shouted, hiding in the shadows, what kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Big talk for someone with little skill. A
young man descended from the sky, landing lightly like a leaf, calmly looking at the 6 attackers.
Who are you?
The 6 attackers were momentarily stunned, surprised at how young the newcomer was, but they remained vigilant. The exchange competition had been ongoing for days, and anyone who had
survived until now was no pushover. The weak had long been eliminated. It's him.
At this moment, the golden dragon, still bound by vines, trembled all over, staring at the young man in shock.
Who I am doesn't matter.
The young man was none other than Monray.
He said calmly, what matters is that you should know why I'm here. As for what happens next, I don't need to say more, do I? Want to snatch our magic cores? Then let's see if you have the strength.
The 6 men sneered, their auras surging as they prepared to fight.
They were fully ready to attack and showed no fear of Monray. How overconfident. Monray shook his head lightly.
With a grasp in the void, 6 leaves appeared in his hand. Holding the leaves, he gave them
a gentle shake. Go!
The leaves became incredibly sharp, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as they shot straight toward the 6 attackers.
Just a few leaves, and you dare challenge us? How insulting.
The 6 men were furious, feeling humiliated. They were powerful, yet they were being belittled by mere leaves. This was an outright insult. But they didn't expect the leaves to be astonishingly fast. Before they could react, the leaves had already slashed across their necks. A sharp pain followed. They touched their necks, their hands coming away covered in blood. The 6 men were terrified and looked toward Monray, only to find that he had vanished without a trace.
Then, a muffled sound echoed. Whoosh! Monray suddenly reappeared in his original spot, while the 6 attackers all collapsed to the ground.
Some clutched their stomachs, others their arms, and some held their heads, groaning in pain, completely losing their previous momentum.
Pathetic! Monray shook his head and ignored them, turning instead toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon was slightly smaller than Prince Barbarossa but still enormous. Standing before it, Monray appeared tiny. This aura, there's no mistake. Monray looked at the golden dragon, a smile appearing on his face. I don't know what you've been through to suddenly Reached the Saint Domain, but I can feel it, it's you. Abe, long time no see.
As he spoke, Monray waved a wind blade, instantly cutting through the green vines entangling the golden dragon. The golden dragon shuddered violently, a complex expression flashing in its dragon eyes.
Its body quickly shrank, soon transforming into a human form. Monray was stunned on the spot.
A tall, slender figure, crystal clear skin, exquisite and stunning features,
and eyes as bright as the stars. Noble dragon horns and a faint, intoxicating fragrance.
This face was so breathtakingly beautiful it left one speechless. She was like a noble fairy stepping out of a fairy tale, pure, elegant, and stunningly beautiful.
In a word, indescribably beautiful. You're not Abe? Monray swallowed hard, thinking, but Abe is a guy, my name is Isabel.
The beauty's red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of coldness.
Abe's voice? Monray was utterly confused. Who exactly are you? I am Abe. Abe sighed. Monray, long time no see. You're really Abe? But Abe is a guy, isn't he? Monray was even more puzzled. And you look completely different. Really? Abe helplessly took out an emerald necklace.
In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A thin layer of mist appeared on her skin, and her originally beautiful face transformed into an ordinary one.
Monray was entranced.
That face was all too familiar, it was Abe's face.
So it really is you. Monray said helplessly. But weren't you a guy before? How did you suddenly become a girl? Which one is the real you? I'm a girl, Abe explained softly.
When I was studying at the Fire Dragon Academy, I disguised myself as a boy to avoid trouble.
So that's it.
No wonder you were so cold to me before, it turns
out you're a girl.
Monray shook his head and continued to ask, you're from the Golden Dragon clan, and your bloodline is developed to this extent.
You must be an imperial princess, right? Abe was silent for a moment before nodding. I'm ranked 1001, the 1001st child of my father. Over 1,000 siblings? Monray gasped in shock. Your emperor father is incredible, having so many children. Siblings? Abe gave a bitter smile but said no more. You're really good at hiding things. We were roommates for half a year, living upstairs and downstairs. Even though we didn't talk much, I never realized you were a girl, let alone a princess. Monray exclaimed. If I had known earlier that you were a princess, maybe I would have tried harder to please you? He joked again. Please me? Do you think I'd believe that? Abe rolled her eyes. You only care about your training. Even if you knew I was a princess, you probably wouldn't bother with me. Abe retorted with a smile. Ha, you've got a point. Monray chuckled and changed the subject.
By the way, a few months ago, you were just a level 7 warrior.
How did you suddenly become like this? Thinking back to 2 or 3 months ago, when Abe
transformed into a golden dragon human hybrid, she was barely a level 7 warrior and was even beaten badly by a few subgiants. If she hadn't intervened herself, it would have been over.
But now, she could
transform into a golden dragon, radiating the sacred aura of the sanctuary.
Level 7. Sanctuary.
The transformation was astonishing, even more incredible than Monray's own rapid progress.
I went to the dragon transformation pool, Abe said simply, without further explanation. Monray looked puzzled and had to ask the old dean, what is the dragon transformation pool? The dragon transformation
pool is the sacred ground of the dragon race, the old man explained.
It contains pure ancient dragon blood. As long as a subdragon enters to train, the dragon bloodline within them can be greatly
purified, eventually turning them into a true dragon.
However what? Monray quickly asked.
Usually, only subdragons who have reached the sanctuary level are qualified to enter.
Subdragons
below the sanctuary level, even if they are the emperor's children, rarely get the chance to enter. The old man seemed surprised. It's not that the dragon race is stingy, but the dragon transformation
pool is too dangerous.
Subdragons below the sanctuary level simply cannot withstand the impact of the ancient dragon blood.
I really don't know how this little girl managed to endure it. Monray was stunned and couldn't help but take a deep look at Abe. What's wrong?
Abe asked, puzzled. It seems you've been through a lot these past 2 months.
Luckily, you made it through. Monray shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. What are your plans next? Do you want to leave with me?
No, I want to continue searching for the divine tree's fruits. If I can find the mother tree of life, I'll
kill it and take all its fruits. Abe's eyes shone with determination. You've already reached the sanctuary. Why are you still so obsessed with collecting the divine tree's fruits? Monray asked in surprise.
Because the golden fruits are too important to me, Abe said softly. Before coming to this continent, I was only at the peak of level 9 and couldn't transform into a golden dragon at all. But, after accidentally eating a divine tree fruit, not only did I successfully break through to the sanctuary, but the golden dragon bloodline within me was also greatly purified.
I know the golden fruits are incredibly beneficial to me. If I can eat more, maybe I can become a true pure-blooded golden dragon. The golden fruits have such effects? Monray was shocked. You can already transform into a golden dragon.
Why do you still need to purify your bloodline further? I'm still far from being a true golden dragon, Abe shook her head. I need more fruits to purify my bloodline as much as possible. Transforming into a dragon and becoming a pure-blooded dragon are two completely different concepts.
Transforming into a dragon. Pure-blooded dragon. They're two different things, the old man explained.
Generally speaking, as long as a dragon human's dragon bloodline fusion reaches 70%, they can transform into a dragon.
But that's far from being a 100% pure-blooded dragon. So, as long as you eat more divine tree fruits, you can continuously purify your golden dragon bloodline and gradually approach becoming a pure-blooded golden dragon? Exactly. This thing can purify bloodlines? Monray looked at the golden divine tree fruit in his hand in astonishment.
The fruit was about the size of an apple, shining brilliantly under the sunlight, like a golden apple made of pure gold.
I really don't know if this fruit can keep purifying. Are you sure you have the bloodlines of the god-slaying mouse and the golden god-slaying ant in your body? Monray was skeptical.
The divine tree fruit could purify dragon
bloodlines, but that didn't mean it would work on other bloodlines.
After all, he had at least 5 different bloodlines in his body.
Old Dean, what would happen if I ate the divine tree fruit? Monray asked for the old man's opinion. Don't rush to eat it.
The old man shook his head. This thing is indeed miraculous, but until you fully understand it, don't try it lightly.
Save it first and thoroughly. Study it before making any decisions.
Eating earlier or later makes no difference. There's no need to take risks.
Makes sense. Monray nodded.
Compared to taking risks, he preferred enhancing his strength
through system recharge. Divine tree fruit.
Abe stared at the fruit, her eyes full of desire.
You got the divine tree fruit too. Lucky you. Monray smiled.
Suddenly, the sound of something slicing
through the air rang out,
and dozens of sharp wind blades shot toward them. At the same time, attacks came from all directions. On the left, 100-meter-long flaming dragon roared and charged. On the right, hundreds of basketball-sized stone bullets came crashing down. In front, dozens of water spears over 10 feet long stabbed forward. Behind, a burly man wielding a giant axe blocked the way.
Not good. It's an ambush. Abe's face changed drastically as she prepared to transform into a golden dragon to fight back. Monray waved his hand. Don't rush. These people are no threat at all. With that, he chanted a spell and unleashed the forbidden spell, Absolute Zero.
Buzz, a bone-chilling cold erupted around them, instantly spreading out and covering a radius of 10,000 meters.
The flaming dragon
froze instantly. The stone bullets stopped midair and turned into ice blocks. The water spears and the burly man with the giant axe were also frozen solid.
The surrounding trees and wild grass were similarly
frozen, and even the 6 people who had been attacking Abe earlier were turned into ice sculptures. The area turned into a silvery white world, as if they had entered a realm of ice and snow.
Absolute Zero, and it's instant cast. Abe took a deep breath. The gap between us hasn't closed, it's only widened. It's not that exaggerated. You've advanced to the sanctuary level 2. Monray snapped his
fingers lightly, and the ice sculptures within a 10,000-meter radius shattered instantly, ice shards falling to the ground.
What remained were the 5 attackers, all frozen into ice sculptures. With varied expressions, some terrified, some chanting spells, some with excited eyes. Ambush me? You really have bad luck. Monray sneered.
Next, he searched the attackers' spatial rings and found them filled with magic cores, along with a golden fruit. These people are quite strong, yet they managed to gather so many magic cores, and even this golden fruit.
Monray grinned from ear to ear. These magic cores are worth a fortune. I really don't know how you became like this. Abe was full of envy. It's only been 2 months since we last met, and you've become this strong. Next time we meet, will you be a demigod? Demigod? Don't joke about that, it's still far off. Monray put away the fruit and rings, smiling as he said, I'm planning to leave. You should come with me. It's too dangerous here to stay. No, I want to keep searching for the divine tree fruit and the mother tree of life. Abe firmly refused. The divine tree fruit can purify my bloodline. I won't give up no matter what. You're taking too big a risk. Monray frowned.
I suspect the mother tree of life is actually a demigod, and there might be a conspiracy behind it.
Going after it is courting death. You should leave. Demigod? Abe's entire body trembled.
All the creatures on the lost continent worship the mother tree of life.
It might very well be a demigod. Monray shook his head. Staying in a demigod's territory is too dangerous.
Also, even if you get the divine tree fruit, don't eat it recklessly.
That thing isn't safe.
A trace of reluctance flashed across Abe's face, but after a moment, she shook her head.
Firmly. Monray, thank you, but I won't leave.
With that, she soared into the sky and left directly.
Monray opened his mouth but ultimately didn't call her back. Abe was a stubborn woman, he had long known. That. Forget it, let her be.
He shook his head and sighed.
I've said all I can.
Whether she listens or not is up to her.
With that, he turned and left as well. Kid, why didn't you follow her? Someone complained.
Such a beautiful woman, and an imperial princess at that. So many people would kill for the chance to be her personal protector, yet you gave it up.
I'm starting to think there's something wrong with your head. Old Dean, shut up. No one will think you're mute if you say less. Saradas, let's go. After Monray left, Abe emerged from behind a tree, watching his departing figure. She whispered softly, Monray, I really want to go with you, but I can't.
A day later, Monray finally returned to the seaside, arriving at the place where he had first landed.
Just 2 more days, and I can leave this place. He secretly made up his mind.
He found a secluded beach, took out a large golden pot, and prepared for another seafood hot pot feast.
Boss, are we having seafood hot pot? Salas excitedly ran off to catch seafood. An hour later, the bonfire roared, the broth boiled, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Humans and beasts sat in a circle, feasting heartily. Boss, I want abalone. Boss, give me that geoduck. Boss, I want more. Time flew by, and a day passed. Only 1 day remained until the end of the exchange competition.
Meng Lei lay on the soft beach, basking in the warm sunlight,
quietly waiting. Suddenly, the ground shook with a boom. Another tremor followed.
Then, the earth began to shake rhythmically and violently, like the galloping of thousands of horses or the crushing of
tanks, causing the entire continent to rumble and sway. What's going on? Meng Lei instantly soared into the air, looking around.
In the distance, at the center of the continent, a massive tree stood.
Tall. Its height was immeasurable, and its trunk unimaginably thick. It resembled a towering tree that pierced the heavens, like the legendary World Tree, with roots deeply embedded in the earth, standing straight and piercing through the sky, reaching into the clouds. Its dense canopy covered an area of tens of thousands of miles, shrouded in mist and glowing with radiant light, exuding an overwhelming aura. What was most striking was that the giant tree was wrapped in golden chains, tightly binding it like a fishing net. A vast and sacred majesty emanated from this towering tree, strongly oppressing
Meng Lei's nerves, making him feel an uncontrollable urge to kneel and worship.
The Tree of Life. Meng Lei exclaimed softly. Headmaster, is that the Tree of Life? Yes, it is the Tree of Life. The headmaster appeared beside him. This aura is divine power. Although faint, it is undoubtedly true divine might. My guess was correct, it is indeed a demigod. A demigod. Meng Lei's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of retreating. Facing a demigod-level giant tree, he had no chance of winning.
Salas, seeing this, immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he fervently
prayed and praised. Strange, why is the demigod's aura so weak? It's even inferior to the peak of the Saint Domain. Could it be that we're too far away? The headmaster frowned, staring at the giant tree. For a long time.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, the golden chains.
I understand now. This Tree of Life is sealed. It's sealed. Sealed? Meng Lei was stunned. Do you see the golden chains around it? Those are the seals. The Tree of Life is bound, which is why its divine might is so weak. The headmaster patted his forehead. I knew it. You've been wantonly slaughtering its followers in its domain of faith, and it hasn't reacted at all. It turns out it's because it's sealed. It's not pretending to be dead, it's completely immobilized. That's the real reason. Meng Lei's eyes were blank. What kind of existence could seal a demigod-level tree of life?
There's always a higher sky, and there are always stronger beings.
Creatures stronger than demigods are numerous. The sky continent is just a small pond.
The old man shook his head slightly, then suddenly frowned.
Meng Lei, are there many small black dots floating around the tree of life? Meng Lei looked closely. Although
it was far away, he could indeed see many small black dots. These black dots hovered around the tree of life, like summer insects swarming around a willow tree.
What are those black dots? Meng Lei was puzzled. It's too far to see clearly.
Get closer, the old man said in a deep voice.
Don't worry, it's sealed.
As long as you don't get too close, it can't harm you.
All right. Meng Lei hesitated for a moment and then began flying toward it.
As the distance closed, the black dots grew larger, and finally, he could see clearly. Those densely packed black dots were actually the participants of the exchange
competition. Moreover, there were many unfamiliar figures.
They were clad in golden armor, wielding giant swords, and riding golden beasts, all golden-armored knights. As he got closer, Meng Lei vaguely saw a thin golden barrier surrounding the Tree of Life. Some participants were trapped inside the barrier, while all the golden-armored knights were frantically attacking it, seemingly trying to rescue
them. What are they doing? Meng Lei was bewildered. Oh no!
The old man's face darkened.
They had been tricked. They were attacking the seal. Once the seal was broken, the Tree of Life would emerge. Attacking the seal? Mon Rei was even more confused.
Can't you see it yet? The old man said seriously. The divine tree fruits are just bait, specifically designed to lure you contestants.
Unfortunately, many have taken the bait, so they're trapped inside the seal and can't get out. And then? Mon Rei pressed.
To save them, the Empire will definitely send experts to attack the seal, which will result
in releasing the Tree of Life as well. It's a conspiracy. Mon Rei gritted his teeth. It's a trap from start to finish. Headmaster, what will happen if the Tree of Life breaks free? Mon Rei asked nervously. Do I even need to say it? The old man snapped. Once a sealed demigod-level lifeform is released, what do you think will happen? Mon Rei couldn't help but shiver. Mon Rei, you must stop them immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Stop them? Me? Mon Rei hesitated. He really wanted to leave this tree as soon as possible, but farther away, the better. The Tree of Life is sealed, so the danger has been greatly reduced, the old man said gravely. You just need to stop them now, and the risk won't be too great. All right. Mon Rei nodded.
As he approached, the scene became clearer. The trunk of the Tree of Life was massive and towering, far surpassing any mountain Mon Rei had ever seen. Its crown was enormous and lush, like a giant umbrella covering tens of thousands of miles
of sky. Tall, majestic, vast, magnificent. Who could have imagined that such a colossal lifeform existed in the world? Nature was truly awe-inspiring. Mon Rei marveled.
Even more incredible was that someone had managed to seal such a terrifying lifeform. As he got closer, the details became clearer. The Tree of Life's branches and leaves were dense, and golden fruits hung from the leaves.
At a glance, it was all fruits. How many divine tree fruits were there? How much money could they fetch if sold? Mon Rei swallowed hard, finally understanding why so many contestants had been drawn here. With so many treasures, who could resist? No one could. Finally, he flew closer. The innocent contestants are trapped inside, their lives in danger. We can't just stand by and do nothing.
Before the words had even finished, the golden Dragonkin's gaze was resolute, clearly grappling with his own difficulties.
Mon Rei took a deep breath, realizing the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. I
understand your duty, Mon Rei said, but continuing to attack will only make the seal collapse faster, with catastrophic consequences. If the Tree of Life breaks free, the entire continent will be plunged
into disaster.
The surrounding paladins lowered their heads in thought, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Seeing this, Mon Rei continued, we need to find another way, one that protects the contestants and
avoids damaging the seal. What do you suggest? The Golden Dragonkin asked. Mon Rei's gaze was firm.
Temporarily stop the attacks and work together to find a way to break the seal safely.
Only then can we protect everyone.
These words were like a key, unlocking the knots in everyone's hearts. The golden armored knights began discussing strategies, and the contestants also relaxed slightly from their
tension.
In the sky, the trunk of the Tree of Life, covered in golden runes, remained towering and majestic, as if quietly waiting for the next change.
This time, everyone understood that only unity could face the overwhelming power of this demigod.
The contestants were trapped, even confined in the same space as this demigod-level tree of life, their safety under great threat.
We must rescue them and
ensure their safety while also guaranteeing the exchange competition proceeds smoothly.
This is our responsibility. It's also our mission.
But by doing this, you'll doom everyone.
Man-Ray was stunned and
was about to persuade them when the old man's voice suddenly rang out.
Man-Ray, look. Your roommate, the little princess, seems to be in there too. Man-Ray quickly turned to look and indeed saw Abe among the crowd. Abe was standing silently behind the other contestants.
When she saw Man-Ray's gaze, she immediately lowered her head.
Abe. Man-Ray's heart tightened, and he felt a wave of unease. Besides her,
there were many other familiar faces. The old man continued, the Netherworld White Tiger, Francis from our Fire Dragon Kingdom, and even the pure-blooded Golden Dragon Prince are all inside.
No wonder.
The Royal Paladin Corps is fighting so desperately, even the future Emperor is trapped.
So many people. Man-Ray took a deep breath. Your Excellency, you actually don't need to worry too much. The Golden Dragon spoke. We have already reported the situation here to His Majesty. I believe His Majesty will soon send experts to deal with this evil demigod tree spirit. Imperial experts? Man-Ray was surprised. Can Imperial experts handle a demigod? Ordinary experts definitely can't, unless a demigod takes action.
The old man nodded. If a demigod really steps in, dealing with this mother tree of life
won't be a problem. The only concern is whether the Emperor can persuade them. Our Dragon God Empire also has demigods? Man-Ray was stunned. Why have I never heard of them? Nonsense. A grand empire, like the Dragon God Empire, would have been destroyed long ago without demigods.
The old man sneered. Not just our Dragon God Empire, but the Titan Empire, the Orc Empire, the Elf Empire, and even some
ancient families all have demigods.
However, demigods are beings that surpass the Saint Domain but are below gods. They represent the pinnacle of power on the continent. They mainly serve as strategic deterrents and usually stay behind the scenes, only stepping in for major events like the fall of a nation.
I see. Man-Ray suddenly understood and asked again, Dean, what do you mean by saying the Emperor might not be able to persuade a demigod?
The Emperor can command ordinary Saint Domain experts, but getting a demigod to act is very difficult.
The old man said calmly. In fact, even the most powerful Saint Domain experts might not listen to the Emperor. So the Emperor isn't omnipotent. Man-Ray shook his head. Omnipotent? You're overthinking it. The old man scoffed.
In this world, strength
is everything.
Status is merely an accessory to strength.
Our Dragon God Empire has many experts and doesn't fear the Emperor.
Even those above the Saint Domain, like Dragon Kings and demigods, the
Emperor must show them respect. Remember, there are many who can become emperors, but there are only a few Dragon Kings and demigods. Emperors can be replaced, but Dragon Kings and demigods are indispensable. In other words, whether the Empire's demigods will come depends on how thick-skinned the Emperor is. Man-Ray was speechless. Exactly.
Most demigods are busy cultivating, their time is more precious
than resources. How could they have time to deal with such trivial matters? The old man shook his head. Then what should we do? What should we do? Of course, leave first. The old man snorted. Remember this, never stand in a dangerous place. Whether or not the demigods come, you must first ensure your own safety.
Let me remind you, your beautiful roommate may be nice, but she's not worth risking
your life for. Dean, you must have been a heartless scoundrel in your youth. Man-Ray couldn't help but roll his eyes. Scoundrel? I've been single for 10,000 years. What a massive tree. It's truly unbelievable. Such a colossal tree must be extraordinary, right?
In front of the Dragon God Cathedral, a giant magical screen displayed a towering tree that reached into the clouds.
It stood in the center of the continent, piercing the sky. The forest at its feet seemed insignificant, mountains became mere backdrops, and ancient trees turned into scenery. It was so massive, so majestic. You couldn't see its top, nor its edges.
Everyone who saw it was stunned.
Emperor Frederick XXXI and every civil and military official widened their eyes in shock, completely dumbfounded. Frederick XXXII exclaimed. In astonishment, how could there be such a creature on the lost continent? How did the surveillance team not discover it at all? No one knew if it had ever been discovered, but Frederick XXXII realized.
that the lost continent was far more dangerous than he had imagined. The contestants were in big trouble. Report! At this moment, a holy knight clad in golden armor stepped out of the teleportation. Array! Your Majesty, a demigod-level creature has appeared on the lost continent. Prince Barbarossa and 100 other contestants have been captured.
The situation is extremely critical.
What? Everyone immediately stood up, their eyes filled with shock, completely terrified.
Is this true? The Emperor asked sternly.
Your Majesty, it is absolutely true, the golden-armored holy knight replied.
Loudly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
The Saint Domain experts all turned their eyes to the Emperor, while the princes, princesses, and ministers also stared intently at him. Everyone understood that the
situation was extremely serious.
A demigod creature had appeared on the lost continent, and Prince Barbarossa along with over 100 contestants had been captured.
This was no small matter. It concerned the very foundation of the nation.
If not handled properly, it would not only provoke a powerful demigod enemy but also bring irreparable damage to the empire.
Extremely serious.
Facing the anxious gazes of the crowd, Frederick XXXI slowly closed his eyes, sending all the contestants to the lost continent without understanding the true situation. There was my grave mistake.
Your Majesty, the crowd murmured softly.
But now is not the time for blame. The most important thing is to send someone to the lost continent immediately to rescue the contestants.
Frederick XXXI stood up, order the Senate at once, summon the first elder, second elder, and third elder to accompany me to Dragon Island to seek the assistance of our ancestors.
Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers responded respectfully and hurried
to relay the orders. Ministers, you may disperse for now. Frederick XXXI looked at the crowd.
Dean Luke stepped forward and requested,
Your Majesty, the contestants are in critical danger. I am willing
to go to the lost continent first to investigate the situation and, if possible, try to negotiate.
Your Majesty, I am willing as well.
The students are trapped, we cannot sit idly by.
I request permission to go to the lost continent immediately.
Your Majesty. For a moment, all the deans and team leaders stepped forward, requesting to depart first to rescue the students.
I appreciate your
intentions, but the lost continent is guarded by a demigod.
Going there would be no different from sending yourselves to your deaths. Frederick XXXII shook his head. Wait until I bring the ancestors to act. Those native demigods are no match for us. Your Majesty, my decision is final. Say no more.
Frederick XXXII waved his sleeve and left, soaring into the sky toward the royal palace, followed closely by a group of attendants, princes, and princesses. The powerful figures of the Holy Domain exchanged glances inside the lost continent.
Protect the safety of all contestants. Ensure the competition is not disrupted by external interference. This was the task entrusted to the Holy Knights by His Majesty the Emperor, and it was their responsibility. The Golden Dragon Man brandished his greatsword and shouted loudly, Where is your duty?
For glory! For glory! For glory! The Holy Knights shouted in unison.
For the glory and responsibility of the Holy Knights, I order you to continue the attack. Glory be with you. Glory be with you.
Boom! The Royal Holy Knights continued their fierce assault on the Golden Barrier. Their strength was immense, and their numbers vast.
Thousands of attacks bombarded the Golden Barrier in succession.
The barrier trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Evil God, release the contestants immediately.
The Golden Dragon Man shouted loudly while attacking. The demigod powerhouses of our Dragon God Empire will arrive soon.
This was meant as a threat, but unexpectedly, the Mother Tree of Life was enraged upon hearing it.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Hundreds of vines shot up rapidly, rushing toward the over 100 contestants like venomous snakes. The vines moved very slowly, like snails crawling, and the contestants easily dodged the attacks.
But in the next moment, an aged voice rang out, Divine Domain.
Buzz, a strange ripple spread out. In an instant, the over 100 contestants were immobilized, as if frozen in place, standing stiffly where they were. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the vines slowly climbed up, wrapping around the contestants layer by layer, tightly binding them until they were bundled up like dumplings.
What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Divine Domain. This is the Divine Domain, the old man shouted. Only beings at the demigod level can use this ability.
It can freeze space and control all living beings.
This Mother Tree of Life is indeed a demigod. Now it's completely confirmed. Divine Domain? Monray trembled all over.
Monray, leave now, the old man urged.
That fool just now angered it. If the mother tree of life goes berserk and destroys the seal, you'll all die. Leave? Man-Ray looked at Abe. In an instant, he suddenly understood. The vines not only bound the contestants but also pierced into their bodies, madly, absorbing their life essence. Help! Save me! I don't want to die. Gurgle, the contestants entangled by the vines visibly began to wither. Abby was the same. Her translucent skin gradually lost its luster and slowly shriveled. Abby! Man-Ray was shocked. Go! Kid, hurry up and leave. The old man shouted, you can't save her. You can't save her. Leave immediately, don't worry about it, out of sight, out of mind. But, Dean. Man-Ray hesitated. Don't talk about pity, the old man said sternly. You and her are just ordinary friends, there's no need to risk your life. What can you do if you rush in? Can you save her? You can't. You'll only throw your life away, and it's not worth it. Man-Ray, you're from the sanctuary, don't lose your reason. Man-Ray fell silent. He knew his current strength was far from enough. Man-Ray, don't worry about me. Abby shook her head desperately. This is the path I chose, and I don't regret it. You don't need to risk your life for me. She suddenly smiled, a smile on her gradually shriveled face like a withered flower, exceptionally desolate. I was born into royalty, lonely and unloved since childhood, with no family and no friends. But I met you. You saved me twice. In my heart, you're my only friend. If something happens to you because of me, I will live forever in unease, guilt, and sorrow. Man-Ray, go. Live well. Abby's gaze gradually dimmed, and a tear slid down her withered face. My only friend? Man-Ray took a deep breath. Maybe I can't keep being so soft. He licked his lips. System, get ready. Accompany me for a crazy moment later. Activate. Man-Ray punched the golden shield hard. What are you doing, you lunatic? The old man exclaimed. Are you crazy? Dean, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Man-Ray's eyes were resolute as he continued to frantically strike the shield, like a raging bull charging. Bang! 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 The shield shook violently, on the verge of collapse, but it still didn't break. Man-Ray gritted his teeth, and suddenly a dark, golden hammer appeared in his hand. Break for me! He leaped up, and the heavy hammer smashed down fiercely. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and cracks appeared on the shield's surface. The cracks quickly spread like a spider web, instantly covering the entire shield. Crash! The shield shattered into countless light particles and dissipated into the air. Abby! Smash! Man-Ray swung the dark golden hammer in his hand, breaking the vines entangling Abby, and he held her tightly. Abby, how are you? At this moment, Abby was no longer the beautiful face she once had, only a shriveled, withered face full of wrinkles. Man-Ray. Hearing the call, Abby slowly opened her eyes. Man-Ray, don't worry about me. You must leave. Dean, what do we do now? Man-Ray urgently looked at the old man. Can she still be saved? The old man sighed. Except for the branch of the tree of life, there's no other way. The branch of the tree of life? Right, how could I forget? Man-Ray quickly took out the branch. Dean, how do I use this? Squeeze out the life essence inside and let her drink it. The old man sighed helplessly. Got it. Man-Ray squeezed the branch hard, and crystal clear liquid dripped out. Abby, open your mouth. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A miracle happened. It was like a long drought meeting rain, like spring wind melting frozen rivers, like sunlight shining on parched earth. Abby's complexion began to slowly turn rosy and full, and her weak breath gradually grew stronger. It's working. The branch of the tree of life really works. Man-Ray breathed a sigh of relief. Abby, how do you feel? Man-Ray, you shouldn't have saved me. Tears glistened in Abby's eyes, her gaze dazed. You shouldn't have saved me. We're roommates, classmates. If I can help, I can't just stand by. Man-Ray smiled as he helped her up. Come on, let's leave here first and talk in a safe place. Okay. Abby said no more, resting her head on Man-Ray's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. She suddenly felt that Man-Ray's embrace was so safe, solid, and warm. At this moment, the Holy Knights arrived and began rescuing the other 100 contestants. These contestants didn't have Abby's luck. Whether they survived depended entirely on fate. Hurry! Get them out of here! The Golden Dragon Man commanded loudly. Since you've entered, don't think about leaving. An aged voice rang out, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Countless golden lights surged from the void, quickly converging into a new golden shield that enveloped everyone. Bang! Monray crashed into the shield and was violently bounced
back, as were the others, each one rebounding to their original positions, their expressions changing drastically.
What's going on? Monray fumed. Old Dean, didn't I break the seal? Why is it back? Again? I don't know either, the old man said frantically. Damn it! The barrier is back. Attack! Everyone, attack the barrier immediately. Boom! 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 The sound of cannon fire echoed across the battlefield. The Royal Holy Knights launched another frenzied assault. Abbe, wait! Monray shouted. Suddenly, a dark golden warhammer appeared in his hand, his eyes burning with fury as a powerful force erupted from his body. He swung the hammer fiercely. Boom! The dark golden warhammer struck the golden shield, and a terrifying counterforce instantly rebounded, sending Monray flying. Yet the golden shield didn't even tremble, let alone break. Impossible! Monray roared. Again! Boom! 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 3 consecutive strikes, but the golden shield remained unshaken, utterly indestructible. What's going on? Monray's eyes turned red. Why has the golden shield become so unbreakable? The old man beside him spoke in a low, trembling voice. Monray, we might have been deceived. Deceived? Monray's entire body shuddered. Stop wasting your energy, boy. The aged voice rang out again. From the trunk of the Life Mother tree, a massive face emerged. The face moved its mouth continuously. This is my domain. Barrier. You people of the holy domain cannot break it. Life Mother tree. Monray turned sharply, and the others also stared at the massive face on the tree trunk. Under everyone's gaze, the golden chains entwining the Life Mother tree began to disappear bit by bit until they vanished completely. The seal is gone? At the same time, a powerful divine aura erupted from within the Life Mother tree, pressing down on everyone so heavily that they couldn't breathe. Boom! Everyone fell to the ground, their shoulders feeling as if they bore a mountain, their chests as if crushed by a boulder. Their hearts were gripped tightly, making it hard to breathe, the pain unbearable. We've been deceived. Truly deceived. The old man howled madly. It was never sealed. That so-called seal was nothing but a lie. It tricked us. Deceived us. Why would it do this? Monray was puzzled. A dignified demigod, with such immense power, could kill us with just a thought. Why go through all this scheming? The old man shook his head. I don't understand either. Why? Monray stared at the Life Mother tree, his voice filled with questioning. You're a demigod. Demigod? Ultimately, not a true god. The Life Mother tree chuckled. You must be very curious why I orchestrated all of this, right? Why? Monray gritted his teeth and asked. Because of you. The Life Mother tree smiled faintly. Me? Monray froze, then sneered. I'm just someone from the holy domain. Am I worth all this effort? You, yourself, are not worth it, the Life Mother tree said calmly. But there's something on you that makes it all worthwhile. To obtain it, no price is too high. Now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Something? Monray pointed to himself, his face full of confusion. The old man and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Monray frowned. Are you talking about your fruit? Cunning human, stop pretending. The Life Mother tree snorted coldly. From the moment you set foot on the lost continent, I sensed it. It's something I lost long ago. It has finally returned, and I'm very pleased. But I'm also very angry because you're too cunning. Not only did you not return it, but you kept evading me, hiding from me. I was furious, so I had to use my wits and devise this scheme. Fortunately, it all worked out in the end. The Life Mother tree's voice grew high-pitched. Cunning human, hand over what belongs to me from the depths of your consciousness. Otherwise, I'll take it myself. And when that happens, not just you, but everyone will die. Something from the depths of my consciousness? Are you saying? Monray's entire body trembled as he suddenly remembered, besides the soul flame, there was only one other thing in his consciousness. That golden leaf. The golden leaf he had obtained from the parchment had always lingered in the depths of Monray's mind. Apart from granting him an extraordinary talent for wood element magic, he knew nothing else about it. What exactly was this thing? Monray still hadn't figured it out. But one thing was certain, it was definitely no ordinary object. Could it be a product of the Tree of Life? Monray, what exactly is that thing? The old man asked urgently. The golden leaf. Man Ray didn't hide anything. That golden leaf?
The old man was stunned.
That's a divine artifact. How could it possibly be from the Tree of Life? No, its aura is completely different from the Tree of Life. I say, could it be that this thing has its eyes on the golden leaf and wants to snatch it? You're absolutely right, that's highly likely. Man Ray was instantly furious.
He thought to himself, this guy keeps claiming it's his, but it's clear he discovered my divine artifact and wants to steal it and take my life.
Don't even mention that this thing is a divine artifact. I wouldn't give it to you even if I wanted to. Besides, you wouldn't be able to use it. The golden leaf had always lingered in Man Ray's mind, constantly absorbing wood elemental energy from the world, completely ignoring Man Ray. Hand it over? What a joke! Should I dive into my own sea of consciousness and dig it out for you? What an idiot! Man Ray, did you really take something from the Tree of Life? Everyone stared intently at Man Ray, watching every change in his expression. Many were furious on the spot. What exactly did you take from the Tree of Life? Hand it over immediately. I can't believe you had the audacity to steal from a demigod-level being. Just hand it over already. Don't drag us down with you. Look at Prince Barbarossa and the others, they're about to be killed. Because of you. The contestants trapped within the golden barrier all began to accuse Man Ray, venting all their anger on him. The members of the Royal Holy Knights wore grim expressions, and the leading Golden Dragonkin said coldly, "Sir, for everyone's safety, you should hand that thing over." Ha ha ha. Man Ray was so enraged he laughed. I'm the one who harmed you? If you hadn't tried to snatch the divine tree's fruit, how would you have ended up like this?
Blame your own greed, blame your own trouble-seeking, what does it have to do with me? After speaking, he sneered and looked at the Tree of Life.
Don't even say I didn't take your stuff. Even if I did, once it's in my hands, do you think I would give it back to you?
Human, how dare you challenge the dignity of a god?
The Tree of Life's voice was low and majestic, and an overwhelming divine power pressed down on Man Ray. This is your last chance. Hand it over, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Man Ray, quickly return it to the Tree of Life. Everyone's lives are in your hands. Man Ray, give it back. I'm begging you. My family has only me left. If I die here, my family line will end. Man Ray, I have a 200-year-old mother to care for and a 3-year-old child waiting for me. Hearing the Tree of Life's threat, many contestants were terrified.
Some cursed, some threatened, and some pleaded, all pressuring
Man Ray to hand over the golden leaf.
A bunch of fools, the old man cursed inwardly.
Man Ray, don't listen to them. Even if you hand over the golden leaf, the Tree of Life won't spare you. That's a divine artifact. Once it gets its hands on it, the Tree of Life will definitely kill everyone to silence them.
This evil god doesn't care about the lives of countless magical beast believers. How could it possibly
care about you? Begging for mercy?
That's just the delusion of these idiots.
Tree of Life.
A crazed glint flashed in Man Ray's eyes as he shouted hysterically, "Stop dreaming.
Even if it costs me my life, you won't get a single hair from me."
As soon as he finished speaking, Man Ray unleashed all his power, wielding the hammer of destruction, and charged madly at the Tree of Life.
Foolish and ignorant human. The Tree of Life was enraged. You have rejected the final kindness of a god. Prepare to face the wrath of a god. Divine domain. A powerful divine force suddenly unfolded, and a terrifying sense of oppression instantly enveloped Meng Lei. He was frozen in place, unable to move, not even a finger. It's over, completely over. The old man sighed. It's not over yet. Meng Lei's eyes turned
bloodshot as he shouted like a madman. System immediately increased the fusion rate of the god-slaying mouse bloodline.
Don't stop. Use everything we have. Increase it as much as possible. Ding, the host possesses 73.2 law source crystals, which can increase the god-slaying mouse bloodline fusion rate by 7%. Proceed with the increase? Do it. Whoosh, in an instant, 70 law source crystals were consumed.
Boom, under the Life Mother Tree, within the golden shield, everyone was in despair.
Many vented their anger on Meng Lei. Bastard. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, how could we have ended up like this? This idiot has ruined us. It's over, it's all over. Poor fool, he still dares to resist? What a joke.
Boom, at that moment, Meng Lei, who was locked in the divine domain and unable
to move, suddenly erupted with countless streams of green-black energy.
The energy resembled burning green flames, or perhaps thick smoke, instantly enveloping his entire body.
Rumble, Meng Lei's aura skyrocketed like a rocket. 10, 50, 98, 99 boom, it instantly broke through the limit.
In just a few seconds, Meng Lei's aura increased by hundreds, even thousands of times.
The terrifying pressure spread in all directions, suffocating everyone.
Boom, everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, struggling to breathe, their eyes filled with shock and fear.
What is going on? How did this idiot break through again? Meng Lei broke through again? Abe's eyes sparkled. The Life Mother Tree let out a soft exclamation. This cunning human actually broke through at such a critical moment? Interesting.
A piercing scream suddenly rang out, almost piercing everyone's souls. Their ears buzzed as they stared in horror at the furry shadow that appeared above Meng Lei's head. Sleek fur, green-black skin, sharp and menacing fangs, and cold, piercing eyes.
What is that?
The Life Mother Tree murmured, unable to understand why it felt a bone-deep fear and shock from this shadow. The feeling was akin to its childhood, when it faced a powerful magical beast weak, helpless, and pitiful.
No! I am a dignified demigod. Nothing can make me afraid.
That's right, no creature can make
me afraid.
The Life Mother Tree dispelled its fear, its voice filled with killing intent.
No matter who you are or what bloodline you carry, die. The overwhelming divine power pressed down on Meng Lei, and a golden branch shot forward.
Whoosh, though the branch appeared light, it carried immense weight and speed.
The tremendous power within it was enough to kill anyone below a demigod, and even a demigod would not escape unscathed. Screech, the branch tore through the air, reaching Meng Lei in an instant, about to strike him.
Whoosh, at the critical moment, Meng Lei, who had been immobilized,
suddenly vanished without a trace. What? The Life Mother Tree exclaimed in shock. How could my divine domain be broken? This is impossible. Impossible? Old tree demon, don't kid yourself. A cold voice rang out as Meng Lei suddenly appeared before the Life Mother Tree. He raised the hammer of destruction high, the hammer wrapped in a raging storm, roaring thunderously as it smashed down. Boom!
The hammer of destruction, carrying unparalleled destructive power, struck the Life Mother Tree heavily. With a deafening crash, the Life Mother Tree trembled violently, and a large dent appeared on its trunk. However, compared to the towering body of the Life Mother Tree, the dent was like a minor wound on a human, barely noticeable.
No! This is impossible. The Life Mother Tree was utterly shocked. It
was a demigod creature, a plant-based demigod, with an incredibly sturdy trunk. Even demigods of the same level found it difficult to harm it, let alone someone merely at the Saint Domain level.
But Meng Lei had done it. A Saint Domain had actually injured it. The Life Mother Tree was both shocked and furious, as well as terrified. Damn human! You've completely enraged me. It was furious, countless golden
vines dancing in the air, transforming into a sky-covering shadow of whips, madly lashing at Meng Lei, trying to shred him into pieces.
Kill! Meng Lei's figure moved like lightning, weaving through the
whip shadows with ease, dodging left and right. Not a single vine touched him. He truly evaded all attacks, not even a corner of his clothes was grazed.
Old tree demon, die! Passing through the dense vines,
Meng Lei charged at the Life Mother Tree once again, delivering another earth-shaking hammer blow. Whoosh, the wind howled, a tornado whipped up dust.
Boom! Another large pit appeared. Damn it! Curse you! I'm so angry! The Life Mother Tree was on the verge of madness. It was a demigod, one of the top beings on the sky continent. Yet it was being tormented like this by a mere Saint Domain, utterly humiliating. Divine Domain.
The Life Mother Tree roared, unleashing divine power to suppress Meng Lei.
Buzz! Meng Lei's figure froze, immobilized. Die! Countless golden vines seized the opportunity to lash at him. Whoosh!
Meng Lei dodged again, instantly disappearing from his original spot.
Then, boom!
A third large pit appeared.
Oh, this brat actually. My heavens! Am I dreaming? This must be an illusion. Impossible. How could Meng Lei possibly be a match for a demigod? He's just a Saint Domain. Everyone was stunned. The old man was dumbfounded. Abe was dumbfounded. The other contestants and thousands of holy knights were all dumbfounded. Who could have imagined what was happening before their eyes? Who could have imagined that the dignified demigod Life Mother Tree couldn't do anything to a 16-year-old Saint Domain Meng Lei? What on earth was going on?
No one could understand, except the old man whose mouth twitched, his heart surging. This brat inexplicably got stronger again, and this
time the improvement is too exaggerated. Damn little thief. I'll make you die.
The Life Mother Tree was so furious it was about to explode.
Divine Domain. Menglei's figure froze again, once more immobilized. Divine art, life deprivation.
The Life Mother Tree roared lowly, thousands of golden lights burst forth, transforming into a thick golden beam that instantly enveloped Meng Lei.
A mysterious force drilled into Meng Lei's body, frantically stripping away his vitality. Divine art. This is divine art.
The old man shouted a warning, "Brat, divine art is driven by divine power and has absolute lethality against creatures without divine power. Think of something quickly, you must not be trapped by the divine domain. Otherwise, once the divine art takes effect, you're doomed. Move. Move."
Meng Lei growled.
Lowly, desperately trying to drive his body, but this time the power of the divine domain was exceptionally strong. His body simply wouldn't obey.
If that's the case, I'll have to rely on this. Meng Lei gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. God-slaying rat form, transform. Poof.
As soon as he finished speaking, his body rapidly shrank like a deflated balloon. Within seconds he was only half a
meter tall.
At the same time, fine blue-black fur covered his entire body, 3 black whiskers grew on both sides of his cheeks, and a long tail appeared at his rear.
Boom! Blue-black airflow swirled around his body, a powerful killing intent erupted.
His fingers turned into sharp claws, his eyes became pitch black and gleaming, and his 2 front teeth grew sharp and long. He had transformed into a
God-slaying ratman. Squeak!
Meng Lei's body lightly shook, breaking free from the divine domain's restraints, instantly disappearing from the golden beam.
His speed was astonishing. His defense was also incredibly strong.
Meng Lei felt his body become light and agile, his defense doubled, and he was thrilled, his confidence soaring. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of the Life Mother Tree at all. His mind was filled only with the desire to fight and kill.
Retrieve! The hammer of destruction disappeared. Meng Lei lightly shook, suddenly appearing on the trunk of the Life Mother Tree as if teleporting. His
sharp claws lightly swiped, screech.
A deep groove was carved into the trunk.
The claws are so sharp. Even Meng Lei was stunned, his eyes sparkling, his hands waving continuously, screech screech.
The grooves grew deeper and deeper. Drip, drip.
Golden tree sap seeped from the grooves, emitting a fresh fragrance that invigorated the spirit.
Ah!
The Life Mother Tree let out a painful cry, thousands of
golden vines madly lashing out.
Meng Lei's eyes turned, thinking, since the claws are so sharp, why not just... He acted immediately, decisively diving into the freshly dug pit.
Slash, slash.
His claws kept
hacking away, and the pit grew deeper and deeper.
Then, he nimbly burrowed into the tree's interior.
Bastard! What are you trying to do? Ah! The Mother Tree of Life was horrified, letting out a piercing scream.
Its massive trunk trembled violently, the tree swayed, and its leaves shook as if it had gone mad.
Dig! Dig! I'm going to dig! Man Ray shouted.
The bark was tough, but the interior was much
softer. This tree sap smells amazing. Can I drink some? This kid is really something. An old man's voice came, filled with excitement. Quick, find its life core. The Mother Tree of Life is a plant-based life form. If you can find its life core, you might be able to kill it. Although the chances are slim, if you don't try now, when will you? If you manage to take it down, you'll hit the jackpot.